Looked down upon. Looked down upon. The people of the Luo family saw that I didn't show up. Completely looked down upon. All thought that I used tricks to protect the reputation of the genius. Luo Xinyuan nearby even spoke without hesitation. A waste is a waste. A momentary rise doesn't count for anything. Even if given a chance, it's useless. At this time, Luo Lingling no longer looks at things from the perspective of the past. He now finally fully understands the suffocating feeling I felt at the Luo family back then. If it were her, I'm afraid she would not have been able to bear it long ago. At this moment, a worried voice sounded. Why hasn't brother Xinlian come yet? This is his only chance to return to the Luo family. What if he misses it? Listening to Luo Xinyuan's concerned words, Luo Yuyan disdainfully said. He still wants to return to the Luo family. Xinlian brother is not worth worrying about. Little did they know that at this moment, Luo Xinyuan was sneering in his heart. Luo Xinlian is probably still out there looking for Chen Wenqi's whereabouts. But it's not my fault. Who asked that guy Chen Wenqi to meddle in other people's business? If not for that, how could I have gotten into trouble? The Lu family's sisters all looked at Lu Xinyuan with confusion. Except for Lu Lingling. Why is it that the same words, which used to make Lu Lingling feel that Lu Xinyuan was so understanding that it was heartbreaking, now seemed to have a touch of inexplicable affectation? At this moment, Tang Jinzhong's voice suddenly sounded. There is 1 minute left. For a moment, Zhang Yunsheng became a little anxious. Not only him, even Nan Yunxiao beside him also became nervous, thinking, what are these little guys up to? When everyone thought that the Zhang family's team would be disqualified, we finally arrived at the Imperial Beast Arena. Seeing this, Zhang Dazue and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Jinzhong saw the arrival of several people and immediately said, the players are in position. The competition officially begins. The first match, Luo Xinyuan from the Luo family against Zhang Xiaoling from the Zhang family. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar, not expecting the first match to be a showdown between the two major families of Zhang and Luo. Seeing this, Zhao Dezhu and Lu Wei were overjoyed, and quickly ran to Zhang Xiaoling's side and said, luck is on your side. You are facing Luo Xinyuan right from the start. Don't hold back. Defeat him mercilessly. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoling also showed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth and said, don't worry, I will not hold back. Next to her, Wei Xiaoxiao saw the situation but hesitated to speak, while Luo Xinyuan looked at Luo Xinyuan with concern and said, Xinyuan, be careful. Although you have made rapid progress recently, you must not underestimate Zhang Xiaoling. If any danger arises, surrender quickly. Luo Xinyuan then jumped directly onto the stage. When Zhang Xiaoling saw Luo Xinyuan for the first time, he mercilessly taunted, Luo Xinyuan, last time in the Yunwu mountain, I made you flee in panic. This time will be no exception. But little did he know that Luo Xinyuan was unfazed and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, it's okay, I don't intend to kill you. I just want to see what expression Luo Xinlian will have if you become disabled. The two sides were on the verge of a showdown, and instantly summoned their respective spirit beasts. Zhang Xiaoling immediately summoned her ace, the evil eye ghost eagle, which had already reached the 7th stage of metamorphosis. However, Luo Xinyuan remained unfazed and, with a wave of her hand, a unicorn appeared directly in front of the evil eye ghost eagle. Seeing the opponent looking down on her, Zhang Xiaoling's killing intent surged, shouting, evil eye ghost eagle, ghost claw of the netherworld, tear off the head of that unicorn for me. On the evil eye ghost eagle's sharp claws, there was a sinister energy attached, but Luo Xinyuan remained unmoved, seemingly prepared to face Zhang Xiaoling's attack head-on. Looking at Luo Xinyuan's confident appearance, I always feel that something is not right. Checking the information of this unicorn, named Unicorn Pegasus, Growth Stage Metamorphosis Stage 8, Race Bloodline Unicorn Bloodline. After reading this series of information, I was shocked and shouted, oh no, I've been fooled. Be careful, Xiaoling, that is not a mature unicorn, but a metamorphosed 8th stage Unicorn Pegasus. By the time I wanted to remind him, it was already too late. Not only Zhang Xiaoling, but also other audience members looked confused, not really understanding the meaning of my words. This is clearly just a unicorn, just bigger in size. How could it be a Unicorn Pegasus? Not waiting for everyone to react, the evil-eyed ghost eagle was already close to the unicorn, but Luo Xinyuan's mouth corner lifted slightly, and the next moment, only to see the unicorn, which originally had no wings. Suddenly a pair of wings appeared on its back. Wind wing slash. With Luo Xinyuan's sudden shout, a gust of wind quickly condensed on the wings of the unicorn, and then two wind blades wrapped in the gust of wind struck the evil-eyed ghost eagle coming towards them. However, Zhang Xiaoling is also considered a young genius who has experienced many battles among the younger generation. Immediately, the evil-eyed ghost eagle saw the opponent's fierce attack and did not dare to directly confront it. Quickly using the ghost shadow illusion technique, the evil-eyed ghost eagle's main body quickly retreated. leaving behind a residual image that was swiftly dispersed by the wind wing slash. Because the target was not hit, the wind wing slash struck a nearby stone pillar, which was instantly cut into pieces upon impact. At the sight of this scene, the surrounding audience couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoling also felt a wave of fear. If it weren't for the quick reaction of the evil eye ghost carving, he might have already lost his life at this moment. At the same time, he also marveled at how deep Luo Xinyuan's hidden secrets were. Not only did she successfully evolve the unicorn into a unicorn Pegasus, but she also nurtured it to the 8th stage of metamorphosis, one stage higher than the evil eye ghost carving. The few people from the Zhang family suddenly realized. No wonder they were chased by Luo Xinyuan's manipulation of the formation back then. Luo Xinyuan was never hit. After all this time, this kid has been hiding his true strength. As for Luo Yu in the VIP seat, after seeing Luo Xinyuan's growth and performance, there was also a hint of satisfaction. Zhou Yansheng on the side also took the opportunity to boast. This growth rate of Xinyuan is really amazing. I didn't expect that I would be able to suppress the Zhang family's kid nowadays. Just based on this strength and potential, it looks like the Luo family heir position is his, right? Hearing Zhou Yansheng bring up the issue of the Luo family's heir, although Luo Yu had some in his heart, he didn't like Zhou Yansheng wanting to meddle in the Luo family's affairs. But there was no seizure. Instead, he squeezed out a smile and spoke. There's no rush. If Xinyuan can really win the Imperial Beast competition, we'll see then. Words. Where was Zhou Yansheng still not clear about Luo Yu's meaning? He was still trying to give Luo Xinliang some chances. Or maybe he wanted to see who was better, his own son or his adopted son. But to that, Zhou Yansheng did not continue. After all, acting too eagerly would instead cause Luo Yu suspicion. Looking at the rather wretched Zhang Xiaoling, Zhang Cherry Snow and Zhang Yunxing in the VIP seat were also secretly in a cold sweat. As for the Luo family's group of sisters, seeing that Luo Xinyuan was actually able to repel Zhang Xiaoling with a single strike, immediately, they also shouted and cheered from the stage. Especially big sister Luo Qingwan. He and Zhang Xiaoling had always been rivals, but he could not help that he was always slightly inferior to Zhang Xiaoling. Now his own brother was able to suppress Zhang Xiaoling. It was also the equivalent of helping him out. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan had a smug look on his face that wasn't concealed at all. Zhang Xiaoling, do you really think I'm the same teenager you wantonly teased on Cloud Mist Mountain back then? I'm telling you, you're going to lose today. Seeing Luo Xinyuan being so arrogant, Zhang Xiaoling is not to be exasperated and laugh. Fine, Luo Xinyuan, I was the one who underestimated you, but it's not that easy for you to win against me, evil eye ghost pupil. Next moment, Luo Xinyuan only felt that the scene around himself and the unicorn heavenly horse gradually became illusory. Countless phantoms of evil eye ghost eagles began to surface around them. It's hard to tell what's real and what's not. In a moment, Zhang Xiaoling's voice began to ring out in all directions. Luo Xinyuan, this is the evil eye ghost eagle's natural stance. If you can break it, I, Zhang Xiaoling, am willing to bow down. In the next moment, dark purple energy spewed in all directions towards the unicorn heavenly horse. It was the undead spit of the evil eye ghost eagle. Visible, Luo Xinyuan was not flustered. Instead, he showed a hint of excitement. Zhang Xiaoling, Zhang Xiaoling, you're so smart. Originally, it would have taken me some effort to defeat you, but now you've unknowingly cast a space skill on me. That way, those guys out there won't see it. Although at this time, Zhang Xiaoling was still a bit confused about the meaning of Luo Xinyuan's words, but the next moment, only to see the original one-horned celestial horse that was pure white and flawless. A dark black flame unexpectedly erupted under his feet, wrapping it up in an instant. The dark black flames also blocked all the undead breath coming from all directions. Only Luo Xinyuan whispered, Zhang Xiaoling, you're defeated. Chapter 357. Above the ring at this time, it was shrouded in a cloud of eerie ghosts. It was the evil eye ghost sculptor's natural skill that created the special space. This move was made. Zhang Yunsheng, who was still a bit worried, also revealed a look of a sure victory. On the other hand, the Luo family's crowd as well as Zhou Yansheng had a grave expression on their faces, especially Luo Qingwan, as Zhang Xiaoling's old rival. She hadn't, in the past, suffered fewer losses under this trick. Now Luo Xinyuan was trapped by this move. It also doubled his concern. At this moment, Zhao Dezhu on the stage couldn't help but sneer. Heart refining looks like this Luo Xinyuan is bound to lose. You probably can't do it yourself. Zhang Sakuraxu also spoke with quite a bit of pride. Fatty's right. Before heart refinement came out of nowhere, my brother was known as the first genius of the younger generation in a city with this move. Even Luo Qingwan of the Luo family has repeatedly suffered great losses under this move. With Luo Xinyuan's little skill, I'm only afraid he's powerless to resist. Luo Xinyuan nodded non-committally, but when he inadvertently looked at Wei Xiaoxiao on the side, Luo Xinyuan suddenly frowned. This was because he realized that at this moment, Wei Xiaoxiao had a faint touch of fear in her eyes. "Dawn, what's wrong with you?" Only Wei Xiaoxiao said timidly. "Xiao, brother Xiaoling, there's danger." When these words came out, several people were stunned, before a few people could open their mouths to inquire. Why did Wei Xiaoxiao say such a thing? A loud explosion suddenly rang out above the ring. The special space formed by the evil eye ghost sculpture also completely collapsed because of this sudden explosion. Suddenly only one person was seen flying out backwards. He couldn't stop spewing blood from his mouth. The crowd fixed their eyes on it. This silhouette that flew out backwards was not Luo Xinyuan. Instead, it was Jiang Shaoling, who was once known as the first genius of a city. Seeing this, Zhou Yanshang also stood up with an excited slap on the table. "Yes, good job Xin Yuan." Luo Yu on the side was also wearing a hint of a smile on his face, opened his mouth. "I say, Master Zhou, even though you are Xin Yuan's uncle, but why are you more excited than I am as a father?" "Ha! Words!" Zhou Yanshang was also aware of his loss of temper. Immediately, he also snorted. "Xinyuan is a kid I've loved since he was a child. Now that I see that he has this kind of strength, I'm also happy for your Luo family." Luo Yu heard these words from Zhou Yanshang. The heart's favorable impression of Zhou Yanshang could not help but rise a lot. Seeing that Luo Yu didn't get suspicious, Zhou Yanshang, although he was still full of smiles on the surface, but in the bottom of his heart, he was constantly reminding himself not to get too carried away. Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan caught Jiang Shaoling with a single leap, only to see that at this moment, Jiang Shaoling's chest clothing was gone. All that was left was a large patch of burned skin. At this moment, Jiang Shaoling was obviously already seriously injured. Critical. Jiang Sakura Shui also rushed to Jiang Shaoling's side to check on his condition. "Brother, what's wrong with you? You've got to hang in there." With a cry from Jiang Sakura Snow, the thick fog above the ring due to the explosion gradually dispersed. Luo Xinyuan's figure also appeared above the ring. At his side was still the one-horned heavenly horse that was pure white and flawless all over, and on the ground not far away. Instead, it was the corpse of an evil-eyed ghost sculpture whose entire body had been burned black. Just see how spirited Luo Xinyuan was at this moment. His entire body exuded an aura of absolute heavenly pride. Luo Xinyuan just towered over him and raised his hand to point at Jiang Shaoling, who had fallen off the field. "Starting today, your name as the first genius of a city changes hands. As long as I, Luo Xinyuan, am around, your Jiang family's younger generation will never be able to turn the corner again." The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Even Luo Yu was slightly stunned. He was not expecting anything. This originally well-behaved and understanding son of his was able to say such domineering words. Originally, he was worried that this adopted son of his was too gentle in nature and was not suitable to be the head of the family, but now it seemed as if he still didn't know him very well. If it's as it is now. Chapter 358. Mild and humble internally, domineering externally. Combined with his current talent and strength, he was surprisingly able to defeat Jiang Shaoling. If Luo Xinyuan could really defeat Luo Xinyuan, it seemed like it would be good to pass the position of head of the family to him. At this time, Luo Xinyuan was domineering on the surface though. In reality, he had been using his afterglow to observe Luo Yu's demeanor. When he saw Luo Yu reveal a look of satisfaction, it was also known that the words that Zhou Yajing had taught herself had taken effect. Luo Xinyuan had previously wanted to finish off this Jiang Shaoling who had badgered himself on Cloud Mist Mountain, but he was clear that doing what he was doing now was the limit. Although killing is not forbidden in the game, but if it really kills Kong Shaoling, I'm only afraid that I'll welcome the Jiang family's crazy retaliation. That's not cost-effective. Just then an extremely abrupt voice rang out. "Just you? Also worthy of being called a city's first genius?" Words. The entire crowd also began to search for the source of the sound. Soon, the crowd locked their eyes onto Luo Xinyuan's body, only to see Luo Xinyuan at this moment, gently placing Jiang Shaoling on the ground. 4 eyes with Luo Xinyuan. The smell of gunpowder in it grew stronger. "Look, isn't that Luo Xinyuan, the Luo family's true young master? It's a good show. The favorite adopted son and the unpopular true young master. This is finally going to be a head-to-head fight. I also want to see who is more powerful between these two." Seeing that the murmurs around him were getting louder and louder, Luo Yu only felt a loss of face. No matter what, no matter how much their two sons fought, it was still an internal matter of the Luo family. It never looks good when it comes out into the open now. Only to see Luo Yu also ghostly opening his mouth to reprimand. "Heart refinement. Shut up. Your brother has achieved a victory, and it's just as well you don't congratulate him. How dare you turn around and help an outsider by badmouthing your brother?" "You." Before Luo Yu could finish, Luo Xinyuan then angrily rebuked. You shut up with me. Luo Yu. What are you? And worthy to lecture me? Does a man like you deserve to be a father? Luo Yu froze. He was not expecting anything. Luo Xinyuan had actually dared to refute himself as a father like this in public. Immediately, he also called out to his rebellious son. For a while, besides Luo Lingling, several other women from the Luo family also made their exits. Chastised Luo Xinyuan. Just a piece of trash like you. How can you be worthy of being compared to Xinyuan's younger brother? In your wildest dreams. That's it. Especially Luo Yimeng. Because of a couple previous losses. Luo Yu, who originally treated her with extra love. Although she was not reduced to a situation like Luo Jinyu's, she was also extraordinarily cold to her. Now, seeing Luo Xinyuan actually dare to speak to Luo Yu like this, immediately, in order to please Luo Yu, Luo Yimeng also went out on a limb. You're just a lowly man with a bad habit. Still want to fight with Xinyuan's brother. What are you? Words. Luo Xinyuan also laughed in anger. What am I? If you don't submit, one of your Luo family will come together. I promise to make your family lie in a neat row. Luo Xinyuan also frowned slightly when she heard this. Angrily. You're reckless. Immediately, she greeted her own sisters and prepared to swarm against Luo Xinyuan, seeing both sides getting more and more heated. At that moment, a clear thud suddenly sounded. Only Tang Yueqi's gloomy face could be seen. Is tapping on the desktop. The crowd saw that the big man seemed to have something to say. Immediately, he also stopped moving. Only Tang Yueqi said without haste. Your Luo family actually wants to openly surround our participants? Is it too much to take me seriously? Chapter 359. As Tang Yueqi spoke these words, the worldly family heads who were originally unconcerned in watching this farce with sneers on their faces, it also quickly tightened the smile on its face, and Luo Yu also screamed out in the dark. Although he refuted Luo Xinyuan about himself in public, it was very unpleasant, but more than anything, he didn't want to offend Tang Yueqi, the mayor, by offending him. Immediately, he also hurriedly opened his mouth. Forgive me, Lord Mayor, it is my poor discipline that makes you all laugh. Seeing Luo Yu open his mouth to apologize, Tang Yueqi didn't pursue the matter too much. Instead, he continued to speak. Let's just forget about it this time. It won't happen again. To each his own. The game continues. Words. Luo Yu was also relieved. Luo Xinyuan and the Luo family members also returned to their original positions respectively, but above the seat of the Imperial Beast Association. Zhang Dazue, however, looked at Nan Yun Lord beside himself with a smirk on his face, speaking in a voice that only the two could hear. Senior, people are about to round up your precious disciple. Why are you still indifferent? Words. Nan Yun Lord also couldn't help but blankly glance at Zhang Dazue, knowingly. If Tang Yueqi doesn't care about this, why should we care? Chaos is good. It's only good to let Heart Refine take these guys down in one fell swoop. When these words came out, the two of them looked at each other and revealed a hint of a bad smile. At some point, Zhang Yunsheng had also arrived by Zhang Xiaoling's side long ago. Check on your son. At this time, Zhang Xiaoling had also regained a trace of his sanity, after he saw Luo Xinyuan walk to his side. Also hurrying to use his last ounce of strength to pull Luo Xinyuan said, Watch out, Luo Xinyuan, Unicorn Pegasus. There are two types. Zhang Xiaoling didn't finish his last sentence after all, then he passed out again. Luckily, the medical team of the Imperial Beast Fighting Arena at this time already arrived, carried Zhang Xiaoling on a stretcher. Zhang Yunsheng also followed in a hurry, when Zhang Sakuraxu wanted to follow suit, but he was stopped by Zhang Yunsheng. Share, you still have a race you can go. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sakura Shui also knew that she was representing the Zhang family in the battle at this moment. If she, as the Kong family's first lady, leaves in the middle of the day, others will just think that they are war shy. The Zhang family will lose face then. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan also arrived in front of Zhang Yunsheng. Uncle Jiang, don't worry, I will avenge brother Xiaoling's death for him. I'll take care of Share too. If there's danger, even if it's against the rules of the competition, I'll protect Shuer unharmed. Seeing Luo Xinyuan's sincere tone, Zhang Yunsheng also nodded. Yes, it's not just Share. If you're in danger, remember, always protect your safety first. The words are gone. Zhang Yunsheng also turned around and followed the medical team. It was also at that moment, Tang Dijong's voice also sounded again. First match, winner Luo Xinyuan. Second match, Luo Xinyuan versus Luo Yimeng. The moment these words came out, the entire room was also once again stirring up a furor. This one is much more interesting. Sister versus brother. I heard that when Luo Xinyuan was in the Luo family, he was lowly talented. Chapter 360. These Luo family sisters don't even treat him like a human being. But how could they not expect that after Luo Xinyuan left the Luo clan, she actually soared into the sky? I don't know. If this Luo Xinyuan will lay down a killer, who knows? Soon, the two sides then came to the ring amidst the chatter of the crowd. But what surprised Luo Xinyuan was the same Limu who had been scared by herself at the entrance to the Tokiwa forest in the first place. Surprisingly, he was standing across from himself at the moment without changing his face. It's quite counterintuitive. To say that there was no catnip, Luo Xinyuan would not believe it, only to see Luo Yimeng raise her hand and wave it. The Cloud Dream Zither spirit was then summoned, and Luo Xinyuan also summoned the Earth Poison Scorpion. Luo Xinyuan immediately opened the Forbidden Eye as well. Checked up on Cloud Dream Zither spirit. Name, Yunmeng Qinling. Stage of growth, Metamorphosis 5. Racial bloodline, Harp Spirit bloodline. Quality, legendary. Attribute, sound. Talent, empathy. Effect, creates a spiritual resonance with the holder or listener, and increases the effect of all skills released through the sound of the zither by 50%. Skills, dreamy melody, plays a dreamy melody that causes enemies to fall asleep or hallucinate. Sonic shock, condenses sound waves into a powerful shockwave that deals both physical and mental damage to the enemy. Harmonic barrier, weaves a protective barrier of musical notes to ward off external attacks, while bouncing off some sonic attacks. Soul soothing, heals the soul wounds of friendly troops through the sound of the zither, dispels abnormal statuses, and restores their fighting spirit and vitality. Chaotic soundwave, a strange melody that affects the mind and puts the enemy in a state of confusion. Evolutionary route, none. Description, the Cloud Dream Harp Spirit, the legendary spirit of sound, was born in the ancient and mysterious forest of Cloud Dream. It possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate sound waves, and every pluck of the strings can trigger a resonance between heaven and earth. After reading the latest information about Cloud Dream Jin Spirit, Luo Xinyuan also revealed an intriguing smile. As expected, it was worthy of being the imperial beast that Luo Yu had spent great means to get for Luo Yimeng. There is only one form and no evolutionary route though, but whether it's attack, defense or support, it's all over the place. It was just a pity that such a perfect imperial beast had fallen into the hands of Luo Yimeng, a stick figure. What an outrage! Immediately after, Luo Xinyuan opened the cultivation panel of the Cloud Dream Zither spirit again. Name, Yunmeng Qinling. Loyalty, 89. Personality, cowardly. Hates betrayal. Preferences, music. Mood, fear. Note, the scorpion in front of me seems to be in its mature stage, but it looks so scary that I'm afraid. Eating habits, omnivorous. Health status, healthy. The curve of Luo Xinyuan's mouth also curved higher when she saw this. Looking at Luo Xinyuan who kept staring at his imperial beast, he smiled. A hint of mockery also appeared on Luo Yimeng's face. Luo Xinyuan, you don't think that I feel like I'm winning just because my Cloud Dream Zither spirit is mainly aiding, do you? And I'm not afraid to tell you. Don't say you released this scorpion of unknown origin. I'm not afraid even if you release that draconian. Today I'm going to personally avenge the humiliation at the entrance of the Standing Rock Forest. Only the next moment, Luo Yimeng immediately took out a prop from the imperial beast space. Hers was another guqin. Luo Xinyuan fixed her eyes on it. The information about the ancient zither then appeared. Name, Fuyu Guqin, increases the effect of the sound beast skill by 100%. It was then that Luo Xinyuan came to a realization. So that's where Luo Yimeng's bottom line is. Increase the effect of the skill by 100%, which is equivalent to doubling the effect directly. That's if it's used in conjunction with any mind-disturbing skills. The power is terrifying. However, at this moment, the smile on Luo Xinyuan's face was even stronger. Since you're so generous, I'll take this ancient zither and the imperial beast together. Chapter 361. At this time on the VIP table, Zhou Yanshang also looked at Luo Yu beside him with a smirk. Sister versus brother. It's really a rare matchup. Although Luo Xinyuan's giant scorpion looks fierce, the type of imperial beast is unheard of, but judging by its scent alone, it's only mature at best. And although the Cloud Dream Zither spirit is mainly supportive, it's a genuine metamorphosis stage, coupled with the Fusion Guqin provided by my Zhou family. I'm only afraid that Luo Xinyuan is going to lose this round. Listening to Zhou Yanshang's analysis in his ear, Luo Yu also nodded. At the same time there was a flash of disappointment in his eyes. Zhou Yanshang's analysis was not far from his thoughts. The lion wrestles the hare with all its might. Seeing that the opponent was a support-oriented imperial beast, Luo Xinyuan was so gullible. Although the son has had a strange encounter, in the end, it is difficult to be of great use. It seemed that he wasn't suitable to inherit the position of Luo family head. Just then, Su Mu, who was on the side, also spoke. Look, Luo Yimeng is going to make a move. For a while, the attention of several family heads returned to the ring. Only Luo Yimeng's face was cold. Immediately, It was a chaotic sound wave that started. Through the chaotic sound waves cast by the Fuyao Guqin, not only has the attack range doubled, even the frequency and power of the sound wave was doubled. It looked like Luo Yimeng wanted to crush Luo Xinyuan's earth poison scorpion in one fell swoop. It gives it no place to dodge. Luo Xinyuan, I'll see where you can hide. Strange sound waves raged wildly above the ring. The earth poison scorpion's figure also started to become swaying left and right. It's obviously hit. Seeing this, the corner of Luo Yimeng's mouth also revealed a sneer. Luo Xinyuan, you're finished. This is the price for belittling me. As if to corroborate Luo Yimeng's words, the pair of giant pincers of the earth poison scorpion and that scorpion tail started attacking the ground around him haphazardly. Seeing the situation, Wang Haoran off stage also showed a hint of mockery on his face. I thought Luo Xinyuan was so powerful. So that's what it's all about. Yan Liang, who was on the side, also chimed in. I think this Luo Xinyuan is an idiot. Take maturity and beat metamorphosis. Deserve to be. Abuse. When these words came out, Zhou Wudao, who was not far away, frowned. That's a scorpion he recognizes. It was the same one that had made him lose to a fruit run in the gladiator arena in the first place. But he remembered that the scorpion was eccentric. How did you get hit so easily today? At this moment, Su Jinshi was also watching the battle in the ring without saying a word. Luo Xinyuan, you should be more than that, right? Just then, the madly waving scorpion tail also lengthened violently. Due to the extreme speed of the scorpion tail, the Cloud Dream Zither spirit was simply unable to dodge it. Stung directly by the scorpion's tail, in an instant, the skin around Yunmeng Qin Ling's body began to glow a purple-red color. It was as if it was poisoned. At this time, when he looked at the earth-poisoned scorpion, which still had the appearance of being struck, Luo Yimeng also reacted at that moment. With an unbelievable face, he looked at Luo Xinyuan on the opposite side of the room. You weren't hit at all. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan saw that her purpose had been achieved. It's also too lazy to pretend any longer. Lloyd Dream, you're as stupid as ever. Can't you tell when you're being played? With your little skills, you want to get me hit? Do you really think you can defeat me with a single prop? Out of your depth. There is the natural enemy protection, which is an unbelievable defense skill. In addition to restraining the earth poison scorpion spirit-based skills, all other skills are ineffective. And how did it get hit? In fact, in the final analysis, the reason why Luo Xinyuan had gone to such lengths to have the earth poison scorpion act here. Chapter 362. It's mostly because the growth level difference between the two is so far. Although the earth poison scorpion's current defense was unbelievable, however, the Cloud Dream Harp Spirit has the Harmony Shield skill. Breaking down defenses head-on is still very tricky. That was why Luo Xinyuan had the earth poison scorpion deliberately pretend to have been hit by the confusion sound wave. Lower Loimeng's defenses. For this sudden scorpion tail attack, facing Luo Xinyuan's sneer, Luo Yimeng, however, snorted out a laugh. Luo Xinyuan, though I don't know for what reason this scorpion of yours is immune to chaotic sound waves, but I really don't know whether to call you ignorant or stupid. You've gone through all this trouble, just to poison my Cloud Dream Zither spirit, and thus win. But I can tell you in no uncertain terms that it's going to be a disappointment. My Cloud Dream Zither spirit is capable of dispelling abnormal statuses. The words are gone. Luo Yimeng also commanded at the Cloud Dream Qin spirit. Soul soothe. Next moment, the Cloud Dream Zither spirit then began to fiddle with the Fuyao Guqin in his hands. Immediately, a fresh and soothing melody sounded, and the Cloud Dream Zither spirit itself was also flooded with a bit of life energy. Fruity. At the end of the melody, Yunmeng Qin Ling quickly recovered her spirit. Spin. Luo Yimeng also looked at Luo Xinyuan with a smug expression. How about? I think you'd better admit defeat. This statement was made. The crowd under the stage also felt that Luo Yimeng's words were quite reasonable. Wang Haoran and Yan Liang were even underneath the ring, shouting there with their throats ripped out. Surrender! Luo Xinyuan, you're going to lose. To this, Zhang Cherry Snow and the others all said nothing, just looking at the field with such a smirk. At this moment, Zhou Yanshang looked at Luo Xinyuan on the field with a playful expression. Sneer, the organs are exhausted. In the end, you're still going to lose? Immediately after that, Sumu also took over. Self-righteousness. If you don't want to show your holiness in front of people, use a mature stage Imperial Beast to fight a metamorphosis stage Cloud Dream Zither spirit. And how did he end up in such a state? At this moment, an unknown family head of a worldly family also spoke out. I think Family Master Su has a point. I think this Luo Xinyuan is just because of the recent rise in reputation. It's drifting a bit, trying to perform a miracle of fighting across the ranks. It turned out to be a stolen chicken. This statement was made. The family heads in the VIP seats also nodded their heads. Expression of approval. After all, in the eyes of these people, you Luo Xinyuan obviously have a powerful dragon man you don't use, preferring to use this mature stage scorpion imperial beast. Aren't you just trying to play hard to get? It's okay now. In terms of growth realm, this poisonous scorpion was inferior to the Cloud Dream Chin spirit. In terms of attack power, you can't break someone's defense. On the subject of using poison, people can dispel abnormal statuses again. How else are you going to play Luo Xinyuan? But just then, accidents happen. Only Luo Xinyuan suddenly spoke, said something inexplicable. That should be about right. Just when Luo Yimeng was a bit puzzled, only to see that the Cloud Dream Chin spirit, who was originally still fine, had violently planted itself on the ground. The whole body also started to turn a weird red color, in a pair of good-looking eyes. It was also beginning to reveal the slightest hint of fear. Chapter 363. With the Cloud Dream Zither spirit suddenly collapsing to the ground, the entire room also let out a gasp of surprise. What's going on here? It was just fine. How did this Cloud Dream Zither spirit suddenly collapse? And a moment ago, the group of worldly family heads who were still talking eloquently in the VIP seats, at the moment it was also closed. You look at me, I look at you. It's as if they don't understand what's going on with this sudden turn of events either. Even Luo Yimeng, who was the party in question, looking at the Cloud Dream Chinling who suddenly collapsed to the ground, there was also a look of bewilderment. Couldn't figure out what was going on with Cloud Dream Chinling. At this time, Zhou Yansheng was the only one who opened his mouth with a grave expression. It seems, the Cloud Dream Zither spirit doesn't dispel the scorpion venom of that giant poisonous scorpion. This statement was made. The heads of all the lineage families also looked surprised. Luo Yu even opened his mouth with a puzzled expression. No way. That scorpion's scent is nothing more than maturity. How can it be so toxic? Besides, with the Fuya ancient Qin in hand, the Yunmeng Qin spirit's skill effect is directly doubled. How is it possible that it can't dispel the poison of a mature imperial beast? Facing Luo Yu's question, Zhou Yansheng did not reply. If you really want to ask him why, he could tell at a glance. That would be a question for his precious son, Zhou Wudao. After all, back in the gladiatorial arena, several of the imperial beasts under Zhou Wudao's command had gotten their hands on this bizarre scorpion poison. It's what led to the defeat. From there, Zhou Wudao loses to Fruit Run. This humiliating matter, Zhou Yansheng naturally wouldn't tell anyone else. However, Zhou Yansheng was also reflecting in his mind. One was still underestimating Luo Xinyuan too much. When my own son told himself about these things earlier, he also thought it was a bit of an exaggeration. It was felt that it was Zhou Wudao who was looking for reasons and excuses for his loss of money and people. But I didn't realize that what my own son said was all true. At the same time, he was surprised at the toxicity of this scorpion from Luo Xinyuan. It wasn't hard for the experienced man to see. Luo Xinyuan also showed mercy. If this poisonous scorpion was allowed to inject the toxin with all its might, I'm afraid that the Cloud Dream Chin spirit would have already died a violent death and turned into thick water. There's no way it could have lasted this long. But why is Luo Xinyuan here? To show mercy? What does he want? Just as Zhou Yansheng was thinking about Luo Xinyuan's purpose, Zhou Wudao, who was underneath the stands, also revealed a look of determination. He had really thought that the Cloud Dream Zither spirit had removed that horrible toxin before. I didn't realize that it was only temporarily suppressed for a moment. Lloyd's dream, who was a party to it. It also froze for a long time before it slowed down. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed at Luo Xinyuan. What did you do to the Cloud Dream Zither spirit? I've obviously just had the Cloud Dream Zither spirit dispel those toxins. How could it have seized up again? Luo Xinyuan also looked at Luo Yimeng with a smile. Slightly sneering, he opened his mouth. You don't really think that you can dispel the scorpion venom of the earth poison scorpion with just your little skill, do you? I'm telling you, the one thing that can undo this poison is nothing but the earth scorpion itself. There would be no second antidote possible in this world. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. They also didn't expect Luo Xinyuan to utter such arrogant words. A scorpion poison that no one can cure except this scorpion itself? How is that possible? Although the crowd didn't quite believe the words coming out of Luo Xinyuan's mouth. However, he was still rather surprised at the horror of the scorpion venom. Wang Haoran and Yan Liang on the stage, already stunned by this terrifying scorpion venom already. On the contrary, Su Jinshi was the one who finally revealed a smile. Luo Xinyuan, you really didn't let me down. I've got my eye on him. We're perfect for each other. No way. I must find a way to snatch Luo Xinyuan from Jiang Sakurex's side. Luo Xinyuan can only be mine. Chapter 364. Zhao Dezhu and Lu Wei, who had been silent before. At this time, there was also a feeling of finally raising an eyebrow. Zhao Dezhu also immediately sneered at Wang Haoran and Yan Liang, who had continuously clamored before. Scream! Weren't you two screaming earlier? Why don't you scream now? Lu Wei also took over the conversation in a smooth manner and said, Vicky, I love to see you guys like this now. How much you screamed before. How much your face hurts now. I didn't make a sound earlier because I wanted to see your two faces before and after. What you think is a sure win is nothing more than a circus clown's entertainment in our eyes. At this time, Wang Haoran and Yan Liang were also disliked. But for a moment, he couldn't find effective words to refute it. The duo's expressions like this, however, made Zhao Dezhu and Lu Wei more and more pleased with themselves. And Luo Yimeng on the stage, looking at the Cloud Dream Chin spirit who had a pained face, there was also a moment of irritation. I didn't realize that this imperial beast of his was such a waste. Surprisingly, he couldn't even cure the poison of an unknown wild scorpion. But when he thought about it, this imperial beast was one that his father had spent a great deal of money to get back for himself. At that moment, he still opened his mouth to Luo Xinyuan. Count on it. This time I've been killed. Quickly help Yunmeng Qinsling detoxify the poison. I so admit defeat. Words. Luo Xinyuan raised an eyebrow. I say Luo Yimeng. You're afraid you still can't figure out the current situation, right? Whether I help you cure the poison or not, I'll win this match. What makes you so justified in bossing me around? Do you really think I'm still the same loser you bullied in the Luo family back then? At this moment, the expression on Luo Yimeng's face became increasingly ugly. But still, he forced down the fire in his heart and opened his mouth to ask, what the hell do you want? Seeing Luo Yimeng open her mouth, the corner of Luo Xinyuan's mouth also raised in an arc. Isn't it your favorite thing to give two paths and let someone else choose? I'll give you a chance today. 2. Let you choose. This first way. You admit defeat after you break the contract with the Cloud Dream Zither spirit, and then it's none of your business. Before Luo Xinyuan could say the second choice, old name of several rivers, in Hunan, Shaanxi, Sichuan and Anhui, Yimeng immediately spoke up. You dream. It's not possible. I'll take the second way. At those words, the smile on Luo Xinyuan's face grew stronger. This caused Luo Yimeng, who had been staring at him, to suddenly have a bad feeling. Only Luo Xinyuan continued. Take it easy. Let me finish. Perhaps. The second path. You don't want to choose even more. At this time, Luo Yimeng also suddenly reacted. A sneer appeared on his face. I kind of get it. You've gone through all this trouble for no other reason than to see this Cloud Dream Zither spirit. But the more you do, the less I'll give it to you. I'd rather have it poison and die than let you have your way. This statement was made. Luo Xinyuan then saw the loyalty of the Cloud Dream Zither spirit. It was quickly reduced to 75 from the original 89. Luo Xinyuan didn't change her face on the surface though, but in his heart, he was secretly sneering. Luckily, I didn't hit him hard before. Although Yunmeng Qinsling was poisoned by the bloodshed scorpion, not much venom was injected. That's why even though Yunmeng's spirit is in a fearful illusion, she can still hear the outside world. Yunmeng Qinsling, though timid, hates betrayal. These words from Luo Yimeng now are tantamount to pushing Yunmeng Qinsling further and further away. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Detected that the Cloud Dream Zither spirit was betrayed by its master after encountering a vision of blood fury poison gas. In the face of adversity, the mind is elevated. After obtaining the Kanaris harp item, divine evolution can be opened. Immediately following Cloud Dream Zither spirits panel, the evolution section also changed. Evolutionary route, Yunmenken spirit God bird Kanera. Evolution requirements, obtain the key items Gujing of Kanera and Feather of Kanera, and play the Feathering Neishang song. Chapter 365. The Bird of Prey, the legendary bird of the gods in charge of music. Luo Xinyuan also didn't expect that she had originally only looked at Cloud Dream Zither spirit's outstanding auxiliary ability. That's why it's a bit of a trick. Instead, it accidentally allowed it to awaken to divine evolution. It seems that today, no matter what, the Cloud Dream Zither spirit must be snatched over. Seeing that Luo Yimeng had already guessed her thoughts, Luo Xinyuan, however, didn't care too much. Instead, he put on a smile. My intention was only to have this Cloud Dream Zither spirit, but I never wanted to jeopardize its life. Since you didn't choose the first way, then I'll take that as you picking the second path. I'll pull the poison for it now. When these words came out, Luo Yimeng also looked at Luo Xinyuan with some disbelief. You would be so nice? Luo Xinyuan spread her hands out. Or what? But immediately after that, Luo Xinyuan was turning the tables. There was also an intriguing look on his face. However, after I extracted the poison from Yunmeng Qin spirit, I will ask the organizers to show a video. You should like it. Words. The bad feeling in Luo Yimeng's heart became even stronger. So it was asked tentatively. Video? What video? You're up to something again. Seeing the situation, Luo Xinyuan also looked at Luo Yimeng with a smile on her face, said in a voice that only the two could hear. Video? At the entrance to Tokiwa Forest. Of course. The video of you using the Cloud Dream Zither spirit in conjunction with the Imperial Beast props to cause a wave of beasts. One time, Luo Yimeng's pupils crinkled. Her cheeks also began to turn pale. No way. Father should have taken care of it all for me. How could you possibly have a video of that time? No, you can't put it out. Let it out and I'm done. But Luo Xinyuan was in a hopeless state. Hey, I can't help it. You're the one who chose the second path, and I've given you a choice before. At this moment, Luo Yimeng was terrified. If Luo Xinyuan really had the video of herself causing the beast tied in the first place in her hands, really if they are released, he himself will surely be hated by everyone in the entire city of A. At that time, not only would the Luo family's reputation be damaged, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay in a city. His own father would definitely sweep himself off his feet in order to preserve the reputation of the Luo family. When I think of my own weekdays, I was acting as a bully outside on the strength of the Luo family's power, bullying a lot of people. If once we lose the blessing of the Luo family, then what would happen to herself? She simply couldn't imagine. Luo Yimeng she didn't dare to bet. At the same time, he was also clear about Luo Xinyuan's character. Without something substantial, he wouldn't be so righteous. Just then, a scene occurred that no one had expected. Luo Yimeng unexpectedly knelt down directly in public. This caused all the people in both the audience and the VIP seats to show a puzzled look. Why is this Luo Yimeng kneeling down for Luo Xinyuan for good reason? Can it be that you were scared by Luo Xinyuan? It shouldn't. Listen to the chatter around you. Luo Yu's expression became that quite gloomy. If it was in normal times, Luo Yimeng knelt down and begged Luo Xinyuan to come home. Or maybe it's admitting fault. Luo Yu could care less, and he would even be happy about it, as long as he could persuade Luo Xinyuan, the genius of the Imperial Beasts, to return to the Luo family. Even if you do something as lowly as that, you are still sacrificing yourself for the sake of the family. As a member of the Luo family, one should disregard one's own honor and disgrace and act in the interests of the Luo family. But what's the occasion now? This is the Imperial Beast competition. Now that Luo Yimeng was a participant of the Luo family, she was representing the face of the Luo family, kneeling down to Luo Xinyuan on this occasion. Isn't that like admitting to those rumors out there? Acknowledge that the Luo family has shortchanged Luo Xinyuan. This was equivalent to the Luo family kneeling to Luo Xinyuan. Making the Luo family lose face was something Luo Yu could not tolerate. But now the game isn't over yet. Luo Yu wasn't in a good position to intervene. After all, the previous farce had caused Tang Yueqi, the mayor, to be displeased. Luo Yu also didn't dare to touch the bad luck again. One could only look so sorrowfully at Luo Yimeng in the ring. But at this moment, Luo Yimeng didn't even notice her father's eyes that wanted to kill. At the moment, her mind was filled with the video that caused the beast tide. Chapter 366. Xinyuan, please, let me go. Will you? Anymore? I'm your fifth sister. For the sake of siblings, I beg you, give me back the video. Luo Xinyuan sniffed and didn't bother to pretend anymore. The uncontrollable sneer. Fifth sister? And you have the nerve to call yourself my fifth sister? Remember how you treated me at the Lowe's? As soon as these words came out, Luo Yimeng also became more and more fearful. She naturally remembered how she had treated Luo Xinyuan when he was in the Luo family, deliberately dumping Luo Xinyuan's daily meals, forcing Luo Xinyuan to snatch food from the dog. If you don't grab it, frame Luo Xinyuan. Let it be subjected to the lash of the family law. Even if Luo Xinyuan was forced to snatch food from a dog, she would still get that dog all over her body. The list goes on. Thinking of this, Luo Yimeng also knew that Luo Xinyuan was no longer the younger brother who let himself be bullied. Immediately, he also clenched his teeth, opened his mouth. I'll take the first way. A waste Imperial Beast is just a waste. Take it if you want it. Can I have the video back now? Only to see that after Luo Yimeng spoke these words, the corners of Luo Xinyuan's mouth also gradually arched up, because after those words were spoken, the Cloud Dream Zither spirit's loyalty was also declining at an extremely rapid rate. 70, 65, 62, but when the Cloud Dream Zither spirit's loyalty dropped to 62, but it was a pause. This couldn't help but cause Luo Xinyuan's brows to furrow anew. He certainly knew that Luo Yimeng would take the initiative to unlink the contract, but what he wanted was for the Cloud Dream Qin spirit to completely die to Luo Yimeng. In this way, even if Luo Yimeng backtracked in the future and wanted to reclaim the Cloud Dream Zither spirit, she wouldn't have any openings to exploit. Thus, Luo Xinyuan continued to speak. This is the Imperial Beast that has been with you for over a decade. Don't you have any feelings for it at all? Words. Luo Yimeng that spoke without thinking. Feelings? Born into a family like ours. What feelings are there left? Everything is made for profit. This Imperial Beast is of no use at all except for its relatively outstanding auxiliary ability. Now it's even more. He can't even cure the poison of a mature beast. What do I still have it for? As Luo Yimeng said these emotionless words, the Cloud Dream Zither spirit's loyalty once again began to decline. 62, 54, 37. Luo Xinyuan didn't expect it either. These last words of Luo Yimeng's were surprisingly powerful like this. Surprisingly, it caused the loyalty of the Cloud Dream Zither spirit to fall directly to 37. Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan also could no longer suppress the joy within her heart. Oh Luo Yimeng, you asked for it. It's not my fault. Just as Luo Yimeng was in a daze, not understanding what Luo Xinyuan meant, one could only see Luo Xinyuan slowly come to Yunmeng Qianling's side, said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I'm also doing this simply to let you see Luo Yimeng's true colors. Submit to me. I promise you won't be betrayed again. Submit to me. I can even make you evolve into that legendary bird of God, Kinara. Once these words came out, the Cloud Dream Qin spirit, who was still in the illusion of fear, also slowly nodded. Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan was overjoyed. In a hurry, he had the earth poison scorpion take back the bloodbane toxin in his body for Yunmeng Qianling. Seeing that Yunmeng Qianling's poison had been detoxified, Luo Yimeng's eyes rolled. Immediately, he spoke. Luo Xinyuan, hand over the item. Otherwise, even if you release the video, I won't give you the Cloud Dream Zither spirit. Luo Yimeng knew deep down that Luo Xinyuan would definitely not let her off easily. And she'd also found a loophole in the words of the first path given to her by Luo Xinyuan. Luo Xinyuan just said that she would hand over the Cloud Dream Zither spirit to him, and left herself alone. But he didn't say anything about giving the video back. Luo Yimeng, who thought she had read Luo Xinyuan's thoughts, seeing that Yunmeng Qianling's poison had been detoxified, it gave birth to a different kind of mind, and he could naturally tell that Luo Xinyuan had an ambition for the Cloud Dream Zither spirit. So then he wanted to take back the Cloud Dream Zither spirit directly into the Imperial Beast space. Use this as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Luo Xinyuan. But soon, Luo Yimeng realized that something was wrong with the situation. This was because she realized that she was unexpectedly no longer able to retrieve the Cloud Dream Zither spirit. What's going on? Before Luo Yimeng could figure out what had happened, countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yunhan was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Nyan Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himeni used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yunsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sancher, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu Night and Night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Luo Yimeng raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night. For the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 367. Before Luo Yimeng could react, she then felt that the contractual chains connecting her to the cloud dream zither spirit seemed to have been pulled out by Luo Xinyuan, just as she was trying to resist. Hooray for the discovery. Even her own cloud dream zither spirit seemed to be helping Luo Xinyuan refine, struggling to break free from the chains of the covenant between them, along with a sharp stinging sensation in the heart. The contractual chains between Luo Yimeng and the cloud dream zither spirit also snapped in response. Luo Yimeng was also hurt by the backlash as a result. Immediately afterward, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out of his mouth. Seeing the situation, Luo Xinyuan also immediately signed a soul contract with the cloud dream zither spirit. Just then, an angry cry suddenly rang out. Luo Xinyuan, how dare you? How dare you openly snatch another person's imperial beast in public? Only to see Zhou Yansheng stand up with a slap on the table. In response, Luo Xinyuan was not the slightest bit afraid. Family Master Zhou, the other Lord Mayor hasn't even spoken yet. What are you jumping out in such a hurry for? Couldn't it be that you have something against the Lord Mayor? This statement was made. Zhou Yansheng also subconsciously glanced at Tang Yueqi above the main seat. Seeing that the other parties seemed to be staring at him as well, Zhou Yansheng's heart immediately thumped. Hastily, he opened his mouth to explain. Lord Mayor, you mustn't listen to this boy's provocations. I'm just not used to this kid's trickery. Words. Tang Yueqi, however, revealed a sneer. Whether or not this Luo Xinyuan is stirring up trouble, but you did overstep your bounds a bit. Hearing Tang Yueqi say that, cold sweat broke out behind Zhou Yansheng's back, but immediately afterward, Tang Yueqi was the one whose words changed. However, I don't think Family Master Zhou did it on purpose. Let's just forget about it. Let's get on with the game. The heads of the families heard it. Immediately, he understood what Tang Yueqi meant. It looked like this Lord Mayor didn't have any intention of pursuing Luo Xinyuan. However, Zhou Yansheng was somewhat unwilling to miss such a good opportunity to suppress Luo Xinyuan. At that moment, he also spoke stiffly. Lord Mayor, I see that this son's heart is not in the right place. It should be severely punished. But just then, Nan Yun Lord, who hadn't said anything on the side, also suddenly opened his mouth. Family Master Zhou, there's something wrong with that statement, isn't there? There is no rule in the tournament that says you can't take another person's imperial beast, and since Luo Xinyuan has such a skill, is it hard to not be allowed to use it? Don't forget, the purpose of holding this competition is to select outstanding geniuses. Is it hard to believe that when you really fight with others to the death, you can directly defeat them without bloodshed, and they still want to fight you to the death? That would be too stupid, wouldn't it? Words. Tang Yueqi also revealed a smirk. I also think Elder Nan Yun has a point. House Masters, any more comments? Although Tang Yueqi asked this politely, but given the situation, who dares to jump in and talk too much? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that both the Grand Elder and the Mayor of the A City Royal Beast Association were clearly on Luo Xinyuan's side. The crowd of worldly family heads also immediately echoed the duo. Lord Mayor and Elder Nan Yun have a point. Yeah. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Tang Yueqi looked at Zhou Yansheng again with a smile on her face. What about you, Family Master Zhou? How could Zhou Yansheng dare to say anything more at this point? Even if he was no longer willing in his heart, he didn't dare to continue to barricade himself with these two bigwigs. Immediately, he also opened his mouth to soften. The Lord Mayor has a point. I was being abrupt. While Luo Yu beside Zhou Yansheng saw this, he stared at Luo Xinyuan above the ring without saying a word. He was never expecting it. Not only the mayor, but even the people from the Imperial Beast Association were surprisingly on Luo Xinyuan's side. How many contacts does he really have? One time. Once again, Luo Yu was once again skeptical of his own gaze. This son of his really doesn't seem to be a pool animal. How bad is your own gaze? It's only one missed opportunity after another. Luo Yimeng above the ring saw that Luo Xinyuan's behavior seemed to be authorized. At that moment, he didn't dare to take any more chances. Immediately the words were earnest. Heart refining. Chapter 368. You've gotten the Cloud Dream Zither Spirit. Give me that video back. Will you? Words. Luo Xinyuan, however, frowned. All I said before was that you voluntarily broke the contract. I'll let you go. I didn't say that I would give you back the video. What's more, technically, you didn't choose any of the paths I gave you. Even tried to play mind games with me. Seeing this, Luo Yimeng was also truly afraid. Directly toward the ground is to ruthlessly kowtow 3 times. Xinyuan, please, let me go. Luo Xinyuan raised an eyebrow. Spare you? When I was in the Luo family, Did I ever see you spare me? When I'm starving on the floor, begging for a bite to eat, have you ever paid any attention to me? Words. Luo Yimeng became more and more fearful inside. The force of the kowtow is increasing. Even bumped his head. Xin Lian. I was wrong. I really know I'm wrong. It's fifth sister's fault. I shouldn't have mistreated you in the first place. Please leave me alone. Just then, Luo Yu was unable to watch any longer. Luo Yimeng. Isn't it enough to be humiliated? Lose and get your ass down here. Don't embarrass yourself up there. When Luo Yu's voice reached Luo Yimeng's ears, instead of feeling embarrassed, Luo Yimeng did not feel embarrassed. Instead, there was a flash of gold in his eyes. Right, Dad, please, pass the position of family heir to Xin Lian, please. The reason why Luo Yimeng said that, the idea is really simple. That is, as long as Luo Xinyuan serves as the head of the family, they are the community of interest. For the sake of the Luo family's reputation, Luo Xinyuan naturally wouldn't release the video. However, the Luo family's sisters were confused when these words came out. They couldn't figure out what Luo Yimeng wanted. Merely being robbed of the imperial beast by Luo Xinyuan. There was no need to be afraid like this. If the game hadn't already been declared over, they really wanted to go up to the stage and ask Luo Yimeng what the hell was wrong with her. At this time, Luo Xinyuan, who was standing behind the Luo family, also had a gloomy face. The awfulness of it. He just couldn't figure it out. This Luo Yimeng clearly supported herself. How could you suddenly say something like that? It made him feel betrayed. At the same time there was a pang in his heart. What a useless piece of. If one were to say that amongst the Luo family's crowd, the only one whose heart flashed with a hint of joy was probably Luo Yu. He was worried that he didn't know how to persuade Luo Xinyuan to return to the Luo family. Now Luo Yimeng was willing to pray to the other side in such a lowly manner. It kind of saved him a lot of work. If she could really take this opportunity to persuade Luo Xinyuan to return to the Luo family, this Luo Yimeng would also be considered to have made a merit. Immediately, Luo Yu also spoke. Ouch. What are you talking about, Imon? It's all in the family. Although at first you guys used to bully Xin Lian while I was away, but it's always a family matter for my Luo family. How bad is this now? When this statement was made, many of the audience who did not know the truth were also suddenly realized. Oh, so that's it. It looks like this Luo Yimeng is apologizing for what she used to do in the Luo family, bullying Luo Xinyuan. I think Luo family head has a point. It's all Luo family's own business. Making a scene like this would be too much. This Luo Xin Lian is also really something. His own sister has knelt down and apologized. What else does he want? I don't think you're right. Don't advise others to be good without their suffering. I don't think this Luo Xin Lian is some kind of unreasonable and unforgiving master. It must be that Luo Yimeng has done something extremely excessive to him. That wasn't necessary. Getting into this, listening to the chatter of the audience around them, Luo Yu was also quite satisfied. In a few words by himself, he took the Luo family contestant and knelt down to the Jiang family contestant to beg for forgiveness. It smoothly turned into a family conflict within the Luo family. This way on, the Luo family's face would be saved. Seeing that the time is almost right, Luo Yu continued again to Luo Xin Lian. Heart refining not that I'm talking about you. It's enough to play with your temper. It's about time you came back after being away for so long. Chapter 369. When these words came out, Luo Xinyuan even revealed a hint of delight even though his face remained unchanged. But the heart was becoming incredibly gloomy. Old thing. He said I'm the future hope of the Luo family. In the end, I'm still no match for your own son. Luo Xinyuan didn't like Luo Xinyuan either though. However, as the eldest daughter of the Luo family, she was still able to distinguish the occasion. Now it's in front of everyone in the entire city of A. Luo Xinyuan naturally wouldn't speak out against it, and the other few members of the Luo family would be even less likely to say anything more. Maybe within these people of the Luo family, only Luo Lingling truly hoped that Luo Xinyuan could return to the Luo family, right? At this moment, Luo Yimeng above the ring still had a wisp of blood that had yet to dry up at the corner of her mouth though, but hearing Luo Yu say that, a smile came to her face as well. Yeah. Xin Lian, just come back. Fifth sister knows she's wrong. Soon. With the Luo family's you-know-what. Many of the unknown viewers thought that Luo Xinyuan's separation from the Luo family was just a temper tantrum like a child from an ordinary family. But Kong Sakura Snow, who knew everything, couldn't help but spit. This Luo Yu is really cheeky. With this, you have the nerve to lick your face and let Heart Refine go back? Zhao Deju also spoke. You guys watch? Xin Lian will definitely dislike Luo Yu to death. But Zhao Deju's words were only half spoken. But suddenly, he heard Luo Xin Lian open her mouth. Returning to the Luo family? No problem. When these words came out, the crowd, who were well aware of the details, could not help but stare. What the hell? That's a yes? But immediately, he saw Luo Xinyuan's words change. But, I have 2 requests. Words. Jiang Cherry Snow's group, however, was in a hurry. I was afraid that Luo Xinyuan would be tricked back again by the Luo family. However, Luo Yu who heard this was overjoyed. No problem. Let's not talk about 2 requests. That's 10 demands. Daddy will grant you all of them. Seeing the situation, Zhou Yansheng on the side also narrowed his eyes. The heart screamed. If Luo Xinyuan really returns to the Luo family, then my plan to use Xinyuan to wail on the Luo family may have to go down the drain. Think about it. Also immediately said to Luo Yu in a voice that only the 2 could hear. Would that be too hasty? Who knows if he really wants to go back to the Luo family. In case he's trying to go back to the Luo family to get back at you, it wouldn't be good to lead the wolves into the house then. Words. Luo Yu, however, didn't take Zhou Yansheng's words seriously at all. After all, in his opinion, as long as Luo Xinyuan returned to the Luo family, inherited the position of head of the family, everything in the Luo family would be his. What could he possibly retaliate for then? Soon, Luo Xinyuan's voice came from the ring. The first requirement. It's not that hard. Back when I had just set foot in the Standing Rock Forest, I encountered a beast tide. I've been thinking about it left and right, and I just can't figure out how I got so unlucky. Until someone realized that beast wave was man-made. I've just been wanting to catch the culprits who caused this beast tide and take out some bad anger for myself. I hope that family master Luo can find this person for me. This statement was made. The whole room was shocked. Right. I remember. That beast wave before made the papers. I thought it was a naturally occurring beast tide, but I didn't realize it was man-made. That person who caused the beast tide is truly damned. But I seem to recall that the beast wave was quelled by 2 anonymous teenage heroes. I told you why the Imperial Beast Association is hiding the identities of those 2 teenage heroes. Now it seems like they should be afraid that the 2 will be retaliated against by the people who caused the beast tide. Seeing this, Su Jinsher, who was one of the eyewitnesses at the scene, also shook his head helplessly. Lloyd's dream is over. Listen to the chatter coming from around the ring. At this point, Luo Yimeng's entire body had begun to tremble. He was not expecting Luo Xinyuan to still be unwilling to let her go. But what could she do now? Hearing Luo Xinyuan's request, Luo Yu was also stunned. Immediately, he forced out another smile and opened his mouth. Xin, don't be ridiculous. How could the beast tide in the beginning have been caused by man? I guess you're mistaken. Chapter 370. Hearing her father's words, Luo Yimeng calmed down quite a bit. Sure enough, his own father hadn't given up on him. But I don't know. At this moment, Luo Yu couldn't wait to directly get Luo Yimeng killed. Luo Yimeng. This waste of a man who has accomplished more than he has failed. Luo Yu doesn't bother. The problem was that this matter also implicated the Luo family. Those witnesses in the beginning were all set up by the Luo family. Really shake things up. The reputation of the Luo family would definitely be seriously affected. If he hadn't, where would he have gone to find a way to excuse himself? Looking at Luo Yu's far-fetched smile, Luo Xinyuan also let out a cold laugh. Ha! Since Luo family master is not willing to help, that's fine. I happen to have a video here of that day at the entrance to the Standing Rock Forest. I wonder if anyone is interested in coming to see it. When these words came out, Luo Yimeng's soul was dead. She had actually gotten away with it before. Hopefully the video thing was a deliberate attempt by Luo Xinyuan to blow her up. But now it seemed that Luo Xinyuan had dared to bring up this file in public. The video must be there 9 times out of 10. But where would Zhou Yansheng let Luo Xinyuan have his way? Immediately, he also slammed the table and shouted angrily. Luo Xinyuan, get it straight. This is the Imperial Beast competition. Who has the time to waste with you here? Since you've already won, hurry up and proceed to the next match. But just then, Tang Yueqi also interrupted with a voice. I don't think it's anything. I've heard about the beast tide. Originally, I also thought it was just a naturally occurring plague. So I didn't pay much attention to it since no one was hurt. But now it looks like it was even done on purpose. And that's just unforgivable. Match. Any time. But letting the real culprit who caused the beast tide slip away. That's not good enough. Immediately, Tang Yueqi swept her gaze around the audience of the Imperial Beast fighting arena again. Then proceeded to speak. Still, I'm no dictator. Let's put it this way. Ask the citizens of City A on the scene if you want to continue watching the match or see who the culprit of the beast tide is first. The crowd sniffed, and after a little thought, also spoke in unison. Check the culprits. Check the culprits. Apparently, the truth about the original beast tide is being rehashed in old ways. It also aroused the anger of these citizens. After all, to them, the common people, the Imperial Beasts competition is just like some star having a concert. It's just a pastime, a conversation piece after dinner. But the beast wave is a completely different story. It would be just as well if it was a natural disaster. But that beast wave turned out to be man-made. It appears that there are now videos from that time. The safety of the people of the city itself is at stake. They were of course more concerned about who the originator of the beast wave actually was. Looking around at the swarm of citizens, Zhou Yanshang also didn't dare to commit public anger, and immediately also closed his mouth and no longer objected. And Luo Yu's face became quite ugly. A pair of eyes also became incomparably deep. I don't know what Luo Yu was thinking at this moment. Seeing this situation, Tang Duanzhong also walked slowly to Luo Xinyuan with a smile on his face. Reach out. Good boy. Tough enough. Give me the flash drive. At those words, Luo Xinyuan was stunned. It was obvious that Tang Duanzhong obviously knew a lot of things. So, in that case, doesn't Tang Yueqi know everything? How could Luo Xinyuan not understand at this point? The reason why Tang Yueqi would do this was to help him out. With her means, in the entire city of A, what is there that she can't find out? Thinking of this, Luo Xinyuan also looked towards Tang Yueqi and revealed a grateful look. And Tang Yueqi nodded without moving. Soon, under the operation of Tang Dizhong, inside the Imperial Beast fighting arena, images then appeared on the large screen used for broadcasting. Everyone was concentrating towards the big screen. Just a young girl in a gorgeous dress, with an angry face. He opened his mouth at the entrance to the Standing Rock Forest. No one has ever dared to do that to me since I was a kid. No way. I can't swallow this. Chapter 371. The video just started. Many people still only felt that the figure was quite familiar. But someone soon recognized the young girl in the video. Look, isn't that the fifth miss of the Luo family? What is she getting ready for? Only to see Luo Yimeng in the video summoning the Cloud Dream Zither spirit with a face of indignation. And from the Imperial Beast space, he took out an Imperial Beast props that had a slight resemblance to the Fuyaguqin to equip it. Just then, another stunningly beautiful face appeared in the video's frame. It's none other than Su Jinshi. Seeing the situation, Su Mu, who had originally looked as if he was not concerned, instantly widened his eyes. An insider's view on the tide of the beast. Su Mu was naturally aware of this, because the day it happened, Su Jinshi immediately reported to Su Mu when he got home. But what Su Mu never expected was, it's amazing that his own daughter is in the video. He only hoped now that the Su family would not be involved. But fortunately, the next image made Su Mu's uneasy heart finally relax. Just see Su Jinshi in the video. With a panicked face, she persuaded Luo Yimeng. Imon, don't be impulsive. But Luo Yimeng was simply ignoring Su Jinshi's persuasion. Shouted at the Cloud Dream Zither spirit, Chaos Sound Wave. With that, the Cloud Dream Zither spirit began to pluck the strings of the zither towards the entrance of the Standing Rock Forest. In the next moment, a strange sound wave that could only be heard by Imperial beasts began to spread towards the interior of the Standing Rock Forest. It didn't stop until Luo Yimeng's spiritual power was exhausted. The ancient zither in the Cloud Dream Zither spirit's hands also shattered with a loud bang. Looking at the entrance to Tokiwa Forest, Luo Yimeng revealed a maniacal smile. Once the beast tide is formed, even if those spirit beasts come to their senses, they will still go berserk due to instinct. Luo Xinyuan, just wait to die. See here, the truth of the matter is clear to all. In a split second, a voice of anger resounded in the audience. Your Luo family is simply unconscionable. To plot against his own brother. How dare you go so far as to cause a beast tide? I see that you children of the worldly families don't even consider us commoners as human beings. Your Luo family must give us an explanation today. One time, even if there isn't. Few emotional citizens with trash from mineral water, drinks, snacks, and fruits. It smashed at Luo Yimeng on the stage and Luo Yu in the VIP seat. When Luo Xinyuan saw this, that was when she ducked to the side early on. And Luo Yimeng, who had suffered a backlash, was already seriously injured. There was no way to dodge, so he could only curl up in the ring, to minimize the probability of being smashed. Luo Yu, on the other hand, reacted extremely quickly. With a single leap, he left from the VIP seat. It was only the defenseless Zhou Yanshang and Su Mu who suffered, overwhelmed by the overwhelming amount of garbage. Seeing this scene, as the organizer, Tang Yueqi not only did not stop it. Instead, a smile of excitement appeared. Tang Yueqi, who was the host, didn't even open his mouth. Then Tang Dizhong had even less reason to meddle. He knew his lady's character well. Most of all, I love to see others make a fool of themselves. So it had long ago hidden as far away as Luo Xinyuan. As for the Luo sisters, except for Luo Lingling who found a parasol from somewhere and rushed into the ring to cover up for Luo Yimeng, the rest of the few people, they had long since ducked out of sight. As for Luo Xinyuan, he was even cursing Luo Yimeng in his heart for being a waste. Seeing that the public is getting more and more agitated, Luo Yu was also out of ideas. A bite. straight to the top of the ring, picked up the mic. Guys, please listen to me. But how could the crowd, which was in a frenzy at the moment, pay any attention to him? A banana peel flew towards Luo Yu's face. When Luo Yu saw this, his eyes immediately narrowed, casually slapped away the flying banana peel. Next moment, the wind-whispering beast appeared above the ring in an instant, only to see the wind-whispering beast take a deep breath directly, until his chest was puffed up. Chapter 372. A hurricane blew out immediately afterward, directly blowing back all the garbage that had already fallen to the ground, as well as the garbage that was empty and continuously smashing towards this side. Immediately after that, the wind-whispering beast let out an earth-shattering roar. Just a few moments of work, the room became silent. Luo Yu's maneuver also calmed down these enraged citizens. Seeing the situation, Nan Yun Lord, who had been in a state of watching the show, also couldn't help but whisper, Luo Yu is quite capable, so quick to subdue the scene. If it wasn't for his poor vision, I'm only afraid that his Luo family would really have a chance to rise. Regarding Nan Yun Lord's comments, Luo Yu didn't know. Seeing that the crowd has calmed down, Luo Yu also continued to speak. Guys, something about a tidal wave of beasts. Although I didn't know about it beforehand, it is indeed my Luo family's responsibility. In order to make up for my own negligence, I've decided to put aside $1 billion for the urban construction of a city. Also, I've read the reports about the beast tide. Fortunately, there were 2 teenage heroes who stopped the beast tide in the middle of the way, and that's why there was no danger. That's why I'll give another $500 million to thank these 2 teenage heroes. With these words, the anger of the crowd was also cut down once again. Attention was also diverted to the 2 teenage heroes who had stopped the wave of beasts. Yes, these 2 young heroes are great benefactors to us common people, but someone soon noticed the problem. Luo family master, count yourself as a man. Have a bearing, since it's been so long since the incident, and no one has been victimized. We're not unreasonable people, so we won't make things difficult for your Luo family. But Loimu, as the one who started it all, must be dealt with as she deserves. At the same time, Luo family head, you must find these 2 teenage heroes who saved the day and honor them in person. This statement was made. It is also supported by the general public. This incident, when all is said and done, does not victimize anyone, but Luo Yu is willing to put up $5 billion to make up for this mistake. It's already quite sincere, but Luo Yimeng was determined not to forgive. Luo Yu naturally knows that he can't keep this daughter. Immediately, he also said to Tang Yueqi, Lord Mayor, it's because I, Luo Yu, have failed to discipline her properly that Luo Yimeng has developed a petulant and domineering nature, even to his own brother. This rebellious daughter, if I deal with her myself, I will not be able to quell the people's discontent. I want to put her at the disposal of the Lord Mayor. Many discerning people are also seeing it. Luo Yu is taking a step back. If he really disposed of Luo Yimeng by himself and didn't just shoot him down, others would definitely say that he was harboring Luo Yimeng. So Luo Yu handed over Luo Yimeng as if to avoid suspicion. In this way, Luo Yu should compensate for the compensation. What should be compensated is compensated. Plus it's true that no one was injured or killed as a result. The others are not good enough to dispose of too heavily, when it's really full of heart. As expected, Tang Yueqi sniffed, also spoke up. Since Loimu has now lost the imperial beast, then punish her with 1 year of incarceration, during which time she will work hard at labor and build for City A. Words. Luo Yu's hanging heart was finally put down as well. The good thing is that life was saved. At this time, Luo Yimeng was already eyeless and paralyzed on the ground. Granted, this is already a good ending in Luo Yu's eyes, but for Luo Yimeng, a young, pampered young lady, it has been nothing less than the sky falling. The thought of laboring in the mountains in prisoner's clothes and handcuffs and shackles. Not only that, but one has to look the other way and be a parasite. If this was the way life was going to be in the future, Luo Yimeng would hate to die, but if she really wanted to kill herself, she didn't have the courage. But at this point no one cared what she thought anymore. Only to see Luo Yu in order to better appease people's hearts and to minimize the impact on the Luo family. There it was again, posturing. Hey, don't worry everyone, as for the 2 teenage heroes, I will find them, and give them a public bow of thanks. See that things are pretty much taken care of. Luo Yu was also preparing to return to his seat, but just then, Nan Yun Lord suddenly stood up. Luo family master, there's no need to look for them. I know where they are. Chapter 373. The crowd present heard these words from Lord Nan Yun. Many worldly family heads were also immediately energized. A teenage hero who can stop a beast tide must be a teenage genius as well. If only he could be brought into his lineage. This will certainly be of great help to the future development of your own family. Luo Yu above the ring didn't change his face though, but the same thought flooded through his mind. At the same time, he was glad for his decision. Fortunately, he had the foresight to offer to put up a sum of money to honor these two teenage heroes, although what he said before about a reward was just some pretty words. After all, the sea of people was vast, so where was he to start looking? But not anymore. These two were right there on the scene. As long as one follows the earlier promise, give the honorarium to both men. In this way he himself invariably got one step closer to these two teenage heroes. He or she can also strengthen the pull of the two men more logically. He knew that these teenage geniuses were all high-minded and proud. Only if one's pull is sensible and natural enough can one gain favor with the other person. Thinking about this, Luo Yu also became more curious about the identity of the duo. Just as the crowd was talking, Luo Xinyuan's voice also sounded again. Master Luo, don't rush to buy people's hearts first. We're not done with each other yet. If you don't want to deal with it anymore, forget I said that earlier. Words. Luo Yu then remembered the request made by Luo Xinyuan. Although Luo Xinyuan's previous maneuver had nearly caused the Luo family to lose its reputation, but Luo Yu also understands that the resentment that Luo Xinyuan has built up in her heart during the 3 years she's been in the Luo family isn't something that can be easily eliminated. Since Luo Yimeng is destined to be uninsurable, then it would be better to go with the flow and ask Luo Xinyuan about her second request. If he could collect this genius son of his and the other two teenage geniuses into the Luo family all at the same time, then the strength of the Luo family's next generation will definitely be able to break and crush the rest of the lineages. At that time, dominating the city would no longer be a fantasy. Spin. Luo Yu also said as he tried his best to show a kind face. Dad. Of course I remember. Say, what's the second request? Words. Luo Xinyuan also revealed an intriguing smile. Eyes began to look up and around the crowd. Seeing the situation, a bad feeling suddenly rose in Luo Xinyuan's heart as he stood in the waiting area of the Luo family. This Luo Xinyuan can't be aiming at me. It would be a lie to say that Luo Xinyuan wasn't panicking right now. Luo Xinyuan, who had been living in the Luo family, that had witnessed Luo Yu's loving treatment of Luo Yimeng. Now Luo Yimeng was all reduced to this because of Luo Xinyuan. He didn't really think he'd be any better. Fruity. When Luo Xinyuan's gaze looked at Luo Xinyuan, also stopped, only to see Luo Xinyuan raise her hand and point. The second demand. I want Luo Xinyuan to get out of the Luo family. This statement was made. The first one who couldn't sit still was Luo Xinyuan. Almost as soon as Luo Xinyuan's words fell. Just open your mouth. Tell brother Xinyuan to get out of the Luo family? On what grounds? Immediately after that, Luo Xinyuan also took over. I admit, we did not do so well before, but what does that care about farther brother? And brother Xinyuan is always around to put in a good word for you. Why can't you just tolerate him? And Luo Yuyan because of what happened in the Four Sacred Lodge before. In his heart, he had always held a grudge against Luo Xinyuan. Chapter 374. Now of course it wouldn't be so easy to give him what he wanted. That's it. Luo Xinyuan, how can you be so narrow-minded? Take the last time, when you stole mother's underwear. Xinyuan's brother had to say a lot of good things in order to help you ask for mother's forgiveness. How can you be gracious? The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. What? Luo Xinyuan stole her own mother's underwear? Is he a pervert? Even quite a few female viewers who originally had a crush on Luo Xinyuan. It also changed from the original expression of fondness to a face of disgust. Ha! What a disgusting person this is. You look like a human being, but you didn't realize that your heart is so disgusting and dirty. Thanks to me holding out for him before. It turns out that there's a reason why the Luo family treats him badly. Try having a pervert like that in the family. Who's going to look good? Look around at the chattering audience. Luo Yuyan's face also revealed a faintly undetectable smile. You got me kicked out of the Four Saints Lodge, letting you flaunt yourself in front of me. I've finally found a chance for me to get my revenge today, but I don't know. At this moment, Luo Yu was the one whose face was darkened. You should know that the world's families and clans are most concerned about face. Luo Yuyan had actually stabbed this matter out in front of a large crowd. This is not to embarrass Luo Xinyuan. This is embarrassing the entire Luo family with it. As the saying goes, family shame is not for the eyes of the beholder. I didn't realize that my fifth daughter was an idiot. This fourth daughter is equally stupid. But at this time, Luo Yuyan was completely unaware of it. Still looking at Luo Xinyuan with a smug, provocative face. A look of what can you do to me? Very arrogant. For Luo Yuyan's slander and the abuse of those around her, Luo Xinyuan was completely unimpressed. Instead, he laughed out loud. For a moment, the entire audience was confused by this perverse behavior of Luo Xinyuan. Could this Luo Xinyuan be having a nervous breakdown because her scandalous story was blown out of proportion? Just as the crowd's faces were in disbelief, only to see Luo Xinyuan speak again. Luo Yuyan, you said I stole Zhou Yajing's underwear. What proof do you have? When these words came out, Luo Yimeng also froze. Very close. I'm halfway through. Then spoke up. This is something that second sister and brother Xinyuan saw with their own eyes. How can that be a lie? Words. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Luo Xinyuan's face. Empty words. No proof. You dare to say that I stole Zhou Yajing's underwear in front of a large crowd? If I say this now, I'm going to blow up the Great Hall of Congress in the land of the eagles tomorrow. Are you going to call the police to call the Imperial Beast Buddha Bull from the Eagle Kingdom to come and arrest me? Hearing Luo Xinyuan's big words, Luo Yimeng was also finally slowed down. I'm at least certified. You're saying I've wronged you with empty words and no proof. On what grounds? After the words, Luo Yimeng still looked at Luo Xinyuan with a provocative expression. She thought to herself that her line of reasoning was seamless, completely disliking him with Luo Xinyuan's own words. This feeling of revenge is a real pleasure. But soon, Luo Yimeng realized that something was wrong, because she saw that Luo Xinyuan was smiling. Laughing is so creepy. Luo Yimeng, you're such a pig brain. This moment, but you personally put your heart far brother into the limelight. It's not my fault. Chapter 375. Luo Xinyuan, who was not far away, was numb. It's not. I haven't messed with you today? Why are you bringing me into this again? But before the crowd could react, Luo Xinyuan then pulled out another USB flash drive and handed it to Tang Dijong. Uncle Chung, trouble. Tang Dijong naturally understood what he was saying. Instantly, he gave the OK sign. Soon, on the big screen, a scene of a hallway appeared. Many of the human family heads that were instantly recognized that it was the scene within the Luo family villa. As the door to the room was slowly opened, only a teenager peeked out furtively, glancing to the left and right. It was Luo Xinyuan. At this time, Luo Lingling also spoke. Isn't this mom and dad's room? Xinyuan, what are you doing? Seeing the situation, Luo Xinyuan's greatest fear still happened. At this moment, he faced Luo Lingling's questioning. It was also a bit of a stutter. Before Luo Xinyuan could open his mouth to reply, suddenly a shout was heard. Look what Luo Xinyuan is holding in his hand. At this time, Luo Xinyuan had already walked out of the room. Everyone gathered their gazes to Luo Xinyuan's hands because of this voice. Surprisingly, it was a black bra underwear. Soon, Luo Xinyuan also appeared above the corridor. Only Luo Xinyuan suddenly stopped in place as she walked. Immediately, his eyes revealed a hint of confusion, but it didn't take long for the clarity to return again. That one little detail didn't go unnoticed. Except for Luo Xinyuan herself. It was clear to him that this should be when he was reborn. This scene was in the eyes of others, but it was Luo Xinyuan who suddenly froze when she saw Luo Xinyuan, who was holding female underwear in her hands. Immediately, the crowd saw that Luo Xinyuan took advantage of Luo Xinyuan's frozen concentration. Just shoved the underwear in his hand into Luo Xinyuan's arms. Immediately after that, the crowd saw Luo Xinyuan in the picture immediately shouting at the top of his lungs. Brother Xinyuan, why are you holding mother's underwear in your hand? After Luo Xinyuan shouted these words, Luo Jin walked out from around the corner. How shameless! How dare you laugh when you've been caught? It's said that boys who grow up without their mothers have mental problems. I would never have guessed that your heart was twisted to such an extent. How could our Luo family have someone as disgusting as you? The scene comes to an end here. Seeing this, everyone already knows which is right and which is wrong. Luo Xinyuan was also directly paralyzed on the ground. But Luo Xinyuan simply ignored him and rushed at Luo Yimeng to ask, Luo Yimeng, what else do you have to say? I don't know if I'm not used to seeing Luo Xinyuan's winning face. Luo Yimeng's expression was embarrassed though, but still, he forced himself to explain. It's not all your fault. If you hadn't suddenly come back and tried to compete with brother Xinyuan, making brother Xinyuan feel a crisis, how would he have done that? This statement was made. The whole room was once again in an uproar. I'll go. No wonder Luo Xinyuan wanted to break away from the Luo family. What a bunch of people. The previous one, trying to cause a wave of animals to kill his own brother. This one, with the real evidence in front of him, still has to defend his adopted son's defense. It's really hard for me to imagine how Luo Xinyuan's days in the Luo family went. I couldn't stay if my family was full of some of these people. Soon, another person picked up the conversation. That's it. What a trippy family. His own brother strayed in when he got him back. Not only did he not think about how to make it up to him, instead, he condones his adopted son to bully him like this. And Luo Xinyuan was originally the first son of the Luo family. He should have inherited the position of family head. What's with the scrambling? Rather, it's this Luo Xinyuan, who was adopted by the Luo family for so many years and doesn't think about how to repay the favor. Instead, they think of plotting to take over the family business and framing the biological children of their adoptive parents. How vicious is this mind? As the winds of public opinion shift, Luo Yimeng, who was still somewhat unconvinced, was also scolded by the surrounding audience. Immediately, his aura was weakened. Chapter 376. Although Luo Xinyuan and Luo Xinyuan were very surprised that Luo Xinyuan had done such a thing, but in their opinion, the reason why the normally well-behaved Xinyuan's younger brother would do such a thing, it was nothing more than the sensitivity of being an orphan at work. Fearing that Luo Xinlian's return home would affect his family's care for him, it would have been a small thing. I blame Luo Yimeng for being such an idiot. The family's business is said in public without distinction. That's what brought down Xinyuan's brother. The only one who felt something was wrong was Luo Lingling, who was still holding the severely injured Luo Yimeng on top of the ring at the moment, though she was also particularly fond of Luo Xinyuan's before. But as one thing after another comes to light, Luo Lingling suddenly felt that this brother she had always loved had become very strange. There was even a feeling. Luo Xinyuan has been plotting something. His usual good behavior is all pretend, but that was just how he felt. There was no proof, so it was not good for her to say anything at the moment. And at that moment, Luo Yu didn't stop what was happening in front of him, only to see that Luo Yu was just expressionless as he just looked at Luo Xinyuan, not knowing what he was thinking. Luo Xinyuan naturally also noticed Luo Yu's eyes. At this moment, his heart was overwhelmed with panic. Just when Luo Xinyuan was a bit overwhelmed, the severely injured Luo Yimeng suddenly spurted out with a mouthful of blood. Seeing the situation, a golden aura flashed in Luo Xinyuan's eyes. At that moment, he also ignored the contemptuous gazes of the people around him. Immediately, he ran to the top of the ring. He came to Luo Yimeng's side and opened his mouth with an eager face. "Fifth sister, what's wrong with you? You mustn't be okay." Spinning around, he turned his direction and knelt down towards Luo Yu. "Dad, it's my fault, because I'm an orphan. That's why it's been especially sensitive since I was a kid. This whole thing is all because I'm too scared that because brother Xinyuan is back, you guys will gradually cold shoulder me and dislike me. This matter, 1,000 wrongs are my fault. Please, let the fifth sister go down for treatment first." Words. Luo Yu still didn't change his face and didn't say a word, just a casual wave of the hand. The medical team then carried Luo Yimeng down. Seeing the situation, it was only then that Luo Xinyuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if at the moment he didn't care about his situation at all. It's just simply caring about what happens to Luo Yimeng. Immediately after, Luo Xinyuan reversed direction again, rushing Luo Xinyuan clang his three loud head, then continued to speak. "Brother Xinyuan, it's me who wronged you. It's my fault, but I'm also just, so scared. Don't worry, I have no thoughts at all about the position of the family head heir. I just wish I could stay by everyone's side. After all, in this world, I also only have you guys as my relatives." Looking at Luo Xinyuan who was in tears in front of him, even Luo Xinlian couldn't help but admire him a little. This guy is so uncharacteristically shameless. But it had to be said that Luo Xinyuan's maneuver did reduce the anger of the surrounding crowd as well. Even some people are deceived by their excellent acting skills. Surprisingly, he felt a twinge of sympathy for him. I see that Luo Xinyuan also knows his mistake. Why don't we just forgive him? Forgiveness? Are you kidding me? How can you forgive someone like that? Don't you have to pay for your mistakes? I'll go. Then what else do you want? Originally they were all bitter people. Luo Xinyuan was just too sensitive and that's why she did something wrong. It's not like it's something irrevocably wrong. I say, are you a pig? Didn't you see how Luo Xinlian was victimized? She can't go back to her home. She obviously has parents and relatives, but she's just like an orphan. For a while, the crowd argued. Some people think that Luo Xinyuan should be forgiven. Another group, on the other hand, believes that such scum must be severely punished. But just then, Luo Yu, who hadn't had a surface attitude, suddenly spoke up. There was also a sudden smile on his face. "Ha ha, it's all in the family. Now that it's out in the open it's good. Kids, jealousy and envy are normal." Chapter 377. Have to say, Luo Yu's words were tantamount to directly defining Luo Xinyuan as a poor child who was sensitive, inferior, jealous, and extremely insecure. This also caused the crowd present to lower their distaste for Luo Xinyuan by quite a bit. After all, when all was said and done, this was still an internal matter within the Luo family. They don't have to get so worked up. Who doesn't make mistakes sometimes? See the stares of the crowd in the room. Luo Yu also understood that his purpose had been achieved. The reason why he would say that, he also wanted to minimize the impact of this matter on the Luo family. Secondly, Luo Yu is not a cutie. By now, he had naturally seen Luo Xinyuan's nature. Good at disguise, deep-hearted and ruthless. Although he was also very upset about Luo Xinyuan framing Luo Xinlian. But a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. That is, Luo Xinyuan seemed to be more suitable to serve as the Luo family's family head than Luo Xinlian. The Luo Xinyuan refined, valuing and speaking of feelings. Naturally, I can't say the same for my friends, but if we let Luo Xinyuan become the head of the family, these things tend to be a constraint on him. The Luo family might also be affected by Luo Xinyuan's personal reasons. Luo Xinyuan was different. As profit-oriented as he is, do whatever it takes to get what you want, has a heart, can disguise, and has a thick skin. Perhaps only such a person could lead the Luo family to a more prosperous level. But, the position of the Luo family's heir still depended on the outcome of this imperial beast competition. After all, say 1,000 words, in the world of imperial beasts, strength is honored. As long as your fists are hard enough to solve all the troubles you encounter by force, then any character flaws can be remedied. Luo Yu stepping in to relieve Luo Xinyuan was also because he wanted to see who was actually stronger nowadays, Luo Xinyuan or Luo Xinyuan. It was also a way to give Luo Xinyuan another chance. See the scene in front of you. Zhou Yanshang, who was also the head of a family, naturally understood Luo Yu's thoughts. It was also a long relief. At the same time, he was laughing in his heart. Luo Yu, thank you for saving Xinyuan's life. But how could you ever imagine that Xinyuan is my son? As long as Xinyuan can defeat Luo Xinyuan, this Luo family will sooner or later be my Zhou family's possession. I'm really looking forward to how you'll look when the time comes. And Luo Xinyuan in the ring was first stunned. Then tears came out. Immediately, he said with a sniffle and a tear in his eye, "Father, you forgive me? Xinyuan will definitely behave well in the future and live in harmony with brother Xinyuan." A side note. Also while getting up, he came to Luo Xinyuan's front, wanted to shake hands with Luo Xinyuan. "Brother Xinyuan, I'm sorry, let's make up. From now on we'll be good brothers." These words also caused the audience's anger towards Luo Xinyuan to drop quite a bit again. For a while, the two words of having commitment and being able to correct mistakes also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. But when Luo Xinyuan turned her back to the audience and Luo Yu, instead, the expression on his face changed with it. Where was there a trace of guilt and repentance on Luo Xinyuan's face at this moment? Full of sarcasm and smugness, he spoke in a voice of only two people, "Luo Xinyuan, although I don't know, when did you get the video of that time? But so what? Your father and sister are on my side. Now these spectators, too, are quick to put the matter behind them. I'm telling you, I'm just going to take everything from you. What can you do to me?" Originally, Luo Xinyuan thought that Luo Xinyuan would definitely be furious. But who knew? Luo Xinyuan was smiling faintly. "You can have it if you want it." Chapter 378. It's just a bunch of trash. I don't even care. But I want to tell you that you're doing something wrong. Words. Luo Xinyuan also raised an eyebrow. What is it? Luo Xinyuan didn't answer him immediately. Instead, he suddenly blurted out. "What? Brother Xinyuan, do you have to make me do this? Fine. In that case, I'll fulfill you." Listen to these inexplicable words. Luo Xinyuan was all a bit confused, couldn't figure out what Loxin Lian just wanted, but immediately afterward, a sudden uplifting slap gave him his answer, only to see Luo Xinyuan suddenly storm up. Two slaps had knocked Luo Xinyuan a bit dizzy, but that's not all. Luo Xinyuan directly took advantage of Luo Xinyuan's dizziness, knocked it over, then directly mounted onto Luo Xinyuan's body, and it was a violent beating. Luo Xinyuan didn't have any power to fight back at all. Faced with this sudden change of heart, Zhou Yanshang, who was in the VIP seat, also immediately stood up and angrily rebuked Luo Xinyuan. "Luo Xinyuan, is your heart so narrow-minded? Xinyuan not only apologized to you but also took the initiative to reconcile with you, and yet you do this. Why don't you stop it?" When the crowd heard this, they also felt that Luo Xinyuan's actions were a bit excessive, but Luo Xinyuan was completely unimpressed. While fighting, he also showed a helpless expression. "I don't want to, but Xinyuan's brother said he was sorry. If I don't beat him violently, I haven't forgiven him. In order to make brother Xinyuan feel better in his heart, I have no choice but to fulfill this request of his." Words. Some of the people who had wanted to speak out to discourage them. There was also a flurry of shutting up. Zhou Yansheng even kept on that you half a day. A complete sentence was choked out. After a long time, I don't know if Luo Xinyuan was tired of fighting, or if he was afraid that if he directly beat Luo Xinyuan to death, there would be no more fun behind him. Luo Xinyuan also finally stopped. Then pretending to have a sad face, he picked up Luo Xinyuan with one hand. "Brother Xinyuan, why are you doing this again?" Immediately after, Luo Xinyuan also lowered her voice and continued. "Pretend? Don't you like to pretend? I'll let you fake it." Right at this moment, Luo Yu also said to Luo Xinyuan with a face full of amiability, "Heart refining, misunderstandings all cleared up. When do you think you'll move back from the ginger house?" Words. Luo Xinyuan also asked in return. Does Luo family master mean that he agrees to let Luo Xinyuan get out? Hearing Luo Xinyuan's words, Luo Yu was also embarrassed for a moment. He had originally thought that as long as he let Luo Xinyuan finish refining his qi, he would return to the Luo family. But now it didn't seem as easy as he thought it would be. Seeing Luo Yu's difficult appearance, the smile on Luo Xinyuan's face quickly disappeared. Since that's the case, then please don't bother me again in the future. 2. Family Master Luo. Right at this moment, Zhou Yanshang also hurriedly opened his mouth and pulled away from the conversation. Since the Luo family's matter is settled, let's talk about those two teenage heroes who resisted the beast tide. After all, the previous thoughts about Luo Yu were merely speculations. He was actually afraid that Luo Yu would suddenly get hot-headed and agree to Luo Xinyuan's conditions, driving Luo Xinyuan out of the Luo family. At those words, Nan Yunlord also stood up once again. The eyes swept above the ring. The teenage heroes who resisted the beast tide were no other than those two brothers. Chapter 379. For a moment, the crowd followed Nan Yunlord's gaze to the top of the ring. The brothers? Coupled with Nan Yunlord's gaze at this moment, the two teenage heroes who fought off the beast tide have spoken for themselves. Luo Xinyuan froze for a moment at first. The spinning heart was ecstatic. This elder Nan Yun is only old and confused with the wrong person. But it's good if I take the credit for this. The negative impact on me up until that point would have been almost negligible. Luo Xinyuan, this guy, shouldn't be stupid enough to deny it, right? In his opinion, with Luo Xinyuan's strength back then, it was absolutely impossible to deal with the beast tide. So he also rightfully assumed that this matter had nothing to do with Luo Xinyuan actually. Plus when the heroes who resisted the imperial beasts were mentioned earlier, Luo Xinyuan didn't have the slightest reaction at all. If this matter really had something to do with Luo Xinyuan, he couldn't believe that Luo Xinyuan would be so calm before. Soon after, Luo Xinyuan turned his gaze to Luo Xinyuan. To his surprise, Luo Xinyuan surprisingly opened her mouth without even thinking about it. That's right, I'm the one who set the beast tide in motion. This statement was made. Luo Xinyuan was instantly delighted. Before, he might have been worried that after he admitted it down, Luo Xinyuan would deny tearing down the stage. But now, Luo Xinyuan had taken the lead in recognizing it. He and Luo Xinyuan were a community of interest at least in this matter. How could Luo Xinyuan not be so stupid as to admit and then deny? Hitting herself in the face? Think about it. Luo Xinyuan's heart was also basically in the right place. Before, Luo Yu was also looking at his two sons in disbelief. But after hearing Luo Xinyuan's affirmative answer, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise in an exaggerated arc. Although Luo Yu was doing his best to control his expression. But at the moment, he only felt that the corners of his mouth that were more pressurized than AK. Is this true? Looking at Luo Yu with a look of urgency, Luo Xinyuan was also quite disdainful. Coldly, if I hadn't blocked the wave of beasts at that time, I'm afraid I'd be dead in the water by now. Just as Luo Xinyuan was about to continue saying something, Luo Xinyuan on the side was also finally unable to hold back. While covering his face that had been beaten to a pig's head by Luo Xinyuan, one side said slightly helplessly, "Hey, originally, Brother Xinyuan and I only wanted to hide our accomplishments and fame, don't want to be too flashy. But now that Elder Nan Yun has pointed it out, it would seem hypocritical not to admit it anymore." Words. Luo Xinyuan raised an eyebrow. Is Luo Xinyuan crazy? How dare you take this kind of credit? Or robbed in front of the person in question? Looking at Zhao Dazhu who was robbed of his credit under the ring. At this time, Fatty was also angry and grimacing. It was almost as if he was about to directly rush onto the stage to confront Luo Xinyuan. Just when Zhao Dazhu was about to hold back, Lu Wei, who was on the side, also suddenly came forward and whispered something in Zhao Dazhu's ear. Just a moment. The anger on Zhao Dazhu's face then disappeared. In its place was a wicked grin. Just as Luo Xinyuan wondered why Zhao Dazhu had changed so much, he also suddenly sensed that there seemed to be a gaze staring at him. Luo Xinyuan turned her head to look. Surprisingly, he saw that Nan Yunlord was looking at him meaningfully. The corners of his mouth also curved in a slightly mischievous manner. Upon meeting Nan Yunlord on all fours, Luo Xinyuan also came to a realization. It was instantly clear what was going on, and the crowd around it. After receiving an affirmative answer from the duo, the surrounding audience began to talk again. Oh my god. Surprisingly, it was the two brothers Luo Xinyuan and Luo Xinyuan who held back the beast tide. For the Luo family to produce these two supreme heavenly prides, it's practically smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves. That's not right. Aren't these two people at odds? How can they fight side by side against the beast tide? You silly Didn't you see that the other Luo family head had said that those things before were just kids messing around? Could they still not care about each other if there was a real danger? When these words came out, the crowd also nodded their heads. At the same time, He was also more convinced by Luo Yu's previous words. Luo Xinyuan sniffed. It was also not without a smile on his face. Xinyuan is worthy of being our brother. I think he's the heir to the Luo family. Chapter 380. Luo Xinyuan didn't say much though, but also nodded with a smile on his face. Only Luo Lingling spoke with some dissatisfaction. Big sister. They're still heart refining. Who knew that once Luo Xinyuan heard Luo Xinyuan's name, immediately, he showed a sneer on his face. Just him? If it wasn't for brother Xinyuan, I'm afraid he would have died in the beast tide. Luo Lingling had wanted to say a few more words, but when she thought that her big sister's preconceived notions about Luo Xinyuan were just too deep, there's no point in saying anything else. And as captain of the sheriff's department, she's very sensitive to time. Luo Lingling vaguely remembered that on the day of the beast tide, Luo Xinyuan didn't seem to have gone out. In that case, how did he resist the beast tide? Just as Luo Lingling was thinking, Luo Yu was already overjoyed. If he didn't have to be mindful of the householder's demeanor, he would have wanted to let out a laugh. At this moment, the group of family heads of the world families in the VIP seats were all a bit upset that the Luo family was so out of the limelight. Although they were all a bit upset, but there's no way the occasion is special. They had no choice but to force out a smile and compliment. What a father of a tiger. With two such outstanding sons, why worry that the Luo family won't prosper? You'll have to help us out a bit when the time comes. Luo Yu was still trying his best to suppress his inner excitement though, but the smugness on his face was overflowing. Well. Luo Xinyuan also picked up the conversation at the right time. Uncles, citizens, people don't have to, take this too seriously. My father taught us from a young age to be self-sacrificing. Plus, my brother is in danger. Although brother Xinyuan has much misunderstanding about me, but how can I not stand up for him when he is in danger? And, behind us, there's a city. And how could I let those spirit beasts rush into a city and destroy our homes? I'm just doing what a citizen should do. Although Luo Xinyuan's words seemed modest, in reality, they have taken all the credit for it. Plucked Luo Xinliang out completely. It was supposed to be a credit to the two, but he refined and molded Luo Xian into a waiting for rescue. Luo Xinliang naturally saw what he was thinking, but there was no rush to speak. We'll see what he does later. Luo Yu also looked at Luo Xinyuan with a satisfied expression. At this moment, the previous dissatisfaction with Luo Xinyuan was also gone. Xinyuan is still so understanding. When something good happens, you still know to push me out as a father. That's great. From today, my Luo family's reputation in his city will be unprecedentedly high. Zhou Yanshang, who was in the VIP seat, also didn't mince words and gave Luo Xinyuan a fierce compliment. Yes, worthy of being the son that family master Luo brought with him since he was a child. Quite like family master Luo when he was young. Neither the temperament, the pattern, nor the love for a city can be compared to some uneducated things. If my Zhou family had such a descendant, I would definitely pass the position of heir to him. Listening to Zhou Yanshang's first two sentences, Luo Yu is still very much on the receiving end. But when he heard the last sentence, it's also a guilty pleasure. After all, he still wanted to see which of the two, Luo Xinyuan and Luo Xinyuan, was stronger or weaker in battle. But what Luo Yu didn't expect was, Luo Xinyuan also spoke at this moment. Father, Xinyuan has accomplished so much. I also feel that the position of heir should be passed on to him. Words. Luo Lingling suddenly frowned. Big sister, isn't this too unfair to Xinyuan? He's also a teenage hero who resisted the beast tide. And, Luo Lingling had originally wanted to bring up the fact that Luo Xinyuan didn't seem to have gone out on the day of the beast tide. But before she could finish, it was then interrupted by Luo Xinyuan. And what? You didn't see Xinyuan say that he was the one who saved Luo Xinyuan. So technically, the only hero who resisted the beast tide was Xinyuan. Luo Xinlian can only be considered, at best, a lamb to be slaughtered under the mouths of those maddened spirit beasts. Hear this. Luo Yu was also hesitant. It seemed that Xinyuan was indeed more suitable to inherit the Luo family. But just as Luo Yu was about to open his mouth to make the announcement, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Luo Xinyuan resisted the beast tide? I'm afraid you're all still awake. Chapter 381. With that shout, everyone's gazes were also gathered on Zhao Dishu's body under the ring. Seeing the situation, many people in the audience were once again talking again. Isn't that the guy who was on the team with Luo Xinyuan? Listening to his words, he seems to be saying that it wasn't Luo Xinyuan who resisted the beast tide. I won't lie. I think there's something odd about this too. What exactly is this Luo Xinyuan capable of resisting the beast tide? It can't be an imposter claiming credit, can it? What nonsense. Elder Nan Yun of the Imperial Beast Association said it himself. Can it be false? Listen to the chatter around you. Luo Xinyuan took it for granted that Zhao Deju's current behavior was directed by Luo Xinyuan. Spinning around, he also looked at Luo Xinyuan with a look of contempt. Luo Xinyuan, are you so unable to see Xinyuan's brother is good? And make a point of having people here looking for trouble? Don't you think your behavior is disgusting? Words. Luo Xinyuan didn't even bother with Luo Xinyuan. Just without saying a word, he looked at the chattering Luo Xinyuan. At this time, although Luo Xinyuan was also unusually annoyed with Zhao Deju in his heart, just now Luo Yu was clearly about to make a decision, but he was suddenly interrupted by this dead fat guy. But in order to maintain one's persona, Luo Xinyuan still showed a smile. Sister, it's okay. After all, resisting something like a beast tide does seem a bit unbelievable when you say it. This fat brother, it's only natural to have such skepticism. But for Luo Xinyuan for his relief behavior, Zhao Deju, however, had a disdainful face. With a curse, he made his way to the ring. This move by Zhao Deju, it also caused Zhou Yansheng, who was in the VIP seat, to look a bit displeased. Where's this fat guy from? How dare you provoke the heroes who resisted the beast tide? Hurry up and blow me away. Just as the guards of the Imperial Beast fighting arena were about to step forward, Tang Yueqi also spoke again. I say, Master Zhou, what an imposing presence. I, as mayor, have not yet spoken. You're the one who gave the order first. This statement was made. The guards who were originally preparing to make a move also immediately stopped their movements and returned to their original positions. As for Zhou Yansheng, he was also frightened by Tang Yueqi's words and begged for forgiveness. Looking at the lowly Zhou Yansheng in front of him, Tang Yueqi just waved her hand impatiently. Then he set his eyes on the ring again, only to see that at this moment, Zhao Deju had already arrived in front of Luo Xinyuan. A scornful face opened his mouth. Although the spirit beasts that formed the beast tide at that time were only some of the spirit beasts in their formative or juvenile stages, their numbers were extremely terrifying. You said it was you who went to rescue Luo Xinyuan and resisted the beast tide. As far as I know, at that time, you merely had only one unicorn horse. How did you manage to resist hundreds of spirit beasts with one unicorn horse? Luo Yu, who was on the side, was dissatisfied with Zhao Deju's behavior though, but he didn't stop it, for it seemed to him that there were not a few who had the same doubts. This is just right. Instead, it gave Luo Xinyuan a chance to clarify. Now it was someone else who asked Luo Xinyuan to tell about the process of resisting the beast tide. This would not only allow for some legitimate bragging rights and expand the impact of this incident on the Luo family's reputation enhancement, it also doesn't come across as a deliberate attempt to show off. But what made Luo Yu unexpected was, Luo Xinyuan didn't appear to be any different on the surface though, but it was the opening that spoke. Sorry, no comment on the details of this matter. This has something to do with my personal undercard, and saying it out in public will, I'm afraid, have an effect on my matches afterward. Just kidding. He, Luo Xinyuan, is an imposter. He knows a hell of a lot about the process of resisting the beast tide. However, as long as Elder Nan Yun, who was a witness, was present, he, Luo Xinyuan, would not be afraid of any suspicion. After all, who would dare to question the words spoken by the elder of the A City Royal Beast Association? But the thing that Luo Xinyuan could not have imagined, although what he said could be considered dripping, but the feeling of suspicion in Luo Lingling's heart, not far away, was also growing stronger. Zhao Deju at the same time, after hearing Luo Xinyuan's reply, a sneer was also in his heart. Luo Xinyuan, I do admire your cheek. You are shameless. Elder Nan Yun has said that the two people who resisted the beast tide were at the scene. How dare you still dare to impersonate them? You're crazy about being famous, aren't you? Chapter 382. This statement was made before Luo Xinyuan could say anything. Luo Xinyuan had long been unable to hold back. Pointing at Zhao Deju, he said, Dead fatty, don't you slander others here. Elder Nan Yun of the Imperial Beast Association has said it himself. How can this matter be false? I think you're just jealous of Xinyuan's brother's credit. So you're deliberately picking a fight here. When Zhao Deju heard this, he immediately also argued with Luo Xinyuan regardless. Seeing that the situation seems to be getting a bit confusing, Zhou Yansheng, who was in the VIP seat, was originally prepared to speak out and rebuke again, but he learned his lesson this time. First, he stole a glance at Tang Yueqi. Seeing the other man's face of interest, he knew that he had better not say too much. Just then, originally, he was waiting for Luo Xinyuan to be able to show off some of this achievement and give the Luo family a boost in prestige, but he never thought that Luo Xinyuan would be so low-key. However, he also felt some relief. After all, the boy knows how to hide his clumsiness. Know to keep your cards close to your chest. It was he, the father, who hadn't thought things through enough. Seeing Luo Xinyuan and Zhao Deju arguing with each other, Luo Yu also hurriedly interrupted. This little brother. You claimed under your breath that Xinyuan was claiming credit for his work. Then tell me, who are the people who really resisted the beast tide? Originally, Luo Yu had anticipated several answers from Zhao Deju, but he never expected that Zhao Deju would open his mouth without even thinking about it. Who else but the fat master me? As Zhao Deju said these words, the crowd froze. But soon, Luo Xinyuan let out a sneer. I kind of get it. I told you how your fat ass could get so worked up. Aren't you conspiring with Luo Xinyuan, preparing to steal the credit that originally belonged to Xinyuan's brother? I think you're crazy to be famous. As if it wasn't enough of a relief, Luo Xinyuan pointed at Luo Xinyuan again. Luo Xinyuan, you're such a white-eyed wolf. Brother Xinyuan saved you during the beast tide, and instead of being grateful, you want to join others to rob him of his credit. How do people like you deserve to live in the world? This statement was made. Everyone's gazes as they regarded Luo Xinyuan also became odd. It seemed that the scene in front of them, except for Luo Xinyuan for this statement, there is no second explanation. At those words, Luo Xinyuan had no desire to open her mouth either. Just a hard sneer. The smile was so intriguing, but Zhao Deju sniffed and didn't bother to explain. It was just 2 words in a light take. Brain dead. These words had made Luo Xinyuan furious. If it wasn't in front of the heads of the families, the elders of the Imperial Beast Association, and the mayor, she really wanted to just get this fat guy killed. At that moment, Luo Xinyuan also finally broke out, only to see Luo Xinyuan say with an aggrieved face, enough, though I'm not at all interested in all this fame and fortune. But still, I don't like it when someone steals the honor that should have been mine right in front of my face. Spin. Luo Xinyuan clasped his fists and bowed as he spoke in the direction of Southern Cloudlord. I implore Elder Nan Yun to do me justice. Words. A cold smile also appeared on Luo Xinyuan's face. Yeah right, with Elder Nan Yun here, anyone who wants to impersonate credit will have nothing to hide. Words. Nan Yun Lord also nodded with deep approval. Right. That's right. This Luo family girl is right. I would never let anyone take credit for anything. Seeing that Nan Yun Lord was truly willing to stand up for himself, Luo Xinyuan also sneered in his heart. This elder Nan Yun is really a valuable person to me. I've gotten so much credit for no reason, although he's a bit old and confused, but as long as he can help me sit on the credit of resisting the beast tide. But the next moment, Luo Xinyuan was dumbfounded. Only Nan Yun Lord opened his mouth. Hey, old man is getting old and sometimes his ears go back. I didn't realize that you young people had such backward ears. I've said it all. The teenage heroes who resisted the beast tide were the 2 brothers Luo Xinyuan and Zhao Deju. Could it be that the old man didn't make himself clear? Chapter 383. Fat ass. Hear that. The teenage hero who resisted the beast tide is. Luo Xinyuan hadn't finished her words. She realized on her own that something was wrong. What? Who's the teenage hero who fought off the beast tide? Words. Zhao Deju also said with an incomparable sneer. What? Elder Nanyun said it so clearly. You still can't hear it? Looks like you've got some serious back of the ears. Luo Xinyuan was also choked by Zhao Deju's words. At this time the surrounding audience also reacted. No way. The people who resisted the beast tide actually had that fatty. What fatty? Speak with respect. That's called you can't judge a book by its cover. The brothers in Elder Nanyun's mouth turned out to be Luo Xinyuan and Zhao Deju, some of the people who had previously scoffed at Zhao Deju's attempt to steal the credit. At this moment, there was also an instant change in attitude. They really couldn't imagine that a seemingly lewd and frivolous fat man would risk his life to resist the beast tide. The respect for Zhao Deju in his heart also increased a few points. That's not all. Those who had been deceived by Luo Xinyuan were also on fire at this moment. Then in that case, wouldn't it be Luo Xinyuan who wanted to claim the credit fraudulently? Bah! Shameless thing. I had just changed my opinion of him earlier, but I didn't expect to be blind. Just thinking about that condescending look he put on just now makes you sick. This Luo Xinyuan can indeed pretend. No wonder Luo Xinyuan was forced out of the Luo family by him. I threw up too. This Luo Xinyuan even shamelessly said before that he saved Luo Xinyuan. How could there be such a person in the world? Come on. I felt something was wrong before. Earlier I received the gossip that Luo Xinyuan directly spiked Luo Xinyuan when he rebelled against the Luo family. On Luo Xinyuan's strength he still needs him to save? Asterisk. Me. You knew better than to say that? He. Earlier everyone recognized Luo Xinyuan as a hero for resisting the beast tide. So I'm not going to be sprayed to death if I open my mouth rashly? Listen to the chatter of the crowd around you, and that look of disdain. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to directly drill into. Originally thought it was pie in the sky. I didn't realize it was such a big hole. He had previously assumed that Luo Xinyuan was like himself. It's an imposter credit. That's why he's so bold. Scrupulous credit grabbing. But he didn't expect that Luo Xinyuan was really one of the two people who resisted the beast tide. There's also this old undead guy, Nan Yun Lord. Wouldn't it be better to make it clear from the start? You have to say something about the brothers. The eyes also kept scanning over Luo Xinyuan and herself. Now he has the nerve to ask if he didn't make it clear. If he didn't know that Luo Xinyuan and Nan Yun Lord had nothing to do with each other. Luo Xinyuan still really felt that Nan Yun Lord was deliberately helping Luo Xinyuan tease himself. Deliberately embarrassing myself. But what Luo Xinyuan never expected was, what if his offhand thoughts happened to be the truth of the matter? Nan Yun Lord was deliberately trying to make Luo Xinyuan make a fool of herself in public, to help his apprentice out. At this moment, Zheng Dazue was also looking at Nan Yun Lord beside him with a smile on his face. Senior, you're still as bad as before. Words. Nan Yun Lord was also non-committal. Luo Xinyuan, this brat is too capable of pretending. If I don't straighten him out, I won't feel any pain in my heart. Luo Xinyuan had already understood Nan Yun Lord's thoughts after she had locked eyes with him earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Luo Xinyuan bounce around in front of him for so long. Once he remembered Luo Xinyuan's impassioned speech earlier, Luo Xinyuan just felt funny. It seemed to have sensed Luo Xinyuan's mockery. Luo Xinyuan was also furious in her heart. When Luo Xinyuan saw this, she immediately also looked furious. Luo Xinyuan, is it fun for you to tease brother Xinyuan like this? Can't you just say it straight from the start? It's just resisting some garbage spirit beasts in their growth and juvenile stages. What's there to be proud of? At those words, Luo Xinyuan also coldly glanced at Luo Xinyuan. Luo Xinyuan, before, you constantly helped Luo Xinyuan build up momentum, and now when you learn that Luo Xinyuan is just an imposter, you start belittling this credit here again. Don't you think your behavior is ridiculous? Just as Luo Xinyuan was about to continue saying something, an emotionless voice suddenly rang out. Enough! Have you not been humiliated enough? The person who opened his mouth was none other than the gloomy Luo Yu. It was only after Luo Yu arrived in front of Luo Xinyuan. It was also finally squeezing out a smile. Heart refining. Not bad. You are so proud of daddy. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan. Who is even too much for the dog. Has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himeni used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Jiayue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yunsheng crosses over to the newly wedded wife of a great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she faces a copy of her family's exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing. Not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively empties the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he can copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and earns money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Third Master, whom she has never met, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master is a soft little ancestor of the night. Chapter 384. From the stage, he rushed straight to Luo Yu's front and spoke in a hurry. Father, how can the Luo family be handed over to someone like Luo Xinyuan? Snap. As soon as Luo Xinyuan's words fell, a crisp slap sounded at the same time, only to see Luo Yu say with an angry face, "It's not your turn to interfere with what decisions I make." Luo Xinyuan, who was blindsided by Luo Yu's slap, didn't dare to say anything more. Covering his somewhat red and swollen cheeks, he retreated. Only, before he left, he still glared sinisterly at Luo Xinyuan. In Luo Xinyuan's opinion, all of this was just a tactic used by Luo Xinyuan, who wanted to compete for the position of Luo family head. Both himself and Luo Xinyuan were set up by him. When Luo Xinyuan left the ring, Luo Yu was once again regaining his amicable face. But what awaited him was Luo Xinyuan's icy cold sentence. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in the position of the Luo family head." Luo Yu wasn't annoyed either, still saying with a soft face, "It's okay. Come back and talk to Dad when you've figured it out." Spin. Luo Yu is also ready to leave the ring. But just then, Zhao Deju's voice suddenly rang out. "Luo family master, you won't go back on the money you promised to give, right?" Luo Yu sniffed. Stopping in his tracks, he glanced back at Zhao Deju. No joy or anger could be seen in his eyes. Only Luo Yu nodded. "Of course, Luo Yu, speak my mind. That money will be credited to you and Heart Refine later." But when Luo Yu was about to turn around and leave, Zhao Deju's words, however, caused him to directly blacken his face. "Don't forget, Luo family master, money is one thing, you still have to bow to my face and Xin Lian's face." Luo Yu once again stopped in his tracks. Only this time, he didn't turn around. Instead, he said directly, "Another 100 million. At those words, Zhao Deju but said with a disdainful face, "Che, you don't know what you're talking about. The Luo family head's bow is only worth $100 million? It was also unknown if Luo Yu had heard these words, only to see Luo Yu's footsteps halfway there suddenly paused again. Spinning around, the walk seemed to pick up a bit more speed. Looking at Luo Yu, who seemed a bit embarrassed, Luo Xinyuan's heart couldn't be happier, only to see Luo Yu walking towards the bottom of the ring without looking back. No one knew what was going through Luo Yu's head at the moment, only to whisper as he passed by Luo Xinyuan's side, "Xinyuan, defeating Luo Xinyuan is your last chance. If you lose this Luo family, there will be no need for you to stay." Words. Luo Xinyuan's heart just thumped. Immediately, he opened his mouth. "Don't worry, father. Xinyuan will definitely go all out." Luo Yu didn't say anything else. Soon, it was back on top of his seat, but it was obvious that Luo Yu's face was extremely ugly at the moment. Just then, Tang Yueqi saw that things were pretty much settled, also spoke up. "In light of the fact that today is the Imperial Beast competition, for the two young heroes who resisted the beast tide, we'll award them again at a later date. Now that it's all taken care of, let's get on with the game." Soon, the Imperial Beast contest then continued under Tang Yueqi's authorization. In the next game, Zhao Deju's outburst attracted the attention of all present for a moment. The appearance of the Earth Dragon also caused the surrounding audience to gasp in surprise. Zhao Deju also won the match to the cheers of the crowd. After, Lu Wei, Jiang Sakuraxu, and Wei Xiaoxiao also won their matches, qualified for the finals. Soon the main event was all but over. However, what Luo Xinyuan did not expect was that the two goods, Yan Liang and Wang Haoren, were also smoothly mixed into the final round. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, Luo Xin Lian was going for the champion's throne. With the main event over, the finals also started on the hoof. Only Tang Duanzhong also spoke in a loud voice. "The main event is over. The finals begin." First match of the finals, Jiang Sakuraxu vs. Su Jinshi. Chapter 385. Soon, the staff of the Imperial Beast fighting arena then cleaned up the scene that had been messed up before the duo could take the field. That out-of-this-world aura and beauty, it instantly captivated all in attendance. There were even quite a few people who had already taken out support banners with various slogans written on them and called out regardless. Some of the avid fans even shed tears of excitement. Luo Xinyuan directly froze at the sight of this scene. "That's a hell of a stretch, isn't it? I didn't realize that Kong Cherry Snow and Su Jinshi had such popularity. But it's no wonder. Both of them are well-known big beauties in a city. It's only natural that there are some backup groups." Everyone had expected that the two women would be in the ring at the first opportunity. But soon, the audience realized something was wrong. Because at this moment, the two women were actually coincidentally walking towards the same location below the ring. Luo Xinyuan was originally unimpressed, but soon he sensed that the atmosphere, all of a sudden, became a bit odd, because he realized that both chicks were actually coming towards him. Soon enough, a spectator spotted the duo's target. Look, both of them seem to be rushing towards Luo Xinyuan. What's going on here? Soon, a fan of Kong Sakura Snow stepped forward. The head analyzed. Luo Xinyuan and our goddess originally belonged to the Jiang family's team. Should be discussing tactics before the final. Right. That makes sense when you think about it. It seems to be about convincing yourself. The fan just talked to himself. But at the same time, looking at Jiang Zhuoxue's face full of emotion, there was a hint of a bad guess hidden in his heart. But questions were soon raised. Then what's the situation with the Su family Su Jinshi also coming towards Luo Xinyuan's side? This statement was made. The fan from before held his tongue for half a day. It was just barely squeezed out. How the should I know? Just as the two women's actions caused the audience on stage to talk. It was because Jiang Sakuraxu was already closer to Luo Xinyuan. It was also the first to come to Luo Xinyuan's side. In the next moment, Jiang Sakura Snow's actions caused countless fans of the support group to hear their hearts break, only to see that Jiang Sakuraxu didn't have the slightest scruples. They took Luo Xinyuan's wrist. Brother Xinyuan, watch. I will definitely defeat that woman Su Jinshi and take this match. Words. Luo Xinyuan also let out a bitter smile. He naturally noticed the sultry looks coming from around him. However, he still rubbed Jiang Sakura Snow's small head affectionately. I believe in you. Go for it. But just then, Su Jinshi also came in front of Luo Xinyuan. Although she also wanted to hold Luo Xinyuan's wrist like Jiang Sakuraxu, but she didn't have the courage. One can also only express the dissatisfaction in one's heart through words. Ms. Jiang, please also respect yourself. No matter what, Luo Xinyuan is also my fiancé. It's a little bad for you to be holding his arm like that, isn't it? The words came out like a thunderbolt. It exploded in the audience. No way. An engagement. I've heard before that the Luo and Su families have long been engaged in marriage. I didn't expect it to be Luo Xinyuan and Su Jinshi. Quickly stop pulling it. Luo Xinyuan has long since rebelled against the Luo family. So how could the marriage contract fall on his head? This brother is right. I think it should be that this marriage contract should have fallen to Luo Xinyuan. It's just that this Luo Xinyuan is too good. That's why this Su Jinshi moved to change the marriage contract object, wanting to kick Luo Xinyuan out. This statement was made. It instantly caused dissatisfaction among Su Jinshi's backup group. If you don't know how to talk, don't talk. You're a good person. Why do you have such a big mouth? How could my goddess Jinshi be such a snob? Luo Xinyuan is originally the son of the Luo family, and it's reasonable and legal to be engaged to him. For a while, the fans on both sides of Jiang Sakuraxu and Su Jinshi were also arguing, and as the referee, Tang Juezhong saw Tang Yueqi's expression of interest. It became clear to him what Tang Yueqi was thinking. Unable to help, he also shook his head with a bitter smile. My own lady is good at everything. I just can't change my habit of enjoying watching people tear each other apart and listening to gossip. Thus, Tang Dizhong paid no attention at all to the argument at the scene. Instead, he talked to himself about the rules of the final. Didn't even care if anyone else was listening. The rules for the final are different from the main event. The test is the combined strength of the sentinel. That is to say, you are free to change your imperial beasts, with no limit to the number of changes. The only restriction is that there can only be one on the field. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himani had used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Luo Yimeng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Luo Yimeng's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jianmo was forced to marry for the old man Lusan Master, whom she had never met, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master is a soft little ancestor of the night. Chapter 386. There was not a single good look on his face at that moment either. And a marriage contract. You're so unashamed. Brother Xinyuan isn't even a member of the Luo family now. You want to fulfill your marriage contract? Go to your Luo Xinyuan. Su Jinshi sniffed. Sooner or later, Luo Xinyuan will return to the Luo family to inherit the position of family head. This marriage contract, sooner or later, he's going to fulfill it too. Zhang Cherry Snow said angrily. Just die. Brother Xinyuan won't go back. When he marries me, everything in our Jiang family will be his. Still need to think about the 3 Locke family members? Su Jinshi also revealed a sneer when he saw this. Laughing my ass off. How dare you say such things? Give the Jiang family to Luo Xinyuan? Does your brother agree? But who knows? Jiang Sakuraxu was not the least bit impressed. My brother? My brother can't beat brother Xinyuan anyway. If my brother doesn't agree, let brother Xinyuan beat him until he does. When these words came out, even Su Jinshi froze for 2 seconds. Luo Xinyuan, who was watching the battle, even exclaimed, "Good guy, this old brother Shaoling is still being treated for serious injuries. It is to beat him to death. Would not have imagined. Is this moment of effort? His favorite sister. Just give yourself everything in the Kong family. When Shaoling's oldest brother recovers, he'll still be crying." Kong Cherry Snow herself knew that her words were a bit much for her brother, but she was equally clear. Luo Xinyuan wasn't interested in these family businesses or anything at all, and wouldn't really argue with his own brother. The reason she said that, it's all about disliking Su Jinshi. Looking at Su Jinshi with a defeated expression, Zhang Cherry Snow also showed a hint of smugness on her face, but she wasn't going to let Su Jinshi off so easily. What? If you're capable, you'll give your Su family directly to brother Xinyuan as well. Can't give it up? Not only that, I'm going to marry one and give one away. After brother Xinyuan and I get married, my best friend Wei Xiaoxiao will also marry brother Xinyuan. We 2 women sharing a husband, so that you don't even have a chance to be a little wife. Luo Xinyuan's person was dumbfounded at this point. I didn't realize that Jiang Sakuraxu was fighting to win over Su Jinshi. I can't believe I can even say that. At the same time, one must also sigh that this woman's desire to win and lose was truly horrifying. At this moment, Wei Xiaoxiao, who had been named, was somewhat at a loss for words as she looked towards Jiang Sakuraxu. Spinning around, he blushed a red face, backed away in a hurry. Su Jinshi knew that if he continued to argue like this, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Spinning around, he also spoke. I'm not doing this verbal sparring with you. I'm going to defeat you in the ring. Later, today I'm going to let Luo Xinyuan refine clearly who is qualified to stand by his side. Zhang Sakura Shui also said unwillingly. Coincidence. I happen to want to defeat you as well, so that you know how much you weigh. And to break your mind. The 2 women argued for half a day. In the end, there was no contest. Luo Xinyuan had wanted to open her mouth to echo Jiang Sakuraxu and tell Su Jinshi to die of this. Even if he went to his death, he wouldn't get involved with Su Jinshi again. But I didn't expect that just as soon as I opened my mouth, I was angrily scolded to shut up by Jiang Sakuraxu, who was already on top. It looked like Kong Cherry Snow was tickled with the desire to win. He wanted to fight Su Jinshi to the end on his own. The helpless Luo Xinyuan also had no choice but to shut her mouth with a bitter smile on her face. Let Kong Cherry Snow play. But this scene, when it fell into the eyes of both sides' support groups, was Jiang Sakuraxu and Su Jinshi fighting over Luo Xinyuan in public. Luo Xinyuan, who was in the middle of the two women's vortex. It only felt that the eyes around them were also from the original reverence and admiration. It gradually turned into a look full of envy and jealousy. This also made Luo Xinyuan helpless. It's not just the fans of these support groups. At this time, Luo Xinyuan in a corner. His face had gone black as a pot. At this moment, his resentment towards Luo Xinyuan had reached a terrifying level. What the hell? Why should all the honors, all the halos belong to Luo Xinyuan? Why do all these women love Luo Xinyuan, even going so far as to fight over him in public for his sake? Su Jinshi was supposed to be my fiancée. Who are you to take her away from Luo Xinyuan? Luo Xinyuan, you must die. You must die. Only when you're dead can I get everything I want. Chapter 387. At this point, Luo Xinyuan was not the only one who wanted Luo Xinyuan dead. There was also Wang Haoran, Yan Liang, and Zhou Wudao, who actually held the same idea. But they were afraid to say more. Because before, Luo Xinyuan resisted the beast tide. It has given it great prestige in the A city. The Yin family was only a small family in the first place. If at this moment he still dared to rashly provoke Luo Xinyuan, I am only afraid that his Yin family will suffer a considerable blow. And Wang Haoran's family power is not in a city. Naturally, there are all sorts of scruples. As for Zhou Wudao, earlier in the day, I watched my old man get angrily disliked by the mayor several times. Even the old man is like this. How can he, the son, dare to talk more? Sumu at the VIP table. Although he had been trying to get Luo Xinyuan killed before, although the hard power was inferior to Luo Xinyuan, but he could frame Luo Xinyuan in various other ways, putting him on the opposite side of the fence from Tang Yueqi. Let Luo Xinyuan become the public enemy of a city. But when the matter of Luo Xinyuan resisting the beast tide was blown out, he knew that he would never have the chance to get Luo Xinyuan killed again. At least not in a city. Because Tang Yueqi definitely wouldn't allow a teenage hero who had resisted the beast tide to be tragically slandered. Think about it. Sumu also had something else in mind. Since it was no longer possible to deal with Luo Xinyuan, it would be better to find a way to turn enemies into friends. And that's exactly why. Su Jinshi had just had a jealousy fight with Zhang Sakuraxu. That's why he didn't step in and stop it. He just wants the whole of a city to know. He, Luo Xinyuan, was engaged to his own daughter, Su Jinshi. So he said to Luo Yu, who was beside him, "Old Luo, I think Xinyuan is quite a good kid. I think you'd better go and persuade him more to return to the Luo family sooner. This is also a good way to finalize the marriage between our two families. But don't really let such a good kid run over to the Zhang family side." Words. For Sumu's transformation. Luo Yu wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, the two had been allies for years. Both sides know exactly what kind of temperament the other side has. How could he not know that bit of Sumu's mind? But there's nothing he can do about it now. Right. There was not a single thing he could do about whether or not Luo Xinyuan returned to the Luo family. If not, Luo Yu wouldn't have been able to walk down to the ring before. Let Luo Xinyuan defeat Luo Xinyuan with all his might. If Luo Xinyuan was willing to return to the Luo family, Luo Yu was even willing to immediately settle on Luo Xinyuan as the Luo family's heir. But in case Luo Xinyuan was never willing to return to the Luo family, then he could only let Luo Xinyuan be the heir. Although, he was also quite dissatisfied with Luo Xinyuan's foolish behavior. But there was no way around it. After all, keeping Luo Xinyuan was considered to be one more option for the Luo family's future. He now only prayed that Luo Xinyuan would come back to the Luo family. Or perhaps Luo Xinyuan could defeat Luo Xinyuan head-on in the Imperial Beast competition. As long as one of them can be met, the future of the Luo family would be secure. Think again. Luo, you didn't give Sumu an affirmative answer either. Just a vague statement. Look again. Words. Sumu also seemed to understand Luo Yu's meaning. Then he did not pursue the matter further. Seeing that it's almost time, Tang Dijong also finally spoke up to stop the two women. Will the contestants please come to the stage? Words. The two women made a break for it. From both sides of the ring, he ascends. Tang Dijong was afraid that the two of them hadn't heard the rules of the finals clearly because of the argument they had just had. So the rules were given again. Chapter 388. After both sides nodded to make the rules clear, Tang Dijong also continued. Then the first game of the finals. It's official. Just the instant Tang Dijong finished his words, the two women summoned their imperial beasts almost simultaneously, only to see that a giant wolf with a body length of 2 meters had suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Sakuraxu. Luo Xinyuan recognized at a glance that this was the first time he met Zhang Sakuraxu, the blizzard wolf that had carried them to avoid the self-exploding sheep. It should have evolved by the looks of this now. Immediately, Luo Xinyuan also opened the forbidden eye. Below is additional information on Celestial Green Pale Wolf based on the table below. Name, Celestial Green Wolf. Stage of growth, metamorphosis 5. Racial bloodline, Gale Wolf bloodline. Quality, epic. Attribute, wind. Talent, windwalker. Effect, possesses extremely high movement speed and agility. Able to quickly weave through the battlefield and avoid enemy attacks. Skills, celestial green wolf claw, a claw strike with a strong wind attribute attached to it. With an extremely strong cutting ability. Suitable for breaking defense at close range. Storm Raid, instantly releases a strong storm, dealing a large amount of wind damage to the enemy in front of you, and has a certain chance to cause them to fall into a short stun state. Wind Shield, a whirlwind to surround itself, forming a wind shield that can withstand a certain number of physical attacks and deal wind damage to approaching enemies. Gale Steps, increase your movement speed and attack speed dramatically in a short period of time, making you as swift as the gale on the battlefield. Evolutionary Route, Coyote Blizzard Wolf, Celestial Coyote Ao Ching Celestial Wolf, Blizzard Celestial Wolf Emperor. Description, its fur is a deep azure color with a sharp glint in its eyes. It possesses unrivaled speed and agility, able to swiftly weave through the battlefield and dodge enemy attacks. At the same time, it masters a powerful wind attribute skill, capable of unleashing violent storms that deal fatal blows to the enemy. And Su Jinshi on the other end was not to be outdone, only to see a large vine-type plant-type imperial beast also appear in front of Su Jinshi. The size could almost be separated from the heavenly green pale wolf. Name, Emerald Vine. Stage of growth, metamorphosis 5. Racial bloodline, Emerald Vine bloodline. Quality, epic. Attribute, wood. Talent, life web, the ability to weave a web of life around oneself. Surrounds a web of life, providing a continuous life restoration effect to friendly troops and weakening the attack power and movement speed of enemy troops that enter the web. Skills, Emerald Flying Blade, drive your own dense vine leaves into flying blades to attack the opponent. Emerald Thorn, summon sharp emerald-colored thorns that deal with damage to enemies they touch and have a chance to put them in a bound state for a few seconds. Life Bloom, instantly releases a powerful life force that restores a large amount of life value to surrounding friendlies and boosts their defense for a period of time. Vine Entanglement, manipulate the vines around you to perform entanglement attacks on designated enemies, inflicting sustained wood attribute damage and reducing their movement and attack speeds. Evolutionary Path, Emerald Seed, Emerald Seedling, Emerald Vine Emperor, Emerald Tree of Life. Description, the Emerald Vine. As an epic level imperial beast of the Emerald Ancient Vine bloodline, its entire body is covered in emerald green vines and crystalline leaves, exuding vitality. It possesses the powerful ability to manipulate plants and life force, and is able to provide continuous life restoration and gain effects to its friends, as well as deal lethal wood attribute damage to its enemies. At this moment, John Sakuraxa looked across the room at Su Jinshi. The disgust on his face was simply undisguised. It's this heart girl. She's been hitting on heart refinement all along. Today I'm going to trample her underfoot. I'm going to kill her once and for all. And Su Jinshi was similarly unimpressed. A pair of beautiful eyes also narrowed, just staring straight at Kong Cherry Snow. I'm going to show Luo Xinyuan who should stand by his side. Today I'm going to let Luo Xinyuan know who should be the woman standing by his side. Today I will definitely beat Jiang Sakura Snow into the dust. Let her know that she's not worthy of Luo Xinyuan at all. Luo Xinyuan and I are a match made in heaven. Just then, John Sakuraxa's celestial green pale wolf was the first to attack, relying on its speed advantage. In just a moment's time, he had opened the Gale Steps, which drastically increased his movement speed and attack speed. It went straight to kill the Emerald Vine. Seeing the situation, Su Jinshi was also not the least bit flustered. Emerald Vine. Use Emerald Flying Blade. One time, the dense vine leaves on the Emerald Vine then transformed into countless flying blades that shot towards the heavenly green pale wolf. Jiang Cherry Snow also reacted extremely quickly. He hurriedly ordered Celestial Green Coyote to use Wind Shield to defend itself. The moment the Wind Shield opens, the Emerald Flying Blade also arrived in an instant. However, after touching the Celestial Green Wolf, it was also surrounded by the Wind of the Wolf. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan who even disliked the dog. All the way against the odds. Just want to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the world's richest. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy, Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. Western civilization descends, and the city is infested with demons and devils. En Yun Han was originally a student at Spell High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine pill, and and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Nyan Han, yes. But this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himeni used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xinyuan. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Huan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively empties the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he can copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sancher, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 389. When Kong Cherry Snow reacted. It's already too late. The celestial green pale wolf had been caught in a large net made of emerald vines at an unknown time. Jiang Sakuratsu was also not expecting it. I had thought that I had easily blocked Su Jinshi's attack. It was surprising to find out in the end that it was just a feint from the other side. Su Jinshi was also only trying to use the emerald flying blade to briefly limit the speed of the heavenly green pale wolf. In order to take advantage of this short delay of the sky green pale wolf, lay out this big net on the ground. At this time, the Su Jinshi support group in the audience were also shouting and cheering for Su Jinshi. On the other hand, the support group on Kong Sakura Snow's side was looking a bit downcast. Even Luo Xinyuan under the stage frowned at the sight. He also didn't expect Su Jinshi to be so cunning. This emerald vine don't look like it's just epic quality, but the means was extremely bizarre. Let's get defensive. The attack of the celestial green pale wolf dropped drastically due to the life-weaving web. The speed was also slowing down to the naked eye. Seeing this, Su Jinshi also revealed a smug smile. With that, a sneer followed. John Sakura Snow, do you really think you're my opponent? With this amount of strength, you don't deserve to stand by Luo Xinyuan's side. Watch me finish you off with one blow. Vine entanglement. In a flash, countless emerald vines attacked towards the heavenly green pale wolf. Anyone with eyes can see that. Once the heavenly green pale wolf was entangled in these vines, then what awaits it will only be the end of being ground up alive. But Kong Cherry Snow wasn't that easy to defeat. Only to see Jiang Sakuratsu coldly snort. Spin shouted. Talent. Windwalker. For a while, the life web effect of the celestial green wolf was originally limited. It was cancelled out by Windwalker in a flash. The celestial green pale wolf once again regained its previous speed. Seeing this, Su Jinshi also screamed in his heart that it was not good. She knew very well that the heavenly green pale wolf was originally a speed-type imperial beast, and his own emerald vine. If he couldn't restrain it, then in this duel, the celestial green pale wolf would be undefeated. But soon, Su Jinshi thought of a way. In order to once again limit the speed of the celestial green pale wolf, only the vines of the emerald vine were instantly recognized. There were countless thorns like sharp blades growing between them. It's the emerald vine's emerald thorn. As long as the heavenly green pale wolf dared to launch an attack on it, then you are bound to be wounded by thorns. Then the celestial green pale wolf would easily fall into a bound state. At that time, the celestial green pale wolf would be reduced to fish and meat on the board. It's at the mercy of the emerald vine. But just as Su Jinshi was thinking so, suddenly there was a hurricane in his ears. It scraped her eardrums, only to see that the heavenly green pale wolf that was originally moving at a high speed suddenly stopped in its tracks. Take a deep breath straight away. Until after the Tianqing pale wolf's chest quickly rumbled. A mouthful of fierce astral wind spewed out directly from the mouth punch of the heavenly green pale wolf, straight to the emerald vine. It's the storm attack move of the celestial blue wolf. The emerald vine also subconsciously raised countless vine branches, trying to fend off the storm raiders. But what Su Jinshi didn't expect was, at the moment of contact with the storm raider, those vine branches were then twisted into countless pieces. Seeing this, the surrounding audience also let out a gasp of surprise. I didn't realize that the seemingly illusory wind blade. It's amazing that it has such a horrible cutting ability. It is truly horrifying. Su Jinshi couldn't care less. I'll use my psychic power to order the emerald vine to use life bloom. Immediately, there was a brilliant green aura that lit up around the emerald vine. Chapter 390. Just as Su Jinshi was showing a smug look on his face, the green aura dimmed rapidly again. Su Jinshi was instantly shocked. There was incredulity in his eyes. What's going on? Why did the emerald vine stop functioning life bloom? Right at this moment, Jiang Zuoshue's laughter entered Su Jinshi's ears. Wahahaha, being hit by a storm raid puts you in a stunned state. You don't know that. Just in time to interrupt your skill casting. When Su Jinshi heard this, he also finally came to a realization. But Kong Cherry Snow was unwilling to give her the slightest chance, only to see the heavenly green pale wolf suddenly increase its speed, straight to the emerald vine. Due to the sudden onslaught of the storm, the thorns that had originally appeared around the emerald vine had long since been broken by the countless wind blades. Only the next moment, the claws of the heavenly green pale wolf were suddenly wrapped in layers of wind blades, directly grabbed the root of the emerald vine. Seeing his imperial beast about to die, Su Jinshi also clenched his teeth. Jiang Cherry Snow, you're bullying people too much. Immediately, he pulled out a dark purple bead. It smashed into the emerald vine. The moment he saw the purple beads, the group of family heads in the VIP seats also said in unison, Repatriation Stone. As the name suggests, a repatriation stone is a kind of imperial beast prop. Its function was to allow imperial beasts that were in a particular state and could not be recalled to the imperial beast space to be forced to return to the imperial beast space. This was because the repatriation stone contained a high concentration of spatial attributes. That's why it's extremely expensive. In a split second, that purple light filled with spatial energy then completely wrapped the emerald vine, and the sky-green pale wolf's wolf claw grabbed an empty one. After all, the two no longer belonged to the same spatial dimension when the purple light completely wrapped the emerald vine. Naturally, you can't hit anything. Seeing this, Jiang Sakura Shui was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Su Jinshi, you coward. Regarding Jiang Sakurax's words, Su Jinshi was completely unconcerned. Instead, a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. A beast sentinel is supposed to judge the situation. If one is a brute, how is it different from a reckless man? Only a woman with brains and intelligence is worthy to stand in Luo Xinyuan's body. Sighed for him. Women with big breasts like you should stay wherever you are. But at those words, Jiang Sakura Shui, who was still quite angry, calmed down after hearing those words from Su Jinshi. A smug smile seemed to be revealed on his face. No wonder Brother Xinyuan hasn't been willing to look at you squarely. I kind of know why. I'm afraid you don't know yet. Brother Xinyuan likes big boobs. As for you, Kong Cherry Snow's gaze also moved a distance down from Su Jinshi's face. The sneer on his face also grew stronger. Tiny B-cups, ridiculous ridiculous. Ginger Cherry Snow said this. The entire audience looked at Luo Xinyuan on the stage with a strange gaze. Luo Xinyuan was also aware of the eyes of the group of people around her. Immediately, he could only cough awkwardly twice, used to demonstrate embarrassment in the mind. Wei Xiao, who was on the side, couldn't help but look down at her neckline. Yuki is E. I'm G. I'm 2 cup sizes bigger than Yuki. He should like it too, right? Just as Wei Xiao was contemplating, the face of Su Jinshi in the ring also became unusually ugly. Instantly, he stormed off. I'll fight you. In the next moment, a space vortex also appeared in front of Su Jinshi. Immediately afterward, a huge tree man covered in purple and black poisonous gas stepped out of the vortex. Chapter 391. Luo Xinyuan on the stage saw this. I had thought that Su Jinshi had also contracted the rotting wood giant just like Su Mu. But after that giant completely stepped out of the space vortex, its bizarre appearance also surprised Luo Xinyuan. Even Nan Yun Lord, who had been making few remarks, narrowed a pair of eyes. A small whisper. A symbiotic imperial beast of plants and beasts. Only the top of that body made of rotting wood was filled with dense pits. Through those pits, many people saw the ghastly white bones inside. How does a tree grow the bones of a beast? That's not all. On top of that huge body there was a hideous beast head with a fierce face. Only the beast's head was covered by dense hair, and it was impossible to see what kind of beast it was. Seeing the situation, Luo Xinyuan also could no longer hold back the curiosity in her heart. Spinning around, he opened the forbidden eye. Name, Carrion Beast. Stage of growth, Metamorphosis Stage 9. Racial bloodline, Bone-crushing bloodline. Quality, Legendary. Attributes, Wood/Poison. Gift, the source of the nightmare and the poison. Nightmare difficulty poison source. The heart of the carrion beast stores a large amount of poisonous energy, constantly delivering fierce poison to its surroundings, causing all of its attacks to be accompanied by 20% poisonous attribute damage, and is the advanced talent of the poison source core. Skills: Rotting Trample, Poison Fog, Rotting Bone Burst, Rotting Bone Beast Claw, Beast Flower Blast, Bone Wood Shift. Evolutionary Path: Bone Hatchling, Poison Ivy Guard, Bone Beast, Bone Poison Beast, Moro 10,000 Poison Beast. Description: a mutation of the Rotting Wood Giant, a coexistence of plants and beasts, whose toxicity is far better than that of the Rotting Wood Giant at the same stage. There is no detailed information showing the process of the formation of the Rotting Bone Giant, but according to the system deduction, the Rotting Bone Giant is a mutation of some kind of parasitic plant beasts, forcibly plundering the other beasts' bodies, and ultimately reaching a certain subtle balance. After reading the information about the corrupted bone beast, Luo Xinyuan also couldn't help but worry about Jiang Sakurasu. It didn't matter if the match was won or lost, but if Jiang Sakura Snow was in danger, Luo Xinyuan couldn't care less about your competition rules. He would also force his hand to save Kong Cherry Snow. As for the consequences, Luo Xinyuan just didn't care anymore. After all, there couldn't be a more serious consequence than the consequence of Jiang Sakura Snow being hurt. Seeing this, Jiang Sakura Snow was no cutie pie. One could clearly sense that the aura of this mutated imperial beast was much more powerful than the previous emerald vine. It even vaguely touched the awakening stage. Naturally, she didn't dare to be careless. The celestial green pale wolf's breath was clearly inferior to the other parties. It wasn't like the heavenly green pale wolf was one of those perverted to the extreme imperial beasts that Luo Xinyuan refined to be able to cross over a great accomplishment period to face the enemy. To be on the safe side, Jiang Sakurasu naturally had to replace the imperial beasts. Just as Jiang Zhuoxue was about to retrieve the heavenly green pale wolf, only Su Jinshi's voice suddenly rang out. Want to replace the imperial beast? Take it easy. I'll help you. Next moment, I don't know when the carrion bone beast, that huge beast head had actually arrived at the side of the sky green pale wolf. An incomparably sharp bone spur stuck out of the beast's head mouth. It directly stabbed into the body of the sky green pale wolf. This bizarre scene also really refreshed the three views of the audience present. Holy, I can't believe the head and body are separated. That mutated imperial beast of Su Jinshi's actually has this kind of bizarre ability. Moreover, that beast head was able to instantly appear at the side of the heavenly green pale wolf. The heavenly green pale wolf, which is known for its speed, didn't even react. Genuinely defenseless. Even Luo Xinyuan failed to react this time. The celestial green pale wolf was then sent flying out of the ring by that tremendous impact. Immediately, Luo Xinyuan thought of the previous information sheet of the carrion beast. One of them seems to be a skill called Bone Wood Transfer. Looking again at the ring floor, the vine limbs left behind by the emerald vine from earlier, Luo Xinyuan was also clear in her mind. Bone and Wood Transfer, as the name suggests, is the use of plants or animal bones to move. However, he did not expect that the other party would be such a moving method, merely moving only his head and letting his huge body attract the other party's attention. Chapter 392. Luo Xinyuan was afraid that Jiang Sakura Shui would be harmed and was about to rush into the ring. But he was stopped by a look from Kong Sakura Snow. Xinyuan, help me take care of the heavenly green pale wolf. I must personally avenge this sneak attack on behalf of the heavenly green pale wolf. Luo Xinyuan saw Jiang Sakuraxu's determined eyes after seeing them. It also stopped in its tracks. When he really cares, he cares. He himself had long ago handed over the ice thunder crystals that he had gotten from Zhou Wudao to Jiang Sakuraxu. I'm sure that the strength of the Qiong Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow has also skyrocketed. He himself first let Jiang Sakura Snow do her bidding for the time being. Winning is naturally best. But if Jiang Sakuraxu really has any life-threatening danger later on, it's not too late to strike out on your own. Spin. Luo Xinyuan also quickly came to the side of the stabbed heavenly green pale wolf, diagnosing its condition with the forbidden eye. Luo Xinyuan realized that the blow from the corrupted bone beast just now hadn't harmed the vitals of the heavenly green pale wolf. It only pierced some flesh. Obviously, the heavenly green pale wolf still reacted accordingly the moment the carrion beast launched its sneak attack. It was only because of the suddenness of the incident, coupled with the fact that the carrion beast's speed wasn't slow, that the sky green pale wolf didn't completely dodge it. It ended up being swept away by the massive impact of that blow. Although the external injuries weren't serious, the most troublesome thing was the poison that the corrupted bone beast had injected into the heavenly green pale wolf's body. Looking at the heavenly green pale wolf with green toxins bubbling all over its body, Luo Xinyuan was not the least bit worried. Although the poison of the carrion behemoth was fierce, but it's a piece of in front of the earth scorpion. Spin. Luo Xinyuan also summoned the earth poison scorpion to pull out the poison for the heavenly green pale wolf. Soon, the scorpion tail of the earth-poisoned scorpion stabbed into the body of the sky-green pale wolf. A massive green liquid also followed the scorpion's tail, and all of it surged into the earth-poisoned scorpion's body. Right at this moment, a system beep sounded in Luo Xinyuan's head. Sting! The earth scorpion has absorbed the homologous toxin. Bone-eating scorpion poison, LV1 to LV2. Description: bone-eating scorpion poison. The original scorpion poison of the earth-poisoned scorpion, which can turn the poisoned person's bones into thick water. Effect: deducts the poisoner's 2% raised to 4%, life force per second. Corrosive ability, 10% raised to 20%. Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan also thought quite a bit. I didn't realize there were surprises. This, together with the bloodshed scorpion venom's 2%, as long as they are stung by the scorpion tail, the poisoner that is 6% of their life force deducted per second, coupled with the 20% corrosive ability of bone-eroding scorpion venom and the 10% blood vaporization ability of blood fury scorpion venom. This ordinary imperial beast was basically a dead man when stung by the earth-poisoned scorpion. If it wasn't a royal beast that possessed an extremely strong resistance to poison, then it wouldn't have the ability to fight back at all. Just as Luo Xinyuan was secretly pleased, the celestial green pale wolf also finally recovered its spirit and stood up again. However, the heavenly green pale wolf landed outside the field and was still considered defeated, unable to continue participating in the battle. Seeing this scene, a trace of incredulity also flashed across Su Jinshi's eyes. She had been secretly watching this side of the room. Su Jinshi was originally prepared to send the heavenly green pale wolf flying directly to Luo Xinyuan's feet. But what she didn't expect was that the heavenly green pale wolf had reacted in a very short period of time. It caused her original attack to deviate, which landed not far from Luo Xinyuan. She knew that Luo Xinyuan would find a way to detoxify the heavenly green pale wolf. Her original purpose was to wait for Luo Xinyuan to be unable to detoxify the poison, and then personally step in to detoxify the heavenly green pale wolf. This way, he might be able to get some good impressions in front of Luo Xinyuan. But what she never expected was, the terrifying toxin of the carrion bone beast had been lifted so easily in Luo Xinyuan's hands. This really surprised her. Su Jinshi was also becoming increasingly impervious to Luo Xinyuan, but at the same time, she also became more fond of this Luo Xinyuan that was full of mystery. And Zhang Zuoshui, after seeing that the heavenly green pale wolf was safe and sound, it was also a long relief. Immediately after that, he turned his head and looked at Su Jinshi. Come on, let's see how powerful this mutated imperial beast of yours is. Or is my perfectly mutated Qiong Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow stronger? Chapter 393. All of a sudden, an unrivaled and berserk ice-cold spiritual energy emanated from Zhang Zuoshui's body. I don't know if it's an illusion or not. The spectators around the ring seemed to feel the temperature drop quite a bit. Immediately after, a spatial vortex also appeared in front of Zhang Zuoshui's body. A loud and clear sparrow chirp also suddenly rang out. Qiong Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow. Debut. Luo Xinyuan was also shocked by Zhang Zuoshui's sudden burst of power. At the same time, he was also very curious about the strength of the Qiong Heavenly Thunder Sparrow today. The Forbidden Eye was unleashed again. Name, Qiong Ice Thunderbird. Stage of growth, Metamorphosis 9. Quality, Legendary. Attributes, Ice/Lightning. Talent, Ice and Thunder Feather Strike, LV2. Ice and Thunder Feather Strike, LV2 attacks launched by the feather wings all have ice and thunder damage, and have a certain chance to freeze or paralyze the target. Skills, Ice Thunder Breath. Split Ice Thunder Claw. Xianyu Storm. Feather Blade. Ice Thunder Boom. Evolutionary Path, Ice Thunder Fledgling, Ice Thunder Sparrow, Qiong Bing Tian Lei Sparrow, Tian Yuan Ice Thunder Sparrow, Ice Thunder Xian Sparrow Emperor. Luo Xinyuan was also not expecting it. He himself had merely given Zhang Zuoshui 5 Ice Thunder Crystals. I didn't expect that the Qiong Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow had not only advanced to the 9th stage of metamorphosis, but even its talent Ice Thunder Feather Strike had been upgraded from LV1 to LV2. On top of the original effect, the probability of freezing and probability of paralysis were added. This way, if the attack speed is frequent enough, you are sure to paralyze or freeze your opponent. But the Qiong Bing Sky Thunder Sparrow could only be considered a long-range output type Imperial Beast. It didn't have the swift attack speed of a melee Imperial Beast, and due to the limitations of the talent, in order to trigger this effect, it must also be a wing-initiated attack. This is certainly another reduction in the probability of the effect being produced. Now, it seemed that the effect obtained from upgrading the Qiong Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow was a bit of a chicken rib, and it was just a matter of luck to trigger it. However, when Luo Xinyuan saw the confident look on Jiang Sakura Snow's face, something seemed to have occurred to him as well. The whirlwind also revealed a knowing smile. Earlier, Su Jinshi, who was an opponent, after seeing the aura emitted by the Qiong Bing Heavenly Thunder Sparrow, it also froze for a long time, but it quickly came back to life, a sarcastic smile on his face. Ginger Cherry Snow. I admit that this mutant ice thunder sparrow of yours is indeed very strong, but at best, it's about the same as my carrion behemoth. But now your celestial green pale wolf is out. You didn't really think you could use it to string two together and overtake me, did you? John Sakuraxa didn't answer positively, just said with a smile on his face, how do you know it won't work if you don't try it? Next moment, the two women unexpectedly launched themselves towards each other at the same time, only to see the carrion bone beast. The dense hair above the beast's head suddenly spread out. A poisonous liquid bomb filled with toxicity suddenly shot out from the beast's mouth, heading straight for the Chongbing Sky Thunder Sparrow. This move is the beast flower explosion of the carrion beast. Seeing this scene, Luo Xinyuan, who had been watching the battle, also came to a realization. It turns out that the so-called flower of the beast in the flower of the beast, this refers to the fact that the head of the beast looks like a flower bud when the hair is open. Luo Xinyuan couldn't help but spit out as well. That's a pretty graphic name for a skill. When Luo Xinyuan looked at the Chong Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow again, the Chong Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow also instantly constructed a thick wall of ice to resist the beast flower blast from the bone carrion beast. When the beast flower blast hits the ice wall squarely, the ice wall was immediately corroded by the toxicity of the beast flower bomb and began to melt. The beast flower bomb also lost power due to the ice wall and fell to the ground. Soon, the floor of the ring was eroded by the corrosive venom of the beast flower bomb. Seeing the situation, Chapter 394. One of Jiang Sakura Shue's eyebrows was also furrowed. She also did not expect that the poison of that corrupted bone giant beast to be so fierce. Luckily, Luo Xinyuan was there. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my own heavenly green pale wolf would have died by now. But what Kong Cherry Snow didn't know was, at this moment, Su Jinshi was also sighing in his heart at the difficulty of the ice attribute of the Chong Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow. But soon, Su Jinshi then thought of a brilliant plan to break through Jiang Sakura Snow's defense. Can't you construct an ice wall? Then I'll just make it so you can't react at all. Next moment, Su Jinshi surprisingly began to change imperial beasts again, summoned the emerald vine, which had retired peacefully. After seeing this scene, Jiang Sakura Shue also opened her mouth with a smile. What? Can't do anything with my ice wall and want to use up the Chong Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow's stamina through this method? Words. Su Jinshi also didn't explain. But the next moment there was movement, only to see the emerald vines begin to grow at a rapid pace. And in just a few moments of effort it constituted a large net compiled from emerald vines. It was the web of life that had been performed before. But the smile on Kong Cherry Snow's face grew stronger. I say, Su Jinshi, are you out of your mind? What are you going to do when you make all this noise on the ground? Is it hard to believe that you still want to wait for my Chong Ice Heavenly Thunder Sparrow to fall to the ground? But soon, Kong Cherry Snow then realized that something was wrong. Because after using the life-weaving web, Emerald Vine didn't stop. Instead, they began to frantically launch emerald flying blades towards the Chongbing Sky Thunder Sparrow. However, due to the relatively wide gap in strength between the two sides, therefore, it caused the Chong Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow to easily block these attacks. The vine leaves that were used to use the emerald flying blades were all scattered above the ring floor. That's not all. Immediately after, the emerald vine again used the emerald thorns, but this time the emerald thorns is not like before, so that the emerald vine grows densely spiked. Instead, it spewed out many balls of green thorns that looked like implanted seeds. See this scene. Although Jiang Sakuraxa didn't know Su Jinshi's true purpose, but the uneasiness in his heart was also growing stronger. Started using Ice Thunder Spit to try and finish off Emerald Vine straight away, but the Emerald Vine was just too cunning. Surprisingly, he began to utilize his sinuous, curved body, dodging the attacks of the Chongbing Heavenly Thunder Sparrow. Plus the Emerald Vine grows too fast. Even if one misses and gets hit by the Chong Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow, it also grows back quickly, but those parts that were hit also stayed all over the ring. Not only that, it continued to throw thorns and blades as it dodged attacks. Zhao Dizhu under the ring couldn't help but sneer as well. Su Jinshi this stinking. Is she seeing that she can't break through Sakura Snow's defense? So she's giving herself up here. But when his gaze looked at the gloomy Luo Xinyuan, he knew that things didn't seem to be as simple as he had suspected. And on the side of the VIP seats were a group of family heads of the world's families. Whether it's seniority, experience, combat experience, knowledge of imperial beasts, tactics, all are far superior to Zhao Dizhu's. Naturally, he saw Su Jinshi's true purpose for doing so at a glance. Zhou Yansheng even revealed a smug smile. Master Su, your daughter is really good at this. By the looks of it, that old bastard Jiang Yunsheng, after his son's defeat in the battle with serious injuries, his daughter seems to be following in her brother's footsteps again. Chapter 395. Words. Sumu also replied with a smiling face. Nowhere. Nowhere. This poor tactic of my daughter's is truly a disgrace in front of all the housemasters. despite the humble words on his lips. However, Sumu's heart was constantly sneering. The Zhang family has been overpowering the Su family for too long. If we weren't allied with the Luo family, I'm afraid the Su family has long been eaten up by the Zhang family. Let you, Jiang Yunsheng, be so arrogant on weekdays. Always look at people through their nostrils. You deserve it. Now your daughter is about to lose to Jinshi. This is also a way for my Su family to take out a vicious breath of air. I really don't know what kind of expression Jiang Yunsheng's old piker will have when he returns and learns about all this. Just as Sumu kept envisioning it in his mind, the Chongbing Sky Thunder Sparrow on top of the ring was observing through these few rounds. It was also a smooth way to figure out the pattern of the Emerald Vine's movement. Immediately, he also looked at the right moment. Dive straight down towards the ground. A direct move, Crack Ice Thunder Claw straight to the root of the Emerald Vine. You know, for plant-based imperial beasts, the rhizome is their heart. Once the rhizome is damaged, it's also basically dead. Seeing the situation, the Emerald Vine was finally feeling scared as well. When it looked at Su Jinshi, hoping that Su Jinshi would save it once more. But Su Jinshi didn't move the slightest bit. There was also no use of any Imperial Beast props to force the Emerald Vine to be summoned back as before. There was even a sneer as a result. Emerald Vine, you go in peace. Just wait until you're dead, and your mission will be complete. At that time, a mutated Imperial Beast with extraordinary potential like Zhang Cherry Snow is also doomed to escape death. Trading one of your epic quality for one of your opponent's mutated Imperial Beasts is not a bad deal, though I may also suffer backlash along with it. As long as I can cut off Zhang Sakura Snow's future, then it's all worth it. It seemed to sense his master's thoughts. The Emerald Vine's circumference also suddenly froze. It was as if he had understood Su Jinshi's mind. The Emerald Vine also seemed to have lost its activity, allowing the chill nice Heavenly Thunder Sparrow to shatter its roots with a claw. Raging thunder and lightning, interspersed with bone-scratching cold, it kept spreading over the body of the Emerald Vine. The Emerald Vines were also instantaneous at this moment. It shrank quite a bit between them. The originally rich life force was also gone in an instant. Pust. Because of the death of the Emerald Vine, Su Jinshi also suffered a backlash from the contract. A mouthful of blood was spat out violently. Seeing the Emerald Vine die, Su Jinshi was injured by the backlash. Kong Cherry Snow was also thinking that she had stopped some sort of plan by Su Jinshi. And at this moment, when looking at the miserable-looking Su Jin, Kong Cherry Snow was also trying to be moderate. Spinning around, he spoke. Su Jinshi, you've been hurt. You can't beat me if you keep this up. Might as well surrender on this. But as Zhang Zhuishu's words fell, at this moment, Su Jinshi, after gently wiping the blood on her lips, surprisingly, he grinned. Ha ha, Kong Cherry Snow, do you think you've won? Take a good look around the grounds. Seeing this, Zhang Sakuraku, because of the chase just now, at the moment, the entire ring was filled with thorn balls, leaves, and emerald vine limbs left behind by the Emerald Vine, as well as the already dead Emerald Vine. Finally, Zhang Sakura Shui was also recalling the scene from earlier, when the heavenly green pale wolf was knocked out of the ring by a sneak attack. It wasn't until then that Zhang Zhuishu reacted. Su Jinshi, you did all this to just set up the battlefield? Words. The smile on Su Jinshi's face also grew more and more hideous. Ha ha, did you just react? Chapter 396. But it's already too late. You're going to lose this match. The next moment, Su Jinshi also took out a pill and ate it. See Su Jinshi take the pill. The face of Su Mu in the VIP seat also suddenly changed. The center of his brow was also furrowed into a chuan, but it was soon back to business as usual. And when Su Jin, at the moment of taking the pill, the original face that had become a bit pale due to the severe injuries from the backlash, it's also gotten a lot rosier again. Apparently the injuries in his body were stabilized. Immediately after, the carrion beast was also summoned by Su Jinshi once again. Kong Cherry Snow saw the scene. The perception of Su Jinshi was also a step deeper. Su Jinshi, you're so cruel. Not only is it hard on the imperial beasts that are always there for you, even treating yourself is so hard. In order to deal with me, he deliberately allowed his own imperial beast to be killed. Even pills like the rejuvenation pill, which overdraws the life force, dare to be eaten. The rejuvenation pill, as the name suggests, it can restore someone who is seriously injured as if they were still alive in a short period of time. However, after taking the rejuvenation pill, one's blood will fail for a month. During this month, the body is nourished by the lack of blood. The whole body would be, from time to time, as uncomfortable as being gnawed by countless ants. This kind of pain is unbearable for an unusual person. Sumu had thought that Su Jinshi would take back the Emerald Vine after simply setting up the battlefield, but he never expected it. Su Jinshi in order to defeat Kong Cherry Snow. It's amazing how far they've gone to do this. In order to cover the entire ring with the roots and branches of the Emerald Vine. even going so far as to let it die, to compensate for being in a state of revulsion, and swallowed the elixir of life. Jinsei, why are you so obsessed with defeating Kong Saksuki? It's hard not to because, thinking of this, Sumu's eyes couldn't help but look towards Luo Xinyuan. But at this moment, Luo Xinyuan didn't even notice the gaze behind her. This was because his entire focus was on Jiang Sakura Snow at the moment. He had long since seen through Su Jinshi's purpose. As long as Kong Cherry Snow's life is in danger, he would then rush out at the first opportunity. At this time, Su Jinshi had completely recovered state. She was also rejuvenated from what had been a somewhat miserable appearance. Ginger Cherry Snow, there's no point in talking too much. Today, I'll let you see the killing move I've prepared for you at great cost. I just don't know if your ice wall can still block it. Only the next moment, the carrion beast's hand slammed directly into the ground. An eerie fluctuation traveled towards the surrounding plant debris. Soon, one by one, buds then grew from the remains of the otherwise dead emerald vines, as well as from the leaves and thorn balls, merely zapping the eyes. The countless buds then expanded rapidly. It grew to the size of a man. Immediately afterward, the buds bloomed. It became a colorful flower. It was supposed to be a highly enjoyable visual feast, simply because the bloom is so beautiful. Even the spectators in the audience were attracted by the beautiful flowers. This is too good to look at. How in the world can there be such beautiful flowers? But soon, then someone noticed something was wrong. Look, you guys, the center of the flower. What's that? Bro, are you kidding me? The center of a flower can have nothing but stamens. Beast's head. That's right. In the center of that beautiful flower was, surprisingly, an ugly and hideous beast's head. A beast's head that's not unlike that of the carrion beast in general. Chapter 397. Looking at the densely packed beast heads above the ring at this moment, Jiang Sakuraxu froze. She had originally thought that Su Jinshi's purpose was merely to add movement to the beast head of the carrion bone beast. Then through quick and frequent shifts, he would find out the breaks in his Chongbing Tianlei sparrow and eventually strike again to deal a heavy blow. But she couldn't have imagined it. Su Jinshi's ultimate goal wasn't this at all. Instead, they just have the heads of the beasts all over the ring. Looking at the surprise on Kong Cherry Snow's face, Su Jinshi also could no longer control the smile on his face. Ginger Cherry Snow, my layout is complete. You're going to lose. I don't believe that with so many beast heads launching attacks at the same time, you can still block them. Words. Su Jinshi didn't want to drag this out any longer. After all, the effects of the rejuvenation pill would soon wear off, and all she had to do now was to go all out to defeat Jiang Sakura Snow. And so, the body of the carrion behemoth began to pass through those roots, balls of thorns, and blades above the ring, channeling the venom in his body towards that one hideous beast's head. And at the same time, all the heads of the beasts were opening their terrifyingly huge mouths covered in fangs, aiming at the Chonai Sky Thunder Sparrow in midair. And those venoms were gradually coalescing into a single beast flower burst in the beast head's mouth. Seeing this scene, everyone thought that Jiang Sakura Snow was bound to lose. Even Luo Xinyuan was ready to rescue him at any time. But just then, Kong Cherry Snow suddenly laughed. Su Jinshi, I thought you had more than that. So, this is it? Words. Su Jinshi, however, was unimpressed. She just assumed it was just Kong Sakura Snow getting high on her mouth. Kong Cherry Snow, don't be a tough talker. Accept reality honestly. You are destined to be trampled under my feet. Jiang Sakuraxu didn't pay any attention to Su Jinshi. Instead, he looked towards the Chongbing Heavenly Thunder Sparrow. Begin. Show this woman what we're made of. As Jiang Sakura Snow's words just fell, the Chongbing Heavenly Thunder Sparrow also let out a loud and clear sparrow call. Immediately afterward, an icy cold aura mixed with the power of thunder quickly spread above the wings of the Chongbing Heavenly Thunder Sparrow. For a time, the feathers above the wings of the Chongbing Sky Thunder Sparrow, each piece was wrapped in both ice cold and thunder energies. Seeing this, Su Jinshi didn't understand what Jiang Sakura Snow was trying to do though, but from this terrifying energy, she truly felt threatened. As it happened, the delivery of the venom was complete. There was no more hesitation at that moment. Beast flower bursts, continuous fire. Fire. In a split second, a ball of beast flower bursts just shot towards the Chongbing Heavenly Thunder Sparrow. Looking at the Chongbing Heavenly Thunder Sparrow that was suspended in the air and didn't seem to intend to move, a hint of madness also flashed under Su Jinshi's eyes. Die. You have nowhere to run anymore. With that one ice wall, it wouldn't be able to stop such a large number of beast flower bursts. Just then, Jiang Cherry Snow also finally reacted. Xianyu Storm. One could only see the Chongbing Heavenly Thunder Sparrow's wings quake. Countless plumes wrapped with the power of ice and thunder, forming an intense tornado with the Chonai Sky Thunder Sparrow at the center. When Su Jinshi saw this, he naturally did not dare to underestimate it. Don't look at her as she keeps calling out Kong Cherry Snow. Chapter 398. That was nothing more than her tactics. Trying to hit Kong Cherry Snow on a mental level. She wouldn't really treat Jiang Sakura Snow as some minor character that could just be dispatched. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent so much and personally buried one of her epic imperial beasts to set up the battlefield. However, when she realized that the trajectory of the beast flower blast was only slightly affected by the genuine featherstorm, she realized that it was only slightly affected by the genuine featherstorm. Her earlier moment of caution was also thrown out of the bag. Ha ha, Ginger Cherry Snow, is that all you've got? You're still playing around. You're still playing around? But the words were only half spoken. Su Jincher froze. This was because she surprisingly realized that those beast flower burst bombs that were wrapped in the tornado were at first only slightly affected by the trajectory of their launch. But the closer you get to the center of the storm, the beast flower pops just got slower and slower. What struck her as most outrageous was this. There were some beast flower bursts that either faded into a ball of ice spinning with the storm, or were suddenly vaporized by the heat emanating from the thunder. In short, none of the beast flower bursts could hit the Joan Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow. How is this possible? Su Jincher could no longer suppress her inner panic. An incredulous face looked at the scene in front of him, and Luo Xinyuan, who was below the ring, instantly understood the reason for this. So it is. The storm spawned by the two wings just perfectly utilizes the natural effect of the Joan Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow. It's just that what I didn't expect was that so-called target would also include the skills that the enemy is performing. A perfectly mutated Joan Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow. It truly has great potential. Just as Luo Xinyuan was carefully watching the battle between the two. Suddenly, Luo Xinyuan felt as if her shoulder had been gently knocked by something. When Luo Xinyuan turned back, hurtingly, he realized that it was actually the earth poison scorpion that he had summoned earlier. Luo Xinyuan's mind was on Jiang Sakurax's battle at the moment, so when he saw that it was the earth poison scorpion, instantly, he turned his head back. Still, it opened his mouth to ask, "What's wrong? Is it too boring to stay here? I'll take you back to the strong desire space." Seeing that Luo Xinyuan didn't seem to understand what she meant, the earth poison scorpion was also in a hurry. Hurriedly, he scurried to Luo Xinyuan's heels. The two large pincers kept rubbing in front of Luo Xinyuan's face. This scene was watching Luo Xinyuan in a daze. "Earth Scorpion, what happened to you?" At this moment, Luo Xinyuan didn't think much at all and didn't understand what the earth poisonous scorpion meant at all. It was still Zhao Deju, who was on the side, who reacted instantly. "Heart refinement, can't you see this? Earth poisonous scorpion is here asking for a reward because of the fact that you just let it save the heavenly green pale wolf." Words. The 8 eyes of the earth poison scorpion instantly lit up. A quick nod signaled that he meant it. Luo Xinyuan didn't think much about it either, thinking that the earth poison scorpion just wanted some of its own special food. Immediately, he also took out a copy of the food that was equipped according to the growth needs of the earth poison scorpion. It was shoved on top of the pincers of the earth's poisonous scorpion. Then it casually retrieved the earth poison scorpions back into the strong desire space. Zhao Doju, who was on the side, wanted to say something. This was because he realized that at this moment, Luo Xinyuan's attention was again focused on the battle above the ring, only to see that at this moment, the Qiongbing Heavenly Thunder Sparrow had already dissolved all of the beast flower explosions. Immediately after that she targeted the countless heads of the beasts above the ring. "Su Jinshi, you didn't expect it, did you? You've done everything you can, but in the end, you still can't do anything about me. Today, I'm going to completely shatter this proud tactic of yours." Chapter 399. At this time, Su Jincher's face had become quite gloomy. She didn't expect it either. Jiang Sakuraxu even had this kind of tactic. And Jiang Sakuraxu was not complacent because of her momentary upper hand. She knew very well that this duel was not over until she defeated Su Jincher completely. Think about it. Jiang Sakuraxu immediately ordered the Qiong Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow to attack the head of the beast above the ring. Soon, the dragon scroll centered on the Qiongbing Sky Thunder Sparrow began to move above the ring. One by one, the heads of the beasts, along with the vines and roots stuck to that piece of ground, were all cleaned up. It's not because it's frozen into ice that can't withstand the wind pressure of a hurricane and turns into debris. It was to be beaten into flying dust by the raging thunder. In just a few breaths of effort, the ring was completely cleared. For a while, Kong Cherry Snow's support group was also cheering and shouting loudly from the audience. On the contrary, Su Jincher's backup group looked listless. Luo Xinyuan also revealed a hint of a smile when she saw this. It seemed like Jiang Sakuraxu should have taken this battle, but Jiang Cherry Snow still wasn't careless. After all, the carrion beast's main body was still there. Just then, the carrion beast moved, accompanied by Su Jincher's emotionless voice. "Jiang Zhuoxue, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that the formation I set up at such a great cost would be cracked by you." Kong Cherry Snow sniffed. also spoke up. Su Jinshi, you can't win against me. Admit defeat. It seemed to have been irritated by Jiang Sakura Snow's words. The corner of Su Jinshi's mouth unexpectedly hooked up into a bizarre arc at this moment. Admit defeat? Do you really think you're going to win? You think you're a sure thing? I'd like to see how you can break this last move of mine. The words are gone, only to see the rotting bone beast. It unexpectedly stretched out a bone claw and grabbed straight to its chest. With the sound of rotting wood falling, an object that emitted a purple luster was pulled out by the carrion beast. For a while, the surrounding audience also let out a sound of sucking in cool air. There was no lack of people with eyesight who had already seen what was in the hands of the carrion beast at this moment. Surprisingly, it was the heart of the carrion beast. It's also known as the bad luck poison, source of a giant poison sac. My goodness, took out his heart and he's still alive. This imperial beast is too weird, isn't it? What do you know? The carrion bone beast was originally mutated from a carrion wood giant parasitized on the body of some kind of beast royal beast. Its body is naturally a plant-based rotting wood giant, and the heart is from the parasitized beast, so the rotting bone beast naturally won't die. It was explained by a know-it-all. It took a moment for the crowd to realize. At this time, Jiang Zuoxue also saw the problem. She had roughly guessed what Su Jinshi wanted to do. Immediately, he also channeled his spiritual energy unreservedly to the Chiang Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow. Want to speed up the rotation speed of the Xinyuan storm, directly destroy this bad luck poison source. But how could Su Jinshi let Jiang Sakuraxu have her way so easily? Seeing the situation, Su Jinshi directly let the rotten bone beast use the bad nuisance poison source as a cannonball and shoved it into the beast head's mouth. Then it hit directly at the sky. Because of the strong pressure, the bad luck poison source directly burst open. It instantly turned into a roiling venom. Obviously, Su Jinshi was forcing Jiang Zuoxue to make a choice, because judging from the trajectory of the source of bad luck, even if Jiang Sakuraxu didn't do anything, she would still be safe and unaffected. But the surrounding audience is in for a world of hurt. If no one blocked the venom for them, they were bound to get hit. Chapter 400. Though because of the dispersal of the venom, these people don't die immediately, but it will be worse than death. And the longer the delay, the higher the probability of death. If they cannot be saved within 10 minutes, these people will still die. But even if the Imperial Beasts Association and all the medical organizations present had come together, they would not have been able to save such a large number of people in 10 minutes. So the result for these people is still death. On the contrary, if Jiang Sakura Snow utilized the Xian Featherstorm to collect all of this venom, these spectators wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. However, that terrifying toxin would then all converge on the Chiang Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow in the center of the storm because of the Xian Featherstorm. Instantaneous absorption of venom of such high concentration. Even the perfectly mutated Chiang Ice Heavenly Thunder Sparrow would die in an instant. Su Jinshi's heart at the moment had been replaced by jealousy and hatred. Completely. Naturally, she knew it would get a lot of people killed. But in the end, she was able to explain that it was an accident. After all, she hadn't directly attacked the audience either. No one can say she did it on purpose. In hindsight, all she needed to say was that she had panicked during the battle and had wanted to attack the Chongbing Heavenly Thunder Sparrow with the nightmare poison source. But a momentary mistake hit the sky. Afterwards, just pay a huge sum of money and the matter will be settled. And with Su Jinshi's knowledge of Jiang Sakura Snow, Jiang Sakuraxu should have chosen to carry it all on her own. Let no one else get hurt, because the venom is centered in the ring and spreads outward. So the ring is very safe. But what she never expected was, Jiang Sakuraxu unexpectedly chose this time to launch an attack on her carrion beast. Because of the loss of the source of bad luck, the carrion beast became unbeatable. With just one move of Ice Thunder Spit, the carrion beast was directly defeated. And the audience at the moment, after seeing the direction of the venom splash, there was also an instant panic. Start trying to escape, but it was too late to escape. They simply couldn't run out of the range where the venom enveloped them. As for the heads of the families in the VIP seats, though, one by one, their faces also became unusually ugly, but their movements were surprisingly consistent. As early as the moment the bad news poison source exploded, he immediately left his seat. He quickly disappeared, away from the venom spread. And South Cloud and Zhang Duzue bad luck poison source at the beginning of the explosion, just stood up with an angry look on his face. As old geezers, how could they not be clear about Su Jinshi's mind? But it was too late to say anything more at this moment. One could only summon their imperial beasts as fast as they could, blocking some of the venom as they could. Save one more person if you can. But when they just made a move, Nan Yunlord suddenly noticed Luo Xinyuan's eyes. It seemed to understand something, and the movements of his hands stopped instantly, directly following the movements of the heads of those worldly families. A hand pulled Zhang Duzue, who was about to summon the imperial beasts, quickly away, and above the main seat is Mayor Tang Yuechi. Ben is a master of the world in chaos. I didn't expect that something so interesting would come up now, where she would care. It only silently opened the defense formation that Tang Dizhong had left around the main seat. Then just wait and see what happens and wait for the aftermath to catch up. At this moment, Sumu was in a cold sweat. He could never have imagined that his usual calm and resourceful daughter would do such stupid things, just as Sumu was pondering his response afterward. At this time, Luo Xinyuan, who had long ago brought Zhao Deju, Lu Wei, and Wei Xiaoxiao to hide in a safe area. A smile was on his face. I'm going to post. There are such self-sacrificing good people in the world. The Black Pot Su family takes the blame. I'll get the benefits. Chapter 401. The venom poured down from the sky. Many who were too late to retreat. All of them were stained with more or less venom. For a time, the Imperial Beast fighting arena wailed. At the first sign of danger passing, the medical team on site then began to treat the poisoned spectators to save their lives. But sadly, at the level of the medical team, if you give them a week to research, surely an antidote to the poison can be made. But this is unrealistic. Because of the estimation based on the results of their examination, these people will be poisoned to death if they are not treated within 15 minutes. After listening to the report of his men, Tang Yueqi also spoke to Su Mu, who was hiding in a safe area. Su family master, give a statement. Words. Su Mu also knew that his daughter was in big trouble. Immediately, he also bowed and spoke. Lord Mayor, it was an accident. It's... Su Mu stammered for half a day, not knowing what to say. After all, this incident today is really a bit big. He, who had always been calm, was also very flustered in his heart. Just then, Su Jinshi, who was above the ring, suddenly opened his mouth. Lord Mayor, I'm to blame for this. Just now, because of Jiang Sakura Snow's attack, it caused me to panic a bit, and this time, I made a mistake when using my final killing move. My Su family is willing to put up a sum of money for compensation. Tang Yueqi raised an eyebrow and turned her gaze to Su Jinshi. Compensation is natural, but what about the poison in these people? Su Jinshi sniffed. There was also a hint of difficulty on his face. The eyes looked towards Jiang Sakuraxu intentionally or unintentionally. Spinning around, he spoke. Lord Mayor, I could have had the carrion behemoth recycle that venom, but Kong Cherry Snow took advantage of the commotion just now to sneak up on me. Now that the carrion beast is seriously injured and unconscious, it can't even make a move to pull out the poison. I think that this incident, though, was caused by my mistake, but if it wasn't for Jiang Cherry Snow taking advantage of my distraction to strike, things wouldn't have come to this. Before Tang Yueqi could say anything, on the side, Jiang Sakura Shui was the one who let out a cold laugh. Ha, that's all the Su family. A little bit of commitment? You're blaming someone else for the mess you made? Su Jinshi also didn't budge in the slightest. Continued the rebuttal. This incident was caused by my mistake, though, but you just now. You obviously could have used the hurricane to gather the venom together, but instead of doing so, you took the opportunity to sneak up on me. If it wasn't for your sneak attack, how could the carrion beast have fallen unconscious? How can these poisoned people be beyond saving? At this time, many of the poisoned people had also heard what Su Jinshi had said, but after they learned that their last shred of life had been cut short by Jiang Sakura Snow, their eyes were also filled with resentment as they regarded Jiang Zhuixue. But the pain coming from within their bodies was such that they couldn't say a single word. Look around at the agonized reaction of the crowd. Instead of feeling guilty, Su Jinshi's heart had a hint of surprise. She was trying to throw the dirty water of this matter onto Jiang Sakura Snow. Himself and Jiang Sakura Snow had been defeated against each other though, but it doesn't matter. As long as she could make Jiang Sakura Snow carry the infamous reputation of taking advantage of others and disregarding the deaths of others for the sake of her own well-being, it would be fine. Seeing this originally, Su Mu, who was still a bit flustered, saw that the wind direction seemed to have changed. Chapter 402. Immediately, the uneasiness in his heart gradually dissipated. Just then, Luo Xinyuan also suddenly jumped out. Right, I just noticed that too. Kong Cherry Snow could have collected the venom, but she disregarded other people's deaths for her own safety. Though, this incident was accidentally made by Ms. Su, but she would have possessed the ability to detoxify. But Jiang Sakuraxu, for her own selfish interests, recklessly launched an attack on the carrion beast, and it ended up killing so many people in the room. I think this matter should rightfully be the responsibility of the Jiang family. Looking at the invigorated Luo Xinyuan, Su Jinshi also revealed a satisfied smile. For the first time, she thought that Luo Xinyuan would look surprisingly smooth. Right now, this black pot was about to be placed on Jiang Sakura Snow's head. At this time, Luo Xinyuan was also unable to sit still. Ha ha, what fun! It was obviously Su Jinshi who put the poison in, but it turned out to be on Jiang Sakuraxu's head. You guys are pretty good at turning black and white. seeing Luo Xinyuan seemed to be ready to get involved. Luo Yu, who had been coldly watching, also finally spoke. Heart refinement. Don't be ridiculous. This matter has nothing to do with you. Stand down. Luo Yu naturally had his own little thoughts. He thought that the reason why Luo Xinyuan was unwilling to return to the Luo family was because she was confused by this Jiang Sakuratsu of the Jiang family. As long as this Jiang Sakura Snow's reputation stinks, Luo Xinyuan will naturally leave him. You can also take the opportunity to strike a wave of the Jiang family. Why not? However, Luo Xinyuan was simply ignoring Luo Yu. Instead, he said to himself, the victory and defeat above the ring just now is there for all to see. Su Jinshi has already lost. Even if it pulls out the nightmare poison source, nor can it break through the hurricane of the Chongnai Sky Thunder Sparrow at all. To launch the source of the nightmare poison even when you know that defeat is assured, it's really hard for me to doubt what Su Jinshi's true purpose really is. This statement was made. Originally, Su Jinshi was still a bit complacent, but his heart instantly thumped. At that time, all she thought about was that she wanted to frame Jiang Sakura Snow, but the detail was overlooked. Now it was directly broken by Luo Xinyuan. Surprisingly, for a moment, she didn't know how to retort. But just then, Luo Xinyuan spoke again. Brother Xinyuan, I know you like Kong Cherry Snow. Feelings may be blind, but you can't know right from wrong. Before Jinshi, he must have been flustered by Kong Sakura Snow. That's why he thought to put up a last fight. The last miss is the proof. Words. Su Jinshi also took a long breath. At the same time the eyes when looking at Luo Xinyuan were much softer. But Luo Xinyuan was smiling. A mistake? I don't believe it. Miss Su would panic to this extent over one game, and to say 1,000 words. This poison, it was put there by Su Jinshi. There's no doubt about that. And the match just now, it wasn't even over. So it makes sense for Jiang Sakura Snow to launch an attack. Su Jinshi was already defeated. What's with the sneak attack? Such a horrible poison. Originally has nothing to do with Jiang Cherry Snow. As the originator of Su Jinshi could have watched without a care in the world. Jiang Cherry Snow, who is her opponent, is instead going to take her place and converge these venoms? What kind of reasoning is this? Speaking here, Luo Xinyuan's gaze chilled. I'm asking you, what kind of obligation does Kong Cherry Snow have to make up for her opponent's mistakes? Chapter 403. Everyone is not a cutie pie either. Naturally, he could understand the meaning of Luo Xinyuan's words. Yeah, Jiang Cherry Snow and himself and the others were not relatives. Why go to the aftermath for something someone else messed up? To take the blame? The one who put the poison was Su Jinshi. What's the connection with Kong Cherry Snow? For a while, the original hateful eyes that one looked at Jiang Zuoshui. It was also at this moment that all of them looked at Su Jinshi. This made Su Jinshi feel as if she was on her back. Just as Luo Xinyuan was still preparing to say something to refute Luo Xinyuan, it was Tang Yueqi who tapped the table and spoke. Luo Xinyuan is right. The poison was originally put there by Su Jinshi. She deserves to be held responsible for causing this. It's not a violation for Kong Cherry Snow to defeat the carrion giant in the ring. Ginger Cherry Snow is also not under any obligation to be responsible for this. In this case, I'll just consider it a match accident. But your Su family must settle this matter for me. Otherwise, according to the law of a city, Su Jinshi is considered negligent behavior. And life in prison too. On hearing about life imprisonment, Su Jinshi's head felt like it had been punched violently. A trance. She originally only wanted to frame Jiang Sakura Snow after her defeat. But I never thought it would turn out like this. See that this matter has been capped. The words Luo Xinyuan didn't say were eventually swallowed back into her stomach. Let him argue with Luo Xinyuan for a few sentences he dared. But let him openly contradict Tang Yueqi as mayor. He would never dare. But right at this moment, Luo Xinyuan's voice filled with teasing suddenly sounded in Luo Xinyuan's ears. What? Not trying to be an escort? Why don't you say something? Now is the best time to get a smile from a beauty. If I were you, I'd take the blame for Su Jinshi. Is that still a fear? That she won't be attracted to you? Words. Su Jinshi, who had finally felt terrified inside, also had his eyes light up. With an expectant face, he looked at Luo Xinyuan. But at this time, Luo Xinyuan, where would he be so stupid? He simply pretended not to see Su Jinshi's anticipation. This action was also what made Luo Xinyuan feel a little bit better in Su Jinshi's heart that she had managed to generate. It was gone in an instant. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan finally also experienced the feeling of being disgusted. This, however, is not enough for introspection. It would only make him hate Luo Xinyuan even more. Well, you're so cruel. Seeing Luo Xinyuan not speaking for half a day, the sneer on Luo Xinyuan's face also grew stronger. Yo got you taking the fall for the goddess and you start playing dumb? I thought how much you liked Su Jinshi. So that's it. At this time, Sumu was at his wit's end about this matter. After all, his carrion wood giant's natural skill was far inferior to the carrion bone giant. There's no way to remove the toxicity of the doom source. Seeing that the black pot can't be thrown, Sumu could only speak tentatively as well. Lord Mayor, my Su family is willing to take responsibility for this matter. It's just that with this poison, there's really nothing we can do. If it's possible, my Su family is willing to take out $3 billion as compensation for this matter. At those words, Tang Yuechi just let out a cold laugh, making such a big commotion. Regardless of whether or not your Su family is capable of solving it, compensation is mandatory. But, if these people can't be saved, Su Jinshi must pay for her behavioral transgressions. As for your Su family, you are also jointly and severally liable. This statement was made. Sumu also suddenly dropped to sit on top of the ground aside, because this matter is really beyond his ability, even if he is allowed to use the bottom card of the Su family. But in such a short period of time, the few could not come over. Just as Sumu was exhausting his brain, pondering the possibilities, Su Jinshi, who was on the side, suddenly remembered something. With a delighted face, he looked towards Luo Xinyuan. Scorpions, the scorpion that Luo Xinyuan refined. She remembered. Previously, when the heavenly green pale wolf was infected with the poison of the bone-corrupting beast, it was easily dissolved by that scorpion. Moreover, the toxins in the bodies of these poisoned people now were simply a far cry from the previous heavenly green pale wolf. If that's the scorpion pulling out the poison, it may only take a fraction of a second to heal someone. Think about it. Su Jinshi also could no longer care about anything else. Rolling and crawling, he ran to Luo Xinyuan's side and knelt down. Brother Xin Lian, please make a move. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yunhan was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carrion Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Nyan Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himeni used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Huan Yunsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alonely. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jianmo was forced to marry for the old man Lusan Master, whom she had never met, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 404. Please, for the love of my infatuation with you, help me. I don't want to waste my time in jail. I don't want to die of old age in prison. Please, anything you want me to do. When he looked at Su Jin who was kneeling above the ground, Luo Xinyuan was also in a trance. I can't help but recall a scene from my previous life. How high and mighty Su Jinshi was at that time. At that time, Luo Xinyuan was just a waste who couldn't contract a royal beast. To humiliate Luo Xinyuan, you could say it's all over the place. I can't imagine that the positions of the two are now switched. This would have been in a previous life. Luo Xinyuan, that was too much to think about. And Su Jinshi's words instantly woke up the surrounding crowd. Sumu sniffed. Eyes just rolled, spinning around and immediately rising from the ground. With an attentive face, he arrived in front of Luo Xinyuan. Ha ha, heart refining I thought you were something else from before. I'm afraid you don't know, but your father and I have been betrothed for a long time. Everything before that was your dad grinding on you. Jinsei will be your wife sooner or later. Now that she's in trouble, you, as her fiancé, shouldn't fail to help, right? When these words came out, Zhang Zuoxue was instantly displeased. Wow, your Su family has a good plan. Begging for heart refinement to strike. Not only do you not want to pay the price, and trying to abduct heart refinement. Where in the world is it so good? Sumu knew that Zhang Sakuraxu and Luo Xinyuan had an unusual relationship. Now in this particular situation, it wasn't good to offend Zhang Sakura Snow. So he spoke up. Niece of the world, it's not good to be jealous. How can a teenage pride like Xianlian have only one wife in the future? I know you two are close and sooner or later you're going to get married, but that doesn't stop Jinshi from marrying Xianlian as well. Though I have some issues with your father, but for the sake of heart refinement, our Su family is willing to turn our differences with your Jiang family into peace. When this matter is resolved, I'll talk to your father about organizing a wedding for the three of you together. When the time comes, with the help of Su, Luo and Jiang, the three families, heart refinement can definitely become the brightest new star in a city and even in the whole country. You like it so much. I don't think, will be able to thwart his future prospects. The whole room was shocked at these words. If they really let Luo Xinyuan get the help of the three great families, that's not going to fly. Not only that, but two such beautiful wives. The kind of thing you can't even dream of. Surprisingly, it landed on Luo Xinyuan's head. At this time, whether it was Wang Haoran, Yan Liang or Zhou Wudao, the jealousy on his face was also undisguised. Even this time, even Luo Xinyuan was a bit unable to pretend. He was so angry inside, but there was nothing to be done about it, because he realized that even Luo Yu didn't oppose Su Mu's statement. This made Luo Xinyuan's heart go cold. At the same time, he also cursed Su Mu's shamelessness in his heart, and the smile on Su Mu's face grew stronger. It seemed to him that no man could resist such a temptation. As long as we can pull Luo Xinyuan together and become a family, this is definitely a good thing for the Su family. Not only will it smooth out today's troubles, and you get to reap the benefits of a supreme talent. What's the point of making peace with the Zhang family as long as there are enough benefits? Maybe, with Luo Xinyuan, the power of the Su family will not be limited to a small A city in the future. And why bother to fight the Zhang family to the death? Zhang Sakuraxu also felt that if Luo Xinyuan could get the three great families as backing at the same time, the future will be absolutely smooth all the way. However, she couldn't raise a good feeling towards Su Jinshi. Hesitating again and again, Zhang Sakura Snow did not say anything more. Instead, he left this matter to Luo Xinyuan herself. No matter how Luo Xinyuan chose to do it, Kong Cherry Snow doesn't even blame him. Seeing that Zhang Sakura Snow did not object, the light in Su Jinshi's eyes increased. Hurriedly, he said to Zhang Sakuraxu, Sakurazuki, oh, no, sister, it's my little sister's fault. I am willing to be little, to serve you and brother Xianlian. I only hope that my sister will forgive me for my ignorance. Zhang Sakuraxu was just about to open her mouth to say something, but he was suddenly interrupted by Luo Xinyuan. Only Luo Xinyuan, full of smiles, said, want to recruit me as a son-in-law? Is your Su family worthy of that? Want me to make a move? Yes, take $2 billion, as a consultation fee. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization descends, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yunhan was originally a student at Spell's High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion. N. Successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells. N. Successfully purchased a void spell weapon. N. Successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine pill. N. And as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Nyan Han, yes. But this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himani had used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Huan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and earns money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sancher, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 405. As Luo Xinyuan's words fell, everyone was frozen. They can't imagine how Luo Xinyuan would even refuse the monstrous wealth that others could not even beg for. The first to react was still Luo Xinyuan. The moment Luo Xinyuan opened her mouth to refuse, Luo Xinyuan that was ecstatic, but quickly noticed his outburst. When the moment returned to calm, and Luo Yu was secretly screaming for pity. In Luo Yu's opinion, this is simply the best opportunity to dominate the entire city without spending a single soldier. As long as Luo Xinyuan agreed, he would be certain that he would be able to nibble away at the remaining two great clans step by step. At that time, the Luo family would become the #1 family in City A. Sumo on the other end was equally unsuspecting. Luo Xinyuan was surprisingly so difficult to deal with. Such a tantalizing opportunity to say no. However, he didn't dare to push too hard now. After all, right now he was still waiting for Luo Xinyuan to smooth out his current troubles for him. Immediately, he also said in a pleasant manner, and yes, it was the old man who was too hasty. You young people should develop a relationship first. This $2 billion, I'll transfer it to you right away. Then please, virtuous nephew, quickly detoxify these spectators. Soon, Luo Xinyuan saw that the message that 2 billion had arrived. Immediately, he also summoned the earth-poisoned scorpion with great alacrity. For a moment, all eyes were also focused on this giant scorpion that stretched out over 3 meters in length. Even Tang Yueqi looked at the earth-poisoned scorpion with interest. This was the second time she had seen the earth-venom scorpion. Tang Yueqi didn't have the slightest doubt about earth-poisoned scorpion's ability to pull out poison. After all, she is the beneficiary. If not for the fact that she knew what the earth-poisoned scorpion was capable of, she also didn't dare to let Su Jincher fool around. The reason why I would have let it go before. One is that Tang Yueqi herself is a little devil personality. She's the one who's worried about the world in chaos. Favorite scene to see some mayhem, and teasing those in high places. Let it get emotionally out of control. Secondly, it was precisely because of the presence of Luo Xinyuan. She knew nothing real messy could come out of it. It was just venom, and if it was any more poisonous, could it be as poisonous as those things that the earth-poisoned scorpion had plucked out for its own imperial beasts before? The last and most important point, Tang Yueqi had always remembered Luo Xinyuan's kindness, although Luo Xinyuan didn't say anything to her. But naturally, it wasn't difficult for her to find out some hidden secrets. It was also a chance to take advantage of this opportunity to properly straighten out the Su family that was at odds with Luo Xinyuan. Let Luo Xinyuan reap some benefits, but it's almost time for the poison extraction. But something seems to have gone wrong with the earth venom scorpion, only to see the earth poison scorpion at this moment, folding its 2 large pincers crosswise in front of its body. for Luo Xinyuan's order to let him save people that is even more ignored. At this moment, the earth-poisoned scorpion looked like a toddler playing with his temper. Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan was also puzzled. What did you do to offend it? This is the first time that this disobedience to his own orders has happened. But Sumu, who was on the sidelines, saw it, thought it was Luo Xinyuan trying to sit on the ground. My nephew, we've negotiated the price. You're like this, isn't it too bad? Luo Xinyuan was upset, and when she heard these words from Sumu, she also raised her eyebrows. What are you talking about? Do I look like that kind of guy? Sumu, who didn't know whether it was true or not, also spoke out to remind him. Xian nephew, you see this is not much time. Luo Xinyuan didn't bother with Sumu anymore. Immediately, he opened the cultivation panel of the Earth Poison Scorpion. Name, Earth Scorpion. Loyalty, 100, absolute loyalty of companion beasts. Personality, greedy, with a slight hint of childishness. Chapter 406. Preferences, collecting shiny treasures, most like the gold coins in Luo Xinyuan's refining bag. Mood, sulking. Impact, 99% probability. Won't obey the host's commands. Description, the baby is angry at being dismissed by a single serving of food. The baby wants gold coins. Eating habits, omnivorous. Health status, health plus 10% to each base ability, plus 100% growth rate. Description, nutritional supplementation. The physical body to achieve a perfect state. Can be superbly utilized in battle. Growth speed accelerated. One time, Luo Xinyuan's face twitched. After reading the cultivation panel, he too finally understood. It turned out that this fellow had lost his temper because he had only given it a portion of food when he saved the heavenly green pale wolf earlier. After being informed of the cause and effect, Luo Xinyuan also shook her head helplessly. I thought I had a problem child in the form of Belfinger, but he never expected that this earth poison scorpion fellow would come to be a problem as well. Time is getting short. Luo Xinyuan knew deep down that there could be no more delay. Immediately, he also took out 2 golden gold coins. It was 2 of the gold coins from the bag of gold coins Tang Yueqi had gifted him back then. The earth venomous scorpion that was still fuming. The moment he saw the golden light, immediately shaking its thick scorpion tail, it came to Luo Xinyuan's front with a hop, hop, hop. A pair of large pincers originally folded crosswise in front of his body. It is also at this moment that the natural hanging down in front, Luo Xinyuan suddenly had an illusion. At this moment, the earth poisonous scorpion was actually a bit like a master-pleasing dog. It would be more like it if you could open your mouth and show your tongue. Seeing the scene in front of me, this time, it wasn't just Luo Xinyuan. Even the people around them had their cheeks twitching. Luo Xinyuan also stopped talking nonsense and tossed 2 gold coins to the earth poison scorpion. You have 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, I want all the poison off of these people. Or else, give me back my gold coins. The earth poisonous scorpion, who was originally still playing with the gold coins, this time after receiving the order. Immediately, he carefully tucked the 2 gold coins into the crevices of his scales. In the moment of placing the gold coins, the aura on the earth poison scorpion's body changed abruptly. 8 eyes. It revealed an unusually resolute demeanor. Turning around, he rushed towards the poison crowd. Just for a moment there, with the cooperation of the medical team and staff, all the spectators have long been placed, neatly and flatly, on top of the open space. At this time, one by one, the poisoned people, the skin has long turned purple, just like a life is not long. But the earth poison scorpion doesn't care about you that much. Sting straight away when you see someone. The speed is amazing. In just a fraction of a second's effort, the purple color of the body surface of the first person who was stung instantly faded away, back to normal. And the earth poison scorpion had no intention of stopping at all. The 8 legs kept moving, with no intention of stopping. One of the scorpion tails on his back was almost a stump. Constant stings to those around him, only to see that wherever the earth poison scorpion passed, all those who had been poisoned returned to normal in an instant. Luo Xinyuan was also quite curious about the state of the earth poison scorpion at this moment. Immediately, the panel of the earth poison scorpion was opened again. Name, Earth Scorpion. Loyalty, 100, absolute loyalty of companion beasts. Personality, greedy, with a slight hint of childishness. Preferences, collecting shiny treasures, most like the gold coins in Luo Xinyuan's refining bag. Mood, exuberant. Effect, speed *2. Aggressiveness *2. Description, I'm a happy cow and horse. You pay for it, I'll pay for it. I love my little gold coins. Eating habits, omnivorous. Health status, health plus 10% to each base ability, plus 100% growth rate. Description, nutritional supplementation. The physical body to achieve a perfect state. Can be superbly utilized in battle. Growth speed accelerated. Looking at the earth venomous scorpion who was so outstandingly efficient after taking the money, The same thought was rising in the hearts of all the people at this moment. This scorpion was definitely raised by Luo Xinyuan from a young age. Chapter 407. Soon, 9 minutes passed. At this moment, all the people who were poisoned by the explosion of the source of doom, it has come back to life. It seems that it wasn't even this wave that was poisoned a few minutes ago. This also shocked many people who were secretly observing the earth-poisoned scorpion. Regarding everything around her, Luo Xinyuan didn't take it too seriously. This was because at this moment, the system's beep was once again ringing in his head. Ding! The earth scorpion has absorbed the entire source of the doom. Enhances any organ of the earth scorpion. Luo Xinyuan was also not expecting it. Not only did he make $2 billion himself, now there's even a surprise. Luo Xinyuan originally wanted to use the complete source of doom to strengthen the body of the earth-poisoned scorpion. However, on second thought, the earth scorpion now has natural enemy protection. As long as it does not meet the spirit system imperial beasts, earth-poisoned scorpion's defense is almost invincible. But because the growth stage is so low, only the earth-poisoned scorpion in its mature stage is slightly less capable of attacking. Don't look at the blood-fiend scorpion poison and bone-eroding scorpion poison on top of the scorpion's tail, both of which were extremely terrifying. But if you really need a royal beast with a slightly stronger defense, the scorpion tail couldn't even break the opponent's defense, and these toxins were rendered useless. In addition, the source of doom is already biased towards attack. It was more or less inappropriate to use it to strengthen the body. After much thought, in the end, Luo Xinyuan chose to strengthen the scorpion pincers with the source of doom. Immediately after, the system's beep sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Earth Scorpion strengthening successful? Scorpion pincers upgraded to Scorpion pincers of doom LV1. Effect: Scorpion pincers attached with Erdnase venom. When wounded by the pincers, there is a certain probability of being infected with Erdnase scorpion poison. After being poisoned, 0.5% of life force will be deducted per second, which can be superimposed on the Blood Fury scorpion poison and Bone Eroding scorpion poison, with a certain contagious ability, and it can disregard the opponent's defense ability by 10%. Luo Xinyuan couldn't help but get a little excited when she saw the effects of the enhancement. Although this Doom Scorpion poison, which was far inferior to the Bloodshed Scorpion poison and Bone Eater Scorpion poison, could only deduct 0.5% of the target's life force per second, still probability in effect. However, it was able to stack with the Bloodshed Scorpion poison and Bone Eater Scorpion poison, and it is somewhat contagious. Not only that, but it also comes with 10% broken defense. That's a little. It's disgusting. What the Earth Poison Scorpion lacks right now is the ability to break defense and attack. This is just enough to make up for that aspect a little bit, and if used properly, it might even catch the opponent off guard. After all, according to people's inherent thinking, scorpions are only poisonous in the tail. Thinking of this, Luo Xinyuan also revealed a trace of a satisfied smile, seeing that the matter had been resolved and that Luo Xinyuan seemed to be in a good mood. Su Mu, who was on the side, also had a twinkle in his eye. Once again, he came in front of Luo Xinyuan. Thanks to Xian nephew this time. Tell you what, when the game is over, I'll host. But before Su Mu could finish his sentence, Luo Xinyuan then interrupted it. Family Master Su, I'm sorry, I have a match later, so I won't chat with you. Seeing Luo Xinyuan unexpectedly not giving herself any face, Su Mu's face remained amiable though, but inside, he was already extremely upset. Everyone's poison has been removed now. The value of Luo Xinyuan was also greatly reduced. Plus, Luo Xinyuan was surprisingly so ungrateful. Refute him. Su Mu's original heart of pulling together was also weakening rapidly. Luo Xinyuan? You're just a bully and a fool. People with talent abound, and can only be considered geniuses if they truly grow up. And although today's Luo Xinyuan is in its infancy, it's still far from being a threat to the world family. If not, unwilling to expose the Su family's underpinnings to the eyes of the world, coupled with Luo Yu's unclear attitude, just by the fact that he dares to talk to me like that, I would have chopped him up long ago, though in my heart I thought so. But Su Mu still said with a leathery smile, since that's the case, then I will no longer influence Xian nephew's competition. After saying that, Su Mu turned around and walked towards his seat. Chapter 408. Looking at Su Mu's back as he left, Luo Xinyuan's face couldn't help but show a hint of sarcasm as well. Su Mu? The same thing as Luo Yu. If not for the fact that the current strength is not enough to deal with the major families head-on, Little Master would have razed your Su family to the ground long ago. Luo Xinyuan knew very well that with his current strength, although on the surface he could crush the major families of a city, that was only crushing the explicit power of the major lineages. In her last life, Luo Xinyuan had not become a sentinel, though, however, he inadvertently learns many secrets about the lineage. The children of the world's families are bullying and bullying. It's all commonplace now. Many lineages have even become local tumors. But why? Even so, do these families remain unscathed? The reason for this is their heritage. This was also the main reason why Luo Xinyuan hadn't really damaged the foundations of the major lineages or made a move to kill anyone all this time. Luo Xinyuan's actions since her rebirth had caused the Su and Luo families to lose face. But it doesn't really damage the root of it. Plus, Luo Xinyuan was originally from the Luo family's bloodline. That's why it's been safe and sound. But if one day, Luo Xinyuan really damaged the foundation of the lineage, I'm afraid I won't even see the sun the next day. It was because of being reborn once that he knew more things. That's why they are so cautious and try not to go beyond the boundaries in everything they do. This was also why when Luo Xinyuan first met Nan Yunlord in the first place, Zhao Dezhu kept persuading Luo Xinyuan from the side that by worshipping the master, he could easily overthrow the Luo family. And the real reason why Luo Xinyuan didn't take Zhao Dezhu's words too seriously, because at that time, Zhao Dezhu was also just an ordinary imperial beastmaster. No idea at all of the horrors of the worldly family. That's why they make such statements. After actually worshipping Zhang Dazue, it was also from Zhang Dazue that he learned some information he didn't know before. It was only then that Zhao Dezhu would never say anything about the matter of overthrowing the lineage. It became clear how ignorant I had been before. Seeing Su Mu leave, Luo Xinyuan was also preparing to return to her waiting area. But right at this moment, Su Jinshi also suddenly stood up and pulled Luo Xinyuan's sleeve. Xin, brother Xin Lian, you've done me such a great favor. I'll be sure to return the favor with I promise to repay you. Words. When Luo Xinyuan turned her head to look at Su Jin, a touch of mockery appeared on her face. In exchange for your body? Are you worthy? In my eyes, you are at best my slave. After uttering these words, Luo Xinyuan also couldn't help but remember what happened to her in her previous life. No imperial beasts of their own. Aren't you the slave of Su Jinshi? Originally, he thought that such a humiliation would make Su Jinshi ashamed and furious. But what Luo Xinyuan never expected was, Su Jinshi didn't know what came to mind. Surprisingly, a rare blush appeared on his face. The eyes were getting a little wobbly. Spinning around, he stumbled over his words. If you like. It's not impossible. When these words came out, Luo Xinyuan froze. On the contrary, Lu Wei, who was on the side, revealed a look of sudden realization. Shiver and drop dead inside. Xin Lian. So you're good at this. Zhao Dezhu was also finally coming around. And Lu Wei exchanged glances and revealed a smile that all men understand. But this exasperated Jiang Sakura Shui, who was on the side, hurriedly pulling Luo Xinyuan away. He angrily rebuked Su Jinshi. How unashamed. It's a shame you're still the Su family's first lady. After saying that, he hurriedly pulled Luo Xinyuan away from the spot. The rest of the group saw this and followed, looking at Luo Xinyuan's back as she left. Su Jinshi didn't know why. In his mind, he always recalled Luo Xinyuan's sentence. In my eyes, you can only be my slave at best. Chapter 409. See that things are resolved peacefully. Luo Xinyuan not only took a lot of benefits, he even gained a lot of favor from the citizens because he detoxified the crowd. Tang Yueqi also didn't pursue the Su family and Su Jinshi any further. Still, she spent a lot of means to appease and compensate those viewers who were affected by the ripple effect. That just barely stabilized these viewers. As for the money used for this compensation, naturally all of it was paid by the Su family. Previously, before Sumu promised to give Luo Xinyuan 2 billion out-of-pocket expenses, there was also a promise of a $3 billion payout. Of course, compensation only costs a fraction of that. Most of the money was pocketed by Tang Yueqi to the account of the municipal government for the construction of a city. Of course, it's not just that. To prevent such things from happening again, Tang Yueqi also had Tang Duanzhong put up defense formations around the audience. This way, the safety of the audience can also be guaranteed. After some tinkering, Tang Duanzhong is also back in the ring again. The game continues. Soon, the Imperial Beast competition was also back on track. Right after that it was Lu Wei's turn to take the court. Lu Wei's opponent was a civilian Imperial Beast master. Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan couldn't help but nod. This man was able to get this far on his own. It is also really rare. Immediately, the man summoned a huge ape of great size. The moment the giant ape appeared, it also caused a clamor from the surrounding spectators, only to see that this giant ape's body was filled with an incomparable sense of power both up and down. One look at it and two words come to mind. Very strong. Luo Xinyuan was also shocked by the aura of this giant ape, and out of curiosity, she also opened her forbidden eye to check. Name, Vajra Soul Ape. Stage of growth, Metamorphosis 8. Racial bloodline, Vajra Ape bloodline. Quality, Epic. Attributes, Metal/Earth. Talent, Earth Vajra. Effect, when fighting on land. Recovery speed is accelerated while gaining additional strength/defense bonuses, and it will form a powerful aura when appearing, shocking the enemy. Skills: Soul Roar, emits a deafening roar, inflicting a mental shock on the enemy, reducing their attack power and movement speed. Earth Trample, trample the ground violently, triggering a seismic wave that deals ranged damage to surrounding enemies and causes them to fall into a stunned state. Descent of the Ape King, transforms into the form of a giant Vajra Ape King, dramatically increasing all attributes for a short period of time and immunizing you from control. Evolutionary Path, Great Ape, Vajra Soul Ape, Earth Vajra Ape, Great Ape King. Description: It blends the toughness of the land with the mystery of the soul, and is the guardian and symbol of strength in the forest. Its body is massive, its muscles are as hard as rock, and its eyes shine with wisdom and power. After reading the information about this Vajra Soul Ape, it was also the case that he finally understood how that powerful aura that had just been generated from the Vajra Soul Ape had been generated. It was also quite appreciative of the various values of the Vajra Soul Ape, both in terms of talent and skill. Except for a slight lack of speed, this Vajra Soul Ape had almost no shortcomings. No wonder this person was able to make it all the way to the finals with this Imperial Beast. Lu Wei looks like he's met his match this time. Seeing this situation, Luo Xinyuan also looked at Lu Wei with interest. Whether it was the last mission in Spirit Rock Village, it's still the preliminary round of the Imperial Beast competition. Luo Xinyuan hadn't even seen Lu Wei's true strength. That said, this Lu Wei is also a chicken thief. It had been unobtrusive before. Even during the preliminary auditions, he had gotten a barely adequate Imperial Beast to pass the competition. Took the finals. This time, if he still wanted to speculate, he would definitely be beaten up by this Vajra Soul Ape and cry out. He wanted to see what Imperial Beast's Lu Wei would actually take out in response. With the crowd watching, Lu Wei also let out a long sigh. Hey, there's no way out. Or just have to use it. After all, I'm not like that monster Luo Xinyuan, where every Imperial Beast is so strong. See Lu Wei muttering. Half the time I don't see any action. The other contestant was also quite upset. Boy. Chapter 410. Are you looking down on me? Summon your Imperial Beasts. Fight me. Lu Wei sniffed and nodded. Yes. I absolutely respect you. Soul-devouring mouse. It's decided that it's you. Immediately, a ball of light made of spiritual energy was thrown into the field by Lu Wei. See, Lu Wei's style is so adequate. The other contestant, too, didn't dare to be careless. Immediately, he also held his breath and stared at that light mass without blinking. The rest of the audience, too, watched with rapt attention. With the disappearance of the light mass, a small mouse with only a dozen centimeters and a weak aura then appeared right in front of the Vajra Soul Ape. The two stood together and looked so funny. Seeing the situation, the crowd froze at first. The whirlwind erupted into a fit of laughter. Ha ha, I'm afraid this Lu Wei is here for a laugh, right? To fight the Vajra Soul Ape with a rat whose name is unknown. Isn't that just a slap in the face? Listening to the jeering voices around him, Lu Wei was unmoved. Looking at his increasingly angry opponent, Lu Wei tried his best to be as amiable as possible. One pair of eyes even revealed sincerity. Trust me, I've summoned all my respect to fight you. But in the face of Lu Wei's explanation, his opponents are not convinced. It was thought that this was Lu Wei deliberately humiliating him. Immediately, he also said angrily, Good, since you despise me so much, then I'll show you what it means to be cruel. Seeing this, the surrounding audience was even more afraid that the buzz wasn't big enough. Some good people, moreover, were fanning the flames. Beat him to death. Look at this kid's face. If I were you, I'd beat him up so bad that his mom wouldn't even recognize him. Look at the uproarious crowd. Zhao Deju and Jiang Sakuraxu were also sweating over Lu Wei. Seeing the two men so worried, Wei Xiaoxiao, however, said with a puzzled expression, Why do you guys look like so ugly? That little mouse is awesome. You guys don't have to worry. For these words of Wei Xiaoxiao, Zhao Deju and Jiang Sakuraxu also only thought that Wei Xiaoxiao this was relieve them. Unbeknownst to her, Wei Xiaoxiao is one of the most popular people in the room. The only person who's ever seen this rat in action. And now, there is one more person who truly understands the strength of Lu Wei. That was Luo Xinyuan, who was using the Forbidden Eye. Name, Soul Eater. Stage of growth, Metamorphosis 7. Racial bloodline, Soul Eating Rat bloodline. Quality, Mythical. Attributes, Metal/Ghost. Talent, Soul Devouring, can devour the enemy's soul power to enhance its own strength and vitality. Dark Night Sneak, in night or shadowy environments. Movement speed and stealth are greatly increased. Skills, Soul Devouring Wave, launch a wave that contains the power of the soul, inflicting psychic damage to the enemy and causing them to fall into a state of confusion at a certain chance. Ghost Shield, summon the power of ghosts to form a shield that absorbs and rebounds some physical and magical attacks. Metal Sharp Teeth, teeth harden like metal. dealing high physical damage with a bleeding effect when biting an enemy. Shadow Raid instantly blends into the shadows, quickly approaching the enemy and launching a fatal strike, returning to its original position after the attack. Soul Link: establish a soul link with one target and continuously draw on its life force and magic to restore or enhance power for yourself. Combo: Lightning Golden Diamond, Metal Teeth plus Shadow Assault. Evolutionary Route: Shadow Mouse, Spirit Swallowing Mouse, Soul Devouring Mouse, Vidra Soul Devouring Beast, Soul Devouring Mouse Emperor. Description: the Soul Eater Mouse combines the cold hardness of metal with the treachery of a ghost, and is a terrifying presence in the night. Though small in size, it contains amazing soul power, and its eyes are like the fire of the underworld, able to see into the deepest fears of the human heart. Every evolution of the Soul Eater Mouse is accompanied by a deeper mastery of soul power and metal power. From the initial shadow stalking to the ultimate soul master, it climbs step by step to the pinnacle of power. On the battlefield, the Soul Eater is not only a nightmare for its enemies, but also a powerful aid for its allies, bringing endless battle spirit and survival possibilities to the team with its unique soul-devouring ability. Although Luo Xinyuan had long guessed that Lu Wei was a deep concealer, but he couldn't have expected it. The seemingly weak mouse in front of me. Surprisingly, it was a soul-devouring mouse that possessed mythic quality. Chapter 4:11. Luo Xinyuan always knew that Lu Wei was strong, but how could he not expect it? The seemingly weak mouse in front of him was actually of mythic quality. Not only that, but this was the first Imperial Beast Luo Xinyuan had seen with dual talents. Even on top of this Soul Eater's panel, an unprecedented combo technique appeared. This move is the Flowing Light Golden Diamond that Lu Wei used to thwart Matsu **** Atokasuk's Bone Woman with a single sentence back in Spirit Rock Village. The other contestant on top of the ring at that moment didn't even realize the seriousness of the situation. At this point, he had long been overwhelmed by anger, and no more words. All he could think about right now was making Lu Wei pay dearly for his slights. Vidra Soul Ape. Ape King descends. Let this guy who looks down on us see what terror is. Only in the next moment, the Vidra Soul Ape's originally incomparably large body also became even larger at this moment. The hair on his body was also starting to grow wildly. See this scene. Lu Wei also sighed again helplessly. He really didn't have the slightest intention of belittling the other party. But the other party not only did not believe it, but also came up and opened the big one directly. It also puts the pressure on Lu Wei, who was originally ready to paddle. Luo Xinyuan also saw it at a glance. This move of the Vidra Soul Ape was somewhat similar to the primal liberation of the Starry Night Demon Dragon. Takes on the form of a giant Vidra Ape King, dramatically boosting all attributes for a short period of time and being immune to control. It could be said to be an extremely powerful status-based skill. The transformation of the Vidra Soul Ape also brought the atmosphere of the scene to a climax. The group of worldly family heads in the VIP seats were also stunned by that contestant's performance. Zhou Yanshang was even more unabashed. I think this Lu Wei from the Zhang clan's team is just cannon fodder. I really don't know how he made it to the finals. Is the Zhang family out of talent? To use a mouse to fight against such a powerful Vidra Soul Ape, it looks like this game is out of reach. The other family heads of the lineages did not refute Zhou Yanshang's comment. Obviously, he also strongly agreed with Zhou Yanshang's point of view. But just then, an unsavory voice suddenly rang out. I don't think so. If being the head of the Zhou family is merely judging by appearances, then I think the Zhou family is in. It's the end of your hand. Upon seeing the visitor, Zhou Yanshang's face became quite gloomy all of a sudden, but it was soon back to business as usual. The visitor was clearly following the medical team to leave Zhang Yunsheng. Seeing the situation, the corner of Zhou Yanshang's mouth also hooked up in a sneer. Yo, isn't this the Zhang family head? Why are you back so soon? Is it hard to believe that your son died so soon? This statement was made. The surrounding worldly family heads also showed expressions of watching the show. Zhou Yansheng's words could be said to be very malicious. Just when everyone was waiting for Zhang Yunsheng to get angry, only to see that Zhang Yunsheng didn't give a damn about Zhou Yansheng's provocation. Instead, a small smile appeared, opened his mouth. That would be really embarrassing. It's going to be a disappointment to Family Master Zhou. My son is fine now. The reason why I came back so quickly was because I wanted to see how your Zhou family was a complete failure in this Imperial Beast competition. Words. Zhou Yansheng that was unabashedly laughing out loud. Ha ha. The Zhang family master is overly concerned. Chapter 4:12. It's better to take a look at your Zhang clan's contestants for this round. I'm just afraid it won't take 5 minutes for him to be thrown out of the ring. Just as Zhou Yansheng was somewhat gloating, the surrounding audience suddenly let out a gasp, instantly bringing the crowd's attention back to the ring. When Zhou Yansheng saw the scene on the field, a pair of eyes glazed over, eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? The Vidra Soul Ape was actually killed by a mouse at this point. Turns out, just now, The Vajra Soul Ape attacked the soul-devouring rats after its transformation was complete. The starting move was a Earth Trample. Lu Wei saw the opponent's intention with just one glance. This is because the effect of Earth Trample is to violently trample the ground, triggering a seismic wave that inflicts ranged damage to surrounding enemies and causes them to fall into a stunned state. It was obvious that the other side was aware that they had no advantage in speed, so then they wanted to directly put the Soul Eater rats into a stunned state through this ranged control skill, then follow the trend and break the enemy with another blow. But the idea is good, but the reality is cruel, only to see that the soul-devouring mouse was simply out of the question. A golden aura instantly rose around his body. It was like a speeding bullet, heading straight for the Vajra Soul Ape. And that strike of Earth Trample also lost its effect the moment the soul-devouring mouse shot off the ground. This move was none other than the combination technique, Flowing Light Golden Diamond, formed by Metal Sharp Teeth, plus Shadow Raid. The other contestant was surprised at the Soul Eater's reaction and speed though. However, he didn't think that this tiny little mouse could have much attack power. I'm only afraid that I won't even be able to break the Vajra Soul Ape's defense. But with a poof, a bloody hole then exploded on the Vajra Soul Ape's body. This contestant realized how wrong he was. The other party was not disrespecting himself. This was clearly thinking too highly of himself. Surprisingly, they sensed such a powerful imperial beast. The defense of the Vajra Soul Ape had turned so unbearable in front of this tiny mouse in front of him. But the good thing is that Lu Wei did not kill, after all, and the other side of no injustice. Lu Wei also had no need to go and intentionally kill someone else's hard-earned imperial beasts, and that contestant, obviously, realized it as well. After the Vajra Soul Ape was injured and fell to the ground, he also immediately and painfully cried out for surrender. Spinning around, he also smiled bitterly and said to Lu Wei, "I'm so sorry. I'm the one who didn't know better. You are a formidable opponent." After saying that, he took the Vajra Soul Ape into the imperial beast space. Immediately after that, he turned around and jumped out of the ring, running in the direction of the medical team. The strength shown by Lu Wei has also attracted a lot of attention. They couldn't imagine how. Where did the Jiang family find all these people from? Each one is so strong. First, it was just a Luo Xinyuan. Later on, that lewd and greasy-looking fat guy turned out to be a dragon sentinel as well, possessing a powerful earth dragon. Now there's even a Lu Wei. Looking at the dazed Zhou Yinsheng on the side, Zhang Yunsheng did not utter a word of ridicule. But silence is better than sound at this point. The sneer in the bottom of Zhang Yunsheng's eyes was coupled with the words Zhou Yinsheng himself had just uttered. It made the Zhou Yinsheng at this moment only feel a fiery pain on his face, just as Zhou Yinsheng was about to open his mouth to ease the embarrassment. Tang Dizhong's voice also sounded again. Winner, Lu Wei. Next match, Wei Xiaoxiao vs Zhou Taiming. Chapter 413. For the Kong family to win the tournament again. Zhou Wudao was also very upset. But when he heard that the next match was Zhou Taiyun vs Wei Xiaoxiao, a wicked thought also flashed in the back of his mind. So he whispered to Zhou Taiming, who was about to go on. "This Jiang family, repeatedly opposing my Zhou family, is truly abominable. You'll take this girl later. Let them know what happens when they offend my Zhou family." Halfway through, Zhou Wudao's face even had a lewd smile on it. This girl is first class, both in body and face. If something happens in the middle of a fight that causes spring to leak, I think this shouldn't be considered a foul, right? Think of it as a benefit for everyone. Words. Zhou Tianming's face also showed a hint of excitement. Having been at Zhou Wudao's side, he hadn't done this kind of thing too often. Only, I didn't expect to be able to one day have to do this kind of thing in front of a big crowd. It's exciting to think about. Soon, the two contestants then mounted the ring. When Zhou Taiming looked across at the shapely Wei Xiaoxiao, it was also not a dry mouth. Then he remembered Zhou Wudao's command earlier. Zhou Taiming also said with a lewd face, "Chick, it's really your misfortune to meet me." Look at the other man's lewd face. Wei Xiaoxiao was also stumped. It seemed to be intimidated by the other side. Seeing this, Zhou Taiming became even more excited. And Zhou Yansheng in the VIP seat saw this scene. He also said to Zhang Yunsheng, who was at the side, with a confident face, "Master Jiang, I'm so sorry. It looks like this round is taken by my Zhou family, and by the looks of it, my family's household servants. They're very interested in this little girl." As a veteran, how could Zhang Yunsheng not understand the meaning of Zhou Yansheng's mouth? But he was smiling slightly. "Oh, Xiaoxiao's all grown up. It's not uncommon to be missed by a few little yellowheads. Only, don't blame me for not reminding Master Zhou. The prettier the rose, the sharper the thorns on it." Zhang Yunsheng's bashful look appeared to Zhou Yansheng. "It's just a pretense. Horror. The death of Tai Yun in the previous week was nothing more than an accident. After all, he had met the second dragon swordsman of a city. It's not unusual to lose. But this time Zhou Tianming's opponent was just a little girl. He didn't believe that the house servant he had raised since childhood would still lose. Next moment, Zhou Taiming also beckoned to summon his imperial beast. Same as Zhou Taiyun, Zhou Tianming's imperial beast was also an earth rock giant bear. Looking at the soft-faced Wei Xiaoxiao, the evil fire within Zhou Taiming also grew more and more intense. Zhou Wudao, who was underneath the ring, also showed a hint of smugness on his face. Humph, it's just a little interest. I'll get back what I owe you. But just then, accidents happen. Zhou Taiming suddenly felt a spine-chilling chill. Before he could find the source of this chill, Zhou Tianming's earth rock giant bear surprisingly had begun to tremble for no reason. It seemed as if he had seen something terrible. Next moment, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared. A figure with a goat's head, but a body as strong as a tiger's, and a pair of bat-fleshy wings on its back appeared in front of Wei Xiaoxiao's body. It was none other than the mythic quality imperial beasts that possessed the bloodline of the evil god, Red Poison Sheep Demon. With the appearance of the Red Poison Sheep Demon, everyone was holding their breath. The small portion of viewers who had carefully watched the last match of the preliminary round before were naturally able to recognize this imperial beast. In the final game of the preliminary round, it was this strange-looking Red Poison Goat Demon that had massacred the rest of the contestants with a mouthful of poisonous mist, claimed the final advancement spot in the finals. It's just that the 80 or so consecutive matchups have caused visual fatigue for many viewers, plus the last preliminary round, which was under 100 people, so it was rightfully treated by everyone as the weakest group. Naturally the attention is low. It was thought that the little girl who had won had only qualified for the promotion by luck, but when they now looked at the seemingly skinny little girl again. Chapter 414. The earlier contempt was long gone, and the moment Zhou Taiming saw the Red Poison Goat Demon, he also realized that his opponent was not simple. Immediately, he also put away his contempt. Prepare to fight with all your might. But soon, Zhou Taiming realized that something was wrong, only to see the Red Poison Goat Demon just walk towards the Earth Rock Giant Bear without any haste, and the Earthstone Giant Bear just stayed in place without moving. Seeing that, the Red Poison Goat Demon was getting closer and closer to his own Earth Rock Giant Bear. Zhou Tianming's heart was also growing impatient. Earthen Rock Giant Bear, what are you doing? Hurry up and move. And Zhou Yansheng, who was originally full of confidence in the VIP seat, also realized something was wrong. When he looked at Jiang Yunsheng, who was not far away with a smile on his face, it was then that he realized what Jiang Yunsheng had meant by the words he had said earlier. Spinning around, his pupils shrunk. Is this the gift of fear? The moment these words came out, the surrounding group of worldly family heads also reacted. I can't believe it's gifted fear. This is a superb talent that can give the opponent, when appearing, a powerful mental shock that will put them into a state of fear, and even reduce the opponent's ability to attack by 10%. I can't believe it's here. Listening to the murmurs of the surrounding house lords, Zhou Yansheng couldn't help but look at the old and calm Jiang Yunsheng once again. The mind cursed. Damn it, Jiang Yunsheng, this old fox is hiding really deep. This Jiang family's team, picking out any participant at random, is a first-class genius. It looks like in a few years, the Luo and Su families will no longer be able to fight against the Jiang family. I must annex the Luo family as much as I can in the meantime. Otherwise, my 10 years of planning will all go down the drain and I'll be doing someone else's bidding. Soon, a heartbreaking scream came from above the ring, only to see that at this moment, a bull-sized hole had appeared in the chest of the Earth Rock Giant Bear. The Earthen Rock Giant Bear was already unable to move due to the effect of fear, except for its instinctive screams, and the Red Poison Goat Demon was currently holding a still beating heart within its sharp claws. Then only the Red Poison Goat Demon was seen casually squeezing his hand. That heart also ruptured instantly. The Earth Rock Giant Bear also collapsed and lost its life the moment its heart ruptured. Look at STH. As if it were this bloody scene, Zhou Taiming was also frozen on the spot. But soon, a voice as clear as a silver bell entered his ears. Excuse me, do you have any more imperial beasts? If you have one, please hurry up and summon it. When Zhou Taiming looked in the direction the voice came from, Wei Xiaoxiao's innocent face also reappeared in his field of vision, but this time, he had completely lost his earlier lustful thoughts. In its place was a head full of horrific images. I concede. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoxiao also revealed a hint of a smile, and Tang Duanzhong made a timely announcement. Winner, Wei Xiaoxiao. As Tang Dijong's voice rang out, the frozen spectators around them came back to their senses. No way. It's just over? This Earth Rock Giant Bear is too useless, isn't it? It just got seconded like that? It's not that the Earth Rock Giant Bear is weak, it's that little girl's imperial beast that's too strong. Just by being passive, the Earth Rock Giant Bear is already incapable of resisting. My goodness, this Jiang family's team is too strong. Looking at the Jiang family who had once again made a big splash, Zhou Yansheng's face had become as black as the bottom of a pot. Although he was very reluctant, there was nothing he could do about the result. As the game continues, Luo Xinyuan, Luo Lingling, Yan Liang and some other participants lost one after another and withdrew from the competition. And the final was a smooth and successful conclusion. Eventually, the contestants who made it to the finals were Luo Qingwan and Luo Xinyuan of the Luo family, Zhou family Zhou Wudao, Jiang Cherry Snow, Luo Xinlian, Lu Wei, Zhao Doju, and Wei Xiaoxiao of the Jiang family. For the Su family, it was Su Yangwei and Wang Haoran, as well as some other family powers, but anyone with eyes can see that. Currently, only the Jiang family's strength was the most well-preserved. Almost the entire team advanced except for Jiang Xiaoling. This also made the smile on Zhang Yunqing's face grow even wider. Soon, Tang Dizhong's voice sounded again. 15 minutes of intermission. Next game. The first game of the finals. Luo Xinyuan vs Zhou Wudao. Chapter 4:15. Originally, making it to the finals was supposed to be a crowd pleaser. But when Zhou Yansheng heard that the first match of the finals was Zhou Wudao vs Luo Xinyuan, instead, his face became extremely gloomy. Luo Yu on the side thought that Zhou Yansheng was worried about the friendship between the two families. It will be affected by this matchup. That's why it gave such a look. So he also spoke in relief. Great uncle, don't worry. I'm sure the young men, will have a sense of propriety. Consider this a simple sparring match between the younger generations of our two families. Words. Only then did Zhou Yansheng's face improve slightly. But what Luo Yu doesn't know is this. What Zhou Yansheng was worried about was not something that would affect the friendship between the two families at all. He was worried about the future of his two sons. If this was a title fight, it wouldn't matter to him who lost or won. But wait, it's only the first game of the finals. If Luo Xinyuan lost the battle, his plan to make Luo Xinyuan the heir to the Luo family would be lost. But if it was Zhou Wudao who lost the battle, his Zhou family's apparent participants were then almost completely wiped out. This is not good news for the Zhou family. Seeing Zhou Yansheng, he was still not very excited. Luo Yu also said with a smile on his face, "Alright, I'm going to go and instruct the two children during the intermission." Zhou Yansheng didn't think much about it. Just a gentle nod. Immediately, Luo Yu also went straight to the players' waiting area, pulling Zhou Wudao to the side. Zhou Wudao saw that it was Luo Yu looking for him. The arrogance of the past days was also curbed. Speaking respectfully to Luo Yu, "Auntie, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Zhou Wudao, Luo Yu also showed a look of love. "Ha ha, Wudao. I haven't seen you in a few years. You're getting more and more heroic." Zhou Wudao sniffed, and a modest smile. "Auntie, you flatter me. Compared to you, nephew, I'm not even close." Just then Luo Yu didn't beat around the bush either. Instead, he said with a bitter look on his face, "Wudao, the next match is between you and Xinyuan. Auntie isn't trying to let you off the hook either. Just saying, it's all in the family. Just point and shoot. There's no need to fight to the death. I live." Words. Zhou Wudao's heart scoffed at this though, even cursing Luo Yu for being shameless. "Isn't it obvious that I'm letting Luo Xinyuan off the hook?" But on the surface, he said respectfully, "This is natural. We are all family. Wudao, as an elder brother, naturally won't hurt the heart far. Auntie is so concerned about the friendship between the two families. My little nephew will definitely relay it to father truthfully." This statement was made. Luo Yu's originally loving cheeks. It was also gradually becoming a bit peevish. "Good boy. How dare you hold Zhou Yansheng over me?" On second thought, though, it did seem a bit wrong for him to do so. But now the Luo family was left with only two people, Luo Qingwan and Luo Xinyuan. As the head of the family, he had to ensure that the two could advance smoothly even if he had to use some means. Now look at this. You can't do this without paying something yourself. Thus, Luo Yu continued to speak to Zhou Wudao. "Ha ha, good. It's rare for Wudao to have this kind of conviction to win. Xinyuan wouldn't be wrong if he lost to you." Zhou Wudao sniffed and thought that it was because he had just moved his own father to take effect. Luo Yu gave up on the idea of letting himself off the hook. But unexpectedly, Luo Yu went on to say, Chapter 4:16. It's just that nothing is absolute. If you lose to Xinyuan, Auntie won't treat you badly either. As compensation, Auntie can apply for you to go to the Luo family's Hualin pool for a dip. This statement was made. Zhou Wudao's pupils instantly shrunk. A slight look of excitement also appeared on his face. Luo Yu was actually willing to let himself go soak in the Hualin pool. Listening to his own father, he said that Hualin pool contained the essence blood of the divine beast Qilin. If the imperial beast can enter and soak in it, there is a certain probability of awakening a companion imperial beast of the Qilin bloodline. But the probability is extremely low. But even if it fails, without awakening the companion imperial beast, if the imperial beast immersed in the Hualin pool originally possessed an imperial beast of the walking beast bloodline, its royal beast bloodline could also be sublimated. The potential is greatly increased. Luo Yu and Luo Xinyuan's wind-whispering beast was the result of the bloodline sublimation they received in the Hualin pool, achieving the bloodline of the four unlike. Thinking of this, Zhou Wudao's heart gradually became excited. You should know that your own Zhou family does not have such a thing. Perhaps this opportunity in front of him was the only time in his life that he would be able to enter the Hualin pool. If one can really enter the Hualin pool, maybe he could even awaken the legendary divine beast Qilin. At that time, one's future will surely be boundless. Compared to Hualin Qi, a chance that could potentially lead to heaven in a single step. The winners and losers of this competition would seem so trivial. Zhou Wudao immediately put his heart on the line as well. The expression on his face became more respectful. Then thank you, Auntie. Words. Luo Yu also revealed a satisfied smile, gently patting Zhou Wudao's shoulder. It then walked straight towards the direction where Luo Xinyuan was. Of course, Luo Yu wasn't that stupid to really give up the opportunity to dip into the Hualin pool to the Zhou family's people, so he played a word game. Application. Luo Yu had only used a chance to apply for entry into the Hualin pool in exchange. As for whether it passed or not, it was out of his hands. But looking at Zhou Wudao, who was full of joy, Luo Yu knew this kid must have taken the bait. The promises he made to Zhou Wudao were ambiguous. Even if afterward, Zhou Yansheng came to find trouble with Luo Yu would still be able to weasel his way out of it. When Luo Yu came in front of Luo Xinyuan and said all about what he had just plotted, Luo Xinyuan, despite the surface, was quite moved, but inwardly, he became incredibly resentful. He completely ignored the word application in Luo Yu's mouth. It is important to realize that the Hualin pool only opens once every 3 years. Only one person can enter at a time. Luo Xinyuan now only thought of Zhou Wudao as a scumbag who wanted to rob him of his chance. The entire Luo family, except for him and Luo Xinlian, had almost all dipped into the Hualin pool. The thought that he, who was highly loved in the Luo family, was just like that outcast Luo Xinlian, that made it incredibly hard for him inside. But even so, none of those wastrels with bloodlines had awakened the companion imperial beasts. He himself, on the other hand, had not been allowed to enter the Hualin pool because he was not of the Luo family's bloodline. Luo Xinyuan knew that unless he became the head of the Luo family, it would be impossible for him to be allowed to enter the Hualin pool by that group of old undead in his lifetime. But who is he? Zhou Wudao? Just playing a fake match to gain access to the Hualin pool? On what grounds? He's not convinced. As Luo Xinyuan's negative emotions reached a critical point, an evil aura flickered from between Luo Xinyuan's eyebrows. The entire Imperial Beast fighting arena had barely noticed Luo Xinyuan's abnormality. Even a strong person like the Southern Cloud Lords didn't have the slightest feeling. The only exception is Wei Xiaoxiao. Because Wei Xiaoxiao used to be the earthly body of the Black Coordinator Evil God. That's why she's now unusually sensitive to all this homogeneous power. At this time, Luo Xinyuan was completely unaware of Wei Xiaoxiao's gaze. In the back of his mind, an extreme thought also came to mind. Since you, Zhou Wudao, are so ungrateful, trying to get your hands on Hualin Qi, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 417. 15 minutes went by in a flash. Luo Yu also returned to the VIP seats. Zhou Yansheng also asked casually, all accounted for with the kids? Luo Yu also revealed a small smile. Nature. For Luo Yu's little gesture, Zhou Yansheng naturally knew it by heart. Because after Luo Yu and Zhou Wudao finished talking, Zhou Wudao then sent all of what Luo Yu had told him to Zhou Yansheng through his cell phone. After all, this could be a matter of the Zhou family's face. Zhou Wudao was heartened by Luo Yu's conditions though, but eventually decided to report back to his own father. Of course, Luo Yu is no cutie pie. Naturally, he knew that this little action could not fool Zhou Yansheng. The reason why he still wants to do this, it was to use Zhou Wudao's mouth to tell Zhou Yansheng what he meant. After all, if he was the one to directly discuss a fake match with Zhou Yansheng, the other side will Leonize it even if they agree. So instead of doing that, it would be better to just tell Zhou Wudao about his reward. It is then relayed by Zhou Wudao. This would prevent Zhou Yansheng from asking for a lion's share of the money. As for Zhou Yansheng would reject his request, Luo Yu didn't even think about it. After all, the Zhou family's chances of winning were too low right now. There was no reason for him, Zhou Yansheng, to give up the lure of the Hualin pool for such a small amount of face. Fittingly, after a little thought, Zhou Yansheng also told Zhou Wudao to do what Luo Yu wanted. Although at first, having his Zhou family play a fake match made Zhou Yansheng very upset. But on second thought, instead, this would be in the best interest of the Zhou family. After all, his ultimate goal was to support Luo Xinyuan to rise to the top and inherit the position of Luo family head. And then finally, we'll eat away at the Luo family step by step, taking the Luo family business and the Hualin pond for himself. So the only way to maximize benefits is for Luo Xinyuan to win. And now, his eldest son, Zhou Wudao, was actually able to obtain a chance at the Hualin pool as well. And why wouldn't he? If the normal channels were followed, even if Luo Xinyuan inherited the position of the Luo family head, as long as it didn't completely cannibalize the Luo family, he, the Zhou family, could not hit the Hualin pool in a short period of time. But now, just by playing a fake match once, Zhou Wudao would be able to enter it early. It's simply a sure thing. Thinking of this, Zhou Yanshang also couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Luo Yu, my good brother-in-law, I didn't think you'd pay this much for Xin Yuan, but how could you have never imagined that Xin Yuan and Wu Dao are both my sons? All you've done is just a dowry for my Zhou family. Just as Zhou Yanshang was dreaming of annexing the Luo family, Tang Duanzhong's voice was also the one that once again pulled Zhou Yanshang's gaze back to the ring. Players in position. I only saw Tang Dizhong's words fall. Zhou Wudao and Luo Xinyuan ascended the ring one after another. Originally, Zhou Wudao still looked down on this adopted cousin, but when he thought about it, he could enter the Luo family's Hualin pool by playing a fake match. Inwardly, he just couldn't help but get excited again. Even the adopted cousin in front of him was much more pleasant to look at. There was even a hint of what he thought was an amiable smile. But this hint of a smile fell into Luo Xinyuan's eyes, but it became a sneer. In Luo Xinyuan's opinion, this Zhou Wudao was just looking down on himself. Laugh at yourself. For the sake of winning a tournament, he even made the family pay for a spot in the Hualin pool. However, Luo Xinyuan also did not show the emotions in her heart. The whirlwind was also full of smiles. For what's to come afterward, he was not, by any means, to let others see that he was displeased. Soon Zhou Wudao also smiled brightly. Cousin, please instruct. Next moment. Chapter 418. Zhou Wudao then summoned a spider-type imperial beast of about 1 meter. Luo Xin Lian under the ring also opened the information panel of this spider imperial beast out of habit. Name, Strangler Spider. Stage of growth, Metamorphosis 2. Racial bloodline, Poison Spider bloodline. Quality, Epic. Attributes, Poison/insect. Talent, Venom enhancement. The naturally occurring venom in your body grows stronger as you grow, not only dealing huge amounts of damage, but also eroding enemy armor and mana barriers. Skills, Poison Web Trap. Quickly weave an invisible spider web filled with poison. When an enemy touches it, they will instantly take toxin damage and be bound, reducing movement speed and attack speed. Shadow Raid, utilizing the ability to sneak around in the shadows. Instantly move behind the enemy to deliver a fatal blow, while injecting high-strength venom to deal sustained damage. Venom Spray, spray a stream of concentrated venom from your mouth, inflicting ranged damage to enemies in the fan-shaped area in front of you, and there is a certain chance of triggering a poison state, which will continue to lose blood. Dream Weaving Space, create a fantasy world of shadows and venom, and enemies entering it will be subjected to both mental and physical torture, lowering their defense and hit points. Evolutionary Route. Young spiders poisonous silk spiders strangling spiders dream weaving spiders poisonous shadow weaving spiders. Description: the strangler spider's body is covered in dark armor. Its 8 long legs are flexible and agile, and each step seems to weave a melody of death. Its eyes are like 2 flickering poisonous jewels, revealing a chilling light. A pair of transparent thin wings grew on its back, and although it could not fly, it was able to quickly weave in and out of the shadows, as noiselessly as a ghost. The most striking thing is its huge pair of venomous jaws, which contain endless venom, enough to make any creature lose its fear. After reading the full information on the strangling spider, Luo Xinlian sensed the problem very keenly. Zhou Wudao is letting go. After all, the previous battle between Luo Xinyuan and Zhang Shaoling, as long as one wasn't stupid, it was known that Luo Xinyuan's strength was not to be underestimated. He was able to easily defeat and seriously injure Zhang Shaoling and kill his imperial beast. The self is even more unharmed. Facing such an enemy, Zhou Wudao just took out a Metamorphosis 2nd stage imperial beast. What is this if not a water release? Zhou Yansheng in the VIP seat was also stunned. He also didn't expect his son to make it so obvious, but it doesn't even matter. Such a blatant release seems pretty good too. It might even earn the Zhou family a good reputation for humility. After all, it was well known that the Luo family and the Zhou family were in-laws. In a way, the more obvious it is to do, the more it could salvage the reputation damaged by the Zhou family's defeat. See here, the 2 old foxes, Luo Yu and Zhou Yanshang, looked at each other. What was going to happen next? It was safe to say that both men knew exactly what was going to happen. None of it was poked and prodded though. Luo Xinyuan also summoned the unicorn heavenly horse. Soon, the 2 imperial beasts were in fierce battle. At first, everything went as a few of them had expected. Under the attack of the unicorn Pegasus, the strangling poisonous spider gradually began to be unable to resist. Eyes are about to fall. But just then, a bizarre scene appeared. The strangling poison spider suddenly erupted with an incomparably powerful aura. Whether it was speed, strength or defense, there was a qualitative leap. The unicorn heavenly horse was unexpectedly knocked to the ground by the strangling poison spider's blow. Only a beautiful counterattack is also earning cheers from all the spectators in the arena. However, Zhou Wudao, who was the party in question, was dumbfounded. He hadn't output much spiritual energy at all. So how could the poison strangling spider suddenly become so fierce all of a sudden? A time of offense and defense. The strangling poison spider looked like it had exploded into a small universe, chasing after the unicorn heavenly horse with a violent output. The unicorn Pegasus, on the other hand, was dodging left and right in the ring, trying to fly up into the sky, but was pulled down by the spider silk of the strangling spider. See this scene. Luo Yu's face in the VIP seat went black. Towards Zhou Yansheng, who was on the side, he asked, "What's going on here? Can Family Master Zhou tell me why?" But at this time, Zhou Yansheng was also confused. He couldn't figure out what Zhou Wudao was trying to do here, and he also heard a bit of dissatisfaction in Luo Yu's words. The address had all changed from the previous great uncle to the Zhou family master. In Zhou Yansheng's opinion, it didn't really matter. What he was worried about was that, with such a sudden outburst, what if Luo Yu took this matter and backtracked afterward, unwilling to let Zhou Wudao enter the Hualin pool? Just as Zhou Yansheng was pondering how to explain, the hysterical shouts of Luo Xinyuan suddenly came from the ring. "Cousin, are you trying to kill me?" Chapter 419. A very dramatic scene occurs. The strangling poison spider that was originally supposed to be beaten by the unicorn heavenly horse in a headlock. It's surprisingly big at the moment. Turning his head around, he chased after the unicorn heavenly horse, and the discerning eye can see it at a glance. This twisted poison spider didn't hold back at all. A deadly move. The most unanticipated thing is, the strangling poison spider was not only ruthless against the unicorn heavenly horse, even Luo Xinyuan, who was an imperial beast, it didn't let up either. Instead, they attacked both indiscriminately. Although the imperial beast contest did not prohibit attacking the opposing imperial beasts, but most people don't do that. After all, most people don't know each other. There is also no need to cut down the number of people. At best, it would injure the opponent and render them incapable of summoning the next imperial beast. But just by looking at this ferocious stance of the strangling poison spider right now, anyone else would think that this was Zhou Wudao trying to take advantage of this match to kill Luo Xinyuan. At this time Luo Xinyuan's voice screamed that was getting louder and louder. "Cousin, we're all brothers, why did you kill me?" Facing Luo Xinyuan's questioning. At this moment, Zhou Wudao was also anxious and helpless. Let's not talk about killing Luo Xinyuan. All he wanted now was to hurry up and lose, then go to Luo Yu's place in exchange for a chance to enter the Hualin pool. But now this situation was really making him a bit confused. This twisted poison spider didn't know what was wrong with it. Not only had its power multiplied, but now it was simply uncontrollable. At this moment, it was as if the strangling spider was controlled by another kind of power. Zhou Wudao's spiritual energy was unable to establish a connection with the strangling poison spider at all, let alone regain control. "Cousin, I don't know what happened. This strangling poisonous spider doesn't even listen to my command." Despite Zhou Wudao's repeated explanations, but these explanations, when they fell on the ears of other people, were so pale and powerless. Fruity. After listening to Zhou Wudao's explanation, Luo Xinyuan's face became even more ugly. "Cousin, I don't know what I've done to offend you. I can't believe you want me dead. If brother I've done anything wrong, you could have said it. Big time." Facing Luo Xinyuan's vocal questioning, Zhou Wudao was also at a loss for words. At this point in time, Zhou Wudao has. There's no way to argue with that. Seeing the embarrassment on Zhou Wudao's face, Luo Xinyuan's surface though still looked pained, but on the inside, he's been happy for a long time. That was the effect he wanted. The situation on the field was also getting more and more menacing at this point. Several times, Luo Xinyuan almost had his head cut off by the sharp spider legs of the strangling spider. Luckily, Unicorn Pegasus always saves him in the nick of time. Otherwise Luo Xinyuan wouldn't have known how many times to die. See this scene. Zhao Dezhu also couldn't help but secretly sigh. Pity. Luo Xinyuan, this bastard's life is really big. It's not even dead. But soon, Zhao Dezhu turned his thoughts. But it was a slight smile. But it's getting close. At this rate, Luo Xinyuan will be finished off by that Zhou Wudao sooner or later. Lu Wei sniffed and also picked up the conversation. This Luo Xinyuan is also too poorly liked. I didn't realize that Zhou Wudao wanted to get him killed too. Just in time for the dog to bite the dog. Just as the two of them were discussing how Luo Xinyuan would die, Luo Xinlian's voice suddenly came from his ears. Luo Xinyuan can't die. This statement was made. Zhao Dezhu and Lu Wei's brows were also furrowed. They knew that Luo Xinlian wouldn't be aimless. So in a hurry, he opened his mouth and asked, "What's the situation?" This Zhou Wudao obviously has a killing intent, and his strength crushes Luo Xinyuan. How could he have survived? Chapter 420. Facing the duo's questions. Luo Xinyuan said after a moment of contemplation. Don't forget, Luo Xinyuan has defeated Brother Shaoling. Do you guys think that Zhou Wudao will be stronger than Brother Shaoling? This statement was made. It dawned on the two. Yeah, Luo Xinyuan was in existence that defeated Jiang Shaoling without any injuries. How could you not be able to defeat Zhou Wudao? There's something odd. Of course, Luo Xinyuan didn't come to a conclusion just through this, because at the moment, Luo Xinyuan clearly saw above the panel of the strangling spider. The state of evil god domination appeared. Just as Luo Xinyuan was pondering whether the strangling poisonous spider appearing abnormal would be related to the black chamber, Wei Xiaoxiao on the side also stumbled a bit. That spider. It seems to have the aura of the black champion evil god. Words. Luo Xinyuan also turned her gaze toward Wei Xiaoxiao. He knew very well that Wei Xiaoxiao, who had once been possessed by the black coordinator evil god, there was some power of the black champion evil god left in his body. It was also because of these powers that Wei Xiaoxiao's soul gave birth to the red poison goat demon, a companion imperial beast with an evil god bloodline. As such, Wei Xiaoxiao was extremely sensitive to the power of the black champion evil god. Just as Luo Xinyuan wanted to inquire about the source of this power, Wei Xiaoxiao seemed to have guessed Luo Xinyuan's thoughts, then said, "This matter seems to have something to do with Luo Xinyuan." Wei Xiaoxiao's words instantly attracted the attention of several people around her. Since the beginning of the Imperial Beast competition, I felt the power of the black champion evil god in Luo Xinyuan's body more than once. After Wei Xiaoxiao said that, a few others immediately made the connection. Zhao Dezhu even seemed to see through everything. Oh, so it is. I told you how this Luo Xinyuan brat suddenly became so powerful. Surprisingly, even Jiang Shaoling was able to solve it without any injuries. So it's with the power of the black champion evil god. At this moment, Jiang Zhuixue's face was also extremely ugly. Somewhat unpleasantly, he spoke. "Xiao Xiao, why didn't you say something so important earlier?" Wei Xiaoxiao also looked quite ashamed. Timidly, he explained. Sakura Yuki. I'm sorry, because the power of the evil god fluctuated minimally the first few times. I only have a slight feeling. I'm not 10% sure that it's the power of the evil god. So, I just didn't say. Words. John Sakura Shui was also well aware of Wei Xiaoxiao's character, so it didn't continue to blame the other side. Lu Wei also proposed when he saw this. Why don't we just report Luo Xinyuan? In that case, we don't even have to do anything. Just the charge of colluding with the black saboteurs. He's going to shed his skin even if he doesn't die. Words. Luo Xinyuan, however, shook her head. Report? You have proof? Or can you prove the power of the evil god within Luo Xinyuan? Facing Luo Xinyuan's 3 consecutive questions, Lu Wei also went off at once. Yeah, he and the others knew because of Wei Xiaoxiao's perception of the power of the evil god, but others may not believe it. Even if Nan Yunlord and the others believed it, substantial evidence was needed to convict Luo Xinyuan. Empty words, others will only think it is Nan Yunlord favoritism. Zhao Dezhu was also a bit anxious. So what do we do now? Luo Xinyuan let out a deep breath. No way. Wait. The crowd was helpless though, but there is nothing more to be done. Just then, an audience member suddenly let out a gasp. Look, Luo Xinyuan can't carry it anymore. Chapter 421. Pust. After the unicorn heavenly horse was sent flying by a blow from the strangling poison spider, the strangling spider didn't stop attacking. Instead, he raised the spider leg that looked like a sharp blade and swung it towards Luo Xinyuan's chest. In a flash, blood splattered. A bloody gash appeared on Luo Xinyuan's chest. See this scene. The Luo Xinyuan and few people under the stage also raised their eyebrows, especially Luo Xinyuan. He could tell at a glance that although the strangling poisonous spider's strike seemed ferocious, in truth, it didn't attack Luo Xinyuan's vital points. At best, he had some superficial injuries. But what exactly was Luo Xinyuan's purpose in doing this? He was clearly able to control his opponent's imperial beast. In other words, he could easily defeat his opponent. Why be redundant and get yourself into such a mess? But Luo Yu in the VIP seat couldn't sit still anymore either. He was just about to open his mouth to stop Zhou Wudao in the ring. However, he heard Zhou Yansheng beside him unexpectedly take a step faster than him, rushing towards the stage and shouting sternly, "Wudao, what do you want? That's your brother." But the words just came out. Zhou Yansheng then realized that he seemed to have misspoke. In the heat of the moment, he actually told the truth. Zhou Yansheng even subconsciously glanced at Luo Yu beside him, only to see Luo Yu at this moment looking at himself with a somewhat dumbfounded expression. Zhou Yansheng's heart became even more flustered. Is it possible that the plan he has been carrying out in secret for more than 10 years is about to collapse in vain because of his own momentary slip of the tongue? At this time, Luo Yu was also a bit surprised. He originally thought that this was the Zhou family's father and son, seeing Luo Xinyuan unwilling to return to the Luo family, so he wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of Luo Xinyuan. In this way, the Luo family's two candidates for family head were one dead and one renegade. His Luo family would be in the dilemma of having no one to follow in their footsteps. That way, his Zhou family could take advantage of the situation. But from Zhou Yansheng's reaction just now, Luo Yu could clearly see that this old man seemed to truly have no thoughts of killing Luo Xinyuan, and the eagerness on his face was what was called emotional. It's not like pretending at all. Is it possible that all this time I have been treating the gentleman with the heart of a small man? The Zhou family had never even thought of annexing the Luo family. Looking at Zhou Yansheng, who was even more anxious than himself, Luo Yu couldn't get Zhou Yansheng's true thoughts for a while. However, after this scene just now, Luo Yu's anger towards Zhou Yansheng in his heart had subsided a lot, but the tone didn't ease up. Master Zhou, you still know that Xinyuan is Zhou Wudao's younger brother. Nowadays, Xinyuan's life is in danger. If the angle of that strangling poisonous spider's attack just now had been slightly more off, Xinyuan would have died on the spot. Seeing that Luo Yu didn't seem to notice anything strange, Zhou Yansheng also breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart, rushing to explain. Brother-in-law, hold your horses. Wudao in no way meant to harm Xinyuan. There's definitely something fishy about this. Words. Luo Yu didn't say anything else, just staring at the two men above the ring without saying a word. Zhou Yansheng understood. Luo Yu's meaning was that if he wanted to prove that they had no intention of plotting against Luo Xinyuan, he would just settle the matter directly, and not just lip service. Immediately, Zhou Yansheng also hurriedly raised his voice a few more levels, shouted towards the ring. Adverse son, don't stop. Is it hard to believe that you really want to kill Xinyuan? At this moment, Zhou Wudao was practically in tears, where he was not aware of the seriousness of the matter now. If you really kill Luo Xinyuan, this would be tantamount to causing a divide between the Zhou and Luo families. His own father's many schemes would also be affected. Father, I didn't want to hurt Xinyuan either, but the strangling poison spider is, somehow, out of my control. Words. Zhou Yansheng couldn't care less. Immediately, he opened his mouth and cursed. You dumbass. You can't even control your own imperial beast. Won't you just take back the strangling poison spider and just admit defeat? Hearing Zhou Yansheng's voice. Chapter 422. Zhou Wudao's eyes immediately lit up. Yeah, one can still surrender oneself. I can't believe I even forgot the option to surrender before because of the suddenness of the incident. But just as Zhou Wudao was preparing, he forced the strangling poison spider back into the imperial beast space through the imperial beast contract. Accidents happen again. Surprisingly, he could no longer feel the connection between himself and the strangling spider at all now. But there was no time now for him to ponder the reason for it. As soon as he opens his mouth to admit defeat, naturally, it will be handled by specialized personnel. It seemed to have sensed Zhou Wudao's desire to admit defeat. Luo Xinyuan's eyes narrowed immediately. You want to admit defeat? No way. Next moment, Zhou Wudao suddenly felt as if the contractual connection between himself and the strangling poison spider had been revived. Just as he wanted to retrieve the strangling poisonous spider, a special energy was transmitted to Zhou Wudao's body through the imperial beast contract between the two. A short moment, a strong negative emotion then dominated Zhou Wudao's consciousness. The two words that were going to come out of my mouth were admit defeat, also disappeared. In his place, there was Zhou Wudao, who had a ferocious look on his face, and the unabashed words. Luo Xinyuan, you're nothing. You're the one who deserves to be called my brother? Today I'm going to get trash like you killed in front of everyone. Strangling spider, kill him for me. This statement was made. Sage Zhou Yan was dumbfounded. What is this? Luo Yu, who was on the side. His face also became increasingly gloomy. But at this moment, the strangling poison spider had already raised its sharp spider legs and swung them towards Luo Xinyuan's head. The pupils of Zhou Yansheng and Luo Yu instantly shrunk. Almost at the same time, he rushed to the ring, trying to stop this strike from Zhou Wudao, but it was intercepted by an invisible curtain of light. It was exactly the formation that Tang Duanzhong had laid down earlier. Not only does it block the energy fluctuations generated above the ring, it also isolates those outside the ring and interferes with the match. Accompanying this was Tang Dizhong's voice that was not mixed with any emotion. Have the two family heads crossed the line? The match is still in progress. No one is allowed to interfere. By this time, the Zhou Yansheng also. It's a straight talk. Our Zhou family admits defeat. Quickly stop them. Words. Tang Dizhong, however, shook his head. Sorry, Master Zhou. The one of the contestants is from your Zhou family, but as long as he's in the ring, whether he surrenders or fights to the end in a bloody battle. It's only up to him. Even if you're his own father, you can't interfere. Hear that? Zhou Yanshang was so angry in his heart, but there was nothing to be done. You have to know that Tang Dizhong is now representing the Tang family. Even if Zhou Yanshang was given 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to offend him. Originally, Zhou Yanshang had wanted to beg Tang Yueqi, let her be accommodating. After all, she was the only one who could command Tang Dizhong here. But the ring rings out again. But it left him in a state of stagnation. Only Luo Xinyuan had a forced look on his face. Brother Wu Dao, don't force me. But in the face of the repeated concessions of Luo Xinyuan, the killing intent on Zhou Wudao's face increased. Luo Xinyuan, today you must die. Strangling spider, dream-weaving space. Next moment, one by one, a phantasmagoria of dark shadows and venom then appeared above the ring, enveloping the two. But this illusion only lasted for a few moments. Then it shattered with a bang. By the time the duo's figures reappeared, the crowd heckled Zhou Wudao, who had been murderous before. At this moment, it was surprising that he and the strangling spider both fell to the ground. There was also a large, bone-deep hole in his chest, obviously lost signs of life. Chapter 423. Zhou Wudao is dead. Along with that, the strangling poison spider was stabbed by the one-horned celestial horse's unicorn horn, the originally pure white and flawless white heavenly horse. At this moment, blood flowed down from its unicorn horn, dyeing all of its otherwise pure white for red. On the other hand, Luo Xinyuan on the side looked confused. It seems he didn't expect that to happen either. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yanshang seemed to have been drained of all his strength as he fell to his knees, everything around him becoming a blur as he looked at the scene in front of him somewhat unbelievably. Zhou Yanshang's world seemed to collapse instantly, and time froze into endless pain and despair. His eyes widened as the remnants of Zhou Wudao's fallen figure were mapped in his pupils. The shock and disbelief of that moment intertwined into an invisible web that bound his heart tightly. Tears swirled in his eyes, but they were slow to fall, as if even his grief had frozen and he could not find an outlet to vent it. He trembled and reached out his hand to touch the gradually cooling body, but it was blocked by the formation. Can't get close at all. The Zhou family heir he had carefully cultivated, his son, was dead. The murderer turned out to be Zhou Wudao's own brother from the same mother and father. Wu Dao, looking at Zhou Yanshang who was isolated from the formation, Tang Dizhong wasn't the least bit touched. It was just a routine opening. Winner, Luo Xinyuan. As the sentence fell, the formation blocking Zhou Yanshang instantly disappeared. After noticing that the formation had disappeared, Luo Yu originally wanted to assist Zhou Yanshang who was on the ground, but he was pushed away by Zhou Yanshang, who had already lost some of his senses, only to see Zhou Yanshang staggering up from the ground. The figure staggers to the ring. At this time Luo Xinyuan was originally still smug in his heart. Now, as we can all see, it was Zhou Wudao who tried to kill me. I was too scared and fought back, killing Zhou Wudao by mistake. No one can catch me on either the moral level or the rules of the game. Dare to covet my Hualin Pond? There will be only one outcome. That's death. But when he met the eyes of Diffractive Sage last week, a pang of fear also rose in his heart. Immediately, a heavy color of sadness also appeared on Luo Xinyuan's face. Uncle, it's my bad. I was so scared. I was just trying to repel my cousin. Damn it, never thought that it would turn out like this. Zhou Yanshang sniffed. There wasn't the slightest reaction. Just looking at Luo Xinyuan with such an expressionless face, and Luo Xinyuan directly knelt on the ground. Uncle, 1,000 wrongs are my fault. If you want me to pay for my cousin's life, I'll do it. Luo Xinyuan was far from gambling. He was betting on whether the Luo family, who favored him, would step in to bail him out, as well as the organizers of the Imperial Beast competition, who wouldn't allow the contestants to have accidents during their participation. Fruity, when Luo Yu hears that Luo Xinyuan is willing to pay for his life, couldn't stay any longer either. A single leap brought him to the top of the ring. He blocked Luo Xinyuan's body. Granted, Luo Yu had felt disappointed in Luo Xinyuan before, and also letting go of harsh words. However, he had never thought of driving Luo Xinyuan away, even when Luo Xinyuan lost the match. If Luo Xinyuan was never willing to return to the Luo family, then whether he wanted to or not, the family head heir was always going to be passed on to Luo Xinyuan. He would never allow that Luo Xinyuan die just like that. Brother-in-law, calm down. It was an accident. If Wudao didn't have murderous intentions towards Xinyuan, how could Xinyuan have missed and killed Wudao back? If Zhou Yanshang was really prepared to make a move to kill Luo Xinyuan, Tang Duanzhong, who was on the sidelines, would also have stepped in to stop it. But now we see Luo Yu stepping in, and he retreated without moving. Originally, everyone thought that Zhou Yanshang would not be able to bear the pain of losing his son. From there, it's a riot. but there was silence for a long time. Zhou Wudao, however, did not appear to be in an imagined rage. Instead, he spoke slowly. Xinyuan, uncle doesn't blame you. Play well and try to win the championship. The words are gone. Zhou Yansheng then picked up Zhou Wudao's corpse. Chapter 424. Slowly walks down to the ring. This unusual behavior of Zhou Wudao also caused those present who were more familiar with him to be suddenly surprised. Especially Luo Yu. He was most aware of Zhou Yansheng's temperament. As far as Zhou Yansheng's vindictive character is concerned, he didn't believe that Zhou Yansheng would just let it go. The only possibility he could think of was that Zhou Yansheng had a greater plan. Even this plot was more important than Zhou Wudao's life. For a time, Luo Yu's defenses against Zhou Yansheng were also at an all-time high. Before Luo Xinlian nodded and returned to the Luo family, he must protect Luo Xinyuan. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan, who had been watching the show from under the ring, was also not expecting it. Luo Xinyuan had spent so much effort just to kill Zhou Wudao. What's he after? Just as Luo Xinlian was puzzled, Tang Dizhong also spoke again. Get ready for the next match. Extraneous persons please exit as soon as possible. Words. Luo Yu was also immediately ready to turn around and leave the ring. Only before leaving, still whispering to Luo Xinyuan. Xinyuan, be careful. Zhou Yansheng won't let up. Hearing Luo Yu say that, Luo Xinyuan wasn't the least bit surprised. Just a whispered response. Spinning around, he got out of the ring as well. Immediately after, Tang Dizhong's voice also sounded again. The game goes on. Next game. Bye. After a few more rounds of intense sparring, Su Yangwei, Wang Haoren and Yan Liang were eliminated by Zhang Sakuraxu. Zhao Deju and Lu Wei one after another. Zhang Sakuraxu was also depleted of spiritual energy in her body due to the successive duels, so it was a decisive forfeit at the back of the game as well. As for Wei Xiaoxiao, she was in a similar situation as Zhang Sakuraxu. Her own spiritual power was almost exhausted, and although she possessed the power of the evil god within her body, she did not want to use this power in public in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, so also chose to abstain. In the following match, Lu Wei was unfortunate to meet Luo Xinlian. Although Luo Xinlian would love to have a match with Lu Wei, because of the contact with Lu Wei as well, Luo Xinlian felt more and more that Lu Wei was somewhat mysterious. Although he considered Lu Wei a friend from the bottom of his heart, he also wanted to take the opportunity to see what Lu Wei was all about. But Lu Wei was clear that Luo Xinlian's goal was the championship, and there would be plenty of chances later if he wanted to compete. In order not to deplete Luo Xinlian's strength, Lu Wei immediately conceded without hesitation as well. Eventually, the entire Junior Imperial Beast competition was down to 4 contestants, split into 2 groups for the competition, to battle for the final championship. Luo Xinyuan vs Zhao Deju, Luo Xinlian vs Luo Xinyuan. Just then, Tang Yueqi also spoke. Guys, the champion of this year's Imperial Beast competition is about to emerge from these 4 young geniuses. As a reward for being a champion, our organizers will take out an extremely high-grade Imperial Beast prop as a reward for this year's champion. Next moment, a staff member then walked out with an item covered by a red cloth. When this staff member came above the ring, then he lifted the red cloth with one hand. A translucent and pure bead was revealed. Immediately afterward, Tang Yueqi also continued. This is a special Imperial Beast prop. It adds a great deal of resistance to the elemental attributes of the Imperial Beast that wears it. That is to say, as long as you have this Imperial Beast equipment, your Imperial Beast will have its defense ability will be greatly improved, and can even make up for the weakness in resistance. Words. Many Imperial Beasts drew in a breath of cold air. They also didn't expect that this Imperial Beast competition would take out such a powerful Imperial Beast prop. You know, not to mention the other resistance boosts, the fact that it compensates for weakness resistances. If this item were to fall into the outside world, it would surely set off a bloody storm. Even Luo Xinlian was extraordinarily moved by this item. It was no wonder that his own master would tell him to win this competition no matter what. But just then, Luo Xinlian suddenly felt that something strange seemed to have appeared in her left hand. To be precise, it should be the gauntlet obtained from the ancient tomb in Lingyan village. At the moment it was in the form of a bracelet, emitting a gust of shaking. It seemed to have some kind of connection with the bead above the ring. Chapter 425. Seeing that the championship prize above the ring seemed to have some sort of connection with the mysterious gauntlet he had obtained, Luo Xinlian immediately opened her forbidden eye to check as well. Name, Jiaozhu. Description, a prop formed by the rupture of a piece of forbidden quality beast equipment. Effect, increases resistance to elemental attributes by 50%, reduces weakness damage by 50%. Same time, Luo Xinlian's mind was also ringing with a system beep. Ding. Release a time-limited mission. Won the Imperial Beast competition, and won the Jiaozhu Reward, a way to upgrade the auger pearl to a dragon pearl. A loud system beep was heard in his head. Luo Xinyuan's heart couldn't help but beat faster. But that's not all. Immediately afterward, another message appeared. Ding! Starry Sky Demon Dragon Evolution Conditions open. The Starry Night Dragon can evolve into the Black Dragon when it enters the 9th stage of awakening and wears the exclusive props of the Black Dragon bead. Luo Xinyuan, who was originally very attached to the auger beads, after hearing the evolutionary requirements of the Starry Sky Demon Dragon, it could be said that the auger bead was already a must-have. It's not hard to tell from the information we're getting now. Auger beads can be upgraded to dragon beads, and this dragon pearl is the key prop essential for upgrading the Black Dragon Pearl. Only after obtaining the Black Dragon Pearl, a key prop, could the Starry Magic Dragon complete its evolution, though it is not yet known what increases will come from successfully upgrading to the Black Dragon Pearl, but just from the attributes provided by the auger beads, Luo Xinyuan could already fantasize how powerful she would be after wearing the Black Dragon Pearl and evolving into the Heaven's Wrath Black Dragon. After another speech by Tang Yueqi before the championship match, Tang Duanzhong also took over and opened his mouth. Next match, Luo Xinyuan vs Zhao Deju. Please welcome the contestants to the stage. Soon, the duo stepped into the ring one after the other. Looking across the room at the dangling fat man, Luo Xinyuan's face also revealed a faintly undetectable smile. There was even a hint of killing intent revealed in his eyes. Isn't Luo Xinyuan on good terms with this fatty? Today I'm going to beat this fatty to death alive in front of Luo Xinyuan. In Luo Xinyuan's opinion, because of Zhou Yajing's scheming before, Luo Xinyuan must have taken him as Chen Wanru's son by now. So he must have. Luo Xinyuan wouldn't lay a hand on him. Whatever. Because of this layer. Afterwards, when he fought against Luo Xinyuan would be more or less affected. It is also because of this guarantee. It was only then that Luo Xinyuan was prepared to provoke Luo Xinyuan by killing Zhao Deju. He just wanted to see Luo Xinyuan in a lot of pain but unable to do anything about it. Somehow. As long as it could make Luo Xinyuan suffer, or if it could snatch away or destroy the person or thing that Luo Xinyuan liked, Luo Xinyuan would be overwhelmed. But such thoughts, Luo Xinyuan still didn't show it. Instead, he appeared to greet Zhao Deju courteously. You're a friend of brother Xinyuan, aren't you? I'll ask for your guidance in this duel. Facing Luo Xinyuan's politeness, Zhao Deju, however, said without the slightest bit of politeness, but don't. I can't afford it. After all, you're the one who can even kill your cousin. I'm really afraid that if you're not happy, you'll get me killed too. Before Zhao Deju could say anything, Luo Xinyuan was immediately a bit offended. Standing under the ring, he opened his mouth. Fat ass. Don't you spit blood here. Just now was just an accident. Don't you dare try to influence brother Xinyuan in this way. Words. Luo Xinyuan was also due to the general possession of the playwright, showed a look of extreme sadness. For Luo Xinyuan's words, Zhao Deju didn't pay the slightest attention at all. Instead, when he saw Luo Xinyuan's performance that could be described as a movie star, a little too much to handle, pretending to be nauseous, while vomiting, he said, Chapter 426. Vom. Will you stop making that face? Vom. It's making the fat master a little sick to his stomach. Vom. Seeing that the other party had the audacity to embarrass himself like that, although Luo Xinyuan was displeased in his heart, but it was endured. I thought to myself, when the surface work is done, I'll get you fat ass. Brother Zhao. I don't know if it was brother Xinyuan who said something to you, for you to have such a big misunderstanding about me. Still, I think I should apologize for the discomfort I caused you. Saying that, he didn't forget to bow to Zhao Deju. This scene was incomparably heartbreaking for the Luo sisters to watch. I didn't realize that my own well-behaved Xinyuan brother had just experienced the pain of accidentally killing his cousin. Now I can't believe I have to be angry with this fat guy. Only Luo Lingling, the look on her face when she regarded Luo Xinyuan, became more and more unkind. Although it seemed that Luo Xinyuan was indeed filled with guilt and self-blame for Zhou Wudao's death, but how Luo Lingling looked at it, she felt that Luo Xinyuan's behavior and actions revealed a sense of hypocrisy. It didn't feel that way before. But after what had happened one after another since the beginning of the Imperial Beast competition, this feeling of Luo Lingling's also grew stronger, especially just now. The death of Zhou Wudao everywhere reveals eccentricity. After the Strangler Spider got out of control, Luo Lingling had been observing Zhou Wudao's micro-expressions. As a vigilante, he was confident in his judgment. Zhou Wudao didn't have any killing intent towards Luo Xinyuan at all at that time. The panic was also extremely real and natural. On the contrary, it was Luo Xinyuan, although he looked at the steps, but in reality, every attack of the strangling poison spider on Luo Xinyuan seemed to be calculated. It enters the flesh 3 times and injures the skin but not the tendons. Each time, he would narrowly avoid Luo Xinyuan's vital points. This is really counterintuitive. If he wasn't clear about Luo Xinyuan's bottom line, Luo Lingling even had to wonder if the strangling poisonous spider had been seized control by Luo Xinyuan. It's an act here. And there's the most important point. Why did cousin Wu Dao, who was overwhelmed on the front side, become so hostile that he even openly threatened to kill Luo Xinyuan? Just as Luo Lingling was thinking about this series of suspicions, a burst of crisp applause also resounded above the ring. Luo Xinyuan. Awesome. You're acting. Absolutely. It's come to this. And you're still thinking of throwing dirt on Xinyuan. No wonder those little cuties in the Luo family will be coaxed around by you. You are so cheeky. Still, I'd like to say a few words to you before the game begins. Facing Zhao Dezhu sneers, Luo Xinyuan still had a kind face. It seems that Brother Zhao has misunderstood me deeply, but it's okay. You're a friend of Brother Heart Refinement, which means you're my friend. As long as we get along more in the future, I'm sure you'll clear up any misunderstandings about me. Looking at his brother who has such a big heart, Luo Qingwan's face also couldn't help but emerge with a smile. But Zhao Dezhu, who was above the ring, was not buying it at all. With a lift of his hand, he interrupted Luo Xinyuan. Getting along with me? And you deserve it? And I'd like to tell you that a fake, after all, is a fake. He'll never be real. You're only worthy of picking up what Luo Xinyuan doesn't want. If Heart Refinement is willing, everything you have will be reduced to nothing in an instant. And you're just a homeless lost dog. Ha ha. As soon as these words came out, Luo Xinyuan's face also turned ugly to the naked eye. His cheeks were even twitching involuntarily. Oh, in that case, Xinyuan has been taught, so the game can start, right? At this moment, the killing intent in Luo Xinyuan's heart was unprecedentedly high. The fat man in front of him had managed to enrage him. He absolutely had to get this fat man killed in the most ferocious way possible. Just when Luo Xinyuan thought that it was finally time to make a move, who knew? Zhao Dezhu's words made Luo Xinyuan instantly freeze. Referee, I forfeit. Chapter 427. As soon as Zhao Dezhu's words of surrender were uttered, the room became silent. There were quite a few spectators present who had seen Zhao Dezhu's previous matches. Naturally, he knew that this obscene fat man above the ring was the same as Luo Xinyuan. It's a sentinel. I was expecting to see a good matchup, but I didn't expect this fat man to directly surrender and admit defeat. Back to the audience. There was also an undoubted chorus of boos. What the? How can you admit defeat without even fighting? You're a dragon sentinel. How can you surrender? You must give us a reasonable explanation. Facing the displeasure of the surrounding audience, Zhao Dezhu, however, was not affected in the slightest. Even a touch of smugness appeared on his face. To explain? On the fat master's head today, 5 3/4 of the 740th hair counting back from the left is split. It's seriously affecting the fat master's mood. So don't want to fight. Is that a good reason? Faced with Zhao Dezhu's absurd and nonsensical reason, the surrounding audience that hated it, but it can't be helped. It's Zhao Dezhu's right. He doesn't want to fight, and there's nothing anyone can do to force him. Spin. Zhao Dezhu looked at Luo Xinyuan with a face again. Putting on a very beaten face, he opened his mouth. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Angry or not? Angry or not? Is it trying to get me? I'll just stand here and let you get come on. Come on. While saying that, Zhao Dezhu also puckered his big fat butt, a wiggle at Luo Xinyuan. Seeing such a Zhao Dezhu in front of him, even the deep-hearted Luo Xinyuan, there was also uncontrollable bruising on his temples, although he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. But the knife man's eyes couldn't hide it at all. He was really kind of out of control, originally full of anger, just waiting for the game to start. Luo Xinyuan was about to retaliate back in an extremely cruel manner for the abuse and insults that Zhao Dezhu had just hurled at him. No matter what, this fatty was a dragon sentinel. Ironically, you'll be bursting with self-confidence and want to show off your skills. Maybe, the one who tested himself on behalf of Luo Xinyuan, or perhaps to avenge Jiang Shaoling, who had been injured by himself. By all rights, no matter which way you think about it, this fat man shouldn't be able to surrender. Once the battle started, Luo Xinyuan was going to let this dead fat man know what would happen if he offended himself, but beat him to death. The dead fat man even surrendered right after cursing himself. In that case, what about the verbal abuse he had received earlier? He had endured for so long. Wasn't he planning to use the most brutal means to get this fat man killed? Now that this fat man surrendered, Luo Xinyuan immediately had the feeling that he had held his breath. But in the end, he could only punch his fist on cotton. It's both suffocating and difficult. Don't look at the fact that Zhao Dezhu now possesses the Earth Dragon, became a genius among the younger generation, but he's been feeling his way up the ladder. Naturally, It wouldn't be full of arrogance like those genius imperial beastmasters who had had smooth sailing since childhood. Zhao Deju is more of a time scrutinizer. After these two bizarre duels between Zhang Xiaoling and Zhou Wudao, he also learned from Luo Xinlian and Wei Xiaoxiao that Luo Xinyuan seemed to be involved with the Black Cordon Society. The body seemed to contain some kind of weird power. Naturally, he would not be naive enough to think that he could secure a victory with just one Earth Dragon, much less to give Luo Xinyuan any chance. That's why Zhao Deju started out in the ring with the intention of nauseating Luo Xinyuan and then surrendering. Looking at Luo Xinyuan, whose face was becoming increasingly ugly, Zhao Deju's heart was in a state of euphoria. Seeing Luo Xinyuan not holding back a single word for half a day, Zhao Deju also revealed a satisfied expression. Immediately afterward, he said in a tone filled with sarcasm, "That's it? It's not going to work even if I give you a chance." The words are gone. Chapter 428. Zhao Deju also didn't look at Luo Xinyuan anymore, so he jumped straight down from the ring, swaggering back to the waiting area of the Ginger family. At this moment, Zhao Deju didn't have the slightest hint of admitting defeat and surrendering. It was as if he was the winner of the game. On the contrary, Luo Xinyuan, who was still mortared on the stage. Where is the joy of victory at this moment? The expression was worse than eating, and Lu Wei saw Zhao Deju come back. It was more like welcoming a great meritocracy. Fatty. Awesome. That expression on Luo Xinyuan's face just now was killing me. I hate to tear you apart, but I have to act like I have a big heart, especially when I finally heard you say surrender. The turtle grandson looked incredulous, and then he looked like he had nowhere to go. I'm really afraid that if he doesn't slow down, he'll just gas himself to death. Words. Zhao Deju raised his hand and waved it casually. Kifi. This could make the two women, Zhang Cherry Snow and Wei Xiaoxiao, giggle as they watched. It was the first time they had seen a guy who could be so smug even after surrendering and admitting defeat. Luo Xinlian also felt an unprecedented exhilaration, looking at Zhao Deju, who left in style. The corner of Tang Dizhong's mouth also flashed a rare smile, but in just a few moments, it was overshadowed. Zhao Deju, surrender and admit defeat. Winner Luo Xinyuan. Congratulations to Luo Xinyuan for obtaining the qualification to watch the battle. Right after Tang Dizhong announced the results of the match, there were some viewers who immediately picked up on some of the subtleties. I'll go. Zhao Deju conceded defeat, so the remaining talent tournament contestants have all become members of the Luo family. When you put it that way, it's true. Cut it out. Luo Xinlian is a representative of the Jiang family. How can she be considered a member of the Luo family? Tease me. Luo Xinlian's surname is Luo. No matter what camp he represents, he's always a member of the Luo family. Holy, then doesn't the Luo family directly occupy the top 3 positions in this competition? At this moment, listening to the comments of the people around him, the faces of many worldly family heads didn't look too good. It was because all of the contestants representing their clans had already lost. And at this moment, Luo Yu didn't care at all about Zhao Deju's insults to Luo Xinyuan earlier. Instead, we saw Rocky Hart go far into qualifying for the title match. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Not only that, Zhao Deju retreated without a fight. The remaining 3 contestants, all surnamed Luo, that is, regardless of the final outcome. This time in the Imperial Beast competition, the top 3 had already been occupied by the Luo family. This also made Luo Yu feel an unprecedented sense of euphoria. The participants of a lineage directly occupied the top 3 places. Such an honor can be extremely rare. The only thing that was beautiful was that Luo Xinlian was still unwilling to return to the Luo family. If Luo Xinlian was able to return to the Luo family, and there were the 2 of them, Luo Qingwan and Luo Xinyuan, why worry about the Luo family's future not being able to take another step forward? On the other hand, Zhou Yanshang, who was on the side, was expressionless as he looked at Luo Xinyuan above the ring. He was having mixed feelings right now. Zhou Wudao is dead, killed by his own brother. He could never figure out why Zhou Wudao and the strangling poison spider had become so abnormal one after the other. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Granted, it was a bizarre death for Zhou Wudao, another death at the hands of Luo Xinyuan, but what can he do? He now only had one biological son left, Luo Xinyuan. After a slight pause, as Tang Dizhong spoke again, the atmosphere of the Imperial Beast fighting arena was also instantly ignited. Next, Luo Xinlian versus Luo Qingwan. Will both players please take their positions? Words. Luo Qingwan's gaze also involuntarily looked towards Luo Xinlian in the waiting area of the Jiang clan. The corners of his mouth were also raised in a smug smile. I'd like to see this trash who once couldn't even contract a royal beast. Is it really as demonic today as rumored? Chapter 429. Soon, Luo Xinlian and Luo Qingwan then mounted the ring. As the two stood opposite each other, the audience at the scene couldn't help but erupt into a heated debate. Here it comes. The battle of the siblings. Who do you think will win? Nonsense. What's the point of guessing? It must be Luo Xinyuan. Do you really think that the title of Dragon Swordsman is just for show? Come on. Zhao Deju is still a dragon emperor, but he surrendered just the same. That's right. You guys don't underestimate Luo Xinyuan. Her imperial beast is a wind-whispering beast with the same root as Luo Yu, the Luo family head, and possesses the bloodline of the son of the Qilin, the four imaginary beasts. Really? If it's true, it's going to be interesting. This duel should be quite exciting. Looking across at the teenager, a hint of contempt flashed under Luo Xinyuan's eyes. Luo Xinyuan. Admit defeat. The Luo family's family head can only be brother Xinyuan. Even if you win the competition, our sisters won't recognize you as the Luo family's family head. Words. Luo Xinyuan looked as if she had heard a funny joke. Not angry, but happy. Luo Xinyuan, are you not sick? That bull ***** family head position. Only you idiots would treat it as a treasure. I don't even care. In the face of these words from Luo Xinyuan, Luo Xinyuan, however, revealed a look that thought she saw through everything. Ha, you can't eat grapes. I think you know that the position of family head is hopeless. That's why you're saying these words. If you really have no thoughts about the position of family head, then why did you participate in the Imperial Beast competition? Isn't it still because you want to prove yourself through the Imperial Beast competition? To prove that the Luo family has looked away, and that you want to make the Luo family regret it? What childish behavior. For a time, Luo Xinyuan was also rendered rather speechless by Luo Xinyuan's words. At that moment, he didn't bother to talk nonsense. Spinning around, he opened the door. You're so full of in your head. Everything you look at looks like. There's no point in talking more, and I don't want to waste my breath with a self-righteous fool like you. Do it. Seeing that Luo Xinyuan did not take her words in, Luo Xinyuan also snorted coldly. Stubborn. Since you're trying to make yourself uncomfortable, I'll make it happen. I'd like to see if the rumors about you that have been going on in A City all this time are true. Or is someone shamelessly making a name for themselves? Come out. Spirit Light Phantom Deer. With a murmur from Luo Xinyuan, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared. Immediately after that, a deer with an eye-catching luster emanating from its body leaped out of the space vortex, and the light emanating from the deer immediately made the surrounding audience somewhat unable to open their eyes. As for Tang Dizhong, who was the referee, it was as if he had expected such a situation. With a bemused face, he pulled a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and put them on. With the help of sunglasses, Tang Dizhong regained his vision again, and the audience in the gallery seemed to have thought of that. But nah, he wasn't wearing sunglasses. However, they soon realized that the organizers seemed to have anticipated this situation. Immediately, Tang Dizhong's voice was the one that suddenly resounded throughout the room. Audience, a pair of sunglasses was placed in the armrest compartment of every seat. Chapter 430. Everyone can watch the game with these sunglasses. Upon hearing this, the audience also immediately took out their sunglasses and put them on. Sure enough, with the sunglasses on, the light emanating from that deer was less harsh. The audience has sunglasses, but Lohengrin has a hard time refining them. He also didn't expect that Luo Xinyuan's first imperial beast would have this kind of ability. Immediately, Luo Xinyuan also opened the Forbidden Eye immediately regardless. Sure enough, with the aid of the Forbidden Eye, the previously blinding light was also as if it had lost its effect. It becomes less harsh. At the same time, Luo Xinyuan also saw the deer's profile information. Name, Aura Mirage Deer. Stage of growth, Metamorphosis 5. Racial bloodline, Sky Dome Spirit Deer Clan. Quality, Epic. Attribute, Light/Wind. Gift, Blessing of the Spirit. Effects, able to form a layer of aura shield. In the case of affecting the opponent's vision, it can also reduce a certain percentage of damage, and has a certain chance to rebound the negative effects. Skills, Spiritual Light Impact. Gather the spiritual light of heaven and earth and launch a brilliant beam of light in front, dealing light damage to the enemy and having a certain chance to cause the target to fall into a stun state. Field of Wind, unfolds a field of winds centered on yourself, increasing the speed of friendly troops within the field, decreasing the speed of enemies, and lowering enemy hit rates at the same time. Phantom Step, instantly transforms into an aura of light, moving quickly for a short period of time, during which it is immune to all physical attacks, and can perform a powerful wind blitz on the target at the end of the move. Healing Light, releases healing light, restores life value to surrounding friendly troops and removes some negative statuses, with additional healing effect on critically injured units. Evolutionary Route, Spirit Deer, Spirit Wind Deer, Spirit Illusion Deer, Sky Dome Spirit Deer, Holy Light Sky Dome Deer. Description: the Aura Phantom Deer is clad in flowing colorful fur, with wisdom and gentleness shining in its eyes. Its horns are entwined with light wind elements, and each light jump is accompanied by a gentle breeze, as if it is the most elegant dancer of nature. On the battlefield, the aura phantom deer is not only a powerful battle partner, but also the guardian and healer of the team, bringing the light of hope and victory to the friendly troops with its unique dual attributes of light and wind. Luo Xinyuan didn't expect it either. Luo Xinyuan had unexpectedly contracted a dual attribute Imperial Beast of the Light and Wind systems. It was important to realize that light-type Imperial Beasts were very rare. It was no wonder that Luo Xinyuan should be screaming so much in front of herself. Equally surprised were, there's Luo Xinyuan, because she was the owner of the Aura Mirage Deer. She wasn't affected by the Aura Mirage Deer's gift even though she wasn't wearing sunglasses. So it's also clear to see what's going on the field. But what she never expected was, Luo Xinyuan was surprisingly able to look in her own direction without blinking her eyes even without wearing sunglasses. The genius is a bit unbelievable. Looking on, Luo Xinyuan had an unbelievable look on her face. Luo Xinyuan also said with a mocking face, Luo Xinyuan, you don't think you can influence me with just this trick, do you? After saying that, Luo Xinyuan no longer paid attention to the surprised Luo Xinyuan. Immediately, he also summoned his Imperial Beast, Plume Flame Eagle. As Luo Xinyuan called out the name of the Plume Flame Eagle, the temperature above the ring rose suddenly, because of Tang Dizhong's array isolation, so the audience wasn't really affected. Immediately, a ball of fire appeared. A giant eagle covered in flames also appeared above the ring. Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan seemed to feel that Luo Xinyuan was somewhat belittling herself, and immediately also showed a hint of displeasure. Luo Xinyuan, aren't you a dragon sentinel? Hurry up and summon your dragon. But Luo Xinyuan was looking at Luo Xinyuan with interest. Just you? Also worthy to fight against my starry sky demon dragon? A friendly reminder by the way, don't underestimate the Plume Flame Eagle. Today, I'm going to use it to trample all of your Imperial Beasts under my feet. Chapter 431. Luo Xinyuan's words came out. The whole place was abuzz. Luo Xinyuan's various battle scores. Not to say it's a household name in a city. At least it's getting a lot of attention. Although many people knew that Luo Xinyuan was extremely talented. However, he did not expect that Luo Xinyuan would actually say such words. If Luo Xinyuan is talking about using the Dragon Man, there are quite a few people who will be convinced. But now he was threatening to use an unheard of fire eagle to try and destroy Luo Xinyuan's Imperial Beasts in a group. It's more like arrogance than confidence. Even Luo Yu in the VIP seat couldn't help but shake his head, obviously a little disappointed with Luo Xinyuan's remarks. Luo Yu, who had once crossed paths with Luo Xinyuan, naturally, he knew how terrifying Luo Xinyuan's battle power was. It wasn't just the Dragon Man, it was Luo Xinyuan who took out the strange water bear worm from before. Nor was it something Luo Xinyuan could resist. But Luo Xinyuan had taken out a fire-type Imperial Beast. One must know that Luo Xinyuan was the only one who inherited Luo Yu's Wind-Whispering Beast. Even if Luo Xinyuan beat the first few Imperial Beasts, but the Wind-Whispering Beast was a hurdle he couldn't pass. There's no other reason. The water system sky-kicked the fire system. Thinking of this, Luo Yu also couldn't help but think. It seems that Luo Xinyuan's character is indeed unsuitable for the position of Luo family head, but it's more than enough to serve as a warfighter for the Luo family. If he's willing to come back and assist Xinyuan, with Xinyuan's city and heart, plus Xinyuan's combat power, why don't you worry about the Luo family's prosperity? It's a shame. AI. Luo Xinyuan was also stunned, spinning around as if he had heard some very funny joke. Surprisingly, he giggled. You mean you want to use this fire eagle to regiment all of my Imperial Beasts? Ha! What an ignorance! I'll admit you do have a nice firehawk, but with this one Imperial Beast, you want to defeat me. It's a bit too much to know the sky and the earth. Words. For the surrounding audience's comments as well as Luo Xinyuan's disdain, Luo Xinyuan didn't bother to argue about anything, but just smiled meaningfully. Looking at Luo Xinyuan didn't pay any attention to herself. Luo Xinyuan's heart, a huff also rose. At that moment, there were no more words. Instead, he commanded at the Aura Phantom Deer, Field of Wind. In the next moment, an invisible air current began to circulate around the Aura Mirage Deer's body. Luo Xinyuan didn't react much when she saw this. Instead, he watched with interest, and to see such a gullible Luo Xinyuan, Luo Xinyuan's heart couldn't help but sneer. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Once the Field of Wind is formed, that Fire Eagle's attack will no longer be able to hit the Aura Mirage Deer. The Field of Wind is the unfolding of a field centered on itself. Friendly forces in the field get a speed boost, including yourself of course. Enemies, on the other hand, will have their speed and hit points reduced due to the strong winds. Under this, Luo Xinyuan wanted to see what Luo Xinyuan, who had previously sworn to destroy herself with a regiment of Imperial Beasts, could do. Not for a moment. That invisible airflow then gradually formed a high-speed rotating wall of wind. It also meant that the Field of Wind had been formed. Seeing the situation, Luo Yu in the VIP seat also secretly sighed. The field of wind has formed. If Luo Xinyuan insists on refusing to replace the imperial beasts, then all I can say about this duel is that the winner is already decided. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan didn't know that Luo Yu had already made a judgment on this duel. Only at this time, Luo Xinyuan, who saw that the field of wind had already taken shape, was not the slightest bit worried. Instead, he spoke in a breezy manner. Foreign fire burning god, the plume flame eagle. After receiving Luo Xinyuan's command, only 2 blazing red auras were seen shooting out from a pair of eagle eyes of the plume flame eagle. It shot straight towards the spirit light phantom deer, but after touching the field of wind, it directly disappeared. Seeing the situation, Chapter 432, Luo Xinyuan also said with a sneer on her face, Luo Xinyuan, is that all you've got? You can't even break through the field of wind, and you still want to destroy all my imperial beasts in a group? If you had just made a move to disrupt the formation of the field of wind, maybe you would still have that slight chance of defeating the spirit light illusion deer, but you were arrogant enough to allow the field of wind to form. With fighting qualities like yours, you're simply not even 1/10,000th as good as Xinyuan's younger brother. Immediately after Luo Xinyuan's words changed, she continued, in that case, the victory has been decided. It's time for me to end this farce. Spirit light phantom deer, aura impact. In the next moment, only the spirit light illusion deer opened its mouth. Immediately, a halo of light coalesced in it at great speed. Looking at the opposite side of the motionless plume flame eagle, Luo Xinyuan's eyes also flashed with a hint of complacency. From the looks of it, this fire eagle should belong to the long-range output type of imperial beasts. Speed is not my specialty. Adding to the slowing down by the field of wind, the speed is even slower. Knowing there's no hope of dodging it, he's broken it. But just then, the unexpected happened. Only the aura impact that should have been aimed at the head of the plume flame eagle was seen. Surprisingly, it missed for no reason, and it's off by a wide margin. It hit directly and straight above the ground. One should know that at this moment, the plume flame eagle was simply floating in the air without moving. How could this 9 out of 10 move miss? But soon, Luo Xinyuan then realized that something was wrong, only to see the spirit light phantom deer suddenly start convulsing all over its body. It seemed to be going through some extreme pain. It is also precisely because of this extreme pain. This was what caused the aura mirage deer to not be able to control the energy fluctuations of the aura impact at all. That's why it's hitting off the mark. And that's not all. Only the field of wind suddenly disappeared, and the aura phantom deer seemed to have collapsed directly on top of the ring because it was in too much pain. Immediately afterward, a seeming flame began to emerge from the body of the aura mirage deer. When the crowd saw this scene, there were also exclamations of surprise. Oh my god, when did the aura mirage deer get hit? This is actually a scorched state. At this moment, looking at Luo Xinyuan, who had a bland face and didn't look the least bit surprised, refining, even the cuties, it's all there to see. This abnormal state of the spirit light phantom deer was clearly made by the fire eagle that Luo Xinyuan had refined. Even Luo Yu, who had spoken so eloquently before, was unable to see when Luo Xinyuan had laid her hands on him. Luo Xinyuan also finally came back to her senses. An incredulous face opened his mouth. How is it possible? With the existence of the wind domain, how did you do it? Facing Luo Xinyuan's questioning, Luo Xinyuan, however, had no intention of answering her at all. Instead, he said with a teasing face, guess what? In fact, Luo Xinyuan had only used one move from start to finish, Alien Fire Burning God. It was only because some time ago, the Plume Flame Eagle's Vermilion Bird bloodline had been upgraded again. The Vermilion Bird bloodline concentration reached 9%. As a result, the skill effect of the Plume Flame Eagle was also enhanced. The Altered Fire Burning God also gains additional effects such as sure to hit, blockable, and 50% probability of scorching. This was because Altered Fire Burning God was originally a spirit plus elemental mixed wound type skill. Previously, the Alien Fire Burning God was blocked by the strong wind formed by the field of wind though, but it only blocked the damage that belonged to the elemental part. Instead, the spirit portion of the attack had hit the aura illusion deer long ago. That was why the spirit light illusion deer was in this unusually painful condition. Originally, Luo Xinyuan hadn't counted the 50% probability of searing effect. He only waited for the spirit light phantom deer to deal a fatal blow after taking spirit damage and the field of wind disappeared. But Luo Xinyuan didn't think that she was so lucky that she had even hooked up Scorch to her opponent. That's a surprise. Seeing Luo Xinyuan actually teasing herself like this, Luo Xinyuan was also a bit angry at that moment. But before she could speak, only Luo Xinyuan continued. Do you know why I let you unleash the field of wind? That's because I just want to see you pull out all the stops. And yet there is nothing to be done about it. The look of impotent rage at the end. Chapter 433. After seeing this operation by Luo Xinyuan, the entire audience also let out a gasp of surprise. Luo Xinyuan is awesome. One of the audience members even showed an expression of "I knew it was so. I told you how Luo Xinyuan, such a genius, would do something so stupid." So it turns out that he had already seen through Luo Xinyuan's attack, but immediately afterward, another audience member beside this audience member immediately also revealed a speechless expression. Come on, who was the one who said there before that Luo Xinyuan was empty of talent, but didn't expect to have such poor fighting sense? See yourself being poked and prodded by the other side. That audience member immediately shifted his words immediately as well and said, "Look, Luo Xinyuan seems to be preparing to fight back." Upon learning that all of this was deliberately done by Luo Xinyuan, the anger on Luo Xinyuan's face also grew stronger. Looking at the anger on Luo Xinyuan's face, Luo Xinyuan also revealed a smile. But he never forgets. In the 3 years in the Luo family, this big sister did everything to herself. The other sisters, although they didn't like Luo Xinyuan, but it's all out in the open. Instead, Luo Xinyuan was trampling on Luo Xinyuan's spirit time and time again. In his previous life, when Luo Xinyuan had just returned to the Luo family, although the talent of the imperial beasts was extremely poor, but never gave up on becoming a sentinel. The attempts are made day in and day out every day, and Luo Xinyuan didn't show, at first, any aversion to Luo Xinyuan. Instead, they help out in every way. This also made Luo Xinyuan mistakenly think that Luo Xinyuan was genuinely good to him. This also caused Luo Xinyuan to raise the idea of seeking Luo Xinyuan's help. It wasn't until one day that Luo Xinyuan finally summoned up the courage to open up to Luo Xinyuan about her desire to become a royal beastmaster. And Luo Xinyuan didn't mock Luo Xinyuan because his talent wasn't working. Instead, he was told a way to increase his spiritual power. That is to find an extremely cold place to meditate. If you hold out long enough, your body will instinctively make warming adjustments. Even the thinnest spiritual energy in the body would actively help the body to protect itself from the cold. In this way, the spiritual power will be exercised without being noticed. This results in the growth of spiritual energy. At that time, Luo Xinyuan was overjoyed when she heard this method. Who cares if it's true or not? As long as they can get rid of the trash identity, all of it was worth it. Thus, Luo Xinyuan got a large freezer with the help of Luo Xinyuan. Luo Xinyuan also sat in unguardedly. Under Luo Xinyuan's guidance, he then began to meditate in the freezer. Luo Xinyuan had also thoughtfully turned the temperature of the freezer to the lowest. At first Luo Xinyuan was still holding on with gusto, but I don't know how long it took, as Luo Xinyuan's body became colder and colder. Luo Xinyuan also finally realized that the spiritual energy in her body didn't even half react, so he wanted to open the freezer and go out to ask Luo Xinyuan if he had a problem somewhere. But soon, Luo Xinyuan then realized that the freezer had been locked at some point. No matter how desperately he banged on the freezer, none of the cabinet doors responded in the slightest. No matter how much he screamed, there's no response from outside either. For a moment, an inexplicable fear spread in Luo Xinyuan's heart. Gradually, Luo Xinyuan lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he was out of the darkened freezer. However, what he saw was not his big sister, Luo Xinyuan. Instead, it was an anxious-looking Mrs. Lu. Then he fainted. After that, Luo Xinyuan became very ill. If it wasn't for the fact that Mrs. Lu was then curious about this sudden appearance of the freezer, and turn it on, I'm afraid that Luo Xinyuan will just freeze to death in the freezer. Therefore, Luo Xinyuan was also extraordinarily grateful to Lu Ma. Luo Xinyuan was sick for 3 months. Not a single person visited him during that time. Of course, Luo Xinyuan didn't come either. When Luo Xinyuan recovered from her illness, she saw Luo Xinyuan again. Unexpectedly, the previous caring big sister, but a different face, even said it to himself with a sneer on his face. No way. I was just joking with you. Why are you taking it seriously? Who knew you'd be stupid enough to stay in the freezer by yourself and not come out? Chapter 434. With an IQ like yours, I think it's better to die in a freezer. At that time, Luo Xinyuan's entire world seemed to collapse after hearing those words. He didn't realize that the only family member who was good to him was only there to tease him. Call yourself stupid? If you hadn't locked the freezer, how would I have stayed in there? Since then, whenever Luo Xinyuan saw Luo Xinyuan, she couldn't help but think of this incident. The most damnable thing was that Luo Xinyuan was still always teasing herself with this matter. How dare you have the face to reprimand yourself as an elder sister when you've clearly done something so egregious? This was also the reason why Luo Xinyuan hated Luo Xinyuan's elder sister attitude so much. However, the current Luo Xinyuan, in front of Luo Xinyuan, was like an ant that was casually crushed to death. So before getting this ant killed, Luo Xinyuan didn't mind teasing it a bit. Soon after, The anger on Luo Xinyuan's face quickly disappeared, turning to a disdainful smile. Luo Xinyuan, I admit, you did catch me a bit off guard with that hand just now, but so what? But it's just a state of burning. You think you can make it hard for me? Or a phantom deer? Healing light. Immediately, a golden holy light lit up on the body of the spirit light illusion deer. Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan also said rather proudly, Luo Xinyuan, didn't think I had this move, did you? Healing light restores life to surrounding friendly troops and removes some negative statuses, with additional healing effects on critically injured units. For that burning effect, I can dissolve it in a moment. Originally, Luo Xinyuan thought that when she said those words, Luo Xinyuan would have a huge change of color as a result, but when he looked at Luo Xinyuan, a bad feeling rose in his heart for no reason, only to see that Luo Xinyuan nonetheless did not show any expression of surprise. Instead, the smile grew more and more amused. In the next moment, healing light disappeared. The scorch on the aura phantom deer did not disappear. Instead, it burned hotter and hotter. It didn't take long. The aura phantom deer then died in extreme agony. Luo Xinyuan was also spitting blood from her mouth due to the contract backfiring. He nearly stumbled and planted himself on top of the ring. However, Luo Xinyuan still forced herself to stabilize her body. With an unbelievable face, he looked at the invisible flames burning above the corpse of the spirit light phantom deer. What kind of fire is this? Why can't it be exterminated? Although the flame of the plume flame eagle was only 9% Nanmingli fire, however, its power was far from being comparable to ordinary flames. The natural method of lifting it is also different from the normal scorch. If Luo Xinyuan had used an earth-type purification aspect skill, or if it was a water-type purification skill cast by a water-type imperial beast that was one large growth stage above the plume flame eagle, it might be able to remove the scorch attached to the plume flame eagle. But she was using the light system. 9% of the Nanmingli fire is naturally burning more and more under the light. This is what hastened the death of the aura phantom deer. But in the face of Luo Xinyuan's doubts, how could Luo Xinyuan really tell her the reason for this? Instead, he said with a sneer, if you can't exterminate it, you're doing it the wrong way. Ever heard of fighting fire with fire? If next time your imperial beast gets hit by my scorch again, you make a fire in place and scorch that scorched imperial beast. Seeing Luo Xinyuan actually really answered his question, Luo Xinyuan also asked with a different face, will building a fire take away your scorch? When Luo Xinyuan heard these words from Luo Xinyuan, the whirlwind also revealed a harmless smile. Can't, but you'll get a nice sizzling roast for it. Of course, it would be nice to have barbecue ingredients. Looking at the serious, nonsense Luo Xinyuan, Luo Xinyuan's eyes were glazed over. How could she not be clear that Luo Xinyuan was deliberately tricking her? The immediate depression in her heart almost sent her away. Luo Xinyuan hurriedly swallowed a solid energy pill. The injuries in his body were then stabilized. However, at this time, Luo Xinyuan could no longer tolerate Luo Xinyuan. Immediately, he roared in a stern voice, Luo Xinyuan, I won't rest until you die. Wind whispering beast, get him for me. Chapter 435. With Luo Xinyuan's roar, a spatial vortex appeared out of nowhere, immediately followed by a deer-like, horse-like horse. The imperial beast covered in scales and with two horns on its head stepped out of it. With it comes, the surrounding wind and water elements had obviously become quite active. And this imperial beast was none other than the wind-whispering beast, Luo Xinyuan, who possessed the forbidden eye. Naturally, he could tell the bottom of this wind-whispering beast at a glance. To his considerable surprise, this wind-whispering beast of Luo Xinyuan's was still far inferior to Luo Yu's wind-whispering beast in terms of growth realm though. However, the V for imaginary bloodline it contained was far more than Luo Yu's one. In other words, this wind-whispering beast of Luo Xinyuan contained great potential. If he could grow steadily, his future achievements would definitely far surpass Luo Yu's. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan also noticed Luo Xinyuan's gaze towards the wind-whispering beast. In her opinion, Luo Xinyuan, with this dull look, must have been shocked by this last imperial beast of hers. Immediately, he let out a rampant laughter. Luo Xinyuan, didn't think so. My last imperial beast is actually a wind-whispering beast from the same lineage as my father. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be a child of the Luo family. Only I who possess the wind-whispering beast, only I am the rightful descendant of the Luo family. As if she had thought of something, she only saw Luo Xinyuan suddenly change her words. With a face of aggravation, resignation, anger and even a bit of helplessness, he said, to be honest, sometimes I can't quite figure it out. Why aren't you a boy? In that case, I am the rightful heir to the Luo family. Luo Xinyuan said something like this. Luo Xinyuan could more or less hear something. It didn't seem like she was having a good time at the Luo house either. But what made Luo Xinyuan could never figure out was why Luo Xinyuan was treating herself like this when she was clearly a sibling. However, Luo Xinyuan was also too lazy to probe the reason for this. Whatever the reason is doesn't matter anymore. All he wanted to do now was just to trample the Luo family under his feet. And looking across the room, the determined-eyed Luo Xinyuan, Luo Xinyuan was also as if she saw her own former shadow in Luo Xinyuan's body. Luo Xinyuan, as the daughter of the Luo family, was highly talented and capable. There's also the same imperial beast as Luo Yu. Consider yourself no match for any man. Though it was drilled into me from a young age that a woman could not be the head of the household, but she never really gave in. She had always fantasized that if she was good enough, whether it's your own father or the old guys behind the scenes, you're bound to agree with yourself. He himself would definitely be able to become the first ever female head of the Luo family. Most notably, there were 6 children in the Luo family at the time, but invariably they are girls. This also gave Luo Xinyuan hope. As long as the Luo family never had a boy, the greater her hopes of becoming the head of the family in the future would be. But suddenly one day, the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom suddenly had a big war at the border. The heads of all the major families in the country were enlisted to help in the battle. On the day my father left home, my mother also spoke a heavy message to my father. She's pregnant again. This undoubtedly also made Luo Yu overjoyed. After hearing this news, Luo Yu even promises to come back safely. On the other hand, Luo Xinyuan on the side couldn't be happy, because she was afraid that the mother would have a boy in this pregnancy. If that was the case, then this child was almost the nail in the coffin, the future heir of the Luo family. Still, Luo Xinyuan kept comforting herself in her mind. Mother has given birth to 6 of them, all girls. This pregnancy, too, should not result in a boy. Thinking this way, Luo Xinyuan's heart was also much more comfortable. That jittery feeling was also fading. With Luo Yu running after the battlefield, Zhou Yijing also used the excuse that their 6 sisters were making too much noise, saying that for the sake of the health of the fetus, she had found a tranquil place outside to nurse her fetus. Immediately afterward, he also moved out of the Luo house, and after the two left the Luo family one after another, Luo Xinyuan, who was only 9 years old at the time, also presided over the Luo family's weekday affairs. What people didn't expect was that Luo Xinyuan had shown the ability to handle things far beyond that of an adult, keeping the Luo household in order. This also made Luo Xinyuan feel even more that she was born to be the heir of the Luo family, but it was not to be. 7 months later the Sakura Kingdom was getting its ass handed to it by a bunch of Dragon Kingdom powerhouses. The war also ended with the defeat of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and the cession of land for reparations, and Luo Yu also returned to the Luo family safely, almost back and forth. Zhou Yijing also returned to the Luo family. When let's not think about it, Zhou Yijing, countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan who even disliked the dog, all the way against the odds, just want to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text: no system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. Yunhan was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Nyan Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himeni used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jianmo was forced to marry for the old man Lusan Master, whom she had never met, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 436. His kind of joy is indescribable. It was just that Luo Xinyuan, who was quietly watching all of this from the side, did not feel the same way. If this baby in front of us, it's just a girl, or maybe he never showed up, one might actually become the heir of the Luo family. But not anymore. He had worked so hard for so long, but because of Luo Xinyuan's birth, it all went down the drain. To be recognized by the family and my father, Luo Xinyuan had expended tremendous energy and hardships unimaginable to ordinary people, except for the royal beast talent, which was slightly inferior to Zhang Shaoling of the Zhang clan. Luo Xinyuan thought that she didn't lose in every aspect. But why? When you work so hard, you get nothing, and this little baby in his parents' arms, who has done nothing, gets everything? Thinking of this, Luo Xinyuan also felt a strong dislike for Luo Xinyuan for the first time. Luo Xinyuan didn't know if it was an illusion. In the days that followed, in addition to his father treating Luo Xinyuan with extra love, the mother didn't seem to like the youngest son very much. It was fine if his own father was at home, but if he wasn't, his own mother almost didn't even bother to look at this brother of hers. See this scene. Luo Xinyuan's heart was also quite comfortable. Originally, with the passage of time, Luo Xinyuan had gradually resigned herself to her fate and no longer harbored any thoughts about the heir to the family head. But until one day, a sudden change of heart, it made Luo Xinyuan see hope once again, because Luo Xinyuan got lost. Saying that she was lost, Luo Xinyuan actually knew in her heart. Luo Xinyuan was deliberately abandoned by her mother, who arranged for her men to do so, though she had learned that by accident as well. She didn't know, either, why her mother had done it, but she wasn't about to let the secret out, because only if Luo Xinyuan disappeared from this point on would she have any hope. However, heaven forbid, with the disappearance of Luo Xinyuan, another delayed message, the old guys behind the Luo family even asked Luo Yu to adopt a child, as the heir to the Luo family. He also said something like, strength is honored in the world of imperial beasts, as long as his last name is Luo, and with outstanding talent, he is a member of the Luo family. As for any direct lineage, it was nothing in their eyes. As long as he could lead the Luo family to be strong, none of this mattered. Until this, a moment. It was only then that Luo Xinyuan realized how ridiculous all her efforts and all her persistence had been. Shortly afterward, Luo Xinyuan was brought back to the Luo family. At first, Luo Xinyuan didn't like Luo Xinyuan, but with each passing day, Luo Xinyuan realized that this child adopted by her parents was not only exceptionally talented, and it seems to have a good relationship with everyone in the family. Everyone loved him too. Though I don't know why this child is so delightful, but she still didn't care too much. Until one day, Luo Xinyuan, who was already 6 years old, said something to her. It completely changed Luo Xinyuan's opinion. Big sister, I think someone as powerful as you will definitely become the future head of the Luo family in the future. At that time, if someone bullies me, big sister, you must help me. After hearing those two words, Luo Xinyuan first froze for a long time. Immediately, he cried tears of joy, because, finally, her efforts over the years had been recognized. Sometimes people are such simple creatures. Often it's because of a poking word from someone, and immensely moved, but she knew it well. It was impossible for him to become the heir of the Luo family in his own lifetime. However, Luo Xinyuan is also because Luo Xinyuan the seemingly inadvertent sentence, and feel relieved and satisfied. From then on, Luo Xinyuan became just as caring to Luo Xinyuan as the other sisters. Everything was supposed to be running in a good direction, but Luo Xinyuan couldn't have expected it. Eventually Luo Xinyuan was retrieved. The moment Luo Xinyuan walked through the door of the Luo family, the original Luo Xinyuan's internal dusty unwillingness, suffocation, and despair, it all came out at once. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan was also unconsciously turning all of her childhood resentments and less than ideal feelings into disgust, inflicting them on Luo Xinyuan. She knew very well that with the return of Luo Xinyuan, Luo Xinyuan's status as the heir apparent was also affected at this moment, especially when he recalled Luo Xinyuan's words. when the time comes, if someone bullies me, big sister, you must help me. When Luo Xinyuan then swore, she must help her heart-distant brother and become the Luo family's head, clear all obstacles for him. Of course, this obstacle also includes this, and she is opposed to her own brother, Luo Xinyuan. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to be the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text: no system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main body, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom. Step by step, Western civilization descends, and the city is infested with demons and devils. Yun Han was originally a student at Spell High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 Revolutions divine pill, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himeni used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively empties the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he can copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sancher, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the Lu 3 masters night after night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master is a soft little ancestor of the night. Chapter 437. Soon, Luo Xinyuan was also taking a break from her memories. Luo Xinyuan, you shouldn't be in this world. So, if you don't surrender, I'll just wipe you out right here. Looking at Luo Xinyuan, who had a bitter and hateful face, Luo Xinyuan, however, snorted out a laugh. Just you? Though I'm not sure why you hate me so much, but what I'm trying to tell you is, I'm sick of you too. Just as Luo Xinyuan's words fell, Luo Xinyuan also directly made the wind-whispering beast turn on, Song of Wind and Rain. All of a sudden a fierce wind sprang up, and the dense raindrops pattered down. Seeing Luo Xinyuan still as before, she allowed herself to do her bidding with a bashful face. Luo Xinyuan's heart then rose with a wave of anger for no reason. It was because she saw undisguised disdain in Luo Xinyuan's expression. It made her already self-respecting, feeling insulted like never before. Before, just the Aurora Phantom Deer was like this. Now that he had summoned the wind-whispering beast himself, Luo Xinyuan was still like this. He didn't give a damn about himself. Luo Xinyuan, you don't stand a chance. In the increase of the Song of Wind and Rain, the power of the fire attribute skill is greatly reduced. Wind and water attributes get increased. This is a fight. I'll see how you can fight me. Words. Luo Xinyuan, however, was a little impatient and pulled out her ears with her little thumb. Don't give a. What other increased skills are there? Hurry up and use them, or you won't get a chance later. This statement was made. The audience under the stage also launched a heated debate once again. Holy, again, isn't this time a bit too much? Yes, that spirit light illusion deer before is not to mention, but now that Fire Eagle is facing a wind-whispering beast that restrains the fire system's wind and water attributes, Luo Xinyuan is only in danger. Me. It's you again. You're the one who said Luo Xinyuan was done refining before. And now you're saying he's in danger. Don't you change your mind later? The water system skyrockets the fire system. Isn't it obvious? If Luo Xinyuan can still win this, I'll immediately swallow and kill myself. That's what you said. Don't renege later. It's not just these viewers. Even just some of the family heads shook their heads this time. Obviously didn't think highly of Luo Xinyuan. At this moment, Jiang Yunsheng, on the other hand, looked towards Luo Xinyuan with a worried expression. It also seemed to think that Luo Xinyuan was a bit too big for her britches. Not far away, Zhou Yanshang, though there wasn't much of a mood swing on his face. Perhaps it was influenced by the fact that Luo Xinyuan had killed Zhou Wudo. Now when she saw that Luo Xinyuan seemed to want to lay a harsh hand on Luo Xinyuan, instead, a morbid sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. Fight! Fight to the death! If Luo Yu hadn't gotten into so much trouble before, how could Wudo have been killed by Xinyuan? Now it's also Luo Yu's retribution coming. It's better to give him a death as well. Let him also experience what it's like to have his children kill each other and send the gray hairs to the black hairs. Luo Yu on the side didn't notice Zhou Yanshang's abnormality. Instead, he watched the scene above the ring without a word. Seeing Luo Xinyuan so braggadocio and intentional, it was also more and more obvious that Luo Xinyuan really wasn't suitable to be the head of the family. And at the same time, in the face of Luo Xinyuan's unbeatable attitude, Luo Xinyuan also did not say anything. Straight away, he used the wind-whispering beast's specialty, Water Dragon's Breath. Only the next moment, 2 columns of water appeared above the ring out of nowhere. Immediately after that, it turned into 2 water dragons and attacked towards the Plume Flame Eagle. Originally, everyone thought that this time, Luo Xinyuan would choose to dodge no matter what. After all, the Plume Flame Eagle that was covered in flames. If it was solidly struck by this Water Dragon's Breath, that result speaks for itself. But what one can't expect is this. Luo Xinyuan still didn't have any intention of dodging. Just like that, he let the 2 water dragons formed by the water currents cover the Plume Flame Eagle. The flames on the original Plume Flame Eagle's body that looked like a small sun were also due to the attack of the Water Dragon chant. Chapter 438. And completely lost the light. Stupid. How presumptuous. It's hard to believe that this Luo Xinyuan still really thinks that this fire eagle can stand up to the Water Dragon's Breath? Luo Yu, who was in the VIP seat, saw this scene. With a slap of the table, he stood up. With a face of hatred, he looked at Luo Xinyuan. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented disappointment in Luo Xinyuan. Obviously possessing the strength to crush the other party, he chose to use one of the stupidest ways because of a momentary battle of wills. It was even highly likely that he would lose because of his own stupidity. What a waste of talent and opportunity. And Sumu, who had been muffled. At this moment, he also began to re-examine Luo Xinyuan. Originally, Sumu was also gradually convinced by Luo Xinyuan's talent, even thinking about having his own daughter try to pull Luo Xinyuan over. But now, it seemed that this Luo Xinyuan was simply an incorrigible fool. Is someone like that really worth pulling for? After seeing that the Plume Flame Eagle was already completely uncovered by the Water Dragon Bard, a sickly smile also appeared on Zhou Yanshang's face. But before he could say anything, accidents happen. Only to see where there was a trace of panic in Luo Xinyuan at this moment. Even the corners of his mouth were unconsciously curved. There, with a sudden sound of water vapor evaporating. In the center wrapped by the 2 water dragons, a little bit of firelight also rekindled. Luo Xinyuan, who was originally full of confidence, after seeing this scene, a feeling of uneasiness for several breaths rose again in his heart. At this point, though, she had a glimmer of hope. That little bit of fire may just be a flashback of that fire eagle's dying breath. But just as she was so comforting herself, the original large 2 water dragon, it was also shrinking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately after that the little bit of firelight grew brighter and brighter. This scene also caused Luo Xinyuan's pupils to shrink. This can't be right. Before she could finish her surprise, the 2 water dragons even directly turned into a cloud of water vapor with extremely high temperature. It radiated out towards the surroundings. Fortunately, the surrounding ring had the formations that Tang Juezhong had laid down earlier. Otherwise, just this emitted water vapor alone would fall on the surrounding audience. It was estimated that it could all just steam a living person, with the water vapor emanating, only to see a huge fire eagle covered in hot flames reappear in the crowd's field of vision. Who else could it be if not the Plume Flame Eagle? Moreover, the Plume Flame Eagle at this moment was clearly different from its previous state. The flames on his body were even quite a bit more vigorous than before. And this special state was precisely the body transformation of fire, that was strengthened by the deepening of the bloodline. Looking at the reappearing Plume Flame Eagle, the atmosphere in the arena was once again pushed to a climax. No one was expecting it. The plume flame eagle that hardened itself against the water dragon's breath was not only unharmed, but even the flames on its body had become more vigorous. This scene simply overturned the three views of everyone present. The hell with this. The Luo water type skill is completely ineffective against the fire type imperial beast? Just now. Where's the brother who said he was going to swallow his own feces? Where did he go? Even the group of worldly family heads who had previously commented on Luo Xinyuan were unable to hide the shock in their hearts at this moment. Especially Luo Yu. How could he not expect that Luo Xinyuan would be able to do this? He originally just thought that this son of his was merely strong in talent and lucky. But I didn't expect him to be able to reverse a tribute. Luo Yu suddenly had a feeling that he was becoming more and more unable to see through Luo Xinyuan. Above the ring, looking at Luo Qingwan, who was in a state of stagnation, Luo Xinyuan's face surfaced again, with the same sneer as before. If you didn't use the opportunity you were given before, forget it. Now you've been given another chance and you're still out of practice. At this moment, Luo Qingwan simply ignored Luo Xinyuan's sarcasm. All she wanted to do now was figure out what the hell had just happened. How did you do that? This time, facing Luo Qingwan's question, Luo Xinyuan, however, spoke bluntly, for no other reason. Your water system is too weak. Chapter 439. Is it really because I'm too weak? Luo Qingwan also murmured in a small voice, but immediately afterward, she felt something was wrong. Spinning around, he snapped. No, you lied to me. Even if my wind-whispering beast isn't as good as this fire eagle of yours, but you couldn't have done it either. Completely unharmed, Luo Xinyuan sniffed and didn't bother to explain anything, believe it or not, because this time, he wasn't teasing or belittling Luo Qingwan, but rather stating a fact. And by nature, water does put out fires, but fire likewise evaporates water. Therefore, the relationship between water and fire should more accurately fall under mutual restraint. Water is stronger than fire, and fire goes out. Fire is stronger than water, and water subsides. Although the plume flame eagle only had 9% of southern bright flame, however, the quality of its flames was far beyond that of ordinary water attribute. Plus, at that time, the plume flame eagle had also used body transformation away from fire, and the body transformation into leaving fire itself is a skill that allows the plume flame eagle itself to transform from flesh and blood to Nanming leaving fire. Naturally, it could vaporize all those water dragons barred that were supposed to give the plume flame eagle heavy damage. However, at this time, the plume flame eagle was not without weaknesses, for just 9% of the Nanmingli fire, so there is no real Nanmingli fire, burning everything domineering. Whenever it meets an earth attribute skill, it will still be restrained. Of course, this weakness, Luo Xinyuan naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to say it, but what Luo Xinyuan didn't expect was, at this time in the waiting area of the Luo family, Luo Xinyuan's eyes stared straight at the plume flame eagle above the ring. I don't know what I'm thinking. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled up in a dangerous arc. At this moment, Luo Qingwan above the ring, seeing Luo Xinyuan didn't take care of herself, the anger in his heart was also reaching a critical point. Since the beginning of this game, Luo Xinyuan could be said to have, all but, not taken her seriously. Not only did he threaten to use one of the imperial beasts to destroy her in a group, even more so, she didn't even bring a dodge in the face of her various attacks. All of them stayed where they were and took it hard. The most annoying thing is that it's obvious that it's a skill that restrains the opponent. The other party was surprisingly unharmed after taking it completely. This is tantamount to taking her pride and pressing it to the ground and rubbing it wantonly. As the eldest daughter of the Luo family, she would not swallow this breath. Immediately, Luo Qingwan also spoke with a face of indignation. Luo Xinyuan, don't be complacent. Since you say that it's my water that's too weak, then I'll make it stronger for you. Immediately after, Luo Qingwan then took out a circle. It was placed around the neck of the wind-whispering beast. Obviously, this is a royal beast prop. However, when Luo Yu, who was in the VIP seat, after seeing Luo Qingwan take out this imperial beast prop, at that moment, he also stood up with an anxious face. Qingwan, stop it, can't use that. But at this moment, Luo Qingwan's mind was filled with thoughts of how to defeat Luo Xinyuan, give back all the humiliation. As for Luo Yu's reminder, Luo Qingwan ignored it. Seeing Luo Qingwan ignoring herself, Luo Yu's heart was also a bit annoyed. His own sons and daughters, how come one or two of them are so shafted in temper? That prop was simply not something that the current Luo Qingwan could manage, if forced to use. It was only a super strong spiritual load that could directly crush Luo Qingwan's body. Moreover, what Luo Yu was most worried about was that once he used this prop, there will definitely be casualties on both sides. This is the last thing Luo Yu wants to see. Regardless of which side, a problem would be a loss for his Luo family. But now, because of the isolation array, he was powerless to stop what was about to happen. And Luo Xinyuan, who was above the ring, could clearly feel that when the wind-whispering beast put on that circle, the aura of his body immediately became different. Chapter 440. The raindrops that were originally pattering above the wind-whispering beast's head instantly turned into a downpour. And the wild winds that surrounded the area also became furious. A circle of wind walls made up of wind blades was vaguely formed. This also made Luo Xinyuan finally face the other party squarely. Immediately, he also immediately opened his forbidden eye to check. Name of Imperial Beast Equipment, Shuilan Fenghua Ring. Equipment level, Legendary. Applicable, exclusive to the 4 unimaginable bloodlines. Equipment description. The Water Ripple Wind Ring is a legendary piece of equipment that contains the power of the deep ocean and the spirit of the light wind. Its shape is an exquisite ring-shaped jewelry. The main body is carved from unknown deep-sea blue crystals. The ring body is carved with delicate water waves and wind patterns, as if you can hear the sound of the sea breeze gently chanting and the sound of the water waves gently lapping. Inside the ring are several pearls glittering with blue light, each of which contains pure water elemental energy, complementing the wind attribute of the wind-whispering beast, and together constructing the extraordinary power of this piece of equipment. Equipment effect. Waterlon increase the power of water attribute skills by 25%, enabling skills such as Song of Wind and Rain and Water Dragon to unleash more surging water elemental attacks, making it difficult for the enemy to resist its overwhelming power. Windflower flow. When performing the stance, the Shuilan Windflower Ring will inspire a thin curtain of water to wrap around the entire body, not only increasing its dodge rate by 30%, but also leaving a trail of fascinating water trails while dodging, interfering with the enemy's line of sight and judgment, and creating more counterattacking opportunities for the wind-whispering beast. Wind and Rain Resonance. When using wind and water skills at the same time, the Shuilan Fenghua Ring will cause a small-scale rain and wind phenomenon, causing additional wind and water damage to the surrounding enemies, and has a certain chance to cause the target to fall into a slow state, reducing its action speed by 20% for 3 rounds. After watching the effects of the Shuilan Fenghua Ring, even Luo Xinyuan couldn't help but to draw a breath of cool air. It was also the first time he had seen this legendary quality Imperial Beast equipment. I didn't expect its effect, but it was so powerful. But so what? Before Luo Xinyuan could launch an attack, Luo Xinyuan on the opposite side violently just sprayed out a mouthful of blood. This confused Luo Xinyuan, but Luo Xinyuan didn't care in the slightest. With a handful, he wiped away the blood stains that remained around his mouth. Only the slightest hint of madness was revealed in Luo Xinyuan's eyes. With a sardonic smile on his face, he rushed at Luo Xinyuan. I'd like to see, are you still able to block my attacks? Windswept Rain Dragon. Immediately, in the wind and water, too, the interweaving of the power of the various attributes, a water dragon with wind blades wrapped around its body rose up from the ground. It attacked straight towards the opposite plume flame eagle, because it was using both wind and water attribute powers at the same time. This move, Wind Rolling Rain Dragon, was also successful in triggering the wind and rain resonance of the Shuilan Fenghua Ring. Because of the effect of wind and rain resonance, the plume flame eagle was also clearly feeling that its own speed seemed to have been affected. Looking at the Wind Scroll Rain Dragon that was about to hit the plume flame eagle, Luo Xinyuan also let out a hysterical laugh. Ha ha, Luo Xinyuan, you're going to lose this time. Especially when he saw Luo Xinyuan, who was full of gloom. Luo Xinyuan's laughter also grew more and more pleased. Just when the crowd thought that Luo Xinyuan was bound to lose this time, a jaw-dropping scene emerged. When Windswept Rain Dragon hits Plume Flame Eagle, the Plume Flame Eagle was like a fire that had been extinguished. Instantly extinguished. Immediately after that, 2 hot flames attacked the wind-whispering beast that was wrapped in wind and rain. It was accompanied by Luo Xinyuan's resounding voice. It's over. It was only then that all of them suddenly realized. At some point, 2 identical Plume Flame Eagles had appeared above the ring. Together with the one that was hit by the Wind Scroll Rain Dragon before, there were a total of 3 Plume Flame Eagles. In a flash, the torrential rain around the wind-whispering beast was instantly vaporized by the scorching heat of the flame of Nanming. Only the whistling hurricane was left behind. But because of the loss of the storm effect, under the influence of the hurricane, the fire of Nanming became even more vigorous. As the wind fuels the fire, the already powerful Nanming flame's lethality had been increased to a certain extent. The wind-whispering beast, on the other hand, was simply too late to react. It was a direct hit from this sudden attack by the Plume Flame Eagle. Puff! The wind-whispering beast fell, killed in one hit by the Plume Flame Eagle. Luo Xinyuan was originally due to using the Waterlon Fenghua Ring. The body has been overloaded for a long time. Now the wind-whispering beast is dead. A powerful backlash suddenly struck. Luo Xinyuan couldn't carry it anymore either. Blood was seeping out of his eyes. ears, mouth and nose. Spinning around, he collapsed on top of the ring with both eyes blacked out, not knowing life and death. Immediately after, countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Gene Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. He mainly used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xinyuan. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Huan Yunsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sancher, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 441. As Tang Dizhong finished his sentence, big sister, big sister, big sister, shout after shout rang out. Luo Lingling, Luo Yuyan, Luo Qinglun, and Luo Xinyuan ran up to the ring in unison, clustered around Luo Qingwan's side, checking out Luo Qingwan's condition. Moments later, the unconscious Luo Qingwan was carried down by the medical team. Luo Qinglan also left with the medical team. The rest of them, on the other hand, stayed behind to witness this last battle for the title. Looking at Luo Qingwan who was carried away, Luo Xinlian didn't have much of an emotional fluctuation. Hard to say what there is. That was also just a sneer from Luo Xinliang. It was because through the forbidden eye, he had already known Luo Qingwan's current situation. The original repercussions suffered from the death of the imperial beast were not healed. It was only Luo Qingwan who forced the use of medication to suppress her injuries. This was followed by the forced use of the imperial beast props that were beyond her control. Not only did it not utilize half of the power of this imperial beast prop, instead, it is an extreme load on the body. In the end, it was even more so because the wind-whispering beast was killed, and once again the contract backfired, after a succession of injuries. At this point, Luo Qingwan had long since injured her roots. I'm just afraid that even if I can still royal beast in the future, it's also impossible to contract any high-quality imperial beasts. But, what's it to him? Immediately, Luo Xinlian walked out of the ring with a leisurely face. It seemed that the battle just now hadn't consumed him much at all. At this time, the audience, who were a bit frozen because they were too shocked, also finally came back to their senses. What just happened? At this time, the entire audience, in their hearts, all coincidentally floated such a sentence. After all, that scene just now was just too bizarre. The audience was in disbelief. The plume flame eagle was clearly hit by the wind scroll rain dragon, but the next second not only appeared in another location. Surprisingly, two identical plume flame eagles also appeared. Most outrageous of all, the wind whispering beast, which possessed the water attribute, was actually directly given a second strike by the plume flame eagle that suddenly appeared. It was something they hadn't expected in any way. This is too heaven-defying. Luo Xinyuan actually did defeat Luo Xinyuan against her attributes. What is this? It's normal for the two of them to have this kind of result due to the difference in their strengths. And don't forget that Luo Xinyuan's Dragon Man hasn't even made a single appearance yet. Listening to the chatter of the audience around them, the Nan Yun Lord above the seat also revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. The maneuver that he had just done was also a sight for him. A beast sentinel master. He could tell at a glance that the plume flame eagle seemed to have gotten stronger again. The moment the wind scroll rain dragon struck the plume flame eagle, the plume flame eagle then used its displacement skill, Sky Shuttle Cloud Gathering. The original, Sky Shuttle Cloud Gathering, could only drastically increase the speed of the plume flame eagle, but today, it has an almost instantaneous effect. It doesn't move far though, but if used correctly, that also has a surprising effect. Like just now. Not only that, the moment he dodged the attack, the plume flame eagle also left a separation from fire in its original position, attract the attention of the wind whispering beast, and the separation from fire had obviously been strengthened as well. Originally, it could only be split into a maximum of one split, but now it was able to split into two. Use one to draw attention and counteract attacks, while the other one was cooperating with the main body, launching a necessary strike at the wind whispering beast. This series of maneuvers was done almost instantly. That's why even the spectators in the arena didn't react. Nan Yun Lord was quite satisfied with Luo Xinyuan's growth that was. Just as Nan Yun Lord was mentally reviewing the details of Luo Xinyuan's match in this game, a voice full of anger suddenly rang out. Luo Xinyuan, you're an A****, only to see Luo Yimeng suddenly lash out. It seemed to be after seeing such a miserable Luo Xinyuan. A wave of anger also rose in Luo Yimeng's heart. At that moment, he didn't care about that much and directly rushed to Luo Xinyuan, raising his hand and pointing at him. A face of indignation said, Luo Xinyuan, what the hell do you want? Earlier, second sister was crippled by you. What's more, because of you, she was locked up in a dark and damp basement. It's a miserable time. Now it's just a beast race. Not only did you snatch the fifth sister's royal beast, you caused her to be sentenced to a year in prison. And now it's even more so with big sister. Victimized like this. Why is your heart so evil? Snap. Top. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy, Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himeni used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yunsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively empties the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he can copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, As long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sancher, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yen, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 442. Immediately, it was as if Luo Yuyen had found something to rely on. Said to Luo Lingling, "Third sister, how dare he hit me? Hurry up and arrest him." Facing the increasingly agitated Luo Yuyen, Luo Lingling only felt a bit of a headache. She suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if this fourth sister in front of her, who had been extremely talented in business since she was a child, seemed like a brainless retard. The matter between Luo Xinyuan and Luo Yimeng had already been finalized a long time ago. Anyone would know that the duel was to blame. I never thought that Luo Yuyen would dare to take it out. Aren't you afraid of stirring up the emotions of these members of the public again? But before Luo Lingling could say anything, a laugh filled with sarcasm suddenly rang out. Worthy of being the fourth miss of the Luo family. What a strong sense of justice. But back then, when Luo Jinyu and Luo Xinyuan framed me for stealing Joya Jing's underwear, how come you didn't stand up and say a word for me? When Luo Jinyu almost killed me, why didn't you come out and reprimand her? Words. Luo Yuyen was first stunned. Then she also stiffened her mouth. This is to exercise your heart. Luo Xinyuan raised an eyebrow. Exercise my mind? That's a good one. I almost got killed and you're telling me to exercise my mind? Are you out of your mind? Ha! I was almost killed by Luo Jinyu. I only wasted her Dantian spiritual energy. That's already considered mercy. Say again Lloyd Dream. You've got no talent and you're coming after me for no reason. After I taught him a lesson, he became resentful. I can't believe they don't care if other people live or die and cause a beast wave. For such a person to be taken from the imperial beast, a year in jail is considered light. Luo Yuyen still seemed unconvinced. What about Big Sister? Big Sister didn't do anything to you, did she? Why did you hurt her like that? This time, before Luo Xinyuan could even open her mouth, the spectators on the sidelines couldn't look away. I said you're ing stupid, right? Luo Xinyuan has been letting Luo Xinyuan attack without even dodging. It was Luo Xinyuan's own lack of talent, forcing her to use props she couldn't control that made her like this. How dare you have the face to accuse Luo Xinyuan? Are all of you Luo family members so shameless? Originally, as an ordinary citizen, they naturally did not dare to say such words, but there can't be too many of them now. After all, the previous tawdry maneuvers of the Luo family's siblings had long been publicized. If Luo Yu hadn't compensated and apologized again, I'm only afraid that the Luo family would have been drowned in the saliva of these people long ago. Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan also said with a teasing face, "Look, even ordinary citizens can see the problem. You, the fourth miss of the Luo family, can't even tell? When I first came back to the Locke family, I was foolish enough to think that I hadn't done enough, so it's all sorts of pleasing to you, but instead of appreciating it, you all humiliated and bullied me. In time, I finally understood. You guys don't even treat me like a human being. In that case, I'm not going to lick my chops and try to curry favor with you guys again. As long as you dare to mess with me, I'll take an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth." The words are gone. Luo Xinyuan didn't bother with a few more people and left the ring with a single leap. At this time, Luo Yu's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. Looking at Luo Yuyen in the ring, Luo Yu couldn't wait to go up and give her a few slaps as well. How one's daughters are more stupid than the other. Something that one can hardly keep down. I'm surprised she flipped out and said it again. Moreover, he was counting on being able to make Luo Xinyuan dissipate his anger, causing him to return to the Luo family. But now it's all spoiled by this idiot. However, as the head of the family, the proper demeanor should still be there. Straight away, he saw that Luo Yu was not angry, shouted at the ring, "Haven't you been humiliated enough? Get your ass down here." Seeing Luo Yu get angry, Luo Yuyen also didn't dare to say anything more, plus the unkind looks from the surrounding audience. Luo Yuyen also hurriedly grayed out, and after leaving the ring, Luo Xinyuan didn't pay any more attention to the Luo family. Instead, he rushed to start resting, after match. Although he hadn't lost much of his spiritual energy, but the mind is still quite fatigued due to the high level of concentration. Time flashes by. The break, it passed quickly. Tang Dizhong's middle heavy voice also sounded once again. End of center field. This Imperial Beast competition. The final match. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text: no system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Gene Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himeni used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yunshun crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and earns money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jianmo was forced to marry for the old man Lusan Master, whom she had never met, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master is a soft little ancestor of the night. Chapter 443. Finally, with the Luo Xinyuan and Luo Xinyuan duo, they ascended the ring one after another. The emotions of the surrounding spectators were as high as they had ever been, not just because it's a title fight, more so because of the feud between the two. Now that the Luo family's bit of business, under the brainless maneuvering of the Luo family's several daughters, was already nearly common knowledge, naturally, it will inspire these people to watch the battle even more. As for Luo Xinyuan, who was the party in question, she had also waited a long time for this duel. John Sakura Shui under the stage even let out a loud shout from under the ring. Go brother Xinyuan, help me avenge my brother. Although Wei Xiao on the side also wanted to shout for Luo Xinyuan like John Sakuraxu, but it was always a little embarrassing. Lu Wei is even more uncaring, straight up shouting, Xinyuan, get that trash Luo Xinyuan killed. I've been watching him for a long time. Soon, Luo Xinyuan was also attracted by the voices of Lu Wei and John Sakuraxu. Looking towards the waiting area of the Zhang family, Luo Xinyuan also smiled faintly, but soon, he realized that someone was missing. Zhao Dezhu didn't know where to run off to at this time, but Luo Xinyuan didn't think much of it. But I don't know. At this time, Zhao Dezhu had already arrived in the middle of a remote corner, and beside Zhao Dezhu, there was a woman in a wheelchair, but because of the hijab and sunglasses underneath, it made it hard for onlookers to get a good look at the woman. Zhao Dezhu asked in a somewhat tangled voice, Dean, are you sure you don't want to meet them? This woman was Chen Wanru in disguise. Turns out, from the beginning, Chen Wanru then arrived at the competition. After all, one is the child he grew up with and the other is his own son. It's impossible to say you don't care. That's why Chen Wanru asked Zhao Dezhu to sneak herself to the competition site. However, he did explain again and again that he wouldn't let Zhao Dezhu tell Luo Xinyuan. Chen Wanru also let out a long sigh. Even though the face was covered by sunglasses, there was a sadness that could not be hidden at all. I can't see them. That's not fair to Hark Refinement. After learning what his own son did to Luo Xinyuan, Chen Wanru was then filled with guilt towards Luo Xinyuan. If it weren't for Luo Xinyuan, how could Luo Xinyuan have lived so miserably in the past again? Although Chen Wanru was equally guilty of Luo Xinyuan, but this was between himself and Luo Xinyuan. If one once shows up and identifies with Luo Xinyuan, this is bound to affect Luo Xinyuan's mindset for the match. Though after learning that Lu's mom was brutally murdered by Luo Xinyuan, who instructed his men, Luo Xinyuan was also threatening to kill Luo Xinyuan. But Chen Wanru was clear. If one does step in, Luo Xinyuan would definitely let Luo Xinyuan off for his own sake. But in that case, how would this make one face Luo Xinyuan in the future? Instead of that, let things run their course. Even if Luo Xinyuan died at the hands of Luo Xinyuan, it would still be a deserved death. As for his own debt to Luo Xinyuan, as his mother, Chen Wanru was also prepared to go with him. But the idea, Chen Wanru didn't tell anyone. At this moment, above the ring, Tang Dizhong was explaining the rules of the championship match to the two men. Each person can use up to 3 imperial beasts, freely replaceable, whichever side, with all 3 imperial beasts being the first to lose their ability to fight, will be the loser. No limits in the race. Then I now announce that the imperial beast competition, the Battle of Champions, now officially begins. As Tang Dizhong's words fell, Luo Xinyuan just looked at Luo Xinyuan across from her with such an expressionless face. To his considerable surprise, Luo Xinyuan surprisingly didn't have an ounce of fear when facing herself. Instead, a meaningful smile hung at the corner of his mouth. This made Luo Xinyuan vaguely feel that something was wrong. Brother Xinyuan, don't look at me like that. At least brothers, you'll have to be merciful later. Words. Chapter 44. Luo Xinyuan was also too lazy to pay attention to Luo Xinyuan's yin and yang. Cut the crap and just do it. He knew that this fellow, Luo Xinyuan, since he dared to deal with himself head-on, that means the guy must have been well prepared. Maybe there's some special means, because Zhang Shaoling before was the best example. Especially Kong Shaoling's what? Black what? It had always made Luo Xinyuan very concerned. But, so what? Any crooked way is a joke in front of absolute strength. At that moment, Luo Xinyuan wasn't prepared to beat around the bush with the other party. Speak directly. Come out. Starry Sky Demon Dragon. It was accompanied by a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. A deep and dark spatial vortex appeared in front of Luo Xinyuan. Immediately, there was a loud and clear dragon roar that resounded through the entire arena. With the appearance of the Starry Night Demon Dragon, the audience in the room couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Most of the people had heard of Luo Xinyuan's identity as a dragon emperor, but those who had actually seen the Starry Sky Demon Dragon were still in the minority. Gosh, what a strong aura! This unrivaled sense of oppression is not at all comparable to that fatty's earth dragon from before. This is what a true dragon should look like. Zhao Diju's earth dragon has made appearances before though, but from the looks of it, more like a sub-dragon species than a true dragon. So surprise was surprise, but it was nowhere near as shocking a feeling as when the Starry Sky Demon Dragon appeared. Listen to the shouts of those around you. This also caused Zhao Diju, who accompanied Chen Wanru, to skim his lips. These guys, just brag about it. What's the point of insisting on pulling and stepping on Master Fatty's Earth Dragon? I think these guys just don't know what they're talking about. Looking at the displeased Zhao Diju, Chen Wanru, who was on the side, was also amused by Zhao Diju's look and giggled. The sadness that was originally hanging over his face was washed away. After seeing Chen Wanru reveal a smile, Zhao Diju was also secretly relieved. It was different from the excitement others felt upon seeing a true dragon. Luo Xinyuan, however, had a calm face. Brother Xinyuan, that's really prudent. The strongest imperial beasts right out of the gate. Xinyuan is truly doubly honored. Then Xinyuan will do his best too. Come out. Rock-armored feathered lizard. Immediately after, a giant lizard with 2 wings and a body length of about 2 meters crawled out from the space vortex. Seeing this, the surrounding audience also let out a hush. Che, I thought Luo Xinyuan would take out some kind of imperial beast. So it's just a lizard with wings. It's hard not to think that by growing a pair of wings you can become a real dragon yourself? Facing the jeers of the surrounding audience, Luo Xinyuan's face remained a smile though. However, there were a few more imperceptible chills on his face. Seeing the situation, Luo Xinyuan wasn't the slightest bit gullible. Instead, as was customary, the forbidden eye was opened. Immediately, the rock-armored feather lizard's information appeared before his eyes. Name, rock-armored feathered lizard, camouflage. Stage of growth, metamorphosis 8. Racial bloodline, feathered lizard bloodline. Quality, epic. Attributes, earth/rock. Talent, sandstone affinity. Effect, inherently highly adaptable to deserts and rocky environments. Able to quickly regain stamina and energy in them. Skills, Sand raising, the ability to raise a layer of sand without wind, causing the surrounding field to raise a layer of windy sand. Sandstone shield, gather the power of the desert and rocks to form an impenetrable shield that effectively defends against attacks from enemies. Wind and sand tornado, swing your wings to trigger a violent tornado of wind and sand, dealing ranged damage to surrounding enemies and reducing their movement speed and attack accuracy. Rock spike raid, summons sharp rock spikes from the ground and makes a surprise attack on enemies, dealing high physical damage. Desert maze, utilizing the vastness and complexity of the desert terrain, instantly blend in and make the enemy lose their target, buying yourself a chance to escape or counterattack. Evolutionary path, desert lizard, desert feathered lizard, rock armored feathered lizard, flying sand subdragon, storm rock feathered dragon. Description: the rock armored feathered lizard is an epic beast that lives in the vast desert. It possesses the bloodline of a feathered lizard, combining the characteristics of both a bird and a reptile. Its body is covered in hard, rocky scales, and on its back grows a pair of broad wings covered in fine, sandy textures that allow it to easily navigate the wind and sand when flying. The rock armor feather lizard's eyes are like two brilliant gems, glittering with wisdom and power, able to discern all movements in the desert. One time, Luo Xinyuan's eyes also narrowed involuntarily, because he was from rock armor feather. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text: no system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes. But this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himeni used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yunsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively empties the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he can copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sanshur, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband? In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the Lu 3 masters night after night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master is a soft little ancestor of the night. Chapter 445. Looking across at Luo Xinyuan who didn't say a word and looked at his side. Luo Xinyuan somehow always had a strange feeling. It was as if Luo Xinyuan's eyes could go straight to the soul and see themselves through. This feeling made Luo Xinyuan very upset. To make that feeling go away as soon as possible, Luo Xinyuan also spoke directly. Brother Xinyuan, come and fight. The words just fell. A layer of gravel was raised around the rock-armored feathered lizard, windless and automatic, quickly turning the top of the ring into a sandstorm environment. Even the starry sky demon dragon was wrapped up in it. However, looking around at the sandstorms raised, the eyes of the starry sky demon dragon were filled with disdain. In its view, Utilizing the power of the environment was nothing more than an inferior means, and the force of artificially created environments. It's more the next best thing to the next best thing. The only thing that is superior is one's own strength. However, at this moment, Luo Xinyuan had no idea what the starry sky demon dragon was thinking. See sandstorm environment formation. Luo Xinyuan's face also revealed a smug smile. Brother Xin, you're still so careless. It was like this earlier against Big Sister, and now against me again. Luo Xinyuan sniffed, but smiled disdainfully. So what? For Luo Xinyuan to be this easy on herself. Luo Xinyuan was annoyed though, but it didn't show. Brother Xin, I'm not afraid to tell you. I know you're Dragon Man, strong attack and fast. This move, raising sand, is also specially prepared for it. Raising sand without wind, causing a layer of sandstorm to be raised from the surrounding grounds. Once a target is caught in a sandstorm, hits and speed are drastically reduced. This way, no matter how fast you are or how strong your attacks are, you won't be able to utilize them. This statement was made. It also couldn't help but make Zhang Cherry Snow and the others under the ring. A sweat was pinched for Luo Xinyuan, especially when they saw the starry sky demon dragon that was in the middle of the storm and didn't move a muscle. The heart was even more nervous for no reason. As for Zhou Wudao in the VIP seat, although because of Zhou Wudao's death earlier, did not speak because of the grief that filled his heart. However, he was still quite satisfied with Luo Xinyuan's performance. Luo Yimeng, 1913–1985, leading French general, President of Republic of China from 1984. Kind of so. In Luo Yu's opinion, sometimes sound tactics, and targeted strategies, often it makes up for the lack of hard power. Although on the surface, Luo Xinyuan's imperial beasts were not as strong as Luo Xinyuan's, but he wins by using his brain. So the winner of this battle of champions is still up in the air. The starry sky demon dragon saw that the other party had an expression that was eating him up. The first thing that happened was that he was upset. Immediately, he was ready to launch his feet and come straight into a sprint, punching his opponent in the head. But as the starry sky demon dragon's feet kicked in, it then sensed something was wrong. I don't know when. The sand had piled up thickly on top of the ring. As the saying goes, strength begins at the ground. However, due to the buildup of sand, it was removing most of the power built up in the starry sky demon dragon's feet. However, due to the fact that the power of the starry sky demon dragon was simply too great, those remaining forces were also enough for the starry sky demon dragon to move itself. However, it is the outbursts that seem a bit lacking. But was the starry sky demon dragon so easily taken? Only to see it, a cloud of pitch black energy suddenly surfaced above a pair of dragon claws, wrapping the entire dragon's claw, spinning his 5 claws into fists. A punch is thrown. Immediately after that, the wind from the starry sky demon dragon's fist formed a pitch black, dragon-shaped fist shadow. This move was none other than Shadow Dragon Fist. It struck straight towards the rock-armored feather lizard. Luo Xinyuan had thought that along with the blockage of gravel, the wind and sand. Chapter 446. Not only will this move plummet in power, it will lose its accuracy. Without realizing it, the punch was not only unaffected. Instead, as the wind and sand blew, it became very eerie. There is a visual error that drifts like a ghost. This also made the rock-armored feather lizard a bit defensive all of a sudden. Boo! With a resounding thud, the rock-armored feather lizard was hit directly by Shadow Dragon Fist. Not only that, the layer of rock scales that originally covered the surface of the rock-armored feather lizard also appeared as a fist mark, with the fist print as the center. There were even countless densely packed cracks spreading in all directions. Zhou Yanshang, who was in the VIP seat, also looked at this scene with an unbelievable face. I can't believe I hit it. The hit rate dropped dramatically, and surprisingly, the first punch hit the heart far away from the imperial beast. This Luo Xinyuan's luck is also too good, right? At this moment, Luo Xinyuan, who had the same thought, also stared at this scene with wide eyes, although there was some reluctance in his heart. But luck is something no one can say anything about. Even if it's a 1% hit, it also has the potential to hit opponents. What's more, the debuff that this sandstorm brought to the Starry Night Magic Dragon didn't have such an effect. So one could only blame it all on Luo Xinyuan's really great luck. Think about it. Luo Xinyuan's heart was also much more comfortable. Also spoke immediately. Brother Xin, I have to say, you're pretty lucky. You can hit a rock-armored feathered lizard like that. But next, I don't believe you'll be so lucky. Only Luo Xinyuan's words fell. Then he prepared to command the rock-armored feather lizard to attack. But unexpectedly, another Shadow Dragon Fist came at great speed and hit the rock-armored feather lizard squarely. The rock-armored feathered lizard that was just about to build up its strength to attack was directly hit on the ground and rolled over several times before it stabilized itself. The rock-armored feather lizard that slowly rose from the ground had a large chunk of its rocky scale armor broken. From time to time, there were also some tiny fragments that fell from the rock-armored feather lizard to the ground. Sorry, what did you just say? The wind and sand were too strong. I didn't hear you clearly. Just then, Luo Xinyuan's confused voice suddenly sounded. See this scene. Luo Xinyuan was also unable to calm down any longer. No way. You can't be that lucky. To think that it could hit the rock-armored feather lizard twice in a row in a sandstorm environment. Looking at the puzzled Luo Xinyuan, Luo Xinyuan, however, did not have the slightest desire to explain. He wouldn't tell his enemies the effects of his skills as stupidly as Luo Xinyuan did. Although because of the forbidden eye, it made no difference whether Luo Xinyuan said it or not. Still, Luo Xinyuan didn't like this foolishness very much. Shadow Dragon Fist was originally an exclusive Dragon Attribute plus Dark Attribute skill that was advanced from the Dark Attribute skill, Shadow Fist. In addition to increasing the power of a large number of skills, the two main features of Shadow Fist have been retained: certain first strike and certain hit. With these two main characteristics, the sandstorm raised around them was nothing but a joke in the eyes of the Starry Sky Demon Dragon. But it has to be said, without Shadow Dragon Fist, the Starry Night Demon Dragon under no primal liberation might not be too good either. For the fact that the feet had just had most of their strength removed by the piles of sand and gravel was proof of that. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan's face also became somewhat ugly. He knew very well that in terms of true battle power the rock-armored feather lizard couldn't catch up with the Starry Sky Demon Dragon even if he beat his horse. This was because in a sandstorm environment, the rock-armored feathered lizard with the talent, Sandstone Affinity, would automatically recover its injuries and strength. That's why he started off by trying to slowly wear down the Starry Sky Demon Dragon through the sandstorm environment. Even if it was hit, the rock-armored feather lizard could recover from its injuries through this talent. But Luo Xinyuan hadn't counted on it even after 1,000 calculations. Luo Xinyuan was surprisingly able to hit the rock-armored feather lizard with 2 consecutive punches despite the hit significantly weakened. Moreover, the power of these 2 punches was far beyond Luo Xinyuan's calculations. Because of this, at this moment, the rock-armored feather lizard was clearly a bit overwhelmed. However, this did not prevent Luo Xinyuan from opening her mouth to sneer. Ouch ouch ouch. Brother Xinyuan, what are you doing? Other than this, raising sand, I haven't seen a single other move. It's a beast competition. I don't have time to play house and sand with you. Chapter 447. Zhou Yanshang, who had already experienced the pain of losing his son. Naturally, he wouldn't try to hold a grudge against his only real son now, Luo Xinyuan. Instead, it was logical to put all this resentment on the Luo family. However, it was not good to turn the tables with the Luo family now that it was out in the open. Now he saw Luo Xinyuan taunting Luo Xinyuan in such a manner. Immediately, the anger within Zhou Yanshang was also no longer able to be suppressed. Sternly, he opened his mouth. This Luo Xinyuan really has no manners at all. It's just a moment of luck, right here in the yin yang. If we do let him become the champion, won't they all be looking at each other through their noses? These words were what caused Zhang Yunsheng, who was at the side, to raise an eyebrow. I said, Master Zhou, why do I get the feeling there's something weird about you? This Luo Xinyuan is the one who killed your son. Why are you helping him so much? One time, even Luo Yu, Su Mu, and the rest of the family heads of the lineages all looked at Zhou Yansheng in unison. Only then did Zhou Yansheng realize that he seemed to have lost his words. Hastily, he explained, help him? Family Master Jiang, are you not joking? Luo Xinyuan killed my son, so how can I not complain? Only that the fault for this lies with Wu Dao, so what can I say? I just angrily rebuked Luo Xinyuan, but only because I'm not used to his style. Originally, Luo Yu was also because of those words of Zhou Yansheng. An odd feeling rose in his heart, but now after hearing this explanation, again, it seemed that Zhou Yansheng hadn't said anything wrong. The doubts in his heart were transformed into a hint of embarrassment. After all, it was his adopted son who killed Zhou Wudao. Although this matter was Zhou Wudao's first kill and was countered by Luo Xinyuan, his own side was in the right. But Zhou Yansheng was his own great uncle after all. He was also a bit overwhelmed when this happened. At this point in time, we can only wait until after the Imperial Beast competition, and then think about how to repair the relationship between the two families. Seeing this, the other family heads also withdrew their gazes and stopped speaking. Only Zhang Yunsheng. It always felt like something was wrong. According to the pissy nature of this old Biden, Zhou Yansheng. So what if it's a family by marriage? Whoever dared to kill his son, he would never let it go, much less reason with the other party. Intuition told him, there's something odd about this. Above the ring. At this moment Luo Xinyuan didn't expect it either. Not only did his own carefully laid out tactics not have the slightest effect on Luo Xinliang's Dragon Man, instead, under the city's gaze, he was told by the other side that he was a child playing in the sand. This was simply a strange shame for Luo Xinyuan, even though at this moment, Luo Xinyuan hated to get Luo Xinliang killed, but he still chose to remain angry, because he knew very well that if he ever developed extreme emotions, that force could easily be exposed. It wasn't time to use that power yet, so for now he had to hold back. Looking at Luo Xinyuan, who was still smiling in the face of his ridicule, Luo Xinliang couldn't help but admire it as well. This guy is really tolerant. The reason why Luo Xinliang had spoken out and ridiculed before was in addition to the grievances in her heart. The main reason was still to provoke Luo Xinyuan. Let's see if we can tickle Luo Xinyuan's emotions, thus seeing something. After all, the bizarre scene of Jiang Shaoling's defeat earlier was still fresh in Luo Xinliang's mind. But I didn't expect Luo Xinyuan to be so steady. It was no wonder that his previous self had been tricked by Luo Xinyuan in the Luo family. But that's about it. Since Luo Xinyuan was unwilling to voluntarily use the power he received from the Black Coordinator Society, then come and help him yourself. Luo Xinyuan had, however, long ago learned from the Forbidden Eye that the rock-armored feathered lizard in front of him was just a disguise. The Luo Xinyuan here was completely unaware that Luo Xinliang had already known about his abnormality. He even showed a look of intimacy to Luo Xinliang. Brother Xinyuan, we are brothers after all, and how could I lay a hand on you? Hearing these words, Luo Xinliang couldn't help but curse Luo Xinyuan for being shameless. When I saw Zhou Wudao before, you're still shouting cousin after cousin. You killed him in the end. In response, Luo Xinliang was also too lazy to talk to Luo Xinyuan. Immediately, he glanced towards the Starry Sky Demon Dragon. Just a look. The Starry Sky Demon Dragon immediately understood. Directly another, Shadow Dragon Fist, was struck. Chapter 448. This sudden blow. It also caught Luo Xinyuan a bit off guard. In his heart, he cursed Luo Xinliang for not speaking of martial virtues. Engage in a sneak attack. But Luo Xinyuan's reaction was also extremely fast. He knew very well that if the rock-armored feather lizard's defense wasn't far superior to that of a same-ranked royal beast, he wouldn't be able to make it if he only took a hit of the Shadow Dragon Fist. Resisting 2 hits now was the limit. If you get hit by this third blow, I'm only afraid that my true self will be exposed. Therefore, he also hurriedly urged his spiritual power and forced the rock-armored feather lizard back into the Imperial Beast space. And because of that, this Shadow Dragon Fist was an empty punch. This also made Luo Xinliang secretly sigh a pity. He could clearly feel that the camouflaged exterior had a good defense, but another punch was in order. The camouflage shell is bound to be broken. At that time, he would also be able to see clearly what was hidden underneath the rock-armored feather lizard's skin. But just as the two on the stage each had their own thoughts, Luo Yimeng, who had originally received a slap from Luo Xinliang, was already unconvinced. Now she's got her hands full. How could she let it go? Also stood on the stage and suddenly opened his mouth to curse. Luo Xinliang, you're really shameless. Surprisingly, he took advantage of Xinyuan's brother's loss of concentration to launch an attack on him. Do you still want your face? Luo Xinliang naturally heard Luo Yimeng's voice. It left him speechless. Obviously, when she used to watch Luo Yimeng, she always felt that she was particularly smart, and even its talent in business made the once Luo Xinliang worship her. But now it seems to be clearly an idiot. I really don't know. With this kind of IQ of hers, how did she manage not to lose money? Looking at the chattering Luo Yimeng, everyone was looking at her with a look of idiocy. Even Tang Duanzhong was a bit unable to endure it. Immediately, he also voiced a rebuke. Ms. Luo, please pay attention to the occasion. There is a battle of champions going on today. Please leave the contestants alone. But Luo Yimeng was still a bit unforgiving. It was clearly Luo Xinliang who sneaked up on Xinyuan's younger brother. Why don't you let it be said? Luo Yu in the VIP seat sniffed. It was a big surprise. With a single leap, he arrived in front of Luo Yimeng. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and slapped it. You stupid ass. Shut the up. Luo Yu was truly surprised that Luo Yimeng could still be stupid to this extent. Don't you see it now? In this one, it's okay to offend anyone, but one should never offend the Tang family. Even if the 3 families of City A were to join together, they would never be a match for the behemoth that was the Tang family. Now this idiot dares to openly contradict Tang Jizhong? You want to die? Luo Yimeng was also blindsided by Luo Yu's sudden slap. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Now it's clear that he stands to reason. Why didn't my father help himself and beat himself? Luo Lingling, who was on the side, also opened her mouth for what? 4th sister. You're confused. This fight was never meant to have any limits. And the game is in progress. It's not halftime. The heart is far away. It's his own problem. Is it hard to believe that in a life and death duel, Because you lost your concentration for a moment, your opponent has to wait for you to adjust? This statement was made. It also left Luo Yimeng, who was originally furious, speechless. But fortunately, Tang Jiezhong didn't have any intention of getting into it with a little girl child. Still, he opened his mouth to warn. You can talk all you want off stage, but it can't directly affect the contestants. If there's a next time, I'll get someone to blow you out. Seeing that Tang Duanzhong didn't mean to count, Luo Yu then breathed a long sigh of relief. After apologizing repeatedly, turning his head, he glared fiercely at Luo Yimeng. The warning in his eyes spoke for itself. Immediately after that, Luo Yu also returned to his seat. As for Luo Yimeng, she was also finally honest. After all that, Luo Xinyuan also slowed down. Brother Xin Lian, your dragon man is really powerful. I just don't know compared to my Garuda. Who is stronger? Chapter 449. Garuda, come out. With Luo Xinyuan's bellowing cry, a faint aura flowed from his fingertips, as if he was establishing a subtle connection with some distant and mysterious space. As his low and powerful incantation echoed softly in the air around him began to fluctuate, and an ancient and powerful aura quietly spread out. In an instant, the sky seemed to be dimmed, and immediately afterward, a bright and dazzling light burst out from the void, like lightning that cut through the sky, yet gently wrapped around the being that was about to appear. The light gradually gathered and took shape, and a huge and majestic Garuda slowly descended into the world. The entire audience, after seeing this scene, was also in an uproar. I didn't hear it wrong. Luo Xinyuan said that this imperial beast is Garuda. I once heard the legend of Garuda. Garuda, the legendary bird of God, specializes in feeding on dragons. If this imperial beast is really a Garuro, then Luo Xinyuan will definitely lose this time. Look around at the shock of the audience. The corner of Zhou Yanshang's mouth also curled into an intriguing smile. This Garuda was something that the Zhou family had spent 9 cows and 2 tigers to get from one of the relics. Then through Zhou Yajing's hands, it was given to Luo Xinyuan. It was the dragon man that was specifically designed to deal with Luo Xinliang. Luo Xinlian, I admit your dragon man is strong, stronger than any other beast I've ever known. But there are 50 great roads, and 49 celestial derivatives. Nothing is perfect. No matter how powerful a beast is, it still has its nemesis. And this Garuda is the nemesis of your dragon man. This battle for the title, Heartland, is sure to win. Clad in flowing golden feathers, each feather shone with a sun-like radiance, as if it could cut through the boundaries of space. Its eyes were like 2 deep jewels, revealing the light of wisdom and power. And when looking directly into them, it was as if it could penetrate the deepest secrets of the human heart. Its body was huge, standing like a small mountain. Its wings unfolded, covering the sky and the sun, and every swing drove the surrounding air currents, forming a burst of intense storms. Garuda's head is adorned with a gorgeous crown of feathers, adding a bit of sacred and inviolable atmosphere, and the sharp claws, which highlights its supreme majesty as an aerial overlord. When Garuda fully appeared in front of the crowd, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire venue, causing all the spectators to involuntarily hold their breath and feel the shock and awe from the ancient times. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan and Garuluo's radiance even overshadowed Luo Xinlian and the starry sky demon dragon, as if they had become the most dazzling existences above the ring. Even the well-informed heads of the families in the VIP seats were all in a bit of disbelief. It's really Garuda. Where did Luo Xinyuan get this from? At this moment, Luo Yu's eyes were also filled with shock. He knew that some time ago, Zhou Yajing had gotten Luo Xinyuan a royal beast and had gone all out to help Luo Xinyuan cultivate it. At the time, Luo Yu didn't take it seriously, but unexpectedly, Zhou Yajing had gotten Luo Xinyuan a Garuda. At this moment, what Luo Yu was thinking about wasn't, how did Zhou Yajing get her hands on this Garuda? Nor did she care why Zhou Yajing had given Garuda to Luo Xinyuan. Luo Yu is concerned. Now that Luo Xinyuan possessed Garuda, it meant that Luo Xinyuan's growth potential had become incomparably huge. Plus his mind and city, it was simply the perfect candidate to succeed the Luo family head. As for Luo Xinyuan, his position in his heart was also because of this display by Luo Xinyuan, and it went down quite a bit. Now he suddenly felt that Luo Xinlian was already dispensable. If he's willing to go back to the Locke family, nature is best. The Luo family would also get a descendant with strong potential as a result. But it doesn't matter if he doesn't come back, because it's enough for the Luo family to have Luo Xinyuan right now. Above the ring, looking at the imposing giant bird Garuda in front of him, Luo Xinlian also raised an eyebrow. Chapter 450. Immediately, he also opened the forbidden eye once again. Name, Garuda. Stage of growth, awakening first level. Racial bloodline, Garuda bloodline. Quality, legendary. Attributes, ice/gold. Talent, Augur Snake Nemesis. When facing Augur Snake creatures, Garuda's attack and defense will be increased. Final damage increased by 35%. Cavalry's Might. Creatures with a bloodline level lower than Cavalry's will fall into extreme fear and be unable to move after meeting their eyes. Skills. Frozen Miles. Swing your wings and release an extremely cold freezing breath that instantly freezes the space around you, inflicting a large amount of ice attribute damage to the enemy and reducing their movement speed. Golden Blade Storm. Gathers metallic power to form countless sharp golden storms that continuously slice at enemies, dealing high physical damage. Ice Shield. Gather the power of ice and form a solid layer of ice shield around yourself, able to withstand most attacks and have a certain chance to rebound damage. Breath of Ice. Breathe out icy cold air, dealing ice attribute damage to enemies in a straight line in front of you and having a chance to freeze them. Golden Aura. Releases a golden aura that rotates around itself, dealing metallic damage to enemies in close proximity and boosting its own defense. Ice Gold Intertwining. Utilizes the power of ice and gold at the same time, sending out an attack intertwined with ice crystals and golden light, dealing dual attribute damage to the enemy and reducing their attack power by a certain chance. Golden Blade Raid. Transforms into a golden ray of light and swiftly assaults the enemy, dealing high metallic damage and a chance to stun them. Evolutionary Route. None. Every time the growth realm reaches a watershed, the power of the bloodline will strengthen Garuda, so Garuda does not need to evolve. Description. Garuda, a legendary beast with dual attributes of ice and gold, possesses awe-inspiring power and majesty. Its feathered wings are covered with crystalline ice crystals and glittering golden light, and each swing seems to be able to cut through space. Those deep eyes revealed an innate restraint and disdain for augur and snake-like creatures. On the battlefield, Garuda was like an unrivaled ice and gold god of war. At this time, Luo Xinyuan was also genuinely a bit surprised. This Garuda is only the most special imperial beast among the opponents he has encountered so far. Although the quality was only legendary, both its skills and talents had already surpassed the realm of legends. Not only had it grown to the awakened First Order, and just like Lu Wei's soul-devouring mouse, this Garuda was surprisingly a dual-talent imperial beast. Looking at the shocked Luo Xinyuan, Luo Xinyuan, 1913-1998, female revolutionary and martyr, who traveled far from home. A sense of unprecedented relief also appeared in his heart. This was the first time he had seen Luo Xinyuan reveal such an expression. At the same time, he was more certain that Garuda was racially restrained against that draconian. At this time, Garuda also saw the starry sky demon dragon on the opposite side. At once, an unprecedented longing arose in Garuda's heart. The memories in the bloodline told it. If I can devour this reptile in front of me, its bloodline power would be boosted like never before. By then, its quality will have taken a qualitative leap forward as well. It seemed to have sensed Garuda's unsuspecting gaze. The starry sky demon dragon raised an eyebrow. A nameless anger rose in his heart. It was as if the superior was provoked from the inferior. Immediately, a pair of dragon eyes filled with arrogance also looked straight into one of Garuda's eyes. Seeing the situation, Luo Xinyuan was overjoyed. This dragon man dared to lock eyes with Garuda. It's simply shooting yourself in the foot. Luo Xinyuan didn't hesitate. Knightly, Garuda. Use talent, the might of Garuda. Chapter 451. With Luo Xinyuan's shout, an invisible pressure erupted from Garuda's eyes. It rushed straight towards the starry sky demon dragon that was staring at it. And at that moment, the starry sky demon dragon also suddenly felt a strange energy coming towards him. See this scene. Immediately afterward, Wang Haoran, who had been much silent, suddenly came to life. Immediately, he let out a loud laugh. Ha ha, Luo Xinyuan, you're dead this time. Make you arrogant. According to my Wang family's ancestral records, creatures with a bloodline level lower than Garuda's will fall into extreme fear and be unable to move after locking eyes with them. Garuda Ben is known to be the nemesis of the dragons, but this dragon man dared to confront Garuda without knowing what he was doing. Now it just happens to trigger Cavalry's might. The unbeatable dragon man will eventually fall into the dish of Garuda. Ha ha. Originally, Jiang Cherry Snow's few people were seeing Luo Xinyuan take out Garuda. The mind is just so worried about it. Now when he heard Wang Haoran again, speaking out what the Wang family's ancestral records had recorded about this move of Garuda, Jiang Sakura Shue's heart even seized up directly. Looking at Kong Cherry Snow, who had a worried face, a hint of smugness flashed across Wang Haoran's face as well. Earlier, looking at Luo Xinyuan, who had charged all the way into the Battle of Champions as if she was a force to be reckoned with, Wang Haoran then didn't even dare to fart. Now, seeing Luo Xinyuan seemed to be in a crisis, and it was very likely that she would fall or even die as a result, Wang Haoran suddenly felt a sense of relief in his heart. Naturally, he would not let go of this opportunity to fall on his sword. Sakura Snow, I think this Luo Xinyuan is finished. You might as well think about me. My Wang family needs money and people. If our two families marry, it will be a powerful union. Seeing Wang Hao ran open his mouth, Yan Liang, who was a loyal lapdog, naturally chimed in. Yeah, Miss Kong. Then what does Luo Xinyuan count as? It was just a lucky break into the title fight. Now it looks like it's going to fall. Why don't you kick his ass and stay with our Wang Xiao? Only our Mr. Wang and you are just the perfect match. At this time, Jiang Cherry Snow faced the mouths of Wang Haoran and Yan Liang, and he couldn't help but show a look of disgust. The expression. Just as Jiang Sakura Snow was about to sternly scold Wang Haoran, Lu Wei's voice suddenly rang out. However, Lu Wei was not speaking to Wang Haoran. Instead, he said to Tang Duanzhong, who was the referee. Referee, I want to report it. Someone first raised their voice to influence the contestants, and then even more shamelessly molested the female family members of the contestants through cheap talk. I think it seriously affects the state of the contestants' game. Facing Lu Wei's report, Wang Haoran, however, was completely unimpressed. Do you really think that a character like Donald would come to care about this trivial matter? That's hilarious. But Wang Haoran's words just fell. Tang Dizhong surprisingly nodded thoughtfully. Spin said, I think this little friend has a point. Wang Haoran and Yan Liang had no time to react. A trail of sparks then rose from his body, accompanied by a crackling sound. Half a day later, the two men were then electrocuted and blackened, collapsed on the ground gasping for air. Seeing the situation, Tang Dizhong also said seriously, this time it's just a small punishment. If you still dare to influence the contestants' game, there will be consequences. At this moment, the two of them, Wang Haoran and Yan Liang, simply didn't have the strength to speak anymore. However, the fear of Tang Dizhong in his heart was expressed in a straight line. One could only nod towards Tang Dizhong with a twitch. Seeing this, Tang Dizhong then revealed a satisfied expression, looking at the two who seemed as if they were like clowns. Su Jinsher, who was on the same team as them, had long been full of dislike as he led Su Yanwei away from the two. It was only at this point that Lu Wei walked up to the duo without any haste or panic and said, Dare to disgust my brother. What an insouciance. For the farce under the ring, Luo Xinyuan and Luo Xinyuan, who were in the middle of an exchange of words at this moment, did not pay the slightest bit of attention at all. After being subjected to the awesome sight of Garuda, Luo Xinyuan was also the one who realized that Luo Xinlian's Dragon Man had indeed not moved half a bit. A smile as if he were a victor gradually appeared on his face as well. Brother Xin, you lost. After being subjected to Calvary's might, no imperial beast can break free from its fear. Blame it on the arrogance of this draconian of yours. How dare you lock eyes with Garuda? Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. He mainly used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, As long as she sells the artifacts and earns money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sancher, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 452. But to that, Luo Yuan the VIP seat was still quite satisfied. Mind tricks are important, but it is also necessary to show your sharpness at the right time. Especially now it seems. There is nothing wrong with your own vision. Luo Xinyuan's personality of being able to bend and stretch was indeed more suitable for the position of Luo family head, and it wasn't as if Luo Xinyuan hadn't given him a chance himself. It's him who doesn't appreciate it. He is to blame for being in this situation. At this time, Luo Xinyuan was also afraid of a long night. Rushing to Garuda, he said, "Garuda, ice seals Miles, finish him off with one blow." After receiving Luo Xinyuan's instructions, Garuda also slowly rose to higher altitudes. Wisps of bone-piercing cold air emerged from Garuda's body, rapidly expanding towards the starry sky demon dragon. Everything that was stained by the cold air along the way was all covered by a layer of crystallized cold ice. No good. Ice-type skills have a natural damage bonus against Dragon-type Imperial beasts. If the starry sky demon dragon is struck by this strike, it will definitely perish on the spot. At this time, Zhang Yunsheng was also unable to remain calm any longer. After all this time together, Zhang Yunsheng loved Luo Xinyuan as a child from the bottom of his heart. He knew Luo Xinyuan's nature very well. Once Luo Xinyuan lost, Luo Xinyuan would definitely kill Luo Xinyuan the moment he cried out for surrender. When it comes to that, it's all over. Looking at Zhang Yunsheng, who had an anxious face, a sickly smile also appeared on Zhou Yansheng's face. "Ha ha, Master Jiang, what's the rush? Whether you're in a hurry or not, Luo Xinyuan is finished. All you can do nowadays is to pray that Luo Xinyuan will be able to save a little life just like your unlucky son." Facing Zhou Yansheng's deliberate ridicule, Zhang Yunsheng, however, did not budge in the slightest, also said with a leathery smile, "I won't bother Master Zhou with this. After all, my son and Xinyuan are still alive and well now, unlike your son, who died so unexplained." When these words came out, Zhou Yansheng instantly became furious. The killing intent in his heart tumbled, but when he saw Tang Yueqi, who was expressionlessly looking his way, now, sobered up a few times, though the killing intent was pushed down, but the mouth still refused to give in. "Humph, then we'll see." Although he had the upper hand in front of Zhou Yansheng, however, Zhang Yunsheng was not the least bit happy. Undeniably, Zhou Yansheng was right. Luo Xinyuan was almost on the brink of life and death right now. Thinking of this, Zhang Yunsheng also instinctively looked towards Nan Yunlord above the seat of the Imperial Beast Association. Hopefully this big guy will step in and save Luo Xinyuan now. After all, he was the only one present who had the ability to break the formation laid by Tang Dizhong. But what made Zhang Yunsheng a bit desperate was, at this moment, there was not the slightest bit of nervousness on the face of Nan Yunlord. Instead, he watched what was happening on the field with a smile on his face. There was no intention of making a move at all. This also made Zhang Yunsheng somewhat confused as to what exactly Nan Yunlord was thinking. But what Zhang Yunsheng didn't know was, at this time, when Tang Yueqi saw that the situation was not right, she had also long since glared at Tang Duanzhong above the ring. If Luo Xinyuan were to lose, let Tang Dizhong keep Luo Xinyuan alive no matter what. If he really let his benefactor die in front of him, this was undoubtedly a hard slap towards Tang Yueqi's face. Tang Juezhong above the ring immediately understood. Without moving, he nodded. Just when the starry sky demon dragon was about to be hit by Ice Seal Miles, a voice filled with disdain suddenly rang out. "That's it?" Almost at the same time, the starry sky demon dragon that was still standing still suddenly disappeared. It was followed by a mournful bird song, only to see the Garuda that originally stood in the air as if it had been hit by some heavy blow. It slammed directly into the ground from the air. Boo! With a loud crash against the ground, Garuda slowly gets up from the top of the ring. There were also hints of electricity flickering through his body from time to time, only to see Garuda running his body's power with all his might. Only then did he barely dispel the residual lightning power in his body. Immediately, he looked towards the location where it was originally located before with an unbelievable face. Hooray found that there was a figure as black as ink floating in the air, with thunder and lightning entwined around it. It was none other than the Starry Night Demon Dragon, and the Starry Demon Dragon just stood tall and looked at Garuda. who had been kicked to the ground by himself. It was as if a god who was looking down on all beings. Specifically, countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy, Gene Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. He mainly used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xinyuan. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yunsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jianmo was forced to marry for the old man Lusan Master, whom she had never met, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 453. Bipolar reversal. At this moment, the starry sky demon dragon's pair of dragon wings were flapping rhythmically in the air, and every time it gently vibrated, it stirred the surrounding air, setting off a burst of subtle spatial ripples. The entire body was also floating up and down with the rhythm of the dragon wings, an electric snake that crackled and snapped wrapped around its circumference. At this moment, the starry sky demon dragon seemed like a supreme monarch, looking down on the slightly distressed Garuda above the ring with a posture that transcended the mortal world. It was as if there was an out-of-this-world aura emanating from the starry sky demon dragon's body. For a moment, an illusion appeared in Garuda's mind. This food was originally regarded by it as a meal on a plate. It seemed that under its gaze, one became abnormally small. The mountains and rivers seemed to have lost their former majesty. All living beings could only look up and feel the majesty and power from the ancient times coming from its circumference. Looking at the two imperial beasts that instantly alternated between superiority and inferiority, the room was silent for a moment. Luo Xinyuan was even looking at what was in front of her with an unbelievable face. How? Garuda is clearly a dragon system nemesis. How could Calvary's mighty sight be ineffective against this dragon man? And what's with the weird speed? Looking at the confused Luo Xinyuan, the corner of Luo Xinyuan's mouth also revealed a touch of sarcasm. A frog at the bottom of a well. Do you really think that a mere Garuda is a match for the starry sky demon dragon? With this lowly bloodline, how does it deserve to be called a dragon system nemesis? How could the might of a mole have any effect on a true dragon? When these words came out, Luo Xinyuan's pupils suddenly shrunk. The horror on his face became more and more obvious. But as the master of Calvary, he knew it well. All creatures with a bloodline quality lower than Garuda, just looking into its eyes will definitely put you into extreme fear. There's only one situation where you can ignore Calvary's mighty sight. That was that the other party's bloodline quality was still above Garuda. Think about it. Luo Xinyuan was also a bit skeptical of life. Garuda clearly feeds on dragons. How can it be inferior to your own food? But at this moment, Luo Xinyuan didn't pay any attention to what Luo Xinyuan was thinking. Instead, he continued, but it's not like there's not a half dozen. If you ask me, point roll. As an inferior, it dares to lock eyes with the starry sky demon dragon. This is undoubtedly a provocation from the inferior to the superior. As Luo Xinyuan's words fell, an even more powerful aura than before burst out from the starry sky demon dragon's body. Mephisto's arrogance is activated. At the same time, something called fear appeared in Garuda's eyes. Next moment, the starry sky demon dragon, which was still suspended in the air, lost its trace in just the blink of an eye. Before Garuda could detect the starry sky demon dragon's bearing, the ghost-like figure of the starry sky demon dragon then carried one dancing silver snake after another. Suddenly, it appeared on the left side of Garuda's side. Before Garuda could react, a lightning bolt lit up on the starry sky demon dragon's feet, and along with the flashes of lightning, there were also faintly accompanied by bursts of thunderstorm sounds. The starry sky demon dragon had long since raised a foot and kicked towards Garuda. Thunder dragon shocking kick. But just then, a cold aura suddenly condensed in front of Garuda's body. Spin. A shield formed by cold ice just blocked this otherwise surefire strike from the starry sky demon dragon. It was precisely Garuda's defense skill, Ice Shield. Chapter 454. Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan also breathed a long sigh of relief. But immediately after, Luo Xinyuan's face suddenly changed. He still underestimated the power of the starry sky demon dragon. With a clunking sound, the original impenetrable Ice Shield. Surprisingly, he was kicked to pieces by the starry sky demon dragon. That's not all. After breaking the Ice Shield in one hit, the Thunder Dragon Heaven-shaking kick was still powerful. With a direct kick, he sent the huge-sized Garuda flying more than 10 meters away with a single kick. Pust! A mouthful of golden blood spat out from Garuda's mouth. Although the Ice Shield counteracted most of the power of the Thunder Dragon shocking kick, however, the remaining power still caused a great deal of damage to Garuda. At this time, the surrounding audience also finally came back to their senses. Their mood at the moment could no longer be described as shocked. After all, the scene in front of him was too shocking. The crowd had originally thought that they were facing their natural enemy. Even the dragon imperial beasts, which had disappeared for 300 years, were unlikely to break this law of nature. But I didn't expect it. The dragon man in front of him not only faced Garuda's attack with ease, the most outrageous thing was that with just one kick, not only did it break Garuda's defense, it was even more powerful, and the blow wounded Garuda. This kind of strength can no longer be described as strong. Rather, it's against the grain. Too strong, especially in the eyes of some of the senior Imperial Beastmasters on the scene. This dragon man was simply terrifying, although they didn't know the details of these two Imperial beasts. After all, both the gargoyles and the dragons are summarized in only a few words in the major books that document the types of Imperial beasts. However, they were still able to determine the general growth realm of the two Imperial beasts from the various details on the two. Garuda had clearly reached the awakening stage, and the dragon man that Luo Xinyuan had refined was clearly only at the metamorphosis stage, 5th or 6th rank. Don't look at the difference of just a few small equal steps, but the truth is that they are miles apart. Imperial beasts that had reached the awakening stage had gradually begun to evolve towards the 4th stage in their evolutionary path. It was far from being comparable to the metamorphosis stage that had just completed its 3rd evolution, and Luo Xinyuan's dragon man had unexpectedly crushed the awakening stage, which was a natural enemy, with the metamorphosis stage. Pairs. For them, it is simply impossible to happen, but at this moment it is actually happening in front of their eyes. It's in their perception. The scene in front of him was tantamount to a rabbit that had just grown into a teenager being able to rub an eagle in its prime on the ground. How could this not surprise them? At this point, Luo Yu, who was in the VIP seat, had a pair of eyes that constantly swept back and forth over the bodies of the Luo Xinyuan and Luo Xinyuan duo. I don't know what I'm thinking. And Zhang Yunsheng, who had been silent for a long time, after seeing the starry sky demon dragon strike a heavy blow against Garuda, that lifted corner of his mouth is literally more pressurized than an AK. Crazy upside. There was a feeling of raised eyebrows. Ha ha, good job heart refining. Beat that weedy bird to death for me. Compared to Zhang Yunsheng's excitement, Zhou Yanshang, on the other hand, gradually revealed a few angry expressions. Immediately, he opened his mouth. This can't be right. Luo Xinyuan must have cheated. Otherwise how could the dragons that are Garuda's food be Garuda's opponents? Chapter 455. With these words from Zhou Yanshang, the group of householder gentlemen at the VIP table were stunned. The whirlwind then revealed a thoughtful expression. This was followed by an even more involuntary nod. It seemed to feel that Zhou Yansheng's words were very reasonable. It was because they had more or less heard the rumor that Garuda loves to eat dragons, or a related canonical account. The scene in front of me. In addition to Luo Xinyuan cheating this one possibility, there doesn't seem to be a second possibility. Zhang Yunsheng was originally full of complacency, but after hearing Zhou Yansheng's words, it was also replaced by a face full of anger. Zhou Yansheng, I really gave you face. Your Zhou family is incompetent, so it's just as well that your entire army was wiped out. Now you even dare to throw dirty water on my Zhang family's contestants. What's the matter? Your own family's descendants are incompetent, so you're jealous of someone else's? Words. Zhou Yansheng, however, let out a cold laugh. Garuda would have fed on dragons, and how can it be suppressed by it? Is there a second possibility besides cheating? Immediately, Zhang Yunsheng was also disgusted by Zhou Yansheng's shamelessness. He was also too lazy to bull this guy anymore. Look at the faces of the people around you. One should have believed 7 or 8% of Zhou Yansheng's words. If we continue to argue with Zhou Yansheng so aimlessly, maybe Zhou Yansheng would still come up with something unfounded and hold it over Luo Xinyuan's head. Zhou Yansheng, I don't want to bull with you. Just tell me what proof you have that Luo Xinyuan cheated. If you can produce conclusive evidence, my Zhang family will immediately withdraw from the competition. If not, then shut the up. For Zhang Yunsheng's contention, Zhou Yansheng, however, smiled in disbelief. Evidence? What more proof is needed? Just pause the game and grab Luo Xinyuan and his imperial beasts to test them. As Zhou Yansheng's words fell, bang, only to see Zhang Yunsheng standing up directly with a slap on the table. What gives you the right to suspend the game without proof? False accusations are freely made. Is this the style of your Zhou family? Zhou Yansheng also did not. There was the slightest concession to stand. Those who are clear, and those who are turbid are turbid. Zhang Yunsheng, you're so scared. Is it hard to believe that Luo Xinyuan cheating was arranged by you? Or perhaps you deliberately arranged the means in order to help avenge Zhang Shaoling, who was severely injured by Luo Xinyuan and killed the imperial beast. The moment these words came out, the surrounding group of worldly family heads all raised their eyebrows. Eyes flickered to Zhang Yunsheng. At this time, Zhang Yunsheng could no longer hold back either. Immediately, he also burst out. Zhou Yansheng, put your mom's ass in the air. I'm not that underhanded. Xiao Ling's skill is inferior. Even if I have to take revenge, I'll make him get it back himself. Instead of utilizing heart refining, I think you're just ill-intentioned, purposely stirring up trouble to influence heart refinement's match, so that Luo Xinyuan can have a chance to catch his breath and turn the tide from his doomed defeat. Although this was just Zhang Yunsheng's intuition and guess, however, it was a guess of Zhou Yansheng's thoughts. As the last card given to Luo Xinyuan by the Zhou family, I had thought that Garuda would be able to finish off Luo Xinyuan's Dragon Man with 9 out of 10 shots, but it didn't work out. But in turn, he was suppressed by Luo Xinyuan's Dragon Man. If the battle continues as it is, Luo Xinyuan will surely lose. That was why Zhou Yansheng wanted to use this method to gain some breathing room for Luo Xinyuan, anything to get the organizers to suspend the game. Going to test Luo Xinyuan and her imperial beasts. It would be able to delay Luo Xinyuan's defeat for quite some time. Garuda's injuries can also be healed. In this way, the advantage Luo Xinyuan had previously gained in the match would be wiped out. Zhou Yansheng would also utilize all of the Zhou family's resources and connections during this time. Chapter 456. Searching and matching imperial beast props that enhance strength accordingly for Luo Xinyuan. This way Luo Xinyuan might have a chance to bounce back. And just in case Luo Xinyuan really did use something that violated the rules. In that case, wouldn't Luo Xinyuan be able to win without a fight? Either way, they're all solid. However, Zhou Yansheng naturally would not admit what was in his heart. Immediately, he laughed out loud. Zhang Yunsheng, I see you've been told off by me. All this nonsense here. Everyone knows that Luo Xinyuan killed my son. And would I favor him? The reason for saying this is merely for the sake of the fairness and justice of the Imperial Beast competition. And I'd like to ask a question. Instead of addressing challenges head-on, they choose to avoid them. How does such a person deserve to compete for the championship of the Imperial Beast competition? And carrying a suspected cheating reputation. Even if one achieves the title of the Imperial Beast competition, I'm only afraid that many people won't be convinced. Zhou Yansheng's words could be said to be standing on the moral high ground to accuse Zhang Yunsheng and Luo Xinyuan. After all, Zhou Wudo had died at Luo Xinyuan's hands. Who would believe that Zhou Yansheng would favor his son's murderer? And this was undoubtedly also raising the credibility of this suspicion of Zhou Yansheng by a few more points. One time, except for a few lineages that were on good terms with the Zhang family, almost all of the other family heads of the lineages nodded softly, clearly agreeing with Zhou Yansheng. After all, compared to Zhang Yunsheng, it was obvious that Zhou Yansheng's words were more convincing. Looking around at the crowd that nodded frequently, Zhang Yunsheng was also a bit dumbfounded. Although combining all the abnormalities of Zhou Yansheng in front of him, 9 times out of 10, Zhang Yunsheng could conclude that there must be some connection between Luo Xinyuan and Zhou Yansheng. However, Luo Xinyuan's action of killing Zhou Wudao caused him to question this idea. This caused Zhang Yunsheng's heart to be in turmoil as well. I don't know if Zhang Yunsheng wanted to fight for Luo Xinlian one more time, or what. Surprisingly, the ghost opened his mouth towards Luo Yu and asked, "Are you confident that refinement will cheat?" Luo Yu didn't have much of a reaction when he heard that. Instead, he said with a calm face, "In this case, I'd rather not make a comment. After all, I am Luo Xinlian's real father. It's better to avoid suspicion." As Luo Yu spoke these words, Zhang Yunsheng laughed, laughing with an unmistakable sneer. He always felt that the words real father came out of Luo Yu's mouth. It's so full of irony. How could he not be clear about Luo Yu's true thoughts? He himself would be so stupid as to go to Luo Yu to speak for Xianlian. Luo Yu clearly definitely felt that the two contestants were all surnamed Luo. Whoever loses or wins isn't essentially a loss to him. And why should he bother with this mess? Might as well sit tight and wait and see what happens. Although he had never been able to look at Luo Yu, keeping Luo Xinlian in the Zhang family was more about his potential and strength. However, he was more or less displeased with him for rebelling against his family and turning his back on his parents. But at this moment, Zhang Yunsheng also completely understood Luo Xinlian's feelings. With a father like that, who would want to go back? It's just a half a day's work, led by the Zhou family, as well as the applications of the many lineages that had joined together to stop the race to test the contestants. It has been submitted to Tang Yueqi. See this scene. Zhang Yunsheng also revealed a face of helplessness. Zhou Yansheng, on the other hand, revealed a smug smile. The heart is even darker. An application submitted by so many families. It will surely get Tang Yueqi's attention. This will buy time for Xinyuan to bounce back. But just as Zhou Yansheng was gazing confidently at Tang Yueqi, a scene that took him by surprise appeared. Just seeing Tang Yueqi receive the application, he just casually glanced at it. Then he crumpled this application into a ball of scrap paper and threw it into the trash. The mouth was still made to say, "Check. What's there to check? Isn't it normal for a low-blooded Garuda to be beaten up?" Chapter 457. Looking at the application that was thrown into the trash, Sage Zhou Yan was dumbfounded. "What's the situation? I went to a lot of trouble to get a joint suspension request. Tang Yueqi just threw it away?" He had fantasized that under the joint name of the heads of the families, Tang Yueqi will definitely take this matter seriously. It even tested Luo Xianlian on the spot, but he could never have imagined that Tang Yueqi would not take their joint application seriously at all. And, how did the powerful Garuda bloodline become a lowly bloodline when it came to Tang Yueqi's mouth? This caused Zhou Yansheng to be a bit puzzled, and he wasn't happy that his plot had failed so inexplicably before it had even begun. Zhou Yansheng, who could no longer hold back, immediately got up, hastily taking a few quick steps. He arrived in front of the somewhat rambunctious Tang Yueqi, bowed. "Lord Mayor, Luo Xinlian's battle power is obviously abnormal, and there is a great possibility that he is suspected of cheating. Why are you doing this?" Tang Yueqi, who was originally admiring her new manicure, after hearing Zhou Yansheng's voice, there was a slight frown. Somewhat dissatisfied, he looked up at Zhou Yansheng. "Master Zhou, are you questioning me?" Looking at Tang Yueqi, who had a somewhat unhappy face, only then did Zhou Yansheng react. "Seems a bit over the top myself, but at this point it was already an arrow in the air, so it was only brave to continue. Don't dare." "But the Lord Mayor, Luo Xinlian is clearly suspected of cheating. If we don't investigate thoroughly, the Imperial Beast competition will also become unjust." This statement was made. The movements of Tang Yueqi's hands also stopped. At this moment, Zhou Yansheng's heart also suddenly trembled because of Tang Yueqi's sudden cessation of movement. He knew better than anyone the energy behind the young girl in front of him. But for the sake of Luo Xinyuan, his only son now, and for the sake of his own decade-long plan to annex the Luo family, it was a risk he had to take. But the imagined scene of Tang Yueqi's anger did not appear. Instead, he snorted out a laugh. This action of Tang Yueqi's also caused the family heads who had been paying attention to this side to be a bit puzzled. Immediately after that, Tang Yueqi's voice filled with sarcasm also sounded once again. The heads of the families are also considered to be the most prestigious figures in the surrounding cities. I can't imagine being so insular. Legend has it that Garuda feeds on dragons. But this dragon is just a surrogate. It refers to species like scaly snakes, instead of a true dragon with a pure bloodline. This statement was made. All the family heads of the lineages looked at each other. For a moment there was no thought. It was surprising that Tang Yueqi would give such an explanation. At this moment, Zhou Yanshang also had an extremely ugly expression on his face. If it's really as Tang Yueqi said, then all he did to slow down time, it will all be useless. Thus, Zhou Yanshang remains somewhat undeterred. According to the Lord Mayor, Garuda, even if he can only prey on some scaly snakes, but how can it be proved that the dragon man Luo Xinyuan refined is not a type of augur or snake, but a true dragon? Seeing that Zhou Yanshang was still undeterred, Tang Yueqi wasn't annoyed either. She was clear that if she didn't let Zhou Yanshang be dumbfounded, there's no end to this guy for sure. Thinking of this, he immediately continued as well. Chapter 458. The Dragon Sentinel has disappeared for over 300 years. This has also led to the disappearance of much of the information written about the dragon imperial beasts. But as it happens, my Tang family happened to obtain a tome of information about dragon imperial beasts in the middle of a certain relic. According to the canon, there are 3, 6, 9 classes of dragon beasts. The next best thing is the snake. Although the body contains a trace of true dragon bloodline, it has not reached a true bloodline awakening itself, so it has not reached the realm of a true dragon. But the true dragon bloodline and its preciousness, just a trace of it is enough to cause countless living beings to go crazy for it. And because of this, beings like scaly snakes are targeted by a large-sized raptor. And this raptor is none other than Garuda. In order to obtain the bloodline of a true dragon to strengthen his body, Garuda began to hunt wildly for creatures like scaly snakes. This is also the beginning of the legend that Garuda prefers to eat dragons. And Zhaodeju's mountain rock earth dragon only had 4 fingers. It did not reach the level of a true dragon. It was in an awkward position where the bloodline was stronger than a Jiao snake, but weaker than a true dragon. This was also the reason why the quality of the mountain rock earth dragon was far inferior to that of the starry sky demon dragon. As Tang Yueqi narrated, the heads of all the worldly families were all in a daze. No one would even bother to question the truthfulness of Tang Yueqi's words. As long as the words were spoken in the name of the Tang family, no one would question them. After all, they know better than anyone the weight of the word Tang family. Seeing Tang Yueqi come out to administer justice, Jian Yunqing's heart, which was originally hanging in the air, also finally fell. But at the same time, his curiosity was also aroused by Tang Yueqi's words. He also wanted to know just what class the dragon man that Luo Xinyuan had refined was actually in among the dragon system imperial beasts. So he opened his mouth and asked, Lord Mayor, of the dragon system imperial beasts, what is the one that is one step up? Words, Tang Yueqi also said patiently. One step further up the dragon system, then it has stepped into the realm of true dragons. The dragon's claws are born with 5 fingers. It is the 5-clawed true dragon. By this grade of dragon lineage, it has awakened the power of the bloodline in its body, and it is invincible amongst the same class. Battling across classes is also as simple as eating and drinking. Even the Garuda, who preys on the scaly serpents and absorbs the dragon's bloodline to strengthen his body. In the face of a 5-clawed true dragon, one can only look at the wind and flee. This statement was made. Everyone was subconsciously looking towards the starry sky demon dragon that was violently beating Garuda above the ring. 5 fingers. It's 5 fingers. The dragon man that Luo Xinyuan refined is 5-fingered. In other words, Luo Xinyuan's dragon man has long since crossed over into the true dragon bloodline. No wonder Garuda is not even its opponent. A family head of a lineage that was friendly with the Jiang family also spoke with some excitement. After all, how could one not be excited about the legendary true dragon, which was right in front of them? At this moment, Zhou Yanshang's gaze naturally saw all of this. His face was also becoming more and more ugly. It was thought that the Garuda, which had been obtained with great difficulty, being able to help Luo Xinyuan and sweep the entire imperial beast competition. Out of the gate it can be even more of a big deal. However, he didn't expect that the moment he showed up, he would be suppressed to death by Luo Xinyuan's dragon man. It seemed to have noticed Zhou Yanshang's ugly expression. Tang Yueqi guffawed. Spin said, where is this going? The next thing I'm going to talk about is the imperial bloodline amongst the dragon race. 5 claws become a true dragon. And when you have wings, you are a king. Although most of the legendary western dragons are born with dragon wings, yet they only have 3 fingers. But once after becoming a 5-clawed true dragon, a true dragon that gives birth to dragon wings is the emperor amongst dragons. And this pair of dragon wings is the symbol of royalty. Throughout the thousands of years of history of the Dragon Kingdom, there have been only a handful of dragon emperor bloodlines that have appeared. The most famous of them all is the #1 powerhouse in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, Saint-level Imperial Beast Master, Emperor Xuanyuan's Imperial Beast, the Xian Shui Long. Originally, the crowd's attention was drawn to the ancient secrets described in Tang Yueqi's mouth, but immediately after, a worldly family head seemed to have thought of something. A trembling hand slowly pointed towards the starry sky demon dragon above the ring. 5 claws, dragon wings. It's actually a dragon emperor bloodline as well. Chapter 459. As this family head's words left his mouth, all the family heads of the lineages also noticed the wings behind the starry sky demon dragon. Looking at a shocked face, Tang Yueqi also spoke out at the right time. Now you understand. The reason I threw out the request you submitted for a delay of game. It's because there's no need for validation at all. Isn't it a normal thing for a dragon man with the bloodline of a dragon emperor to violently beat up a Garuda that feeds on scaly snakes? Not to mention the fact that this Garuda's bloodline is refuted and impure. Not to mention that it hasn't taken in dragon blood to strengthen itself. It's even less than the Garuda I described earlier. Immediately, Tang Yueqi's gaze turned, looking towards Zhou Yanshang. Master Zhou, do you have any objections? At this point the facts are in front of us. Even if Zhou Yanshang was no longer willing, he had nothing to say. The mayor's wife has a great deal of knowledge of the family, and I'm ashamed to say that I'm not as knowledgeable as I should be. Although Zhou Yanshang did not explicitly say so, but the words were clear enough. Seeing that Zhou Yanshang stopped talking, Tang Yueqi was also too lazy to count. At this time, Luo Yu, who had been silent before, also revealed a look of "I'm sure it's like this." Then he spoke. It's only natural that the people of my Luo family won't engage in any devious ways. Fortunately, the Lord Mayor has spoken to corroborate it. Otherwise heart refinement will still endure a period of injustice. As Xian Lian's father, Mr. Luo is here to thank you, Lord Mayor. After the Imperial Beast competition is over, Mr. Luo would like to host a banquet for Lord Mayor at the Luo family, as a way of thanking the Lord Mayor for his help with his canine son. Words. It didn't matter if it was Zhang Yunsheng or Zhou Yanshang. At this moment, the hearts all coincidentally cursed at Luo Yu. Shameless, the little bit of Luo Yu's heart was practically written on his face. But it was just to take advantage of this time when Tang Yueqi relieved Luo Xinyuan climb up the leg of the Tang family. But Tang Yueqi, who was the one involved, didn't seem too willing to buy it. Master Luo, please watch your words. When did I help Luo Xian refine? I'm just stating a fact. And where is the relief? Seeing Tang Yueqi trying to refuse, Luo Yu wanted to say something else, but it was Don who. Yueqi interrupted as soon as he could. Well, that's the end of the matter. Keep watching the game. Zhou Yanshang, who was on the side, was secretly laughing at Luo Yu's wasted efforts in his heart. It also looked once again at Garuda, who was still being violently beaten above the ring. Somewhat helplessly, he shook his head. What's the difference between Luo Yu and me? So much thought has gone into this. In the end, is the plan that has been brewing for so many years doomed to failure? At this moment, Luo Xinyuan and Luo Xinlian were in the middle of the battle because they were fully engaged. For everything that just happened in the VIP table, not even the slightest hint of it. Luo Xinyuan, on the other hand, was getting more and more alarmed the more he fought, compared to the starry sky demon dragon that got braver and braver as the battle went on. At this time, Garuda's state was getting worse and worse. It was almost as if he was being beaten by the starry sky demon dragon and held his head. This was not at all the same thing as the rumored nickname of Dragon's natural enemy. It was also completely different from what Zhou Yajing had told him. For a while, Luo Xinyuan was also in deep self-doubt. It's hard not to be too weak. There's no way to utilize the strength of Garuda. Is that why we're in this situation? Luo Xinyuan that the more he thought about it, the more unconvinced he became. The more I think about it, the more I'm not happy about it. Why couldn't I defeat Luo Xinlian every time? His own talent at the beginning was clearly far superior to Luo Xinliang. Even if 100 Luo Xianlian were to be added together, they would not be able to beat the horse. But now why had it turned out that he was being fully suppressed by Luo Xinlian? Immediately, Luo Xinyuan couldn't care less. After Garuda spelled out another serious injury and forced his way out of the starry sky demon dragon's attack, Luo Xinyuan also took out a pair of sharp claw-type Imperial Beast equipment. It was handed over to Garuda. After fitting this equipment, Garuda's aura skyrocketed, surrounded by a cold aura, if any. And this pair of sharp claws was none other than the condensed ice claws that Luo Xinyuan had captured at the auction. Chapter 460. Brother Xian Lian. You should remember this Imperial Beast equipment, right? The ice claw that turns all attacks into ice attribute damage. If the skill that was originally cast was ice attribute, then the power of the skill will skyrocket. The next fight won't be as easy as before. I'm going to get real. For Luo Xinyuan's words, Luo Xinlian also revealed a hint of disdain. You don't think you're the only one with gear, do you? As Luo Xinlian's words fell, Luo Xianlian also took out a necklace with fangs hanging from it, put it around the neck for the star magic dragon. Dragon's tooth necklace. Luo Xinyuan naturally noticed the somewhat rough necklace, but he didn't take it seriously. He didn't believe that this string of necklaces could have much of an increasing effect. Next moment, Golden Blade Storm. With Luo Xinyuan's loud shout, Golden Blade Storm. Circle after circle of sharp metal blades then appeared out of nowhere around Garuda, floating around it, and on top of this handful of metal blades, all of them were attached with a rich cold air. Apparently it was precisely the ice attribute granted by the ice congealing clause. Immediately after, this handful of sharp blades began to rotate at extreme speeds with Garuda as the center. Go, Garuda! Show everyone your true power. Golden Blade Raid. At this moment, Garuda was under the effect of Golden Blade Storm plus Golden Blade Raid. It's like a fast-spinning meat grinder. It charged straight towards the starry sky demon dragon. To this, there was not the slightest bit of fear in the pair of dragon eyes of the starry sky demon dragon. It didn't even move a step. Only a pair of dragon wings of the starry sky demon dragon suddenly unfolded. A silver snake covered the dragon's wings. Looking ahead, he looked at Garuda who was coming straight at him. The pair of dragon wings of the starry sky demon dragon chopped out towards the front as if they were two sharp blades. Thunder Shadow Dragon Slash. Spin. Two chopping strikes containing the power of lightning and the power of the dragon. It also attacked towards Garuda with a devastating momentum. Originally, Luo Xinyuan had thought that with the super high bonus of the ice congealing clause, it could at least be an even match with the starry sky demon dragon. But it didn't work out. In the Thunderbolt, the instant that Shadow Dragon Slash and Golden Blade Storm made contact, that originally incomparably sharp metal blade was unexpectedly sliced right through by the overbearing and brutal power of the Thunderlight Shadow Dragon Slash. The Thunderlight Shadow Dragon Slash was also cutting through the Golden Blade Storm and knuckled down on Garuda's chest. An X-shaped wound was formed. That's not all. Because of the huge inertia created by the Thunderlight Shadow Dragon Slash, Garuda flew out backwards and ruthlessly smashed on top of the barrier formed by the surrounding ring formations. Poof! With a sound of blood and flesh colliding with the ground, Garuda fell under the ring. Blood spurted wildly, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. But unsurprisingly, Garuda was defeated. It was almost powerless in front of the starry sky demon dragon. See this scene. Luo Xinyuan's cheeks were twitching. He also didn't expect that even with the increase of the condensed ice claws, Garuda still looked unbeatable in front of this dragon man across the room. Luo Xinyuan, you're finished. Once Garuda is defeated, what other imperial beasts do you have that you can hold? Today, not only for myself, but for those you persecuted, I will surely take your life. But as Luo Xinyuan's words fell, a wry smile actually appeared on Luo Xinyuan's face. Ha, brother Xin Lian, do you think I'm going to lose? For a while, Luo Xinyuan was also a bit surprised. He really couldn't understand that at this point in time, this guy was still being so tough. This is not like Luo Xinyuan's style. After a long time, the rock-armored feather lizard was then summoned by Luo Xinyuan once again. When the rock-armored feather lizard appeared above the ring again, at this moment, in a certain hidden corner of the imperial beast fighting arena, there was a middle-aged man in the shape of a withered man. Watch the scene in silence. Is it going to start? Chapter 461. The VIP Table. Luo Yu and Zhou Yanshang. The face was expressionless as he looked above the ring. The duo had their own thoughts at this point. In fact, back when he heard Tang Yueqi tell about the bloodline level of the starry sky demon dragon, Luo Yu's already wavering mind changed again. Although he had long known Luo Xinyuan's identity as an imperial dragon bearer, but at the sight of Luo Xinyuan summoning Garuda, he then subconsciously ranked Luo Xinyuan behind Luo Xinyuan again. But to his surprise, dragons were also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. And the dragon that Luo Xin had refined was able to hang Garuda at will. And how could that not make him tick? It seems that my own bloodline is better. We must make Luo Xinyuan return to the Luo family. And compared to Luo Yu's wavering, Zhou Yanshang's heart was anxious at this time. It's not just the fear that his schemes of the past decade or so are about to be dashed. More than anything, he was worried about Luo Xinyuan, his only son's life. He was well aware of the feud between Luo Xinyuan and Luo Xinyuan. He didn't believe that Luo Xinyuan would be able to let him off the hook after he lost. Just then, everyone noticed that after Garuda's defeat, Luo Xinyuan unexpectedly summoned the rock-armored feather lizard that had been injured by the starry sky demon dragon earlier again. There's no mistaking it. This Luo Xinyuan is even prepared to fight on. This Luo Xinyuan is nothing more than 3 imperial beasts: rock-armored feather lizard, unicorn heavenly horse, and Garuda. And now even his strongest Garuda is being beaten to death by Luo Xinyuan's dragons. And he dares to continue? I have a feeling that the dragon man hasn't exerted much effort yet. I'm only afraid that it would be easy to get rid of the rock-armored feathered lizard and unicorn heavenly horse again. At this moment, not only above the audience, even the previously defeated contestants were talking. Previously, because of Lu Wei's report, the two of them, Wang Haoren and Yan Liang, who were electrocuted by Tang Dizhong through the array, were scorched black. At the moment, He was looking at the situation above the ring with a face full of displeasure. Only Wang Haoren said with an indignant face. Exasperating. It's so infuriating. This son of a Luo Xinyuan. There's simply no justice. Garuda was even defeated by him. Looking at his dejected face, this young man is not willing. Yan Liang, who was on the side, also chimed in immediately. That's it. This turtle grandson is too lucky. Su Jinshi, who was in the same camp as the two men, after hearing the two men's discussion, it was also showing a look of disdain. And even more so, I couldn't help but slander in my heart. How dare you talk about brother Xinlian? You're just like that Luo Xinyuan. They're all useless pewter. Only a man like brother Xinyuan is a real man. And Su Yanwei, who was standing behind Su Jinshi, was secretly glad. It was a good thing that he hadn't messed with Luo Xinlian again. Otherwise, it was really being targeted by an enemy with such terrifying potential. I'm afraid he'll have sleepless nights for the rest of his life. Compared to the various minds of these people, the Kong family camp is a very different picture. Only Jiang Sakuratsu, Wei Xiaoxiao and the others were all smiling. Especially Lu Wei. Even more so, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Luo Xinyuan, surrender! With your two remaining weakling imperial beasts, you're still playing chicken. Kowtow and apologize before it's too late. And you might even get to keep your body. Looking at the arrogant and incomparable Lu Wei at this moment, Wang Haoren's eyes lit up. The heart burst with joy. Just got me punished. Now it's your turn. I'll see if you die. Immediately afterward, Wang Haoren shouted at Tang Dizhong's location. Referee, I want to report it. Lu Wei from the Zhang clan's camp, disrupting the game. Please ask the organizers for severe punishment. Words. Tang Dizhong pulled out his ear with his pinky. Doubtful asked. Ha? What did you say? Who disrupted the game? Why didn't I hear that? Wang Haoren just froze at his words. Immediately, there was a bit of a rush. Hurriedly, he reached out and pointed to where Lu Wei was. Referee, that's him. He's the one who screamed the loudest. Chapter 462. But Tang Dizhong just glanced at it. Then he said with some disbelief. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Wang Haoren was completely taut. Asterisk asterisk. Can't you hear him that loud? Is there a mistake? That's the guy who just kept screaming? Only Wang Haoren was seen speaking anxiously while doing so, while turning his gaze to where Lu Wei was. But when he saw Lu Wei again, how could he have any semblance of his previous arrogance? And this son of a Lu Wei had moved a pair of desks and chairs from somewhere. At this moment, Lu Wei was sitting on top of his seat, his body straight, hands folded on top of the table in front of his chest, like an elementary school student listening to a teacher, is looking up at the ring with a serious look on his face. Wang Haoren man is numb. Lu Wei, could you be any more ing fake? But at this moment, Lu Wei just glanced at Wang Haoren. Then he returned his gaze to the ring. This infuriated Wang Haoren, just as Wang Haoren was about to open his mouth again. Instead, Tang Dizhong's voice rang in his ears. You're a real pain in the ass. Before it affected the game, now it affects the audience. It seems that the punishment I gave you was too light. Seeing this, Wang Haoren's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he was just about to open his mouth to explain. Another wave of tingling sensation swept through its entire body. The next moment, Wang Haoren was again electrocuted and blackened, fainted. Seeing the situation, the corner of Lu Wei's mouth however, hooked up a touch of contempt. You're not going to fight me, Mr. Wei, you don't know what you're doing. And at this time, the rock-armored feather lizard above the ring had also been beaten by the starry sky demon dragon. The rock armor on his body was even in pieces. Only to see that at this moment, Luo Xinyuan was not only not flustered, even more so, he looked at Luo Xinyuan with a smile on his face. Brother Xinyuan, you're really not normally strong. It looks like it won't be easy to defeat you. Looking at the subdued Luo Xinyuan, Luo Xinlian, however, wasn't the least bit surprised. Instead, he spoke directly. Don't try anything, just go for the real thing. With this rock-armored feathered lizard, you can't test the bottom of the starry sky demon dragon. This statement was made. The originally subdued Luo Xinyuan's eyes also flashed with a flash of surprise, but it soon returned to normal. Even more so, he couldn't help but applaud Luo Xinlian. Fine, brother Xinyuan, it's worthy of you. I didn't realize that you'd seen through it long ago. In that case, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Immediately, Luo Xinyuan's words changed. Speaking to the wretched rock-armored feathered lizard, he said, disguise lifted. As Luo Xinyuan's words fell, a chilling aura suddenly exploded from the body of the rock-armored feather lizard. A burst of purple light emanated from the rock-armored feather lizard's circumference. Half a day later, a skeleton, surrounded by rocky debris, stepped out. With the appearance of the skeleton, everyone held their breath. Somewhat incredulously, he looked at the scene that was happening in front of him. Oh my god, that skeleton is actually alive. The skeleton was seen to be 4 feet long, with each foot bearing 3 fingers. Behind him a long tailbone swung uncontrollably. A pair of bony wings were borne on his back, and the head is topped with a pair of horns. Fix your eyes. The skeleton that came out of the purple light. It was a skeleton of a Western dragon. Immediately after that, Luo Xinyuan's voice filled with arrogance rang out. This is what it was meant to be. Undead Bone Dragon. Chapter 463. As the huge, undead bone dragon, completely walked out of the purple light, its huge body was also completely displayed in front of everyone's eyes. They are anything but. This Imperial Beast contest. Not only did you see the legendary Imperial Beasts of the Dragon Man, Earth Dragon, and Garuda, moreover, he even saw the Bone Dragon, an exotic dragon-type Imperial Beast. It's a real treat. After a brief moment of shock, the surrounding audience immediately erupted into a burst of exclamations. Yes, it was awesome. This trip to the tournament today was not in vain. Dragons versus Bone Dragons. A fight for supremacy between dragons. This is what a championship match should look like. Listen to the excited discussions around you. Originally, after Garuda's defeat, Zhou Yansheng's heart was in his throat. But I didn't expect that in the nick of time. Surprisingly peaky. Luo Xinyuan surprisingly still had an undercard. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yansheng's hanging heart was put down quite a bit. But at the same time, it made him wonder a bit. How did the rock-armored feather lizard somehow turn into an undead bone dragon? Though he didn't know anything at all about dragon imperial beasts. But he was clear that whichever creature wanted to achieve a breakthrough in their bloodline, it's all harder than it should be. Trying to make a feathered lizard into a dragon in such a short period of time. This is tantamount to a pipe dream. Even if the entire Zhou family raises the entire clan, it's also simply not doable. Even the Luo family's group of old undead who possessed the Hua scale pool, wanting to take the Li Wind Whispering Beast, that was already carrying the bloodline of the son of the Qilin, for imaginary beasts, in such a short period of time. Creating a being whose bloodline was infinitely close to that of a griffin was also impossible. But on second thought, the world of the imperial beasts is already filled with opportunities and encounters all around. Luo Xinyuan could make a lizard metamorphose into a dragon. It was sort of his creation. Luo Yu, who was on the side, was even more delighted. It's a battle of champions. No matter who wins or loses, this wind is out of his Luo family's sails. Whether it's a biological or adopted child, it can be such a strange thing. One family and 2 sons are both imperial dragons. It's impossible to think that others won't envy him. Luo Yu. At this time Lu Wei looked at the undead bone dragon above the ring with a disdainful face. It's just a skeleton. What's the point of fooling around? Heart refinement will beat him up later. Just as Lu Wei was spitting, Wei Xiaoxiao on the side was showing a face full of gravity. Back when the undead bone dragon made its debut, Wei Xiaoxiao was then already 100% sure that her senses were indeed not wrong. Luo Xinyuan as well as the power in this undead bone dragon. They all come from the Black Courage Society. She was once possessed by the evil god of black protests. Naturally, he was incredibly familiar with this power. Even now, part of the Black Champion evil god's power still remains in her body. Because of this, Wei Xiaoxiao was also the person most familiar with the terror of the Black Cold evil god. Although, Luo Xinlian had once defeated the remnants of the Black Coordinating evil god. But that's just the remnants of the spirit after all. Nowadays, the evil power of Black Champion contained in Luo Xinyuan's body was much more powerful than before. Think about it. Wei Xiaoxiao also looked worriedly at Luo Xinyuan above the ring. And Luo Xinlian had also noticed Luo Xinyuan's unusualness a long time ago, plus Wei Xiaoxiao's earlier reminder. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was also looking at this bone dragon in front of her with a gloomy face. Immediately, he opened his forbidden eye to investigate. Name, Undead Bone Dragon. Stage of growth, Awakening First Level. Racial bloodline, Bone Dragon bloodline, Undead branch. Quality, Legendary. Attributes, Undead/Dragon. Talent, Master of the Dead. Chapter 464. Talent effect. The undead bone dragon is able to control the surrounding underworld energy and transform it into its own power. In battle, every time it kills an enemy, it can absorb its soul and strengthen itself. At the same time, it has a natural ability to command all the dead souls it absorbs, and can command them in battle. Skills. Painted skin. The outer skin of the predecessor is wrapped around the skeleton, and can mimic all of the predecessor's abilities. Shadow breath. The undead bone dragon spits out a mixture of shadow and undead power, dealing a large amount of shadow damage to enemies in a straight line, and has a chance to add a shadow twist effect that reduces the enemy's movement speed and attack speed. Undead summon. Summons a certain number of low-level undead creatures, such as skeleton warriors, ghosts, etc., from the underworld. which will unconditionally obey the commands of the undead bone dragon and fight for it until death. Soul draw, selecting a target. The undead bone dragon draws on its life force and magic through a special ritual, transforming it into its own healing and energy replenishment while causing the target to fall into a brief state of weakness. Spectral shield utilizes spectral aura to construct a powerful shield capable of absorbing and rebounding a certain amount of physical and magical attacks, protecting the undead bone dragon from damage. Evolutionary route, none. Description: the undead bone dragon, made from dragon skeletons and rock-armored feathered lizard corpses, stitched together, has countless undead attached to its body, emitting an eerie purple light as if it were the embodiment of death itself. Its eyes were empty and godless, yet it could see into the souls of all living beings. Its existence is the blurring of the boundaries between life and death, a source of fear and despair that makes people turn pale at the smell of it. After reading the information as well as the description of the undead bone dragon, Luo Xinyuan wasn't the least bit surprised, because it's not nearly as big a deal as he expected. This guy is in pursuit of power. Surprisingly, he could really be ruthless enough to get his rock-armored feather lizard killed. Although from the description only a few words were used to describe the formation process of the undead bone dragon, but it's also easy to see how bloody and brutal the process is. And if one's guess is good, this undead bone dragon was formed. It's probably got something to do with the Black Coordinators Association. Perhaps this was the reason why Wei Xiaoxiao could feel the power of the Black Champion Evil God from Luo Xinyuan. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan didn't know what Luo Xinyuan was thinking, but looking at Luo Xinyuan, who was full of gloom, he always had an indescribable pleasure. Brother Xinyuan, you didn't expect it, did you? Actually, I'm a dragon sentinel too. Especially after saying that, the smugness on Luo Xinyuan's face was simply overflowing. The expression seemed to say, it's just a dragon, what's the big deal? You, Luo Xinyuan, aren't just relying on your status as a dragon emperor, gaining attention? Now that I am also a dragon sentinel, it's time to end the spectacle of your dominance. But the expected scene of Luo Xinyuan's exasperation did not appear, only to see Luo Xinyuan, who originally had a somewhat gloomy face, the corner of his mouth suddenly hooked up in a sneer. I'm afraid you don't know. Dragons are also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, and you, the undead bone dragon, know even less. I have tried to underestimate your nature as much as possible, but I didn't realize that I had overestimated you. For the sake of the name of a dragon sentinel, you are able to inflict such poison on your own imperial beast. For someone like you, how would the noble dragon race submit to you? After hearing the word poisoner, the smugness on Luo Xinyuan's face instantly froze. He looked at Luo Xinyuan somewhat incredulously. Look at this guy's tone of voice and this look of certainty. I'm afraid I didn't guess anything. After all, as far as he knew, Luo Xinyuan had fought with the Black Curse Society several times. It's not guaranteed to be a sign of what's going on. You know, the secret collaboration between yourself and the Black Courage Society. It's never to be seen in the light of day. Once this thing is discovered, then the entire Dragon Kingdom would no longer have a place for him. But on second thought, so what? Without solid evidence, it's useless to say anything. Think about it. Luo Xinyuan also spoke again. Brother Xinyuan, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. My rock-armored feather lizard nearly underwent a bloodline mutation and awakened a dragon bloodline. What is this talk about the word, poisoner? I'm afraid it's not the heart that refines my brother, and I can't see that I'm doing well. Said that out of jealousy, didn't you? Since that's the case, then I'll let you see the power of the undead bone dragon. Undead summoning. As Luo Xinyuan's words fell, a purple-black energy body then peeled off from the body of the undead bone dragon. Gradually, it coalesced into a large bird of great size, and in the center of this big bird's brow, there was a third eye growing. At the first sight of Big Bird, Kong Cherry Snow under the ring, countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy, Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization descends, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yunhan was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine pill, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Nyan Han, yes. But this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. He mainly used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xinyuan. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Huan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jianmo was forced to marry for the old man Lusan Master, whom she had never met, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 465. At this time, the spirit-like evil eye ghost eagle clearly did not have its own autonomous consciousness. It seems to be about showing off your control. Luo Xinyuan also made it a point to maneuver the evil eye ghost eagle around the field through the undead bone dragon. While flying, he was also doing a variety of super difficult flying maneuvers. It was as if it was like a clown performing for people in a circus, watching the scene happening above the ring. Jiang Yunsheng, who was in the VIP seat, his face also turned morose, as the royal beast of Jiang Shaoling, the youngest member of the Jiang family. At this moment, the evil eye ghost eagle surprisingly couldn't even rest in peace after death. Not only were they treated like circus animals, and then they'll be used as a weapon later. This was undoubtedly a public slap in the face of his Jiang family. It seemed to be seeing Jiang Yunqing's ugly face. Zhou Yinsheng's eerie voice also suddenly sounded. Ouch! Isn't this young Master Zhang's imperial beast? I didn't realize that even in death there is still residual power. Originally, when Zhou Yinsheng said these words, he only wanted to discuss Jiang Yunsheng, but to his surprise, as his words fell, the gloom on Jiang Yunqing's face disappeared as much as it could. In its place was a grin full of sarcasm. A man's lowly nature has a heavenly reward. The words are gone. Jiang Yunsheng then skimmed his head. There was no more glance at Zhou Yinsheng. This rather made Zhou Yinsheng a whole lot less likely. And at this time, Jiang Sakuratsu was equally bad. A pair of beautiful eyes were filled with anger. For his brother's defeat. There's nothing to be gained by being less skilled than you are. But here's what she can't tolerate. Even though the evil eye ghost eagle was dead, Luo Xinyuan still didn't let it go. Not only does it take away its soul, and to publicly humiliate a royal beast that died in battle to protect its master like this. The evil eye ghost eagle had accompanied his siblings for more than 10 years. It shouldn't have ended up like this. At this point, Lu Wei couldn't hold back any longer. Immediately, he shouted at Tang Duanzhong above the ring. Ref! That's a foul on him. Luo Xinyuan released 2 imperial beasts at the same time. The rules of the tournament have been violated. But this time, Tang Dijon didn't react too much. Instead, he said with a calm face, strictly speaking, that evil eye ghost eagle is only a spirit body, and cannot be considered an imperial beast. Summoning the undead is this imperial beast's own skill, not really a foul. At those words, Lu Wei was upset though, but there's nothing to be done about it. After all, according to Tang Dijon's explanation, it is true that Luo Xinyuan did not violate the law. For a moment, Jiang Zhuoxue's pink fists were also tightly clenched together. As much as she wanted Luo Xinyuan to help her take back the evil eye ghost eagles, undead, but do it this way, it would undoubtedly add trouble and difficulty to Luo Xinyuan. She didn't want to affect Luo Xinyuan because of her own selfishness. That's just selfish. Kong Cherry Snow originally skimmed her head to not look. After all, one imperial beast undead could imagine what would happen to a starry sky demon dragon. But soon she realized. It seemed that a gaze was watching itself. Kong Cherry Snow looked up. It was definitely Luo Xinyuan above the ring. Luo Xinyuan only made 3 gags. Jiang Sakuraxu, however, immediately read Luo Xinyuan's meaning. Leave it to me. At this moment, how could she not understand Luo Xinyuan's meaning? One time, Jiang Sakuraxu only felt her eyes heat up a little. It seemed like something was about to flow out of it. But when Luo Xinyuan saw this, she revealed a gentle smile, gesturing to Kong Cherry Snow to be calm. Immediately after, Luo Xinyuan's voice also suddenly sounded. Brother Xinyuan, I didn't expect it. Zhang Shaoling's Imperial Beast Undead was collected by me. While saying that, Luo Xinyuan also revealed a look of reminiscence. I think that when we were on the Cloud Mist Mountain, Zhang Shaoling had us cornered with a single evil eye ghost eagle. But I didn't expect that only a few months have passed, and that unrivaled evil eye ghost eagle from the beginning has become a plaything in my hands. Speaking here, Luo Xinyuan's words changed. Shall we try to see if this evil eye ghost eagle is stronger in Zhang Shaoling's hands or in mine? But before he could finish, he was directly interrupted by Luo Xinyuan. There's no need for nonsense. Just come on. Luo Xinyuan saw this, though the smile remained on his face, but the heart was extremely upset. But the whirlwind was released. The reason why he had left the undead of the evil eye ghost eagle behind. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard. With superior courage and wisdom, step by step, the Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Nyan Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himeni used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Jiayue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively empties the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he can copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sancher, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master is a soft little ancestor of the night. Chapter 466. Since you're in such a hurry, I'm coming then. Go, evil eye ghost eagle. As Luo Xinyuan's order exited, the evil eye ghost eagle then seemed like an arrow that had left the string. Without fear, he shot towards the starry sky demon dragon. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan was still guessing what exactly Luo Xinyuan would choose. If you choose to kill the undead of the evil eye ghost eagle, even if Jiang Sakuraxu wouldn't explicitly blame Luo Xinyuan, but the two are more or less estranged. For the relationship between the two, Luo Xinyuan that was envious and jealous. If this causes a rift in their relationship, that would be just perfect. On the contrary, if Luo Xinyuan had been cowering and refusing to kill the evil eye ghost eagle's undead, then, One could take the opportunity to drive the undead bone dragon and wait for a sneak attack. No matter how Luo Xinyuan chose to do it. He's all solid. Just as Luo Xinyuan was thinking so, a jaw-dropping scene took place. One could only see that in front of the evil eye ghost eagle that was charging towards the starry sky demon dragon at breakneck speed. Suddenly a crack in space split open. After the evil eye ghost eagle dove in headfirst, it disappeared. Luo Xinyuan's entire body was dumbfounded. What the is going on here? But soon, Luo Xinyuan then responded, looking across at Luo Xinyuan who had a playful face, where he could not be clear. This was 9 times out of 10 that Luo Xinyuan had done it. But what was that sudden spatial crack that had just appeared? How could Luo Xinyuan be capable of such a thing? Looking at the bewildered Luo Xinyuan, where would Luo Xinyuan tell him? This was the second special effect of strong lust space. Specialized energy bodies can be plundered. At this time, the evil eye ghost sculptor had no physical body, only a soul body. Doesn't that fall under the category of special energy? Luo Xinyuan actually saw the evil eye ghost eagle being summoned out by the undead bone dragon the instant she saw it. A thought came to his mind. That is to use the strong lust space to take back their soul body. When the time comes, we'll find a way to see if we can get a body for the evil eye ghost eagle. Although the idea is a bit shocking, but with the appearance of one demon king space after another, this also allowed Luo Xinyuan to see infinite possibilities. Even if it's temporary, there's no way to do this vision, but given enough time, he was still confident that he could do it. After doing this, the contempt and disdain in Luo Xinyuan's eyes were almost overflowing. Even more so, he couldn't help but speak up. It's just evil, and you dare to come out and show off? It seemed to be irritated by Luo Xinyuan's eyes and words. Luo Xinyuan also had no time to waste any more time with Luo Xinyuan. Undead bone dragon, finish off that draconian for me. Shadow spit. Seeing Luo Xinyuan finally press on, Luo Xinyuan also didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Just in time. Starry demon dragon. Thunder dragon shocking kick. After being instructed to do so, Thunder On surged on the starry sky demon dragon's feet. Thousand Thunder Phantom heavy body was instantly activated. For a time, under the acceleration of the Thousand Thunder illusory heavy body, the star magic dragon got an extremely scary acceleration. The moment he was about to meet Shadow Spit, the starry sky demon dragon also kicked out. The moment the two collided, two huge masses of energy, thunder and undead, enveloped it. Seeing the situation, Luo Xinyuan was overjoyed. I didn't realize that I had just made a long-range attack. Luo Xinyuan would be so stupid as to let the starry sky demon dragon pick it up with a melee move. Wasn't this equivalent to taking this undead spit move with your own body? According to this projection, even if the starry sky demon dragon didn't die, it would only be seriously injured. But just then, accidents happen again. Only undead spit that was continuously sprayed was seen. It seemed to be some kind of obstacle in the way. Surprisingly, it began to compress back, with a rumble of thunder accompanied by a sound of a rushing dragon. A thunderclap directly toppled undead spit straight back. That's not all. Even after the undead spit disappeared, that thunder on still didn't stop. Instead, they went straight for the undead bone dragon. Boom! With a loud bang, the original ghostly undead bone dragon unexpectedly did not know when, turned into a mess of broken bones, shattered all over the place, and on top of this spread of broken bones stood, it was certainly the starry sky demon dragon. Chapter 467. Just seconds? After a moment of in shock, all the spectators were disinterested. There was a chorus of boos. After all, the contrast between the before and after is just too great. When the undead bone dragon first appeared, the special effects on its body directly exploded. A mysterious and dangerous aura filled his body. The crowd had originally thought that the fight between the two dragons was bound to be brilliant. The viewing must be pulled straight through. No more than that. The fight should have come and gone. But now what? It was just a matter of releasing the undead before and having them directly taken away by Luo Xinyuan. But it's only just been exchanged. That undead bone dragon was then directly kicked into crumbs by the starry sky demon dragon. Is there such a big difference between the same dragon race? Just as Tang Yueqi and the group of family heads of the lineages had said earlier, it was true that even if they were of the same race, they were divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, against a starry sky demon dragon, whose bloodline is at least at the dragon emperor level. An undead bone dragon, sewn together from a rock-armored feather lizard, and some dragon bones. How could it be its opponent? These words, however, were not known to the audience. And because of that, that's why they reacted so well. Zhou Yansheng in the VIP seat saw the scene. There was also a helpless shake of the head. Garuda was defeated. And so was the undead bone dragon. He just couldn't figure it out. What chance does Luo Xinyuan have of flipping? Once Luo Xinyuan loses in the Battle of Champions, With Luo Yu's erratic personality, the chances of selecting Luo Xinyuan to become the heir would become extremely slim. If you can't be the heir to the Luo family, then this long laid out plan of Zhou Yanshang would be doomed to failure. Just as Zhou Yanshang had predicted, Luo Yu at this time, after seeing Luo Xinlian's overwhelming power, the balance in his heart had once again tipped in favor of Luo Xinlian. But he did have quite a headache now, for once again he pondered the old question. That was how to pull Luo Xinlian back to the Luo family. On the other hand, Wang Haoran, Yan Liang, and the others under the ring were looking at Luo Xinlian with unhappy faces, though they don't want to admit it. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan's bottom card was out, yet he was still being rubbed on the ground by Luo Xinyuan. On the contrary, the starry magic dragon that had been fighting from the opening until now, not only was he unharmed, he didn't even breathe. This had sidestepped the difference in strength between the two. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's been mounted again by this Luo Xinlian guy. This Luo Xinyuan is also too useless. The imperial beast that Luo Xian refined didn't even break its skin, and Luo Xinyuan has already collapsed 2 of them, and one of them was even kicked into broken bone crumbs. Jesus, when will someone come out? Can you kill Luo Xianlian's authority properly? Just as Wang Haoran looked up to the sky, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out. Stop pretending. Take out your crushing imperial beast straight away. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was not complacent because of her previous victory. Instead, his face was filled with gravity and vigilance. That was a bit confusing for everyone in the room. What's going on here with Luo Xinlian? The guts are too small, aren't they? That's right. It's obvious that we've already secured the victory. But we're still so vigilant. Even if Luo Xinyuan still has an imperial beast that hasn't appeared, there's no need to be like this, right? Even if Luo Xinyuan still has one more imperial beast that hasn't appeared, there's no need to be like this. It's just a unicorn heavenly horse. Indeed, back when he was fighting against Jiang Shaoling, the Luo one-horned Pegasus was then unveiled a long time ago. Although the unicorn heavenly horse was already considered an extremely high-quality imperial beast for ordinary people, but compared to the starry sky demon dragon, both were simply not the existence of one or two. Chapter 468. As Luo Xinlian's words fell, Luo Xinyuan was also stunned. Immediately, he couldn't help but applaud as well. Brother Xianlian is worthy of you. You have a very human eye for Luo Xinyuan's compliments. Luo Xinlian, however, didn't take it seriously. Instead, he continued, if I'm right, your unicorn Pegasus is also a disguise, isn't it? This statement was made. People who had previously thought Luo Xinlian was timid, it was also uncontrollably wide-eyed. Thinking carefully about that sparring match between Luo Xinyuan and Jiang Shaoling, it is indeed spooky in every way. Put it this way, could it be that Luo Xinyuan's one-horned heavenly horse was, as Luo Xinlian had said, also a disguise? So what could the imperial beast be under the disguise? One time, everyone's curiosity was also piqued. They also wanted to know if Luo Xinyuan's grand finale imperial beast could actually fight against Luo Xinlian's terrifying dragon man. Zhou Yanshang at this time, the mood was like a roller coaster ride, up and down. It was almost a little too much to handle. On the contrary, Luo Yu, the smile on his face was growing. The more undercurrents the duo showed, the better the matchup. The more prestige his Luo family gained through this competition. Even if Luo Xinlian rebelled against the Luo family, but as long as his last name is Luo, he was destined to break with the Luo family in his life. Luo Xinyuan above the ring was not surprised this time. After all, Luo Xinlian was able to guess that he still had an undercard. Combined with his duel with Jiang Shaoling, it made sense to guess the unicorn heavenly horse's disguise. Next moment, unicorn heavenly horse was also summoned by Luo Xinyuan. The moment unicorn Pegasus appeared, its originally pure and flawless white fur was also fading away. In its place was a deep and mysterious patch of pitch black fur. Not only that, the original unicorn Pegasus' unicorn horn, which symbolized purity, also fell right off. Same time, the mane above the horse's back also instantly turned into strands of burning flame. Soon, a black horse with a blazing flame behind it then appeared in front of the crowd. The moment I saw this dark horse, people are just talking in droves. What kind of imperial beast is this? How come I've never seen it before? The shape is quite similar to a flaming horse, but the dangerous aura that emanates from its body is no match for a flaming horse. Luo Xinlian was not affected by the noisy sounds around her. Instead, he habitually opened his forbidden eye to investigate. Name, Nightmare Horse. Stage of growth, Awakening 1. Racial bloodline, Nightmare bloodline. Quality, Legendary. Attributes, Undead/Fire. Talent, Soul Blaze. Talent effect, the Nightmare Horse contains a soul blaze from the depths of hell, and this flame is capable of searing the souls of its enemies. inflicting sustained psychic damage. Whenever the nightmare horse receives damage, the soul blaze will automatically counterattack, unleashing a blast of flame on the attacker while restoring a portion of the nightmare horse's life value. Skills: Hellfire Hoof. Nightmare horse's front hooves are wrapped in blazing hellfire, violently trampling on the ground, spreading flames like a wave in all directions, inflicting a range of flame damage to the enemy and a certain probability of triggering a burning effect that continuously reduces the enemy's life value. Soul Burn. The nightmare horse gazes at the enemy and shoots 2 rays of soul flame from its eyes, directly penetrating the enemy's armor and searing its soul. Enemies struck by the rays will take massive psychic damage and have a chance to fall into a state of fear or confusion. Blazing Soul Shield. Nightmare horse is surrounded by a shield of soul blazing flames that absorbs and bounces some of the physical and magical attacks from enemies, while the flames on the shield deal continuous damage to enemies in close proximity. Evolutionary route: none. Description: the nightmare horse is said to be a terrifying beast from the depths of hell, possessing the dual power of the nightmare bloodline and the blazing soul of hell. Its entire body is covered with dark scales, its eyes are like 2 burning flames, and its hooves tread on fire, each step accompanied by the roar of flames. Its appearance heralds the coming of destruction and fear, and it is a terrifying presence on the battlefield. Chapter 469. Fruity. And Luo Xinyuan guessed correctly. Underneath the skin of the unicorn heavenly horse, it turned out to be an undead imperial beast as well. Somehow, Luo Xinyuan had a premonition. The Black Coordinators Association had given Luo Xinyuan so many favors. I'm just afraid there's another plot brewing. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan saw that Luo Xinyuan, since he had already guessed Unicorn Pegasus, it's in disguise. Then he simply stopped pretending, directly letting the nightmare horse appear in front of everyone's eyes. But even if everyone doesn't know the nightmare horse in front of them, the crowd didn't feel that Luo Xinyuan had a chance of turning the tables because of this. After all, judging by the aura alone, this nightmare horse was at best similar to the undead bone dragon in front of the starry night magic dragon. It is at most a one-legged cargo. Think about it. The crowd also inevitably felt a bit tasteless. Thought things had turned around, but in the end, still an uncontested game. Luo Xinyuan didn't think, though, that Luo Xinyuan would be so idiotic as to try to turn the tables with an imperial beast that was about the same strength as the undead bone dragon. But on his lips was a tentative taunt. Luo Xinyuan, you don't think this nightmare horse would be a match for the starry sky demon dragon, do you? Luo Xinyuan sniffed. Also spoke up. I might have thought that again before the game started. I even think I can defeat you with Garuda alone. But it turns out I was wrong. So wrong. Now, naturally, I'm not stupid enough to think that the nightmare horse can defeat your starry sky demon dragon. That's why I've decided to bring out my full strength against you. Immediately after that, Luo Xinyuan's eyes micronized. Brother Xinyuan, take that. Imperial Beast Art. Undead Entanglement. In the next moment, the originally broken, undead bone dragon, keel above the ring, suddenly floating up in the air. It was directly rooted into the body of the nightmare horse. In a moment, the nightmare horse's circumference was densely covered with wounds. The lava-like blood also spewed out. If it wasn't for the ring underneath his feet, it was all constructed with special materials, only to be eroded by this magma-like blood. But soon, these injuries, it was restored to its original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, even the pitch-black fur on the nightmare horse gradually began to fall off, with the hair falling out. A diamond-shaped scale began to grow from the body of the nightmare horse. Not only that, the nightmare horse's body shape and mane were also gradually changing. Finally, above its forehead, a pair of meat bumps had grown. With a bared sound, a bunch of horns also grew from among the lumps of flesh. After the nightmare horse stopped changing, Luo Yu in the VIP seat could no longer sit still. Niso stood up. A pair of eyes looked straight at this imperial beast in front of him. At this time, Luo Yu's eyes were in the middle of his eyes, also by shock and incredulity. It faded into excitement and thrill. Out. Up here. God bless my Luo family. Xinyuan's imperial beast is actually Kieran. That's right. Luo Xinyuan used Imperial Beast Art Undead Entanglement to create an imperial beast made from the dragon bones of the undead bone dragon and the nightmare horse. It is the legendary Kieran. Although he wasn't sure what kind of unicorn was in front of him, yet he was 100% sure. This is the imperial beast that the Luo family has been pursuing for generations. Because the moment this imperial beast appeared, even the wind-whispering beast in Luo Yu's royal beast space had a feeling of submission. I've decided. It doesn't matter if Xinyuan wins or loses. He will be the sole heir of the Luo family head. This statement was made. The surrounding group of family heads all revealed a look of puzzlement. Chapter 470. After all, this is not like Luo Yu's formal style. But how could they be aware of the meaning of the two words, Shilin? For the Luo family, only, at this moment, Zhou Yansheng, who had a meaningful face, knew some inside information. The Luo family's ancestors were originally supreme beast riders who harnessed the Shilin, but he was clear. If one's family wanted to be strong and unceasing, the descendants had to be super strong, and the most direct way to do that was to pass on the Qilin bloodline. So for the sake of family continuity, and for the longevity of the family, this supreme being even opened the Hua scale pool with the unicorn's essence blood before his death. Regardless of whether Hua scale pool was a companion imperial beast master or an acquired imperial beast master, by dipping into the Hua scale pool, you will have the opportunity to transform your imperial beast into a true Qilin. But nay, the Luo family's descendants are not competitive. At first it was fine. After soaking in the Hua scale pool, they were all able to metamorphose into imperial beasts with 6 or 7 points of Qilin bloodline. But over time, by Luo Yu's generation, at most, he would have metamorphosed into the bloodline of a Qilin scion. For images, the further away from the unicorn bloodline, the further away from the unicorn bloodline. Let a unicorn appear in the Luo family. This had almost become the obsession of the Luo family's ancestors. And because of that, at that time, Luo Xinyuan, who had no talent for imperial beasts, was the only one who had lived a life in the Luo family that was worse than a dog. Although there was also the reason why Zhou Yajing and Luo Xinyuan were making trouble out of it. But in the end, it was still because Luo Yu couldn't see hope in Luo Xinyuan's body, and didn't bother with him. But what Zhou Yansheng didn't expect was, Luo Xinyuan didn't know where he got the chance. It was indeed a pleasant surprise for him. And on top of the ring was the star magic dragon. The moment he saw this imperial beast appear, it also immediately assumed a guarded stance. Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan couldn't help but be stunned, because this was the first time the starry sky demon dragon had revealed such a reaction. Immediately, Luo Xinyuan also raised her spirit to 120,000%, because he also, from it, sensed an aura of danger. Forbidden Eye activated. Name, Deadly Flame Unicorn. Stage of growth, Awakening 9. Racial bloodline, Kieran bloodline, Inferno variant. Quality, mythical. Attributes, undead/fire. Talent, death. Flame Sai. Talent effect, the deadly flame griffin is able to freely manipulate the fire of hell, and its every breath contains the power of endless flames, capable of igniting the space around it and creating a sea of fire. This flame is not only capable of searing matter, but can also directly attack the enemy's soul, inflicting unhealable damage. Skills. Deadly Flame Roar. The deadly flame griffin opens its huge mouth and lets out a deafening roar, accompanied by an intense shockwave of flames that inflicts huge amounts of flame damage on the enemies in front of it and has a certain probability of causing them to fall into a stunned state. Soul Ignition. The deadly flame griffin condenses hellfire to form a burning ball of flame that is accurately shot at the enemy. Upon hitting, the flaming ball will instantly explode, releasing intense flames and soul power, dealing huge damage to the enemy and having a certain chance to directly destroy the enemy's soul. Deadly Flame Field. The deadly flame griffin unfolds a huge flame field centered on itself. Within this field, the deadly flame griffin's power will be maximized, and the enemy's speed and attack power will be greatly weakened. At the same time, the flames within the field will continually burn the enemy, dealing continuous damage. Immortal Inflammable Soul. When the life value drops to a very low level, it will turn into a burning flame, unable to be attacked for a short period of time, while recovering some of its life value and releasing an intense wave of flames that deals damage to the surrounding enemies. Evolutionary route, none. Description, the deadly flame griffin. A mythological imperial beast that blends the power of the undead with the power of flame. It possesses the honorable bloodline of a griffin, but has been reborn in the flames of hell. Its entire body is covered with burning flame scales. Its eyes are like two never-ending flames, and its hooves tread on fire, each step accompanied by the roar of flames. Its appearance heralds the intertwining of destruction and rebirth, and is an unrivaled presence on the battlefield. Awakening Ninth Order. Luo Xinyuan also didn't expect that the Qilin in front of her was actually an awakened 9th ranked existence. I'm only afraid that I'll be able to defeat it now. Just, Starry Magic Dragon, in Primal Liberation state, and the real body awakened, Bellfinger. However, using Primal Liberation right now would undoubtedly ripple out to all those who came to watch the match. And Bellfinger, the lazy bastard. Not to mention, it was estimated that after summoning it out, Luo Xinyuan would only order the deadly flame Qilin to come directly to kill himself when he saw that Bellfinger didn't move a muscle. By that time, even if they saved their lives, they would only be judged to have lost because they had committed a foul by summoning a second imperial beast. Just as Luo Xinyuan was thinking about countermeasures, Luo Xinyuan's voice filled with arrogance suddenly rang out. Brother Xinyuan, I'm curious. Just how strong is your starry magic dragon? Also, it's my death flame griffin that's stronger. The starry sky demon dragon was already arrogant, now facing Luo Xinyuan's mockery. Mephisto's pride was also instantly activated. The momentum was also at an all-time high, but it was still a far cry from the deadly flame griffin. Just as the starry sky demon dragon was preparing to go forward to fight with one of them, but he was stopped by Luo Xinyuan. Just as the starry sky demon dragon revealed a puzzled expression, Luo Xinyuan also spoke with a hint of a smile on her face. The method of Imperial Beast Fusion? Sorry, that's a trick I happen to know. Chapter 471. As Luo Xinyuan's words fell, Luo Xinyuan's face was filled with sarcasm. He didn't believe a single word of Luo Xinyuan's words. Brother Xinyuan, since you know how to do it as well, then hurry up and cast the Fusion Imperial Beast Art. Or for my brother to learn a thing or two. Luo Xinyuan said these words to deliberately try to bring Luo Xinyuan down. To know, there are also grades of Beast Sentinel. Start from F and go to A in order, from weak to strong. And there are 3 more grades above the A grade, S, SS, and SS. However, these were all forbidden level Imperial Beast techniques. It's almost invisible. Even if someone was lucky enough to obtain a rank or higher Imperial Beast Art, I am only afraid that it will be difficult to perform. This was because a casual use of a Sentinel Beast Art like this one would consume tens of thousands of spiritual energy in the body just to get started. As the Imperial Beast technique went deeper, the spiritual energy consumed behind it would only increase exponentially. The average person can't handle it. The Imperial Beast Art Undead Entanglement was a B-ranked Imperial Beast Art that was handed over to Luo Xinyuan by that person from the Black Countermeasures Society. Although there is the drawback of irreversible after use, but the effect is still extremely strong. In the entire city of A, aside from the Imperial Beast Association who might have one, it was only Tang Yueqi as the mayor who would have one. After all, Tang Yueqi was from the Tang family, and the Imperial Beast Association is backed by the Dragon Kingdom. But a B-ranked Imperial Beast technique like this one, even the B ranks held by the Tang clan were only too few, but none of them are unspoken secrets. How could he, Luo Xinyuan, possibly learn? But just as Luo Xinyuan's words fell, Luo Xinyuan had already summoned the Plume Flame Eagle at some point. Next moment, with Luo Xinyuan's ever-changing hand seals, the air currents in the air also suddenly became furious. Only now did Luo Xinyuan realize that Luo Xinyuan didn't blow awesome awe. He's really good at it. And looking at this situation, I'm afraid that Luo Xinyuan's refined, Imperial Beast Fusion technique, is even more advanced than his own. It was only feared that it had already reached the level of an A-ranked Imperial Beast Art. Impossible. How could Luo Xinyuan know an A-ranked Imperial Beast Art? How can he control it with him? Just after saying these words, Luo Xinyuan was suddenly and violently stunned. This was because he suddenly recalled the results of Luo Xinyuan's spirit power test when he entered the Imperial Beast examination. 10. 100,000. Why did I forget? His spiritual energy value is as high as 100,000. Before Luo Xinyuan could finish being surprised, a terrifying aura then came towards him. Luo Xinyuan's eyes were also wide at the sight. Incredulously, he looked at the scene in front of him. Only in front of Luo Xinyuan's body, berserk lightning and scorching flames intertwined with each other. A dragon's roar accompanied by an eagle's cry was unceasing. A dragon and an eagle. The two figures were also intertwined in the lightning and flames, gradually turning from real to virtual, slowly blending in. Immediately afterward a slender spreading silhouette appeared in the thunder and fire vision. Slowly, it went from virtual to real. At that moment, an ancient and majestic aura swept across the entire field. Along with that, the aura appeared. The whole atmosphere became tense. Luo Xinyuan couldn't help but gulp as well. The heart also started to get more and more nervous. For a moment everyone held their breath, because at this moment, there was no one who wasn't attracted by the vision above the ring. They also wanted to see that Luo Xinyuan had made such a big commotion. Just what kind of imperial beast would be fused out? Boo! As the vision and the shadow gradually merged, there was a violent explosion. A puff of smoke lingered from the explosion, obscuring the scene above the ring as much as possible, but only for a few moments. The smoke above the ring then dissipated. When they once again looked at the scene above the ring, the room was silent. After a while, finally an audience member slowed down. It took half a day to squeeze out a sentence. That's gone? The no more in this man's mouth. Just literally. Nope. Originally, it was thought that there had just been so much commotion in visions. This Luo Xinyuan just sort of didn't fuse any super imperial beasts. It should at least be on par with Luo Xinyuan's deadly flame Qilin. But now, Luo Xinyuan's face was surprisingly empty. Not to mention the imperial beasts. Not a hair on their heads. Not good. Senior brother. This kid seems to have played off. At this moment, Zhang Dazue, who was above the seat, also whispered to Nan Yunlord by his side. Naturally, Nan Yunlord also saw this scene and also had his face drawn. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yunhan was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Nyan Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. He mainly used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xinyuan Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively empties the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he can copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sanshur, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master is a soft little ancestor of the night. Chapter 472. It was still the first time that Nan Yunlord didn't manage his expression well. Whatever happened before, he always looks like he's taking things in stride. But now Luo Xinyuan had actually played away 2 imperial beasts with extraordinary potential in front of him. How is this acceptable to him? However, very quickly, the Southern Cloud Lord returned to his normal self once again. He's very clear. He, the disciple, has suffered much though, but being a happy-go-lucky person himself, he did not let these sufferings lead to a distorted character, so it can't do anything extreme. He knew exactly what Luo Xinyuan had in mind. There's a right to be wronged. He didn't want to spread the word. Otherwise, just have the starry magic dragon turn on primal liberation. It would only take one move to level this imperial beast fighting arena. And why bother going through so much effort to compete with Luo Xinyuan far more than any imperial beast fusion technique? Now, well, the imperial beasts are finished. Ironically, the fusion failed, but fortunately, the other 2 imperial beasts that Luo Xinyuan had refined still had extraordinary potential. It's only a little difficult to win this title fight. The earth poison scorpion was quite obedient in front of it though, but the growth realm was too low, and while the talent was a bit buggy, there was no telling if that Qilin and Luo Xinyuan would have any crack at it. And the other one, Bellfinger, it's a bit of a mouthful. At this point in time, it's just a matter of taking one step at a time. After all, if there was danger, there was still himself, the master, to help cover for Luo Xinyuan, though she didn't want to expose the actual relationship between the two. But if it really jeopardized Luo Xinyuan's life, he couldn't care less. Thinking of this, the Southern Cloud Lord also looked at his eyes and nose. Sit firmly on top of the seat. Just then, above the ring was Luo Xinyuan. After a brief moment of daze, immediately, he showed a mocking expression. Brother Xin Lien, what's wrong with you? 2 imperial beasts with such strong potential were lost to you just like that. So what are you going to fight me with now? How about, Brother Xinyuan? As long as you admit you're wrong and kowtow 3 times in front of father, maybe I'll soften my heart, think of my family, and give you the title? The words came out. Luo Yu in the VIP seat also nodded in satisfaction, or heart, far from knowing anything worthy of my good son. Rather, it was Jiang Sakuraksu, Lu Wei, and Wei Xiaoxiao under the ring who were somewhat unable to sit still. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse Luo Xinyuan for being shameless. Wasn't this an obvious way to humiliate Luo Xinyuan? If Luo Xinyuan once admitted her mistake with Luo Yu, this meant that all the rumors in the outside world about the Luo family mistreating and bullying Luo Xinyuan were all rumors. Instead, Luo Xinyuan was ungrateful, unfilial to her parents, and rebelled against the Luo family. That is, it was the equivalent of making Luo Xinyuan herself deny what she had done. They're very clear. Luo Xinyuan was certain that Luo Xinyuan wouldn't bow down to him, and only then did he dare to mock him so recklessly. As for surrender, that's even less likely. In this life, even if Luo Xinyuan was considered dead, she would not admit defeat in front of Luo Xinyuan. Just then, Luo Xinyuan suddenly moved, only to see Luo Xinyuan making an international friendly gesture towards Luo Xinyuan. Hold out your own left hand, showing his middle finger towards Luo Xinyuan. Come get me. Luo Xinyuan originally wanted to kill and kill. How could he really give the title away? He just wanted to provoke Luo Xinyuan into anger and then watch him get furious. However, he did not expect that even after arriving at this kind of scene, Luo Xinyuan still did not see the slightest bit of nervousness or fear. See Heartbreaker invalid. Then there's no point in continuing to drag it out. So next, Luo Xinyuan is ready to kill. But just as Luo Xinyuan was about to make a move, suddenly for no apparent reason a weird gust of wind came up. Not only that, the originally sunny Imperial Beast fighting arena. I don't know when. It was suddenly dark. Holy, how come it's dark? I remember the weather report said no rain today. Originally this spectator just subconsciously looked up at the sky. However, it didn't occur to me that at this moment, the sky above the Imperial Beast fighting arena, it has long been covered by a large dark cloud. Boom! As a bolt of lightning streaked by, that originally dark cloud also became extraordinarily transparent in that moment. That's when it happened. This spectator saw a scene he will never forget in his life. There seemed to be a line of something running back and forth among the dark clouds. At the moment, this, countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yunhan was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Nyan Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himeni used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Huan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively empties the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he can copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sancher, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master is a soft little ancestor of the night. Chapter 473. At this point, it's not just this one audience member. There were many people who noticed that scene just now. Beneath that leaden gray sky, the clouds were thick, as if they were nature's deepest sighs. It was as if there was some unknown force that coalesced in it. A giant dragon snaked out, swimming recklessly in the clouds. There were even strands of crimson lightning wrapped around its body. A body of gorgeous scales of deep inky black. Under the flickering of the surrounding thunder and lightning, it unexpectedly glowed with a burst of greenish aura. In this moment, everyone endured out the behemoth hiding in the dark clouds almost immediately. It was a Eastern divine dragon. In this moment, not only the audience, even Tang Yueqi, who came from the Tang family and was well informed, was filled with shock. If the entire dragon race disappeared for 300 years, that as a supreme being in the dragon race, I'm afraid that only by tracing back to 10,000 years ago, we can find only a few words of its information in some old and worn-out ancient books. Tang Yueqi also noticed that this Eastern divine dragon not only had 5 claws, and it was the same as the previous Starry Sky Demon Dragon that Luo Xinyuan had somehow lost. Dorsal wings. In other words, it was at least of the Dragon Emperor bloodline. Only this dragon's wings were surprisingly not dragon wings. Rather, it's the feathers of some kind of bird or something. Not only that, on top of this pair of crimson feathered wings, there was also a ball of black flame attached. The dragon's wings unfolded, wide as night. Each swing stirred the surrounding clouds, causing them to tumble and boil. That deep, dark flame goes along with it. I'm only afraid that the sudden gust of wind earlier was the work of this pair of feathers. Think about it. Tang Yueqi's pupils suddenly shrunk. With an incredulous face, she looked toward Luo Xinyuan above the ring. Mutter, could it be? Luo Xinyuan, who was above the ring at the moment, also saw this scene. The shock in his heart was also beyond words. This Eastern divine dragon that only exists in ancient legends. How did it suddenly appear out of nowhere? Think about it. A bad feeling suddenly rose in Luo Xinyuan's heart. He didn't want to go deeper, and don't dare to look deeper. Something called fear was spreading in his heart. At that moment, Luo Xinyuan could no longer care less. Hurriedly, he commanded to the deadly flame griffin, attack Luo Xinyuan with all your might. Straight to death. Deadly flame roar. In the next moment, a scorching hot spit erupted from the mouth of the deadly flame Qilin. It went straight to Luo Xinyuan's face. The audience that was originally still attracted by the Oriental dragon in the air. At this moment, the sizzling aura was also suddenly felt. One by one, they resurfaced their eyes to the top of the ring. Seeing this, an audience member also spoke up with some indignation. I said, this Luo Xinyuan doesn't speak of martial virtues. How dare he engage in a sneak attack? But immediately afterward, another member of the audience also spoke up. Though Luo Xinyuan's eating is a bit ugly, but a soldier is never deceitful. And if it's really a fight to the death, who's going to talk to you about morality? What's more, the two have been feuding for a long time. Luo Xinyuan has no imperial beasts in front of her to protect her again. I'm afraid that this time, all around, people understood what this spectator meant, but there was nothing to be done about it. At this moment, anyone could see that Luo Xinyuan was preparing to strike with a deadly hand. Jiang Sakuraksu, Lu Wei, and Wei Xiaoxiao were shocked. More than that, he was ready to charge right into the ring. Blocked this time for Luo Xinyuan, who was defenseless at this time. Even if you lose this game, it's better than not being alive. But nay, it was blocked by Tang Dizhon's formation barrier. Couldn't budge an inch. Seeing that the deadly flame roar was getting closer and closer to Luo Xinyuan, the smile on Luo Xinyuan's face also grew stronger. He didn't care if the premonition in his mind was right or wrong. All he knew was that there wasn't a single imperial beast in front of Luo Xinyuan's body right now. Then this is his chance. Chapter 474. As long as Luo Xinyuan is dead now, and it's all over. But reality is always more cruel than the ideal. The next moment, from within the dark clouds, a crimson thunderbolt opened up. It met the deadly flame griffin's deadly flame roar head on. The moment the two collided with each other, the death flame roar, which was originally mixed with hellish death aura, was instantly purified by the crimson lightning. It was as if that lightning contained something that naturally restrained this deathly aura. But even so, that terrifying red thunderbolt remained powerful. flying in the direction of Luo Xinyuan and the deadly flame Qilin. Luo Xinyuan saw that the attack of the awakened 9th ranked, deadly flame Qilin, was so easily neutralized. Immediately, his eyes also widened, but he didn't freeze in place. Instead, he let the deadly flame griffin carry himself to quickly escape. After all, how could he dodge the attack with just his speed as a human? It was only feared that before he could run 2 steps, he would be caught in the aftermath of the lightning. After bringing Luo Xinyuan to a relatively safe place, the deadly flame Qilin was also instantly in combat mode. He looked up at the dark cloud in the middle of the sky. It seemed to have sensed the gaze from below. A huge dragon head was also suddenly sticking out of the thick dark clouds. A pair of dragon eyes is extremely deep and 2 cold rays of light came through, even though they were far apart. It also had a clear view of the tiny ring below. Looking at the tiny deadly flame griffin in the ring, this Eastern divine dragon was actually filled with disdain and arrogance within its eyes. It was as if the two were not even on the same level of life. That condescending demeanor, as if to say, "You're as small as an ant in my eyes." With a low and long roar, the dragon began to scurry and wander through the dark cloud layers, its movements both swift and graceful, as if it was performing a dance that belonged only to the sky, only to see that Eastern divine dragon suddenly make a dive and drill out of the clouds. A pair of crimson feathered wings constantly vibrated up and down in a regular manner, driving the surrounding air to form a strong vortex. After tracing a graceful arc, the head was thrust into the ring. In an instant, he came to Luo Xinyuan's side. Because the body is so stretched and slender, the dragon of the east can only hover in the heart of Lohan, directly in front of them in the middle of the sky. Until this moment, even the dumbest person can see that this Eastern divine dragon was actually Luo Xinyuan's imperial beast. Or perhaps it was after Luo Xinyuan had performed the imperial beast fusion technique earlier, a fusion of starry magic dragon and plume flame eagle. After getting back on top of the ring, this Eastern divine dragon looked sideways at Luo Xinyuan. It was as if the heart was in the right place. Luo Xinyuan also happened to meet the divine dragon's gaze. 4 eyes. In confirmed eyes. Knowing that it's still the same arrogant dragon queen, Luo Xinyuan also revealed a hint of a smile. True enough, the plume flame eagle still can't compete with you. The consciousness of this fusion body still relies on you to dominate. Starry demon dragon. Or maybe I should call you at the moment the heavenly frightening pale inferno dragon. But what made Luo Xinyuan a bit puzzled was the body of the starry magic dragon was originally a Western dragon, but after fusing with the plume flame eagle, why did it turn into an Oriental dragon? Moreover, the original pitch black scales of the starry sky demon dragon, why did it reveal pieces of green aura? And because of that, Luo Xinyuan suddenly remembered a phrase, "Pure away the sins and return me to my true self." It was the very words recorded on the fragment of the dragon cauldron of the 9 states. Previously, although Luo Xinyuan knew that the dragon cauldron of the 9 states was related to the starry sky demon dragon, but the system mission didn't explicitly say anything but rather a series of question marks. Until now, after Luo Xinyuan saw the fusion of the starry sky demon dragon and the plume flame eagle, and then tie it all together, it was then that he seemed to understand something. That is to say, the usual appearance of the star dragon, even the appearance of the Western dragon after its original liberation, is not its true form. It took the form of an evil Western dragon because of the sin of arrogance. The dragon of the East is what it is now. Chapter 475. Back when the sky-surprising pale inferno dragon appeared, Luo Xinyuan then used the forbidden eye to look over its information. I had wanted to find out some clues through the attribute panel of the sky-surprising pale inferno dragon, but what Luo Xinyuan didn't expect was the forbidden eyes that had always been omnipresent surprisingly had nothing but the name of the heavenly frightening pale inferno dragon, as well as the realm of the awakening second stage. Other than that, neither skills, talents, nor descriptions could be probed, and there were just a bunch of question marks. However, according to Luo Xinyuan's guess, it should be after the fusion of the starry magic dragon and the plume flame eagle. The plume flame eagle, S9%, southern brightness flame, took effect. This was because the Nanmingli fire already had the property of purification, temporarily purified away some of the sins of the starry demon dragon. Plus there was some sort of unknown reaction with the vermilion bird bloodline. This was what caused the starry demon dragon to reform into the appearance of the Eastern divine dragon. I also don't know if the plume flame eagle, if it really evolves into a vermilion bird, will be able to completely purify the sin of pride from the starry sky demon dragon. But that's all an afterthought. The top priority now was to fix Luo Xinyuan. Surprisingly, you really succeeded. Your fusion technique actually created an Eastern divine dragon. How is this possible? At this moment, Luo Xinyuan had long since lost his previous calmness. With a twisted face, He looked at Luo Xinyuan. He's not convinced. 10,000 times over. Luo Xinyuan clearly started out as a mere waste that couldn't contract a royal beast. Why all of a sudden? Not only did he successively obtain imperial beasts that ordinary people could not contract even in their entire lives, now it's even more so that he's made an Eastern divine dragon. God, you're so biased. This was the truest thought in Luo Xinyuan's heart. Looking at the somewhat hysterical Luo Xinyuan, Luo Xinyuan didn't fluctuate much. It was just said faintly, Luo Xinyuan, it's time for us to come to an end. And Luo Xinyuan, after hearing these words from Luo Xinyuan, it was as if they were stimulated by something. Surprisingly, he became less fearful than before. Instead, he said in an extremely hard-hitting manner, Luo Xinyuan, don't think I'm really afraid of you. Dragons and unicorns, they were both originally the same level of species. I just don't believe it. You can really outwit me. Facing the suddenly hardened Luo Xinyuan, Luo Xinyuan also felt a little surprised. However, the whirlwind was amused by his comment. Put, will you stop teasing me? With that unicorn you've cobbled together, it's worthy of being compared to the heavenly amazing Song Yen dragon? I don't know if it's a coincidence. The sky surprising pale inferno dragon, hovering in the air, surprisingly skimmed its mouth. There was a cut sound. Combine that with the arrogance on its face. It was as if he was looking down on the deadly flame Qilin. This infuriated the deadly flame Qilin to no end. It made a mooing sound at the sky surprising pale inferno dragon. But even so, the sky surprising pale inferno dragon still looked as if it was looking at the Qilin with its nostrils, looking at the two men above the ring who were going toe-to-toe. At this moment, Luo Yu was both delighted and alarmed. These two sons are just brilliant. Only by casually possessing any of them, the rise of his Luo family would be almost a nail in the coffin. If the two were to sit in the Luo family at the same time, he couldn't believe what heights the Luo family would rise to in the future. At that time, I'm afraid even the Tang family would have to be polite to the Luo family, right? However, looking at the way the two of them look right now, I'm only afraid that they won't give up until they fight to the death. At this moment, Luo Yu only wanted to terminate this duel, but he knew that it was beyond his power to stop it from getting this far. Only the top of the ring was visible. The two sides were touch and go. Facing the sky surprising pale inferno dragon's expression that was filled with arrogance, the deadly flame unicorn couldn't hold back any longer. Only the deadly flame Qilin suddenly had wisps of purple-black flames rising from around its body. Chapter 476. Spreading in all directions with itself as the center. In an instant, a field of flames formed by the purple-black hellflame was formed. It was the deadly flame field. Within this field, the power of the dead flame griffin will be extremely enhanced, and the enemy's speed and attack power will be greatly weakened, while the flames within the field will continuously sear the enemy, causing continuous damage. Luo Xinyuan, who possessed the forbidden eye, naturally saw the doorway at a glance. However, he wasn't worried at all, though he wasn't sure what skills aka talents the sky surprising pale inferno dragon had, but he was very comfortable with the consciousness of the starry magic dragon, so he didn't bother to command anything. He just stood back and channeled spiritual energy for it. However, maintaining the fusion state of the sky surprising pale inferno dragon was indeed consuming. The shot of red lightning that counteracted the deadly flame roar earlier, although it was incredibly powerful, taking it for a moment was draining quite a bit of spiritual energy from his body. That's why he had to make it quick. Otherwise he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. The sky surprising pale inferno dragon seemed to have read Luo Xinyuan's thoughts. At that moment, he also glanced at the deadly flame field that had enveloped him. There was also a hint of a sneer on his face that was extremely human. Immediately, a pair of fiery red feathers suddenly vibrated. Just a wave of heat with Nanmingli fire swept out in all directions. In an instant, the pitch-black hellish flames were purified clean, and the deadly flame Qilin was also hit by the southern brightness flame from this strike. It was directly lifted off a long way. Blood was still spurting wildly from his mouth. Even the surrounding formation barrier used to separate the ring from the audience was damaged by cracks. As the referee, Tang Duanzhong, his old eyes immediately glared as if they were bronze bells. With an unbelievable face, he looked at the break in the formation. He was genuinely surprised. Luo Xinyuan, this brat, was actually able to damage his formation with brute force. But surprise is surprise. But the hands were not idle at all, frantically making seals, repairing, reinforcing, and strengthening the formation barrier. As for Luo Xinyuan, despite having the deadly flame Qilin in front of him, the powerful aftershocks had already reached him. Luo Xinyuan was thus nearly lifted off the ground in the same way as the deadly flame Qilin. Still fell on his ass though. A few teeth were knocked out. The surrounding audience would have been far from satisfied with Luo Xinyuan. The impression is not very good. Now that they saw Luo Xinyuan's wretched appearance again, they couldn't help but let out bursts of laughter. But Luo Xinyuan was already psychologically twisted. Now how could one stand to be ridiculed in front of so many people in public? An unprecedented anger was also born. One got up from the floor. At the moment he removed all pretense. With a face of resentment and indignation, he pointed at Luo Xinyuan and cursed. Luo Xinyuan, you unwanted bastard. You're just doing this on purpose to embarrass me, aren't you? I'm not going to die with you today. But the tit-for-tat that Luo Xinyuan expected did not appear. Only Luo Xinyuan kept rubbing her chin with her fingers while doing so, while looking at himself with a critical eye. An inexplicable passage was uttered. Ouch! How did this young man go bald? It seems to be a questionable lifestyle. No moderation. Luo Xinyuan had originally been a bit unresponsive, but as a breeze cut through, he suddenly felt a spot on the top of his head that was extraordinarily cool. At that moment, he also snapped back to his senses. Reaching up, he touched the top of his head, and where it entered, there was a bare scalp. As for the hat on his head, it had long since flown to the corner of the ring with the slap that sky-surprising pale inferno dragon had just given him. If anything, just now Luo Xinyuan fell dog. The surrounding audience just faintly jeered. And now, it was laughing madly at Luo Xinyuan with reckless abandon. Ha ha, laughing my ass off. I told you how Luo Xinyuan has been wearing a hat since the beginning of the match. So he's a bald guy. Chapter 477. The intense sense of humiliation and the bursts of sneers coming from all around. It brought a strong sense of humiliation to Luo Xinyuan. The hatred in his heart for the strange imperial beast that had inexplicably appeared in his room that night had grown a few more points. At the same time, he also put the blame on Luo Xinyuan, who had lifted his hat off the ground. Immediately, he also covered his head and hurriedly ran to the side of the deadly flame Kieran, who had already fallen to the ground injured. A kick was delivered to its body. Dead yet? Get up if you're not dead. When deadly flame Kieran saw Luo Xinyuan's anger, he also braced himself and slowly climbed up. At this point, Luo Xinyuan had obviously become a bit furious, totally unaware of the contemptuous eyes of the surrounding audience. Lu Wei, who was off stage, also teased. It seems that Luo Xinyuan has lost his square. Not far from defeat, Jiang Sakura Shui, who was on the side, also looked at the top of the ring with a relieved look on her face. Brother, I'll avenge the death of the evil eye ghost sculptor and your defeat with severe injuries soon. As for Su Jinshi on the other end, the more she looked at Luo Xinyuan at this moment, the more disgusting it became, especially when it was standing in her field of vision at the same time as Luo Xinyuan. The gap between the two is also particularly pronounced. As for Zhou Yanshang, who was in the VIP seat, his eyes were currently staring at the top of the ring without blinking, though still expressionless, but in his heart, he had long hated to chop Luo Xinyuan. Originally, Luo Xinyuan had already secured the victory, but he didn't expect that this Luo Xinyuan would also know the Imperial Beast Fusion technique. I can't believe I got a Eastern Divine Dragon out of it. Although Luo Yu had clearly stated that he wanted Luo Xinyuan to be the heir, but God knows if Luo Yu will change his mind. After all, Luo Yu doesn't have much credibility with him. However, when he saw that the deadly flame Kieran above the ring was back on its feet, it's also quite reassuring. As long as it's still standing, there's still a chance. And Luo Xinyuan above the ring, looking at the deadly flame griffin, who had climbed back up again, he also nodded in satisfaction. Covering his head, he spoke, "Immortal Inferno Soul." The next moment the deadly flame Kieran's mouth was continuously sprouting out one dead soul after another. These undead souls were constantly hovering around the dead flame griffin's circumference. They were invariably the dead souls of various imperial and spirit beasts. Watching more and more dead souls, the brows of the surrounding audience couldn't help but furrow. I didn't realize that this deadly flame unicorn was harboring such a large number of dead souls within its body. Obviously, if a mass slaughter hadn't taken place, it's simply impossible to collect so many dead souls. It also made the viewers who were already disgusted with Luo Xinyuan look at him even more. If before, everyone was still just loathing and hating Luo Xinyuan, then the next scene, that is what makes the crowd angry. Only to see those undead souls hovering around the deadly flame griffin suddenly begin to spontaneously combust one by one. Immediately, it transformed into a channel of soul power, nourishing the injuries on the death flame Kieran's body. The surrounding audience knew it though. Luo Xinyuan did not violate the rules. All operations were within the rules. But everyone is exceptionally disgusted by this kind of decimation. These imperial beasts and spirit beasts are all dead. Luo Xinyuan had gone so far as to not even spare their dead souls. What's the difference between that and flogging? See this scene. Jiang Sakura Shui, who was under the ring, couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, The dead soul of the evil-eyed ghost sculpture was recaptured by Xinyuan. Otherwise, I'm afraid the evil-eyed ghost sculptor won't be able to escape the fate of his soul after all. Soon, the deadly flame Qilin's injuries were back as good as new. With such a terrifying healing ability, even Luo Xinyuan smacked her lips when she looked at it. The real unicorn. Although his blood is low, he's still got some skills. It's just that it's not very honorable. It seemed to have read Luo Xinyuan's contemptuous look. Luo Xinyuan said with a disdainful face, "Those who accomplish great things do not hold back the small things. Man is originally the spirit of all things, and all things in heaven and earth can be claimed. And why are you pretending to be so high and mighty?" Luo Xinyuan was non-committal. Maybe, but I don't care what you ask for. Chapter 478. I'm going to finish you all today. As Luo Xinyuan's words fell, the sky-surprising pale inferno dragon violently opened its mouth. A metaphysical black flame interspersed with red lightning awnings was spewed out at the deadly flame griffin. The deadly flame unicorn had just learned a lesson. How could it still dare to take it hard? Immediately, they also used the undead that hadn't been used up as a shield. However, the attack of the heavenly frightening pale inferno dragon was not something that could be blocked by just a few undead souls. Merely touching the arcane black flames interspersed with red thunder awns, those undead then instantly annihilated. However, this was earned by the deadly flame griffin as time to dodge. Although it was only a mere fraction of a second, it was also a close call for the deadly flame unicorn, almost flashing past the edge of this flame. Luo Xinyuan was far from clear. The difference between the two sides is just too great. The deadly flame Qilin was simply no match for the heavenly surprise pale inferno dragon. If we continue like this, we will surely lose. But soon, and he made a new discovery. That was Luo Xinyuan, the one behind the sky surprising Song Yen dragon. Although at this moment, Luo Xinyuan was still trying her best to maintain a calm appearance, but his whitened lips had betrayed him. Luo Xinyuan was overjoyed. This was clearly a sign that the spirit power was about to run out. Just hold on to yourself. There was no need to confront this sky-surprising pale inferno dragon head-on to gain the final victory. Think about it. The humiliation, unwillingness, and ridicule he had previously received were all swept away. Some are, well, endless fantasies in their heads. At this time, Luo Xinyuan had already calmed down again. He had even begun to imagine how he should do it when Luo Xinyuan's strength was exhausted. But what Luo Xinyuan didn't expect was, Luo Xinyuan was about to run out of spiritual energy. He wasn't the only one who saw it. The sky-surprising Song Yen dragon, which was connected to Luo Xinyuan's heart and soul, also discovered this situation. Then a scene that made Luo Xinyuan's jaw drop appeared, only to see the heavenly surprising pale inferno dragon suddenly stop its skill output on the deadly flame Qilin. The deadly flame Qilin was also a bit out of breath due to the successive attacks from the heavenly frightening pale inferno dragon. Luo Xinyuan was originally a bit excited when he saw this scene, thinking that it was Luo Xinyuan's spiritual energy that was no longer enough to supply the heavenly surprising pale inferno dragon to perform the skill. But unexpectedly, the next one, a thick dragon's tail was it was thrown in the face of the dead flame griffin. It directly whipped the dead flame Qilin over to the ground. Lessons learned from earlier. This time, the sky-surprising pale inferno dragon didn't give the deadly flame Qilin another chance to catch its breath. See, dead flame griffin fall to the ground. It immediately charged. Stretching out his two dragon claws, he either grabbed, scratched, punched, or hammered, greeting towards the dead flame griffin's head. Of course, sometimes when you get tired of fighting, you change the pattern. For example, taking the head of the dead flame griffin, which was already half dead from the beating, and lifting it up before slamming it into the ground. Of course the dragon's tail behind him wasn't idle either, still continuing to whip the death flame Qilin's body. It was a sight to behold as the surrounding audience froze, looking at the deadly flame Qilin that was being rubbed on the ground by the heavenly surprising pale inferno dragon. Lu Wei, who has been watching the game, also burst out in foul language. Asterisk. I thought this dragon was a long-range output type, mage, but now it seems that this is not a mage. It's simply a violent warrior. After the crowd briefly froze, it seemed that because of Luo Xinyuan's previous behavior, the spectators around them now were seeing the sky-surprising pale inferno dragon violently beating the deadly flame Qilin. Surprisingly, none of them were clapping. There are even some who are even shouting. The crowd suddenly felt nothing but relief in their hearts. Luo Xinyuan saw that things were not good. Immediately, he was ready to open his mouth and shout surrender. But Luo Xinyuan wouldn't let him have his way. Before Luo Xinyuan could say anything, suddenly, he felt as if his head was being pinched by something. When he squinted his eyes, Herculeanly realized that the pinching of his head, it was clearly the dragon claw of the sky-surprising pale inferno dragon. as well as the dead flame griffin that was lying dying not far away. Immediately after, Luo Xinyuan's ears suddenly resounded with Luo Xinlian's voice that sounded like a demon's whisper. Hey, don't yell surrender. Otherwise the sky surprising Song Yen dragon will the instant you shout the word, vote, will crush your head. Chapter 479. Looking at Luo Xinyuan above the ring who was having his head pinched by the sky surprising Song Yen dragon, Zhou Yanshang was inwardly anxious though, but he didn't dare to show it too obviously. If once the end is found, perceived his true relationship with Luo Xinyuan, it was bound to cause full retaliation from the Luo family. By then, the Zhou family would be in jeopardy. Not only him, even Luo Yu was also a bit restless. Granted the game has come down to this, the victory is clear. But looking like this, it seemed as if Luo Xinyuan did not intend to leave it at that. Associated with what Luo Xinyuan had done to Luo Xinlian before, Luo Xinyuan must be hard to escape death. And before she died, Luo Xinlian would surely vent all the pent-up resentment in her heart over the years. Luo Xinyuan's fate was naturally self-evident. What nagged him though was this. Even if Luo Xinlian was excellent and outstanding, he was never willing to return to the Luo family. Moreover, Luo Xinyuan's imperial beast was an actual Shilin. This has been the Luo family's quest for centuries. Comparing the two, Luo Yu actually wanted Luo Xinyuan to survive more. If Luo Xinyuan was given another chance to enter the Hualin pool, this deadly flame Shilin bloodline of his would definitely be greatly enhanced. At that time, it might not be inferior to Luo Xinliang, but even so, there was nothing he could do about it now. With Tang Duanzhong, a master of formations, guarding the side, he wasn't capable of going over and forcibly rescuing people. Even if he had the ability, he wouldn't dare offend the Tang family. Above the ring, Luo Xinyuan couldn't stop shivering at this point. Talking has become a bit of a chore. Heart refining. Brother, let's talk. Don't kill me. Luo Xinlian laughed coldly when she saw this. He didn't pay any attention to Luo Xinyuan's pleas for mercy. Instead, he snapped his fingers towards the Sky Surprise Pale Inferno Dragon. The Sky Surprising Pale Inferno Dragon immediately showed an expression of understanding for a second. Immediately, Luo Xinyuan was pressed to the ground. Because he was being pressed by the dragon's claws, Luo Xinyuan couldn't move a single bit at all. Seeing the situation, Luo Xinlian just looked down on Luo Xinyuan from above. Immediately after that, he raised his foot and directly stomped on Luo Xinyuan's head. You know, Luo Xinlian's kick didn't even have the slightest bit of retention. Power. Under the stimulation of the intense pain, Luo Xinyuan let out a gurgling scream at Luo Xinlian's feet. But Luo Xinlian was not the least bit compassionate. Instead, there was a sense of lifting the clouds and seeing the moon. He had, in fact, had many chances to directly kill Luo Xinyuan before, but he did neither. For this moment, in front of a large crowd, the heir to the Luo family, who had been carefully cultivated since childhood, was stepped on directly under his feet. It was as if the 3 years of humiliation in the Luo family had finally been released at this moment. This made Luo Xinlian's mood incomparably soothing. Only Luo Xinlian's head turned, looking directly at Luo Yu in the VIP seat. With a sneer on his face, he opened his mouth. This is the heir that the Luo family has poured all their resources into cultivating? Now, to be beaten by me, at first, waste of your mouths, and being trampled under my feet without the slightest ability to resist. The Luo family. Nothing more than that. Although Luo Xinyuan was just a few words, but then add in some of the rumors from earlier in A. It wasn't hard for the surrounding audience to see just how stifled Luo Xinlian had been in the Luo family in the past. It's what drives a teenager, who once longed for loved ones and affection. Into this, there was a lot of talk. An imperial beastmaster who has been carefully cultivated by his family can't even defeat a heavenly avalanche opening Luo Xinyuan. To say that would simply make people laugh their asses off. I'd say this Luo family is more or less seriously ill. Don't want their own son. Have to go and favor their adopted son. Now it's fun. I also think so. I've heard that these so-called big families don't value the bloodline connection between their loved ones as much as the royal beast talent and the royal beast bloodline. I'm sure that Luo Xinlian must have looked at Luo Xinlian's poor talent in the first place, and that's why they went to mistreat and bully him. But I didn't expect that Luo Xinlian would have fought such a beautiful turnaround battle. It's like raising an eyebrow. If you ask me, I don't think this Luo family can teach any good birds. Luckily, Luo Xinyuan didn't grow up in the Luo family. Otherwise, I'm afraid that she would have turned into the same demeanor as Luo Xinyuan. These voices naturally reached Luo Yu's ears. For a while, Luo Yu's face became extremely ugly, but before he could snap, Luo Yu saw Luo Xinliang's unhurriedly take out an iron rod from inside the imperial beast space. What Luo Xinyuan wants to refine at this time is naturally self-evident. Immediately, He also screamed that it was not good. There was also no time to pay attention to the spectators who were talking about the Luo family. Hastily standing up, he opened his mouth towards Luo Xinyuan above the ring. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. He mainly used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively empties the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he can copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jianmo was forced to marry for the old man Lusan Master, whom she had never met, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 480. As long as you return to the Luo family, the position of family head heir will definitely be yours. And why do you need Xin Yuan's life? Luo Xinyuan smiled disdainfully at his words. Heirs? Bah! I don't even want the Luo family's dogs. You can give it to whomever you like. However, if you want Luo Xinyuan to be the heir, it looks like that won't be possible either, because later on I'll beat him to death alive. I see that family master Luo still needs to find a new heir, or, perhaps, adopt another child. Only, this time remember to remind him, don't ever come to mess with me. Luo Yu was also completely stunned by Luo Xinlian's words. He had originally been under the impression that Luo Xinlian was just messing with his temper, angry at his own indifference and inaction towards him. I didn't realize that he had already built up such a deep grudge against the Luo family. Zhou Yanshang, who was on the side, saw that Luo Yu didn't squeak anymore. After cursing the waste, also stood up with a slap on the table, roaring angrily at Luo Xinlian above the ring. Harpies, how dare you threaten to commit murder in public? I think you don't give a damn about the Lord Mayor. Luo Xinlian saw this and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his gaze to Tang Yueqi, who was on top of the main seat. Where was Tang Yueqi not clear about Zhou Yanshang's small mind? It was nothing more than seeing that the situation wasn't right, and holding himself out, wanting him to save Luo Xinyuan for them. But Zhou Yanshang didn't even think about it. Tang Yueqi didn't like being used as a gun. Plus Luo Xinlian had helped her. Want her to step in? Dreaming. Tang Yueqi's joyful behavior was not in her color, which made Zhou Yansheng unable to see what she was thinking at all. The other spectators were also speculating whether the Lord Mayor would sell the Luo and Zhou families this face. That was until Tang Yueqi looked at the expectant Zhou Yansheng. Slowly, the Imperial Beast competition. Life or death. each according to their abilities. As long as Luo Xinyuan hasn't cried out for surrender, even I can't make a move. Zhou Yanshang reacted and was also extremely fast. Although not being able to lasso Tang Yueqi left him with the feeling of being splashed with cold water. However, he immediately understood what Tang Yueqi meant. Immediately winked at Luo Xinyuan in the ring. Luo Xinyuan immediately understood. Uncle was asking himself, while Luo Xinlian wasn't paying attention, to hurry up and shout surrender. Right now is a good opportunity. It's not just Roxanne. Lian looked in the direction of the main seat. Even this dragon, who had been holding himself down, had his attention drawn. As long as you take advantage of this moment to call out surrender, then the game will be declared over. The organizers then step in. Airing him out, Luo Xinyuan wouldn't dare to kill himself after the match. But just as Luo Xinyuan grasped the time and prepared to speak, with a whirring cracking sound, the iron bar in Luo Xinlian's hand smashed hard on Luo Xinyuan's mouth. For a while, broken teeth were flying. The lower half of Luo Xinyuan's face below her nose swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood couldn't stop flowing either. Because of the swelling of the face, Luo Xinyuan couldn't spit out a clear word at all. All it could do was make whimpering noises and wriggle on the ground. But it was because the dragon's claws were still pressed on his body. This also led to him not being able to break free at all. Seeing the situation, Luo Xinlian also laughed coldly. Do you know why I put an iron rod in the sentinel space instead of a knife or any other weapon? This is entirely because of Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu was the only elder who treated me like a human being in the 3 years I was in the Luo family. Such a kind man was killed alive by you? Although, I don't know why you killed Mrs. Lu and dumped her in the wilderness. But none of that matters. I won't let you die so painfully. I'll also make you experience the same pain as Lu Ma before you die. Listening to Luo Xinlian's account, Luo Xinyuan's eyes widened. It's been making a whimpering sound. But Luo Xinlian didn't hear a single word. The reason why Luo Xian talked so much nonsense to Luo Xinyuan, it was actually deliberately messing with Luo Xinyuan's mind. A person's heart can be filled with all sorts of resentment, panic and fear of death after learning the date of death. This mindset is most torturous. He just wanted Luo Xinyuan to die in agony under the double torture of his mind and body. Kill and kill I will. Chapter 481. Since the Lord Mayor has said so, Brother Xinyuan, then you should quickly admit defeat. As long as you open your mouth and admit defeat, I will not beat you to death. Oh. Looking above the ring, the smug Luo Xinyuan, Zhou Yanshang was so angry that his pressure roots itched, but there was nothing to be done. He truly hadn't expected that Luo Xinlian would strike so viciously. A stick directly hit Luo Xinyuan's mouth, cut off his chance to open his mouth. Looking at Luo Xinyuan, who was constantly struggling under the dragon's claws, Luo Xinlian also felt that it was almost time. Immediately, he also broke Luo Xinyuan's arms and legs first after. Only then did the sky-surprising pale inferno dragon let go of its claws. Immediately after that, Luo Xinlian began her revenge. Stick after stick was struck towards Luo Xinyuan's body. Every time Luo Xinlian laid his hands on him, apart from the whirring sound of wielding the iron rod, there was also the muffled sound of a hard object striking on top of flesh and blood, and the sound of bones breaking, and Luo Xinyuan could only keep struggling and squirming on the ground. There was fear and pleading in his eyes, but Luo Xinlian acted as if she didn't see it, still swinging the iron rod frantically. Over time, Zhou Yanshang, who was in the VIP seat, looked at it with his eyes wide open, but there was nothing to be done. He secretly kept Luo Xinyuan in his heart. One day, he would definitely return the pain that Luo Xinyuan felt today tenfold and 100-fold to Luo Xinlian. And although Luo Yu couldn't bear it, he was ultimately powerless. At this time, Luo Xinyuan's consciousness gradually began to blur. Seeing the situation, Luo Xinlian also stopped her hand movements. This also allowed Luo Yu and Zhou Yanshang to see a glimmer of life, but it didn't work out. Luo Xinyuan was the one who slowly spoke. Going to faint? If that happens, it's not going to be fun. In that case, I'll send you down to make amends to Lu Ma. The words are gone. Luo Xinlian aimed at Luo Xinyuan's head before raising the iron rod high in the air, was about to smash it down. A voice suddenly rang out. Stop! At those words, Luo Xinlian lowered her raised arm. Turning his head, he looked at a figure suddenly appearing outside the ring. Luo Xinlian turned her head to look. Spinning around, he revealed a sneer. Zhou Yajing? I didn't expect you to come too. It's been a long time. Is this coming over to see your precious adopted son one last time? Regarding Luo Xinlian's ridicule, Zhou Yajing didn't care. Instead, he spoke faintly. Luo Xinlian, do you intend to return the favor? Hearing the words revenge, Luo Xinlian smiled. No kidding? Envy? The 6 daughters of the Luo family have bullied and humiliated me, and I'll leave it at that. For 3 years in the Luo family, I slept in a damp, leaky basement, ate scraps of food. And even the dogs the Luo family kept had better food than me. So much for the food, let alone the clothes. Not to mention quilts in the winter. I don't even have a decent shirt. I've been living in the Luo family for 3 years. The money spent on me was just over $3,000. And I paid it off long before I left the Luo family. Instead, Luo Xinyuan has 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of pocket money in his pocket every day. Tell me, what favor has the Luo family done to me? This statement was a stone's throw away. Everyone in the room was in a bit of disbelief. Originally, I thought the rumors were exaggerated enough. I didn't expect Luo Xinyuan's life in the Luo family to be even more exaggerated. I can't believe it's all come to this. This is not the way even an ordinary family would treat their children. It was reasonable to say that this Luo family was so big that raising a child was no big deal at all. Why would you treat Luo Xinyuan like that? This Luo Xinyuan is also too miserable. I originally thought that Luo Xinyuan was just being ostracized in some way. But I didn't expect that this Luo family didn't treat him as a human being at all. I'll go. This Luo Xinyuan can't be not her own child, right? Who in their right mind would treat their child this way? Chapter 482. How is this possible? I've heard that when Luo Xinyuan was picked up by the Luo family from the orphanage, he brought his and Luo Yu's paternity test with him. So how could it be false? So Luo Yu doesn't care? Who knows? It's probably because he saw that Luo Xinyuan didn't show his talent for imperial beasts at that time and thought that he was a waste of space. So he didn't bother to pay attention to Luo Xinyuan's death or life. Ha! Do people like them deserve to be parents? At this moment, Luo Yu was on pins and needles. I'm about to stub my toe on 3 rooms in a hall. After all, this kind of family matter is openly discussed in public. The face is more or less untenable. Regarding this question of Luo Xinyuan's refining encounters, it was only feared that everyone present would never figure it out in their entire lives. Only Zhou Yajing knew it in her heart. Luo Xinyuan was not his child at all. Instead, it's the bastard child of Luo Yu and that. It's natural to treat the feral seed with no politeness, although she had originally married into the Luo family with a purpose, but neither will they allow their husbands to betray them. At this moment, looking at Luo Xinyuan, who was no longer in human form above the ring, Zhou Yajing's heart was filled with hatred, as Luo Xinyuan's own aunt, and Luo Xinyuan had grown up by her side, single-handedly. Her feelings for Luo Xinyuan were no worse than a mother and son. However, she knew that her relationship with Luo Xinyuan could not be exposed yet, or it's all over. At that moment, he also held back the anger in his heart. Slowly, he spoke. I didn't say it was the Luo family. Actually, I've been looking for Xinyuan's real parents for a long time. I've finally found out something lately. Though who his father is, I'm not sure yet. But her mother, you know, it's none other than the director of your orphanage, Chanwan Ru. One thing leads to another. Zhou Yajing's words were like a stone's throw. The whole room was in an uproar. No way. So doggone it? If what she said is true, then is Luo Xinyuan still going to take this revenge? For a time, the entire Imperial Beast fighting arena was in chaos. Everyone's talking about it. At this moment, Luo Yu was also frozen on the spot. His mind was also buzzing. Luo Xinyuan's orphanage director was extremely similar to the figure he missed day and night. If the two are really the same person, then in that case, Luo Xinyuan was most likely his own biological son as well. Luo Yu was also in a state of confusion for a while. He desperately wanted to know something about it. But in this matter, it seemed that only Zhou Yajing was clear about some of the details. It wasn't like he could show too much. What if Yajing realized that she might be Luo Xinyuan's biological father and then left Luo Xinyuan alone? Thus, Luo Yu could only hold down the excitement in his heart. I prayed that Zhou Yajing would be able to save Xinyuan from Luo Xinyuan's hands. When it's over, sneak in some of Xinyuan's hair and get a paternity test. In this way, not only will he be able to know if Luo Xinyuan is his own son, but he will also be able to know if the director of the orphanage is the person he misses in his soul. And Luo Xinyuan was also after hearing Chen Wanru's name. A violent shudder ran through his heart. He knew very well that what Zhou Yajing said was true, because he had long ago verified it himself. Though it was because of the death of Luma that caused Luo Xinyuan to make up her mind to kill Luo Xinyuan. Also told Chen Wanru about her thoughts that night. But now, once again, he remembered how Chen Wanru had once taken care of himself. Luo Xinyuan actually softened her heart a little. Looking at Luo Xinyuan's slowly relaxing arms, a trace of imperceptible smugness flashed across Zhou Yajing's eyes. Just when Zhou Yajing thought her plan was about to succeed, an extremely wretched figure suddenly scurried out. Older brother, don't believe her. She's lying to you. This sudden loud shout, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. I only saw the visitor's pudgy face. His body was covered with wounds, and blood had stained the tattered clothes on his body. Luo Xinyuan also recognized the visitor at a glance. It's none other than Chen Wenqi, who's been missing for a long time. Chapter 483. Kitty? Where have you been the last few days? In the few days that Chen Wenqi had disappeared, Luo Xinyuan's heart was also very worried. If it wasn't for Chen Wanru's insistence on allowing Luo Xinyuan to compete, Luo Xinyuan would have even wanted to just abandon the race to find Chen Wenqi. From this body of injuries, it was not difficult to see that Chen Wenqi had had an extremely difficult and even dangerous time during her disappearance. The eyes that used to be radiant were also full of fatigue at the moment. Obviously there was a great deal of mental exertion. But it's good to have a scare. Now back safe and sound. Although Luo Xinyuan had fainted. But the game isn't over. Therefore, Lu Wei greeted Luo Xinyuan instead. With one hand, he supported Chen Wenqi, whose figure was a bit shaky. Because of Luo Xinyuan's relationship with Zhao Dezhu, Lu Wei has also been mixing with Chen Wenqi for a long time. At this moment, he also asked with a worried face, "Brother Qi, do you want me to help you go to treatment and rest first?" Although at this moment, Chen Wenqi's physical strength was almost at its limit. But still, he gritted his teeth and insisted. "Heart refining, don't be fooled. Luo Xinyuan is not my aunt's son at all. You're the one who's my cousin, auntie's own son." Chen Wenqi's words, though not very loud, however, in that tiny voice, it contained an extremely large amount of energy. One time, Lu Wei was dumbfounded. Jiang Sakuraxu and Wei Xiaoxiao were dumbfounded. Luo Yu in the VIP seat was also dumbfounded. Of course, even the always calm Luo Xinyuan was dumbfounded. Just as the crowd froze, a sharp female voice suddenly rang out. "What a load of crap! Luo Xinyuan is clearly the son I gave birth to in October. How to be your aunt's son?" Only to see Zhou Yajing walk over aggressively. A displeased face looked at Chen Wenqi. "I'm afraid this man has hurt his brain. Here's some bull *********. Where's the medical team? Get the people out of here now." But just then, a magnetic male voice stopped the medical team from moving. "Oh, really? Zhou Yajing, do you dare to say that Luo Xinyuan is really your own son?" Only a figure in a high-class suit was visible, was slowly walking towards Chen Wenqi's side. When Zhou Yajing saw this person, her face also became extremely ugly. "Xiao Yincheng? Manager Xiao, this is a family matter of my Luo family. I also hope you don't mind your own business." Looking at Zhou Yajing, who had a somewhat unpleasant tone, Xiao Yuncheng, however, did not care at all. Behind him was the Four Saints Academy. "Even if you, Zhou Yajing, have the Luo and Zhou families behind you, what can you do with yourself? Idle? It's not idle. Luo Xinyuan and I are quite good personal friends. What's his business is my business. How can I watch him being kept in the dark by some people with ulterior motives?" Watching a few people as you talk, Luo Xinyuan only felt her brain buzzing. He's so messed up right now. At this moment, Luo Yu was also unable to sit still any longer. At some point, he arrived in front of Xiao Yuncheng. He was just about to ask Xiao Yuncheng what exactly was going on, but he was stopped by a figure, only to see this person glaring at Luo Yu with an unkind face, said in a very hostile tone, "You're Luo Yun." Luo Yu was just stunned at his words. How did he know my alias? Chapter 484. This name, I've only used it when I was with her more than 10 years ago. Murphy. It seemed to come to mind. Luo Yu's heart couldn't help but speed up a few points. You're his nephew? The words came out of my mouth. Luo Yu just feels bad. In the excitement, I forgot that Zhou Yajing was still here. So he used his afterglow to sneak a glance at Zhou Yajing, but he was surprised to find out. At this moment, although Zhou Yajing's face was full of resentment, but there was not a hint of surprise or disbelief. Just as Luo Yu was wondering about Zhou Yajing's attitude, Xiao Yuncheng's voice also sounded once again. "Luo family master, you don't think that your honorable wife would be unaware of all that you did a decade or so ago, do you?" Words. Luo Yu violently turned his head to look at Zhou Yajing. It was as if Zhou Yajing, who was a bit incredulous, would be so calm with herself for more than 10 years after knowing about that incident. It seemed to have read the meaning in Luo Yu's eyes. Xiao Yuncheng smiled faintly. "Luo family master, I'm afraid you don't know yet. Your wife's revenge against you began as early as when Luo Xinyuan was born more than 10 years ago." Luo Yu was also directly aroused in curiosity by these few words from Xiao Yuncheng, hurriedly pursuing the question. "Manager Xiao, make it clear, what the hell is going on with this thing?" Seeing Luo Yu in such a hurry, Xiao Yuncheng also spoke slowly. "Well, this still goes back more than 10 years. According to my information from the Four Holy Saints, more than 10 years ago, the then Luo family master hadn't inherited the Luo family yet. Left the Luo family for a while because of an altercation with his powerful wife. And during this period of time, the Luo family master assumed the name Luo Yun and encountered a beautiful woman, Chan Wan. One is the heir of the Luo family, and the other is the fallen miss of the Chen family. real name is Chen Wanru. Although both of them are hiding their identities under aliases, one has a family, but he hides it from them, fearing that a woman with no identity or background will haunt him, and the other is afraid that his woe will involve his beloved. Justice will be done for the union between the two as to what is right and what is wrong. One day not long afterward, Chen Wanru told the Luo family head that she had his flesh and blood, but family master Luo didn't take it to heart, because on that very same day, the Luo family head received a message from the family to return and take over the position of the Luo family head. The Luo family master who has long been overwhelmed by this heavenly joy. Now I'm only afraid that this powerless woman will haunt me. That's why family master Luo chose to leave without saying goodbye. Wait until, after the Luo family head disappeared for no reason, Chen Wanru realized this time. Got myself cheated. However, Chen Wanru is strong by nature. Even alone, she will give birth and raise the child. But what Chen Wanru doesn't know is, at this point, Mrs. Zhou Yajing Luo, who is the original spouse of the Luo family head, has long since found out about her existence. What's even less known is that at this time, Mrs. Luo is cooking up an unspoken plan of revenge. As time passes, my Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom go to war on the border. All the heads of the lineage families are to go to the front line for support. This is the responsibility of every head of a lineage family. It's also the reason why lineage families can enjoy so many social resources. Master Luo is naturally on the support list. However, the day before the Luo family head went out, Mrs. Luo is also claiming to have it again. But Mrs. Luo has already given birth to 6 daughters in a row. So naturally, the Luo family head doesn't have much hope for this birth either. And so without much ado, ran to the battlefield. It was also the departure of the Luo family head that allowed Mrs. Luo to begin implementing her plan. In fact, Mrs. Luo is not pregnant at all. It's all a pretext for the later plan. This statement was made. Luo Yu, whose face was originally embarrassed by Xiao Yuncheng's words. It was also a pair of eyes that glared straight at Zhou Yajing. You lied to me? Words. As things stood, Zhou Yajing had nothing to fear. Immediately, he also glared back defiantly. So what if I lied to you? Didn't you cheat on me first? Chapter 485. Fine. Zhou Yajing, count on you. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Xiao Yuncheng, however, hurriedly stopped the duo, smiling. That's just where it's at. The main event is yet to come. Make noise later. Otherwise, now that we're done arguing, we're only going to fight later. All of them, at the moment, had their ears perked up to listen to this untold story of the past. Seeing the two finally subside, Xiao Yuncheng was just about to continue speaking, but it didn't work out. Tang Duanzhong suddenly came to Xiao Yuncheng's side with a talking head. It was passed towards Xiao Yuncheng. Manager Xiao, take the microphone and say it. It's laborious to say it like this. Xiao Yuncheng, who originally had a gloating face, had his smile frozen on his face at this moment. Somewhat speechless, he looked at Tang Dizhong. I'm the manager of the Four Saints Lodge. You're asking me to hold a microphone and say it. Do you think I'm a comedian or a storyteller? Don't I want to lose face? The reason why Xiao Yuncheng wasted so much saliva, it was nothing more than wanting to help Luo Xinyuan reveal her own life, discuss the Luo family, and increase her favorability with Luo Xinyuan. Stop by and see the fun again yourself. I didn't realize that even though the fun was there, I had become the fun. It seemed to have read Xiao Yuncheng's eyes. Tang Dizhong came to Xiao Yuncheng's ear and whispered, Manager Shaw, you know, the Lord Mayor loves to hear gossip. She sits too far away and struggles to hear. That's why I want you to take the mic and talk. It saves energy. Xiao Yuncheng glanced at his eyes and saw an excited Tang Yueqi looking at him. This made Xiao Yuncheng somewhat speechless for a time. He simply ignored Tang Dizhong directly, and instead of getting annoyed, Tang Dizhong simply held up the words himself and sent them to Xiao Yuncheng's mouth. Xiao Yuncheng had no choice but to acquiesce to Tang Dizhong's move. Otherwise, if he really rejected this little witch Tang Yueqi's request, I'm afraid his life in the city would be difficult. Only Xiao Yuncheng then said, originally, Mrs. Luo's plan was going very well, but it didn't work out that the Chen family suddenly found Chen Wanru and her newborn child. It was also not until this time that Mrs. Luo realized Chen Wanru's true identity, that she was actually the Chen family's first lady. Seeing that Chen Wanru has returned to the Chen family, many things will not be easy to do. So, Mrs. Luo found Zhou Yinsheng, the Zhou family master, and asked for his help. Under the operation of the duo, Chen Wanru's child was abducted. Only what the duo never expected was, this child is surprisingly gifted at birth with huge spiritual energy, and even more so, he was born with a companion imperial beast awakened. Though the information is limited to what specific quality of imperial beast this child has awakened, but it's not hard to speculate based on some of the information related to it. This child has awakened a unicorn. Orthodox, Kieran. It's also the only Qilin in the Luo family for hundreds of years. Hear this. Luo Yu's eyes were vaguely green. It seemed as if a long-hungry coyote had finally found the food of its dreams, rushing after him. And what happened after that? What happened to the boy? Words. Xiao Yunqing revealed a meaningful smile. Later? Ha! Would Mrs. Luo be so stupid as to raise a tiger? If we keep such a demonically gifted baby, the Luo family heir will be his sooner or later. So in the end, not only has Mrs. Luo not avenged anything, she's helped her love rival's son to the throne. But the boy can't die now. Chapter 486. That's why Mrs. Luo chose to waste this child's spirit vein in Dantian and break his sea of consciousness space through special means. Make it a waste that can't contract any imperial beasts. And there's no need for me to tell you who this baby is there? For a moment, the crowd looked in unison at Luo Xinyuan above the ring. At this moment, Luo Xinyuan's eyes were glowing red. A hot stream of water was fighting its way through his eyes. In this moment, he smiled, happy from the bottom of my heart. It turned out that he was not Zhou Yajing's child. It turns out that his real mother has always been the loving mother superior. It turned out that his own mother was not disgusted with him. Even without knowing my true identity, she still sees me as a treasure. In this moment, the depression that had accumulated over 2 lifetimes completely dissipated. However, at this time, Luo Yu, after listening to Xiao Yunqing's narration, was eyes wide open. Natural awakening companion, Kieran. Spiritual power is strong. If you add in these imperial beasts that Luo Xinyuan obtained later on, then Luo Xinyuan will be the perfect heir to the Luo family. But it was all ruined by Zhou Yajing. Think about it. Luo Yu couldn't keep his poise any longer. A nameless anger flared up in his heart. Poisonous woman. The Luo family missed out on such a perfect heir because of you. You are the Luo family's sinner. Facing Luo Yu's accusations, Zhou Yajing didn't feel the slightest bit guilty, but instead sneered. So what if I'm the one who destroyed Luo Xinyuan's foundation? Not only that, I'll be honest with you, the Luo Xinyuan in the beginning wasn't lost at all. Rather, I deliberately discarded it around the orphanage run by Chen Wanru. I'm just going to make sure that mother and son, even though they get along every day, don't know each other's identities. I just want to torture them. If I didn't see Luo Xinyuan living so happily even in the orphanage, I'm not even going to give you a clue so you can pick him up and bring him back to the Luo family. And even before he returned to the Luo family, I've been instilling in all the children the idea that Luo Xinyuan is an outsider, and that if he's an outsider he should be given color. I just want all the kids to bully him, humiliate him, let him live like a sewer rat. Ha ha. The more Zhou Yajing talked, the crazier she became. Luo Qinglan and Luo Yuyan, who had been stifling their voices, were also looking at this with unbelievable faces. Think back to what happened before. Thinking carefully, if it wasn't for his own mother instilling some hostile and overbearing Luo Xinyuan's thoughts every day, to them who were not yet mature in their minds at the time, over time, they have become accustomed to this kind of bullying. If they weren't, they wouldn't have gone and bullied their brother so much. This was tantamount to treating their 6 sisters, too, as tools to be used to get back at Luo Xinyuan. Zhou Yajing just knows that children are the best imitators. A parent's every word and action can have a great impact on a child. Parents who are filial to their elders and humble, then the child is no worse. If the parents are calculating and narrow-minded, then the kid won't have a big heart for half of it. Not to mention Zhou Yajing's purposeful brainwashing behavior. She favored Luo Xinyuan, so her 6 daughters also favored Luo Xinyuan under her influence. This is the root cause of the chronic bullying suffered by Luo Xinyuan. Even the eldest daughter, Luo Qingwan, who had always prided herself on her intelligence, had not noticed at all, because she's used to it. Seeing Luo Yu's spiritual energy rippling around his body, it was as if he was about to make a move. Zhou Yansheng saw this. Hurry up with a vertical leap. It stopped in front of Luo Yu, said with a smile on his face. Chapter 487. Ha ha, brother-in-law, don't do that. It's all family. Luo Yu raised one eyebrow, his eyes on fire. A family will cut off my Luo family's future rise to power? A family that would count on my son so much? Zhou Yansheng, don't try to bluff me with this talk of what's out or not out. Which of the family heads of the world families present do not have 17 or 18 women behind them? And of course, you. What would you do if your wife did this to your son? Zhou Yansheng, who was originally still all smiles, was also choked by Luo Yu's words. At the thought of it, Zhou Wudao died tragically at the hands of his own brother. His heart was just a mix of emotions, as opposed to this side of the argument. Xiao Yunqing, however, shouted at Luo Xinyuan above the ring. Heart refining, finish what you have to do. There are people waiting for you over here. Luo Xinyuan skimmed her head. Zhao Doju, at some point, had already pushed Chen Wanru, who was crying into tears, to stand aside. Luo Yu, who was originally about to get angry, also noticed the situation over here. The moment he saw Chen Wanru, his heart burst with joy. Now that the matter is out of the way, he had nothing to worry about. Weiner, is that you? I almost didn't recognize you after all these years. Facing Luo Yu's sudden approach, Zhao Doju, on the other hand, stopped Luo Yu in front of him. Excuse me, Luo family master, you're not welcome. Words. Luo Yu wanted to say something else. However, Xiao Yinqing pulled him back. Luo family master, where's the poise? People don't want to see you. There's no need to chase after them with a death wish. Although Luo Yu was somewhat irritated by Xiao Yinqing's words, but didn't dare to have a seizure. After all, people were from the Four Saints Academy, not something he could afford to offend. Just then, Luo Xinyuan above the ring suddenly shouted, "Me, would like to ask everyone here to be a witness. Once upon a time, a very important person said to me, she had a child, but got lost. I remember that she used to say that her children, the son is called Chen Xuanyu. I want to tell her now, her child, is back. From now on, the name, Luo Xinyuan, has nothing to do with me anymore. The Luo family, and no longer have anything to do with me. Starting today, my name is Chen Xuanyu. The past will have nothing more to do with me." The words are gone. Chen Xuanyu raised the iron rod in his hand, towards the dying Luo Xinyuan's head. No! Zhou Yijing and Zhou Yanshang were instantly shocked, but with Tang Dizhong's formation barrier in place, there was nothing they could do. One could only watch as Luo Xinyuan was about to die under Chen Xinyue. Stop! Only an imperial beast of enormous size was seen descending from the sky. Its body is like that of a unicorn, but only a single horn is borne on its head. A thick ring of mane around his head resembled that of a lion. The moment he saw this imperial beast, even Nan Yun Lord, who had been sitting steadily, couldn't remain calm. Transcendent Realm, Beast of Justice, Xieji, Chapter 488. With a loud bang, Xieji landed firmly on the ground. For a while the wind and sand flew, blowing people's eyes a little open. Immediately afterward, Xia didn't hesitate in the slightest. Lifting his claws, he slapped them directly on top of Tang Dizhong's formation barrier. Just one hit, Tang Dizhong's formation barrier then instantly shattered. Even Tang Dizhong didn't have time to react to this turn of events. Luo Yen Fa, with your behavior, is it possible that you want to go to war with my city and the Tang family? With Tang Yueqi's angry shout, a short, chubby old man suddenly jumped down from the back of the Xieji. With a leathery smile on his face, he said to Tang Yueqi, "Oh, so it's Miss Tang. It's still embarrassing. Just now, an unworthy descendant of my Luo family has threatened to change the Luo surname. Old man, I can't hold back, so I want to teach my juniors a lesson. I didn't expect to confiscate the force at once, destroying old man Dutiful's formation barrier. How about this? After I've cleaned up for the Luo family, then I'll have Luo Yu come to the Tang family's door to apologize." At those words, Tang Yueqi also cursed Luo Yanfa's shamelessness in her heart. Another clean up, and let Luo Yu, the head of the family, apologize at the door. In this way, Tang Yueqi was not in a good position to intervene. Having the head of the family come to the door to apologize, it could be said that he had already put his stance extremely low. Add cleaning house to that list of grandiose reasons. Tang Yueqi was also quite helpless. Tang Yueqi was clear that her strength was good though. However, it couldn't even enter the eyes of a powerful person like Luo Yanfa. After all, it was the Tang family they were afraid of, not Tang Yueqi. If it were Tang Yueqi's father or grandfather here instead, even if he gave Luo Yanfa 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to do this. To put it bluntly, this is bullying the small with the big. Bullying Tang Yueqi, Luo Yanfa is precisely because it is clear. As long as the Tang family is allowed to save face, the Tang family wouldn't come after the Luo family for this little matter. That's why he dared to act that way. Tang Yueqi was equally clear. I'm afraid that the only person on the scene who could stop Luo Yanfa was the Imperial Beast Association's Nan Yun Lord, so she didn't move to glance in the direction of Nan Yun Lord. However, she realized that this big brother only moved a little when Xia appeared, and then he was back to being a light-hearted man. Fade's expression. Seeing this, Tang Yueqi also let out a long sigh. It seemed that this elder Nan Yun didn't have the intention to make a move. With Tang Yueqi's silence, the others wouldn't ask for trouble with Luo Yanfa. Just when everyone thought that Luo Yanfa was about to lay his hands on Chen Xinyue, only to see Luo Yanfa suddenly heave a smile at Chen Xinyue. "Hey, kid, know who I am?" Chen Xuanyu shook his head. Without being condescending, he said, "Don't know and not interested in knowing." Luo Yanfa didn't feel angry because of Chen Xuanyu's attitude. Instead, it showed a hint of appreciation. "My name is Luo Yanfa. I am your father's fourth uncle. You can call me fourth grandpa. You're good. The little ones around the area are shivering in fear because of the aura the Haiti gives off. But you look as if you were normal. Having had his talent wasted by Zhou Yajing since he was a child, he can still achieve such results today. Truly extraordinary luck. Words. Chapter 489. Luo Xinyuan, however, looked a little impatient. Tell me what you really want. Seeing this, Luo Yimeng immediately did not beat around the bush anymore. Instead, he opened the door. Fourth grandpa knows that it's the Luo family that has wronged you. As long as you're willing to retract those words from before and return to the Luo family with fourth grandpa. Fourth grandpa promises that he will devote all of the family's power to cultivate you. It even allows you to enter the Hualin pool directly. Although I don't know what kind of miraculous encounter you've obtained. Having repaired your Dantian and Qi Si, and your spiritual energy has also reached an extremely exaggerated level. But as long as you enter the Hualin pool, you might be able to re-energize the companion Qilin in your body and make it reappear. At that time, your strength will soar. Becoming the premier powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom is almost 100%. Listening to the various conditions that Luo Yimeng had put forth. If this were an ordinary person, I would have agreed immediately without even thinking about it. However, Chen Xianyu was somewhat scornful. Old man, I told you, from this day on, from the time I dropped the Luo name, everything in the Luo family will be none of my business. The knot in my heart is gone. I'm a person who makes a clear distinction between grudges. It's Luo Yu and Zhou Yajing, as well as their 6 daughters who have wronged me. It's none of your business. As long as you don't come to make things difficult for me, it doesn't matter if I have to honor you by calling you fourth grandfather. But for me to retract what I just said, is absolutely impossible. Words. Luo Yimeng also let out a long sigh. Just as well. Since you insist, the old man won't give you a hard time either. It's up to you if you don't want to go back to the Luo family. But immediately afterward Luo Yimeng's words changed. But, Luo Xinyuan I must take away. And, you must also change your last name back. Chen Xianyu also revealed an intriguing smile when he heard this. Excuse me, Luo Xinyuan must die, and I'm stuck with the name Chen for the rest of my life. For a moment, Luo Yimeng was also not expecting it. This offspring of his own is so headstrong. One must know that the order given to him by Big Brother was that if Luo Xinyuan was unwilling to return to the Luo family, he would be directly exterminated. Leave no room for the Luo family. Now he was all set to let him off the hook himself. I can't believe he did that. How dare you be so ungrateful? For a while, Luo Yimeng, who originally carried a few hints of intimacy, the tone instantly chilled. What if the old man I have to take Luo Xinyuan far away today? Chen Shen language also revealed a hint of excitement. I also want to see how powerful the legendary, Fa Beast Shiji, the fourth son of the Qilin, is. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. I'll go. That Luo Xinyuan refining. No. Is Chen Xianyu crazy? He even wants to challenge the Fa Beast Shiji. It seems that he has a heavy killing intent towards Luo Xinyuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be playing with his life so much. Zhou Yansheng and Zhou Yajing, who were originally still unsure of how to rescue Luo Xinyuan, heard Chen Xianyu's almost death-defying remarks. There was a great joy. Since he was seeking death on his own, it would save him from spending a lot of effort on himself. And although Chen Wanru was worried in her heart, she was different from the others. She was well aware of her son's relationship with Nan Yunlord. After glancing at the clouded Nan Yunlord, Chen Wanru was also quite relieved. However, at this moment, Luo Yu was a bit out of sorts. Xin Lian, don't contradict your fourth grandfather. Confess your fault with your fourth grandfather. This matter is over. After learning of Chen Xuanyu's true origin, his heart was also filled with remorse and self-blame. In particular, he was sorry for Chen Xianyu, companion Qilin. However, Chen Xianyu smiled disdainfully. Chapter 490. Luo Family Master. Don't perform some father-son love act on me. When my last name was Luo in the past, you treated me like heir and let your daughter and that woman bully me. Now my last name is Chen. I only have a mother who loves me, and my father has died long ago. Who are you to discipline me when my mother didn't even say anything? These words had left Luo Yu speechless with dislike. Seeing that Chen Xianyu didn't listen to himself. Seeing this, Luo Yu also turned his gaze towards Chen Wanru. Wan heir. He's our child. He's so impulsive. Try to persuade him. Before Chen Wanru could say anything, Chen Wenqi who was on the side was, however, stopping the approaching Luo Yu. Stop. Who are you with here? Don't think that just because you're the head of the Luo family, you can be a hooligan. My aunt's husband died long ago. And who are you? Get out of here before it's too late. Be careful, I'll release the transported beast in the middle of the night and go pull your hair out. The moment these words came out, the people around them all looked at Chen Wenqi with odd faces. All of them couldn't help but associate it with the missing piece of hair on Luo Xinyuan's head. Looking around at all the little ones looking at themselves, Chen Wenqi, however, revealed a face of complacency. That's right, I did that turtle baldness. Lu Wei and Zhao Dezhu sniffed. With a face of adoration, he came to Chen Wenqi's side. Brother Qi, tell us about it? Only Chen Wenqi, with a big wave of his hand. Okay, no problem. I'll tell you more about it when my cousin finishes up here. Looking around at the crowd that wasn't at all worried about Luo Xinyuan, Luo Yu only felt that these guys were crazy. That's the Fa Beast Xieji, transcendent realm existence. Even though Chen Xianyue possessed that Eastern Divine Dragon, the gap in realms was simply too great. There's no way to make up for it. Right at this moment, Chen Wanru suddenly opened her mouth. My husband is dead. Now, my son has his own ideas. I don't care what the outcome is. I will support him unconditionally. Seeing that persuasion was fruitless, Luo Yu was also out of options. And at this point above the ring, a hint of excitement also appeared in the eyes of the sky-surprising Song Yan dragon after seeing the Fa Beast Xieji. The sky-surprising Pale Inferno dragon has perfectly inherited the character of the starry sky demon dragon. It loves nothing more than to trample powerful existences under its feet. The more powerful it is, the more excited it is. Luo Yanfa naturally also noticed the condition of this Eastern Divine Dragon. His heart was surprised, but he remained expressionless. He wanted to see what this junior actually had the ability to dare to call his bluff. As for Luo Xinyuan, she likewise didn't dare to be careless. Immediately opened the forbidden eyes and checked up on Xieji's information. Name, Xieji. Growth stage, Transcendental 2. Racial bloodline, Kieran bloodline. Quality, medium mythic. Attributes, light/fire. Gift, justice. Talent effect, when Xieji launches an attack, there is a 20% chance of triggering just judgment, which prevents the opponent from releasing skills for the next 3 seconds and causes them to take an additional 150% of Xieji's attack power. Skills. Stance, Kieran's Wrath. Effect, Xieji stimulates the unicorn bloodline in his body, boosting his attack power and bludgeoning rate for a short period of time, while immunizing himself from all negative effects for a period of time in battle. Evolutionary route, none. Description, a descendant of a griffin with relatively strong griffin bloodline. Chapter 491. At this moment, Nan Yunlord looked at Chen Xianyue above the ring. The bottom of his eyes were also filled with appreciation. That's the way it should be as an heir to the Four Fiends. Even if the opponent is 100 times more powerful, one should also have the courage to fight against it. What's more, there was his own master on the sidelines. If even that is to be feared, then it was he, Nan Yunlord, who had looked at the wrong person. In fact, Nan Yunlord let Luo Xinyuan and Luo Yanfa have a conflict. The main reason was that the opponents Luo Xinyuan met now were all too weak. I'm only afraid that among the peers in the entire city of A and the surrounding municipalities, those who could arm wrestle with Chen Xianyue simply didn't exist. So he then wanted to show Luo Xinyuan what it meant to be truly strong. This was definitely helpful to Luo Xinyuan's future growth. Kid, I still say that old man. You're good. There aren't many who dare to challenge the old man me at your age. Listen to fourth grandpa's advice. Bow down to the Luo family. You will have a bright future ahead of you. Chen Xianyue was completely unimpressed. I can go from a waste to today, but the Luo family hasn't given me a bit of help. Same thing later. I don't need to rely on anyone, and I can still reach the peak of the imperial beasts. The more Luo Yanfa looked at Chen Xianyue, the more he liked it. Just for that unyielding tenacity, his future achievements would never be lower than his own. It's just a shame. After a long sigh, Luo Yanfa knew that no amount of persuasion was going to help. It was also only possible to beat the boy into submission and then slowly pacify him. Only the next moment, the Fa Beast Xieji suddenly bellowed. It was only seen rushing towards the sky-surprise Pale Inferno dragon. The sky-surprising Song Yan dragon, however, did not have the slightest fear and directly met the Xieji's impact. Of course, this didn't mean that the sky-surprise Pale Inferno dragon brain wasn't good. Knowing that your opponent's hard power is stronger than yours, you have to choose to fight hard. Don't forget, the Eastern Divine Dragon's body is extremely resilient. It is possible to utilize the body and eliminate most of the force coming from the impact. If one had to make a figurative analogy, then at this moment, the sky-surprising Pale Inferno dragon was like a spring. But nay, the difference in strength between the two sides was just too great. Xieji, just a little, with a slight change in the angle of the attack, it slapped the sky-surprise Pale Inferno dragon to the ground. Even so, Luo Yanfa couldn't help but nod his head. Using the physical characteristics of the Eastern Divine Dragon to fend off attacks, this kid's battle sense really wasn't that good. The more you fight against Chen Xianyue, the more Luo Yanfa felt that Chen Xianyue was bound to rocket upwards in the future. Compared to Qin Xianyu, this Luo Xinyuan was too inferior. If he didn't have the Kieran Imperial Beast now, together with his own, big brother's repeated emphasis on bringing Luo Xinyuan back, Luo Yanfa was only afraid that he would have long ago left his job. It was a pity that such a good seedling had already been centrifuged from the Luo family. Think about it. Luo Yanfa also glared at Luo Yu with a displeased expression. A few of their brothers, as the underpinnings of the Luo family, generally too lazy to bother with such trivialities. All of them were handed over to Luo Yu, the head of the family. But I didn't expect that Luo Yu, this fool, would push such an outstanding son to his own opposing side. It's a bit silly. However, Luo Yanfa quickly remembered his big brother's temperament. If he hadn't been influenced by his big brother, I'm only afraid that Luo Yu wouldn't have become such a profit-oriented person. But it can't be helped. Big brother is the most pure Luo family member of the Kieran bloodline today. Also the real manipulator of the Luo family. For a while, Luo Yanfa was also helpless in his heart. Father, I don't know if you're right or wrong in saying that the bloodline of the imperial beasts is the most important thing. Just as Luo Yanfa was deep in thought, Chen Xuanyu's voice suddenly sounded from the opposite side. I admit, you're very strong. But for you to go off in the middle of a fight, that's a bit too much to look down on me, isn't it? Then I'll show you my real skills too. Spinning around before Luo Yanfa could react, one could only see Chen Xuanyu's hands continuously forming seals. The Four Saints spiritualization technique. Not only that, because of the successive losses at the hands of Xieji, an unprecedented aura of loneliness rose in the heart of the heavenly frightening Song Yen dragon, Mephisto's arrogance. With the stacking of the two skills, the aura of the sky-surprising pale inferno dragon skyrocketed. Even the originally unrivaled Xieji, a hint of danger was also felt at this moment. Only the sky-surprising pale inferno dragon was seen hovering in the air. Red lightning, countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard. With superior courage and wisdom, step by step, the Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Nyan Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himeni used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yunsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sanshur, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the Lu 3 masters night after night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 492. Chen Xuanyu also had no more reservations. Full output. For a moment, the agony of spiritual energy on the verge of drying up swept through Chen Xuanyu's entire body. Every inch of the body's flesh and bone was filled with severe pain that was difficult for normal people to endure. Because of Chen Xuanyu's full cooperation, the sky-surprising pale inferno dragon also quickly finished storing up its power. Immediately afterward, a black flame interspersed with crimson lightning, spewing out from the mouth of the sky-surprising pale inferno dragon, straight to the Xieji above the ground. Seeing the situation, Luo Yinfa didn't dare to be careless either. In a hurry, he shouted at Xieji, "Kieran seal!" In the next moment, a unicorn shadow rose behind Xieji. Directly lifting his front claws, he directly slapped them against this surefire strike from the heavenly surprising pale inferno dragon. For a while, the two forces unexpectedly fell into a brief stalemate. The crowd of worldly family heads that watched were all dumbstruck. The scene in front of me was too much of a shock. The awakening stage was surprisingly able to separate itself from the transcendent realm and was evenly matched. To know, a royal beast that had entered the transcendent mortal realm was, as the name implied, beyond the range of an ordinary, mortal beast. It was important to know that the step-by-step evolution of the imperial beasts was just so that they could shed their mortal bodies and move towards a higher level of life. Strictly speaking, the imperial beasts of the transcendent realm and the below transcendent realm were simply two different levels of life forms. Unexpectedly, Chen Xuanyu was able to make it this far. It was truly unexpected. Fine. Worthy of being a descendant of my Luo family. What a juvenile talent. Luo Yinfa said 3 good things in a row. The appreciation in it was simply undisguised. And that's not even the most dramatic. Because soon, he realized that there was something odd about the black flames and red lightning. Surprisingly, it had been eroding his Shilin seal. This surprised and frightened Lok Yenfa. It was as if these two energies, in terms of quality and class, completely overrode the energy of the Xieji Shilin seal. How is this possible? Boom! With a loud bang, the room was silent. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing. The Kieran seal released by the transcendent realms, Xieji, had unexpectedly shattered. Xiao Yunqing under the ring was briefly of frothing afterward. A bright light of shrewdness erupted from his eyes. I don't know what I'm thinking. That surge of excitement overflowed. Also in the same situation was the Southern Cloud Lords. Compared to Xiao Yunqing's excitement, Nan Yun Lord was more relieved. Surprisingly, he had the upper hand in the battle with Hetsu. He was pleased with this record. Even when he himself was young, he couldn't clap his hands. However, the sky-surprising pale inferno dragon must hit strike after shattering the Shilin seal. It also gradually dissipated, with only the last bit of energy left, striking the chest of Xieji. On it, a cool spiderweb-like burning wound was left. Haiti is furious. It was surprisingly wounded. The FA beast was unexpectedly injured by other imperial beasts, overstepping their ranks. Although the injury was not serious, this was simply a strange shame for it. Even if the other party was the Eastern Divine Dragon, it couldn't accept it. Just as Xieji was about to storm back, suddenly, he realized that the Divine Dragon on the opposite side had suddenly disappeared. Surprisingly, it transformed into a draconian and a fiery eagle. Immediately afterward, the sound of a human body falling to the ground rang out with a thud, as Luo Xinyuan fell to the ground. These two imperial beasts were also forced to be pulled back into the imperial beast space. It was hard for anyone to see that the spiritual energy in Luo Xinyuan's body was already exhausted. This gave Xieji the uncomfortable feeling that there was nowhere to use his power. After a long time, Luo Yinfa also came back from his surprise. He didn't freak out as much as he believed he would. There is also no humiliation of losing to a junior. Only to see. Luo Yinfa faintly said 4 words. Amazing talent. After saying that, Luo Yinfa did not continue to attack Luo Xinyuan. Instead, he lifted up Luo Xinyuan, who was half dead on the side, and was preparing to leave. But just then, another voice rang out. Lao Si, don't forget Big Brother's order. Since this brat cannot be used by the Luo family, he will be killed by the Luo family. Only another imperial beast with a dragon's head, deer's horns, unicorn's body, snake's tail and fish's scales appeared above the ring, and on its back, the same tall, thin old man sat. When Luo Yu saw this, he was also quite surprised. Uncle San, why are you here too? Chapter 493. The tall and thin old man heard the Luo family call out to himself. He glanced at Luo Yu without any goodwill. Humph, Luo Yu, how did you become the head of this family? Forgot what Big Brother taught you? Family master. The interests of the family should come first. Immediately, he raised his hand and pointed at the unconscious Chen Xuanya. A guy like this who is a threat to the Luo family, even if he's your own son, should be dealt with sooner rather than later. Instead of waiting until now, the reprimanded Luo Yu was not only half-tempered. Instead, he lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing Luo Yu not say anything, the old man didn't stop preaching for that. Instead, he turned his head to Luo Yimeng again. A disgruntled face said, "Fourth brother, have you forgotten all of Big Brother's orders? If this brat persists and refuses to repent, then kill him on the spot." Instead of obeying Big Brother's orders, instead, they stayed everywhere. Luo Yu is under your influence. That's why he's become so indecisive. Since you are all so merciful, then this moment's life, I'll take it. Next moment, the imperial beast with a dragon's head, deer horns, unicorn body, snake tail and fish scales under the tall and thin old man's seat. Without hesitation, he sprayed a column of water containing a great pressure toward the unconscious Chen Xianyu. The crowd was shocked at the sight. No one had expected this old man to take such a direct shot at an unconscious junior. The only two people who had a smile on their face of triumphant intrigue were Zhou Yajing and Zhou Yanshang. The duo had thought that they had this great man himself. Chen Xianyu must die, but it didn't work out. A white-striped black tiger had already appeared in front of Chen Xianyu at some point, with just a casual claw. The tall and thin old man's attack was directly slapped aside. The moment he saw the white-striped black tiger, the crowd that stood on Chen Xianyu's side then breathed a sigh of relief, because they were clear that this was the Southern Cloud Lord striking out. Rokawa Ze, do you really think your water beast Horsebelly is invincible? Daring to commit a blatant murder at the Imperial Beast competition. Isn't it too much of a disregard for the municipal government and my Imperial Beast Association? Words. The tall, thin old man named Luo Chuanza, who was suddenly, the eyes narrowed. Southern Cloud Lord, could it be that you want to mind your own business? Don't forget, this is my Luo family. Nan Yun Lord smiled disdainfully, said with a scornful face, the Luo family? But how do I remember this kid's last name is Chun now? Is it hard to believe that I'm old? Misremembered? Immediately, Nan Yun Lord casually asked a question to the surrounding audience. Gentlemen, I'm getting old. I can't remember some things very well. What exactly is this kid's last name? Please speak up and tell this skinny bamboo stick. The crowd had originally sympathized with Chen Xianyu's life and encounters. Plus, the Luo family had repeatedly bullied the small with the big. This person crowd had long been extremely dissatisfied with this Luo Yanfa and Luo Chuanza. Originally, the crowd was still a bit wary of the strength and power of these two. Now after seeing Nan Yun Lord step in and seeing that someone was backing him up, the dissatisfaction that had just been suppressed also instantly erupted. For a moment, the whole room shouted in unison, his last name is Chen. His last name is Chen. His last name is Chen. As a cry exited from the crowd, Luo Chuanza's face became extremely ugly, but Nan Yun Lord was not at all amused. Instead, he raised his hand, signaling the crowd to stop. After a few moments, the whole room fell silent. Nan Yun Lord said to Luo Chuanza with a smirk, "Skinny Penny, do you hear me now?" Luo Chuanza didn't say anything, but instead scanned the surrounding audience with a fierce gaze. This glance, but it scared the hell out of the common people. Anyone could see the boiling killing intent of Luo Chuanza at this moment. Just then, a chortle suddenly rang out. Chapter 494. Your Luo family is so powerful. First, they forcibly destroyed the formation barrier of the Imperial Beast competition, interrupting the competition. Now you have the audacity to threaten the plain people of a city with your eyes. Do you really think my city hall is a vegetarian? Or maybe, you don't even have my Tang family in your sights. With these words from Tang Yuechi, immediately after that, Xiao Yinqing on the other end also suddenly stood out. Elder Luo, the Green Dragon Hall Master and Vermilion Bird Hall Master of my Four Sacred Academy are very interested in him. This time, I was even given a special death order to bring him back to the Four Sacred Academy to participate in next month's freshman examination. Please, Elder Luo, don't make things difficult for me. Although Xiao Yunqing said this with extreme politeness, but anyone can hear the threatening intent between its lines. For a while, each of those dignified family heads were all shocked. This Luo Xianlian was really lucky. The Tang family, the Imperial Beast Association, and the Four Sacred Academies were all surprisingly willing to step in to back him up. What an unbelievable amount of luck this is. Unusual people could brag for a long time about getting help from even just one of these forces. It was unexpected to see these three powers standing up for the same person at the same time. At this time, the anger on Luo Chuanza's face was also converged for a few moments. A flash of deep scorn also appeared on his face, holding back for a long time. Luo Chuanza also held back only one sentence. Lao Si, let's go. Luo Yanfa looked at his defeated third brother and shook his head helplessly. It was also lifting Luo Xinyuan to prepare to leave. But just then, a voice filled with anger, resentment, and mania suddenly rang out. Not one of you will leave. Everyone looked incredulously toward the source of the sound. one could only see Chen Xianyu, who was originally unconscious due to the exhaustion of his spiritual energy. Surprisingly, he got up from the ground. Jiang Sakura Shui saw that Chen Xianyu had actually recovered so quickly. Immediately, he was overjoyed. "Are you okay?" While saying that, he also ran towards Chen Xianyu. But what responded to Jiang Sakura Shui was not Chen Xianyu's gentle smile. Instead, it was a pair of strange eyes. This scared Jiang Sakuraxa to death. However, this didn't stop Jiang Sakura Snow from approaching Chen Xianyu. "You, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Sakura Shui did not wait for Chen Xianyu's response, but suddenly saw an extremely terrifying lava fire coming towards her. "Watch out, girl." It was too late. Zhang Dazue, who had suddenly appeared, hurriedly pulled Jiang Sakuraxa away. In the next moment, a huge pit appeared where Jiang Sakura Snow had originally been. Jiang Sakura Shui was a bit stunned and looked at Chen Xianyu with an incredulous expression. It was as if he couldn't believe that Chen Xianyu would attack him. It seemed to have read Jiang Sakuraxa's mind. Xiao Yuncheng, who was not far away, also opened his mouth to explain. "Be careful, he's not Chen Xianyu now. Now this body, it seems to be manipulated by something." Kong Cherry Snow sniffed and fixed her eyes on it. She suddenly realized that it was as if there was a seemingly indistinct Qilin silhouette looming behind Chen Xianyu. Immediately afterward, that one Qilin silhouette slowly coalesced in front of Chen Xuanyua's body like smoke. In just a few breaths of effort, an imperial beast that was almost identical to the legendary Kieran's sacred beast appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's just that this unicorn doesn't have the same auspicious aura as a unicorn. Instead, they were covered in flames formed by the fury and resentment. The moment this unicorn appeared, the bodies of FA Beast Haiti and Water Beast Horsebelly trembled for no reason. There was even an urge to bow down towards this Qilin in front of him. It was a natural suppression from the bloodline. It was the bloodline aura crushing of the inferior by the superior belonging to the same bloodline. If it wasn't for Luo Yanfa and Luo Chuanza using the thick spiritual energy in their bodies to forcefully support the two imperial beasts, I'm just afraid they'll have to kneel on the spot. The moment he saw this unicorn, a name flashed violently through the minds of the two. Holy Jade Unicorn. Soon, however, the duo dismissed the unrealistic thought. How could this Qilin in front of him, which was filled with a ferocious aura, be the sacred Jade Qilin? Just as they were thinking that, the Nan Yun Lord on the side also opened his mouth with an incredulous expression. This is actually the Qilin Blood Curse, Chapter 495. In fact, Nan Yun Lord had long since discovered that there seemed to be a negative energy hidden within Chen Xianyue, but it has been impossible to probe. At first, this power would still and did not have any effect on Chen Xianyu. Until recently, this force gradually gave birth to its own consciousness. It would always appear when Chen Xianyu was irritated or unusually angry, affecting Chen Xianyu's consciousness. It wasn't until now that Nan Yun Lord completely understood the source of this negative energy. Instead of this force giving birth to consciousness, rather, it was slowly regaining consciousness. The Southern Cloud Lord dared to conclude. Now this sudden appearance of the unicorn. It was the companion imperial beast that was awakened at the time of Chen Xianyu's birth. Holy Jade Unicorn. The original, sacred Jade Unicorn, should be a beast full of auspiciousness. Only, at that time, not long after Chen Xianyu was born, she was framed by Zhou Yajing. The meridians, Dantian and Qi Si were abolished, so it led to the slowly molding companion space, which suffered destruction. The beast that was supposed to bring good fortune to the world was just like that, fetal death. This filled the sacred Jade Unicorn with resentment. It eventually turned into a Qilin Blood Curse, hidden within Chen Xianyu's body. One side relies on slumber to regain strength, while watching the situation and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Originally, when Chen Xianyue was at his full strength, that majestic spiritual energy would have suppressed him to death. However, now that Chen Xianyu had gone through successive battles, his spiritual energy had long since been exhausted, and this Qilin blood spell had also built up to a sufficient amount of power, so it manipulated Chen Xuanyu's body. Thus, it smoothly transformed out of the form. Only, at this time, this Qilin could no longer be called the Sacred Jade Qilin. The name, Inferno Prison Unicorn, should be more apt. Today, every single one of you must die. As the Inferno Prison Qilin let out a bellowing roar through Chen Xuanyue's body, Luo Yanfa also looked at Luo Chuanza with a grave expression. Sango, what now? This purebred griffin has a natural suppressive effect on our imperial beasts above the bloodline. But who knows? Luo Chuanza after hearing Luo Yanfa's concern, but it was completely unimpressed. Good coming. Before, this kid had the shelter of the three major forces, making it hard for me to make a move. Now that he's the one who came to us, even the three major powers have nothing to say. Just in time to finish, Big Brothers will destroy the scourge completely. So what if the bloodline is suppressed? The gap in strength between us that is like a chasm cannot be erased by bloodline. In the next moment, Luo Chuanza left the back of the water beast Horsebelly with a single vertical leap. Immediately afterward, he pointed at Qin Xianyue and said, "Horsebelly, Kieran water cannon." With Luo Chuanza's shout, from the mouth of the horse's belly, there was a cannonball-like ball of water that was shot straight at the Inferno prison Kieran. However, at this time, Chen Xianyue, who had already been manipulated by the Qilin blood spell, did not have the slightest bit of fear at all. Directly controlling the Inferno prison Qilin, that was condensed and molded by the Grievance Fury Qi, he directly slammed into it head-on. Extremely fast running limbs suddenly rose a little fire. Within moments, the fiery red magma wrapped all around the Inferno prison Qilin's body. The Kieran water cannon just hit the Inferno prison Kieran straight on. But what one would never expect, the Kieran water cannon, which originally looked incredibly powerful, after hitting the Inferno prison Kieran, surprisingly, it only made a bared sound. It then turned into a wisp of water vapor and disappeared. This scene was a sight to behold for Luo Chuanza. Before Horsebelly could react, the furious Inferno prison Qilin had long since rushed to its front. Wrapped in boiling magma, a single claw slapped the Horsebelly directly onto the ground. Just one hit. The Transcendent Realm's horse's belly was actually directly struck unconscious. He was forcibly repatriated into the space of the Imperial beasts. That's not all. The lava power of the Inferno prison unicorn, through the connection between the horse's belly and Rokawaze. Surprisingly, it directly entered Luo Chuanza's body. He felt the sudden and intense burning sensation inside his body. Luo Chuanza even sprayed out a mouthful of blood when he couldn't hold back. Knowing that the situation was not good, he hurriedly said to Luo Yanfa, who was at the side, "Lao Si, retreat." Seeing this, Luo Yanfa also let out a long sigh. Kieran holy light. The next moment the Fa beast Shiji one horn representing justice above its forehead. A holy light filled with righteousness was shot towards the Inferno prison unicorn that still refused to give up. To one's surprise, it was as if this holy light seemed to have a certain restraining effect on the Inferno prison Qilin. Surprisingly, it really caused the Inferno prison Qilin to fall into a brief stupor. Take advantage of this. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger. Not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization descends, and the city is infested with demons and devils. Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine pill, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. He mainly used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile. Accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing. Not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively empties the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he can copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sancher, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 496. The order was given at once. Tie these two old things up for me. For a moment, how arrogant the duo had been when they debuted earlier. Looking at the duo who were fleeing in a sorry state at the moment, Tang Yueqi's heart was also viciously out of breath. If not, one's secret guards would only step in when one's life was in danger. Which was the turn of these two old men to be arrogant in front of themselves. Now that he had been made to storm out by Qin Xianyu, he was also beaten in such a sorry state. It really deserved it. And to the side, Zhou Yansheng and Zhou Yijing. Seeing that Luo Xinyuan's life was unharmed at this moment, Chen Xianyue was on the verge of storming out again, worrying that it would spread to him later. He also quietly left the Imperial Beast fighting arena, just as the guards of the city hall headed to chase after Luo Yanfa and Luo Chuanza. The Inferno Prison Unicorn suddenly slowed down from the restrictions of the Shiji. Looking at the duo who had fled, the Inferno Prison Griffin was furious. Kill them all, kill. For a while, all the anger, with nowhere to pour it out, could only take all the living creatures around them as the target of venting, and the guards who were preparing to chase after Luo Yanfa and Luo Chuanza, became the first target of the Inferno Prison Unicorn. As a result, the guards were forced to give up the chase. From there, it was a full-scale battle against the Inferno Prison Unicorn. Looking at the two who managed to escape, Tang Yueqi also hated it. Wait, when this young lady goes back, she must find Grandpa to take out this bad anger for me. This scene was a shock to all the spectators. Seeing the situation, Tang Duanzhong also rushed to step forward. Instantly, a curtain of light that was several times stronger than the previous formation barrier suddenly isolated the audience. Open mouth. Don't be afraid, everyone. I've re-erected the barrier to make sure no one is in any danger. But the words were not finished. A lava bomb hit the barrier straight away. Soon, a huge gaping hole was melted away from the barrier that had just been erected. This scene saw Tang Dizhong's face twitch. At this point, though, it was too late to think about anything else. Seeing that the Inferno Prison Qilin had begun to lose control and attack the surrounding crowd indiscriminately, John Sakuraxu had wanted to go forward to try to awaken Chen Xuanyue's intentions. Knowledge. However, he was hurriedly pulled aside by Zhong Yunshen. Just leave the matters here to Elder Nan Yun. You'll only add to the chaos if you go. John Sakuraxu subconsciously glanced in Chen Xuanyue's direction. Only at this moment, that white-striped black tiger had already met the rampaging Inferno Prison Qilin. The Inferno Prison Unicorn, which was just as powerful as ever, fell into the lower peak the moment it faced the white-striped black tiger. In just 2 looks, the Inferno Prison Qilin was pressed to the ground by the white-striped black tiger, unable to move at all. Seeing this, the people around them breathed a long sigh of relief. But Nan Yunlord still didn't let up in the slightest. With a single leap, he arrived in front of Chen Xuanyue's body, directly pinching a hand resolution, a palm slapped on Chen Xuanyue's heavenly aura, spirit-suppressing seal. In the next moment, that Inferno Prison Qilin, which was originally formed by the grudge chi, also gradually turned into a mass of nothingness. Just as Nan Yunlord was about to let out a sigh of relief, the Qilin blood mantra within Chen Xianyu's body began to riot once more. See this scene, Nan Yunlord also said with some helplessness. No way, the power of yin and yang must be added. Yin Black Young Tiger. At the behest of the Southern Cloud Lords, a burst of black and white power erupted from the body of the Yin Black Young Tiger. It went straight into Nan Yunlord's body. Immediately afterward, Nan Yunlord pinched out another seal that was somewhat similar to the one he had just made, but was even more complex, and pressed it onto Chen Xuanyue's chest. Yin Yang Spirit Suppressing Seal. Seal. With a loud shout from the Southern Cloud Lord, all of the Qilin blood spell within Chen Xuanyu's body converged towards his chest. It gradually coalesced into a hideous unicorn tattoo. The tyrannical power within Chen Xianyu's body was also finally calmed. Everyone swarmed up to check on Chen Xianyu's condition, and the person who had been hiding in the corner of the Imperial Beast fighting arena also revealed a meaningful smile. Originally, I just wanted to test the results of the experiment. I didn't expect to be shown such an interesting scene. What a trip! The next moment, the figure gradually merged with the shadows behind it. It disappeared in an instant. Chapter 497. Chen Xianyu didn't know when it was back into that lava-filled space. Unlike the last time, the huge figure that was originally wrapped in lava all over his body, at the moment it was revealing its true colors. A fierce-faced griffin was staring at a pair of lantern-sized eyes, just looking straight at him. But despite this, instead of having a trace of fear, Chen Xianyu had an innate sense of familiarity with this qilin. Next moment, this qilin, which was covered in lava, suddenly let out an incomparably hoarse cry, like an old cow muffling, but nevertheless, Chen Xianyu could still clearly understand what this qilin was trying to convey. Take me out. At this moment, Chen Xianyu did not have too many realizations or thoughts, but subconsciously led this qilin towards a large door behind him that was glowing with white light. But what Chen Xianyu did not expect was, as the Kieran was about to walk into that white light door, a yin and yang taiji fish flew out from the light-colored gate, directly forcing this qilin back into the boiling magma. But the unicorn doesn't seem to be resigned to his fate, struggling frantically in the lava, trying to climb out of it. But no matter how much it struggles, under the suppression of the yin-yang fish, the unicorn couldn't even move an inch away from the magma. Gradually, the unicorn returned to peace. The yin and yang fish was also quietly suspended over the magma, not moving at all. And at this moment, Chen Xianyu seemed to have received some sort of guidance. One step into the door that glowed with white light. In the next moment, Chen Xianyu sat up violently from the hospital bed. Hiss, that hurts. At this moment, Chen Xianyu only felt that every part of his body was in excruciating pain. It was as if every part of it had been forcibly torn apart and then sewn back together again. After a little bit of getting used to the pain in his body, Chen Xianyu then began to inspect the injuries on his body. That's fine without checking. This examination made his entire body dumbfounded. I'll go. Who the hell did this? Tattooing my chest while I'm unconscious? With a shout from Chen Xianyu, the door to the hospital room was opened. A large wave of people who cared about Chen Xianyu walked in with a whimper. Jiang Sakuratsu was the first to rush out, directly pouncing on Chen Xian with a healthy step, language in his arms. Great! You're finally awake. That was a good punt by Kong Cherry Snow. It caused the pain that Chen Xianyu had gradually adapted to intensify extremely quickly again. Unable to stop himself from screaming, ouch! It seemed to notice his lapse. The hands that were originally hugging Chen Xianyu tightly also subconsciously relaxed a bit. This only made Chen Xian language slightly better. It seemed to ease the awkwardness. Ginger Cherry Snow continued. You've been in a coma for a week since the last Imperial Beastmaster competition. As soon as I heard about the Imperial Beastmaster competition, Chen Xianyu fiercely remembered something. Rushing to speak, he asked, where's Luo Xinyuan? Is he dead yet? Hear the question. Kong Cherry Snow didn't answer. Instead, he stammered for half a day. The group of people standing did not answer Chen Xianyu either. But just then, an old voice rang out. Luo Xinyuan? Ran away? Only to see Nan Yun Lord walk slowly into the hospital room with his cane, with a big mouth behind him. Words. Chen Xianyu was a bit incredulous. Run away? How did he get away? I clearly broke his limbs. Immediately, the Southern Cloud Lord then told him all about what had happened after Chen Xianyu and Luo Yanfei fell unconscious from their sparring match. Chen Xuanyu's face became increasingly ugly as Nan Yunliang narrated. Damn it! He's got quite a life. If only I had been more decisive and just blown his brains out. Seeing Chen Xuanyu's face of unwillingness, Nan Yun Lord was also relieved. You've done a great job, but Luo Xinyuan seems to have not exhausted his luck. Even if you, at first, attacked his head directly, all sorts of things would have come up to save Luo Xinyuan's life. Hearing the word, chi luck, all the people were looking puzzled. Lu Wei even jumped right in. Elder Nan Yun, don't make it sound so mysterious. It's like I'm reading a mystery novel. Chapter 498. When the Southern Cloud Lord heard this, he only smiled faintly, then said, though the chi is illusory, it is real. If it wasn't for the addition of chi luck, do you think Xian could really go from someone whose chi si, Dan Tian, and meridians were all wasted, come this far? When these words came out, the crowd was also dumbfounded. After all, what Nan Yun Lord said was indeed the truth. If anyone else had encountered an opening like Chen Xuanyu's, they would have only been played to death by Luo Xinyuan, who was an adopted son. In my opinion, Luo Xinyuan belongs to the same great fortune as Xianyu. If you want to kill Luo Xinyuan, you can only crush him over and over again. Break up his chi and cards one at a time. When his chi and cards run out, that's when he dies. Chen Xianyu nodded with a seemingly understanding nod as well. Immediately following the Southern Cloud Lords, the words changed. Xian language. Remember, for someone who carries great chi, every setback could be an accelerant for his metamorphosis. This time, Luo Xinyuan survived a great disaster. I'm only afraid that the next time will become even more difficult to deal with. I see. Those old undead of the Luo family, at the risk of offending the municipal government, the Imperial Beasts Association, and the Tang family, they want to sabotage the Imperial Beasts competition and save Luo Xin from going far away. It's because of that dead flame griffin of his. Over the past few hundred years, The Luo family has gone nearly insane for the entire family to be able to give birth to a pure-blooded Qilin. This time, not only will they cure Luo Xinyuan, they'll also give him access to the Hua Lin Pool. The efficacy of the Hua Lin Pool. I'm sure you're well aware of it. So, Genpu, going forward, you must work even harder to be strong. Words. An unprecedented sense of crisis also surged in Chen Xianyu's heart. Immediately, he nodded as well. Seeing the seriousness revealed within Chen Xianyu's eyes, Nan Yunlord smiled in satisfaction. Okay, when you get out of the hospital, come to the Imperial Beast Association. There's something for you. The old man will go back first. The words are gone. Nan Yunlord then took Zhang Dazue and turned around. Wait until you get out of the hospital room. Only Zhang Dazue asked with a face full of doubt. Senior brother, does something like Qi luck really exist? Words. Nan Yunlord revealed a bad smile. Ha, what a load of Qi. You really want to kill that little brat Luo Xinyuan. I'll charge up with the Yi Qin Black Young Tiger and directly slap him to death. It's useless for anyone to come. This statement was made. Zhang Dazue was even more puzzled. Then why did you? Looking at his senior brother who had an uncertain look on his face. The bad smile on Nan Yunlord's face just got bigger. I'll be frank. I don't want Luo Xinyuan to die right now. Just now. I said that purely to fool Xianyu. Words. Zhang Dazue was stunned. Senior, you're going too far. But you know what that boy Xianyu thinks. How can you do that? Seeing Zhang Dazue getting more and more agitated, Nan Yunlord hurriedly covered Zhang Dazuo's big mouth with one hand, fearing that the crowd inside the ward would hear. Zhang Dazue, on the other hand, wanted to return immediately to tell Chen Xianyu the truth. Just between the two pushing and shoving, a nurse, with a large waist, suddenly approached. Oi, this is a hospital. Keep your voice down. A big old man, still fighting in the hospital corridors. What a look. The nurse obviously didn't recognize the two men. Grabbing the two men was a lecture. Hear the nurse's reprimand. The two old men, Nan Yunlord and Zhang Dazue, also revealed a trace of embarrassment. Rushing at the fat nurse, he apologized repeatedly. Immediately, Nan Yunlord hurriedly pulled Zhang Dazue out of the hospital, and only then did he speak his true thoughts. My biggest worry is that Xianyu lost his motivation to become stronger after killing Luo Xinyuan. If that's the case, reviving the Four Fierce Academy is completely out of the question. Luo Xinyuan can't die now. Only when Luo Xinyuan is still alive will Xianyu have the motivation to continue to become stronger and have a sense of crisis. I'm going to let Xianyu know that he can't let up for a moment. As soon as he lets up, a tiger behind him will suddenly jump out and take his life. Words. Zhang Dazue also understood Nan Yunlord's good intentions, but still, he said worriedly, Elder brother, aren't you afraid of playing it off? To someone close to Genjutsu, causing harm? Or what if Luo Xinyuan really surpassed Xianyu with Hua Lin Qi? What then? Nan Yunlord sniffed. Smile. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yunhan was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Nyan Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himeni used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing. not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jianmo was forced to marry for the old man Lusan Master, whom she had never met, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master is a soft little ancestor of the night. Chapter 499. Inside the ward. Nan Yunlord and Zhang Dazue had just left not long ago. Chen Xuanyu then remembered the matter of the Qilin tattoo on his chest. Who the hell are you guys to be so boring as to draw this on my chest? Hurry up and give me that towel to wipe it off. Lu Wei chuckled. Don't rub it in. It's true. Before Lu Wei could react, he then violently realized that at this moment, Chen Xianyu had already risen up in the air, lunged toward himself. Lu Wei was directly pressed to the ground by Chen Xianyu's hungry tiger pounce move, only to see a displeased Chen Xianyu grabbing Lu Wei's neck in a deadly grip and shaking it. Did you tattoo me while I was unconscious? My mom taught me from a young age to be a good boy with good character, but now you're giving the old man a tattoo. What if my mom sees this? What if my mom thinks I'm learning the hard way? You say. I haven't had an easy time getting to know my mom. Now it's all ruined by you. At this point, Lu Wei had already been shaken by Chen Xianyu to the point of dizziness. Have a mind to explain, but he froze, unable to say a single word as Chen Xianyu shook him. Just then, a gentle female voice suddenly sounded. There, don't bully Lu Wei. That tattoo wasn't done by Lu Wei. At those words, Chen Xianyu raised his head once. Then he saw Chen Wenqi pushing Chen Wanru, who was sitting in a wheelchair and smiling, to walk in. The moment Chen Xianyu saw Chen Wanru, immediately, he stood up from Lu Wei's body. He casually threw Lu Wei to the side. There was a rush and nervousness in his eyes. I didn't. Anyway, looking at Chen Xuanyu's nervous face, Chen Wanru did not mean to blame. Okay. I know you guys are just being affectionate. Seeing that Chen Wanru had no intention of blaming herself, it was as if a huge stone had fallen to the ground in Chen Xianyu's heart as he let out a long breath of relief. All the tension and uneasiness dissipated at this moment. When he slowly turned his gaze to Chen Wanru again, the pair of deep eyes seemed to contain 1,000 words and countless emotions intertwined. In the end, it was reduced to a simple, heartfelt call. Mom, I'm home. These words were like a spring breeze brushing across a frozen lake, instantly melting the ice and snow in Chen Wanru's heart. Her eyes were instantly moist. A warm current surged through her heart, and crystal and teardrops swirled in her eyes, glistening with motherly love. She trembled her lips and choked for a long time before she finally squeezed out those same deeply felt words. Mom finally found you. Before the words left their mouths, the two of them could no longer contain their inner excitement and emotion, and hugged each other tightly. This embrace, spanning the distance of time and space, carries too many thoughts and attachments. Though they had spent time together and each other's figures had long been etched in each other's memories. But this moment of embrace is especially precious, because they finally realized that the one they were most attached to in their hearts had always been by their side. Tears streamed down the faces of both mother and son, but they did not dilute this strong bond. Instead, it's more like a baptism that makes the relationship purer and deeper. They held each other tightly, as if they wanted to freeze this moment in their hearts as an eternal memory forever. Seeing the touching scene of a mother and child reunion in front of you, Jiang Sakuratsu and Wei Xiaoxiao had long since burst into tears. It was still Zhao Daiju who suddenly jumped out. Well, a great joyous reunion of mother and child. What are you crying about? To celebrate this great joy, tonight it's up to me, our Mr. Wei. Treat everyone to a meal at the Marriott house. At this moment, Lu Wei, who was still in a stunned state, once he heard that Zhao Daiju, this dead fat man, even wanted to pit himself to treat himself at the Marriott house. Immediately, he tried to speak out to deny it, but nah, the head is just too dizzy, couldn't speak at all. As soon as I open my mouth, I want to throw up. At this rate, you're going to have to hemorrhage money tonight. Thinking of this, Lu Wei hurriedly and desperately waved his hands. Deny that you want a treat. But without thinking about it, Zhao Daiju was suddenly overjoyed. Look everyone, Xiao Wei'el waved his hand and said. No problem, Everyone hurry up and thank Wei Xiao. Chapter 500. For a while, everyone in the ward was amused by the pair of living treasures. Just then, Chen Wanru suddenly opened her mouth and said to Chen Xuanyu, "Do you really want to? If you really change your name back to Chen, everything in the Luo family will no longer have anything to do with you." Words. Chen Xianyu, however, said without a care in the world, "I never had any attachment to the Luo family in the first place. And I also said at the Imperial Beast competition that I would only be surnamed Chen for the rest of my life." Chen Wenqi, who was on the side, heard these words from Chen Xianyue. There was also a hint of a satisfied smile. "Nice. Not bad for my oldest brother. It's really not worth it for my old brother to die 9 times for you." When these words came out, Chen Xianyu instantly recalled, previously at the Imperial Beast competition, Chen Wenqi's wretched figure, rushing to ask, "Cousin, what the hell have you been through? And how did you get into that state before? And how did you come back with Xiao Yuncheng?" Without the slightest concealment, Chen Wenqi told everything that happened that day. Originally, since Chen Xianyu took back Luo Xinyuan's hair from the Luo family and Chen Wanru did a personal identification, he always felt that something was wrong. So he sent out the transported beast and sneaked around in the middle of the night to get some of Luo Xinyuan's hair and redo the paternity test again. As expected, Luo Xinyuan and Chen Wanru didn't have any half-assed relationship. But where did the hair come from that was successfully identified earlier? Think about it. Chen Wenqi quickly surmised a shocking guess. It's very likely that Luo Xianlian is Chen Wanru's real son. Holding this conjecture, Chen Wenqi had wanted to go ahead and inform the crowd of Luo Xinyuan's plot. Get some more hair from Chen Xianyu and get another appraisal. But I didn't expect to be attacked by the Black Tractor Club as soon as I left the house. Being confused and getting inside the big mountain. Also attacked by a guy in a black and white tuxedo with clown makeup. Hear this. Chen Xianyu instantly frowned, and Wei Xiao said in unison, "Black Clown, isn't he dead?" After the duo's explanation, the crowd also knew about the Black Clown and the Red Clown. Immediately, they also have revealed the unavoidable, thoughtful expression, "Back from the dead." This Black Coordinator Society's methods are too shocking, aren't they? Zhao Deju's eyes were wide open at this moment, but when Chen Xianhua remembered, once after a scene seen in Sakura's laboratory underneath the ancestral ground in Reiyan village. But there was some speculation. Perhaps the Black Clown didn't come back from the dead, but was made into an undead-type imperial beast by some means by the Black Council. This statement was made. The expression on the faces of the crowd became even more stunned. Lu Wei also asked with an incredulous look on his face, "People can turn into imperial beasts too?" Chen Xuanyu nodded without hesitation. "Of course. Don't forget about the Ibaraki toddler we met earlier in the Spirit Rock village. That guy used to be a yin and yang master called Abe Kirigakure." The crowd huffed at the words. After all, something like this is just too much of a stretch. Soon after, Chen Xianyu cleared his thoughts and said to Chen Wenqi, "These things will be investigated slowly later. Go on, cousin." Words. Chen Wenqi nodded, then continued. Later, the Black Clown used his human body to suppress the transported beast. It also forced Chen Wenqi to run around. The Black Clown's power seemed endless, tireless. On the other hand, Chen Wenqi's spiritual energy was depleting rapidly. After a long time, Chen Wenqi's spiritual energy ran out. The evasive beast was also forcibly repatriated to the Imperial Beast space. Chen Wenqi, on the other hand, was struggling to hold on under the Black Clown. Luckily, this Black Clown likes to abuse his prey. It didn't go straight to the killers. Instead, he kept creating wounds on Chen Wenqi's body. It also bought Chen Wenqi valuable time as a result. But despite this, the wounds on Chen Wenqi's body were bleeding continuously. This caused Chen Wenqi's consciousness to gradually blur, but just in the nick of time, a holy light descends, only to see an angel, covered in radiant light, suddenly descending. Chapter 501. Just when Chen Wenqi was about to die, it was Xiao Yuncheng who suddenly arrived, beat back the Black Clown who was about to strike. Only then did Chen Wenqi regain his life. After learning what happened, Xiao Yuncheng even personally brought Chen Wenqi, east and west to investigate the truth of Chen Xuanyue's disappearance. In order to find out the results as soon as possible, Chen Wenqi also simply treated the injuries on his body. That's why he was able to rush back before the end of the Imperial Beast competition. Stopped Zhou Yajing and Luo Xinyuan's plot. When Chen Xianyu heard Xiao Yuncheng's name, in his heart, he also could not help but feel a little more favorable towards Xiao Yuncheng, though it was clear to him that the guy approached him with a strong utilitarian agenda. But it's undeniable. This time Xiao Yuncheng had indeed done himself a great favor. He, Chen Xianyu, recognized this favor. After listening to Chen Wenqi, Chen Xianyue's gratitude towards Chen Wenqi was also beyond words. If it wasn't for the whim of this cousin of his own, I'm afraid it doesn't implicate what happens behind the scenes. This leads to the truth about his own life. What's more, Chen Wenqi was in danger and almost died because of what happened to him. This favor, he said he could not forget. Thinking of this, Chen Xianyu hugged the somewhat stunned Chen Wenqi. Obviously, he was a bit overwhelmed by Chen Xianyu's sudden move. Cousin, thank you. But when he heard Chen Xianyu's words of gratitude, Chen Wenqi also recovered from his daze. Spinning around, he gave a small smile. Who asked me to be a brother? Isn't it only natural to stand up for your brother? But immediately after, Chen Wenqi, however, had a turn of phrase. But, if you really want to thank old me, promise me one thing. Words. Chen Xuanyu also answered without even thinking about it. What's your business is my business. As long as I can do it, I won't say a word. Hearing Chen Xianyu's affirmative reply, Chen Wenqi also revealed a hint of joy. Yes, that's what I've been waiting for. I've already told Grandpa about finding you. Grandpa said, he misses you so much. Wants you to go back to the Chen family and recognize your ancestors. Chen Xuanyu smiled faintly. It's just this much. Even if you don't tell me, cousin, I'm going back. Words. Chen Wenqi was overjoyed. Yes, that's good. When you've fully recovered from your injuries, we'll set sail back to the Chen family. It just so happens that Auntie hasn't been back in years. Hearing to return to the Chen family, Chen Wanru's eyes also flashed with a trace of joy, but at the same time, it was also mixed with some guilt. Yeah, it's time to go back and see father now that Xianyuel has found him. 1 week later, a city sheriff's office. Chen Xianyu utilized Beilushu's connections to officially change his name at the A City Security Office. When Luo Lingling personally handed Chen Xianyue the brand new proof of identity, the heart is also mixed. Mind. No, Genjutsu. I formally apologize for what I've done to you before. I hope you can forgive me. Chen Xianyu didn't pay any attention to Luo Lingling's belated apology, casually accepting the proof of identity handed over by Luo Lingling. Coldly. There's no need. Everything in the Luo family is no longer my concern. The Luo Xinyuan of the past is dead. Now there's only Chen Xianyue. With those words, Chen Xianyu turned around and left. Looking at Chen Xuanyu, who was ready to leave without the slightest hesitation, Luo Lingling struggled briefly for a moment. Eventually the words from his heart came out. Genjutsu, can I go back to the Luo family? The position of family head cannot fall into Luo Xinyuan's hands. Words. Chapter 502. Chen Xianyu's departing pace suddenly stopped. He spared a glance back at the begging Luo Lingling. Is there something wrong with my ears? You're actually asking me to go back to the Luo family and fight with Luo Xinyuan for the position of family head? Don't forget, that's your 6 sister's precious heart far brother. Aren't you afraid he'll be hurt if you say that? Listening to the Qinxian language that spoke in a conspiratorial manner, Luo Lingling wasn't half as annoyed. Instead, he spoke with a serious face. You heard right. The position of Luo family head must not fall into Luo Xinyuan's hands. I admit that Luo Xinyuan was once always a sunny, kind boy in my eyes, but during this time, I suddenly realized that all his previous qualities seemed to be feigned, especially during the Imperial Beasts competition. The black information that came out was also something that made me start to begin to re-examine this well-behaved younger brother in my eyes. So since then, I've been investigating Luo Xinyuan. It's better if we don't check, but once we do, we find that Luo Xinyuan has been using the Luo family's name to commit crimes all these years. It's not even a big deal if you're a bully. If we really let this kind of person become the Luo family's family head, the Luo family will be finished. After speaking about his findings, Luo Lingling had originally thought that she would be able to stir up what little trace of familial affection Chen Xianyue had, but unexpectedly, what he got in return was a cold laugh from Chen Xianyu. What's it to me if the Luo family is finished? If you're not happy with Luo Xinyuan, you can hand over these found offenses to those old bastards. Words. Luo Lingling shook her head helplessly. It doesn't work, because Luo Xinyuan possesses the deadly flame unicorn. Grandpas. Now they all treat him like a baby. Even if I had proof, they wouldn't even care. Hearing Luo Lingling say that, Chen Xuanyu was also too lazy to break it up with her again. It's just not salty. Ignore it. Ignore it. It's none of my business. After saying that, Chen Xianyu left the security office straight away, toward the Imperial Beast Association. His little friend and master were still waiting for him. Where would he have the time to pay attention to the Luo family's idle matters? Looking at Chen Xianyu, who was determined to leave, Luo Lingling also helplessly revealed a bitter smile. Looking at his half-brother, Luo Lingling was unspeakably helpless. But what can be done about it? After all, it was a bullet he shot himself 3 years ago. Hit himself on the day. Today's Chen Xianyu had long since ceased to be the Luo Xianlian who had been bent on longing for affection and care. For the Luo family, he had long since become indifferent. But soon, Luo Lingling's eyes were also rekindled with a touch of determination. Even if Xianyu has given up on the Luo family, I can't let scum like Luo Xinyuan become the Luo family's family head either. But unbeknownst to me, it was this very thought. It led to that tragic end after Luo Lingling, City 8 Imperial Beast Association. Today's Imperial Beast Association was exceptionally lively. A number of news media outlets from City A were gathered. There were even a lot of social celebrities and gatekeepers who came, because many accidents happened on the day of the Imperial Beast Contest, Battle of Champions. That's why Tang Yueqi specially postponed the award ceremony. And today is the day the award ceremony is held. This awards show, however, is destined to have only champions, because Luo Xinyuan, who was the third runner-up, was still receiving treatment in the hospital at the moment. The repercussions from the death of the Imperial Beasts were not that pleasant. After all, she didn't have Chen Xianyu's terrifying recovery power. And there's even less to say about Luo Xinyuan, who was the runner-up. By Chen Xianyu, he had broken his arms and legs as well as multiple bones on his body. I'm only afraid that the injuries are even worse than Luo Xinyuan's. Even at this point, Luo Xinyuan had long since recovered as good as new, and he didn't dare to come to the award ceremony. After all, Chen Xianyu is here. He had long since been psychologically beaten out by Chen Xianyu by now, so how could he dare to come and hang out in front of him? But even without the third and second place finishers, it didn't take away from the gold and popularity of the awards show in any way. Chen Xianyu's name had already spread throughout the entire city. Anyone knows that a supreme genius has come out of a city. When Tang Yueqi, the Lord Mayor of a city, as the guest of honor, personally handed over the trophy belonging to the champion as well as the prizes to Chen Xianyue. The whole audience was happy for the young man who had gone from being a loser to a genius step by step. When Chen Xianyu took the Jiaozhu as the champion's prize into his hands, a system beep also sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, Dragon Ball Synthesis Method. Chapter 503. After the awards, Chen Xianyu arrived in Nan Yunlian's office. Inside the office at the moment, apart from Nan Yun Lord, on the left and right sides respectively also sat Tang Yueqi, Tang Duanzhong, and Xiao Yincheng, who was full of smiles. Looking at the somewhat stunned Chen Xianyu, Tang Yueqi also opened the door and said directly, "And I don't beat around the bush. Don't forget what you promised me. After you take care of your own business, remember to come to the Tang family to find me." When Chen Xianyu heard this, he also recalled the matter of having promised to explore the ruins with Tang Yueqi before the start of the Imperial Beast competition. Think back on this afterward. Chen Xuanyu also nodded slightly. Naturally, upon hearing this, Tang Yueqi then revealed a satisfied expression and left with Tang Dijong. But before leaving, Tang Duanzhong also whispered to Chen Xianyue, "Kid, I've recently come up with a new formation. When you come to the Tang family, we'll study it." After saying that, he hurriedly caught up with Tang Yueqi, who had already walked away. Looking at each of these proper formation masters, Chen Xianyu also revealed a helpless smile. Immediately afterward, Chen Xuanyu's ears heard the voice of Nan Yunliang, "Genji, nowadays, the ordinary Imperial Beast Academy can already be said to be useless for your growth. Later, I'll get you checked out of school." Words. Chen Xuanyu's eyes lit up then. I thought to myself that I was only afraid that my own master had already seen my growth. So you want to teach yourself? Thinking of this, Chen Xuanyu's heart was also uncontrollably bursting with excitement. He was aware of how unfathomable this master of his was. If you can practice with your own master, you will surely make rapid progress. But when he glanced at the Nan Yun Lord on the side, it also immediately collected the excitement on its face, afraid that the other guy would see what was going on. Although he was grateful for Xiao Yincheng's help this time, however, it did not allow him to completely remove his wariness of Xiao Yincheng. After all, the other party was from the Four Sacred Academy. As an heir to the Four Fierce Ones, it was inherently on the opposite side of the spectrum from them. However, Nan Yunlord's next sentence was one that confused Chen Xuanye. "Director Xiao, this disciple of mine will be handed over to your Four Sacred Academy from now on." Words. Xiao Yincheng also revealed a bright smile. Open mouth. That's natural. I originally knew little brother Xianyu at first sight. We will naturally take care of each other more in the future. Watching, the two of them say polite things to each other. Chen Xianyu's mind that was getting more and more confused. Later, what's the situation? Chen Xuanyu looked at Nan Yunlord with an incredulous expression, as if to say, is this something you can say about our relationship? Seemingly, he could see what Chen Xianhua meant. Xiao Yunqing didn't mind. Instead, he said bluntly, "I've known about you two for a long time. But don't worry, I'm not like those other old codgers at the Four Saints Academy. There's no animosity towards your Four Fierce Academy, although the Four Fowls Academy, with the name, Four Fowls, on its head, but it's no different from a normal academy, and even the educational ability is far beyond that of a normal academy. enough to be on par with the 4 sacred academies. For Xiao Yinqing's high hat, Chen Xianyu didn't care too much about it. Instead, he stared straight at Xiao Yinqing and asked, "Say, what do you need me to do?" Xiao Yinqing also revealed a hint of a smile at Chen Xuanyue's directness. "It's just easier to talk to smart people. I need you to win the leader of the 4-temple competition of the 4 sacred academies. At that time, you will be given a chance to enter the Holy Land of the 4 sacred academy. And the 4 sacred sanctuaries cannot be entered at will even by the chief dean, except for the leader of the 4-temple competition. I need you to help me find a spirit plant called Evil Transforming Grass in the 4 sacred Holy Lands and bring it to me." Contemplating for a long time, finally, Chen Xianyu nodded. "Okay, no problem. Old Xiao, you've done me a big favor this time." Chapter 504. I have no reason to refuse. Words. Xiao Yinqing was overjoyed. "Fine. I'll take care of everything for you at the 4 Saints Academy. But once you're in there, you'll have to earn all the resources you need. It's a chance to sharpen your skills and a chance. Anyway, I'll help you in any way I can." Although in Chen Xianyu's heart, he was puzzled that Xiao Yinqing had learned of the relationship between him and Nan Yunlord. Surprisingly, he hadn't been killed and silenced by the Southern Cloud Lords, but on second thought, his master should have had some considerations, so it didn't go too much deeper. After the purpose is achieved, Xiao Yinqing likewise asked Chen Xianyue to contact him again after he had taken care of his own affairs. After Xiao Yinqing left, only Nan Yunlord and Chen Xianyue remained in the office. Only Nan Yunlord was the first to speak. "I know you have doubts in your mind, but that's not important. Nowadays, there's hardly anyone else in a city who can compete with you. I guess only a place like the 4 Sacred Academy where geniuses and demons come out frequently can make you feel some pressure. So when you entered the 4 Saints Academy, make sure you work harder." Chen Xianyu sniffed, nodded. "I understand." Looking at the still humble Chen Xianyu, a look of satisfaction also appeared on Lord Nanyun's face. After becoming the champion of the A City Beast Royalty competition, he still didn't get carried away. That was something that pleased him. Spinning around, he spoke. "I'm sure you've seen the unicorn tattoo on your body. That's the seal I put on the Kieran blood curse on you." As soon as I heard about the unicorn tattoo, Chen Xianyu then came to be interested. He had heard from the crowd before about what happened after he passed out. Naturally, he was also curious about the Qilin blood curse on his body. You should already know that this Kieran blood curse is a curse left behind after your companion Kieran perished from birth. Every time this Qilin blood curse strikes, it will eat away part of your consciousness, and in the end, your body will be taken over by the Qilin blood curse. The unicorn was originally an auspicious beast, but after dying in vain, it also has an extremely strong grudge. Trying to dissolve this resentment is not a simple matter. Words. Chen Xuanyu also asked anxiously. "It's hard. There's nothing we can do with this Qilin blood curse?" Nan Yunlord raised his hand, signaling Chen Xuanyu not to rush, continuing immediately afterward. "Now there are 2 ways to solve the unicorn blood curse. First, find a way to eliminate the companion Qilin's resentment. Then convert the Qilin blood curse into your own spiritual energy through a long period of refining. Secondly, after eliminating its vital energy and remodeling its body, introducing the Qilin blood curse into the new body. In this way, not only will the Qilin blood curse be eliminated, but it will also be able to regain a pure-blooded Qilin." Hearing that there was a solution, Chen Xianyu also revealed a hint of joy. "I'll go. Kieran Divine Beast. Definitely pick the second one." Even Chen Xuanyu was quite excited at the thought that he might be able to obtain a pure-blood Qilin. But soon, he saw Nan Yunlord helplessly shake his head again. Remodeling the body? Is the body of a pure-blooded Qilin that easy to remake? The most prudent method at the moment is still the first one. Try to eliminate its grievances and then refine the Qilin blood curse. As for how to eliminate grievances, I still have to study it. But don't worry, before you head to the 4 Sacred Academy, Master, I will definitely be able to come up with a solution. Words. Chen Xuanyu also gave a slight salute. "Please." Looking at Chen Xianyu, who knew how to be so polite, Nan Yunlord also revealed a gentle smile. "Okay, you go back and get some rest first. Tomorrow, you have to return to the Chen family." Immediately, after saying goodbye to the Southern Cloud Lord, then he returned to the Jiang family villa. After returning to his room, Chen Xianyu then checked the Dragon Ball synthesis method in his head. "We're leaving for X City tomorrow. Maybe we can try synthesizing the Dragon Balls tonight." How to synthesize Dragon Balls. Synthesis formula: auger beads plus dragon teeth necklace plus high-quality flame quenching. Description: the dragon pearl belongs to an internal elixir of the Eastern Divine Dragon, and can only be formed in the dragon's belly. It can only be refined by the dragon itself. Chapter 505. Say it and do it. Chen Xianyu arrived at a private open-air training ground of the Jiang family. Only a spatial vortex interspersed with lightning suddenly opened. The starry sky demon dragon slowly stepped out from it. Looking at the starry sky demon dragon who still had a lonely face, Chen Xuanyu also revealed a hint of a smile. Immediately, he pulled out the augur bead he had obtained at the Imperial Beast competition. The moment Chen Xuanyu took out the augur bead, it also instantly attracted the attention of the starry sky demon dragon. But after surveying the augur beads for a moment, a hint of complexity flashed in the eyes of the starry sky demon dragon. Chen Xuanyu also keenly captured the starry sky demon dragon's expression. He thought that the starry sky demon dragon resented the low grade of the augur bead, so he opened his mouth to explain. Take it easy, I naturally know that you, a true dragon, can't see this augur pearl, but I have a way to refine the augur bead into a dragon bead. Hearing these words from Chen Xuanyu, a rare trace of excitement also flashed across the bottom of the starry sky demon dragon's eyes, but immediately after, Chen Xuanyu then said with a hint of worry on his face, you must use the augur bead and dragon tooth necklace to refine the dragon pearl. Swallow these two items into your belly and temper them with high-quality flames before they can be practiced into a dragon pearl. For flames, the Plume Flame Eagle's Southern Brightness Flame is a good choice. However, I'm afraid that something as dangerous as the Nanmingli fire will cause irreparable damage to you when it enters your body. But what surprised Chen Xuanyu was, after hearing his description, the starry sky demon dragon, instead of being afraid, instead, he gave an intriguing smile. Spinning around, he took the dragon pearl from Chen Xuanyu's hand with one hand. Then he removed the dragon's tooth necklace from around his own neck. A stream of it was thrown into his mouth. Seeing this, Chen Xuanyi also immediately understood what the starry sky demon dragon was thinking. There was no ink on the spot. Summon the Plume Flame Eagle again. After explaining the whole thing to Plume Flame Hawk, the Plume Flame Eagle also beat its chest with its wings, signaled to wrap in it. Immediately afterward, after exchanging glances with the starry sky demon dragon, the Plume Flame Eagle then sprayed a mouthful of blazing flames towards the starry sky demon dragon. And the starry sky demon dragon didn't have the slightest fear. Directly, a handful of that horrible Nanmingli fire inhaled into the belly. Chen Xuanyu had originally been a bit worried about the starry sky demon dragon after absorbing the Nanmingli fire. It was not able to skillfully use the Nanmingli fire for the refinement of the Dragon Ball, but it didn't work out. After inhaling the Southern Brightness Flame, the starry sky demon dragon didn't even have the slightest fluctuation in expression. Even more so, he directly closed his eyes and floated in the air on his knees. Just like that, the refinement of the Dragon Balls began straight away. Everything seemed so natural. The movements of the starry demon dragon also appeared to be fluid. It was as if the process of refining the Dragon Balls was something it had already been incredibly familiar with for a long time. As the minutes ticked by, the body of the starry sky demon dragon was also slowly changing. The original draconian body. Gradually it began to get trim. The cool Western dragon's appearance was also gradually transforming towards the appearance of the Eastern divine dragon. This caused Chen Xuanyu to be extraordinarily surprised as well. Hoo-hoo! At some point, a fierce wind rose. The originally clear night sky was also instantly cloudy. Even the moon, which gave off a faint glow, was completely obscured. Finally, only the starry sky demon dragon violently opened its eyes. The dragon's mouth opened toward the sky, as a loud and clear dragon roar sounded. A bead emitting a brilliant light shot out from the dragon's mouth, suspended in the air. Chen Xuanyu was overjoyed at the sight. I can't believe the Dragon Balls have been molded so quickly. Immediately after that, the terrifying thunder and lightning in the clouds struck as much as they could at the dragon pearl floating in the air. But nevertheless, no matter how the lightning struck, the dragon pearl was not damaged in the slightest. Instead, its own light grew stronger, and in the light of that light, the starry sky demon dragon was also completely transformed from a dragon man into an Eastern divine dragon. The shape is almost as general as the Sky Surprise Pale Inferno dragon, only with nothing but red lightning around it. Chapter 506. There were no flames coalescing. The ink-like scales were also glowing with a bit of green light. In this moment, the Forbidden Eye also operated on its own. Name, Dragon Ball. Description, the unique inner elixir of the Eastern divine dragon, containing the purest dragon power, capable of absorbing the power of destruction. Remarks, please absorb more power of destruction. Equipment effect, increase resistance to elemental attributes by 50%. Reduce weakness damage by 100%. Increase damage by 100%. Attachment skill, Divine Dragon Body. Effect, can be transformed into Dragon Body. Attached talent, Red Sky Divine Thunder. Description, the destructive lightning fused with Nanming Li Hua. A terrifying lightning with superb purifying power. Obviously, it was because of the absorption of the Nanming Li fire. The original thunder power of the starry sky demon dragon had also changed. It became the Red Sky Divine Thunder. Immediately after that, Chen Xianyu turned his head to look at the starry sky demon dragon that had already transformed into the Eastern Divine Dragon. Name, Star Magic Dragon. Stage of growth, Metamorphosis 7. Racial bloodline, Arrogant Demon Bloodline. Quality, Taboo, Unique. Attributes, Darkness Dragon Lightning. Talent, Mephistopheles Pride. Original Pre-Liberation. Skills, Shadow Dragon Fist. Thunder Dragon Shocking Kick. Shadow Dragon Triple Dance. Thunder Light Shadow Dragon Slash. Thousand Thunder Illusory Body. Primal Emancipation. Red Sky True Body. Original Post-Liberation. Skills, Dark Thunder Dragon's Breath. Dragon's Breath Black Hole. Destructive Starstorm. Pale Underworld Dragon Break. Red Sky. Talent, Red Sky Divine Thunder. Skills, Red Sky Dragon Flash. Heavenly Frightening Meteor Thunder. Darkest Dragon Meteor. Grinding World and Heavenly Jedi. Evolutionary Route, Shadow Dragon, Instant Shadow Dragon, Starry Magic Dragon, Heaven's Wrath Black Dragon, Extreme Dragon Emperor, Mephistopheles. Description, awakening the power of thunder and lightning of the Magic Dragon. Extreme loneliness and arrogance from its bloodline to understand a number of powerful skills. The original liberation will cause a great load on the royal beast. After the manifestation of the Red Sky True, but also contains a hint of the power of destruction. Fruity. The Starry Magic Dragon's information panel was also updated. The realm had also come to the Metamorphosis 7th stage without realizing it. What's more, he gained another transformation skill in addition to Primal Liberation, Red Sky True Body, and Chen Xianyu had a premonition. This, Red Sky True Body, was not complete. The reason why Chen Xianyu thought so, it was because he noticed the Dragon Ball docket information. Please absorb more power of destruction. Nowadays, the Dragon Ball had merely absorbed the Nanmingli fire. The Starry Sky Demon Dragon would have been able to transform into the appearance of the Eastern Divine Dragon. If a few more types of power of destruction were to be absorbed, how powerful would the Starry Sky Demon Dragon with the Dragon Ball be? Just as Chen Xianyu was thinking, a strong feeling of vertigo struck again. It was a feeling he was all too familiar with. I'll go. Again. But I just got out of the hospital. Puff. Chen Xian language because of the Starry Sky Demon Dragon transforming into the Red Sky True Body. Spiritual energy was consumed at a rapid rate. It was even more spiritually draining than Primal Liberation. Surprisingly, he just fell head over heels. The Starry Sky Demon Dragon also instantly lifted its Red Sky True Body state. After the Dragon Ball re-entered the stomach, it was also forcibly repatriated back to the Imperial Beast space along with the Plume Flame Eagle. And after Chen Xianyu fell unconscious, the Qilin Blood Curse was then ready to take advantage of the opportunity to occupy its body. But immediately after, the Qilin tattoo above Chen Xianyu's chest suddenly flashed. The Qilin Blood Curse was then instantly suppressed. Only, that Qilin tattoo after suppressing the Qilin Blood Curse, it seems to have become a little lighter than before. Just then, a one-eyed old man appeared out of nowhere, looking at Chen Xianyu with a helpless face. This person was none other than Lord Nan Yun. Only the Southern Cloud Lord said to himself, "Little guy, what a pain in the ass. If I hadn't isolated the aura of this place and made such a big commotion, I'm afraid I don't know how many people I would have attracted." But immediately after that, Nan Yunlord's words changed. "However, you've really given old me another big surprise this time. It's good that this time it's only a depletion of spiritual energy. With your terrifying recovery power, you're expected to recover by tomorrow morning. If it wasn't for the old man's seal in place, allowing the Qilin Blood Curse to escape, I'm only afraid you'd have to go to the hospital and lie down for another week. It's just that this seal, after all, is not a permanent solution." Looking at the fading Qilin tattoo, a flash of worry also flashed across the eyes of Nan Yunlord. Chapter 507. The next day. Knock knock. A sharp knock on the door suddenly sounded. Immediately after that came Chen Wenqi's urging voice. "Cousin, time to get up. Any more sleep will delay the return trip." Words. Chen Xuanyu also sat up violently from the bed. For a moment, a soreness came over his entire body. It was then that he recalled what had happened last night. First, he shouted to the door, "Coming right up." After hearing Chen Xian language's response, Chen Wenqi just said, "Then hurry up." Spin stopped knocking on the door. Seeing the situation, Chen Xuanyu also murmured in disbelief. It seems that this Red Sky True Body isn't something that can be utilized at will. It all boils down to the fact that I have too little spiritual energy. We must find a way to increase our spiritual power to do so, but there wasn't much of a good way to increase psychic power right now. Thinking of this, Chen Xianyu simply didn't bother to think about it anymore. Take one step at a time, and the ship will be straightened out at the end of the bridge. Thus, Chen Xianyu, after washing and dressing up, it also rushed to the entrance of the Jiang family compound. After saying a willing goodbye to the crowd, it was also in the special car that Jiang Yunsheng had specially prepared for them. Together with Chen Wenqi and Chen Wanru, They went straight to X City. After a day and a night of traveling, the three of them soon arrived at X City. Compared to City A, City X is significantly larger, and the building facilities everywhere are quite a bit more advanced. Seeing the long-lost city of X, Chen Wanru was obviously starting to get a little nervous as well. After all, he was not coming home for so long because of himself. To say there is no guilt is impossible. Soon, the car then drove to a villa area. At this point, at the entrance of the villa area, a brightly colored red carpet started from the doorway and continued towards the villa area. The sides of the red carpet, but also has long been filled with rows and rows of welcoming guests. When Chen Wenqi brought Chen Wanru and Chen Xinyuan out of the car, a neat and loud voice suddenly rang out. "Welcome home, Miss Wanru. Welcome home, young Master Xianyu." Chen, who suffered a lot in the Luo family, Xian language, where had he seen such a battle? Immediately, he was also a bit stunned. Even Chen Wanru, who hadn't returned for a long time, was at a loss for words at the moment. Just when the duo didn't know what to do, a loud and refreshing laugh suddenly rang out. "Ha ha, little sister, you're finally back." Only a middle-aged man with a strong body was seen walking out from the villa area. Chen Wenqi, after seeing the visitor, there was also a smile on his face, rushing to meet them. "Father, I..." Before Chen Wenqi could finish his sentence, he was pushed away by the middle-aged man. Chen Wenqi narrowly missed his footing. Looking at the middle-aged man walking towards him, Chen Wanru also revealed a hint of a delighted smile. "Big brother, I'm back." The middle-aged man, who was originally still full of smiles, after seeing Chen Wanru sitting in the wheelchair, in an instant, he blacked out. "Little sister, what happened to your leg? Who did this?" "Big brother, I'm going to take revenge for you." Words. Chen Wanru also let out a dark sigh. Big brother is still the same, but on his lips he opened his mouth. "These things are in the past. I'll talk to you more about them later." Spin. Chen Wanru pulled Chen Xuanyu, who was pushing the wheelchair for her behind her, to her body. Open mouth. "Genjutsu, this is your uncle, Chen Yiqiang." Chen Xian language was not ambiguous either. Immediately, he forced a junior salute at Chen Yi, and greetings. "Hello uncle." Looking at Chen Xianyu, who knew how to be so polite, Chen Yiqiang's lingering gloom because of Chen Wanru's leg, it also faded as much as it could. Once again, a small smile appeared, nodding his head as he did so. "Not bad. The little brat grew so big all of a sudden. You've suffered all these years. Since you've returned to the Chen family now, uncle promises that as long as uncle is alive, no one will be able to bully you anymore." The words are gone. Chen Yiqiang didn't care if Chen Xianyue was willing or not. It was a straight-up bear hug. At first, Chen Xianyu was still a bit uncomfortable. Negative prefix. Over the moment the two made contact, Chen Xianyu didn't have any aversion to it. Instead, he felt that this cheap uncle of his spoke with some coarse insults. However, Chen Xianyu could still feel a special emotion from these mere words. "It was a feeling that I had never experienced in the Luo family. This feeling is only what people often call affection. It's uncle who's sorry for you two mothers. If it hadn't been allowed to be exploited in the first place, steal you away and you and your mom wouldn't have been stranded for over a decade." Speaking of which, Chapter 508. Chen Yiqiang was clearly a bit emotionally uptight. Upon hearing this, Chen Xianyu also rushed to comfort him. "Uncle, don't blame yourself. We're not back here now." Chen Wenqi, who was on the side, also hurriedly interjected. Yeah, don't stand around here. Grandpa's still waiting inside, right?" Words. Chen Yiqiang let go of Chen Xianyu this time. "Right, go. Come inside with me to see your grandfather." Immediately, Chen Yiqiang then took Chen Xuanyue's hand as he walked towards the villa, and Chen Wenqi consciously came behind Chen Wanru and pushed the wheelchair for her. As the four entered the villa, the group of welcome guests at the entrance then began to drum and play. There were even rows and rows of fireworks going off. Soon, the crowd then arrived at the lobby of the Chen family villa. Only an old man with white hair was seen. Long ago, he sat above the main seat in the hall and waited. As he watched a group of four walk in, also stood up excitedly. "Wanru, my daughter, you're finally back." The moment the old man was seen, Chen Wanru also instantly reddened her eyes, though at the moment she had 1,000 words in her mind. But in the end, it only converged into one sentence. "Dad, I'm home." The old man gave a kind smile, rushing to meet them. "It's good to be back. It's good to be back." This kindly old man was Chen Wanru's father, Chenju. When he saw Chen Wanru's legs, there was also a flash of pain in his eyes. However, unlike Chen Yiqiang, he had already known about Chen Wanru's situation and what had happened to her. Because, ever since Chen Wenqi had found Chen Wanru, he had been in contact with Chen Ju. The reason why Chen Yiqiang hadn't been told in advance was also so that he could deal with things in the family without any distractions. Soon, Zhu Chen's gaze then went to Qin Xianyu. A scrutinizing face said, "This is Whisper, isn't it? How come you can't call out when you see someone?" Words. Chen Xuanyu also directly knelt on the ground. Kneel 3 times in a row. Grandpa. The reason why Qin Xianyu made a big salute. It's because Chen Wanru has spent all these years searching for himself. He broke off contact with the Chen family directly. I don't want to bother the family, though, but it's still more or less capricious. Now, this kneeling was considered an apology to his grandfather for Chen Wanru's capriciousness, but nevertheless, Chen Zhu, however, remained cold. Seeing the situation, Chen Yixiang also rushed to speak out. Dad, Whisper just came back. Isn't this a bit? But before Chen Yixiang could finish his sentence, Zhu Chen then squinted and glared at Chen Yixiang. I'm talking to Whisper and you're the one who's interrupting? Spin. Chen Yixiang also hurriedly shut his mouth. Don't look at him, he's big and thick and seems to be mean. In fact, he was particularly afraid of Zhu Chen. Seeing Chen Yixiang shut his mouth. Seeing this, Chen Wanru was also particularly nervous. It was thought that Zhu Chen was angry that she hadn't contacted her family for so many years, but seeing as her legs were already disabled so she wasn't reprimanded too much, so all the anger was put on Chen Xianyu. Just as Chen Wanru was about to open her mouth, Chen Zhu once again turned his attention to Chen Xianyu once more. A disgruntled face opened his mouth. You even openly stated at the Imperial Beast competition in a city that you would only be called Chen Xianyu in this life. Since your last name is Chen, my last name is also Chen, then why do you call me Grandpa? When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Chen Xianyu had thought it was because Chen Zhu didn't really like his grandson. That's why there's no good looks. But when he heard these words from Chen Zhu, but it was with a puzzled look on his face. Spinning around, he spoke tentatively. Grandchildren meet grandfather. The moment the word grandpa came out of his mouth, the original taut-faced Chen Zhu. It was a joyous moment. A change in his previous serious expression. Ha ha. Good grandson, good grandson. Come on over here and show grandpa. For a moment, Chen Zhu rushed to help up Qin Xianyu, who was kneeling on the ground. This closer look. Zhu Chen was even happier. Not bad, not bad. My Whisperer is truly a sight to behold. It's just like Grandpa when he was young. The more Chen Zhu looked at Qin Xianyu, the more he liked her. I will proclaim the entire city of X, the young master of my Chen family, has come home. Seeing this, Chen Yixiang and Chen Wenqi, father and son, were also speechless for a while. This old man, as usual, is arrogant. If you want Whisper to call you Grandpa, just say so explicitly. It has to go in such a big circle. But the duo whirled around and smiled. Ever since Chen Wanru left the Chen family, this old man of his own family hadn't been this happy for a long time. Just when the family was having a good time, an underling, panicked, burst in from outside, even shouted, No, no good. The lab fossils have been stolen. Chapter 509. What? The fossils were stolen? The lab is so heavily guarded. How could it be stolen? When Chen Yixiang heard this, he immediately looked at, with an angry face, the subordinate who came in to inform him, and the subordinate said with a helpless look on his face, Grand Master, I'm not sure. You'd better hurry to the scene. At those words, Chen Zhu also looked at his somewhat impatient son. Open mouth. What did I teach you on a regular basis? Stay calm when things go wrong. What's the point of you getting mad at them? They're just coming over for a briefing. 2. Even if you kill them, you won't get back what you lost. Hearing his father speak, only then did Chen Yixiang's tone ease up quite a bit. You go down first, I'll follow. Hear that? Only then did that subordinate exit the hall with a sense of relief. Seeing the situation, Chen Zhu was also filled with guilt. Whisper, Wanru, you guys go back to your room first to rest and relax. We'll catch up with you guys after we take care of this. At those words, Chen Xianyu was the one who hastily spoke. Grandpa, take me with you. Maybe I can still help. Originally, Chen Zhu did not want Qin Xianyu to be caught up in the middle of all this mess as soon as he returned. But now Chen Xianyu had even furtively wanted to go along and take a look. This rather put Chen Zhu in a tangle, because he knew very well that this fossil loss was not a simple theft. It was likely to involve the Chen family's archenemy in X City, the Duan family. But as soon as Chen Xuanyu's words fell, on the side, Chen Wenqi also helped out. Yes, Grandpa, you are unaware of how amazing Whisper's performance was at the Imperial Beast competition in a city. You just let him go. He can definitely help. Chen Zhu nodded non-committally. However, he didn't think that Chen Xianyu could really be of any help. After all, in his opinion, a city was nothing more than a small city in the middle of nowhere. Moreover, the participants of that Imperial Beast competition were only some of the younger generation from the surrounding cities. Winning the A-City championship is only the tallest of the short ones. How strong can one be? Plus, he had heard about Chen Xianyu's treatment in the Luo family, although Zhu Chen also recognized the growth of Chen Xianyu, but never got any family resources. Chen Xianyu's strength today could at best be said to be passable in the younger generation of the entire Dragon Kingdom, but if we really had to face those people from the Duan family, I'm afraid that we wouldn't even have the strength to defend ourselves. But, it occurred to me that sooner or later, things in the family would have to be handed over to the two grandchildren. Plus, this time, there was himself and Chen Yiqiang. Think of it as letting Chen Xuanyu familiarize herself with the affairs within the family in advance. For Chen Zhu to have such thoughts was not to underestimate Chen Xianyu. Rather, it was judged based on the intelligence reflected to him by Chen Wenqi. But unbeknownst to her, most of what Chen Wenqi reflects is Chen Xianyu's life and what happened to Chen Wanru. There was no detailed description of Chen Xianyu's strength. There was only a brief mention of Chen Xuanyu's status as the champion of the Imperial Beast competition. In response, Chen Yiqiang also nodded. It's good for Whisper to go and take a look. After all, this family business will be handed over to you two brothers sooner or later. Early contact is good too. I don't know if I was psychologically pestered by the Luo family's group. Now when Chen Xianyu heard the words take over the family business, he had a strange feeling. So he spoke up in a hurry. Family business and all that. I'll pass. I still like to be free, so I'll leave this responsibility to my cousin. What's the problem? I'll just play and assist and that's pretty much it. The crowd didn't delve too deeply into the issue. So, except for Chen Wanru who went back to her room to rest, the remaining four people, too, rushed directly to the Chen family's laboratory in the suburbs. Along the way, Chen Zhu was also consciously or unconsciously telling Chen Xianyu about the origin of the laboratory. It turns out that in the last 20 years in the city of X, a large number of skeletons and fossils of ancient imperial beasts have been found. Someone was surprised to find out. Surprisingly, these skeletons and fossils still contain some life energy. A researcher soon came to a conclusion. Chapter 510. Through genetic science, combined with these life energies, there is a chance that these ancient imperial beasts can be resurrected. For a while, the X City Town Hall also listed it as a key research project in X City. Once successful, it will undoubtedly greatly increase the economy as well as the strength of City X. But there is one problem, and that is funding. For this project, the amount of money spent would be astronomical. So the Town Hall of X City hit on the X City's lineage, wanted to pick a X City lineage and work with it. So the Chen family and the Duan family began the competition for the project. It was also during this time that the Chen family was divided into two factions. The faction led by Zhu Chen believed that the project should be fought for, and once it was successful, it will bring great benefits to the Chen family. The other school of thought is that the project is a bottomless pit, and it is not yet known whether it will be a success or not. But before it succeeded, it would certainly greatly deplete the Chen family's reserves. It was also for this reason that civil unrest broke out in the Chen family. Chen Wanru was therefore in exile. But in the end, Chen Zhu saved the day and not only unified the divided Chen family. We have also succeeded in obtaining the right to cooperate in the fossil resurrection project. The defeated Duan family harbored a grudge as a result. That's why they started to work against the Chen family and everything. Chen Zhu reckoned that this time, the Duan family couldn't be divorced from it. After listening to Zhu Chen's description, even Chen Xianyu asked with some skepticism, "Grandpa, can those fossils really come back to life?" I had expected that my grandfather would be a little upset to hear his questioning, but it didn't work out. At this moment, Chen Zhu unexpectedly revealed a hint of a meaningful smile. Who says it won't work? Isn't Wenqi's transported beast the best example of success? Words. Chen Xianyu looked at the slightly amused Chen Wenqi on the side with an unbelievable expression. The whirlwind also revealed a look of dawning realization. Before that, when I was attending the Imperial Beast Academy, Chen Xianyu hadn't looked at the illustrations of known imperial beasts and spirit beasts. A recluse beast that can master the space attribute is simply unheard of. If he didn't possess the forbidden eye, he wouldn't even know the name of the transported beast. Only now, the transported beast was surprisingly an imperial beast resurrected from an ancient fossil. No wonder it has such a weird ability. The Chen family with this kind of ability. Chen Xianyu couldn't even believe how powerful the Chen family would be in the future. It seemed to have guessed Chen Xianyu's thoughts. Chen Zhu, however, sighed slightly. It's not easy to resurrect an ancient imperial beast. The first step is to ensure the integrity of the fossils, and then rebreed their bodies for them with the aid of genetic science. Extradite again the consciousness of the ancient imperial beasts remaining on the fossil into the rebred body. That way, the resurrection can truly be realized. Fossil integrity and residual consciousness are missing. The integrity of the fossil determines how well the body of this ancient imperial beast is cultivated, and the consciousness remaining on the fossil determines the ability to pass on after resurrection. The more complete the two are, the more powerful the resurrected imperial beast will be. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanyi also nodded slightly. Chen Yiqiang on the side also took over and continued. Today, our cooperation with the municipalities is over. The technology to resurrect the fossils has been turned over to the state by the mayor, and as payment to the Chen family, we can dig up the fossils ourselves and resurrect them. And this lost fossil is, by far, the best preserved fossil. As long as there's a trace of ancient consciousness in it, we can resurrect a powerful beast that's far more powerful than ordinary beasts. I was going to start testing the consciousness contained in it today, but I didn't expect it to be stolen at this juncture. Looking at the depressed Chen Yiqiang, Chen Xianyu also spoke out in relief. Uncle, take it easy. Let's go ahead and see what's going on. Soon, the four of them then drove all the way to the Chen family laboratory on the outskirts of X City. The four had just entered. A researcher in scientific attire was then seen, was lashing out at a suspected guard. Are all of you from the Chen family? Trash? Can't even look at a fossil. If the man who infiltrated the institute wasn't trying to steal the fossils, he was trying to kill us. Wouldn't we have died a long time ago then? Chapter 511. Looking at the researchers in the labs, they were flaunting their weapons and talking out of their asses. A hint of imperceptible displeasure flashed across Chinju's eyes, but it was well disguised. Spinning around, he showed a look of concern. Professor Young, what's going on here? After hearing Chinju's voice, Prof. Zhang also stopped the chattering in his mouth. Turning his head, he looked at Zhu Chen, who had just walked into the doorway of the lab. But what made the aside Chen Xianyu not expect was, this Prof. Zhang had not been tempered by Chinju's arrival. Instead, he said to Zhu Chen in a somewhat conspiratorial manner, Master of the house, you're too slow to be efficient. It's been half an hour. You're just coming over now? Why don't you wait until the whole institute has been stolen before you come over? Words. Chenju's face did not show a hint of anger. Instead, he opened his mouth with a small smile. We moved as soon as we got the message. But the institute is so far away from the Chen family after all. It only took us half an hour. And that's already fast. But Prof. Zhang didn't have the slightest intention of buying it. With a raised hand, he interrupted Zhu Chen. Chen family master, I don't want to hear your sophistry. I've been doing my best for your Chen family for over 10 years. And you guys can't even give me this basic sense of security. Today was the day the fossils were stolen from God. If someone else were to try to kill us tomorrow because of the technology we have, wouldn't our heads move without us realizing it? In that case, then what are we staying here for? Might as well forget it while it's falling apart. As soon as these words came out, a trace of worry clearly flashed in the eyes of the other researchers as well. Yes, this is too unsafe. I don't want to die for nothing. They are well aware that the fossil resurrection technology in their hands, even if it is a piece of meat and potatoes, is at the same time a death charm. There is always the risk of being targeted. If the Chen family really couldn't guarantee their personal safety, they might really have to consider pulling out before it was too late. Looking at the reactions of the other researchers, as well as the arrogant and incomparable Professor Zhang, Chen Yiqiang, who was on the side, couldn't hold back any longer. Shot. The table roared. Zhang Boyuan, don't forget, without the Chen family, you're nothing but a depressed little character. You're just ungrateful, and now you're even here to incite the others. Believe it or not, I'll waste you. Looking at the furious Chen Yiqiang, Prof. Zhang is also not showing any weakness. The same two hands slapped on the table, and Chen Yiqiang met Chen Yiqiang's four eyes. Hooray! Is this the attitude of your Chen family? That I'm ungrateful? If I hadn't saved the day and cooperated with the town hall staff to break through the key steps of the fossil resurrection technology, your Chen family lost all their money long ago. Where else would you be today? Now that your position in X City is secure, you want to unload your ass? While saying that, Prof. Zhang also ripped off his own collar, revealing his neck. To Chen Yiqiang disliked. Come on, kill me. Don't forget, the core steps of resurrection technology are the only ones I can operate and understand. Watching the intensifying sides, Chenju was also a change from his previous kind brows. An unparalleled aura of terror suddenly erupted. Shut up, all of you. For a while, both of Chen Yiqiang and Professor Zhang, the anger on his face instantly dissipated, turning to a look of horror, as if daring to say another word. Just something terrible will happen in general. Chen Yiqiang was in a slightly better state as a sentinel, but Prof. Zhang at this moment was long since scared out of his sweaty face. If it wasn't for the baggy research suit worn over it, it was only a matter of time before others could tell at a glance that his intimate apparel had long been soaked with sweat. Chen Xianyu also felt the fluctuation of Chenju's spiritual energy at this moment. I didn't realize that this grandfather of his was also somewhat unfathomable. It was no wonder that he was able to resolve the split in the Chen family with his own strength and seize the important project resources for the fossil resurrection from the Duan family's hands. Just as Qin Xianyu was thinking this in his mind, Chen Yiqiang and Professor Zhang also subsided, seeing the situation. Only then did Chen Zhu look unhappy and reprimanded Chen Yiqiang. Yi Chang, how do you talk to Prof. Zhang? You can't forget your roots as a human being. Prof. Zhang is our Chen family's countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization descends, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yunhan was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine pill, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Nyan Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. He mainly used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xinyuan Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Huan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively empties the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he can copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sanshur, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 512. Those traitors were separated by me using space, removing their heads, and while their bodies suffered death by 1,000 cuts, their consciousness was incomparably clear. The taste, the screaming, TSK. How could Prof. Zhang forget? Listening to Chen Zhu's words exit sentence by sentence. Although on the surface, he was reprimanding Chen Yiqiang, but how could Professor Zhang not understand the meaning of the words? Professor Zhang, who was originally still immersed in fear, also forced out a smile, stumbling over the words. That, I am loyal to the Chen family. I hate people who encourage others to screw up. This time, it's really a bit scary. I beg your pardon, family master, for any offense you may have committed before. As he spoke, Prof. Zhang almost didn't get right down on the ground to kowtow to Chen Zhu. Seeing the situation, Chen Zhu also hurriedly reached out to support Professor Zhang, whose legs were trembling. Full of gentleness, he said, Prof. Zhang, it's serious. I knew you were straight. It was indeed my Chen family's negligence that caused the fossil to be lost this time, and put the safety of all of you at risk. Zhu Chen pondered slightly, then continued, this way, everyone's been working hard this whole time. $5 million bonus for one person and a few days off. When you come back again, I promise to fix everything. In fact, these researchers are not to be blamed for the loss of the fossils. He cooperated with Prof. Zhang before, also because he was afraid of taking the blame. Now not only is there no punishment, and a $5 million bonus, who else is going to say anything? Seeing that things had calmed down, Chen Zhu didn't pursue the matter any further. Instead, he waved his hand. Break it all up. On hearing this, so the researchers were also happy to go and collect the $5 million bonus. Of course, it was also including the just now arrogant and incomparable Professor Zhang. Looking at Zhu Chen, who easily solved the problem, Chen Xianyu also couldn't help but smack his lips secretly. Grandpa is a ruthless man who saved the Chen family's life by himself. This means of grace and mercy is used appropriately. But after watching a bunch of researchers leave, Chen Xianyu still couldn't help but voice out a reminder. Grandpa, there's something wrong with this Professor Zhang. For Qin Xian language's reminder, Zhu Chen didn't show the slightest surprise. Instead, he looked at Chen Xianyu with an intriguing expression. Seeing the situation, how could Qin Xianyu not understand what Chen Zhu meant? Grandpa, you found out a long time ago? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhu didn't deny it. Instead, they just nodded and acknowledged it. I'm only afraid that the loss of the fossils has nothing to do with him. If it wasn't for the core technology of fossil resurrection, which is firmly in his hands, I'll never let him live this long. When Chen Yiqiang, who was on the side, heard this, the anger on his face resurfaced. What? I thought this kid was usually just a bit arrogant at best with the technology in his hands. Now he dares to hit the fossils? No way. I'm going to give him a little look. Seeing his son so impulsive, Chen Zhu slapped him directly on the back of the head. There was a bit of hatefulness. I'm so smart. Why are you so shafted? I really doubt it. It was the wrong one to hold in the hospital in the first place. Seeing this, Chen Wenqi also cried and laughed a little, rushing to speak. Dad, Grandpa just did that to appease the researchers. If you go over there now, then wouldn't everything Grandpa did before be for nothing? And you wouldn't be able to scare the snakes. Words. Chen Yiqiang also slapped his forehead. Yeah, it was almost bad. Looking at the naive Chen Yiqiang, Zhu Chen also had a bit of a headache. Thankfully, my own two grandchildren are not like this one. Otherwise the Chen family will be finished. Zhu Chen closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. I've long since received word that Zhang Boyuan has long since received favors from the Duan family, and wants to take the core technology with him and switch sides. The loss of the fossil is certainly a great loss, but the most serious is still the time bomb that is Zhang Boyuan. You can't kill. You can't release. What a headache. Just when Chen Zhu had a huge headache, Chen Xuanyu's voice suddenly rang out. Grandpa, shall I try? Chapter 513. This statement was made. It instantly attracted the attention of Zhu Chen, Chen Yiqiang, and Chen Wenqi. Chen Wenqi immediately revealed a look of surprise. Older brother, if you have any ideas, just hurry up and say them. It's 100,000% urgent now. The sooner we deal with this traitor Zhang Boyuan, the less the Chen family will lose. Compared to Chen Wenqi's excitement. For their part, Zhu Chen and Chen Yiqiang didn't have much of an emotional upheaval. Chen Yiqiang spoke even more bluntly. Whisper. It's not that uncle doesn't believe you. It's just that this is a non-trivial matter. The fossil resurrection technology is a matter of life and death for the Chen family. No room for sloppiness. It seemed to be afraid that Chen Xianyu had not yet understood the importance of the fossil resurrection technique. Zhu Chen also took over and said, the imperial beast rises from the fossil, regardless of its integrity, because the consciousness carries more or less the genetics and heritage of the ancient imperial beasts. Not only is the potential far greater than that of current imperial beasts of the same quality, but because of the ancient genetics, the cost of breeding will be greatly reduced. Therefore, an ancient imperial beast can be said to have a price. So if you want to obtain the ancient imperial beast, you have to bring the fossil to my Chen family or maybe the town hall to help resurrect it. Of course, the town hall is researching the fossil resurrection technology more for the purpose of arming the powerful Dragon Kingdom's army of imperial beasts. There's simply no extra effort to bother with those who come to the door begging for it. So, to resurrect the ancient imperial beasts that have long since become fossilized, these people will have no choice but to come to my Chen family. It's also because of this that the Chen family has been able to grow rapidly over the years, accumulating connections and funds by leaps and bounds. It even has a hidden tendency to overpower the Duan family. That Chen family civil unrest a dozen years ago dealt a huge blow to the Chen family, and now the Chen family, which is relying on the fossil resurrection technology to re-emerge, has a single industry. If once the Duan family gets their hands on this technology, it will be a devastating blow to my Chen family. Words. Chen Xianyu also thoroughly understood the importance of this technology. Seeing Chen Xianyu fall into deep thought, Chen Zhu also only thought that Chen Xuanyu's speech just now was a sudden thought. Now that I've learned the details of how it all started, I realized that it was whimsical, and that's why I've fallen silent. But immediately after, the corners of Chen Xuanyu's mouth, however, revealed a hint of a smile. Grandpa, if I'm right, the Duan family hasn't made a move against us yet. That's because they haven't talked to Zhang Boyuan yet. That means they haven't gotten to the core technology. Or perhaps, at this time, Zhang Boyuan is waiting to sell. wanting to use the core technology in his hands to seek more benefits from the Duan family. And I'm afraid that this fossil theft was also self-directed by Zheng Boyuan. It's also a test run. He wants to use this incident to observe the loyalty of the entire research team to the Chen family, and how much they trust him. If he can take full control of this research team, it will undoubtedly increase his own leverage. At that time, whether he leaves or stays, his position will be untouchable. For Chen Xuanyu's analysis, Zhu Chen was quite agreeable. At the same time, he also thought highly of Chen Xianyue, his grandson, by a few more points. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, Chen Xianyu was able to see this matter so thoroughly, as expected of his Chen Zhu's grandson. However, Chen Yixiang, who was on the side, still had an ugly face. So what now? Can't it be that we have to keep sucking up to that villain Zheng Boyuan? Words. Chen Xuanyu's eyes narrowed slightly as a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Of course not. Keeping wallflowers like this profit-oriented one is a scourge. By the time we regain the core technology and have it firmly in our hands, he will have no value. Seeing this, Chen Wenqi also hurriedly reminded, cousin, if you're trying to get the core technology from the town hall, I advise you to die while you still can. The technology of fossil resurrection has long been perfected. We, Chen Zhu, no longer have any value to the Jinfu, and for the fights between the lineages, they simply won't care. So trying to get the core technology from the officials is impossible. Chen Xianyu saw this. A slight smile. Chapter 514. The core technology is not available, but there are always information, fossil resurrection process, parameters, and results of other researchers who are each responsible for their own part of the process, right? After listening to Chen Xuanyu's description, the other three were all a bit dumbfounded. Could it be that you want to? Chen Xuanyu smiled confidently. That's right. I'm going to use these parameters and information to reverse engineer the core technology. Originally, Chen Xianyu thought that this statement would make Grandpa and Uncle happy. Unexpectedly, what they got in return was a bitter smile from both of them. Just see Chen Yixiang, somewhat helplessly, whisper, it's come to this, so don't joke about it. Do you realize how complex and brain-burning those parameters are? And I'm not afraid to tell you, in the entire X city and even the whole country, apart from the researchers of the town hall, only Zhang Boyuan, who was involved in the whole process of solving the fossil resurrection technology puzzle, can read it, even if the information of that core technology is placed in front of us, or even other researchers. No one can understand the principles on it as well as the operation method. You're a little guy who's never been exposed to scientific research, and you're telling me that you're going to reverse core technology through other data. What do you make me think, uncle? Chen Xianyu did not resent his uncle's straight talk. On the contrary, he was very fond of his uncle's straightforward character. However, even so, his eyes remained unshaken. Seriously, he said to Zhu Chen and Chen Yixiang, Grandpa, uncle, believe me, as long as I can be given the relevant information, I only need 3 days at the most. Chen Yixiang still wanted to say something, telling Chen Xianyu to stop or something like that, but he was interrupted by Chen Zhu, who was on the sidelines, only to see Zhu Chen looking straight at Chen Xianyu, asked with a stony face, how sure? After a little thought, Chen Xianyu also opened his mouth without slanting his eyes. 70%. When these words came out, Zhu Chen was instantly nonplussed. Let's not talk about a 70% success rate. Even a 30% or 40% success rate can be tried. Although he wasn't sure where Chen Xianyu's bottom line was. However, he could sense the seriousness in Chen Xianyu's tone. They hadn't spent much time together, but he knew it well. Chen Xianyu was not someone who believed in what he was saying. At the same time, he didn't believe that Chen Xianyu would be in a position where the survival of the family was at stake. The thing to joke about. Thinking of this, Chen Zhu also hammered away. Good. Grandpa believes in you. I'll have someone gather all the information for you here. Words. Chen Xuanyu also spoke. Grandpa, I won't let you down. 70%. Still a conservative estimate by Chen Xianyu. The strong desire space granted Chen Xuanyu a bug-like comprehension ability. Reverse engineering a core technology that is not a handful? With those words, Chen Xianyu turned around and headed towards the entrance of the research room. Seeing the situation, Chen Wenqi also asked curiously, cousin, aren't you trying to reverse the core technology? Where is this getting ready to go? Chen Wenqi's voice was heard from behind him. Chen Xuanyu also turned around and laughed. 2.5 days is enough to backtrack that thing. Now, I'm going to go ahead and retrieve the fossil our family lost. The words fell. Chen Xianyu then walked straight out the door. Only the 3 grandparents and grandchildren who were dumbfounded were left behind. Chen Yixiang was still in a bit of disbelief. Dad, do you think whisper this? Is this reliable? Chen Zhu, however, showed a look of compassion. Look at Whisper's face full of confidence. Like when I was young. Don't even believe it. Chapter 5:15. Midnight. Somewhere on the streets of X City, a teenager with the stride of a six-loved man, wandering carelessly toward a bar up ahead. The teenager was seen wearing a handsome lobbed-back hair. On top, he wore a t-shirt with a skull on it, with a leather jacket over it. Underneath, he wore a pair of jeans full of holes, because of the large neckline of the t-shirt. Vaguely, the unicorn tattoo on the teenager's chest was also calling out. Typical of what a street punk looks like. And this person was none other than Chen Xianyu in disguise. As he walked to the door of the bar, it was also receiving feedback from the strong desire space earth poison scorpion. It seems that the Chen family's lost fossil is here. After a small mutter, Chen Xuanyu also stepped right into the bar. Turns out it was in the lab earlier. The earth scorpion, who loves money, also sensed the scent of the stolen fossil in the laboratory in the space of strong desire. This is why the term fossil is defined as a special thing called treasure. And through a special means, it captured the scent left by the stolen fossil. It was only then that Chen Xianyu found his way over. Of course, trying to get the Earth's poisonous scorpions to work. Chen Xianyu also paid a price of 1 gold coin unsurprisingly, but paying just 1 gold coin would help the Chen family recover the lost fossil. It has been extremely cost-effective. In order not to spook anyone, Chen Xianyu also made a special effort to disguise himself. If not, according to his usual good boy attire, it's easy to get noticed by someone who is interested. But what made Chen Xianyu not expect was, he still missed the mark. He had thought that, once he entered the bar, he would find a corner with no one in it and observe the situation inside first, find another way to pry. But even though he had deliberately dressed himself up as a punk, but it still attracted a lot of attention, especially some of the girls who hang guys in bars. It was a very different temperament from the usual though. But Chen Xianyu dressed like this, her whole body revealed a wild beauty, especially with that handsome face. It's hard not to take a second look. Chen Xianyu had only entered the bar for a short while. No. A few bold girls went up to Chen Xianyu to ask for contact information, though Chen Xianyu had refused them all one by one. But still, these girls can't be stopped, especially some of the old man choppers who hang out at nightclubs all the time. Even more so, he teased Chen Xianyu for a while, although Chen Xianyu tried his best to act like he was used to it, but his face, already red to the ears, had long since betrayed it. Seeing this appearance of Chen Xianyu, those girls just got even more excited. There were even some girls who had already started to move against Chen Xianyu. This caused Chen Xianyu to be a little bit in tears and at a loss for words as well, even in 2 lifetimes. It was also the first time that Chen Xianyu had met such a battle. In his previous life, he had even put his heart into Su Jinshi's body. And naturally, you don't go clubbing. And in this life, all one wants to do is become stronger, much less touch something messy. The lack of experience also caused the image of a gangster created by Chen Xianyu at this moment to almost break. Just when things were getting out of hand, a female voice suddenly sounded. I said, have you guys never seen a man before? When these words came out, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone. Chen Xianyu also looked in the direction the voice came from. Only a very beautiful looking girl in a busty one-piece wraparound dress was seen, was alone, sitting at the bar of the bar, looking over with a displeased expression. Beside Chen Xianyu, there was immediately a girl with a rather fiery personality who was not happy, pointing at the girl who had just opened her mouth. She snapped, what's it to you if we've seen a man or not? He doesn't have the guts to go after this little brother himself. Just thinking about pulling a stomp on us and playing a game of beauty saves the boy? What a heartbreaker. Think that's what makes this handsome little man look at you? Bah! In the face of such ridicule, the girl sitting at the bar didn't react much. Instead, he shook the cocktail in his hand. Spinning around, he took a small sip, just as the girl beside Chen Xianyu thought that the other party was afraid. So don't dare talk back when. In response, she was met with a resounding slap in the face. The girl because she couldn't withstand it, that powerful force. Chapter 5:16. And get slapped straight to the ground. When the girl looked up, hurts to realize that at some point in front of him is standing a fierce and strong man, was staring her dead in the face. The girl was at a bit of a loss for words, not knowing why this burly man was hitting her. Before she could say anything, the burly man then said with a fierce face, is Miss Willow also something that a piece of like you can casually denigrate? I'm just afraid you don't want to hang out in X City anymore, said. The burly man raised his foot and then kicked it directly towards the girl's head on the ground, just in the nick of time. That's a good leg kick by the burly man. It was blocked. Seeing that the blow was not going to work, the burly man had wanted to retract his foot first, but unexpectedly, he was pinched to death by a teenager dressed as a gangster. This teenager was none other than Chen Xuanyu, who had been harassed by the girls earlier. The other girls, after hearing the words MS, Lu, as if reacting to something, Immediately, they scattered and fled. Not daring to stay a step, he left the bar. Chen Xianyu was also taken aback at once. At the same time he noticed a problem. Places like bars, there will definitely be a presence of policing, i.e., yard watchers. But why is there so much commotion over here, and yet no one has ever come to take care of it? Thinking of this, Chen Xianyu couldn't help but look at the girl known as Miss Lu. However, it was nothing, but it wasn't taken too seriously. Immediately afterward, he said to the strong man, "I say this big brother, over the top? She just had a little tiff with this MS. Willow, you've just slapped her in the face, so that's a lesson learned." That kick would have been a concussion at the very least. For Chen Xuanyu's persuasion, the burly man stiffened and didn't listen to a word. It only felt like his attack was blocked by this kid. Some loss of face. He was just about to exert his strength to pull his feet out of Chen Xianyu's hands. That Miss Lu's voice also sounded again. "Stand down." At those words the burly man also stopped moving. After noticing the stout man's attitude, Chen Xianyu also loosened his hand. The strong man is drawing back his feet. Afterward, he also glared at Chen Xianyu. Then he went back behind Miss Willow, and the girl who had taken the beating remembered something. Surprisingly, he ran straight to Miss Lu and knelt down in front of her, begging for mercy as he smacked himself in the mouth. "Ms. Willow, I was wrong. I've got eyes that don't recognize MT. Tai, please leave me alone." Seeing the situation, Ms. Willow didn't continue to weigh in on the matter. Instead, he spoke faintly. "Watch your mouth next time. Some people are not for you to mess with." With that, he waved his hand, signaled the girl that she could go. Words, the girl was as if she had been pardoned. He thanked him repeatedly towards Ms. Lu. Immediately, he ran out of the bar in a huff. Chen Xianyu saw that the matter was settled. It also rushed at that Ms. Lu to say thank you. After all, one is just embarrassed. This Miss Lu had at least spoken up to relieve herself. Immediately afterward, Chen Xianyu didn't want to continue standing in place, trying to find a seat to sit down first, but it didn't work out. The big man from before, however, stopped in front of Chen Xianyu. Chen Xianyu had thought that the other party was trying to find trouble with him, but behind him was the voice of Ms. Ryu. "What? I just saved your ass. A thank you to get rid of me?" Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any malicious intent, Chen Xuanyu also turned his head and asked, "And what does Ms. Willow want me to do?" Spin. Miss Willow, however, gave a meaningful smile. "Nothing. Just want you to be my boyfriend." Chapter 517. The moment Chen Xianyu heard those words, the expression just froze. He had originally thought that this Ms. Willow was just watching herself get a little embarrassed by those girls before. It was hard to watch, and that's why he spoke out. It didn't occur to me that this was craving her own body as well. Immediately, he also refused without hesitation. "Ms. Willow, don't be ridiculous. You look like a rich girl. I'm just a punk. I'm not good enough for you." This statement was made before Ms. Willow could say anything. The burly man on the side then revealed a face of sarcasm. "Kid, you're thinking about farts. Do you really think my lady has a crush on you?" Facing the burly man's sneer, Chen Xianyu was not angry either. Instead, he turned his head to look at Ms. Willow again. Only a slight smile was seen from Ms. Ryu. Spinning around, he tapped gently towards the empty space beside himself. "Let's have a drink first. It's on me." Chen Xianyu scanned the bar. Seeing as there doesn't seem to be much room to sit, Sojourner also sat right down. He wanted to see what the was up to. Seeing the other man sit honestly over Ms. Lu also revealed a hint of a satisfied smile. A menu of drinks was then pushed in front of Chen Xianyu. "Order anything you want to drink." Seeing this, Chen Xianyu did not go for the menu. Instead, he opened the door. "I don't care what I drink. I, for one, don't like to beat around the bush. I just want to know what Ms. Willow really wants." Words. Ms. Willow didn't hide it either. "My name is Luo Yimeng. There's a nuisance that's been pestering me every day lately. I think you're a nice person and a good-looking guy, so I'd like you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Let that nuisance die." Chen Xianyu took a listen. It was a lost cause. For this kind of thing of being a shield for others, he was too lazy to get involved. If she really agreed to this Luo Yimeng, she might even be hated by the nuisance as Luo Yimeng called her. Although with Chen Xianyu's current strength, and not afraid of things, but in the final analysis this matter has nothing to do with him. Used for either sex when the sex is unknown or unimportant. And why go and get yourself in trouble because of someone else? What's more, he remembered that his main purpose of coming to the bar was to retrieve the lost fossils of the Chen family. Who has time to mind other people's business? So Chen Xian language, without even thinking about it, refused. "Excuse me, Ms. Willow. I can't bring myself to take much interest in such things. I have things to do. See you around. But Chen Xian language just got up, only to be stopped by the big man again. Kid, think. You look very unfamiliar. I'm afraid you've only recently arrived in X City, right? I can tell you that the one sitting in front of you is the only daughter of the Fire Wolf Gang's leader, Lu Kang. Miss Lu Yimeng, dare to refuse Our Lady. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to make it in X City? When Chen Xianyu heard the words Fire Wolf Gang, it was also a flashback. On the way to X City, his own cousin Chen when she seemed to have mentioned this Fire Wolf Gang. There are two big giants on the bright side of the X City, the Chen and Duan families. But it's clear to anyone in X City, there's actually a third giant in X City. That is the Fire Wolf Gang. Speaking of the Fire Wolf Gang, one had to mention their gang leader, Lu Qing. Same as Zhu Chen, with his own power, he unified the entire underground forces of X City. Underground forces were also growing by leaps and bounds under Lu Jing's rule. In just over a decade's time, it had grown to the point where it was a triple threat with the Chen family and the Duan family. By the book, an unseen underground force like the Fire Wolf Gang. It should have been cleared out a long time ago. However, the Fire Wolf Gang, under the leadership of Lu Jing, had held up hard. Not only that, but the underground forces in X City have been unified by Ryukyun since. The entire city of X is also much more secure. It also made the major powers, including the town hall, acquiesce to the existence of the Fire Wolf Gang. Originally, the big man thought that after Chen Xianyu had learned of Lu Yinyen's identity, would be scared less, like those girls before them. But it didn't work out. Chen Xuanyu, however, said with a face of nothingness, "Oh, so what?" Looking at the other party didn't seem to put the Fire Wolf Gang in their eyes. The big man burst into a rage. The spiritual energy around his body stirred, just about ready to summon the imperial beasts to teach the kid in front of him a lesson. Chen Xianyue, countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himeni used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Huan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jianmo was forced to marry for the old man Lusan Master, whom she had never met, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin. But after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master is a soft little ancestor of the night. Chapter 518. Seeing his lady speak again, The burly man named Tai also snorted coldly. Spin stopped moving. Chen Xianyu had wanted to turn around and leave, but this time it was Luo Yimeng who blocked the way. Wait, looking at your stance just now, you should also be a beast sentinel, right? If you'll only agree to what I want, I'll get an ancient imperial beast for you. Words. Chen Xuanyu's eyes lit up, a keen sense of what's going on. As we all know, in order to obtain the ancient imperial beasts, you must use fossils to revive them. This Luo Yimeng said she wanted to give herself an ancient imperial beast. Murphy, she knows something? Although Chen Xianyu thought this in his heart, but on the surface it was motionless, deliberately feigning disbelief. Ancient imperial beasts? What ancient imperial beast? But when Luo Yimeng saw that the other party came to be interested, she was overjoyed. I'm afraid you're new to X City and aren't aware of X City's specialty, fossil resurrection, right? As long as you can get your hands on a fossil formed by an ancient imperial beast, then go to the relevant store and pay a certain resurrection commission, and you will be able to resurrect the ancient imperial beasts that have turned into fossils. And this ancient imperial beast, but it has far more potential and is easier to cultivate than today's imperial beasts of the same quality. And my fire wolf gang has recently acquired an extremely complete fossil. As long as you're willing to pretend to be my boyfriend, I'll not only give you this fossil, but also contribute to help you bring it back to life. What do you think? After listening to Luo Yimeng's description, Chen Xianyu's heart also had a rough guess. The fossil that the Chen family lost was most likely stolen by Zhang Boyuan in collusion with the Firewolf gang, although there is no evidence yet. But the tracking of the Earth's poisonous scorpions can't be wrong. That fossil right there. Think about it. Chen Xianyu then agreed obediently. Good. No problem. Seeing the other party finally agree, Luo Yimeng also took a long breath. In that case, our deal is struck. Come with me. Seeing Luo Yimeng heading towards a corner of the bar, Chen Xianyu also followed without the slightest hesitation. Soon, under the leadership of Luo Yimeng, then he came to a large, closed door. There were two more Fire Wolf gang minions guarding the front of the gate. The moment he saw Luo Yimeng, those two junior brothers also immediately opened their mouths to greet them. Luo Yimeng just nodded her head gently in greeting. Spinning around, he said to Chen Xianyu, that nasty guy is in there. When he sees you with me later, he might threaten and terrorize you. You mustn't show any signs of weakness when the time comes. Words. Chen Xuanyu also nodded. Don't worry, Morning Biao, am known to be bold. As long as you're paid properly, I'll never show my face. Listening to Chen Xianyu's assurance, Luo Yimeng originally still showed a face of satisfaction, but soon he noticed something. Looking at Chen Xianyu, he wondered, your name is, what? Morning Puma? Chen Xuanyu revealed a look of incomprehension. Is there a problem? Luo Yimeng smiled awkwardly. Oh, you have a pretty special name. Immediately, Luo Yimeng didn't care if Chen Xianyu was willing or not, and directly took his arm. The sudden salvation also caused Chen Xianyu to be somewhat at a loss for words, because he could clearly feel the amazing elasticity coming from his arm at the moment, though noticing that his movements seemed too intimate. But Luo Yimeng didn't have the slightest intention of relaxing. Instead, he whispered in Chen Xuanyu's ear, that's an extra perk from my lady. Don't you think twice. It's the only thing that's realistic enough. Otherwise that asshole will see that I've got someone posing as my boyfriend. And then where will I lose face? Chen Xianyu didn't say much, just a slight nod. Seeing that the other party's face was as usual, and there was not the slightest hint of a small move to take advantage of the situation, that's what really put it down. Leading Chen Xianyu into that door, the gate opens. It's a walkway that leads underground. Half a day later, they also came to the end of the walkway. After stepping out of the aisle, what met his eyes was a huge imperial beast ring. At that moment, there were two imperial beasts fighting for their lives in the ring. And right at this moment, a silhouette walked towards the Chen Xianyu duo. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to be the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard. With superior courage and wisdom, step by step, Western civilization descends, and the city is infested with demons and devils. N. Yunhan was originally a student at Spell High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion. N. Successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells. N. Successfully purchased a void spell weapon. N. Successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir. N. And as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Nyan Han, yes. But this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himeni used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xinyuan. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively empties the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he can copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jianmo was forced to marry for the old man Lusan Master, whom she had never met, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 519. See the visitor. Chen Xianyu knew that the nuisance that Lu Yimeng had spoken of had arrived. Asked you, Daff? Looking at the aggressive youth, Chen Xianyu's face did not change, just to look at a little cutie, expression staring into the youth's eyes. Seeing that Chen Xianyu did not have the slightest intention of fearing the other party, Lu Yingen's heart was also quite satisfied. At the same time, he also praised it in his heart. This funeral puma is really dedicated. However, Lu Yingen still had some worries. She only hoped that this morning Biao would still be able to withstand the pressure later when she knew the identity of the youth in front of her. Fruity. Chen Xianyu's expression managed to enrage the youth. Immediately, there were also several burly men similar to bodyguards that suddenly appeared, surrounded Chen Xianyu. Seeing the situation, the youth also revealed a face full of smugness. Boy, guts, know who I am. Just then, looking at the imposing youth, Chen Xuanyu was also finally somewhat moved. A heap of smiles could not help but appear on his face. This caused Lu Yineng and Tai, who were watching from the side, to frown. At the same time there was a flash of disappointment in his eyes. However, Chen Xianyu did not care in the slightest. Instead, he asked carefully, are you my grandson? When these words came out, it didn't matter if it was the aggressive youth, Lu Yineng or Tai. All of them looked at Chen Xuanyu with some surprise. The youth also never expected that there would be someone else in X City who dared to talk to him like this. Immediately, one of the youth's bodyguards seemed to be unable to look away. Kid, I think you're tired of living. Standing in front of you is the youngest master of the Duan family, Duan Koan. Sensible. But before this bodyguard could finish his sentence, Chen Xianyu then interrupted with an impatient face. I don't give a who you are. Since you're not my grandson, there's no need for me to spoil you. Rise and shine. Immediately, Chen Xianyu directly reached out and pushed the bodyguards and youths who were blocking the front away with one hand, took a big swing at it, and Lu Yineng, who was right behind him, also revealed a sneer. See? That's my boyfriend. Please leave me alone from now on, or my boyfriend will be upset. After saying that, he also took 3 steps to catch up with Chen Xianyu. Tai, who was Lu Yingen's bodyguard, naturally followed. Seeing this, the surrounding group of bodyguards, seeing that their young master was being belittled like this, were instantly somewhat unable to endure it. Immediately, he was ready to rush up and make a move against Chen Xianyu, but just as he made a move, Duan Koan stopped him. Don't be impulsive. This is the territory of the Firewolf gang. Furthermore, Father explained that he must pull the Firewolf gang into the Duan family's camp. If you guys make a move here, isn't it the same as declaring war with the Firewolf gang? At that time, the Firewolf gang will definitely join the Chen family in dealing with the Duan family because of this. When that time comes, where will there be a place for us in X City? Immediately, a bodyguard spoke up. Young master, are we just going to let it go? Words. Chapter 520. Duan Koan also revealed a sinister smile. Ha, forget it? How is that possible? Doesn't that kid like to pretend? This young man would like to see how long he can pretend. Immediately, Duan Koan led his people towards his VIP position. And at this time another VIP seat in another place. Luo Yimeng was beaming. Speaking to Chen Xuanyu, who was sitting beside him, he said, "Morning Bill. I didn't realize you were so headstrong. All I wanted was for you not to show any signs of weakness. I didn't expect you to sneer and shove Duan Koan under the knowledge of his identity. I didn't even have to do anything." That Duan Koan was so pissed off that his face turned green, and the eyes of Tai on the side as he regarded Chen Xuanyu also revealed a hint of approval. "Boy, I thought you were a tough guy on the outside. I didn't expect to be the least bit intimidated even against the Duan family's youngest. Got balls. I like it." Tai has been in the underground 4 years. Naturally, he had a soft spot for a young man with guts like Chen Xuanyu. In response to the duo's compliments, Chen Xuanyu was not half as pleased. "No, you guys are flattered. I'm just a fox and a tiger, utilizing the power of your firewolf gang. Plus, this is supposed to be your turf. So Duan Koan surely wouldn't dare to touch me. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of your firewolf gang? If it was outside, I'm only afraid that Duan Koan's bodyguard would have already summoned the imperial beasts to come up on me." Although Chen Xuanyu wasn't afraid of Duan Koan and his men, but the words are still there. After all, there is now a demand. If he could get the fossil back without moving, there was no need to invite some unnecessary trouble for the Chen family. But these words fell on the ears of Luo Yimeng and Tai. But he felt that the teenager in front of him was very real. This also made them feel much better about Chen Xuanyu. Tai also spoke up at the right time. "Kid, the more I look at you, the better I see you. Don't worry, since you're doing this because you're helping Our Lady, when we get out, we, the Fire Wolf Gang, will definitely protect you." Luo Yimeng also picked up the conversation. "Right, that's right. I'll even let you join the Firewolves if you want. At that time, even the Duan family won't dare to touch you casually." Words, Chen Xuanyu also revealed, had a small smile. Mindfulness. This Fire Wolf Gang's people are quite righteous in the Jianghu. Doesn't look like a man who'd steal from a dog. Could the loss of the fossil be something else? Though in my heart I thought so, but the mouth still laughed. "In that case, thank you, Miss Lu. To tell you the truth, I also came to X City because of the weak imperial beasts and was forced by my enemies to come to X City. I've heard that the Firewolf gang leader is righteous and unifies the underground forces of X City with his own strength, and I had the intention to hang up the note. P.S. Hang note, a black word that means to join a gang. Now that Miss Lu personally invited me, I couldn't have asked for more." Words. Luo Yimeng was also overjoyed, especially when he hears someone praise his old man for his righteousness, while at the same time expressing admiration for his old man's abilities. A sense of pride was also born in his heart. At the same time, the funeral puma in front of the eyes, and increased a few points of goodwill. "Good. From now on, you are a member of my Fire Wolf Gang. I'll just turn around and tell my dad. As for your enemies, as long as you're in X City, you don't have to worry. With my Fire Wolf Gang around, no one can touch you. Also, the fossil that I promised you earlier, I'll have Tai fetch it for you later." Chapter 521. At that time, resurrect that fossilized stone, and you'll also be able to obtain an imperial beast with notable potential. Seeing the situation, Chen Xuanyu also revealed a timely look of delight. "Thank you in a row." Tai was not dragging his feet either. Turning, he headed for the backstage. At this moment, looking at the two imperial beasts that were constantly fighting in the ring, Chen Xuanyu was also uncontrollably curious. Asked Luo Yimeng to the side. "Ms. Lu, why is there something odd about this duel? Why do I notice that the imperial beasts in the ring and their imperial beast masters, the coordination doesn't seem to be too coordinated? As if those two imperial beasts are not the owners of those two imperial beasts at all." Words. Luo Yimeng also looked at Chen Xuanyu rather unexpectedly. "I didn't realize you had a pretty sharp eye. It is true that they are not the masters of the imperial beasts." It seemed to have seen the incomprehension on Chen Xuanyu's face. Luo Yimeng went on to explain. "This underground arena can be described as an underground gambling arena for our Firewolf gang. There are two ways to get into a betting match. The first, on the other hand, is like the two men in the ring. After paying a certain amount of money, we, the Fire Wolf Gang, will randomly assign two imperial beasts to face off against each other. It's not only about luck, it's also about how well the imperials can adapt, and how well they can control unfamiliar imperials. Winning earns you a dueling prize from our Firewolf Gang, and the fossil that was promised to you earlier is the reward for the next match. But don't worry, I've got the back office going backstage operations. I can get you the fossils later. And the second is the usual casino. I, the Firewolf Gang, will be the banker. Spectators will place their bets and buy in." Words. Chen Xianyu also had a hint of interest in this new type of gambling fight from the Firewolf gang. It would be nice to have this matchup for an extended period of time. There will definitely be a qualitative leap in terms of one's ability to control beasts. However, soon enough, Chen Xuanye remembered an important issue, so asked tentatively, Ms. Willow, at the risk of sounding presumptuous, where did you get this fossil as a prize? What should I do if I want to get it myself? For the newcomer to the city of X, Morning Biao, would raise such a doubt? Luo Yimeng, it didn't come as a surprise, because fossils are the product of an ancient legacy. The general public is not allowed to dig for ore, unless one has a fossil mining license, and fossils aren't that easy to find. Currently in X City, only the Chen family owns 2 fossil veins, so the average person who wants to get a fossil basically goes to a fossil store and makes a purchase. There are people there who specialize in digging and shelving, and the fossil used as a prize in the next duel was gifted by a friend of the head of the Earth Fire Hall of my Firewolf gang. After listening to Luo Yimeng's explanation, Chen Xianyu was also quick to grasp the key information. It seems that the loss of the fossil has something to do with this Earthfire Hall master. Also at this point, Tai is back. However, the face was looking a bit ugly. Seeing this, Luo Yimeng also realized that something was wrong. Immediately, he opened his mouth and asked, "What's wrong?" Tai also spoke with some embarrassment. Hall Master Earthfire said, "If you want the fossil, you must participate in the duel. Otherwise even a lady can't go through the back door." Chapter 522. After listening to Tai's report, Luo Yimeng's face showed a hint of sulking though as well. But still, he opened his mouth. Forget it, Luo Xihai's seniority is there. Father unified the underground forces of X City. Luo Xihai is also considered a labor of love. Plus, the fossil was originally a gift from his friend. I'm not in a good position to force the issue. After thinking for a few moments, Luo Yimeng also said to Tai, "Tai, you're on later. Help Funeral Biao win that fossil." Tai was just about to open his mouth to respond. However, he suddenly heard Chen Xianyue, who was on the side, suddenly open his mouth. "In that case, why don't I go myself? If we really let Tai make a move, even if we win, we'll inevitably fall into disrepute." Words. Luo Yimeng also asked with a slightly skeptical opening. "Are you sure?" Chen Xuanyu, however, nodded without the slightest hesitation. Seeing the situation, Luo Yimeng also didn't try to persuade anymore. Instead, he continued, "Since you insist, I'm not persuaded either. If you lose, I will help you find another powerful beast as compensation. Also, I'll pay for your participation in this duel." To this, Chen Xianyu didn't push back. After that, with a little work from Tai, Chen Xianyu also finally arrived above the ring. The next part of the process is to perform random assignment of imperial beasts. And when Chen Xianyu looked at his opponent standing across from him, it was also a bit of a surprise. Unexpectedly, he met Duan Kuan's bodyguard right after he got on the field. Duan Kuan, who was sitting in the VIP seat, also had a surprised look on his face. "Good man. I was going to wait until I got my hands on the fossil to get rid of you, kid. I didn't think you'd deliver." At that moment, Duan Kuan took out his cell phone from his pocket. Fly pressed on his cell phone. Soon, a message was sent. Immediately after that, Duan Kuan put away his cell phone. A sinister smile also appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just then, the host's voice also sounded above the ring. "The players are now in position. On the armrests in every position, there are bettors. Ladies and gentlemen, you may place your bets based on your own judgment and predictions." Just when all the spectators were seriously analyzing and sizing up the duo, Duan Kuan suddenly stood up, said in a loud voice, "Guys, I'm afraid you all still don't know the identity of that little brother, do you?" This statement was made. It also instantly attracted everyone's attention. Among them were Luo Yimeng and Tai. Only Tai's face showed disgust. Open mouth. What kind of trick is Duan Kuan trying to pull? On the side, Luo Yimeng also had a puzzled look on her face. "Let's see." A man spoke up immediately afterward. "The person who can make Duan Xiao personally open his mouth to introduce himself must be from an extraordinary background." Words. Duan Kuan also opened his mouth and shouted, "Nice. This little brother is a big deal. He's the future aunt of the Firewolf gang." The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. "No, this kid is Miss Lu's man? How is this possible? I think this kid is just a bit more handsome. Other than that, he's nothing but a punk. I just don't believe that Miss Lu can look at a punk." "Shoo, keep it down. Can't you see that Ms. Ryu didn't speak out against it?" Words. Everyone also turned their gazes to Luo Yimeng in the VIP seat. Seeing the situation, Duan Kuan also revealed a hint of a winning smile. After some careful thought on his part, he thought that this kid must be a shield that Luo Yimeng had found. The goal is to get yourself to know what's going on. But who is he? Duan Kuan? How can you be so easy to fool? Now, seeing this kid, he even went up to the stage to participate in the duel without knowing what to do. It also gave him the opportunity to strike. After all that, Luo Yimeng would have to give an affirmative answer, whether this kid is Luo Yimeng's boyfriend or not. In plain sight, for the reputation of the Firewolf gang, Luo Yimeng will definitely clear the air with that boy. After all, the identity of the son-in-law of the Firewolf gang was not something a punk could afford. Even if Ryu agreed with a punk as his son-in-law, the other Firewolf gang executives wouldn't agree. As soon as Luo Yimeng opens her mouth. Chapter 523. Deny any relationship with this kid. He, Duan Kuan, would be able to continue to pursue Luo Yimeng in name only, and it won't get a bad reputation as a third party. Just as the crowd was talking, Luo Yimeng surprisingly stood up without changing her face. Speak directly. That's right, he's my Luo Yimeng's man. Do you all have any comments? The room froze at these words, spinning around some people who wanted to hug the Firewolf gang's thighs. There was also a turn of phrase. I see that this little brother is a handsome man, and Miss Lu is a perfect match. Right on. To be looked upon by Miss Lu. This son must be a dragon and phoenix among men. No doubt about it. Chen Xianyu above the ring was also quite surprised. He had thought that Luo Yimeng would deny their relationship. After all, he was supposed to be the shield that Luo Yimeng had found. If he directly admitted it, it would have a certain impact on the Firewolf gang as well as Luo Yimeng personally. But I didn't expect that Luo Yimeng would directly admit it without even thinking about it. The same feeling of incredulity is also the originator of this incident Duan Kuan. At this moment, Duan Kuan, although still maintaining a smile on the surface, but in his heart, he had long been exasperated and his teeth were itching. I didn't expect Luo Yimeng to directly admit their relationship for the sake of this kid. Was he really no match for this kid in the ring? What right does a punk have? Think about it. A touch of resentment also rose in Duan Kuan's heart. In that case, don't blame yourself for being ruthless. He wanted to see if the son-in-law of the hallowed Firewolf gang was constantly humiliated above the ring. Is there any face left to remain by Luo Yimeng's side? Immediately, Duan Kuan still maintained his demeanor and opened his mouth. Gentlemen are thinking what I'm thinking. I also think that this little brother and Ms. Lu are a natural pair, to be seen by Miss Lu. I'm sure it's not just because of this little brother's appearance, right? Its beast-guarding strength must also be extraordinary. Everyone, let's take a look at the future son-in-law of the Firewolf clan's superior beast-riding prowess. With that, Duan Kuan's words fell. Originally, I was going to place a bet on the attention of Duan Kuan's bodyguard. The bets were placed on Chen Xianyu. Duan Kuan, on the other hand, was quietly watching what was happening in front of him. Spinning as even more directly to his bodyguard placed a heavy bet of $1 billion. Since you, Luo Yimeng, dared to go this far for a punk, then I will not only make your Firewolf gang's reputation first, but I will also make you pay a huge sum of money. At this time, Tai also took out a flat plate, watching the betting on the field. Watch the percentage of bets. Tai's face was also getting ugly. Miss, because of Duan Kuan's interference just now. Though most of the people in the room are now betting on the Morning Diao brothers, but Duan Kuan that is directly down $1 billion to buy his own bodyguard to win. Once the funeral Diao brothers lose, not only will they not get the fossil, the Firewolf gang, will also have to pay out a large sum of money. It's not a big deal to lose money, but once the higher-ups of the gang know that Mrs. Future Husband was defeated in the ring, sure to cause a lot of trouble. And those who bet on Funeral Biao will definitely have some thoughts about the Firewolf gang in their hearts. They'll think that the future heir to the Firewolf gang doesn't know what he's doing. This will be an invisible blow to the reputation of the Firewolf gang. Listening to Tai's report, Luo Yimeng also had a gloomy face. Vile thing, to use such despicable means. Think that's enough to make me, Luo Yimeng, bow down? I believe in Funeral Puma. Words. Tai couldn't say anything more. One could only silently pray that Funeral Biao would win this match. With the betting session over, the host also opened his mouth to make the announcement. Alright, now enter the randomized Imperial Beast assignment. With the host's words, 2 iron cages, each rising from the ground in front of the 2 men standing opposite each other. When everyone looked at the 2 Imperial Beasts in the cage, everyone's stupid, especially the group of people who had placed bets on Chen Xianyu were simply desperate. Duan Kuan bodyguard assigned a Red Inferno Leopard. The one assigned by Chen Xianyu was surprisingly the Self-Exploding Sheep, which was known as the weakest Imperial Beast, though they were all mature Imperial Beasts. But both are simply worlds apart. It's well known. Self-exploding sheep, individuals are extremely weak, but they are often found in groups and will explode when frightened. If it's a group of self-exploding sheep, may be frightening to many. But damn it, right now Chen Xianyu only had one. Even if it were to explode itself, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to hurt the red inferno leopard. Look at the scene in front of you. Luo Yimeng was also feeling a little weird. By all accounts, the assigned imperial beasts were all of relatively similar strength. Why were the two imperial beasts assigned this time so far apart? When Luo Yimeng saw Duan Kuan's smug look that didn't surprise him in the slightest, she was acutely aware of a serious problem. That's, among the Fire Wolf gang, there is a mole in Duan Kuan. Chapter 524. Because the gap between this time's imperial beast allocation was really too big, Tai also spoke out at Luo Yimeng's behest. This time the imperial beasts are assigned. I think something has gone wrong. How about a redistribution? This statement was made. It instantly gained the approval of all the spectators who had placed bets on Chen Xianyu. After all, this looks like a surefire losing game. Now the Firewolf gang has voluntarily reopened. Little cutie. It's the only way to say no. But just then, Duan Kuan's voice filled with mockery suddenly rang out. TSK. I can't imagine the future son-in-law of the Firewolf gang is so playful. But just because the assigned imperial beasts are weaker, you want to reopen them? If this is the Firewolf gang's vision for choosing a son-in-law, then I can only say, so much for the Firewolf gang. As Duan Kuan's words fell, the faces of all the Firewolf gang members present turned ugly. In their opinion, Duan Kuan was right, though they couldn't look at this punk in the ring either. But after all, it was their Missy's publicly acknowledged boyfriend, so they didn't say anything. But if this kid is holding the name of the future aunt of the Firewolf gang, he will be cowed before the battle. That would be like directly slapping the Firewolf gang in the face. Just as Luo Yimeng was about to step in and say something, a thick voice suddenly sounded. There's no way my Firewolf clan will be cowed before a battle. Even if we lose the battle, my Firewolf gang can afford to lose. I can afford to pay for it. Only to see a stout middle-aged man walk out into the field with 4 or 5 horsey punks. And this stout middle-aged man was none other than the Firewolf gang's Earthfire Hallmaster, Luo Xihai. Luo Xihai glanced at Chen Xianyue on the stage after. Also continued. If you don't dare to meet the battle just because the imperial beasts are weaker than the other side, such a loser doesn't deserve to socialize with Missy. Upon hearing Luo Xihai's mellow voice, all the members of the Firewolf gang in the room, it also showed arrogance. Hallmaster Luo is right. The Firewolf gang can lose, but it can't be afraid. Looking at the somewhat agitated members of the Firewolf gang under the stage as well as Luo Xihai who suddenly killed out, Chen Xuanyu also rolled his eyes in disbelief. Is that a ing word you're saying? Is this ing weak? One is the best of the rare qualities, the red-hot leopard. And I'm just an ordinary, self-destructing sheep known as the weakest of the imperial beasts. You can do it if you want. Just then, another person suddenly spoke up. Later, why do I get the feeling that your Firewolf gang is here to put on a show on purpose? First, he deliberately made some noise for the kid to get everyone to bet on him. Then, deliberately assign him the weakest imperial beast. Isn't this a clear-cut setup for us? The moment these words came out, a group of people all revealed a look of dawning realization. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Your Firewolf gang is powerful, though, but if this is a ripoff, who will dare to come and play in the future? Looking at the crowd of angry people, the corner of Duan Kuan's mouth also curved up in an intriguing arc. Because the person who had just suddenly jumped out to say that the Firewolf gang had set up a trap was precisely the one who had instructed him. He was well aware that the Firewolf gang was different from ordinary underground forces. The word morality is the most important. They will never allow the Firewolf gang to carry the stigma of blackmailing. Fruity. A youth beside Luo Xihai couldn't bear it at once. Pointing at the man who had just said that the Firewolf gang had laid a trap, he said sternly, "Dare to slander the Firewolf gang. I think you're tired of living." In the next moment, that person was instantly surrounded by members of the Firewolf gang. Seeing this scene, the audience who previously felt blackmailed. Instant sobriety. This is the territory of the Firewolf gang. If you dare to go against the Firewolf gang here, aren't you looking for death? And so how fiercely he had screamed before. How quiet he was at the moment. However, a thought appeared in the minds of all of these people in unison. This Firewolf gang's gambling ring is shady. Never come back next time. And the one who was surrounded by the crowd of the Firewolf gang, though the body had begun to stop shaking, but still, he stiffened his neck and said, How? Chapter 525. Fire Wolf gang. Still, don't you allow people to tell the truth anymore? Beat me to death if you can. As long as you guys dare to do anything to me, sooner or later, what happened today will get out. It seemed to be reading the minds of these spectators as well as this man. Luo Xihai's face did not change as he reprimanded the youth beside him. Oldest, who gave you permission to treat your guests like that? Although Luo Xihai's face didn't change. However, this youth named the youngest, still read the displeasure from Luo Xihai's eyes. A bow was made at once. Righteous father, I was wrong. Hearing this, Luo Xihai didn't rebuke the youth too much. Instead, he gently waved his hand at the members of the Fire Wolf gang who had surged up earlier. In the next moment, these Fire Wolf gang members also immediately returned to their positions, and the man who had been surrounded earlier slumped into his chair with relief. Seeing the situation, Luo Xihai looked at this person, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Spinning around, he also spoke directly. I told you, the Fire Wolf gang, can afford to lose. I can afford to lose. Redistributing the Imperial Beasts would be unnecessary, but I can allow you to retract the bet you made earlier. Place it all over again. But if there's still someone who wants to regret their bet after the two of them duel, then I, the Fire Wolf gang, am not a bully. The words are gone. The entire amount of all the previous bets were returned to the live audience. It was also because of this one move by Luo Xihai. The previous remarks about the Fire Wolf gang laying a trap to blackmail money were also not repeated by anyone. Instead, they all gave Luo Xihai a thumbs up. Yes, worthy of being the Fire Wolf gang's Earthfire Hall's hallmaster. With verve, watching the crowd praise Luo Xihai, Luo Yimeng's face was however completely black. Cunning old fox. That's really a good plan. Not only taking the wealth of my Fire Wolf gang in exchange for its own prestige. In this way, he has become a great contributor to saving the reputation of the Fire Wolf gang, and I became the ill-advised and useless first lady of the Fire Wolf gang. No surprises ensued. With such a clear gap between the two sides, everyone switched their bets to Duan Cohen's bodyguard's side. Seeing the situation, Duan Cohen is also. A satisfied smile appeared. Luo Yimeng, this is the price you pay for rejecting me. The Firewolves will lose a lot of money, and as soon as this kid loses, the Firewolf gang's gang will surely settle the score on this kid. At that time, I don't even need to make a move. This kid will die for sure. Looking at the gaze cast by Duan Cohen, Luo Yimeng also felt a wave of nausea and anger. He knew that having come this far, it was impossible to pull out. But still, you can't let other people look down on you either. Immediately, he also slapped the armrest and stood up, sternly. Yes, since everyone doesn't think much of my boyfriend, then I'll bet $100 million to give Morning Biao a boost. This statement was made. The entire audience froze after a brief moment. There was also a playful look on his face. This Miss Lu is really tough. Betting on your little boyfriend when you know you're going to lose. It's really a punch in the gut. Ha ha. And when Luo Xihai saw this, he didn't say anything more though. But still, he couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment. Instead, it was Chen Xianyuan above the ring who was quite surprised. It would have been expected. In a situation where the outcome of a win or loss was already obvious, Luo Yimeng would give up herself as a shield. But I never thought that the other party would be so righteous. Even if you realize you're going to lose, throw in 100 million to pump yourself up. Originally, Chen Xianyuan did not want to be too flashy, planning to go with the flow and lose this matchup. Go back to Duan Cohen afterwards to snatch the fossil back. But I can't help it. Luo Yimeng is too much fun. That's why Chen Xianyuan also changed his mind. Seeing that it was almost time, the host also announced in a loud voice. In that case, then both players take their places. Whoever defeats the opponent's Imperial Beast first wins this duel. I declare, this duel officially begins. Chapter 526. With the host's words, the iron cage that was originally used to restrict the two Imperial Beasts was also slowly opened. The spinning iron cage was then recovered by the mechanism. Only a raging, red inferno leopard, and the self-exploding sheep that looked at the red inferno leopard and trembled were left behind. In the eyes of the crowd, this was basically a no-holds-barred matchup. Nevertheless, Duan Cohen's bodyguards, too, didn't have the slightest intention of taking the enemy lightly. Rather, it was the moment the game started. Then he released his spiritual energy to establish a connection with the red inferno leopard. It's also known as a temporary contract. Temporary contract, as the name suggests. If the Imperial Beasts are in the wild and encounter a situation where the Imperial Beasts are seriously injured en masse, it was then possible to utilize the temporary contract to form, temporarily, a connection with some spirit beasts. After returning to a safe place, the temporary contract can be lifted at any time and will not have any adverse effects or repercussions on oneself. Soon, Duan Cohen's bodyguard established contact with the red inferno leopard. This caused Chen Xianyuan to look at him in a daze as well. Unexpectedly, the strength of this Cohen's men was still quite good. To be able to complete the temporary contract in such a short period of time was considered the best of the younger generation. No wonder his own grandfather had suppressed the Duan family even though he had fully suppressed them, but it didn't dare to treat it with the slightest contempt. At this time, Duan Cohen's bodyguard, who had already taken full control of the red inferno leopard, looking at the self-exploding sheep that was still trembling across from him, there was also a hint of smugness on his face. speaking arrogantly to Qin Xianyu. You're really unlucky to meet me this way. My Duan family has always been kind to people. I'll give you first strike. Words. Chen Xianyu also raised an eyebrow. Daring to talk to me? Funeral Biao. Like that. You've got some balls. I'll give you a chance too. Just admit defeat. Otherwise, it'll be too late later. No one expected that bereavement Biao, who was assigned a self-destructing goat. It's amazing how arrogant you can be. Many of the spectators couldn't help but sneer as well. This kid, how strong he is. I don't know for now, but that mouth is damn hard. Dead to the world, but still so arrogant. Duan Koan under the stage also had a sneer on his face. Ha, don't say that. He's Miss Willow's boyfriend after all. Maybe it really does have the strength to bounce back? If you really push people to the edge, it's just a straight-up self-destruct. This statement was made. It caused the surrounding audience to laugh. Ha ha, Duan Xiao is really humorous. If he has a flock of self-exploding sheep, the power of self-explosion naturally goes without saying. But with such a self-exploding goat, even if he was given 100 explosions, I'm only afraid that he wouldn't be able to injure the red flame leopard. And on the other end, Luo Yimeng and Tai. Apparently the face wasn't looking too good either. Although Biao is just a clown in the eyes of the others, he is just a clown. But they knew well enough to be able to be so hard-headed when they knew they were going to lose. This funeral Biao is also considered a man. But when he thought about it, the situation he was going to face after the defeat of funeral Biao, the two of them couldn't help but worry. It's all my fault. If I hadn't pulled him in as a shield, he wouldn't have been looped into something like this. At this moment, Luo Yimeng's eyes were also filled with guilt. And aside, Tai sniffed, also spoke up. Don't worry, Missy, when the duel is over, I'll immediately send Brother Morning Biao out of X City and find a safe place for him. Out of X City, those angry gangs, they can't find him. Words. Luo Yimeng was slightly more at ease this time. Same time, after hearing the other party actually speak so loudly, Duan Koan's bodyguards couldn't stop laughing as well. Ha ha, laughing my ass off. Are you a comic invited by a monkey? Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me. Red Flame Leopard. Flame Jet. Looking at the flames that were suddenly ejected from the mouth of the opposite Red Flame Leopard, Chen Xianyu also cursed a shameless sentence in his heart, actually engaging in a sneak attack. Next moment, the self-exploding goat, which was already shivering, could not even dodge in time before it was covered by the blazing flames. See this scene. The crowd thought the victory was assured. Also hastily began to check up on the betting code on the armrest of his seat. But to the surprise of the crowd, so one's bets haven't changed in the slightest. Immediately, someone opened his mouth and asked, "What is this? The game is over, and there's no payout yet. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world." The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger. Not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himeni used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yunsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and earns money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jianmo was forced to marry for the old man Lusan Master, whom she had never met, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master is a soft little ancestor of the night. Chapter 527. Words. Luo Sihai also put away his previous contempt. With a stony face, he looked above the ring. Our fire wolf gang's dueling rings all have life detection. This duel will only end if one side's imperial beast dies or falls unconscious. To pay out and collect on the bets you've placed. Since the stakes haven't changed, that only proves that self-exploding sheep still has the ability to fight. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. How is this possible? Weak self-exploding goat after stiffly resisting red flame leopard's attack. How can you still be able to fight? Duan Koan even exclaimed fake. Right? Even Lu Yimeng and Tai, who had been worrying about morning Biao, were shocked. Just then, above the ring, there was a sudden asterisk. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. It was Duan Koan's bodyguard who made the asterisk sound. Only at this moment, he was wearing an expression as if he had seen a ghost, deadly staring at the flame across the room. Only the next moment, a big guy with a huge body, gnarled muscles, covered in cashmere, with a pair of horns on top of his head, and standing at a height of more than 2 meters. Slowly, he walked out from the flames of the red flame leopard. With this big guy, after completely coming out of the flames, its likeness was also on display for all to see. All of a sudden, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Even Luo Sihai, who was accustomed to seeing storms and waves, couldn't help but have his face twitch. Fake it. Everyone recognized the big guy the moment they saw him. It was the same self-exploding goat that was shivering earlier. Originally was drinking water Duan Kuan, but also it did not hold back. Directly sprayed in the face of the person next to him. And the other side see is, Duan family big young man. Also dare not say anything more. Can only snappily take a paper towel to dry the tea on the face. On the other end, Lu Yimeng and Tai, at this moment, were also staring at the muscular imperial beast above the ring with wide eyes, incredulously, though one could tell by some of the features that it was the same self-destructing sheep from before. However, at this moment, they were simply unable to connect the two, which had such a large gap between before and after. To the surprise of the crowd, Chen Xianyu didn't care in the slightest. The corners of his mouth slowly hooked up in an evil arc. All fear and timidity stems from a lack of strength. With the double increase of the 4 sacred spirit transformation techniques plus 4 fierce maniacal transformation techniques, the effect has long been far beyond the effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. Today I'll show you the terror of muscle bleat. However, what made Chen Xianyu quite surprised was that originally, these two kinds of increased skills, when acting on the starry sky demon dragon, the spiritual energy in the body would drain away at a rapid pace, and even be drained by 20% in an instant. But now, just when it works on a weak self-destructing sheep, and yet, there was not much spiritual energy consumption at all. Not only that, with the addition of the 2 secret arts of increase, the strength of the self-exploding sheep surged wildly in geometric multiples. Even his originally weak body had undergone a huge change because of these 2 secret arts. At this time, the self-exploding sheep also felt like his body was filled with unprecedented power. It was as if all the timidity and fear in the heart had instantly vanished at this moment. Its only thought right now was to piggyback this one in front of it. The red flame leopard that almost didn't scare itself into peeing before. The red flame leopard also seemed to be feeling an unparalleled great terror at this moment. But it's not exactly a sitting duck for the Lord. Take advantage of the fact that the self-exploding goat hasn't launched an attack yet. The red flame leopard immediately did not have the slightest reservation either. Fully opened in a bloody bowl. It was also frantically gathering all its power. Only a ball of flame energy that had been extremely compressed was gradually taking shape. To see such an appalling scene, Duan Kuan's bodyguards no longer had the contempt they had before either. There was scorn in his eyes. While the Red Inferno Panther was storing up a big move, he was also frantically supplying spiritual energy. Death blast. Finally in a loud cry, deadly explosive bomb spewed out from the Red Inferno Panther's mouth, straight across the street to the self-exploding sheep. But it's surprising. Looking at the extremely fast incoming, deadly explosive bullet, the self-exploding sheep, however, did not have the slightest intention of dodging. Seeing the situation, The crowd also just thought it was a suddenly changed self-exploding sheep that hadn't been able to adapt to its own changes, so froze in place. This made the originally nervous Duan Koan also breathe a long sigh of relief. What's the point of all the gimmicks? You're still going to lose if you get hit by this blow? But the next scene. More than that, the crowd's jaws almost dropped to the ground. I saw the self-exploding goat move just like that. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy, Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. He mainly used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xinyuan. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Huan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively empties the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he can copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sanshur, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 528. There is no mistake. That's ing outrageous, isn't it? By now, the entire audience had long been dumbfounded, looking at the self-exploding sheep on the stage with an unbelievably relaxed face. They felt that their worldview had suffered a violent shock. Is this big guy on the stage with all his tendons and standing 2 to 3 meters tall really the self-destructing goat known as the weakest imperial beast? Of course, as the head of the Fire Wolf Gang's Earth and Fire Hall, Luo Sihai though at the beginning when he saw this scene, and just like everyone else, all of them were looking surprised. But soon, Luo Sihai then noticed Chen Xianyue, who was behind the self-destructing sheep and pinching strange hand seals. Immediately, he reacted. A small murmur. The change in the self-destructing sheep was actually due to this kid's imperial beast art? Just what kind of imperial beast technique could actually make the recognized weakest imperial beast so much stronger? It was even able to break up the red flame leopard's attack so easily. One time, Luo Sihai's eyes when he looked at Chen Xianyu also changed from his original disdain. Gradually it turned into a stare. Compared to the deep-minded Luo Sihai, Lu Yimeng and Tai after a brief moment of surprise, it was a look of delight, though they didn't really know why the self-exploding sheep had changed. But all in all a turnaround has occurred. As long as Deathstroke wins, not only would the Firewolf gang not lose face, they would also make a fortune from it. How can you call them unhappy? Some people are happy and some people are sad. Duan Koan, who originally thought he had a sure win, at this moment, his face also became incomparably cloudy. At this rate, the Red Flame Panther was bound to lose. Once your side loses, not only would he lose $1 billion, He would even become that kid's stepping stone because of it. If he was really allowed to use the weakest self-exploding sheep in common quality to defeat the rare quality red flame leopard, such a feat would immediately put the kid in the spotlight of X City. At that time, not only would the Duan family lose face and become the talk of the town after dinner, moreover, the people of the Firewolf gang who originally couldn't look down on this kid might also change their opinion of this kid because of this, just in case this kid really has something to do with Luo Yimeng. Instead, he himself had made the two men whole. The more you think about it, the more Duan Koan felt bad. You have gone through a lot of trouble, but in the end, you are doing someone else's work for them. He's not convinced. At that moment, he could not care about anything else, shouting at the still frozen bouncer in the ring. I don't care what you use. Make sure you finish off that self-exploding goat for me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. This statement was made. The bouncer in the ring was stunned. He was naturally aware of his young master's methods. A thought of the tragic end that might befall him. The bodyguard seemed to have made some kind of decision. A bite. Then he fished out a pill from his body and swallowed it straight away. In a split second, the spiritual energy in this bodyguard's body soared. There was a faint shimmering light all around them. Luo Xihai, who has a poisonous eye. A quick glance revealed the origins of the pill. Exploding spirit pill. Words. The youngest on the side also asked with a puzzled face. Righteous father, what is this exploding spirit pill? Taking it can actually make one's strength skyrocket. Hearing the question from his own righteous son. Chapter 529. Luo Xihai also spoke slowly. Explosive spirit pill? As the name suggests, it allows one to explode, in a short period of time, a spiritual power that far exceeds one's own by 10 times. Hearing a tenfold surge in spiritual power, the youngest's eyes were glowing. Righteous father, if I can get the members of my Fire Wolf gang to have one explosive spirit pill for each hand, who else is our opponent? Looking at the youngest with a longing face, Luo Xihai, however, couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Ignorant. This exploding spirit pill is meant to be a prop for fighting for your life when you're desperate. Do you know what will happen if the spiritual energy in your body suddenly skyrockets tenfold? As the potency wears off, the body of the person taking the drug will be extremely damaged from the overload. It's even possible to die of direct exhaustion, even if you're lucky enough to survive. Whether it's the meridians or the dantian, it's basically ruined. To use this drug with great side effects for the sake of momentary power is simply foolish. Words. The youngest quickly bowed and apologized. Righteous father, I was wrong. The youngest didn't know that this exploding spirit pill would be so harmful. Luo Xihai didn't continue to blame. Instead, he waved his hand, signaling to continue watching the duel. The oldest was also relieved to see it. Luo Yimeng and Tai naturally recognized the spirit exploding pill. Straight-laced Tai was even more direct in his remarks. It's just a betting match, and your people even directly used the spirit exploding pill. Young Master Duan, isn't this a bit improper? In response to Tai's questioning, Duan Koan was not the least bit impressed. Not good? What's wrong? Gambling is supposed to be a bet on the allocation of imperial beasts, and the personal ability of the imperial beasts. It doesn't say you can't use props. If you are not convinced, you guys can also make this kid use the spirit exploding pill. Looking at the arrogant Duan Koan, Tai's neck was red with anger. But for a moment, he didn't know how to retort. Seeing that Duan Koan is a dead pig, Luo Yimeng was also directly addressing the direct manager of this gambling arena. Luo Xihai, who was also the Earth Fire Hall Master, opened his mouth. Hall Master Luo, isn't taking the exploding spirit pill somewhat inconsistent with the rules of the gambling match? With these words from Luo Yimeng, the crowd also had their hearts in their throats, although they also felt that using the spirit exploding pill was somewhat of a cheat. But they had already placed all their bets on Duan Koan's bodyguard. Regardless of whether the other party did or did not cheat, they definitely wanted Duan Koan's bodyguard to win. As for fairness and all that, what business is it of theirs? As long as you don't lose any money yourself. But if Luo Xihai, who now has the final right of interpretation, rules that Duan Koan's bodyguard has violated the law, it's also basically a declaration that it's played out. Because quite a few people, after seeing the red inferno leopard against the self-exploding sheep, this is the kind of matchup where the winner is basically already clear. Both placed heavy bets on the red inferno leopard. As soon as they lose, they're basically just dumping their money. But it's surprising. The crowd had originally thought that, as a high-ranking member of the Fire Wolf gang, they would definitely help Luo Yimeng. But Luo Xihai gently shook his head. It's not really a violation. Mr. Duan is right. Gambling does not prohibit a gambler from using props, and people are brave enough to bet their own lives on it. How can it be considered a violation? Words. All the people who had placed bets on the red flame leopard were breathing a long sigh of relief, and the corner of Duan Koan's mouth curled up in a sinister arc. He even glanced provocatively at Tai and Luo Yimeng. And this scene was naturally taken in by Luo Xinyuan. However, he didn't have the slightest intention of stepping in to help back up Luo Yimeng. Chapter 530. It was a sight that made Tai burst into flames. He was just about to go up to Luo Xinyuan to argue, but he was stopped by Luo Yimeng. Tai, don't be impulsive. If you go to Luo Xinyuan now, you'll only lose out. Luo Xinyuan has not committed the slightest violation on the bright side. Even if it goes to father, we have no sense to make. Words. Tai also stopped moving. That elbowed old calf. Sooner or later, I'll have to settle the score with him. It didn't pay any attention to the harsh words spoken by Tai. At this moment, Luo Yimeng was even looking towards the morning biao in the ring with a worried face. It was because of Duan Kuan's bodyguard's spiritual power skyrocketing. The red flame leopard was also gaining. A ball of flame also appeared around his body. The might was also much stronger. At this point, Duan Kuan's bodyguard looked at Chen Xianyu across from him with hatred in his eyes. Kid, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have needed to use the spirit exploding pill at all. Wouldn't you just be honest and let me finish you off and nothing would happen? There is no future for me now. That's why I must take your back. Let you feel what it means to be cruel. To this. Instead, Chen Xianyu looked at the other party with a smile on his face. Just you? And show me what cruelty means. On what basis? On the basis of that lousy pill you just took? Looking at the ignorant kid in front of him, the sneer on Duan Kuan's bodyguard's face became more and more obvious. My original psychic value was 900. Although 900, this psychic value is not very high, but having taken the spirit bursting pill, my spiritual power at this moment is a full 900. What are you fighting me with? This statement was made. The rest of the audience was quite surprised. Many people obviously did not recognize a life-fighting prop like the exploding spirit pill, but when they heard Duan Kuan's bodyguard's spiritual power value at this moment, surprise was on all their faces. I didn't expect that a small pill would have this kind of efficacy. This bet looks like it's a sure thing. Ha ha, the old man is going to get rich. Look around at the surprised-looking audience. At this moment, Duan Kunbeo, the dart's vanity was greatly gratified. Duan Kuan's bodyguard reported his bottom line at this point without the slightest reservation. He knew that if he took the exploding spirit pill, even if he was lucky enough not to die, the rest of his life would be over. He just wanted to see a look of fear, of dread, from the kid in front of him, also trying to reap the envy and amazement of the audience on stage, because the more he did, the more balance he could find in his heart, because he knew full well that if he didn't enjoy this wonderful feeling to the fullest at this time, he will never be able to enjoy it again. But it didn't work out. When he reported his spiritual power value at this time, not only did the other party not have the slightest fear, instead, Puffy One didn't hold back a laugh. Put, how dare you talk about showing off with just this much spiritual power? 900 doesn't have as much spiritual energy as my vixen. Words. Just as the crowd was trying to figure out who the Weishao was that the teenager was talking about. At some point, the self-exploding goat had already arrived in front of the red flame leopard. A very human, evil grin appeared, only to see the self-exploding goat with an extremely fast hand speed. A hand grabbed the red flame leopard's neck. Immediately, the crowd heard Chen Xianyu's voice that sounded like a demonic whisper. Ha! The sandbagging game starts now. Chapter 531. As soon as Chen Xianyu's words fell, everyone was looking at the scene happening in the ring with disbelief. They all thought that after Duan Kuan's bodyguard's spiritual power skyrocketed, the red flame panther could surely defeat this odd self-detonating sheep directly with a devastating attack. But the scene that was happening in the ring right now was completely different from what they believed in. Only to see the self-exploding sheep stand straight up. As soon as he grabbed the red flame leopard's neck, he began to act as if he was hitting a sandbag, madly swinging his fists towards the red flame leopard. Moreover, each swing of the self-destructive goat was entwined with a streak of electricity. This is obviously one of the few skills of the self-destructing sheep. Electricity discharge. Although the original discharge as a long-range attack is now wrapped around the fist of the self-destructing goat. However, with the addition of the for sacred spirit transforming techniques, the power of the thunderbolt had also reached a terrifying level. The always weak self-exploding sheep, when he felt the seemingly endless power within his body, there was excitement in his eyes. It didn't expect it either. It's amazing that my originally weak self could become so strong one day. The fight is on. The crowd also vaguely heard the mouth of the self-exploding sheep also occasionally issued a "Ola Ola" shout. The beating seemed to be too much force. The hand that had originally grabbed the red flame leopard was not able to withstand the force of the other hand pounding the red flame leopard. Surprisingly, the red flame leopard flew directly off the ground. But because of the four fierce maniacal techniques, the self-exploding sheep's physical qualities had been strengthened to a terrifying degree. The response is also extremely responsive. The moment the red flame leopard flew towards the back, its hind legs buckling, With a wave of his hand, the self-exploding goat then grabbed the rear leg of the red flame leopard once again. Immediately afterward, the self-destructing sheep's eyes lit up. It seemed like something fun had been found. Grabbing the red flame leopard's hind legs, he began to violently fall from side to side. This scene resembles the Hulk slamming Loki violently. I don't know how much time has passed. The self-exploding goat finally had his fun. The red flame leopard, on the other hand, had long since breathed its last. Look at the self-destructing sheep in the ring with his muscles throbbing like crazy. Everyone froze. I declare, the winner of this duel is Morning Biao. With the host's voice, the crowd came back to their senses. There was a loud whimper from under the ring. A strong sense of regret rose in the hearts of the crowd. Damn! I should have known I wouldn't have changed the betting code. Who says it isn't? Who knew the self-exploding sheep could win? No way. After all, before when the self-exploding sheep appeared, the Firewolf gang then gave the crowd a chance to rebet. It was their own voluntary change of betting targets. Now that they have lost their money, what can they say? If it were a normal casino, they would probably just rely on the number of people, maybe even look for trouble and find a way to get some of their money back. But this is the territory of the Firewolf gang. The Firewolf gang is reasonable and moral though, but to be able to mix to the position of a triad with the Chen and Duan families, naturally is not a good person. They don't dare to offend at all. And so there was nothing to do but admit it. And Luo Sihai, who was the manager of the gambling arena, at this moment, he was expressionless as he looked at Chen Xianyu above the ring. I don't know what I'm thinking, but the youngest beside him was different. Instead, he showed a look of delight. Awesome! The self-exploding goat actually beat the red flame leopard. Not bad for Missy's boyfriend. This statement was made. All the members of the Firewolf gang were also looking smug. Originally, some of the members of the Firewolf gang who looked down on Chen Xianyu. At this moment, the gaze was also visibly becoming much more moderate. And when Lu Yimeng saw this, she breathed a long sigh of relief. This way the Firewolf gang's face was saved. He himself even won a lot of money from his old man in this betting fight. On the side, Tai's eyes even lit up. Originally, he also just thought that this person that the young lady was looking for was, at most, a personality and temperament to his liking. I didn't realize that the other party's strength as a sentinel was also so strong, though he couldn't tell what Imperial Beast technique the other party had used to turn the weakest of the self-destructing sheep, strong, into that appearance. However, it was obvious that this wasn't some unusual beast royalty technique, or else it wouldn't have been able to achieve this effect at all. Sure, there was no one who had a harder time than Duan Koan at this time. He had deliberately tampered with the allocation of Imperial Beasts, and bet $1 billion himself. This defeat was a bit overwhelming even if he was the youngest master of the Duan family. Chapter 532. When he saw, once again, Lu Yimeng, who was smiling like a flower at this time, looking straight at the teenager above the ring. Resentment, jealousy, and anger of many negative emotions in the heart erupted at the same time. There was only one thought in his mind right now. That was to kill this teenager on the stage in order to eliminate his hatred. Immediately, Duan Koan also looked at the bodyguard on the other side above the ring. The original bodyguard, who was also in a daze, because the medicine hasn't worn off yet, so the senses are also extremely sharp. Soon enough, he noticed his young master's eyes that were cold to the core. Looking at Duan Koan's lips that were constantly wriggling, the bodyguard immediately read his young master's meaning as well. Finish him off. I'll keep your family clothed and fed. After taking a deep breath, this bodyguard's eyes were also chilled. It so happened that at this time, Chen Xianyu saw the end of the duel. It also lifted the for Sacred Spirit transformation technique and the for Fierce Madness technique. In just a few moments, the original 2 or 3 meters tall and gnarled with muscle, the self-exploding sheep. Then he turned back into a weak self-exploding goat as usual. This scene comes to life. It was also another confirmation that the teenager on the stage must have used some kind of enhanced Imperial Beast art. While the crowd was sighing in admiration of Chen Xuanyu's powerful Imperial Beasts, accidents happen, only to see Duan Koan bodyguard C suddenly hold up heir. A vicious wolfhound suddenly appeared, pouncing towards the defenseless Chen Xianyu at the moment. And this vicious wolfhound was none other than Duan Koan's bodyguard's own Imperial Beast. Kid, you deserve to die. Even if you win, I want you to die here today. Seeing the situation, the already hot-tempered Tai couldn't hold back any longer. Pointing at Duan Koan, he cursed, asterisk. Duan Koan, the Duan family's youngest, if you can't afford to play, then lift the table. Do you really think that your Duan family is already the boss of X City? Words. Duan Koan was at a loss for words. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a bodyguard who's supposed to be a temp. He suddenly goes crazy and you can blame me? Seeing that the other side doesn't recognize it, Tai also looked a little exasperated. and Luo Yimeng was also looking at the top of the ring with an anxious face. Although she had already seen Funeral Biao's powerful beast sentinel technique, but she remembered what Morning Puma had told her earlier. He didn't have any good imperial beasts himself before he fled to X City. Now that Funeral Biao had broken the temporary contract with the self-exploding sheep, it was simply too late to build again. That meant that at this moment, Morning Biao had no imperial beasts available at all. But to the surprise of no one, the youngest beside Luo Xihai suddenly bellowed. What the hell? Trying to kill my Fire Wolf gang members too? See here. Luo Yimeng was also overjoyed. Now the youngest is close to the ring, totally able to save Funeral Biao. But just then, originally ready to go out to save the youngest, but was stopped by a side of Luo Xihai. Youngest, don't talk nonsense. The gangmaster didn't admit that this man is from my Firewolf gang, and you stay out of other people's business. The oldest was going to say something else, but he was stopped by a look from Luo Xihai. Luo Xihai's behavior naturally fell into Luo Yimeng's eyes. Good for you, Luo Xihai. This lady remembers you. On the sidelines, Tai had long since rushed out, trying to save Qin Xianyu, but apparently it was too late. The vicious wolfhound was already less than a meter away from Chen Xianyu, and at this moment, Chen Xianyu still didn't change his face. Immediately, his eyes also narrowed. Since you're looking for death, it's not my fault. Just as Qin Xianyu was about to strike, a huge 3-meter-long firewolf suddenly appeared and slapped the vicious wolf dog that was heading straight for Chen Xianyu with a single slap. Immediately, an extremely thick male voice rang out. Which one is not afraid of death and dares to cause trouble in my Firewolf gang's territory? Chapter 533. As the saying goes, copper head, iron bones and tofu waist. It refers to the canine imperial beasts. No matter how powerful the canine imperial beast is, the waist and belly will always be their main point. Only the Firewolf in front of him. Every strand of hair on his body was made of flame. Not only that, its waist and abdomen were completely wrapped by a mass of metaphysical black metal. It was as if it was like a piece of waist armor. Protect their weak points in it. Completely. The most outrageous thing was that this metaphysical black metal was not even slightly affected by the flames emanating from the Firewolf. Just this one glance. Chen Xianyu then sensed the extraordinary nature of the Firewolf in front of him. Immediately, he opened the forbidden eye. Name, Skyward Flame Wolf. Growth stage, Transcendental 1. Racial bloodline, Flaming Wolf bloodline. Quality, High Mythic. Attribute, Fire/Metal. Gift, Heart of Fusion. Effects, can eat molten metal and melt it into armor or sharp weapons to enhance its own defense and attack ability. Skills, Heavenly Blade Flame Chop. Flame Storm, Metal Armor. Inferno Roar. Gold Thirst Swallowing Inferno. Evolutionary Route, Fire Wolf Pup Blazing Flame Wolf Molten Fire Wolf Skyblade Flame Wolf Lava Eater. Description, the Skyward Flame Wolf is the advanced form of the Fire Wolf bloodline, which possesses a fiery heart of flame and a powerful metal melting ability. In battle, it is able to flexibly utilize its flame and metal attributes to deal devastating blows to its enemies. Its body was covered in armor interwoven with flames and metal, both tough and flexible. The Skyblade Flame Wolf is a nightmare on the battlefield, and any enemy that dares to challenge it will face an endless baptism of flame and metal. Fruity. This Fire Wolf had not only reached Transcendent Rank 1, it had even reached up to the mythic level in terms of quality. Originally, the Forbidden Eye didn't have a detailed categorization of mythic qualities, but since the last time after identifying the Haiti and horse's belly through the Forbidden Eye, mythic qualities are then graded in more detail. Mythological qualities are categorized into Initial Myth, Medium Myth, Superior Myth, Supreme Myth, and Eternal Myth. It's Haiti and horse belly together. I'm afraid I'm no match for this Firewolf. Just as Chen Xianyu was analyzing the strength of this heavenly frontier flame wolf in his mind, the surrounding Firewolf gang members shouted in unison almost at the same time. Greetings, Gang Master, Chen Xianyu. It was also subconsciously looking in one direction. He only saw a middle-aged man with a rather handsome look, an extremely burly body, and a row of bushy beards, slowly walking towards this side of the ring. The man seemed to have a natural leadership quality. Wherever he passed, the people around him could not help but feel a sense of awe. Upon seeing the visitor, Luo Yimeng also had a happy face, then trotted to the man's side, spoiled as if holding the man's arm, said with a resigned face, Dad, you're finally here. Look at their Duan family. They don't even care about our Firewolf gang. After losing in a betting match, you want to take advantage of the situation and sneak in. You must teach them a lesson. The person who came was the leader of the Firewolf gang, who had swept away the entire underground forces of X City by virtue of his own strength. Ryu Prime. The moment he saw his daughter, the originally cold-faced Lu Qing also revealed a hint of a smile. With his own thick palm, he petted Luo Yimeng's head. Don't worry, Daddy knows in his heart. Spin. Ryukin also immediately reverted to his previous cold appearance, looking towards Duan Koan, who was obviously sitting a bit on the edge of his seat. This glance, it almost scared Duan Koan so much that he didn't stand still. At this time, Duan Koan was not thought of in any way. It was surprising that Ryukin would come to this gambling arena today, but as it was, he could only force out a smile. With that, he took 3 steps and ran to Ryukin. Respectfully, he made a late bloomer salute. A fawning smile. Duan Koan, meet Uncle Lu. Everything that just happened was a misunderstanding. It was my bodyguard who was disgruntled after losing. That's why he tried to attack and kill that little brother after the betting match was over. Words. Ryukin, however, revealed a meaningful smile. Duan boy, no matter what you say, after all, it's your Duan family who broke the rules of my Firewolf gang. Chapter 534. Do you want to leave it at that with one word? Hearing Ryukin say that, Duan Koan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn it, if we don't get some more blood today, I'm afraid we won't get away. What's more, right now, their Duan family was trying their best to pull in the Firewolf gang. At this juncture, it was impossible to offend the Firewolf gang. Think about it. Duan Koan also spoke in a hurry. It's natural, Uncle Lu. This time, it was indeed my Duan family's negligence in not controlling their own people. Tell you what, I still have about $200 million in my account. $50 million of that will be used to compensate this little brother. The other $150 million. Consider it my Duan family's apology to the Firewolf gang. Uncle Ryu, do you think this will work? Words. Ryukin didn't say much either. Instead, he waved his hand gently. Seeing this, Duan Koan was overjoyed. It was also immediately transferred to Luo Sihai, who was in charge of this gambling arena, as well as Chen Xianyue. However, when transferring money to Chen Xianyu, still whispering threats, "Kid, I'll remember you." In response, Chen Xianyu was unconcerned. As for Duan Koan, after doing this, he was also ready to turn around and leave, but it was stopped by Rio Prime. Just when Duan Koan was a bit overwhelmed, Ryukin was seen pointing at the bodyguards in the ring who had long since collapsed due to the drug's exhaustion. Seeing the situation, Duan Koan also had the sense to have someone drag down the bodyguard who didn't know whether he was alive or dead in the ring. Then after complimenting Lu Qing twice more, he left unhappily. After Duan Koan left, Lu Yimeng wasn't angry at Lu Jing for letting Duan Koan go just like that, because he was clear that now was not the time to tear his face off with the Duan family. So let Duan Koan spit out $200 million in compensation, plus the $1 billion that Duan Koan had lost in previous gambling fights. This time they, the Firewolf gang, had already earned hemp. It's kind of pretty good, too. Just when Chen Xianyu wanted to collect his prize of fossil, instead, Ryu Kyung's imploring voice rang in his ears. You're my baby girl's boyfriend? At once, Chen Xianyu also felt a bit embarrassed. Couldn't help but survey the surrounding audience that hadn't left the stage yet. I'm wondering if I should. Directly explaining to Rio Prime about his dealings with Lu Yimeng. It seemed to have seen Shin Xianyu's thoughts. Lu Yimeng also rushed up and pulled her father back. Dad, there's a lot of people here. Let's talk in the back. Words. The corners of Ryukin's mouth also revealed a faintly undetectable smile. It was as if he had already sensed something from the attitudes of Lu Yimeng and the boy in front of him. Immediately, he also brought the duo and Tai to a separate office in the gambling arena. If I guessed correctly, this kid is the shield you found to deal with that Duan Koan kid, right? Chen Xuanyu was also stunned. He didn't expect that this Lu Jing's brain turned so fast. It didn't even take much for them to explain. He already had the door open. Seeing that his father had guessed it all, Lu Yimeng was also the one who directly told Lu Qing about the contents of the deal between the two of them. Ryukin, for his part, nodded in slight contemplation. Well, since this is supposed to be what Umbra promised you, you won the duel yourself, again, in the gambling ring. That fossil, it's rightfully yours. Next moment, a fossil that had to be lifted by 2 strong men was then carried to Chen Xianyu by 2 members of the Firewolf gang. Immediately, the 2 Firewolf gang members, left after putting down the fossils. Chen Xianyu received feedback from the earth-poison scorpion in the strong desire space. It was also certain that the fossil in front of him was the one stolen from the Chen family. Ms. Lu, Mr. Lu, thank you very much. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Just when Chen Xianyue thought the deal was complete and was ready to leave with the fossil. However, it was blocked by the Skyblade Flame Wolf. Behind him also resounded the questioning voice of Ryu Kyung. Say, who the hell are you? Why are you getting close to Umbra? Chapter 535. Dad, what are you doing? Seeing that his father seemed to be planning to take on the funeral puma, Lu Yimeng also hurriedly used her body to block the Eyeing Heaven's Blade Flame Wolf. Seeing the situation, Ryuken's expression also became extremely ugly. Daughter, how long have you only known this man? Just help him. There's something wrong with this kid. It looks like he's approaching you on purpose with an ulterior motive. Is it hard to believe you can't trust dad? Words. Luo Yimeng was also a bit helpless. It was because of himself that Morning Biao almost died in the ring before. Now his own father was going to come after him. One time, Luo Yimeng's guilt towards Chen Xianyu increased. Hurriedly, he opened his mouth to argue. Dad, what are you talking about? People came to X City fleeing from a disaster and happened to be met by me, which is why I pulled them in as a shield. Looking at his daughter who was desperately trying to argue, Ryuken also had a helpless look on his face. Daughter, how can you be so easy to fool? The Imperial Beast art that this kid just used in the ring is simply not something that an ordinary person can master. Ask such a person, who somehow came to X City. Immediately after that, I somehow met you. You say he has no premeditation? Who believes that? Things have come to this. Chen Xianyu wasn't going to remain silent either. If this keeps up, I'm afraid I'll really be treated as a person with evil intentions. Immediately, he also spoke. Master Lu, truth be told, it was indeed a coincidence that Ms. Lu and I met. I do have my own plans for why I came to X City. That is to join the Fire Wolf Gang. For what Xinxian language said, Ryuken also showed a playful face. Kid, you think I'm as gullible as Inky? A teenager with superb beast sentry skills, running to X City just to join the Fire Wolf Gang? With this hand of yours? The Imperial Beast technique, as long as you want to join, I'm afraid many forces will rush to take you, right? At this point, Chen Xianyu knew that not to leak something out. This Ryuken wasn't going to believe his own words. Spinning around, he also removed his top as soon as he could. Nectar. Out came a dry muscle and the lifelike, Qilin tattoo, on his chest. Seeing the situation, Ryuken also frowned. Kid, what do you mean? Chen Xuanyu was also unapologetically direct. Master Lu, I think you should be able to tell something about this Qilin tattoo, right? Words. Lu Jing also began to carefully examine the Qilin tattoo on Chen Xianyu's chest. It didn't take a moment for Ryuken to discover the secret. Immediately, he was alarmed. Kieran blood curse. Seeing that Ryuken could really recognize it, Chen Xianyu immediately felt a great sense of certainty in his heart. Not bad. It's exactly the Qilin blood curse. I was born into a great family, and I even awakened the companion unicorn at birth. But I was murdered because of a family feud. The companion Imperial Beast was directly annihilated and transformed into a Kieran blood spell that was lodged in my body. Not only did it cause me to grow up in exile, but it directly destroyed my foundation. Chapter 536. Causing me to be unable to contract even the most unusual Imperial Beasts. Hearing this, Ryuken also raised his doubts at the right time. In that case, how did you acquire this Imperial Beast art? You should know that the Imperial Beast technique you used before is not something that an ordinary person can afford to consume. Facing Ryuken's questioning, Chen Xianyu didn't have the slightest intention of panicking. Instead, he said directly, then, I also met some strange encounters. Not only did he repair his foundation, but he also learned this beast sentry technique in a tomb. But after that, as the spiritual power inside me grew stronger and stronger, the originally dormant unicorn blood spell is also starting to kick in. Luckily, I met a master who helped me apply this seal, so that I could temporarily suppress the unicorn blood spell. But even though I have empty spiritual power, I never had an outstanding Imperial Beast because I was so weak. In the end, I also heard from my friends on the road that the people of the Firewolf gang were eager to be righteous. That's what gave rise to the idea of throwing in the towel. While listening, Tai on the side was frowning. That's not right. Between that and being in the bar up there, I called out the Firewolves. Why are you still working against me? Tai was talking about earlier, when Chen Xianyu met those women out to harass him. When these words came out, Ryuken's brows furrowed. Looking straight at Chen Xianyu, it seemed to be waiting for his explanation in general. But even so, Chen Xianyu still did not change his face and said, that's because, at the time, I was a little disappointed in the Firewolf gang that I had always aspired to. It's just a couple of little girls who came to the bar to hang a kaiju. Even if they unintentionally bumped into Miss Willow, it's fine to slap her to punish her. But I didn't expect Brother Tai to try to be ruthless. I just can't get over it. This statement was made. Ryuken also subconsciously glanced at Tai, but that glance made Tai look a little embarrassed. He did go a little too far at the time. It was also because of Tai's reaction. Lu Jing also quickly realized that the teenager in front of him wasn't lying, because of what Chen Xianhua said. Soon, the story of a family genius, who was tragically framed by his fellow clansmen and finally rebelled against his family appeared in Lu Jing's mind. 2. Explaining why Chen Xianyu was all about the Imperial Beast technique. No power was willing to take him in. This is because the unicorn blood curse is equivalent to a time bomb. Once it strikes, one will lose one's mind and be manipulated by resentment and hostility. Very dangerous. It was just that what Ryu could not figure out was that this kid's luck was also a little too good. Not only had the damaged foundation been repaired, but there was also a succession of strange encounters. However, this is a bit of an exaggeration though, but there are signs. The most important point was that Ryu's intuition told him the teenager wasn't lying. Thus, Lu Qing's suspicion of Chen Xianyu was mostly eliminated. But insurance. He still didn't fully trust Chen Xianyu. Still, he spoke up. Kid, I'll believe you for now if you say something today, but if it were known to me that you were ill-intentioned and swindled me, I don't need to tell you what will happen to you. Words. Chen Xianyu still didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Naturally, the reason why Chen Xianyu wasn't afraid was also because what he said was basically the truth. Only some important information was hidden. Looking at the undaunted Chen Xianyu, Ryukin also finally showed a hint of a smile. Nice. It's a big job. Chapter 537. Still able to remain unassuming in my presence. I admire you. Then from today onwards, you are a member of my Firewolf gang. Going to the Firewolf gang finance later to make an expense check. Go and bring that fossil back to life. Consider it my meet and greet gift to you. Chen Xianyu was overjoyed at his words. Thanks, gang leader. At this moment, Chen Xianyu was also happy from the bottom of his heart. Not only did they succeed in recapturing the fossil, and infiltrated the Firewolf gang. In this way, there might be a chance to find out what kind of person in the Firewolf gang was colluding with Zheng Boyuan, and he had long ago noticed something from the previous bet. This person hiding in the Firewolf gang must still be brewing some kind of plot. It was also considered to be removing the hidden dangers for the Chen family and the Firewolf gang from the root. Although there wasn't much contact with the Firewolf gang, Lu Qing and Lu Yimeng, but he still had a better feeling about these people from the Firewolf gang. Naturally, I don't mind giving them a hand along the way. Not only that, but if down the road you can take a step up in the Firewolf gang, it might even lead to an alliance between the Firewolf gang and the Chen family. After things came to an end, Chen Xianyu was also expelled from the office with an excuse by Lu Qing, and Chen Xianyu was worried about not having a chance to leave. Now that the gang leader had spoken, he could also return to the Chen clan under the guise of resurrecting the fossil in name only, reporting to his grandfather about his findings in the Firewolf gang and his plans afterward. Not long after Chen Xianyu left, Lu Yimeng also opened her mouth to Lu Qing. Father, there are spies in the Firewolf gang. Spinning around, he went over the series of events that had happened earlier. This also caused Ryukin to show some anger. I, Lu Prime, have unified the underground forces of X City since. I've done no wrong to any of my brothers. Nowadays there are even 2/5 in the gang. *******. Immediately after, Lu Yimeng also continued to speak. Father, I suspect Luo Xihai. The 250. Words. Ryu frowned. Why do you say that? Instead, Lu Yimeng spoke up with words. Earlier, I sent Tai to fetch the fossil, which I promised to give to Morning Biao, only to be rejected outright by Luo Xihai, and willfully indulging in obviously questionable betting. It almost cost me the Firewolf gang a lot of money, and even more so, when the Duan family blatantly violated the rules of the Firewolf gang's gambling matches. Everyone else acted with righteous indignation. Only Luo Xihai watched everything without changing his face and not only helped Duan Kuan speak, and even stopped the youngest from trying to rescue Pio. This pile of things, isn't Luo Xihai's move to betray the Firewolf gang obvious? After stating all this, Lu Yimeng had expected Lu Jing to burst into a rage. But who knows? Not only is Lu Jing not angry, instead, he laughed. Ha ha, Hallmaster Luo deserves to be my beloved. Well done. This sudden reaction from Ryukin. It was also causing Lu Yimeng and Tai to be a bit confused. Looking at the confused duo, Ryu Prime, however, said meaningfully, remember, the truth is often not as simple as it seems. Chapter 538. Chen Xianyu slowly walked out from the bar of the Firewolf gang. Looked at the time. It's already 2 o'clock in the morning. I thought my own grandfather would be asleep by this time. Chen Xianyu planned to find a random hotel to deal with for the night first. As for why you don't go back to the Chen family, that was because Chen Xianyu had previously used both the for sacred spirit transformation technique and the for fierce maniacal transformation technique, while acting on the self-exploding sheep, not to run out of spiritual energy, but there is still mental and physical fatigue. Right now, Chen Xianyu only wanted to find a closer place to sleep beautifully first. Bro, wait, but just then, a voice came from behind Chen Xianyu. Chen Xianyu turned around. Only a member of the Firewolf gang was seen running out of the bar. Chen Xianyu looked up and down at the person in front of him. It soon came to mind. This guy, Seems to be one of the members of the Firewolf gang who stood behind the Earthfire Hallmaster during the previous betting fight. What did he come to me for? It seemed to have read the doubt in Chen Xianyu's gaze. The visitor also laughed. Brothers, the gang leader has just clarified it. That's how we realized you were the shield the lady had found. But you've just escaped to X City to join our Firewolf gang. Guess the pockets aren't rich. Ha! Words. Chen Xianyu was keen enough to smell a hint of intrigue. Earlier, although Chen Xianyu was in the ring, but he also knew exactly what was happening off stage. This Luo Sihai obviously didn't deal with him. Why would his people suddenly come to care if they had money to spend? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Think about it. Chen Xuanyu also cooperated by revealing a pleasing look. Yes. I just escaped and came to X City. Pockets really aren't rich. Is it hard to believe that a brother has some way to get rich? Hearing Chen Xuanyu's reply, this member of the Firewolf gang in front of him was also overjoyed. A pat on the back said, yes, it just so happens that I have an easy job here that pays well. You're so powerful in your beast sentinel technique. Doing this job is simply easy and enjoyable. Chen Xianhua. Was the pretense of a tentative question? What way? Only this member of the Firewolf gang was seen smiling mysteriously. Attacking a couple of nerds doing research and the minions protecting them is all. Nerds who do research just need to be scared of them. As for the minions protecting them, they can just be taken out. As soon as I heard that, Chen Xuanyu's eyes instantly lit up. It seemed to understand something. Immediately, he also revealed a look of delight. And that's a good thing? When? Seeing that the other party took the bait so easily, this member of the Firewolf gang couldn't help but start sneering in his heart. However, on the surface, he still showed an enthusiastic look. Of course now, if things weren't so urgent and there was a shortage of manpower, such a good job wouldn't have come to a newcomer like you. Seeing this, Chen Xianyu was overjoyed. Then thank you, brother. Soon, after a brief explanation of the situation, that Firewolf gang member then led Chen Xianyu in a direction. Looking at the departing duo, Duan Cohen suddenly walked out from a corner. I told you, how could Umbra fall for such a punk? So it's really a shield to find. As Duan Cohen's words fell, a figure also appeared in the shadows to the side. Oh, it doesn't just help us. Although the identity of his blocker is already known within the Firewolf gang after Ryuken's clarification, but the outside world doesn't know. After tonight, this kid's identity as the future aunt of the Firewolf gang will soon spread. As long as he cooperates with my men tonight and attacks the Chen family's group of researchers, we'll find another time to expose him. After the matter of the Firewolf gang's future aunt helping the Duan family attack the Chen family's researchers reached Zhu Chen's ears, he'll just think it's at Ryuken's behest. At that time, regardless of what Lu Jing's true thoughts are, the Firewolf gang will be considered an enemy by the Chen family. In that case, Lu Jing will have to stand on the same side as the Duan family whether he wants to or not. Chapter 539. Words. Duan Cohen also revealed a cold smile. Though letting this kid take over Inky's boyfriend's name pisses me off, but for the sake of the Duan family's grand plan, I have no choice but to endure it. When the time is ripe, I will definitely whip this brat's warp and skin. Only then will I be able to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Half an hour later, Chen Xianyu, as well as the member of the Firewolf gang that had just been there, and the dozen or so people that had just been assembled, is masked and nestled in an alley. Seems to be waiting for someone. Chen Xianyu was clear that the person he was waiting for now had a great possibility of being the Chen family's mole. Another half hour passed. A sneaky figure, which walked into the alley. As the silhouette got closer and closer, Chen Xuanyu's face beneath the mask also revealed an expression that it was really like that. The person who came was none other than Zhang Boyuan, who had caused trouble at the institute during the day. In fact, at this point in time, Chen Xianyu could have completely made a direct move to finish off Zhang Boyuan, the traitor, but he wasn't going to do it. For taking out Zhang Boyuan directly. Instead, it causes panic among other researchers. When the time comes, the Duan family will push the envelope a bit more. It would be easy to turn this already winded and sketchy group of researchers against them. It's better to go with the flow. Let them do their bidding. Zhu Chen and Chen Xianyu have spoken. Every one of these researchers, he tapped into. To these researchers, Chen Zhu had known them well. If I hadn't been somewhat cuffed by Zhang Boyuan, fear of losing their lives, wouldn't follow Zhang Boyuan's nonsense at all. That's why Chen Xianyu only needed to secretly take a video of everything that happened tonight. Just collect evidence that Zhang Boyuan betrayed the Chen family. This would also allow those researchers to see Zhang Boyuan and the Duan family's true colors. Anyway, the purpose of these people's attack was to make the Chen family's researchers afraid. It doesn't really hurt them. Then what is Chen Xianyu afraid of? He hoped instead that these people would scare the researchers a little harder. This way, wait until the moment of truth. These people's anger towards Zhang Boyuan as well as the Duan family would reach a peak. No one likes, after all, to be teased and counted like that. At that time, then a comparison of the Chen family's true sincerity and kindness. Those researchers' loyalty to the Chen family would only rise by a large margin. Think about it. Chen Xuanyu was also secretly at the very back of the crowd, turned on the camera function of the phone. Ever since Chen Xianyu's wealth reached billions, he's also switched to one of the most high-end cell phones available, even in a dimly lit alley. It also captures the picture in a clear way. He, on the other hand, just needs to hide his cell phone in his sleeve to leak the camera out. Soon enough, the Fire Wolf gang member from before finished discussing with Zheng Boyuan. After doing this, Zheng Boyuan then furtively returned the same way. Looking at the departing silhouette, Chen Xianyu also hated his teeth. I didn't expect this from Zheng Boyuan. Surprisingly, he even handed over the distribution map of the hidden sentries that the Chen family had set up to protect these researchers. Imagine if you didn't come today yourself. All of these Chen family's hidden sentries would only have to die because of Zheng Boyuan's betrayal. Soon, including Chen Xianyu, being everyone was divided into groups of 2 by 2. Half of the men went forward to tackle the dark sentries. The other part of the group sneaks into the homes of researchers and feigns an attack. Fortunately, Chen Xuanyu's group, which happened to be assigned, went to attack the dark outpost. However, what Chen Xianyu didn't know was, it wasn't that he was lucky. Rather, the leading member of the Fire Wolf gang did it intentionally. He had received orders from his superiors long ago. We must make sure that Chen Xianyu, the one who carries the title of future aunt of the Fire Wolf gang, is stained with the blood of the Chen family. That way, when they bring this to light again, it was the feud between the Chen family and the Fire Wolf gang that would have no room for mitigation. After the plan of attack, the arrangements were made. Chen Xianyu bore the brunt of it, directly towards the closest dark post to this alley. Looking at Chen Xianyu, who was working so hard, that member of the Fire Wolf gang, too, couldn't help but reveal a hint of sneer. It looks like this guy is poor and crazy, so hard-working. I'm just afraid I want to kill a few more and get some more money, but this is good. The mission given to me by the boss has been successfully accomplished, but he didn't know it. The reason why Chen Xianyu ran so fast was because he wanted to get over there one step earlier than the others and save the lives of these dark sentries. Chapter 540. Chen Xianyu took the lead. It was also very quick to arrive near a secret outpost set up by the Chen clan. Just as he was thinking about how he could do this without spooking anyone, getting in touch with these dark outposts, a hand was violently placed on Chen Xianyu's shoulder. Chen Xianyu turned around. It was the other person he was grouped with. The man was seen panting. "You, why are you running so fast? Trying to eat alone?" For a moment, Chen Xianyu under the mask also revealed a helpless smile. "Looks like there's no way out. Who told you to be unlucky enough to be on my team?" Looking at the sullen Chen Xianyu, the man thought he was embarrassed by what he said. So he patted Chen Xianyu's shoulder. "Boy, new here, right? We fish for pariahs, but we must also respect our seniors. You newcomers will only be able to drink the soup when the seniors have finished eating the meat. Wait, I'll go first, you cover for me. When the payoff is handed out, I naturally won't leave you short," despite what the mouth says. But the man's mind was thinking, "You want a share of the money? I'll go back with the head to collect the reward. You ain't got, though in my heart I think so, but still put on a, well, old-timer's face." Seeing that the other party didn't have the slightest comment, and even nodded in agreement with himself, there was a smile under his eyes that he simply couldn't hide. It was just that he didn't notice the look in Chen Xianyu's eyes at the moment. It was a look of death. Soon the duo spotted, hiding not far away, 2 Chen clan secret sentries. I only saw the people who were on the same team as Chen Xianyu. Immediately, he summoned his imperial beast. It was an ape, power monkey / general lineage matured premium quality. Description: slim, agile, amazing arm strength, good assassin. Only to see the power ape quietly approaching towards the two. It soon came behind the dark sentry who hadn't the slightest inkling of what was going on. See the power ape that is about to get it. The person standing in front of Chen Xianyu also had a smug look on his face. But the next moment, the accident was steep. Only a fire eagle suddenly fell from the sky. With one claw, he grabbed the power ape. Come on! This sudden appearance also instantly aroused the vigilance of the 2 dark sentries. Only now did the 2 dark sentries react. It seemed like there was an imperial beast that had just approached the 2 of them silently. If it wasn't for that fire eagle that just helped capture that imperial beast, I'm only afraid of the consequences. Same time, the power ape's owner's eyes were also glazed over at the moment. What the hell? What was that fire hawk just now? But the words just came out. Chen Xianyu, the voice that sounded like a devil's whisper, then resounded in his ears. My plume flame eagle is bred pretty well, isn't it? Immediately afterward, Chen Xianyu was under the other party's incredulous expression. A knife slashed the opponent's throat. After doing this, Chen Xianyu then dragged the man's corpse to the Chen clan's dark sentry. Chen Xuanyu's sudden appearance also immediately caused the two Chen clan's secret sentries to become alert. What are you? Chen Xianyu didn't ink it either. Straight away, he ripped off his mask. You guys should know me, right? After seeing Chen Xianyu's face, the two dark sentries were also slightly stunned. Spin asked tentatively, Young Master Xuanyu? Seeing that the other man recognized him, Chen Xianyu also took a long breath. Chapter 541. Also, kudos to my grandfather for executing. It turned out that the first time Chen Xianyu returned to the Chen family, Zhu Chen then sent Chen Xianyu's picture to people in every important department of the Chen family. It is the fear that under certain special circumstances, the water will flood the Dragon King's temple, thanks to Zhu Chen's foresight. Otherwise, it would be a real problem to explain this scene now. Chen Xian language also, without the slightest delay, said, This is an emergency situation, so you two listen to me. The next day, X City, Chen family. At this moment, Chen Yixian rushed into Zhu Chen's office with a delighted look on his face. Father, what a relief! The Duan family has suffered a great loss this time. Looking at his son who pushed his way straight in, Zhu Chen also revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. You're over 40. Why are you still so fluffy? Words. Chen Yixian was also aware of his father's temperament. Immediately, he also snorted. Father, it's not seeing the Duan family suffer. Do I feel good inside? There seems to be no point in continuing to count. Chen Zhu turned the tables and then asked, The Duan family is defeated? What's the situation? As soon as the topic was mentioned, Chen Yixian was instantly energized. Spinning around, he spoke at length. Father, you don't know. I just got word. Ryu Prime's daughter, Ryu Yin, found a boyfriend somewhere, causing that Duan kid to get jealous. And even more so, he fought against someone in a betting ring, and ended up losing over $1 billion straight away. Words. Instead, Zhu Chen blankly glanced at Chen Yixian. That's it? The juniors are just jealous. Even though we lost over $1 billion, this is nothing to the Duan family. But Chen Yixian continued with a gloating face. Father, but you know what? When they bet on the fight, the Duan clan side was assigned a rare quality red flame leopard along with it. Instead, that Lu Yingyan's boyfriend was assigned a self-destructing goat known as the weakest imperial beast. The most outrageous. Yes, the Duan family was abused by someone else with a self-destructing sheep. Nothing to fight back. Losing money is small, but this face is a disgrace. Ha ha. Compared to Chen Yixian's gloating, Chen Zhu, however, immediately noticed a key piece of information. Hanging a red flame leopard with a self-destructing sheep? When did our X City produce such a heavenly pride? Chen Yixian pondered slightly for a moment. Also answered, From what I've heard, that young man seems to have recently taken refuge in X City. As for the rest of the information, it's not clear. Words. Chen Zhu also revealed a flash of deep concern. The Fire Wolf Gang has obtained such a teenage pride with unlimited potential. In a few years, he'll be the mainstay of the Fire Wolf Gang. At that time, the strength of the Fire Wolf Gang will definitely rise to another level. Now I only hope that Wen Qi and Xianyu can compete, or at least not be left too far behind by this mysterious teenager. In Zhu Chen's opinion, the talent of his own two grandchildren was good though, especially Chen Xianyue, despite winning the A City Beast royalty competition. But compared to this mysterious teenager who was able to hang the other side by virtue of the self-destructing sheep, it was definitely going to be inferior. After all, such a record is just too unbelievable. I'm afraid that it won't take long for the word to spread throughout X City. Just then, Chapter 542. Zhu Chen was just about to ask Chen Yixian if there was any news of Chen Xianyue. There was then a loud noise from outside the door. Soon enough, a janitor ran into Zhu Chen's office in a panic. Family Master, Prof. Zhang is leading a group of researchers, clamoring to see you. Family Master. Words. Chen Yixian immediately frowned. The face shows displeasure. What the hell is this Zheng Boyuan up to? How long has it been subsiding? And then he comes back to make trouble again? Do you really think that my Chen family can't do without him? Just as Chen Yixian was about to go out and teach Zheng Boyuan a lesson, but he was stopped by Chen Zhu who stepped aside. Take it easy for now. Spinning around, he added to the doorman. Let them in. After receiving Chen Zhu's order, the janitor then walked out of the office. When he came in again, just behind them were a few more men in white scientific uniforms. Only these few researchers were seen, each with a look of horror on their faces. The man in charge, however, had an aggressive face. It was certainly Zhang Boyuan. When Chen Zhu saw the visitor, he also asked with a natural look on his face. Prof. Young, what's going on? Didn't I tell you guys to relax for a few days? Why are you back here? Words. Zheng Boyuan was also not selling out. Also straight to the point. Chen family master. We can't stay in this Chen family anymore. It's only just arrived home. And someone came to attack us. It's lucky that everyone was lucky enough not to get hurt. This is going to stay in the Chen family for a long time. I'm only afraid we won't be able to save our little lives. Words. Chen Yixiang couldn't stand it anymore either. Sternly and angrily. Zheng Boyuan. What? Got your wings now? Want to fly solo? Don't forget. Without our Chen family, you're just a small researcher who's not even a piece of right now. Facing Chen Yixiang, who suddenly exploded in anger, Zheng Boyuan was also scared in his heart though. But still, he stiffened his neck and said, "Don't give me that. Without me, could the Chen family grow so fast? We can't even give us basic security now. What are we staying here for? Is everyone right?" For a while, behind the original Zheng Boyuan, there were still some cowering other fellows. Immediately, he also spoke. "Master of the house, I know you've been good to us, but we don't want to die yet. Listen to the words of those around you." Zheng Boyuan, who was the instigator, also had an imperceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. And Zhu Chen sniffed. There was also a hint of doubt. It was clear that he had already placed men all around the residences of these researchers. How could they still be under attack? Moreover, when it came to something like this, there was no reason for those hidden sentries not to report to him. Think about it. Zhu Chen also realized a possibility. That is, all of the hidden sentries he had set up had been killed. But if once you admit that the dark sentries are all dead, these people, for sure, would feel that the Chen family was incompetent and did not have the ability to protect them. But if anything, there is no manpower planted to protect them. These people, in turn, would feel that the Chen family was not interested in them. Encountering such a thing was undoubtedly a blow to the prestige of the Chen family no matter what. Just when Chen Ju was in a dilemma, a bright teenage voice suddenly rang out. "Grandpa, I'm back." Chapter 543. The door to the office was thrown open with one hand. Although Chen Xianyu was wearing a pair of panda eyes, the corners of his mouth were wearing a smile if nothing else. Seeing that it was Chen Xianyu who had returned, Chen Ju's originally ugly face was instantly replaced by a smirk. "Whisper is back. Why the haggard face? Did you not get a good night's rest last night?" Words. Chen Xuanyu also shrugged his shoulders. "No way. After all, it's a boast I made myself earlier. So even if I'm tired, I have to get it done." Chen Ju, who heard these words, immediately looked towards Chen Xianyu with some incredulity. But when he saw Chen Xianyu's serious eyes, an ecstasy rose in Chen Ju's heart. But when he was ready to inquire in detail, Zheng Boyuan, who was on the side, was the one who found the opportunity to capitalize on the situation. "Master of the house, this young master just didn't sleep well. You are so concerned. Those of us who worked our asses off for the Chen family almost got killed, and no one paid any attention. You've really chilled us with disappointment." This statement was made. Those researchers behind Zheng Boyuan also revealed some odd expressions. When Chen Yixiang saw the scene, he was unable to hold back any longer, just about ready to turn on Zheng Boyuan. However, Chen Xianyu snatched the words. Chen Yixiang, who was originally still a bit upset, suddenly, he realized that his father seemed to be making eyes at him. Immediately, he also suppressed his temper. Only Chen Xuanyu slowly spoke. "Professor Young, right? Don't be so angry. You just said that the Chen family doesn't care about you guys, right?" Although Zheng Boyuan already knew that Chen Xuanyu was the Chen family's long-lost young master, but there was no hint of respect. Still looking shifty, he said, "Isn't it? If the Chen family really valued us, they should have arranged for someone to keep us safe when they knew we were being watched. But last night, when we were attacked, where were your Chen family?" Chen Xianyu sniffed. Surprisingly, he nodded in deep approval. "Professor Zhang, I think you're right. But what I'm trying to say is that you did misunderstand us. In fact, my grandfather has long arranged for secret sentries to protect all of you in the dark. It's just that we were suddenly attacked last night, and that's why we were a bit caught off guard." Hearing Chen Xianyu say that, the group of researchers behind Zheng Boyuan also looked at each other. The color of his face also eased up a lot, but the faces of Zhu Chen and Chen Yixiang also became visibly much uglier after a brief moment of shock. Apparently they had only just learned of the attack on the dark post as well. At the same time, they were screaming in their hearts. Although it was unknown how Chen Xianyu knew about the attack on the dark outpost, but just the fact that something of this magnitude had happened and the dark sentries hadn't reported it to them was enough. The hidden sentries they had set up had all been killed in action. At the same time, Zheng Boyuan's heart couldn't help but sneer. After all, he's a brat. He fell into my trap at once. Spin. Zheng Boyuan then put on an angry look and said, "Your Chen family is also too incompetent. I can't believe all the hidden sentries were taken care of without a word. And what gives you the right to say you can keep us safe?" Originally, the faces of the researchers eased a little. It was also a quick reaction, recalling everything that had happened last night. These people, at once, felt as if the Chen family could not give them the security they wanted. Watch the crowd's reaction. Even Zhu Chen couldn't help but feel some anxiety in his heart. Was about to open his mouth to stabilize the situation. However, he heard Qin Xianyu say with a puzzled expression, "How strange, Professor Zhang. I see you like this. Why aren't you surprised at all to hear this news? And when did I say that the Chen family's hidden sentries were solved without a word?" This statement was made. Zhang Boyuan visibly froze for a moment. Immediately, after stabilizing his mind, he continued, "What's that got to do with it? If they weren't all exterminated and we were attacked, how could they not show up?" These words were spoken. Zhang Boyuan was also breathing a long sigh of relief in his heart. It's finally coming full circle. But before he could react, Chen Xianyu then continued. Chapter 544. My Chen clan's hidden sentries aren't that unbearable. Bring them up. With Chen Xuanyu's loud shout, the dark sentries who lurked around the residences of these researchers last night, one after another, they walked into the office. And each one of them, pressed against a man with his hands tied. When the researchers saw these people, also immediately exclaimed in shock, "Aren't these the same people who attacked us last night? I recognize their clothes." At this moment, Zheng Boyuan's pair of eyes had long since glazed over, not even taking in the voices of those around him. How can that be? I clearly gave them the distribution map of these secret outposts. How did this happen? Are these people losers? How can they lose even with a sneak attack? Soon, a careless voice also sounded in Zhang Boyuan's ears. "Geez, me and these dark sentry brothers can stay up all night to capture these guys alive." When Zhang Boyuan subconsciously turned his head back, only to see Qin Xianyu, one hand was resting on Zhang Boyuan's shoulder, a smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Zhang Boyuan, who had originally still somewhat despised Chen Xianyue, there was also an uncontrollable gulp. Chen Yiqiang, on the other hand, was overjoyed. "Ha ha, whisper, good job." Surprisingly, without even realizing it, he has made such a great achievement for the Chen family. On the side, Zhu Chen also smiled without saying a word. Zhang Boyuan, who had a bad feeling, also subconsciously, he glanced at the member of the Fire Wolf gang that he had met with last night. Immediately the words changed. "So it's the Fire Wolf gang's people, trying to get at us. Family Master, I was wrong about you guys this time. I'm willing to fine myself 3 months' salary. I suggest that we just take out these bandits who have evil intentions towards everyone." The tied-up member of the Fire Wolf gang, there was a great deal of anger, shouted at the top of his lungs. "You, trying to kill someone, are you? It was clearly you who gave me the Chen clan's secret outpost layouts and asked me to lead an attack on these researchers." When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Although Zhu Chen and Chen Yiqiang had long known that Zhang Boyuan had second thoughts, but it's just a matter of trying to make more money for yourself. It's just more interest. However, he didn't expect that this guy would victimize the Chen family so much for his own benefit. The rest of the researchers were also looking at Zhang Boyuan with incredulous faces. Have to say, Zhang Boyuan is in the end a scientific researcher. Brains are spinning extra fast. Immediately looking at Chen Xianyu with an aggrieved face, he said, "Young master, I know. I misunderstood the Chen family before. There's also the idea of going out on your own with this group of brothers. But you didn't have to bully these assailants into slandering me, did you? Although I, Zhang Boyuan, am greedy for money, I wouldn't go so far as to victimize the Chen family for money, would I?" This statement was made. The group of researchers who were originally glaring at Zhang Boyuan with angry faces. At this moment, he also felt that what Zhang Boyuan said was quite reasonable, because, privately, Zhang Boyuan did tell them that he wanted to take them away from the Chen family and make more money. Seeing that Zhang Boyuan was all but directly showing his cards, for a while, the crowd's doubts about Zhang Boyuan dissipated a lot. Only, the corner of Chen Xianyu's mouth curved up. Zhang Boyuan, awesome, that's a good use of the hand to retreat. Words. Although Zhang Boyuan's face still had an indignant look on it, but in his heart, he sneered once again. A brat, still wants to fight me. Zhu Chen has long since realized that I'm having second thoughts. It doesn't matter if I make this clear. The core technology is in my hands. Hanging him out to dry won't dare do anything to me. As long as we can stabilize this group of fellows behind us, when I break away from the Chen family, I'll still be able to make more profit in the Duan family. Just as Zhang Boyuan was feeling smug in his heart, Chen Xianyu suddenly pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. Spinning around with a playful face, he opened his cell phone and put it in front of Zhang Boyuan and said, "In that case, let's have Prof. Zhang explain what's going on with this video, shall we?" Chapter 545. Hear the word video. Zhang Boyuan just froze. Immediately, they saw two silhouettes appear on Chen Xianyu's cell phone. One of them was the member of the Fire Wolf gang who had previously identified Zheng Boyuan. The other course is Zheng Boyuan himself. Soon after, Zheng Boyuan in the video took out a circled drawing and handed it to this Fire Wolf gang member. This is a map of the Chen family's outposts. Later you will kill them one by one. As for the rest of the nerds who just do science, just scare the out of them and make them feel fear. No need to really hurt them. After all, I'm keeping them to work for me. Only in the video, Zheng Boyuan's words fell. Both of them let out a sinister laugh. The video got here. Chen Xuanyu also slowly put away his cell phone. Now do you know why the Dark Sentinel didn't come to your rescue? At this moment, Zheng Boyuan's face was a shade of green and white. He was killing himself to figure out how this video of Chen Xianyu was captured. Could it be that there was a traitor from the Chen family within the Duan family or the Fire Wolf gang? Just as Zheng Boyuan was thinking, the surrounding researchers were also seething with anger. After all, no one can accept that being counted out like that. Immediately, they all spoke out angrily against Zheng Boyuan. Listening to the bursts of anger coming from his ears, Zheng Boyuan was also quick to return to his senses. But compared to that ugly face just now, at this moment, Zheng Boyuan was showing a sneer. Seeing Zheng Boyuan, who had the audacity to show this look even after the east window was revealed, Chen Yiqian's violent temper couldn't hold back at once. Zheng Boyuan, what the else do you have to say? US**T. Not only do you want to jump ship, but you're using such underhanded tactics to try to force others to jump ship with you. If this time, it wasn't for Whisper's hand, I'm afraid that all of these Dark Sentry brothers would have been in mortal danger. This time, Zhu Chen didn't stop Chen Yiqiang, because this Zheng Boyuan has really touched his bottom line. But at the same time, Chen Zhu's heart was also filled with surprise and amazement. Originally, he thought that although this grandson of his had some strength, at best, he was only that much stronger than his peers, but he never expected it. Qin Xian, 127-200. Late Han Scholar. The language is not only excellent in strength, but also in brain, and the luck is even better. Surprisingly, even Zhang Boyuan's collusion with outsiders can meet this matter. And what intrigued him the most was how he had gotten this video. Just then, Zhang Boyuan was also too lazy to pretend. Awesome. But so what? How dare you do anything to me? I've been doing my best for your Chen family for more than 10 years. It's only a few $100 million a year, compared to the several $100 million you're stingy with. The Duan family has promised to directly give me 60% of the profits from the fossil resurrection project. Pust. Chen Xianyu didn't hold back, and that was directly laughing out loud. This could give Zheng Boyuan an inexplicable irritation. What are you laughing at? Chen Xianyu sniffed. It also forced down a laugh. Spin spoke up. 60%? You're thinking. Thought researchers, top talent, had good brains. I didn't think you'd believe this lie about ghosts. In response to Chen Xian language's ridicule, Zhang Boyuan, however, did not care in the slightest. A dead pig in a poke. Whatever you say. I'm the only one who has the core technology now. I advise you to speak politely. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Now that that's out of the way. As long as you're willing to give me 70% of the profits from your annual fossil resurrection program, it's not like I can't continue to stay in the Chen family. Immediately after, Zhang Boyuan turned his head again and said to the other researchers behind him, who were looking at him with unfavorable gazes, "And you idiots, really think you're somebody? Without me, you are worthless to the Chen family. Once something happens to me, or if I leave the Chen clan, what will await you will not be unclear to you, right?" The crowd, though reluctant to admit it, but it's true, without Zheng Boyuan, this fossilized resurrection has no chance of continuing. Zhu Chen similarly understood this. Chapter 546. That's why it was clear to him that Zhang Boyuan was having second thoughts, but kept cajoling him for a reason. Just as Chen Zhu pondered how to solve the problem at hand, Chen Xuanyu's voice also sounded once again. "Grandpa, are those materials I asked you to prepare earlier ready?" This statement was made. It also instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Although a bit puzzled, Chen Zhu subconsciously said, "It's all ready, just inside the lab." Words. Chen Xuanyu also smiled faintly. "That'll do. Bring everyone with you. I'm going to let this Zheng Boyuan die today." Words. Zheng Boyuan also revealed a hint of suspicion, though he was well aware that apart from the town hall, he alone knows the core technology of fossil resurrection, but there was always a sense of unease in his mind. This feeling was especially strong when he saw Qin Xianyu's meaningful eyes. Soon, after Qin Zhu ordered all those attackers to be imprisoned, then he led the crowd, once again, to the lab. Soon enough, Chen Xianyu was brought to a room, in a room piled high with information. Chen Xianyu also did not say a word. Immediately, he picked up the information and read it, looking at Chen Xianyu who was reading carefully. The crowd was all looking at him with puzzled faces at the moment. It says it's a serious read. In fact, every report or piece of information is just a glance across. No piece of paper could stay in front of Chen Xianyu's eyes for more than a second. Zhang Boyuan, who saw the scene, also had a sneer on his face. Ha ha, laughing my ass off. I thought you had more than that. So that's where the pretense comes in. Those information statements, do you read them? Even I, seeing the data on it, can only calculate it 1 by 1 inch. You're a hairless brat who dares to pretend in front of me. What an ignorance. Facing Zhang Boyuan's ridicule, Chen Xianyu did not pay the slightest bit of attention. Still there, watching himself, the other researchers, at this time, although they hated Zhang Boyuan with a passion, however, they felt that Zhang Boyuan had made sense this time. Unreachable. Then, on the side, Zhu Chen did not speak. They also did not dare to leave at will, and so each found a place to sit. Even later on, even Chen Yiqian was a bit unable to stand it anymore and also took out his cell phone to play. Only Zhu Chen had an inexplicable trust in Chen Xianyu. He always felt that this grandson of his should bring him some surprises. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Original piles of information and data sheets. It had all been absorbed and consumed by Chen Xianyu and melted into one. However, at this moment, Chen Xianyu was also feeling extremely fatigued. After all, he hadn't slept since last night. But with that ding sound in his head suddenly sounded, a hint of smugness also appeared at the corner of Chen Xianyu's mouth. Ding! Lustful space effect activated. Congratulations to the host on his realization of the fossil resurrection technique, full version. At this moment, Chen Xianyu closed his eyes. A strange feeling suddenly arose. Everything within this lab became incredibly familiar at this moment. It was as if, by nature, he was a researcher who had been steeped in fossil resurrection techniques for years. Every step in resurrecting the fossil, every element, material, and instrument needed, he was incredibly clear. Seeing Chen Xianyu finally stop, Zhu Chen also hurriedly took a few steps forward and spoke. Whisper, how's it going? These words also instantly attracted the gazes of others, especially Zhang Boyuan. The sneer on his face not only didn't fade with time, instead, it grew stronger. Pretend, keep pretending. I'd like to see how you're going to let me die for good. Words. Chen Xuanyu also opened his slightly tired eyes. As you wish. Next moment, a spatial crack suddenly opened. A fossil that required 2 people to encircle to lift it then appeared before the crowd. Chen Zhu's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Whisper, you're actually a companion sentinel. Chapter 547. It wasn't just Zhu Chen. The crowd around them at the sight of the fossils that appeared out of thin air. It was all jaw-dropping too, but soon they realized a problem. That would be the normal Imperial Beast space of an Imperial Beast Master, which could only store Imperial Beasts and Imperial Beast props. There is simply no way to store any objects other than these two. However, Chen Xuanyu was able to store the fossil within his Imperial Beast space. That means, Chen Xuanyu could only be that 1 in a million companion Imperial Beast Master. For Chen Zhu and the shock of those around him, Chen Xianyu only forced a smile. He was so tired now, but to give young Bunyan a hard time, Chen Xianyu also carried it off with a clench of his teeth. Immediately, he shouted at the researchers who were still a bit stunned. Guys, what are you waiting for? It's on. Start resurrecting the fossils. Although the crowd, at Chen Xianyu's shout, had already returned to their senses, but there was still a look of doubt and distrust in his eyes. Although they also admired Chen Xuanyu's status as a companion Imperial Beast Master, but Imperial Beasts and scientific research are two different things. They also didn't think that such a demonic character would appear on this lineage. The core technology of fossil resurrection can be comprehended by simply looking over their past information and data sheets. Looking at the crowd that still hasn't moved, Chen Xuanyu was the one who frowned. Immediately, he heard Zhang Boyuan's voice still tinged with mockery. I admit it, as a companion sentinel, you are indeed a genius among geniuses, but what can be done about it? Do you really think that it's just a couple hours of random rummaging, and these people are going to believe you can resurrect a fossil? Really, don't pretend. As long as your Chen family is willing to apologize to me and agree to the conditions I just made, I am still willing to serve your Chen family. Looking at Zhang Boyuan, who was still so arrogant, Zhu Chen is the head of the Chen family, and is it not an existence that just tolerates it? Immediately, there was also a surge of ruthlessness in his heart, said to the researchers around him, you all cooperate fully with the young master. Success or failure, each person's salary will be increased by 20%, plus $1 million bonus. As soon as this statement is made, out, all the researchers were beaming. Immediately, they also immediately took their places. Chen Xuanyu also looked at her grandfather with a smile on her face. Sure enough, it has gusto. Immediately, Chen Xianyu also stopped inking. Now that everyone brawling is in place, then the fossilized resurrection begins. In fact, the so-called fossil resurrection is to modulate a special fossil resurrection reagent. Fill the incubation chamber with it, then soak the fossils in it. After fully absorbing this resurrection reagent, the fossils will then gradually come back to life. That is, resurrection. What these researchers have to do is to assist Qin Xianyu in coordinating, measuring and testing the properties and races of the fossils. Because each different fossil requires a different resurrection substance, that's why fossil resurrection reagents have different compositions. It's up to those who have mastered the core technology to capitalize from it. Soon, a group of researchers were under Qinju's monetary attack. It was soon put into experimentation. There was once a saying, as long as the paycheck is in place, even if the boss makes the wrong decision, the employee at hand can help you make the decision right. And that's the state of these researchers now, even with Qinju's promise. However, they still didn't believe that Qin Xianyu could control the core technology in just 3 hours. Think of it as a gamble with the young master. Soon, the first dilemma then arises. Chapter 548. This piece of fossil seems to be different from the usual fossils. It was surprisingly impossible to gauge what race of imperial beasts this fossil had been when it was alive, even in databases with a large number of cases. It was also impossible to find data that would match it. That alone put everyone in a difficult position. And the sneer on Zhang Boyuan's face, who was watching all of this, grew stronger. Just as he was about to open his mouth to sneer again, wanting to strike the confidence of the Chun family and make them give him a softening, Qin Xianyu suddenly came to the side of the researchers who were paying to survey the recorded data. With a finger, he pointed to several locations where the parameters were wrong. Look here and here. There are too many holes in your measurements. If you, first, look here, and then record the data for the 2 locations here, then you can launch. Following my method of measurement is not only simple and straightforward, but the data is accurate. After some correction from Qin Xianyu, the scientific researcher, who was responsible for surveying the recorded data, had his eyes lit up. None of these researchers are intellectually gifted. Just a few simple words from Qin Xianyu. It was as if they had discovered some new continent, compared to the complex and numerous measurements of the past. This new measurement method taught by Qin Xianyu was indeed fast and accurate. This also caused the other researchers to look at Qin Xianyu with a gaze that was like looking at a monster. It's hard not to believe that this young master is really some kind of heavenly genius. Just 3 hours, he was able to come up with measurements that we couldn't even think of in a decade. If they hadn't known that Qin Xianyu hadn't been engaged in scientific research, I can't help but think of him as a scientific powerhouse who has been immersed in this area for years. Immediately afterward, Qin Xianyu hoved it to the side of the researchers responsible for calculations and coordination. One snatched up the keyboard and began pointing and teaching his new method. Looking at Qin Xianyu, who was almost knocking out residual shadows from tapping the keyboard, the eyes of the crowd had gone straight. After explaining his new method, Qin Xianyu also subconsciously looked at the researchers around him, but what he saw was a confused look on the researchers' faces. Immediately, he also scratched his head in embarrassment. Ha ha, did I do it too fast? But that's okay, I'll write up the brand new process as well as method and distribute it when it's all over. Until then, soon, all of the researchers truly valued the Qin Xianyu in front of them. There was also no one who suspected Qin Xianyu anymore. Qin Xianyu wasn't even pretending before. Rather, they have real talent. And, this time, the fossils are resurrected. It's still a rare opportunity to learn. Really eat up these methods of Qin Xianyu. There is certainly a significant increase in their personal research as well. This can't be right. How could he be so familiar with the process of fossilized resurrection? And to make the step-by-step data so clear and concise, even I couldn't do it at all. Who the hell is he? For this kind of knowledge, reserve and insight, even those scientific research powerhouses in the township who have been engaged in scientific research for decades don't have this kind of means. The moment Zhang Boyuan's originally unperturbed heart gradually began to panic. Soon, under the coordination of Qin Xianyu, the whole process of resurrecting fossils has also become much more concise and clear. Save yourself a lot of tedious and ineffective processes. Not only does it speed up efficiency, but it also increases the accuracy of all data. Soon, various information about the fossil also appeared on the computer's display. Type of fossil, scale armored beast, quality, not less than eternal myth, attribute, fire/chaos, composition. In seeing this fossil, not only scaly walkers are classified, fire plus chaos dual attribute. What's even more terrifying is surprisingly still the quality of, no less than eternal myth. Everyone couldn't help but gulp, because they soon realized, the fossils to be resurrected this time are likely to be extraordinary. For a moment, everyone's hearts couldn't help but float to the surface. Can it be that we are about to witness the birth of an ancient divine beast? At this moment, even Qin Xianyu was showing excitement. I didn't realize that I, myself, had come a long way in resurrecting a fossil for this first time. Chapter 549. After Qin Xianyu finished tallying all the data about the fossils that the researchers had come up with, it also immediately proceeded to the debugging of the fossil resurrection reagent. Soon, under the operation of Qin Xianyu, the reagents that were debugged were introduced into the incubation chamber as much as possible, and the fossil was then placed in it. Half a day later, the surface of the fossil also began to gradually emit one tiny bubble after another. As the fossil emits more and more bubbles, the fossilized surface, the original rough surface, it is also gradually starting to get smoother. It was even vaguely shiny. This is not a fossilized imperial beast. Rather, it's a royal beast egg. As the petrified material on the surface fades away, a fiery red laced with metaphysical black imperial beast egg just quietly floated in the cultivation chamber. The surrounding researchers were also looking at the scene in front of them with arranged pity. I didn't expect that it would actually work, though the fossil, in the end, only resurrected a sentinel beast egg. But it's not hard to see. This time the resurrection process is not only easier and faster than ever, and the resurrection is more than ever. This can't be right. This can't be right. How could he deduce the core technology of fossilized resurrection in just 3? I don't believe it. Zheng Boyuan looked at what was in front of him, has descended into utter madness. The technology that he had labored for more than 10 years to master had been made available by a teenager of less than 20 in only 3 hours. That would be unacceptable to anyone else. And most importantly, this technique is no longer exclusive to him. This also meant that he had lost his value to the Chen family. What is the use of keeping a subordinate who has lost his value and has second thoughts about his master? At this moment, Zheng Boyuan's heart was filled with regret. However, what he regretted was not betraying the Chen family. Rather, he was too greedy. If he hadn't been thinking of poaching the entire scientific research team from the Chen family and seeking more benefits in the Duan family, as long as he sells the core technology in his hand directly to the Duan family, the wealth gained was enough for him to live the rest of his life in peace and comfort. And how did it get to this point? Looking at the somewhat hysterical Zheng Boyuan, there was only indifference on Chen Zhu's face. Hands patted gently. 2 guards then walked in and directly dragged Zheng Boyuan down. It wasn't until then that Zheng Boyuan slowed down. Desperately, he shouted at Chen Zhu. House master, I was wrong. Please spare me. I will definitely be loyal to the Chen family from now on. Without any second thoughts, Chen Yiqiang, who was on the side, also revealed a soothing expression. Ha, now you know to beg for mercy? Late. What's up? Where's that arrogance from before? And UI. As Zheng Boyuan's voice became smaller and smaller, Chen Zhu all but watched without a word. For this subordinate who had worked in the Chen family for more than 10 years, it's not like he didn't give him a chance. But the other side of the hand holding the core technology, in the Chen and Duan 2 families repeatedly horizontal jump, wanted to be sold at a price. In the face of such a person, Chen Zhu, as the head of the Chen family, would never go soft. Once unfaithful, 100 times unfaithful. Such a simple truth was naturally clear to Zhu Chen. So the end that awaited Zheng Boyuan naturally spoke for itself. Zhu Chen would never allow such an important technology to leak out. After all, only a dead man's mouth is the most secure. When Zheng Boyuan's miserable screams came from outside, Zhu Chen also revealed a hint of a smile. But when he turned his head to look at Chen Xianyue, the Chen family's big contributor today, surprisingly, he found the other party staring at the imperial beast egg in the incubation chamber. But Shushu didn't know. At this moment, Chen Xianyu's mind was constantly ringing with the system's beeps. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the fossilized resurrection for the first time. Reward, Forbidden Eye Fossil Identification Module. Effect, all fossil properties and types can be identified. After listening to this series of system broadcasts, a hint of joy also flashed across Chen Xianyue's eyes. Soon, he focused on the resurrected imperial beast egg. Ding! Pure blood unicorn egg found. Chapter 550. Name, Chaos Fire Unicorn, Egg. Attribute, Chaos/Fire. Physical development, flawless. Ancient heritage, none. Soul level, missing. After reading the information on this imperial beast egg, Chen Xianyu almost went crazy with joy. He had always remembered the 2 ways to dissolve the Qilin blood curse that Nan Yunlord had spoken to him about. Originally he had resigned himself to his fate. Intentionally, bit by bit, he used his spiritual energy to wear down the grievances of the Qilin blood curse. But it didn't occur to him that now he had personally resurrected a Qilin egg with a missing soul. In this way, as long as we can successfully hatch the unicorn, then there was a ready-made unicorn body. At that time, not only would they be able to completely uproot the Qilin blood curse from themselves, there was even the possibility of resurrecting one's companion Qilin that had been killed by Zhou Yajing. Think about it. Chen Xianyu also didn't hesitate to speak to Zhu Chen. Grandpa, can I have this resurrected imperial beast egg? Looking on, Chen Xianyu, who had been fuming for a long time, suddenly made such a request to herself. Chen Zhu was also stunned, and then he spoke. Silly boy. This fossil was found and resurrected by you yourself, so naturally it's yours. Why are you still asking Grandpa? Words. Chen Xuanyu also revealed a smile. Thank you. Then, Grandpa. Thus, Chen Xianyu also unceremoniously put this chaotic fire Qilin's egg into the slack space. After all, compared to the arrogant dragon and money-grubbing scorpion, stowing the egg in Belfinger's slack space was the best option. After all, how could a lazy person who didn't even bother to move a bit mind having such a little guy on his turf? Right after Chen Xianyu retrieved the imperial beast egg, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly began to vibrate. Chen Xuanyu pulled it out and took a look. Surprisingly, it was Luo Yimeng who called. Chen Xianyu wasn't trying to hide it from Zhu Chen and Chen Yicheng. Join the Firewolf gang on your own. Rather, it was out of fear that the two would worry. Although the Chen family and the Firewolf gang have always been in the same boat, but infiltrating someone else's club as an inside man, no matter what the purpose is a dangerous thing to do once you're discovered. Plus, Chen Xianyu also existed the idea of wanting to pull in the Firewolf gang and give Chen Zhu a surprise, so he didn't want to say anything for the moment. Just tell Zhu Chen that information about himself must be kept secret. Never let the Duan family or the Firewolf gang know. Although he didn't know what Chen Xianyu was thinking out of, but Zhu Chen still promised Chen Xianyu. After greeting Zhu Chen and Yichang Chen, he too went out to pick up the phone. Hey, morning Biao. Did you get the imperial beast egg thing done? Get back here as soon as you're done. Something's come up for you. Chen Xuanyu also immediately returned. It's done. Luo Yimeng also didn't bother to care what kind of imperial beast Chen Xianyu had gotten up. Instead, he continued. In that case, you'll come directly to the Firewolf gang's headquarters. I'll send you the status. After that, he hung up the phone. Chen Xianyu also directly summoned the Plume Flame Eagle to fly straight towards the Firewolf gang. Because of that, the imperial beast eggs wouldn't be able to hatch for a while. Chen Xianyu then had the bright idea to use the Plume Flame Eagle to fill the number. The Plume Flame Eagle was originally a mutated imperial beast that possessed the bloodline of the vermilion bird. From the shape, others can't tell much at all. As long as Chen Xianyu said that it was resurrected from a fossil, then it was resurrected from a fossil. The headquarters of the Firewolf gang was located in a mountain in the southern suburbs of X City. The terrain here is complex and easy to defend. The only road up the mountain was also guarded by layers of the Firewolf gang. But just then, a black shadow unexpectedly swept right through these levels from above, flying directly towards the top of the mountain. This undoubtedly also caused the Firewolf gang's garrison alarm bells to ring. The guards at the foot of the mountain immediately notified all the other passes on the mountain as well. Hopefully, we can stop the other guy. But the other party was too fast. There's no way to intercept it. Eventually, this matter still reached Lu Jing's ears. Originally, Lu Qing was still explaining something to Luo Yimeng, but suddenly I received a briefing from my men. There was a sudden burst of anger. I'd like to see which one who isn't afraid of death dares to break into the Firewolf gang's base camp. Chapter 551. Not a moment too soon. Lu Jing was also leading a group of members of the Firewolf gang. It came directly to the entrance of the Firewolf gang's base camp. He'd like to see who was carrying the seed so well. How dare you break right into the mountain? Luo Yimeng also followed behind Lu Qing. Soon, then he saw a giant eagle with flames coming directly towards the side. The crowd, unaware of the situation, was also ready to enter the battle at any time. But just then, a somewhat bewildered voice suddenly sounded. Missy, I'm coming. What are you doing? When Lu Qing and Luo Yimeng saw that Chen Xianyu jumped down directly from the back of the Plume Flame Eagle, there was also a look of surprise on his face. But Ryu Prime is covering it up well. Spinning around, he waved his hand to the surrounding members of the Firewolf gang and said, break it up, you're on your own. The surrounding people were curious about the huge fire eagle in front of them though. But nay, Ryukin had already given his word, and they didn't dare to stay where they were. Wait until everyone around is pretty much gone. Ryukin also said without a word of humor. You kid, you really don't know any rules. If you're not a fast enough imperial beast, I'm only afraid you'd have been knocked out of the sky a long time ago. As Ryu said, as Chen Xianyu rushed straight to the top of the mountain, the guards guarding the various passes were also sending out all sorts of attacks to intercept Chen Xianyu in the air. But it was too fast. Surprisingly, it didn't hit a single time. Words. Chen Xianyu also recalled the scene when he went up the mountain earlier. So it is. I told you how explosions keep going off behind me. I thought this was a special ceremony for the Firewolf gang's orientation. Hearing Chen Xianyu say that, Ryukin was instantly a bit speechless. However, when he saw that it was one of his own who had come up the hill, He was also out of temper. He understands this kind of person who is out on his own. Most wouldn't know any rules. For Morning Biao, who had just joined the Fire Wolf gang, naturally, the rules for going up the mountain are nothing to write home about. I guess his own daughter hadn't talked about this aspect in detail before calling him, and Morning Biao should have just come straight over as per the positioning given by Luo Yimeng. In fact, the general situation was similar to what Ryukin had guessed. According to Luo Yimeng's initial thoughts, someone will come to inform her when Funeral Puma reaches the foot of the mountain. At that time, she would then take Morning Biao to familiarize herself properly with the rules of the Fire Wolf gang, but she was not expecting anything. Morning Biao would fly straight up the mountain. If it was an unusual gang, they would probably heavily punish the person who broke into the mountain, even if it's one of their own. But this is the Fire Wolf gang. As gang leader, Ryu is still very talkative. As long as it's not a mistake of principle, he generally doesn't think too much of it. Looking at the plume flame eagle in front of him, Ryukin also asked tentatively, "Morning Puma, is this the imperial beast you resurrected from the fossil?" Words. Chen Xuanyu also nodded. "Yeah, good luck. Directly hatched a metamorphosis 7th rank imperial beast. Ha ha." With just one glance, Lu Jing also saw the extraordinary nature of the plume flame eagle. "You boys sure are lucky. This fire eagle seems to contain some special bloodline within its body. If we can make this bloodline even more pure, its potential and strength will definitely go even further." This statement was made. Even Chen Xianyu couldn't help but sigh darkly in his heart. Worthy of being the leader of the Fire Wolf gang. The eye is indeed poisonous. One glance revealed the extraordinary nature of the plume flame eagle. On the side, Luo Yimeng's eyes were even more almond-shaped. She had originally just wanted to get an okay imperial beast for Morning Biao. I didn't realize this guy had gotten lucky, resurrecting a royal beast this powerful. Looking at the surprised Luo Yimeng, Chen Xianyu instantly felt a bit amused. If they were to know that what they had resurrected was a Qilin with the quality of an eternal myth, they didn't know what kind of expression they would have. Spin. Ryukin also revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. Not bad, not bad. Chapter 552. You're extremely good at beast control yourself. Now add this fire eagle to the mix, and your strength is bound to skyrocket. I was a bit worried before. After all, imperial beasts resurrected from fossils are far superior to imperial beasts of the same quality in terms of strength and potential though. But it's also hard to open a high-quality imperial beast. But now it seems that thing, I can safely leave it to you. Words. Chen Xianyu also asked with a puzzled expression on his face. Boss, as soon as I got the call from Missy, I came here with all guns blazing. Now what is it that you need me to do? Without the slightest hesitation, Ryukin also stated the purpose of finding him this time. Umbra, school will start soon. I want you to be his personal bodyguard. Chen Xianyu immediately froze. Starting school? Bodyguard? Ryu nodded slightly. That's right, the Four Saints Academy is about to open. I need you to take care of Umbra for me in the meantime. Likewise, I will not treat you poorly. I'll find a way to get you an enrollment spot as well. That way, it's a payment for you. Hearing this trenchant and inhuman words from Lu Jing, Chen Xianyu was also raising shocking waves in his heart. Because of Xiao Yuncheng's relationship, Chen Xianyu had long had an enrollment quota, and Lu Yimeng is the daughter of the leader of the Fire Wolf gang. It's just as well that it's a freshman from the Four Saints Academy. Surprisingly, I was able to get myself an enrollment spot along the way. Has the Fire Wolf gang's energy gotten this big? It seemed to have sensed the surprise in Chen Xianyu's eyes. Ryukin smiled in embarrassment as well. Ha ha, don't be so surprised. I also just spent some money and operated a little bit. As my daughter, Yin's natural ability is good, and she fully meets the requirements to enter the Four Saints Academy. As for you, originally I was a little worried. But now after seeing this firehawk of yours, it's also completely down. With your current talent and strength, you are fully qualified to enter the Four Sacred Academy. Suppose you two are not strong enough or gifted enough. Even if I spend more money, it won't be enough. Simply put, what Ryukin meant by these words was this. To enter the Four Sacred Academy, one must not only have talent and strength, but also a certain background. This will allow for a smooth entry, as the most powerful academy in the Dragon Kingdom. And how could they allow some trash with empty background and no power to enter? After listening to Ryukin's explanation, only then did Chen Xianyu come to a realization. But then a question arose in his mind. Boss, I'll take the mission to protect Missy, but I'm curious. With so many brothers in the gang, why did you pick me? Ryukin sniffed and laughed. I've always been a good judge of character. All I need to know is that you're a person with no bad intentions and won't victimize my Fire Wolf gang. That's enough. For a while, Chen Xianyu felt a unique personal charm in Lu Qing's body. It was no wonder that Ryukin was able to securely sit as the leader of the Fire Wolf gang. and unify all the underground forces in X City. But soon, Chen Xianyu was also aware of Lu Qing's deeper intentions. He's trying to pull himself together. Ask a figure in a high position to suddenly show such great trust in a lesser person. More than that, he was willing to let this little man take full responsibility for his daughter's safety. With this kind of strong recognition as well as trust, I'm afraid anyone else's loyalty would skyrocket, right? But this was what Chen Xianyu expected. The more weight he occupied in Lu Jing's heart, the greater the certainty of setting up a union between the Fire Wolf gang and the Chen family. Immediately after, Ryukin continued, as for the others, from your last bet, I'm sure you must have sensed something as well. There's a mole in the Fire Wolf gang. I don't trust them. After you leave for the Four Saints Academy, I will also start working on the investigation. Words. Chen Xianyu also understood what Lu Qing meant. Immediately, he nodded as well. Then I'll go and get ready first. I'll definitely protect Missy's safety in the Four Sacred Academy. After discussing the time of departure and preparations again, Chen Xuanyu also left on the Plume Flame Eagle. Looking at Chen Xuanyu's distant figure, Lu Jing also said to Lu Yineng who was beside him, this kid has extraordinary potential. The origin is certainly not that simple either. But as I said before, as long as he's not hostile to us, we can do our best to pull him in. One more potential. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan who even disliked the dog. All the way against the odds. Just want to become the hope of the whole village. But accidentally became the world's richest. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger. Not cross, no harem, single female main. Non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. Western civilization descends, and the city is infested with demons and devils. Yun Han was originally a student at Spell High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine pill, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes. But this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. He mainly used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile. Accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing. Not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively empties the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he can copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jianmo was forced to marry for the old man Lusan Master, whom she had never met, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 553. Just shortly after leaving the Firewolf gang, the phone in Chen Xuanyu's pocket rang again. Pull it out and take a look. It was clearly the call from Xiao Yinsheng. When Chen Xuanyu picked up the phone, as expected, Xiao Yinsheng also made a special call to tell Chen Xianyu the enrollment in school is done for him. At the same time, Chen Xianyu was reminded of the upcoming opening of the Four Sacred Academy. Tell him to make sure he gets there on time. After a few brief remarks, Chen Xuanyu also hung up the phone. And so the question arises. Both heads have taken care of their own enrollment in the Four Saints Academy. Then it also meant that one had two identities at the same time in the Four Sacred Academy. But how can he juggle both when he's only one man? It's fine for a short period of time, but if it goes on for a long period of time, the problem is bound to be discovered by people who are interested. Right now, his true identity couldn't be known to Luo Yimeng and Luo Cheng. Once they know who they are, I'm afraid I'll immediately think of myself as someone with evil intentions. At that time, the matter of promoting the union between the Firewolf gang and the Chen clan was bound to fail. There was even the possibility that the Firewolf gang would spark hostility towards the Chen family. Thinking about this, Chen Xianyu also had an incomparable headache. It was also at that moment that the figure of a person suddenly appeared in his mind. That was his master Nan Yunlord. Immediately, there was also a call directly to the phone. Nan Yunlord's side also quickly picked up the phone. When he learned of Chen Xianyu's intentions for calling, first, he contemplated for a moment. With that, he spoke. Actually, I have the perfect solution to your current predicament. When Chen Xianyu heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. He had originally just held the idea of giving it a try and asking his master. But I didn't realize that my own master really did have a doorway that could solve my affliction. But when Nan Yunlord said the next words, Chen Xianyu also couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded. Only to hear Nan Yunlord on the other end of the phone suddenly let out a creepy laugh. Oh, what's so hard about that? Wouldn't it be better to just cut you in two? But soon, Chen Xianyu then returned to his senses. Open mouth. Master, don't be ridiculous. I'm talking to you now. Who knew that? Nan Yunlord said in a very serious tone. Who told you I was kidding you? Chen Xianyu was a little confused as to what Nan Yunliang meant, so asked tentatively. Master, can you be more clear? Nan Yunlord didn't sell himself short either. Straight to the point. I was going to wait until you returned from your training at the Four Sacred Academy to talk to you. Now since you're in such trouble, I'll just have to get you started on your special training early. 2. The Qi Black Yan Tiger possesses extremely rare yin and yang attributes. We can use the power of yin and yang to split you in two, turning your yin and yang sides into two separate individuals. Wouldn't that be the perfect solution to your current dilemma? At this moment, Chen Xianyu had been shocked beyond words by Nan Yunliang's words. For the strength of the Southern Cloud Lords, Chen Xianyu had long ago predicted countless times in his mind. But in the end, they all came up with just 4 words, unfathomable. Even nowadays, Chen Xianyu was facing the Southern Cloud Lords. It still seems like a flatboat in the middle of the ocean. It's so small that it's negligible. He had thought he had done his best to overestimate his master's strength, but I didn't expect it. Such an unthinkable thing. Nan Yunlord was able to do it. It was only then that he realized that his perception of his master was still too one-sided. It seemed as if he hadn't noticed Chen Xianyu's shock. Nan Yunlord was still talking to himself. But you don't have to worry. Even if you're split in two, you're still you. And the yin and the yang, after becoming separate individuals, the consciousness of the two minds is also interconnected. Chapter 554. Except that, in terms of character, these two individuals would present two extremes. For Nan Yunlord's explanation, Chen Xianyu was not worried at all. If anything, at the very beginning, Nan Yunlord had taken Chen Xianyu as his disciple. It's to revive the Academy of the Four Murderers, with a certain amount of utilitarianism, but after a long time together. Nowadays, the Southern Cloud Lord no longer solely regarded Chen Xianyu as a tool to revive the Four Fierce Academy. Rather, he had truly taken Chen Xianyu as a continuation of himself. For the childless Nan Yunlord, in his heart, he had long treated Chen Xianyu as his own grandson. How could he be harmed? However, Chen Xianyu still asked at the right time. Master, you said before that this is a special discipline. How does that help me? The Nan Yunlord on the phone smiled slightly. Spin said, after all the time I've spent watching you, discovered one of your fatal weaknesses. That's psychic power. Although your spiritual power is countless times more powerful compared to an ordinary person, but it's still a drop in the bucket for those imperial beasts you control. One primal liberation can drain your entire body of psychic energy. This weakness, to a great extent, limits your strength. Imagine if you have sufficient spiritual energy that can support you when you use all kinds of killing moves with impunity. To what terrifying degree will your strength reach? Chen Xianyu also couldn't help but fantasize about his own battle power when he used the Red Sky True Body, as well as the primal liberation, without any qualms. The heart was also a little agitated. Immediately, he opened his mouth. Being separated into yin and yang sides even has the strange effect of growing spiritual power? The Nan Yunlord on the other end of the phone remained attentive and answered. You're not wrong to interpret it that way. Each person is an individual with a balanced yin and yang. So the growth of any kind of energy in the body must require the co-growth of other forces in order to continue to achieve a balanced effect. Once the balance is lost, there are bound to be serious consequences. But it's much faster if you just single strengthen one aspect of your ability. But after dividing you into yin and yang, you don't have to worry about that at all. for then you will be in a special state. You are both you and yet you are not you. You are both a whole body, but in two distinct individuals. All aspects of your yin and yang abilities will grow at an extremely rapid rate, and that includes your psychic powers. After listening to the Southern Cloudlord's explanation, Chen Xuanyu suddenly came to a realization. Such an operation is also similar to the behavior of a bug stuck in a game. Words. The Southern Cloudlord also continued. That's right, that's what it means. But you have to be careful. The strength of the two individuals, yin and yang, must be balanced. If the balance of yin and yang is disrupted in the future when they merge into one, the consequences will be unimaginable. But once yin and yang reach a balance, your strength will not simply be 1 + 1 is equal to 2 at that time. Chen Xuanyu sniffed, and also kept these words firmly in his mind. He is aware that the greater the gain, the greater the accompanying risk. But for yourself to really grow, Chen Xuanyu also resolutely accepted Nan Yunlian's suggestion. Obviously, at this moment, Nan Yunlord was satisfied with Chen Xuanyu's choice. Since that's the case, there are still a few days before the Four Sacred Academy starts, so you should find a time to make a trip back to a city. After Chen Xuanyu chatted with Nan Yunliang for a couple more sentences, he too flew towards the Qin clan. Before he left, he still needed to explain his next plan to Zhu Chen. The other thing was the core technology of fossil resurrection, which he would have to reorganize before handing it over to the Chen family. City 8 Imperial Beast Association. After the phone hung up, Nan Yunlord also had a delighted smile on his face, although he knew that Chen Xuanyu would definitely accept his proposal, but it was also prepared for Chen Xuanyu's rejection. But fortunately, Chen Xuanyu did not let himself down. Whisper, just don't worry and boldly go and raise your strength. If in the end you really can't achieve a balance of yin and yang, Master will never let anything happen to you. Though, when the Southern Cloudlord said these words to himself, the tone was extremely calm, but in one pair of eyes, there was a flash of determination. Chapter 55. The opening day of the Four Saints Academy. Jubilee Hall Orientation Office. A youth wearing a fiery red Imperial Beast costume is processing new students with a smile on their face. If the Plume Flame Eagle was here, he would recognize the youth in front of him at a glance. It was Chao Xing, who had been completely abused by Chen Xuanyu and snatched away the Imperial Beasts at the Four Sacred Lodge. Chao Xing, since he lost in a city and was taken away from the Imperial Beast, he was then sent back to the Four Sacred Academy by Xiao Yuncheng. Not only that, the entire process of Chao Xing's defeat was also transmitted back to the Four Sacred Academy. P.S. Because he was repatriated back to the Four Sacred Colleges early, Chao Xing did not know what happened after that, nor did he know about Luo Xinyuan's change of name to Chen Xuanyue. As a result, Chao Xing's status in the Vermilion Bird Hall fell apart. It was even reduced to the point where it came to serve the freshmen. Thinking of the humiliation he felt when he was defeated as well as the resentment he felt when the Imperial Beasts were taken away from him, Chao Xing then hated his teeth. Damn Luo Xinyuan, if it wasn't for you, how could I have fallen to this state? Don't ever let me see you, or else I'll have to pluck your skin. Just as Chao Xing murmured in a small voice, a rather cold and arrogant voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Hey! I said, what are you muttering about there? Is this procedure still possible? Words. Chao Xing subconsciously began to apologize. This schoolmate is sorry. But the words were not finished. He then showed a shocked look and suddenly jumped up and pointed at the teenager in front of him in a stern voice. Holy, Luo Xinyuan, why are you here? You son of a. But the teenager in front of him didn't reveal the look he expected. Instead he had a look of spinning around. He said with some impatience, I said, are you brain dead? Do I know you well? Just point at the old man and yak and yak and yak and yak. Look closely. My name is Morning Biao. Who is Luo Xinyuan? I've never even heard of it. Seeing this, Chao Xing was also slightly stunned. After receiving the enrollment materials from the teenager in front of him, he immediately revealed a face full of puzzlement. Whether it's an ID or an enrollment letter, in the name column, it's all written as Morning Biao. Chao Xing looked at the eyes with a puzzled expression. The former teenager. Only the teenager wore a lopped back hair, wearing a leather jacket and jeans. There was also a stud in his ear. One could even see the unicorn tattoo that loomed on the chest from the vest of the large collar inside. This person's mannerisms and temperament were completely at odds with the Luo Xinyuan he remembered. Live and let live as a street skater. But when looking at the face that looked exactly as I remembered it, Chao Xing said somewhat undeterred. Luo Xinyuan, what other ing tricks do you want to play? Haven't you screwed me enough? Before Chao Xing could finish his sentence, only a touch of anger gradually surfaced on Morning Biao's already somewhat cloudy expression. By the looks of it, you are determined to have your way with my fire Wolfgang? As soon as the words fell, an incomparably chilly spiritual energy suddenly erupted from Morning Biao's body. This turn of events not only stunned Xiaoxing, but likewise the people still lining up behind him. I'll go. This person's spiritual power is terrifying. The Four Sacred Academy is really as terrifying as it is. I'm already considered the best of my age in our city, but compared to this person, I'm nothing. It looks like I'll have to keep a lower profile in the Four Saints Academy from now on. For the murmurs around him, Funeral Biao didn't even mean to pay attention to them. Just as he was about to do it, a female voice suddenly sounded. Funeral Puma. Stop it, don't be impulsive. Only to see Luo Yimeng suddenly rushing in through the door, stopping Morning Biao who was about to make a move. Seeing that it was Luo Yimeng coming over, Morning Biao then stopped. Despite this, Morning Biao still looked at Xiaoxing with an expression of, come and get me if you don't want to. And on the side, Luo Yimeng had already started apologizing to Xiaoxing. This senior, I'm sorry, this companion of mine, I don't know what's going on lately, but he's suddenly become a bit cranky. I apologize for him. Spinning around, he also took out a bearer bank card and handed it to Xiaoxing. At this time, Xiaoxing was also finally coming back to his senses from the spiritual impact just now. Forcing out a small smile, he said, oh, maybe I recognized the wrong person. And that's what pissed off this schoolmate. Xiaoxing had already gotten 4 words from the spiritual energy emanating from the person in front of him, not to be messed with. Moreover, the Four Saints Academy was originally based on strength to determine one's position within the academy. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. Western civilization descends, and the city is infested with demons and devils. Yun Han was originally a student at Spell High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine pill, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. He mainly used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yunsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and earns money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sancher, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 556. As a student of the same Four Sacred Academy, if he or she was beaten up, it was just as well, or even if he himself, a senior predecessor, was beaten up by a newcomer. Once this matter spreads out, then one really doesn't need to hang around anymore. Therefore, Xiaoxing didn't bother about who the other party was, and hurriedly and nimbly finished the enrollment registration for Morning Biao. As for the bank card that Luo Yimeng handed over, he didn't dare to accept it, because Morning Biao on the side had been staring at him viciously. It's like, if you dare to take the card, I dare to take your body. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Chao Xing also pushed Luo Yimeng's bank card back. Again, he politely returned the information to Morning Biao with both hands. After receiving the information, Morning Biao gave Chao Xing a count your knowledge look. Spinning around, he stepped back, looking at Morning Pio who left to walk aside. Luo Yimeng also sighed helplessly. Since the last time, Morning Pio had something to go out and come back. The whole temperament of the man had changed radically. If it wasn't for the firehawk still following around, and the face that was the same as before, Luo Yimeng really wondered if someone had impersonated Morning Biao. Luo Yimeng had asked Morning Biao about this, but Morning Biao's explanation was that he was in a bad mood because he had gone out to settle something. To this, it was, after all, a private matter for funeral Puma, so it was not good for Luo Yimeng to ask in detail, but in his heart, he thought that funeral Biao should have experienced something tragic this time out, which would cause a person's temperament to change drastically. Soon, supervised by a gawking Morning Pio, along with Luo Yimeng's formalities were quickly completed. Chao Xing said politely, the formalities have been completed for both of you. You guys can go ahead and take a little break in the waiting lounge up front. Once all the new students of the Vermilion Bird Temple have reported, the enrollment ranking battle will begin. After waiting for instructions on what to do next, Morning Biao then led Luo Yimeng straight to the waiting lounge. Compared to no somewhat sightless funeral pugilist, Luo Yimeng still thanked Chao Xing repeatedly. Looking at the departing figures of the two, Chao Xing's head was however filled with doubts. Is it really not Luo Xinyuan? But these two are so damn alike, aren't they? After entering the waiting lounge, so is Luo Yimeng, said to Morning Puma. Morning Puma, though I don't know what it is that has affected you so much, but you have to realize that this isn't X City, and this isn't the Firewolf Gang's territory. This is the Four Saints Academy. We're new here, so it's better to be a bit more restrained. Words. Morning Biao, who had a face that was unapproachable, also nodded in a rare manner. For the young girl in front of me, Morning Biao did not resent it. On the contrary, in the past few days together, he also felt the other party's concern for himself in a tangible way. Obviously, the other party has really regarded himself as one of us, as Chen Xianyu's body. Although Morning Biao had inherited Chen Xianyu's evil side, he still wouldn't do anything to a friend who treated him sincerely. As for just bullying Chao Xing, although there was the issue of character flaws, the main thing was the fear that this guy would reveal all of his previous details in his head and ruin his plans. After all, compared to the others, Chao Xing, who had fought him, clearly understood him better. Just then, Morning Biao suddenly picked up a special sense. The corner of his mouth then also revealed a ghastly smile. The Yang body's side is almost ready to start. As long as the Yang body shows up, he is not afraid of his identity being exposed. After all, in the world, how can there be two Qinxuani? Some more time passed. All the new students were also finally completing their enrollment one after another. As long as the people up there, after they finished counting the list of all the new students in the Vermilion Bird Hall, it would immediately open the freshman qualifying battle in the Jubilee Hall. I was finally able to get some rest myself. The Green Dragon Hall's side seemed to be a bit faster than their Vermilion Bird Hall. The freshman qualifying battle has begun. Because the freshman qualifying battle was broadcast live, Chao Xing is also able to be viewed via cell phone. But when he saw the first freshman to enter, a pair of eyes almost didn't fall out. Only a teenager wearing a white casual t-shirt was walking into the competition venue with a smile on his face. The young man had an innocent smile on his face, coupled with an extremely handsome appearance. It instantly attracted the screams of many face dogs. The teenager's smile gave the impression of a spring breeze. His body even exuded an air of purity and flawlessness. Sure, the reason Chao Xing was surprised was not because of the teenager's temperament, but because countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan who even disliked the dog, all the way against the odds, just want to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the world's richest. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. Western civilization descends, and the city is infested with demons and devils. Yun Han was originally a student at Spell High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine pill, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes. but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himeni used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Luo Xinyuan. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Luo Yimeng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively empties the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he can copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Luo Yimeng's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jianmo was forced to marry for the old man Lusan Master, whom she had never met, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 557. For Saints Academy Green Dragon Hall. Freshman qualifying battlegrounds. As the crowd entered one after another, the entire field was filled with people, but nevertheless, Chen Xianyu, however, did not die out. Instead, it was set off by the others with an even more dusty aura. It also drove some of the girls even more crazy. There were even quite a few girls who were even fighting over Chen Xianyu. Listen to the screams around you. Chen Xianyu, however, was still smiling in a friendly manner at the people around him. In the audience at this time, a young girl was also excitedly pulling her roommate beside her, pointing at Chen Xianyu in the field. Vivi, look, that elementary school boy is so handsome. I didn't expect that among the freshmen of our Green Dragon Hall this year, there would be someone with such a face value. Listening to his roommate who was like a nymphomaniac beside him, Chu Wei only felt a little bored. She was originally chasing an extremely rare mantis spirit beast in the Forsacred Forest Abyss, trying to domesticate it to become his own imperial beast. Originally, he was close to the mantis himself, but a phone call from his roommate was all it took for the praying mantis imperial beast to notice the difference and then quickly move far away. Although Chu Wei was depressed in her heart, but so what? Whoever called her roommate, it was Qi Bailing, who was the closest to her. Only after asking carefully did he learn that it was the freshman qualifying battle that was about to begin. Qi Bailing specially informed Chu Wei to come and watch. It also says that there are surprises in this freshman qualifying tournament. Chu Wei had thought that it was among the new students that a heavenly figure with great strength had appeared, but when she arrived, she realized that the nymphomaniac had dragged herself to see the little puppy. It made Chu Wei almost break her defenses. Chu Wei would not lose her temper with her good girlfriend Qi Bailing though, but the heart still held a grudge. Now I hear my own BFF still gushing about it. So Chu Wei also spoke subconsciously. Gold flakes on the outside. The Forsacred Academy has always been a place where strength is honored. No matter how good looking you are, without strength, you're just a fish or meat to be bullied here. It seemed that he didn't hear the displeasure in Chu Wei's tone. Qi Bailing said with a still flamboyant look, "Hey, if someone is bullying this elementary school student, it would be best to, but no more. That way, I can have a play. Beauty saves the tits. Elementary school brother will still be easily taken down by me. Ha ha." Looking at Qi Bailing who was immersed in her own fantasy, Chu Wei was just speechless for a while. However, she, who was in the audience, quickly noticed a group of people in a corner of the arena staring unkindly at the schoolmate Qi Bailing spoke of. But so what? Even if she had guessed what was about to happen next, she was also not half as moved. After all, such things were commonplace in the Forsacred Academy. The school authorities are also happy to see trainees fighting among themselves, because the truly strong never come out of a greenhouse. Chapter 558. Soon, a loud voice rang out in the middle of the field. Welcome all new students to the Forsacred Academy's Green Dragon Hall. Next, we'll have the freshman qualifying battle. As the name suggests, the freshman ranking battle is to give you freshmen an enrollment ranking. All freshmen enter the same field for Smash. No time limit. no limit to the number of imperial beasts. The last remaining person is the first place winner of this ranking, and the first to be incapacitated is the last. Every month after that, there will be a monthly exam. The first place winner will enjoy the most favorable conditions in his grade during the month. Whether it's the cultivation resources for imperial beasts or the living conditions will be the best. But if the same person comes last 3 times in a row, will then be expelled from the academy outright, because the Four Saints Academy doesn't accept musical colors. Does everyone hear me? The crowd of new students also did not expect that the Four Sacred Academy would be so direct, but after a few moments of dumbfounded silence, the crowd also responded in unison. Understood. Immediately after that, the voice didn't have much to say. Instead, it's a direct path. So, freshman qualifying battle begins now. As the voice fell, for a while, the entire field shimmered with colorful light. Almost at the same time, the people put their most proud imperial beasts. Within moments, an undifferentiated pandemonium opened up in the arena. Fireballs, water bombs, flying leaves, rock blocks, hail, skills of all kinds are everywhere on the field. Only one person, however, seemed a bit out of place. That is Chen Xianyu. It was because Chen Xianyu was already getting a lot of attention because of her appearance and temperament. Plus the sudden behavior of his. It instantly drew the attention of the crowd. Looking at Chen Xianyu with a difficult face, many of the male trainees were jealous of the previous incident where the girls had collectively made a nymphomaniacal crush on Chen Xianyu. So when they saw that Chen Xianyu had actually revealed such an expression, there was also a look of gloating. TSK. I'm sure he's a pewterhead, not a useful one. The freshmen of this term of the Green Dragon Palace really got lucky. It seems that this 3 months of hanging around should be wrapped up by this kid without any surprises. That's right. Looking at him, I guess he's about to pee himself from the battle. Ha ha. The girls, who were originally still fighting over their jealousy, were not happy when they heard that someone had dared to taunt their milk dog elementary school brother. Immediately, he turned his guns around and stood on the same front, pointing at the male voices that spoke out to mock Chen Xianyu and angrily rebuked them. You beggars, have you no compassion? Elementary school brother Ben has only just joined the Green Dragon Palace. Can't you guys have a better attitude? Elementary school boy must be so scared at this time. I wish I could rush to his side at once and take him in my arms to comfort him. For a while, the boys and girls in the audience were also arguing. In response, Chu Wei, who was sitting on the side, was unable to help but shake her head. Incidentally, he also glanced at Chi Bailing who was honestly sitting beside him. The heart was also relieved. Luckily, Bailing is not like these idiots. If you're not doing your job like these people, how long will it be before you can enter the inner sanctum? But just as Chu Wei was thinking so, chapter 559, on the side, Chi Bailing took her satchel right off. It was put into Chu Wei's hands. Chu Wei looked at Chi Bailing with a puzzled expression, just as she opened her mouth and was about to ask Chi Bailing what this was about, only to see Chi Bailing directly roll up her sleeves and said through gritted teeth, "These stinking beggars, how dare they taunt my milk dog elementary school brother? Let's see if Auntie doesn't spray them to death today." Saying that, without even caring about Chu Wei's dissuasion, he directly joined the team of scolding the fight. At this moment, Chen Xianyu did not notice that because of him, the audience was already making a lot of noise. On the other hand, Chen Xianyu's attention was all focused on the dueling arena. It seemed that everyone else had the same idea as the boys in the ring. It didn't feel that the harmless Chen Xianyu would be capable of anything. Plus, his look of helplessness caused the crowd participating in the qualifying battle to acquiesce for a second. All of them labeled Chen Xianyu as a rookie and a connected person. And because of this, everyone in the arena had a thought that appeared unanimously. That is, instead of going against a weakling that could be crushed with his hands, it would be better to take care of the powerful opponents competing for the rankings first. That was why Chen Xianyu, who had been thinking, surprisingly did not suffer a single stroke of attack. Suddenly, a group of people started hugging organized attacks on other freshmen. This caught the others off guard for a moment. Among them, 2 of the leaders also slowly came to Chen Xianyu's side. Looking at Chen Xianyu with a worried and distressed face, the corners of the duo's mouths also curled into a smug smile. I say, what is troubling this student? Are you worried about the bottom of the qualifying battle? You've seen what we're capable of. If you're willing to pay, we could give you a hand. Though, not bad. These 2, long before the chaotic fight began, had already noticed Chen Xianyue. Their purpose is to use this mess to enrich themselves. After all, the amount of money that would be consumed to breed imperial beasts was simply too huge. So getting the inside scoop, they've long since assembled a group of freshmen to report for duty. Bail them out if you're willing to pay. Those who don't want to pay, use crowdsourcing tactics to kick each other out of the mess. They had also set Qin Xianyu as their first target because of his previous expression and behavior. After all, in their opinion, for such weaklings, spending a little bit of money to move up a few spots in the rankings couldn't be more cost-effective. It was important to know that this ranking could determine the status as well as treatment within the Green Dragon Hall in the future. I had thought that the little chicken in front of me would have a happy face and shell out the money, but I didn't expect the other party to say with a serious face, "You're such a good person, classmate. You're willing to come and care about others in such an important qualifying battle. But you misunderstand. That's not what I'm worried about." This statement was made. The two also looked at each other. The look seemed to say, "See, not only is this kid a weakling, he seems to be a dork." But in order to successfully get Qin Xianyu to pay up, one then went on to ask, "If you're not worried about qualifying battles, what are you worried about? If you're willing to pay for it, we can help you out just as much." Upon hearing this, Qin Xianyu also revealed an expression of delight, but the words that came out immediately afterward made the two of them directly freeze on the spot. "I've been torn. If I make a move, what about crippling you all?" Chapter 560. The two froze for a moment at first. Spinning around, he couldn't control his laughter. One even covered his stomach and said to the other, "Ha ha, stuff. Is this kid scared out of his mind? Why is he starting to talk nonsense here?" That one freshman named Zhang Thing was also somewhat unable to hold back his laughter. Answered, "Who can't daydream anymore? Waterway as long as this student is willing to pay, we find two brothers to cooperate. It is not impossible." Qin Xianyu just watched as the duo of Xiaoshuidao and Zhang Stuff laughed at themselves as they spoke to each other. And not annoyed, just extraordinarily serious. "Class, really, when I think about it, I still think it doesn't really matter if it's money or not. Mostly, I think it's better if you just admit defeat and surrender. Otherwise it's not good to get hurt or crippled." Later, the two people who were originally flirting with Qin Xianyu when these words came out were still flirting with Qin Xianyu. It also instantly blanched. Immediately afterward, the original sneer was converged as much as possible. In its place was a look of anger. "Thing, why do I get the feeling this kid is provoking us?" "Yeah, Waterway, I feel the same way." Spinning around, the two of them once again looked at each other after. Then he viciously said to Qin Xianyu, "Kid, according to you, are you looking down on our brothers?" Hearing that the other party seemed to have misunderstood his meaning, Qin Xianyu hurriedly opened his mouth. "No, it's not. You have misunderstood me. It's not just you guys. I mean, what if I beat the hell out of everyone in the room?" Although Chen Xuanua's voice was not loud, but the commotion over here had also attracted the attention of many people a long time ago. When they heard Chen Xuanyu's words, which were almost tantamount to being provocative, they also coincidentally stopped the movement of forming seals in their hands to perform the imperial beast art. How dare a backdoor lecherous color talk big here? Although Chen Xuanyu's words and behavior, in the eyes of a portion of the freshmen if the jumping clowns, so it's also lazy. However, there was another portion of the freshmen who were aroused by Chen Xuanua's anger. It was rubbing its fists and clapping its hands as it surrounded towards Qin Xianyu. "Quick look, these freshmen seem to be preparing to surround Milk Dog Elementary Brother." This statement was made. It also instantly terminated the argument between the men and women in the audience. The girls all looked to the center of the field with anxious faces. "This is too unfair. What gives these people the right to have so many people bullying Primary Brother alone? I think they're just jealous of Elementary Brother's good looks. That's why they're targeting him so much." The boys on the other side of the room, however, had a gloating smile on their faces. "Ha! It's no wonder you won't be targeted if you're so flashy. The dish is the original sin. Strength is honored in the Four Sacred Academy, and being eliminated earlier is probably good for him as well." At this time, Qi Bailing also returned to Chu Wei's side. Both hands nervously gripped Chu Wei's arm. "Shake it while you're at it. Vivi, what to do? Elementary school kids are being targeted." Words. Chu Wei, however, said with an indifferent face, "Though I don't know how he messed with the other freshmen. But those boys were right. Weakness is the original sin. Even if he's lucky enough to mix it up now, what about next time? One day, he'll be kicked out of the Four Saints Academy for being weak. What's more, he was still assigned to our Green Dragon Hall. The Heavenly Song Palace Master won't allow a loser to stay in the Green Dragon Palace." Just as Chu Wei analyzed Qin Xianyu's situation with a look of contempt. "I don't know." The Green Dragon Hall Master named Tian Son was also standing in a certain corner with another person, secretly observing the situation of this freshman qualifying battle. And this person was none other than Xiao Yuncheng. "Xiao Yuncheng, is this the good sealing you recommended to come to my Green Dragon Hall? I'm only afraid that, if this continues, he will be the first guy to be kicked out of the qualifying battle." Words. Xiao Yuncheng also scratched his head in some embarrassment. This Qin Xianyu in front of him gave him a strange feeling. although he didn't know what was wrong with Chen Xianyu. However, once he thought of Chen Xuanyu's strength, his original somewhat embarrassed expression revealed a hint of a smile. Hall Master, since you don't believe my words, then let's make a bet? This statement was made. The heavenly pale Hall Master also came to be interested. What's the bet? Xiao Yuncheng smiled wryly. Let's bet on who will be the first place winner of this Green Dragon Hall ranking battle. Tian Song looked at Xiao Yuncheng with a smirk. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Nyan Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. He mainly used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yunsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sancher, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 561. One must know that none of those who could enter the Four Sacred Academy were the pride of the heavens from all over the world. Now the youth was the one who could press 6 or 7 men to fight. It was already enough to prove the power of youth. Seeing the situation, a trace of amazement also flashed across Xiao Yunqing's eyes. The Tian Sun on the side also keenly captured Xiao Yunqing's eyes. Spinning around, he smiled triumphantly. Yun Che is my nephew, as well as the most outstanding descendant in this generation of the Tian family. Dealing with the freshman qualifying battle is simply a handful. Just when Tian Sun thought that Xiao Yunqing would consciously admit defeat after seeing Tian Yun Che's strength, who knows? Xiao Yunqing was quick to put away the amazement in his eyes. Paul Master, if we were to switch to previous qualifying battles, Tian Yun Che might be the freshman with the best chance of taking first place, but this time in the rankings, there is an alien mixed in. If it's the case that Tian Yun Che is a heavenly pride, then he's a monster that can't be defined by common sense. Words. Tian Song did not feel angry because of Xiao Yunqing's comment. Instead, he showed a hint of a smirk, tentatively asked, "You're not talking about that Chen Xuanyu, are you? If it's really him, then you're going to lose this bet." Xiao Yunchang also smiled and did not continue to explain. Instead, he said, "Oh yeah? Then we'll see." Looking at the freshmen who were slowly circling towards him, there was not the slightest bit of fear on Chen Xianyu's face. Instead, he asked with a naive face towards the summer waterway and Zhangfeng beside him, "Ha, why are all these students coming towards me halfway through the fight? Aren't they going to keep playing?" The two people on the side looked at the ignorant Qin Xianyu. There was also a helpless slap to the forehead. Gotta. So it's an idiot. I don't know how you got in here. Originally you spent some money and maybe we could have ensured that you'd move up a couple spots. Or at least not be a hanging chad. Well now. You've offended all these people. You're on your own. Having said that, the two of them were also rapidly moving far away. Afraid of being taken as someone who was in league with Chen Xianyu. Seeing the duo running fast, Chen Xianyu was still shouting in the direction of their escape with a puzzled face. Road. What's wrong with me? When did I offend them? Just as Chen Xianyu still wanted to chase after him and ask for clarification, a fierce-looking freshman was the one who stopped in front of Chen Xianyu. Kid, you're scared now? Want to run? It's too late. Dare to mock me. Lei Hongyi, you are considered to have lived to the end. Immediately a hideous python suddenly emerged from the side. There were also currents of electricity running through his body from time to time. A pair of snake eyes stared deathly at Chen Xianyu, and there was a constant spitting of letters out of his mouth. The corners of his mouth were even still stained with blood that hadn't dried and was dripping down to the ground. The look was extremely hideous. Apparently it had just been a fight. When Chen Xianyu saw this, he couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva as well. Without thinking about it, he went straight at the man who had stopped him. This student, your big snake is so ugly. Don't let him out at night, or you'll scare the kids. And take my advice. Just surrender, lest you get hurt. Lei Hongyi was stunned at first, but when he looked at the sincere face in front of him, immediately afterward, he revealed a face full of anger. The veins on his brain were popping out and throbbing. He was truly surprised that he had come to him, and this weakling in front of him, even dared to taunt himself, even dared to call his precious thunder python ugly. Just then, the rest of the freshmen gathered around. I'll go. What's the point of wasting words with him? This kid has dared to threaten to beat the crap out of us. What's the point of wasting words with him? Show him what cruelty means directly. Next moment, countless imperial beasts then pounced towards Chen Xianyu. Chen Xianyu saw this. A hint of helplessness flashed across his face as well. Hey, why don't you guys believe it? Boom! With a loud bang, the field raised the dust from this day's game day. It completely covers the area of this piece. Can't even see what's going on in it. Tian Yun Che, who was fighting the others on the side, was also affected by this dust. With a disgusted look on his face, he fanned the dust that drifted over with his hand. Just as he was about to continue fighting, a sudden frown. How back? Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to be the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom. Step by step, Western civilization descends, and the city is infested with demons and devils. En Yun Han was originally a student at Spell High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine pill, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Nyan Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. Himani used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoyue Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yunsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and earns money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sancher, whom she had never met before. and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 562. Because of a moment of weightlessness, the rest of the freshmen who were not involved in the siege of Chen Xianyue also instantly noticed the difference. Subconsciously, he looked into the cloud of smoke. As the smoke gradually spread out, the voices in the audience came to a screeching halt. Everyone's eyes went wide. With an unbelievable face, he looked at everything that appeared in the field. The one who was most surprised was also the Heavenly Tsan Palace Master who was standing in the shadows with Xiao Yunchang, only to see densely packed people and imperial beasts fall neatly to the ground. None of them are rolling their eyes and foaming at the mouth. It was as if he had fainted. This also made Chen Xuanyu, who was standing in the center, appear particularly conspicuous. See the scene in front of you. The Heavenly Pale Hallmaster also subconsciously uttered 4 words. Gravity properties. How is this possible? Xiao Yuncheng, who was on the side, was not the least bit surprised. Lord Temple Master, believe it now. And I'm not afraid to tell you that this is just the tip of his iceberg. His true strength is far from that. At this moment, the Heavenly Tsan Palace Master did not even listen to what Xiao Yuncheng said later, for by now his eyes had long since been replaced by a ball of fire. Demons. Definitely a demon. I didn't expect my Green Dragon Palace to produce such a monster this term. At the end of the year's Four Saints competition, my Green Dragon Hall will definitely secure first place. Words. Tian Sang then said to Xiao Yuncheng on the side. Director Xiao, I'll lose this bet. If you need my help with anything next time, just come to me. Words. Xiao Yuncheng also smiled faintly. Then thank you, Temple Master. Immediately, the two of them looked at each other and smiled, also continuing to devote their eyes to the qualifying battle. Equally surprised was the crowd in the audience. Immediately, the wild flames in the eyes of some of the girls became even more intense. Elementary school brother, you're awesome. I didn't expect that not only is primary brother handsome, he's also so powerful, much stronger than some beggars. The girl who said those words also looked purposefully to the side at the boy who was having an argument with herself and the others. But at this moment those boys, still somewhat unable to believe the scene in front of them. What did he do? How is it possible to instantly take out so many people? Holding the same doubt was Chu Wei, who had been sitting in her seat. There was doubt in her eyes. Couldn't figure out that this harmless-looking teenager hadn't even summoned a royal beast. How was the reunion of these freshmen? For a time, Chu Wei's heart was also filled with curiosity about this person. Chen Xianyu. Right at this moment, Shi Bailing, who was on the side, also pulled Chu Wei, who was beside her. Wei Wei, look at the big screen. The list of outsiders is starting to be announced. Chu Wei sniffed and subconsciously looked at the big screen in the arena. Immediately after that, the list of outsiders appeared one after another. This is the unique state-sensitive matchmaking ground of the 4 sacred colleges. Moments after entering the field, a special device in the venue then captures the personal status of the visitor. So when these people are incapacitated, the venue then keeps track of how long each person has been incapacitated. When Chu Wei saw the time when the outsiders lost their ability to fight appear on the big screen, a problem was soon discovered. The moment made her think thinly. Just see that the times behind each out are almost just a fraction of a second apart. That is to say, in just a moment, that fellow named Qin Xianyu had made so many people instantly lose their ability to fight, and lost consciousness and fainted. What the hell is he? Chapter 563. This kind of strength is a bit too terrifying. It wasn't just Chu Wei who was different on the big screen. Many people have seen it. This included Tian Yunche. Only Rex Tyrannosaurus struck a sweeping blow. A single large dragon tail had knocked the several people who had fought against it before out of action. The original Tian Yunche still wanted to use this freshman qualifying battle to sharpen his and Rex Tyrannosaurus combat skills, but unexpectedly, such a terrifying opponent was killed halfway. If we keep grinding with these minor characters, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to be number 1. That's why Tian Yunche made an immediate decision. Straight away, a few people were tackled. As for Zhang Stuff and Xia Shuidao, who had previously hid to the side for fear of being implicated by Qin Xianyu, at the moment it's also you looking at me and me looking at you. Both sides could see a hint of celebration in the other's eyes. Boy, luckily we ran fast. Otherwise, we'd be lying on the ground spitting bubbles just like those guys. God damn it. Old me hates it when people pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. I thought those words of his were bragging, but I didn't realize they were really fierce. Just as the duo was feeling grateful for the aftermath of the robbery, A voice that gave the two men the creeps suddenly rang out. I told you guys before. You must not believe me. What can we do now that so many people are injured? Words. The two also looked towards the source of the sound in unison, only to see that Chen Xianyu was wearing a harmless face, standing not far from the two of them and sighing. So many people were hurt because of him. At this moment, Chen Xianyu only felt 1,000 pangs of guilt in his heart. Although these words, Chen Xianyu spoke with great sincerity. However, when it fell into the ears of Zhang Stuff and Summer Waterway, it was more like a threat. Spin. The two looked at each other again. It was instantly clear what the other party meant. So many people had already been eliminated, and the two of them were not ranked low at this point. Admit defeat outright. No less. They don't want to spit bubbles like those guys. So the two also shouted in unison. We abstain. With these words from the duo, on the big screen in the center of the field, the names of the duo appeared. See here. Something Zhang and Summer Waterway also took a long breath. Seeing this, Chen Xianyu was also quite pleased. Finally, someone willing to listen. That's two less people to injure. Thinking so, Chen Xianyu also looked at the duo with a grateful gaze. But when Zhang Stuff and Xiaoshui Dao met Chen Xianyu's eyes, the Zhang Stuff was even closer. See, this big guy was really just about to do something to us. I'm glad I was quick to admit defeat, or else I would have spit bubbles. It wouldn't be good to really offend this big man. After all, he's warned us twice. Summer Waterway chimed in. Yes, by the look in the big man's eyes just now, he seems to be pleased with the two of us for knowing what's going on. Do you think it's possible for us to hug this big brother's thigh? This statement was made. A golden aura also sprang up in something Zhang's eyes. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? If we can really embrace the big brother's leg, in the future, in this term of the Green Dragon Hall, won't we walk sideways? Think about it. Something Zhang hurriedly pulled Xiaoshui Dao towards the field. Walk. Hurry up and go prepare some gifts to recognize the boss later. Words. Summer Waterway also nodded repeatedly. Chapter 564. For the duo's thoughts. At this moment, Chen Xianyu was completely unaware of this. All he knew now was that someone was finally willing to believe what he was saying. In Chen Xianyu's opinion, if those two were willing to believe him just now, so will the rest of them do the same? Spinning around so as not to hurt anyone else, Chen Xianyu also shouted at the remaining people on the field once again. Everybody stop fighting. There's no point in fighting like this. You guys go straight down, so you won't get hurt. This statement was made. The remaining people in the field also all stopped moving. The group of boys in the audience also had their cheeks twitching. This kid is too arrogant. Just cleaning up some stragglers. How dare you provoke the rest so blatantly? Look at their imperial beasts. Which of the remaining ones are not the strongest among this class of freshmen? Really don't know how to write the word death. As soon as those words were out of her mouth, a group of girls riveted on spraying them back. The strength of the aura was no longer something these boys could handle at all. The moment Chen Xianyu displayed his strength, these girls had long since become rabid fans of Chen Xianyu. If it was to help Chen Xianyu speak before, it was purely because of his face value and temperament. Then now these girls are completely down. Naturally, the combat power is a few points better than before. The only one who could still remain calm was Chu Wei. However, at this moment, Chu Wei was also fully focused on Chen Xianyu in the arena. Alright, let's see if I dare to provoke the others like this. Just how strong are you? Right at this moment, a freshman whose royal beast was the wind god pterodactyl was unable to endure Chen Xianyu's mockery of them any longer. Immediately, he charged at Chen Xianyu. Hubris and arrogance. Today I'll show you what it means to be someone else. Wind god meteor strike. As this person's words fell, the wind god one dragon in the air then began to spin in the air. Turning into a whirlwind, he rushed towards Chen Xianyu. Seeing this, Chen Xianyu let out another long sigh. Why you guys just don't believe me? Although Chen Xianyu had a helpless look on his face, but in the eyes of others, it was a mocking pull full. Fruity. This freshman who controlled the wind god pterodactyl was even more furious. He also stopped holding back, and all the spiritual energy in his body surged into the wind god pterodactyl's body. Next moment, the whirlwind created by the wind god meteor strike was also twice as powerful. Good. I'd like to see what kind of backbone you have that you dare to provoke again and again. See, explanation does not make sense. Chen Xianyu also shut his mouth helplessly. Just as the wind god meteor strike was about to hit Chen Xianyu, one could only see Chen Xuanyu casually waving his hand. A spatial vortex also suddenly opened. Seeing this scene, everyone concentrated on the spatial vortex. This was because at the moment, everyone was curious as to what kind of exotic beast Chen Xianyu's imperial beast was, but what the crowd could not have expected. One has yet to see the true colors of Chen Xianyu's imperial beast. A terrifying gravitational force then suddenly erupted. The wind god pterodactyl crashed straight to the ground. The wind god meteor strike. as a result, was rendered ineffective. Tian Yunche on the side was like seeing a ghost, deadly staring at that spatial vortex, making a move to the outside world through a spatial vortex within the Imperial Beast space. How is this possible? Chapter 565. As the wind god pterodactyl crashed to the ground, a deep crater was smashed out above the ground, and as a result, the wind god pterodactyl lost its ability to fight with both eyes rolled back. Immediately afterward, the freshman's name appeared on the big screen. This freshman was numb. It was clear that he had used his full strength, but the others didn't even come out as royal beasts, and just by releasing their moves through the spatial vortex, they directly killed their wind god winged dragon in seconds. Such an amazing scene. It caused the crowd that was originally prepared to sharpen their swords against Chen Xianyu. The moment was put away. These people are not cuties. The strength displayed by Chen Xianyu is simply not something they could contend with. Rushing over now would just be an early way to get yourself out of the game. In that case, it would be better to eliminate the others and thus improve your ranking. Thinking of this, the others rushed towards each other in unison, but among a bunch of freshmen. Yet, there was that one person who did not feel afraid because of Chen Xianyu's power. Even he didn't think that the rankings, the placements, or anything else mattered anymore. This person was Tian Yunche. From the moment Tian Yunche joined the Green Dragon Palace, his goal was to be the chief of the freshmen in this term. If you don't even have the courage to face the strong enemy in front of you now, then he was doomed to not be able to surpass the other side for the rest of his life. This student, I will challenge you. Looking at Tian Yunche who was coming straight at him, Chen Xuanyu was also somewhat helpless. Classmates, why don't you all believe me? I'm really doing you guys a favor by making you abstain. Although with Chen Xianyu's strength, he was indeed qualified to say such words. However, Tian Yunche, who was also a genius, was still more or less uncomfortable when he heard such words. He also finally understood why the other people had so desperately surrounded this person in front of him earlier. Before understanding Chen Xuanyu's strength, he might have been able to think that the other party was nothing more than a claptrap clown. But now, he did get a little rattled. It's right up there with the saying that the truth sometimes tends to hurt more than slander and rumor mongering. However, Tian Yunche was not as furious as the others. Instead, he said bluntly, through the strikes you just made, I already know clearly that I am far inferior to you, but I renew the knowledge. Tao, how big is the gap between me and you? Only by knowing the gap can I rise to the occasion. This statement was made. Chen Xuanyu's originally worried and anxious face also instantly stagnated. In its place was a seriousness that had never been there before. Classmate, you're very different from the others. Just for you, your challenge, I accept. Come on. Words. Tian Yunche also finally revealed a trace of a smile. He's clear. Since the other party said that, they must have recognized him as well. But Tian Yunche wanted more than that. Though I realize the request is a bit much, but I still want to see it. Your Imperial Beast. This statement was made. It also instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. After all, they were also curious about Chen Xianyu's Imperial Beasts. One must know that just now. So many people had surrounded Chen Xianyu and had not even forced his Imperial Beast out. If one could really catch a glimpse of this demonic Imperial Beast, it would not be in vain to come and watch this freshman qualifying battle. Even Tian Song in the shadows nodded in satisfaction. Little Che, already primed with the elements to become a truly strong person. Not bad, not bad. It seemed to come to mind. Tian Song turned his head towards Xiao Yunqing on the side again and asked, Director Xiao, this Chen Xianyu was recommended by you. Are you clear on what his Imperial Beast is? Chapter 566. Words. Xiao Yunqing also revealed an intriguing smile. Chen Xianyu, his beasts are all unique, but none of them are rare. But to say, his signature beast, that's why I would recommend him to come to the Green Dragon Palace. As Xiao Yunqing's words fell, Tian Song understood the meaning of Xiao Yunqing's words almost in seconds. Does he also have a sub-dragon species of Imperial Beast? In that case, choosing my Green Dragon Palace was indeed the most correct choice for him. I had thought that Xiao Yunqing would compliment himself a few times, but unexpectedly, Xiao Yunqing did not say a word, just looking at himself with a smirk. This caused Tian Song to be a bit puzzled all of a sudden. However, Xiao Yunqing did not have the intention to continue. He also had to turn his attention back to the field, only to see that Chen Xianyu did not agree without the slightest hesitation. Well, wow. It's just watching a royal beast. It's no big deal. Tian Yunche was instantly overjoyed, but immediately afterward, he heard Chen Xianyu continue. But, the Imperial Beast I just used was a bit lazy, not too willing to come out, or I wouldn't have unleashed my skills across the spatial vortex. But it's okay to let the other one out to spar with this Rex Tyrannosaurus Rex of yours. They're kind of related, to say the least. Words. Tian Yunche then became even more excited. You mean to tell me that you also have a sub-dragon species of imperial beast? Chen Xianyu pondered slightly. Not a sub-dragon species, only a little bit of a dip, but it's a bit belligerent, and really, your Rex Tyrannosaurus might suffer a bit if you call it out. In response to Chen Xuanyu's admonition, Tian Yunche that wasn't listening at all. If anything, the other party had summoned that one imperial beast with the gravity attribute. He might wince, but right now, Chen Xianyue was only preparing to summon an imperial beast that wasn't even a sub-dragon species to fight against his own Rex Tyrannosaurus. This allowed Tian Yunche to gain a few more points. Thinking of this, Tian Yunche also replied subconsciously, "Come on." Seeing that the other party's mind was made up, Chen Xuanyu also did not continue to persuade. Still, he used his forbidden eyes to reconfirm the Rex Tyrannosaurus Rex beside Tian Yunche. Name, Lexa Tyrannosaurus. Stage of growth, Metamorphosis 8. Racial bloodline, Aragon bloodline. Quality, legendary. Attribute, rock. Talent, body of rock. The body of the Rexer Tyrannosaurus Rex is composed of hard rock, possessing a high degree of defense and toughness, able to withstand most physical and elemental attacks. Rock shield, in battle. The Rexer Tyrannosaurus is able to quickly coalesce rocks to form a shield to protect itself and its teammates from damage. Magma jet, shoots fiery magma from its mouth, dealing massive damage to enemies in front of it. Rock giant fist, coalesces rock to form a huge fist, hitting the enemy hard and causing a stun effect. Shattering rock wave, triggers an intense wave of rock, dealing continuous damage to surrounding enemies and causing them to fall into a state of confusion. Evolutionary path, rock hatchling, rock armored dragon, Rexer Tyrannosaurus Rex, rock dragon lord, rock held Tyrannosaurus Rex. Description: the Rexer Tyrannosaurus Rex is an outstanding representative of the sub-dragon bloodline, and with its rocky body and seismic power, it is a powerful presence on the battlefield. Its body is covered in hard rock armor, like a mobile fortress. When Chen Xianyu finished reading the message from the Rex Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was also in the back of his mind. Legendary quality, rock attribute, Metamorphosis 8th rank, should be able to carry a few more hits. Next moment, Chen Xianyu was also no longer hesitant. A direct wave of the hand. Another space vortex was opened. Only, this time, the moment the spatial vortex opened, the Rex Tyrannosaurus on the side, however, trembled involuntarily. A pressure that only the dragon race could feel poured out continuously from the vortex. At this time, Sky Cloudchopper also noticed the difference in the Rex Tyrannosaurus on the side. At that moment, he also couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. Soon, a figure interspersed with thunder on slowly stepped out from within the spatial vortex. Chapter 567. As the starry sky demon dragon stepped out of the space vortex with 1 foot, all the imperial beasts in the surroundings seemed as if they were on the verge of an enemy. Surprisingly, they uniformly looked towards the starry sky demon dragon. The one who was most surprised was also the heavenly pale hall master. As the head of the 4 sacred academies Green Dragon Hall, possessing imperial beasts was naturally not something that ordinary people could compare to. There were even rumors that the heavenly pale hall master's imperial beast was just one final step away from transforming into a true dragon, bringing back the pure-blooded dragons that had disappeared for 300 years. But nevertheless, the moment the starry sky demon dragon appeared, the heavenly pale hall master then felt the fear transmitted from his imperial beast. It was a suppression from the bloodline. It was as if one's imperial beasts were like meeting their king face to face. Even though it was within the imperial beast space, the urge to worship vaguely appeared. Dragon Emperor bloodline. This Chen Xuanyu's imperial beast is actually of the Dragon Emperor bloodline. Xiao Yincheng, you've really given my Green Dragon Palace a great gift this time. Looking at the heavenly Tsang Palace master who had an ecstatic look on his face, Xiao Yuncheng still maintained his smile and did not reply. Only a smirk of triumph flickered in his eyes. At this time, the crowd above the stands also stopped arguing. There was a lot of staring and looking away. These trainees had long been shocked beyond belief. A male cadet even murmured subconsciously. Surprisingly, it's a pure-blooded dragon race. No wonder it's so powerful. Boy, there's something remarkable about this schoolboy. Though this boy's voice was not loud, but the words still reached the ears of the girls on the sidelines. Ha, didn't you just call your elementary school brother a gold flake? Why the sudden change of heart? At that, the boy was upset though. But the facts are in front of us. The terror of this new student had far exceeded his belief. Argue further with the girl next to you. In the end, he himself will only be reduced to a clown. It would be better to leave it at that. Seeing no response from the boys, the girl also had a victorious smile on her face. At this moment, Chi Bailing also said at the sight of Chu Wei with a smug expression on her face. Ha ha, these boys are pretty quick to admit defeat. But it's also normal to see the horrible strength of elementary school students. The words just fell. Chi Bailing then realized that it's not right, because at this moment, She clearly felt that Chu Wei beside her was shivering involuntarily. After noticing this, Chi Bailing also hurriedly opened her mouth to ask an answer. Weevil, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? It seemed to notice that he was a little out of his element. Chu Wei hurriedly calmed her agitated heart. In a hurry, he said, it's okay, it's just that the dragon man gave me a fright. Words. Chi Bailing felt that Chu Wei was a bit strange today though, but it didn't say much, just a slight nod. Chu Wei saw that she had finally fooled around. It was also a long relief. But when she looked at the Starry Night Demon Dragon again, still can't help the excitement in my heart. Found it! I found it! At this moment, the Starry Sky Demon Dragon was clasping its hands on its chest and looking arrogantly at Tian Yunche and Rex Tyrannosaurus in front of it. Spinning around, he turned his head to look at Chen Xianyu. The look in his eyes seemed to ask, do these two guys want to challenge me? Chen Xianyue also instantly read the Starry Sky Demon Dragon's meaning. In a hurry, he said, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, but his fighting spirit touches me, so why don't you do me a favor and fight them? Words. Chapter 568. The Starry Sky Demon Dragon also revealed an extremely receptive expression. There was also satisfaction in his eyes. Not bad. This is the way great true dragons should be treated. The little whisperer is much smoother now than before. Chen Xuanyu's attitude caused the Starry Sky Demon Dragon to secretly feel good in his heart. That was why the Starry Sky Demon Dragon didn't reject Chen Xuanyu. Instead, he turned his gaze back to Skycloud Che and Rex Tyrannosaurus. A hand was born immediately afterward. Crooked a finger toward each other. Signal your opponent to do it. Seeing the situation, although Skycloud Che was extremely irritated by such an arrogant attitude of the Starry Sky Demon Dragon, although he was also aware of the gap between the two sides, yet he wasn't about to hold his tongue, so shouted at the Rex Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was off to the side. Rock shield, rock giant fist. Only the words fell. Rex Tyrannosaurus then puts a rock shield over his body. Immediately afterward, it raised its forelegs. Immediately another glove coalesced from the rock and was placed on Rex Tyrannosaurus's forelimb. Just see, after making all the preparations, Rex Tyrannosaurus kept pivoting on his hind legs, and with an assisted run, he went straight for a punch from the Star Demon Dragon. At this moment, Tian Yunche didn't dare to hold back the slightest bit. He knew very well in his heart that against such an opponent, if he didn't go all out in the beginning, then there's no chance for yourself back there. But what made Tian Yunche a little angry was, facing this incoming attack from Rex Tyrannosaurus, the Starry Sky Demon Dragon, however, stood in place without moving. Damn it! How dare you underestimate me like that? Rex Tyrannosaurus, attack with all your might. Let it know the consequences of underestimating us. In a split second, the Rex Tyrannosaurus Rex was a few moments faster. The airflow driven by the rocky giant fist actually produced a slight sonic boom. Tian Yunche was also aware of this small change. I didn't realize that my own Rex Tyrannosaurus Rex, in the face of the pressure and taunts of a powerful enemy. Surprisingly, there was another breakthrough in the application of skills, which he had never expected. Watch, this punch will surely show this unbeatable dragon man how powerful he is. Just as Tian Yunche was secretly pleased and complacent, Rex Tyrannosaurus had already rushed to the Starry Night Demon Dragon. Just as the rocky giant fist was about to hit the Starry Sky Demon Dragon, for some reason it suddenly stopped. Immediately a loud sonic boom sounded. Immediately afterward everything fell into place. However, the audience who saw the scene couldn't help but let out a gasp. Even Tian Yunche, who was the one involved, froze in place. How is that possible? One hand blocked the full force of Rex Tyrannosaurus. Only the Starry Sky Demon Dragon at this moment did not move an inch. Just one hand easily blocked the rocky giant fist. The expression was even more unbelievably relaxed. Just as the crowd froze, the Starry Sky Demon Dragon suddenly smiled faintly. Immediately, a wave of darkness ability attached itself to both of its fists. Shadow Dragon Fist. Boom! Before Rex Tyrannosaurus could react, the Starry Demon Dragon then punched directly on top of the rock shield that Rex Tyrannosaurus had placed over his body. Click! Only moments before the Starry Night Demon Dragon struck, the rock shield shattered instantly. Not only that, but its powerful fist energy did not have the slightest spreading frame. Straight through, a direct hit on the Rex Tyrannosaurus Rex proper. Immediately after that, there was a miserable shout that came out from the mouth of the Rex Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then he went straight to half kneeling on the floor. Looking at the faltering Rex Tyrannosaurus Rex, Tian Yunche also had an incredulous look on his face. He was aware of the huge difference in strength between the two though, but unexpectedly, he couldn't even catch a random punch from the other party. Chapter 569. Additions were made at the end of Chapter 288, so please reread the end of Chapter 288 if it does not connect with the beginning of this chapter. No one had expected a third party to sneak up on them while they were battling each other. Although qualifying battles are supposed to be a big mess, but most of those who could enter the Four Sacred Academy were geniuses from all over. All have their own pride. Never suddenly sneak up on someone when they're one-on-one. Chen Xianyu was also very displeased with such a person. On the side, Tian Yunche similarly revealed a look of anger. Du Suzhen, you're despicable. That youth named Du Suzhen sniffed, but he revealed a cold smile. What's so despicable about becoming a king? Who told you to be so stupid as to challenge that invincible being? If not, how could I have found the opportunity? Between the two conversations, the two-headed giant snake was about to wrap itself around the Rex Tyrannosaurus, but at that moment, a lightning bolt suddenly flashed by. The starry sky demon dragon grabbed one of the two-headed giant snake's heads with one hand. There was contempt and disdain in his eyes. Du Suzhen, who was originally still a bit complacent, also had a big change in color. To the side, Chen Xianyu said, "This student, I did not strike at you. Why did you attack my imperial beast?" Chen Xuanyu sniffed, but he spread his hands. "Sorry, this is the autonomous behavior of my imperial beast. I didn't order it." Du Suzhen had wanted to say something else, but with a sudden burst of strength, the starry sky demon dragon threw the two-headed giant snake into the sky. Spinning around, 5 claws were born and swung towards the two-headed giant snake in the air. 5 silver dragons flew out, straight to the two-headed giant snake. This move is the new skill that Starry Sky Demon Dragon acquired after obtaining the Dragon Ball's 5 thunder-piercing claws. It is possible to make a long-distance attack as it is now. It can also allow lightning to attach itself to sharp claws for melee combat. Click! The 5 silver snakes directly chopped the two-headed giant snake into several pieces. This also caused the two-headed giant snake to instantly die violently. Du Suzhen immediately suffered a backlash and directly flopped to the ground, a mouthful of blood spurting out. The next moment, Du Suzhen's name also appeared on the big screen. Seeing this, Du Suzhen also braced himself and retreated from the field, though not daring to say more. But the resentment in his eyes was a flash. In response, Chen Xianyu was also a bit embarrassed, as much as he disliked the fact that Du Shu was really mean. But people are right. It's not like he didn't come to fight himself, and the Star Magic Dragon somehow took out his imperial beast. That would piss anyone off, wouldn't it? But it's pointless to think about it when it's already happened. Let's find some time afterward to go and apologize to the person. After settling Du Suzhen, the starry demon dragon again turned its attention to the Rex Tyrannosaurus Rex. The meaning of that look was unmistakable. Continue? Seeing the situation, Tian Yunche also gave a spontaneous smile. Ha ha, no more fighting. You were already far more powerful than me and Rex Tyrannosaurus. And now you've been helped once again. How am I supposed to continue the challenge? After a few moments of slight contemplation, Tian Yunche continued. Let's save the showdown between us for another time. Next time, Rex Tyrannosaurus and I definitely won't lose so badly. Immediately, he didn't wait to see if Chen Xianyu agreed. Tian Yunche spoke directly. Admit defeat. Next moment, Tian Yunche's name also appeared on the big screen. Immediately afterward, a thick male voice also resounded from the dueling arena. Green Dragon Palace. Freshman qualifying battle. Chief, Chen Xuanyu. Second, Tian Yunche. Third, Du Suzhen. Looking at the naive and shy Chen Xianyu in the live video, Chao Xing also said affirmatively. It's him. It must be him. That dragon man has changed his appearance a lot, but I will never forget it in my life. This Chen Xianyu is Luo Xinyuan, and I wonder how my little Quinquin is faring in his hands. When he thought of it, the arrogant manner in which Chen Xianyu had snatched his Yinyu falcon, Chao Xing then hated the pressure. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Why is this guy in the video all naive and honest and smiling like a white lotus flower? This temperament and the original Luo Xinyuan are simply two people. Chapter 570. And how did Luo Xinyuan change his name? And what about that guy who looks almost exactly like him just now? Think about it. Chao Xing also looked at the time. The qualifying battle for the Green Dragon Hall is over. Our Vermilion Bird Hall is about to start as well. Let's go check it out first. That guy who looks similar to Luo Xinyuan. Soon, Morning Biao brought Lu Yimeng with him and also entered the Vermilion Bird Hall's ranked battlefield. Only, the terrain here was very different from the Green Dragon Hall side. This was because most of the new students who joined the Vermilion Bird Hall were fire and finch-type imperial beasts. So the site here is also a terrain dominated by lava landscapes and broken cliffs. Upon entering the grounds, Morning Biao wasn't polite and directly addressed Lu Yimeng. Miss, you don't have to make a move later. These scumbags, I can take care of them alone. Listening to Morning Biao with such a cocky tone, Lu Yimeng didn't know what to say for a moment. She also couldn't figure out what it was that could make a person, in a short period of time, have a drastic change in temperament. But just as she was about to open her mouth to remind Funeral Biao to temper herself, these words, however, had long been heard by the other freshmen around them. This student, you're wild. According to you, are you looking down on us? Words. Luo Yimeng was just about to open her mouth to explain. On the side, Morning Biao was the one who directly took over the conversation. Are you an idiot? Do I have to repeat myself a second time when my words are so clear? I'm not looking down on you. Rather, they don't take you seriously at all. After all, who pays attention to the trash on the side of the road? As Morning Biao's words fell, this freshman who had just questioned Morning Biao was suddenly furious. How dare you call me trash? Words. Morning Biao just waved his hand. It's not you. Rather, everyone here is trash. This statement was made. The whole room was in an uproar. I'll go. This freshman is too arrogant to threaten that all the other candidates are trash. This time he's dead. Hey, it's a waste of such a handsome face, but it's a pity it's a pompous idiot. Just as a crowd of Vermilion Bird Hall veterans were discussing in the audience, all of the freshmen down there have also entered the field, because of the deliberate delivery of the man from before. Funeral Biao's comment about everyone else being trash was also quickly passed on in the ears of the other freshmen. Soon, an unkind gaze was directed at Morning Biao. Immediately after, a female voice also rang out from the field. Vermilion Bird Hall freshman qualifying battle. Now begin. With the words, the field suddenly shone with colorful light. All sorts of fire-type imperial beasts or bird-type imperial beasts also appeared in the field. But it was a surprise. They don't start fighting right away. Instead, they all turned their gazes to Morning Biao, who still had an arrogant look on his face. Class, this man is arrogant. Let's finish him off together first. Give him a taste of padding. This statement was made. Instant agreement from the rest of the crowd. Next moment, the crowd also swarmed at Funeral Puma. On the side, although Luo Yimeng was inwardly angry at Funeral Biao's arrogance and lack of brains in his speech, but Morning Biao was always a member of her Firewolf gang. As the eldest miss of the Firewolf gang, there was no reason why she should turn a blind eye when her own people were under siege, right? Thus, Luo Yimeng was also hastily preparing to summon the Lava Warwolf out to help in the battle. But just as he made a move, he was stopped by Funeral Biao. Missy, I just said, leave this place to me. You just watch. Before Luo Yimeng could refuse, a hot flame appeared above Funeral Biao's head. Plume Flame Eagle, Chao Xing, who was in the audience, had his heart fluttered upon seeing the Plume Flame Eagle. This nigga is my Quinquin. Although the appearance of the Plume Flame Eagle had changed drastically, still, he recognized it at a glance. What the hell is going on here? If the one who was just in the Green Dragon Hall was Luo Xinyuan, then how did my Quinquin end up in this man's hands? Chapter 571. At this moment, Morning Biao and Luo Yimeng had already been surrounded by a group of freshmen from the Vermilion Bird Hall. Seeing the situation, even Luo Yimeng, who was used to seeing gang fights, frowned for a moment, especially if she and Morning Biao had just entered the Four Saints Academy. It would be the penultimate and second to last words of the Jubilee Hall. If this news was spread back to X City, I'm afraid that the Fire Wolf gang would be directly discredited. This was something she would never tolerate. At that moment, she said to Morning Biao, Funeral Puma, this is not the time to get carried away. Later, we'll focus all our fire in one direction. As long as we can take out a few people before we lose the fight, we wouldn't be at the bottom. The words are gone. Luo Yimeng was once again ready to summon her Lava Warwolf, but he was still stopped by Funeral Biao. How many times do you want me to say it? Missy? That's all the stinking fish and I'm enough on my own. With these words from Morning Biao, undoubtedly adding to the already angry freshmen around them, death to the world, and to pretend in front of women? I'll see how you can still pretend when you're under our feet. Me, pust. Before the man could finish his sentence, Morning Biao, however, was the one who couldn't hold back and laughed outright. Ha ha, laughing my ass off. Are you an idiot? Do it if you want to step on me. All of you. You keep beeping and beeping. Are you trying to read me to death with your mouths? This statement was made. The anger of the crowd had reached its peak. Couldn't hold it in any longer. Do it. Everyone together. Get this kid. In a split second, the densely packed imperial beasts all came towards Morning Biao and Luo Yimeng to kill them. See the scene in front of you. Luo Yimeng was also a bit helpless. She suddenly had some regrets that she had promised her own father to bring Morning Puma. If it wasn't for the fact that Funeral Biao had messed with so many people at once, how can you be at the bottom of the list with your own strength? But as things stood, even if she summoned her imperial beasts, it wouldn't help. She wasn't confident that she could stand up to such a person's attack. Luo Yimeng also subconsciously closed her eyes and waited for the crowd to surround her. But suddenly, it only felt like his form suddenly swayed. Immediately afterward, there was a loud roar. The roaring sound was clearly the attack that the crowd had just united to launch. But the strange thing is, Luo Yimeng, however, Didn't feel a single ounce of pain. She then slowly opened her own eyes, but when she opened her eyes, she also froze, only to see that he had somehow moved away from the crowd to the other end of the ranked battlefield, and by her side stood a teasing Morning Biao, and overhead, it was Morning Biao's plume flame eagle. Ha ha, bunch of idiots, can't even touch me, and try to step on me. Luo Yimeng, however, asked Morning Biao with some incredulity, what's going on? Morning Biao also stopped sneering at his words, somewhat absently. Oh, a little trick. It turned out that just moments ago, the crowd launched an attack on the two of them. The plume flame eagle was also wrapped around the two of them, instantly launching the sky shuttle cloud gathering, a bug-like displacement, directly dodged the attack. Soon, the two hadn't even chatted twice. The crowd at the other end then realized something was wrong, but because the crowd's attack just now fell short, it has led to many people being wronged by those around them. This has also led directly to the elimination of some of them. Soon, some people's names also appeared on the big screen of the Vermilion Bird Hall's ranking battlefield. See here. Luo Yimeng also couldn't help but be speechless for a while. This is almost instantaneous. And you're telling me it's a small trick? But it also changed Luo Yimeng's previous thoughts. But what's the point of just dodging an attack? By the time those people responded, their own two were still going to be out. The good thing, though, is that out of the gate now at least it won't be a bottom of the barrel presence. This way, when it was passed back, the Firewolf gang wouldn't look too bad. After all, the Four Sacred Academy was a gathering of geniuses. It should be reasonable to not get a high ranking, right? Just as Luo Yimeng was comforting herself like this, Morning Biao turned on the taunt again. A bunch of clueless people who hit no one. I really don't know how losers like you manage to enter the Four Sacred Academy. Take my advice. Pack your bags and go home to farm. Countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. He mainly used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xinyuan. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yunsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sancher, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the Lu 3 masters night after night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 572. Words. That's when the crowd noticed. The duo who were originally surrounded by them had somehow made it to the other side of the ranked battlefield. When did those two run over there? Brothers charge. Finish them off. Looking at the crowd of people who turned their guns around and charged towards themselves and the others again, Luo Yimeng was all of a sudden a bit unable to hold it in. Speaking to Morning Biao, "Big brother, you're the big brother. Why did you go and provoke them when you obviously got away with it and they didn't notice us? Even if you launch a sneak attack and take out a few more people, we can move up the rankings a bit too." Morning Biao wasn't angry either, just staring at the rushing crowd without a word. Looking at the oily Morning Biao, Luo Yimeng was also out of ideas. One can only say it helplessly in one's mind. It seems that the incident that Funeral Biao went through not only changed his temperament, but also made him hurt his brain. Look, just then, Luo Yimeng suddenly saw the corners of Funeral Biao's mouth suddenly curve up. Just as he was wondering, Morning Biao could only be heard muttering, "Hooked." Although Luo Yimeng didn't understand what hooked meant for a moment, but still, he subconsciously looked towards the crowd rushing towards them, only to see that at this moment, the crowd had already rushed to the center of the ranked battlefield. Just then, only to hear Morning Biao suddenly open his mouth and bellow, "The 4 directions departure fire formation. Arise." Next moment, from behind the 3 terrain mountains, 3 fiery eagles identical to the plume flame eagle suddenly flew out. The plume flame eagle, which was the main body, was also rapidly flying towards the front. Just a moment, the 4 plume flame eagles then occupied the 4 directions of southeast, northwest and north. Next moment, a special connection was then created between the 4 plume flame eagles. With the addition of this connection, the temperature around them suddenly skyrocketed. Not good. It's a trap. Before the crowd could flee, 4 fiery pillars of fire then shot towards the crowd. Many of those who were not strong enough had not yet been hit by the flames. Just can't take the scorching heat anymore. Fainted straight away. Their imperial beasts were also forcibly repatriated to the imperial beast space, and some of the more powerful ones didn't carry it for long. It was also directly incapacitated. Luo Yimeng on the side saw this but was greatly shocked. "Morning Bill, stop it. At the rate you're burning them, they're all going to die." However, Morning Biao was not the least bit surprised by this, nor is there the slightest hint of mercy. It just remained indifferent. "Don't panic, Missy. These are the proud sons of heaven who can enter the 4 sacred academy. How can they die so easily? What if some of them are faking it? What happens when I stop and they unite to surround us again? Listen to me. Burn a little longer." Although Morning Biao outwardly looked like he was worried about being surrounded, but in his heart, he doesn't carry any fear at all. One must know that this was a plume flame eagle's flame was a Nanlingli fire with a concentration of 9%. How could these people and imperial beasts possibly carry it? It's not like ranked battles say you can't kill people anyway. If we ride this out, we'll take out all of this garbage. Then would he or she receive more of the resources allocated down by the 4 sacred academy? Just as Funeral Biao was thinking that, a giant green-colored bird somewhat similar to a phoenix, cloaked in flames, suddenly appeared. But what makes it strange is this. This green bird surprisingly only had 1 crimson claw, but it was this 1 crimson bird claw that was gently waved. It then directly dispersed the 3 detachments of the plume flame eagle, lost the other 3 doppelgangers occupying the eye of the formation. The plume flame eagle's flames instantly reduced in power. That huge green-colored bird just had its wings vibrating. It then extinguished all those flames. Those freshmen got their lives back because of it. Seeing this, Luo Yimeng also breathed a long sigh of relief. If Morning Biao really killed all these people, there was no guarantee that the forces behind these geniuses wouldn't find trouble with his Firewolf gang. If it is targeted by so many forces at the same time, even how powerful the Firewolf gang is, I'm afraid that it will only end up in extinction in the end. Just as she was about to talk to Morning Puma about the seriousness of the matter. However, he found that at this moment, Morning Biao's eyes were looking at the green-colored giant bird over there without blinking, but unbeknownst to him, Morning Biao, who was previously unafraid of the sky and the earth, there was also a hint of nervousness within at the moment, because through the forbidden eye, corpse, old, countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Gene Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization descends, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion. N. Successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells. N. Successfully purchased a void spell weapon. N. Successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine pill. N. And as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Nyan Han, yes. But this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. He mainly used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xiaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yinsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sanshur, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband? In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 573. After destroying the 3 divisions of the plumed flame eagle, Biffin did not continue his attack. Instead, it slowly landed on top of the ground, and stretched out one of his wings on top of the ground, immediately followed by a beautiful silhouette, which also slowly stood up from Bai Feng's back. When the crowd in the audience saw this person, it was only then that he regained his senses from the shock of Death Pyo's one move to regroup the rest of the freshmen. Isn't this Lord Temple Master and her Imperial Beast, the Bai Feng Divine Bird? This guy is dead. He even alarmed Lord Temple Master. But, there's one thing to say about this. This freshman is too scary. Isn't it? Yeah, not only is he strong, but he is also quite resourceful. I thought he was just a stupid person who provokes mindlessly, but I didn't realize that he did so much, all for the sake of drawing others into the trap he set up. But he's too ruthless in his actions, and he definitely won't have a good time this time when the hall master arrives. Morning Biao in the corner was equally shocked at the strength of the plume flame eagle today. Is this really my Quin? For the murmurs around him, the vermilion bird hall master ignored it. It was as if he hadn't heard anything. Still looking the same, follow Biffy's wing step by step towards the ground. After falling to the ground, merely glancing at the freshmen who were lying on the ground who had fainted, it seems to be confirming the life and death of these new students. After finding no deaths, then he walked straight towards Morning Biao's side. Seeing this, Morning Biao was not at all panicked. If the person in front of him really wanted to lay hands on himself, then he wouldn't have merely knocked out the plume flame eagle's doppelganger and broken the 4 directions departing flame formation. Instead, they just take out the plume flame eagle. Thinking about this, Morning Biao's heart was somewhat helpless. If it wasn't for the starry magic dragon, Bellfinger, and earth poison scorpion all being there in the young body, this body of his own. Apart from the plume flame eagle and the cloud dream zither spirit, there was only one chaotic fire Qilin egg that hadn't hatched yet. He wouldn't have to go around so many corners and end up relying on the formation to increase the power of the plume flame eagle's skill. It seemed that he still needed to get another imperial beast to replenish his battle power sometime. Compared to Morning Biao's calmness, at this time, when Lu Yimeng saw this, she also came back to her senses from the shock she had just experienced. It was too late for her to marvel at the power of Death Puma. Looking at the woman who was walking towards the two of them without a word, Lu Yimeng's first reaction was the same as the crowd in the audience. Although she was still unclear about the identity of the person in front of her, she said respectfully, "This lord, I'm so sorry, Funeral Biao. He's had some recent encounters that have affected his mind. That's why it's not measured in a duel. I'm here to apologize for him." Words, the Vermilion Bird Hall Master, however, asked with some confusion. Apologize? Apologize for what? In the Imperial Beast realm, the strong live and the weak die. Since they are not as skilled as others, They can only blame themselves for being weak for ending up like this. Originally, Luo Yimeng was all ready for the other party to make a scene. More so, they are already mentally calculating compensation. But unexpectedly, the other party came to her with such words. That's not going to make her whole. On the contrary, Morning Biao, who was on the side, had his eyes lit up. Aha! Beauty! Insightful! That's what I think too. It's a complete waste for the Vermilion Bird Palace to put so many resources into these losers. Might as well let me get them. Before Morning Biao could say the word death. On the side, Luo Yimeng hurriedly covered his mouth with one hand, fearing that Funeral Pio had offended the Lord in front of him. After all, she had just clearly seen the strength of the person in front of her. Although Morning Biao was already considered a very powerful existence in the younger generation. But compare it to the woman in front of me who is too pretty to be true. It was as vulnerable as a baby facing a strong man. But once again, what Luo Yimeng didn't expect was this. The woman who was originally unsmiling was surprised when she heard Morning Biao call her beautiful. Suddenly a poof of laughter escaped. Boy, you've got a good eye. I love teenagers who are as honest as you are. If I wasn't afraid that if you killed all of these new students, it would cause a break in the Vermilion Bird Palace this term, I really wouldn't bother with them. Hearing the other side say that, Luo Yimeng was dumbfounded. I froze and only managed to get out a Instead, Morning Biao was directly pulling away Luo Yimeng's hand that was covering his mouth. Chapter 574. Asked the woman in front of her. Beautiful sister. You suddenly appeared. You shouldn't just be looking for us to have a casual chat, right? Words. The woman wasn't sold on the idea either. My name is Nanganya, and I'm also your Vermilion Bird Hall's Hall Master. Hearing that the other party was actually the Vermilion Bird Hall Master, the Luo Yimeng at the side was also surprised. Morning Biao, on the other hand, remained unchanged. This in turn made Nanganya think highly of Funeral Biao for a few more points. Then said, "You're good. Both temperament and character are to my taste." Hearing the other side say that, Morning Biao also subconsciously covered his chest. Sister Nangong, although you're very pretty, but we've only met for the first time. I'm not a casual person. Unless you use force. Duong. Before Morning Biao could finish, Nangongya also directly knocked a violent chestnut on Funeral Biao's head. A little brat. Who gave you that confidence? I'm talking about your style. And the Vermilion Bird bloodline of your fire eagle. As soon as these words came out, Luo Yimeng on the side also looked at Morning Biao with disbelief. The Plume Flame Eagle unexpectedly possessed the Vermilion Bird bloodline. No wonder the battle power was so terrifying. And Morning Biao instantly put away his joking expression, asked with a serious face, "That's what sister means?" Nangongya smiled. "I can help your fire eagle bloodline go further." Almost at the same time as he heard the words, Morning Biao's insides just trembled. The main reason why he had come to the Vermilion Bird Hall was nothing more than to be here, looking for a method, or prop, to continue raising the concentration of the Plume Flame Eagle's bloodline. Now hearing Nangongya say that, he had been almost certain of his earlier suspicions. However, Morning Biao also knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch, so they opened their mouths for questions and answers. "So what do I need to pay?" In response, Nangongya didn't rush to answer. Instead, he said meaningfully, "You guys finish the platoon battle first. Come see me alone in my office tomorrow." Having said that, then he retraced his steps to Biff's back, leaving the ranked battlefield. Watching Nangongya suddenly leave, everyone around them looked puzzled. Just leave? What about punishment? Looking at Nangongya who was gradually moving away, Morning Biao was also absolutely going to check out Nangongya's office tomorrow. After all, this was a chance to enhance the Plume Flame Eagle's bloodline. He didn't want to make it easy. Just as Funeral Biao was thinking, Luo Yimeng on the side also spoke directly. "I abstain." At those words, Morning Biao also froze for a moment. He was originally prepared to give the first position to Luo Yimeng, as a way to report on how well the Firewolf gang had taken care of him during this period of time. But it didn't occur to him that before he could open his mouth, Luo Yimeng had abandoned his right to vote first. Immediately, he was puzzled and looked at Luo Yimeng. It seemed to have read Funeral Biao's meaning. Luo Yimeng spread her hands out. "Can't help it. I don't want to be burned to a crisp by you like everyone else." Morning Biao was stunned, and then he also laughed out loud. "Well, since Missy is so modest, then I'll take this chief position." Soon a female voice rang out from the field. "This Vermilion Bird Hall freshman qualifying battle. Chief, Bereavement Puma. Second, Luo Yimeng. Third." At this time a corner of the audience, Chao Xing just looked straight at Morning Biao in the field. Only a flash of struggle was seen on Chao Xing's face. "No way. I have to find out what's going on." Chapter 575. Following the Green Dragon Hall and the Vermilion Bird Hall, the White Tiger Hall and Xuanwu Hall's freshman qualifying battles also ended one after another. and the current year's recipients of the title of freshman chief of each hall are Green Dragon Palace, Chen Xuanyu, Vermilion Bird Hall, Morning Biao, White Tiger Hall, Beilu Ruoshui, Zuanwudian, Su Chengjing, and as the chief of the halls, they are naturally treated far more favorably than other freshmen. In addition to having a separate villa to live in and various lifestyle benefits, to top it off, they also have 5 hours of free use of the illusion cultivator every day and 3 days of reading time in the library every month. Generally speaking, the 4 sacred colleges do not have teachers to manage the students' learning, because the 4 sacred academy had already given its students the most favorable learning conditions. If even this had to be urged, then such a cadet would not be needed by the 4 sacred academy. As a result, the students of the 4 sacred academy spent most of their time either soaking in the illusion cultivator or in the book collection. The mirage cultivator consists of a terminal and countless cultivation chambers. Meditating in the mirage cultivator and fighting enemies in the mirage of meditation can multiply spiritual power. The library, on the other hand, contained countless imperial beast arts as well as skill moves for all types of imperial beasts. It is for having this hard condition. Plus, those who were able to enter the 4 sacred academy were already those with outstanding natural talent. This was also why the Imperial Beast Masters that came out of the 4 Sacred Academy were all stronger than the average Imperial Beast Master. However, if you want to enter the Illusion Cultivator or enter the library, you have to use the corresponding length of time, and the top 3 finishers in the freshman qualifying battle will have free reading time and practice time given away every day. Chief, 5 hours of practice and 3 days of reading. Second place, 3 hours of practice and 2 days of reading. Third place, 1 hour of practice and 1 day of reading. If the time runs out, you must pay for the hours yourself. Cultivating for an hour aka reading for a day costs a whopping $10 million. Sure, if the trainee does not have enough funds, it is also possible to go to the mission hall to pick up the appropriate bounty quests. Bounty missions in the mission hall are categorized in order, FSS. Rewards for completing quests will also vary. Money, beast props, beast eggs. While most of them are issued by the academy, some of the quests are private commissions issued by academy trainees. The quest hall will be graded based on the difficulty of the quest as well as the rewards. And the 4 sages. The academy is not like a normal academy. Most colleges are difficult to get into and easy to graduate from. The 4 Saints Academy, on the other hand, is easy to enter and difficult to graduate. Not only is there a big competition once a month, but continuously being at the bottom of the list will get you expelled outright, and you must complete the appropriate tasks each month. Otherwise there is still only the way to get fired. Chen Xuanyu, who was currently lying on the large bed of the independent villa, closed the new student informational book. The eyes were filled with gravity. It seems that Master must have known about the learning pattern of this 4 sacred academy for a long time, before insisting that I come here. According to what is written in the new student information book, the top 3 enjoy all the privileges and resources, but if they are beaten in the monthly competition, then he loses everything instantly, and the one who defeats him gains everything he previously enjoyed before. In this way, even if you are temporarily in the upper reaches, you dare not be the slightest bit negligent, and those who are temporarily in the lower reaches will try their best to defeat those who are in the upper reaches of the rankings to take that superiority. Add to that the hard conditions of quest calendars, phantom cultivators, and book collections. No wonder the 4 Sacred Academy can become one of the strongest forces in the Dragon Kingdom. One thought. A flash of cunning also flashed across Chen Xianyu's eyes. Interesting, now I have 2 chiefs all to myself. I need to plan my cultivation program properly too. After the end of the qualifying battle, a special guide brought him to this independent villa. At the same time, he handed over to him a copy of the new student's notification letter and an identity plate engraved with the word chief. Originally, Chen Xianyu had wanted to take a break after the qualifying battle, but now it seems that rest is a complete waste of time. Think about it. Chen Xianyu then prepared to go to the book collection first, because according to the freshman informational letter, the top 3 new students in the ranking battle can go to the book collection to receive a copy of the secret art of spiritual cultivation from each subtemple. Although there were only the first 3 layers, it would certainly raise more spiritual energy than just meditating. Think about it. Chen Xianyu also walked out of the villa without hesitation. Follow the map in the new student information book to the collection. But when he just stepped into the collection, all of a sudden, I felt like I was being watched. However, the man in the shadows had no intention of covering up. And although he didn't show himself, he still spoke out. Chapter 576. You're the chief of this term's Green Dragon Hall? Stand up next to that phalanx. Although this person's tone was calm, it still gave off a meaning that could not be refused. Words. Chen Xianyu didn't think much about it either. Straight away, he walked on top of the spell formation at the entrance of the book depository. Soon, a spiritual energy ran into his body. until after 3 weeks of running through the meridians around his body. That's what faded away. Moreover, Chen Xianyu clearly felt that just now, although that spiritual energy had run through his body for 3 weeks, but is running on 3 different paths. Although Chen Xianyu felt strange, he did not feel half as uncomfortable. On the contrary, after that spiritual power wandering just now, Chen Xuanyu's circumference was also very relaxed. Just as Chen Xianyu was about to ask a question, a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Strong desire space effect triggered. Because the host sensed the first 3 levels of the Xian Tian Qing Hua spiritual method's spiritual power operation route, having now deduced the operating route of all 9 levels of the Xian Tian Qing Hua spiritualization method. Just as the system voice ended, the mysterious man's voice also sounded again, but this one clearly had a much better attitude than the last one. There was even a bit more surprise and delight in his tone. Spiritual power value of 100,000. Not bad, not bad. The Green Dragon Palace has picked up a treasure this term. Work hard. Your future is unlimited. Those 3 different lines of spiritual energy running just now are the first 3 layers of the Green Dragon Palace's secret tradition, the Xian Tian Qing Hua spiritualization method, combined with the illusion cultivator. There will also be unexpected effects. Words. Chen Xuanyu also bowed. After expressing his gratitude to the mysterious man again, he left the collection. Looking at Chen Xianyu's departing figure, the mysterious man in the dark couldn't help but reveal a smile. This kid is not arrogant. If this were to happen in the past, most people would be impatient to enter the book collection to find other secret arts. And the kid turned around and walked away. I think he must have only obtained the first 3 layers of the Xian Tian Qing Hua spirit transformation method, and knows that you can't chew on more than you can eat. Not bad, not bad. Obviously, the mysterious person in the book collection was extremely satisfied with Chen Xianyu's strength, potential, and just now, his words and behavior. But I don't know. Chen Xianyu had the strong lust space enchantment, and he basically studied everything over and over again. The current him had fully grasped the complete operating route of the Xian Tian Qing Hua spiritualization method. The reason why Chen Xianyu was in such a hurry to leave, it wasn't for lack of curiosity about the secret arts in the collection. Rather, it's out of fear. It was also not until now that Chen Xianyu understood Nan Yunliang's intentions. No wonder Master had been unwilling to teach himself the 4 Fierce Academy's method of operating spiritual energy. So that's what this moment was all about. Chen Xianyu also reacted only later. The spiritual energy that had just traveled through his body was not only teaching him the operating routes of the first 3 layers of the Xian Tian Qing Hua spiritualization method. At the same time, he was also testing whether he had practiced any other spiritual power operation methods. If he had studied the 4 Fierce Academy's Dharma before, then he would have definitely been exposed just now. At that time, there will be only one result waiting for oneself. That is death. The mysterious person just now was able to find out even his own specific spiritual power value. So finding out some other things would not be simple? This was evident in the way the mystery man spoke to himself before and after. Not only because I'm talented, but also because I've learned nothing and have a clean slate. Talented, clean bottom, who wouldn't like a cadet like that? That said, this matter is now behind us. However, because the Chen Xianyu at this time was merely a young body, there were flaws in his character. Too cautious, fearing that he would be exposed by the other party sensing something different because of his afterthought. Thus, Chen Xianyu still chose to take a step ahead. Right after Chen Xianyu left, Morning Gao also came to the book collection. But when he stepped into the collection, instead, a puzzled voice came. HM, why are you here again? Chapter 577. At this moment, Morning Biao was not surprised when faced with the mysterious man's questioning. After all, the Yin body and the Yang body, except for the dress and temperament, the looks that are generally the same. Originally, after the Yang body obtained the Xian Tian Qing Hua spiritualization method, the Yin body did not intend to come directly to receive the secret art, but rather intended to find Luo Yimeng to inquire about it, as he was afraid that the reason for his looks would arouse the suspicion of the mysterious person. But on second thought, as the chief, if he even dared to receive the secret technique, wouldn't that be even more suspicious? So, the shadowy-bodied funeral puma decided to come straight over anyway. Act with candor. As for appearance, the world is full of anecdotes. One just has to bite the bullet and be unclear and unaware. Think about it. Morning Biao also revealed a puzzled look. What? What again? I am the chief of this freshman battle of the Vermilion Bird Temple. I've only just come here. Is it possible that someone has impersonated me to receive the secret art? This statement was made. The mysterious man in the shadows visibly froze. At this moment, he was also in a daze. But still, he quietly glanced at the chief identity plate hanging on Funeral Biao's chest. Freshman chief of the Vermilion Bird Hall? Looking at the dress and temperament, This vermilion bird chief was indeed very different from the one who had just been the chief of the Green Dragon Hall. But how could the faces of these two be so similar? After a moment of contemplation, Mystic then had a plan. There are so many strange things in the world. With a little probing from my old man, I'll find out. Next moment, the mysterious man also spoke to Morning Biao. And you stand on top of the nearby spell formation. Words. Morning Biao pretended to be searching and glanced around. Eventually, his gaze landed on the formation at the entrance of the book depository. It was only then that he walked up without hurrying. Fruity. The moment Morning Biao stood up, a spiritual energy also suddenly appeared within his body to run through his body. Again, it was run once each along 3 different routes. At the end of the psychic run, the system's voice also sounded in Morning Biao's head. Ding! Strong desire space effect triggered. Because the host sensed the first 3 levels of the Nirvana Red Flame Calcine Spirit method, the Nirvana Red Flame Calcine Spirit method has now been deduced. All 9 levels of the runway. Immediately after the mysterious man's voice sounded again. Only at this point, the doubt in the mysterious man's previous words had vanished into thin air. In its place, there was also a touch of elation. Fine. Another 100,000 spirit power value demon. Cultivate well. Do not waste your own talent. Just now, the lines of operation of those 3 types of spiritual energy are the Vermilion Bird Temple's secret technique, the Nirvana Red Flame Calcine Spirit technique. Words. Morning Biao also made a look of delight. Immediately after that, he also bowed respectfully towards the depths of the book depository. Thank you, Senior, for granting the law. Seeing this, the mysterious man also nodded in satisfaction. Although you look a bit arrogant, you still know how to respect your teacher. Hearing the other side say that, Morning Biao still had a polite smile on his face though, but in his heart, he couldn't help but curse. Old undead thing, if I wasn't strong enough now, I wouldn't be your match. How dare you speak to me in such a condescending tone? I can't beat you to death. Think about it. Morning Biao also couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Luckily, after getting feedback from the young body, there was no false, directly hiding the library, otherwise with this mysterious person's style of behavior, as the chief did not come to receive the secret art, will certainly make him suspicious. Chapter 578. Now this, on the contrary, will dispel his doubts. Though Morning Biao didn't know how this mysterious person had dispelled the doubt. However, he had ample confidence in his master Nan Yunlord's methods, since his master dared to let him join the Four Saints Academy at the same time in his yin and yang states. You must not be afraid of the other side's inspection. In that case, what's he afraid of? Immediately, he said to the mysterious man, Elder, am I able to access the collection of books in the book collection now? Hearing Funeral Biao say that, the mystic wasn't the least bit surprised. It's okay, but before you go in, I'd like to ask you some questions. Words. Morning Biao just froze. Is it possible that we're still exposed? But on the surface, he said with a straight face, Elder, if there's anything you want to ask, just ask. Receiving Morning Biao's reply, the mysterious man also spoke directly. Are you acquainted with the chief of the Green Dragon Palace? At those words, Morning Biao shook his head without thinking. Don't recognize. Immediately after that, the mysterious man continued to ask, and do you have twin brothers in your family? Hearing the mysterious man ask this, Morning Biao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He hadn't originally thought about how to explain the relationship between the yin and yang bodies to the outside world. After all, 2 people who looked so similar would sooner or later cause others to wonder. Now it was good that this old fool had come up with a seamless excuse for himself. However, in keeping with the persona of Funeral Puma, it's time for a little acting. Only the moment the mysterious man asked this, the originally sharp and unrestrained Morning Biao was showing a bitter smile. Elder is joking. I have been an orphan since I was a child, and have not seen my own parents. And as to whether I have any siblings, I have no idea. Seeing Morning Biao suddenly show such an expression, the mysterious man also knew that he had asked about someone else's sadness, so he was also a bit embarrassed. I'm just asking. There's no need to be concerned. Little friend, you are now the chief of the Vermilion Bird Temple, and you have 3 days of free reading time every month. See for yourself what you want to see. Just a word of caution from my old man. You can't chew too much. You're still going to have to start now with the practice of the Nirvana Red Flame Calcine Spirit method is the main focus. At those words, Funeral Biao nodded, but continued to curse in his mind. This old fool is really nosy. You have to say something like that. The words have come to this point. If I still force my way in to read the book, I'm bound to draw the displeasure of this old dang. Scratch that. I guess we'll just have to do it next time. And, based on my intentional guidance, this old dang's mind must be making up a scene in his own head about the separation of brothers. I must notify my master's side to help me perfect my origins. Otherwise, According to this old dang's cautious nature, even if he believes my words, he will certainly check it out. Think about it. Morning Biao instantly lost the idea of staying on as well. Spinning around, he bowed and headed towards the entrance of the collection. Looking at Funeral Biao's departing back, the mysterious man in the dark, too, sighed in disbelief. Hey! According to the test that old man just made, not only is the talent of these two terrifying, their bases are both equally clean, and they've never practiced any secret techniques to enhance their spiritual power. And these two have a yin and a yang physique that make up for each other, which can only happen with identical twins. At the thought, Mystic smiled to himself again, as if in jest. Or, perhaps, these two were originally one person who was forcibly divided into two. But, how is this possible? But just to be on the safe side, we still need to send someone to find out what these two have been through since they were children, so that the old man can rest assured. After all, my four sacred academy has never, but it hates the cuckoo bird that hates turtle doves. Chapter 579. The first thing you do when you walk out of the collection. Morning Biao then prepared to contact his master, Nan Yun Lord. The Four Sacred Academy was, after all, the #1 force in the Dragon Kingdom on the surface. If you really want to check something, it won't take much time. But just as Morning Biao pulled out his cell phone and prepared to contact Nan Yun Lord, a female voice suddenly sounded. Morning Bill, I've been looking for you for half a day. Why didn't you say anything to me when you came to the book depository to receive the secret technique? Only Luo Yimeng, with a displeased face, walked towards Morning Biao. Seeing that it was this great lady, the cell phone that had just been half pulled out when he inserted it into his pocket was immediately put back again. The whirlwind also revealed a small smile. Missy, you're misunderstanding me. It's not that I didn't call you because I saw that you had suffered some shock in the qualifying battle before and wanted you to rest more. Words. The corner of Luo Yimeng's mouth also revealed a smirk that even she herself did not notice. The tone of his voice also eased up a lot. That's more like it. You're forgiven this time. Seeing that it was almost time, Funeral Biao had wanted to find a random excuse to sidestep this big lady, but not before he had a chance to speak. A figure that he never expected to see suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Good you Chen Xuanyu. What was the promise in the first place? Once you enter the Four Saints Academy so soon you have a new love and forget the old one? With these words, Luo Yimeng also instantly looked behind her. Only a young girl with a few dirty braids, hair draped over her head, and wearing a biker outfit was walking slowly towards them. Morning Biao fixed his eyes. Isn't this Tang Yueqi? Why is he here at the Four Saints Academy? Before Morning Biao could say anything, Tang Yueqi had arrived in front of Morning Biao. A pair of beautiful eyes swept back and forth over Morning Biao's body. Yo, how long has it been? Your taste in clothes has improved quite a bit. Tang Yueqi was originally a biker girl. Compared to Chen Xuanyu's usual casual attire, Morning Biao's outfit nowadays was very much in line with her aesthetics. It seemed to have noticed Tang Yueqi's aggressive gaze. Luo Yimeng took a step forward directly, right in the middle of Morning Biao and Tang Yueqi, said in a slightly unkind tone, "This lady, we don't seem to know you." This statement was made. Tang Yueqi instantly raised an eyebrow, just staring straight at Morning Biao behind Luo Yimeng. Chen Xuanyu, what do you mean by that? Is it hard to believe that you're really going to renege on your debt? Don't forget, when the Imperial Beast competition was held, I didn't help you much in the dark. As soon as these words came out, Tang Yueqi's face also became quite gloomy. Seeing that Tang Yueqi didn't seem to be telling lies, Luo Yimeng also turned her head to Morning Biao and asked, "Do you know this lady? Also, why did he call you Qin Xianyu?" For a moment, the two women also looked in unison at Morning Biao, who was somewhat confused at the moment. There was a flurry of people waiting for his answer. Although Funeral Biao had kept a smile on his face for a long time already, but the mind has long since started to mommy and daddy, though in order to maintain the persona of Funeral Puma, Morning Biao could only deny the fact that he knew Tang Yueqi. But once it does, Tang Yueqi didn't know that at the moment he had split into a yin and yang body. It would only feel like it was Qin Xianyu who didn't want to fulfill his duty to accompany him in exploring the relics discovered by the Tang clan, and pretend you don't know her. Doing so would surely offend Tang Yueqi. Just as he was pondering how to solve the problem at hand, the brain suddenly received feedback from the yang body side. The heart was in the right place. Immediately, he put on a dangling face. "I say, this beautiful woman, if you want to know me, just say so. Why get so bent out of shape?" This statement was made. Tang Yueqi's face became even darker. When had she, Tang Yueqi, ever encountered such a thing? Not only did this Qin Xianyu pretend not to recognize him, but he even dared to molest him. This is absolutely intolerable. When she returned to a city, she would definitely report to that little girlfriend of Chen Xianyu's about him hooking up with other girls outside. But just as Tang Yueqi was about to lose her temper, a refreshing voice suddenly rang out. "Ha, Tang Yuechi? My honorable Lord Mayor. What are you doing here?" Chapter 580. As the voice rang out, the gazes of the remaining three all looked in the direction from which the voice came, only to see Qin Xianyu walking over with a sunny face. All three of them had a hellish expression on their faces. What is this? Morning Biao also put on a well-timed look of incredulity, and Chen Xuanyu's gaze at the sight of Morning Biao. Again, a look of surprise was feigned, though his heart rejected this kind of pretense, but there's no other way out of this. At this moment, Tang Yuechi first glanced at Morning Biao and then at Chen Xianyue. How come you guys look exactly alike? And Lu Yingen's reaction was much the same as Tang Yuechi's, but soon, there was a flash of light in Lu Yingen's head. You two aren't long-lost twin brothers, are you? Soon, Lu Yingen attracted the attention of the other three. Tang Yuechi froze at first. Spinning around, he said to Qin Xianyu, I also don't think I can think of a second possibility other than that explanation. No way. This is too unbelievable. I'm going to find out what's going on. Soon after, Tang Yuechi took out her cell phone and walked to the side to start making calls, and Lu Yingen's gaze was subconsciously drawn to Tang Yuechi. Write it out. 2. The yin and yang bodies looked at each other and smiled, because they were clear that no matter how much Tang Yuechi investigated, there's only one thing that comes out of finding out. That is, at the time of Chen Xianyu's birth, he did have a twin brother, stolen by people with bad intentions. The hospital, in order to get rid of the responsibility, can only lie that Chen Xuanyu's younger brother died prematurely due to congenital insufficiency. The reason for this, it was also thanks to the quick reflexes of the shadowy-bodied funeral puma. After Lu Yineng appeared, In-body Morning Biao already knew that it was too late for him to contact Nan Yunlord, so it was the first time that he gave his thoughts back to the yang body. Chen Xianyue, tell him to contact his master, the Southern Cloud Lord. And Nan Yunlord's movements were extremely fast. It only took a few short minutes to virtualize a mojo out of thin air. No matter who checks it out, the result will be the same. Moreover, Nan Yunlord had already greeted Chen Wanru and the Chen family. This was originally in response to an investigation by the Four Saints Academy. Now I didn't realize that it was still in this place. The party used it. And when Tang Yuechi appeared, Yang Body Qin Xianyu had originally just left the book collection not long ago. It's not far. After getting feedback from the shadowy body, it was also the first to head back. On second thought, this is good. As the chief of the Green Dragon and Vermilion Bird Temples, sooner or later, the looks of the two will come out. Since it will come to light sooner or later, it might as well come to light in a situation that makes the most sense. This will also avoid a lot of trouble and misunderstanding. I know. After answering the caller, Tang Yuechi also hung up the phone. Then he came to Qin Xianyu's side and opened his mouth. I've just asked the Tang family to check it out. So there really was a brother who died young when you were born. Except that the premature death was just a story the hospital came up with at the time to get out of the blame. What really happened was that your brother was stolen from you shortly after birth. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Just now, Lu Yineng had already learned Tang Yuechi's identity from the conversation. As the first lady of the Tang family, the results of her investigation were naturally convincing, especially the two who are the parties involved. The acting was all over the place. Each showed different emotions. Chen Xianyu was very good at acting out his confusion and trance of having an extra brother. And Morning Pio does a great job of showing the joy of going from a heartless and uncaring orphanage to finding loved ones again, as well as the confusion and worry that your family may not want to accept you. The two men on the sidelines froze with no trace of performance visible. Even if a skilled actor was there, he or she would have to give the yin and yang bodies a big fat yes. However, the reason why it is so real, froze with no breaks at all. This was all thanks to Chen Xianyu's 3 years in the Luo family, because at that time, he did want to be accepted by all the people of the Luo family. That kind of nagging and worrying can only be understood by those who have experienced it. Lu Yineng was unaware of the duo's little plan. Immediately, he flashed a big smile at Morning Biao. Morning Puma. Great. Originally, I only came to study at the Four Saints Academy. I didn't realize that it would help you find your family. Chapter 581. The scene of brothers recognizing each other and hugging and crying didn't happen, because Qin Xianyu felt that this was diabolical. So it was a simple process of walking through the process and then having the yin and yang bodies pull out their cell phones and add a contact. At this moment, Tang Yuechi was also in a state of shame. Although Funeral Biao's words earlier were quite frivolous, but that's the same person who got it wrong in the first place. Thinking back to his earlier chipper look, although a little embarrassed, he spoke up. I'm really sorry about just now. I got the wrong guy. Seeing that Morning Biao still had that hangdog look. On the side, Lu Yineng also hurriedly took over the conversation. Tang is too kind. It was supposed to be a misunderstanding. and you helped Funeral Biao find his relatives, so it's only right that we should thank you. These words immediately eased Tang Yuechi's face a lot. After all, people are handing over the steps, why wouldn't you? Thus, Tang Yuechi also revealed a smile. Ms. Willow, that's not very nice. Chen Xianyu is my friend. Morning Pio is his brother. So we're all kind of friends. Since we're all friends, there's no need for thanks. Eyes on the side, Lu Yimeng was ready to continue with the courtesy again. Morning Biao immediately spoke out. Well, since we're all friends there's no need to thank each other. This beautiful woman came to see my brother, and it looks like she's got some serious business. We've got some things we need to take care of. Tell you what, how about we finish what we're doing first, and then come out for a get-together when we're all free? At those words, the other three nodded, after making a brief goodbye, also ready to go their own way. Only, it hadn't gotten very far. Tang Yuechi unexpectedly ghosted at Chen Xianyue. Your brother can do it. He's got such a pretty girlfriend. The words were not loud, but because a few people were not far from each other in the first place, naturally, it also reached Lu Yinen's ears. Morning Biao had expected that Lu Yinen would turn around to explain, but unexpectedly, Lu Yinen said to Morning Biao as if she didn't hear it. Get going. Don't forget that the hall master told you to find her after the ranking battle. Seeing that Lu Yinen did not look different, Morning Biao also did not think more. Instead, they followed the instructions on the new student informational book and walked all the way towards Nangongya's office. On the other side of the room, Tang Yuechi and Chen Xianyue were chatting idly without a word. Miss Tang, why have you suddenly come to the Four Saints Academy? Tang Yuechi heard Chen Xianyue ask this, and it was not in a good mood. And you have the nerve to say it. I'll let you take care of your business and then come to me. Good for you. No news after all this time. I had to come to you myself. This statement was made. Chen Xianyue was also remembering the agreement with Tang Yuechi. It wasn't that he had forgotten. It was just that there had been so much going on lately. A relic mystery? I've only just gotten myself organized. We can leave for the secret realm anytime now. Chen Xianyue had already thought about it. With a Yin body studying at the Four Sacred Academy, those secret arts and knowledge young bodies could also obtain through feedback. All that was needed was to come back after exploring the ruins with Tang Yuechi and use up the unused illusion cultivator usage time. After all, it's something that was promised to someone a long time ago. I'm sure the spiritual power shouldn't be too far behind the Yin body. Chen Xianyue, who had originally planned to leave the Four Sacred Academy directly with Tang Yuechi, was suddenly stopped directly by Tang Yuechi. Are you just going to leave straight away? Hearing Tang Yuechi's inquiry, Chen Xuanyu also spoke subconsciously. Or what? Only Tang Yuechi smiled faintly. Chapter 582. Follow me. After saying that, Tang Yuechi walked straight in a direction. Although Chen Xianyue didn't know what the other party wanted to do, he still followed. Soon, Chen Xianyue was then brought by Tang Yuechi to a separate building. There were many cadets from the Four Sacred Academy coming and going around. Chen Xianyue looked up. He saw the words Mission Hall. Chen Xianyue froze. What's the point of coming to the mission hall? Seeing Chen Xianyue's confused look, Tang Yuechi also smiled smugly. Naturally, I've brought you here to take on a mission. I, Tang Yuechi, am a very moral person. Though you were the one who promised to accompany me in exploring the ruins in the first place. But at Four Saints Academy, timing is everything. I found a suitable quest for you a long time ago. It's just right to complete it together within the ruins. The words are gone. Tang Yuechi took a step directly into the mission hall. Then he came to the quest wall and directly ripped off a bounty quest. When Chen Xianyue took a look at the mission, he was stunned, and then his heart exploded with joy. Bounty, hunt the void beast. Mission level, A. Requirement, hunt down a void beast and bring back its corpse. Reward, $100 million in prize money. 1 day of using the illusion cultivator. 5 days of reading in the library. The reason why Chen Xianyue is so happy, it's not just that this bounty quest is rich in rewards. The main reason was still because of the void beast. Back when they were in Tang Yuechi's gladiatorial arena, the system had released a quest to hunt the void beasts and seize the void source stones. If he hadn't been unable to find the traces of the void beast, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the void source stone. How could the earth poison scorpion have remained stuck at the mature 9th rank for such a long time? And according to what Tang Yuechi just said, the implication should be that the relics they were exploring this time around contain living void beasts. Not only that, after completing the system quests, you will also get a mysterious treasure map. If one's guess was right, this trip was a triple whammy. And in the next moment, Tang Yuechi also confirmed Chen Xuanyue's suspicions. Some time ago, news came from our Tang clan that traces of void beast activity were found in the ruins. Some people even saw the void beast with their own eyes. But because the other party specializes in spatial attribute skills, in the blink of an eye they don't see If we can hunt the void beast this time, we'll make a fortune. Soon enough, Chen Xianyu realized that something was wrong. Later, that said, Miss Tang, why were you able to take on the Four Sacred Academies mission? Unexpectedly, Tang Yueqi sniffed but revealed a meaningful smile. Didn't I tell you? I was also a student of the Four Sacred Academy, and it's also the chief of the last White Tiger Hall. Even though I graduated, I was still able to take bounty quests at my alma mater in exchange for time to use the illusion cultivator as well as reading time in the library. Chen Xianyue was first stunned, and then he also reacted. It's no wonder that at your young age, the rank of the Imperial Beasts has already reached the awakening stage. Soon after, Chen Xianyu thought of Xiao Yuncheng, who had been courteous to Tang Yueqi at the Imperial Beast competition. At once, there was a burst of contempt for Xiao Yuncheng in his heart. Off-campus Xiao Yuncheng is a party captain and manager of the Four Saints Lounge. On campus, Xiao Yuncheng is also a cadet director, and yet he was so polite in front of a graduate. This also caused Chen Xianyu to sigh darkly. Looks like old Xiao is not doing so well. However, this was Chen Xianyu who had wrongly blamed Xiao Yuncheng. First of all, Tang Yueqi himself is not bad, but also serves as the mayor of a party. Even if she was a trainee, Xiao Yuncheng did not dare to offend Tang Yueqi in a city. Secondly, Tang Yueqi's backing is the Tang family. That was why Xiao Yuncheng was extraordinarily polite to Tang Yueqi. But just as the two were about to leave, an extremely arrogant voice suddenly rang out. You're the chief of this term's Green Dragon Hall? Doesn't look good to me? How dare you take on an A-ranked mission without knowing what to do? Chapter 583. Soon, the crowd inside the mission hall was drawn to the owner of the voice. One could only see a youth with a gloomy face leading a group of people. Walking into the middle of the mission hall, a clear-eyed person could see that these people were rushing towards Chen Xianyu. Many people also had a slight look of shock in their eyes when they learned that Chen Xianyu was actually in the current Green Dragon Hall chief. But then it was replaced by a look of pity. I didn't expect this new student to be the current Qinglong Hall chief. It's a pity. Yeah, so what if this freshman is the chief? After messing with his head, it looks like there will be no good days in the future. For the whispers of those around them, it was as if Chen Xianyu had not heard it. Just a puzzled look on his face as he asked the visitor. Is there something wrong with this student? Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be afraid of him, the youth whirled around and also revealed a shadowy smile, then spoke up. My name is Yin Ruazuo. I was the previous chief of the White Tiger Hall, and also your senior. Seeing the other person blow his own cover, Chen Xianyu didn't think much of it, and only greeted politely. Oh, so it's senpai. Seeing that the other party was so polite, Yin Ruazuo thought that his name had bluffed the other party. Spinning around, he spoke. Previously, during the Green Dragon Hall's freshman qualifying battle, I had a little old brother who was targeted by you and killed the Imperial Beast. What are you going to do about this? Ha! Upon hearing this, Chen Xianyu also began to carefully recall what had happened during the freshman qualifying battle. But after half a day's thought, it hardens to ring a bell as to whom you have targeted. But just then, a youth walked out from behind Yin Ruazuo. Chen Xianyu didn't expect it. My boss is actually the previous White Tiger Hall's chief. Soon, Chen Xianyu recognized the youth in front of him. It was none other than Du Suzhen, who he had taken out the Imperial Beast in the freshman qualifying battle. Seeing the situation, Chen Xianyu also didn't think much about it. Speaking directly to Du Suzhen, he said, Oh, I remember. You're the student who launched a sneak attack on fellow student Tian Yunche when he challenged me during the freshman qualifying battle earlier. When these words came out, Du Suzhen, who was originally still a bit pleased with himself, was blackening his face at this moment. But before he could speak, then he heard Chen Xianyu continue to speak. Actually, at the time, I didn't trying to take out your beast. Only, your behavior is too despicable. It's not a life and death struggle. How dare you engage in a sneak attack? My Imperial Beast couldn't look away, so I got your Imperial Beast killed. But now that you know it's wrong, and you don't need to call your brother in to apologize with you, there's really no need. I don't think student Tian Yunche will be bothered with you. This statement was made. The crowd within the mission hall also instantly understood the cause and effect of the matter. Looking at Du Suzhen's eyes suddenly turned odd. Although there is no rule against stealing in freshman qualifying battles, however, the freshmen who were able to join the Four Sacred Academy were all not the pride of the heavens from all over the world. All have their own pride. In their opinion, non-life and death combat, just a dueling contest, even if the pandemonium should not go for a sneak attack. The most shameful thing is that it's even when people are one-on-one. This also made the crowd look at Du Suzhen with contempt in their eyes. Some were even more outspoken in their comments. I'm really laughing. A sneak attack can make someone else beat the Imperial Beast to death. And you still have the face to come looking for trouble. Yeah, if it was him who came single-handedly to find someone else to give a letter of war, I might still look at it a few times more favorably, but now it looks like he knows he won't be able to beat them. That's why he went to look for Ruozuo to hold up the fort. TSK. Listen to the chatter around you. Du Suzhen instantly had the thought of finding a crack in the ground and drilling into it. It's so damn humiliating. He had originally thought that if he invited Ruozuo to come, the other party would definitely be honest. But unexpectedly, the other party was so tigerish and froze without giving Ruozuo any face. Even the matter of him engaging in a sneak attack was said in front of so many people. Whether or not the scene can be recovered is not to be mentioned, but the face is lost first. But Ruozuo revealed a hint of a smile at his words. Only in this hint of a smile, there was a slight ferocious light mixed in. He really didn't expect that this freshman chief of the Green Dragon Hall would be such a tiger. Not even giving him face. I can't believe he thought he was coming over to apologize. At that moment, Ruozuo also spoke again. Kid, I don't care if you're really stupid or pretending to be. Even if you say 1,000 words, this little old Mies imperial beast was killed by you. I'm giving you two choices now. Either compensate for a mythical quality imperial beast egg or $5 billion. Chapter 584. With Ruozuo's words, the entire room was in an uproar. They knew that this Ruozuo was not going to be reasonable. If this freshman wasn't willing to submit, he was only afraid that his future days in the Four Sacred Academy would not be easy. Just as Qin Xianyu was about to open his mouth, a female voice suddenly sounded. Ruozuo, it's been a long time since I've seen you. I didn't expect you to be so bad now. The whole room was once again in an uproar. No way. Doesn't this girl want to die? Dare to talk to Ruozuo like that? But what they didn't notice was this. At this moment, Ruozuo was staring at the young girl in front of her with an unbelievable face. And Du Suzhen, who was previously ridiculed and despised by the crowd, didn't notice Ruozuo's expression. Plus he was already holding a fire. He knew that he was no match for Qin Xianyu. If Ruozuo wasn't here, he wouldn't even have the courage to stand in front of Qin Xianyu. Now hearing a girl dare to talk to her boss like that, Du Suzhen then seemed to have found a vent. Immediately jumped out. Pointing at Tang Yueqi, he cursed. You stinking! How dare you speak to my boss like that? Are you afraid you're not tired of living? Even rolled up his sleeves and was ready to do it. But before he could react, a loud slap was slapped directly on his face. What are you? Is Sister Qi something you can insult? Du Su's real person was dumbfounded. One hand covering his cheek that had already swollen from the beating. With an incredulous face, he looked at Ruozuo, who was glaring at him. Doubtful asked. Qi? Ruozuo said to Du Suzhen with a face of looking at an idiot. Do you still remember the legendary chief of our White Tiger Hall that I've often told you about? Who finished fourth in the Four Saints competition 2 years ago? It's the one in front of you, Tang Yueqi. At this moment, Du Suzhen only felt a trance in his mind. There seemed to be a buzzing sound that kept ringing out. Seeing the situation, Ruozuo was quick on his feet. A slapping leg kick lands for Du Suzhen, and Du Suzhen was obediently kneeling down directly. Immediately after that, Ruozuo continued to speak. Qi-san, I'm so sorry. This guy hasn't seen the world. Auscultation. Words. Tang Yueqi didn't get angry. With her status and position nowadays, there was indeed no need to bother with these minor characters. Ruozuo, can you take in some higher-leveled ones? What's the use of taking in all these bullies? Ruozuo didn't retort. Instead, he said yes again and again. After being counted out by Tang Yueqi, it was also a tentative question. Qi-san, is this your friend? Tang Yueqi sniffed and nodded, followed by a shake of the head. Sort of, but I don't want to be involved in your feud. Only, I have business with him today, so I won't accompany him. When he returns to the Four Sacred Academy, do whatever you need to do. Do you hear me? Words. Ruozuo was overjoyed. Thus, Tang Yueqi led Qin Xianyu straight out of the mission hall, only to see Ruozuo's face, which was originally piled with smiles, also instantly become gloomy. Seeing this, Du Suzhen, who was originally kneeling on the ground, also stood up. With an anxious face, she asked Ruozuo, Boss, I didn't expect this kid to know such a character. How can I get my revenge? Looking at a disembodied little brother, Ruozuo was also a bit speechless. Panic, but that's all it is. A mere acquaintance. It should be that Tang Yueqi is looking for him for something. That's why he stepped in to help him today. When he rejoins the Four Sacred Academy, I'll definitely make him look good. Chapter 585. Chen Xuanye, who had just followed Tang Yueqi out of the mission hall. At the moment it was topped with a bitter smile. Spinning around, he opened his mouth to Tang Yueqi, who was in front of him. Miss Tang, you've really victimized me. When you put it that way, they'll be coming after me again when I get back. What will we do then? Words. Tang Yueqi just froze. Yo, Back at the Imperial Beast competition, you even dared to challenge Luo Yenfa of the Luo family. Is it possible to be afraid of them? Hearing Tang Yueqi say that, Chen Xuanyu instantly became a little embarrassed. I'm not afraid of them. I'm afraid that if I accidentally kill their Imperial Beasts again, what if they come back to me to pay for it? This statement was made. Tang Yueqi just froze. He hadn't felt anything before. One would have thought that those words in the mission hall earlier were only said by Qin Xianyu on purpose to discuss the other party. But now that he saw Qin Xianyu's serious look, Tang Yueqi suddenly had the feeling that this was what Qin Xianyu really thought. He also showed an odd face. Why do I feel like it's only been a month or so since I've seen you? How come your character has become a bit eccentric? It always feels like you're a different person than you were before. Or maybe, a part of your personality is missing. Hearing Tang Yueqi say that, Chen Xianyu was instantly shocked, but immediately afterward, he laughed out loud. Ha ha, you're so funny. I've always been like this. Why is it weird? I just think I was too cocky before, and now I'm trying to rein it in a bit. Tang Yueqi sniffed and just laughed awkwardly twice. There was no response, but in her mind she was constantly sputtering. You're still restrained. You're so serious. You've got more taunting power than ever. You're still keeping a low profile. I wonder how many more people you'll piss off at the Four Saints Academy. But immediately after Tang Yueqi turned her thoughts. But how can one become truly strong without strife and tribulation? I'm still looking forward to seeing how strong you'll be when you come out of the Four Saints Academy. Just as Tang Yueqi was pondering, suddenly there was a gentle nudge. Her thoughts were interrupted by this. When he turned his head to the side, he only saw Chen Xianyu looking at her with a curious expression on her face. What's wrong? What's with the sudden launch? Words. Tang Yueqi just smiled. A casual reply. Nothing. Thinking about what else I need to prepare for the trip to the ruins. Chen Xianyu nodded without the slightest bit of skepticism when he heard this. Seeing that Chen Xianyu did not pursue the question, Tang Yueqi also continued. Hurry up. I've already prepared Imperial Beasts specializing in long-distance flights at the entrance of the four sacred academies. Just as Chen Xianyu and Tang Yueqi were about to embark on their journey to the ruins. At this time, Morning Biao had also touched all the way to Nangongya's office door with Lu Yimeng. It had to be said that the Four Saints Academy was really not that big. Even with the freshman informational brochure to guide them, the duo went the wrong way several times. It ended up being a mouthful, asking other trainees along the way to find it. Just as Lu Yimeng was about to knock on the door, the intercom system above the office door then transmitted Nangongya's mature imperial voice. Little girl, wait outside for a moment. Let the boy in first. Soon the doors opened. Morning Biao also walked right in. Soon, an extremely luxurious office appeared in front of Morning Biao's eyes. On the inside of the office, by the window, stood a huge desk, and the desk was filled with all sorts of papers. When Funeral Puma came in, he was seeing Nangongya looking down at the documents in his hand. Seeing that it was Morning Biao who walked in, Nangongya also immediately put down the documents in his hands. The corners of his mouth followed suit. Chapter 586. Kid, you hit me pretty hard. Have you ever thought if you really killed all those freshmen during the qualifying battle, what will the forces behind them do to you? Nangongya had originally thought that he had said so. The teenager in front of him is bound to show a reflective look, but to no one's surprise, Morning Biao just skimmed his lips and said, kill or be killed. It's not like there's a rule that says you have to be on point for freshman qualifying battles. It's hard to believe that the forces behind those people still dare to rush inside the Four Sacred Academy to kill me? Nangongya also did not expect that the teenager in front of him would be so bold. But then he also spoke meaningfully. Indeed, even if those forces were given 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to come to the Four Saints Academy to cause trouble. But have you thought about it? You are going to step out of the Four Saints Academy one day. What will you do then? And what makes you so sure that the Four Sacred Academy will offend so many forces for you? Even if the Four Sacred Academy doesn't fear them, wouldn't it be more cost-effective to use you alone in exchange for the goodwill as well as reward of many forces? Hearing these words from Nangongya, Morning Biao still perished with the slightest panic, continuing to speak. If the Four Sacred Academy really handed over a student with unlimited potential like me for the sake of those trash, all I can say is that the Four Saints Academy is ratty. Originally, Nangongya also merely wanted to knock the reckless teenager in front of her, though he was quite equally bereft of Pio's thoughts. How else could Morning Biao, who almost got so many people killed, not be half punished? But the truth that would shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it, he agreed very clearly. The reason he would say this was simply because he didn't want to see this good seedling die too early. It was evident that the other party had a look of oil and salt. Nangongya was originally going to continue to say something when he did, but then he heard Morning Biao continue. And, in everything I do, I don't really pin my hopes on anyone else. Even if the Four Saints Academy does give up on me because of this, it doesn't matter. I'll do everything I can to get out. Once I'm allowed to succeed, I'll find a deserted corner to hide in. When I'm strong enough to crush everything, then I'll liquidate them one by one. This statement was made. It was also a complete shock to Nangongya. I can't believe she's in A. The teenager saw both the quality of preferring to bend. See also the style of dealing with people who can bend the rules. At the same time, he didn't expect that this teenager would be so open about what was on his mind. This made her feel more and more that there was something interesting about the teenager in front of her. And she could see that if the Four Saints Academy really dared to do so, the teenager in front of him would definitely rebel against the Four Sacred Academy straight away. Nangongya was also quite satisfied with this. Well said. What a great man should do. Resources are meant to be fought over by you and me. And if you look ahead because of that, what's the point of getting stronger? If you don't resist when others are ready to take you in exchange for benefits, such a person is still a waste even if his talent is high. Morning Biao naturally knew clearly that with the Four Sacred Academy's nature, it was impossible to bow down to any power. The reason why he would say that was also just to see what kind of attitude Nangongya treated himself with. Now, it seemed that this Nangongya, the Vermilion Bird Hall Master, indeed didn't have any other bad intentions, should just be trying to knock myself out too. And, based on my own guess, the Vermilion Bird Hall Master in front of him didn't seem to like overly submissive trainees. If he faced this kind of thing and just admitted his faults and apologized, it would only make Nangongya despise himself. That's why Morning Biao didn't hesitate to speak out his thoughts. As expected, apart from knocking herself out, Nangongya also wanted to see what kind of attitude she would have when faced with this kind of problem. It just so happened that Morning Biao was still thinking about how to open his mouth to Nangongya to ask about the method to enhance the Vermilion Bird bloodline. Unexpectedly, Nangongya took the initiative to mention it. It seemed that Nangongya wanted to completely put the matter of the freshman qualifying battle behind him. However, it was just right for his own purposes. Immediately, Morning Biao also took over and asked directly, Hall Master, didn't you say before that you knew the method to raise the Vermilion Bird bloodline? I still hope to be informed. Nangongya sniffed, though she remained bland on the surface. But in his heart, he couldn't help but feel smug. Ha, weren't you quite capable just now? And now you're not asking me? After a little contemplation, only then did Nangongya pretend to speak with reluctance. Just as well, seeing as you're gifted, it wouldn't hurt to tell you, but you have to promise me that you must enter the top 3 in the Four Saints competition at the end of the year. Chapter 587. For such requests, Morning Biao agreed without thinking. It's just that he's curious. A Four Saints competition is just that. Why did Nangongya show such a strong desire for the rankings? Could it be that this Vermilion Bird Hall had never won in the Four Saints competition? It seemed to have seen what was going on in Morning Biao's mind. Nangongya also let out a long sigh. I won't hide it from you. In the last Four Saints competition, our Vermilion Bird Hall's results didn't change much overall though, and yet no one is in the top 10. This has also caused this Hall Master to lose face in front of the other 3 Hall Masters. Morning Biao was also stunned. Spinning around, he asked, no way? What about the previous Vermilion Bird Hall chief? Did he not make the top 10 either? Speaking of this, Nangongya was even more depressed. Hey, the previous chief originally had a falcon with a Vermilion Bird bloodline just like you, but he didn't notice. Although the Vermilion Bird bloodline has not been stimulated yet, but I'm sure with my tutelage, it's only a matter of time before the bloodline sparks. I was originally thinking that when he unearths the falcon's bloodline, I would accept him as my disciple, but he was taken away from the Imperial Beast on one occasion. When he was out on a town guard mission, he came back and fell off the wagon and ran off to work in the freshman office. Morning Biao sniffed. That is sounding more and more familiar. So a tentative question was asked. Your Highness, at the risk of asking, what is the name of this chief you speak of? Words. Nangongya didn't think much about it, but spoke directly. Chao Xing. After receiving an affirmative answer, even Morning Biao couldn't help but show a burst of awkward smile. Sure enough, it's him. When he had first used his forbidden eye to see the Vermilion Bird bloodline in the Yen Falcon, then he simply snatched it up. It didn't occur to him that it had directly led to the defeat of the Vermilion Bird Hall in the Four Saints competition. However, at this time, Nangongya was already completely immersed in the unwillingness of the Vermilion Bird Hall's defeat, not noticing the unnaturalness of Funeral Biao at this point. So, when I saw again that your Imperial Beast could actually use the Nanmingli fire, and also let the kindling, the idea of a clean slate. At this point, Funeral Biao had also long since done his expression management. A solemn nod. Don't worry, Hall Master, with me here this term, the Four Saints Grand Competition will surely put the Vermilion Bird Hall at the top. Seeing that Morning Biao was actually so confident, Nangongya also revealed a smile once again. Yes, judging by your aura, you must have already received my Vermilion Bird Hall's secret technique. In your spare time, be sure to take on more quests to redeem illusion cultivators as well as time to use the library. Words. Nangongya also turned around and took out a small box from the safe behind her. It was handed over to Morning Biao. Morning Biao didn't hesitate and immediately opened the small box. Immediately, a small bone-like fragment appeared before his eyes. Immediately afterward, a row of messages popped up in front of his eyes. Name, Vermilion Bird Finger Bone. Description, a finger bone of the vermilion bird contains a large amount of vermilion bird bloodline. Non-vermilion bird bloodline possessors cannot absorb it. At the same time, Nangongya's voice rang in his ears. This is the residual non-partial finger bone after the fall of the previous generation of vermilion bird. It contains a large amount of vermilion bird bloodline. I'm sure it should be of great help to your imperial beasts. Maybe we can even use this to increase the purity of our own bloodline. Although Morning Biao had already learned about this knuckle through the forbidden eye, but still pretending to be unusually surprised, he said, "Thank you, Your Highness." But immediately after that, Morning Biao was a turn of phrase. Chapter 588. By the way, Paul Master, I would like to ask, where did you get this finger bone from? Words. Nangongya once again looked Morning Biao up and down again, smiling. Kid, you're ambitious. Hearing you ask that, is it hard to believe that you still want to collect more objects with the vermilion bird's bloodline, so that your imperial beast can fully evolve into a new generation of vermilion bird? In this regard, Chen Xianyu did not deny it. Hey, just ask who wouldn't want to bring back one of the four saints, the vermilion bird, if they really had the chance. Successful or not, one has to try, don't you think? Although Funeral Biao's performance in front of Nangongya more or less seemed to be a bit unaware of the high ground, but she knew that to become a true vermilion bird, it was not just a matter of collecting enough bloodline objects, but at the same time, he was pleased with this impulsiveness and the idea of daring to climb to the top of the ladder for Funeral Biao. Then, Nangongya also spoke up. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. This finger bone was obtained by chance from the Four-Sacred Forest Abyss outside the Four-Sacred Academy. Rumor has it that in ancient times, the four sacred beasts once gathered at the Four-Sacred Forest Abyss. There should be a chance to continue enhancing the vermilion bird bloodline in the Four-Sacred Forest Abyss. But what I want to remind you is that even with the full force of the Four Saints Academy's excavation, the Four Saints Forest Abyss is now less than 4% explored. If you want to travel to the depths, be prepared to lose your life at any time. Do you understand? Words. Funeral Biao nodded non-committally. He was clear that if he followed Nangongya's description, the Four Sacred Academy had only explored 4% of the Four Sacred Forest Abyss to the best of its ability. Then with your own strength today you must not be able to go deeper. But it's fine to take a spin around the 4% of the range that's been explored. Let's see if we can come across any opportunities. But before that, there was still a need to raise the purity of the Plume Flame Eagle's bloodline. Think about it. Morning Biao also asked at Nangongya nonchalantly. Your Highness, can you find me a place? I want my imperial beast to absorb this finger bone. Nangongya did not push back when he heard this. Pointing to the ground, he said, beneath this office, there is a secret room. It's my special place for meditation. It isolates all energy leaks. Just lend it to you for now. If something happens that means, outside of that, I'll be able to help you in time. The words are gone. Nangongya walked over to a mural and knocked on it. Immediately afterward, a tunnel to the underground opened above the ground. Morning Biao walked straight on after saying thank you. Looking at the entrance to the secret passage that slowly closed, Nangongya also murmured, though I would love to see this brat help my Vermilion Bird Palace raise an eyebrow for once. But I'm even more interested in seeing if this kid really brought the legendary Vermilion Bird Sacred Beast back to life. After entering the chamber, Morning Biao also directly summoned the Plume Flame Eagle, for absorbing the power of the bloodline. The Plume Flame Eagle is already considered a lightweight. Immediately, Morning Biao then took out the piece of finger bone that he had just taken out and threw it directly to the Plume Flame Eagle. And the Plume Flame Eagle swallowed it in one gulp without a care in the world. Next moment, the blazing southern brightness flame then erupted from the body of the Plume Flame Eagle. The Plume Flame Eagle also transformed into a pure flame at an extremely fast speed. It began to absorb the bloodline power contained within the converted piece of finger bone. Unlike the previous few absorptions, the flames that came up this time didn't run around the same way as before. Instead, it was well contained by the Plume Flame Eagle. This also made Funeral Puma quite satisfied. He thought to himself, this Plume Flame Eagle is also considered to have made some progress. It is not in vain that he has cultivated it with such care. But just when Morning Biao thought that this bloodline absorption would be incomparably smooth, a spatial crack was suddenly opened. A round Imperial Beast egg rolled straight out from it. It was the egg of the chaotic fire Qilin that had been resurrected through the fossil earlier. Chapter 589. See this scene. The Morning Biao people were dumbfounded. Couldn't figure out how risking this chaotic fire Chilin's egg suddenly rolled out of the Imperial Beast space. And most damning of all, the egg didn't stop there. Instead, it rolled directly into the Nanningli fire that was blazing. When Funeral Biao tried to stop it, it was too late. This couldn't help but make Funeral Biao die all of a sudden. Crap, it's too late. Just when Morning Biao thought that the unicorn egg should have been roasted already, surprisingly, he saw that the Chilin's egg that was in the middle of the Nanningli fire actually moved a little. His eyes lit up at once. It's a sign of an impending shell breaking. See this scene. The plume flame eagle that was absorbing the power of the bloodline was also confused. My lord is an eagle. You just rolled underneath this great man. It's also about to break out of its shell. Then won't this lord become like those female birds that hatch eggs? However, the plume flame eagle was now in a critical period, so it didn't have much of a mind to pay attention to the egg below it. At this time, Morning Biao was also happy and broken. Originally just helping the plume flame eagle to raise its bloodline. I didn't realize there were surprises, but the perennial saying goes, blessing and cursing. Immediately after that, it wasn't long before Morning Biao was happy. The spiritual energy in his body then began to suddenly riot. A tremendous amount of energy began to run amok around Funeral Biao's body. It was as if they were looking for an exit. Because of the movement of energy, Morning Biao's whole body began to burn. Immediately after that, the upper half of his clothes were instantly burned by this energy. The unicorn tattoo on his body was also constantly flashing crimson. Oops, the unicorn blood spell has struck. Morning Biao also never expected that unexpectedly. At this juncture, the Qilin blood curse broke through the seal of the Southern Cloud Lord and erupted. It took him by surprise. Next moment, the unicorn blood spell that was originally running amok in Morning Biao's body, it seems to have finally found its exit. Surprisingly, it drilled right out of Funeral Biao's mouth. This sudden shock of energy caused Morning Biao to nearly lose consciousness, but he managed to hang on with tenacity. Immediately afterward, the spiritual energy in Funeral Biao's body began to follow the route of the Nirvana Red Flame Calcine Spirit method and began to run through Funeral Biao's body. Running inside, this time it made Funeral Biao feel better. After coming back to his senses, Morning Biao also couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. If one has just lost consciousness, the plume flame eagle must have been forcibly repatriated to the Imperial Beast space because he was unconscious. And at this time the plume flame eagle is at a critical juncture, and the consequences of really being repatriated are unimaginable. And the unicorn blood spell just broke out of his body. God knows what will happen. The thought of a unicorn blood spell. Morning Biao immediately looked in the direction where the Qilin blood curse had just flown away. Only a blood-red mist was seen heading towards the Qilin egg that was about to break its shell, but it just touched the southern brightness flame. The mass of blood-colored mist, as if it had encountered a natural enemy, was vaporized quite a bit, but despite this, the blood-colored mist still had no intention of giving up, still desperately charging towards the Qilin egg. Look at the scene in front of you. Plus, the Qilin blood curse was originally created by the resentful spirit of Chen Xianyu's companion Qilin. Morning Biao unexpectedly established an inexplicable connection with the Qilin blood curse at this moment, and was able to clearly experience the feelings of the Qilin blood curse at this moment. It was a desperate desire for life. At the same time, there are also a lot of grievances and resentment arising from the fetal demise. But that resentment and resignation is flying away at a rate that is visible to the naked eye. Morning Biao also reacted instantly. This is the effect of the Nanningli fire. Nanningli fire was originally the vermilion bird sacred beast's origin divine flame. Chapter 590 has the effect of purifying all negative energies. Now the Qilin blood curse forcefully tried to enter the Qilin egg that was enveloped by the southern brightness flame. There would be no way to avoid being purified by the Nanningli fire. Soon, the originally blood-red Qilin blood curse gradually turned into a golden ball of light. It gradually disappeared into the unicorn egg. At the same time, Morning Biao also sensed that the grievances of the Qilin blood curse had been completely purified by the southern brightness flame, and the golden ball of light left behind was the soul of his most initial companion Qilin. The thought that there really was a day when his companion unicorn would be resurrected. At this point, the corners of Morning Biao's mouth were simply harder to suppress than an AK. It went up like crazy. Who says that blessings and woes are not enough? I'm straight up triple happy today. Not only did he make the plume flame eagle's bloodline rise again, but he also managed to make the chaotic Qilin egg begin to hatch. Most importantly, he managed to get rid of the unicorn blood curse as a time bomb. Click! With the sound of an eggshell cracking, a very cute-looking griffin with flames all over it crawled out of the eggshell. Name, Chaos Fire Unicorn. Stage of development, early childhood. Racial bloodline, ancestral unicorn bloodline. Quality, eternal myth. Attribute, fire chaos. Talent, chaos flame. Effect, covered in the flames of chaos, able to go into elementalization. All attacks have a soul-scorching effect. Skill, Chaotic Flame Wave, releases a wave of flames containing the power of chaos, dealing huge damage to the enemies in front of you and having a certain probability of causing them to fall into a state of confusion. Kieran Raging Flame Roar, emits a deafening roar while releasing a powerful flame shockwave that deals ranged damage to surrounding enemies and adds a stun effect. Chaos Fire Rebirth, when life value falls below a certain limit, the Chaos Fire Unicorn is able to instantly recover a large amount of life value with the power of chaos and the power of flames, as well as boosting its attack and defense abilities for a short period of time. Evolutionary Route, None. Description, Chaos Fire Kieran, a mythical creature with the bloodline of the ancestral Kieran, has the fire of chaos flowing within its body, a perfect combination of flames and the power of chaos. It possesses a strong body and amazing strength, capable of displaying unrivaled destructive power in battle. Morning Biao didn't expect that this chaotic fire Qilin would be of eternal myth quality. It was also just one step away from forbidden quality, and Morning Biao could feel it. In the depths of one sea of consciousness also appeared a companion space that was only slightly smaller than the other Demon King spaces, just a little bit smaller. This was because the one dominating the chaotic fire Qilin's body at the moment was none other than the companion Qilin that had appeared since Chen Xuanya's birth in the first place. So the original companion space that had been destroyed in infancy was also restored again and appeared in the depths of consciousness. Immediately after, the Plume Flame Eagle's side had also completed its bloodline metamorphosis. Name, Plume Flame Eagle. Racial bloodline, Fire Eagle, 85%. Vermilion Bird, 15%. Quality, Legendary. Attribute, Fire. Stage of growth, Awakening Stage 1. Talent, Nanming Li Hua, 15%. Nanming Li Fire, 15% covered in Nanming Li Fire. Able to go into elementalization. All attacks have a burning effect attached to them. Note, Ordinary Water System. Can't extinguish the Nanming Li Fire. Skills, Sky Shuttle Clouds Gathering. Fire of Southern Brightness. Body Transformation of Off-Fire. Different Fire Burning God. Off-Fire Splitting. Evolutionary Route, Scorching Feather Eagle, Fiery Feather Eagle, Plume Feather Flame Eagle, Amazing Feather Eagle Emperor, Burning Sky Overlord, Vermilion Bird. Success rate, 15%. Description, a fire eagle that has successfully awakened the Vermilion Bird bloodline. When the concentration of the bloodline reaches 100%, it will completely shed its Fire Eagle bloodline and become a new generation of Vermilion Bird. The Plume Flame Eagle had also directly crossed into the awakening stage in one fell swoop. Bloodline purity was also up by 6%. Morning Biao was still very satisfied with such a boost. The Plume Flame Eagle also seemed to have felt the surging power within its body. Instantly, he also became dejected. But soon, the Plume Flame Eagle realized that something seemed to be getting out of place, only to see the chaotic fire Qilin, unexpectedly at some point following the Plume Flame Eagle's trailing plume, climbed all the way up to its chest. The mouth was still wailing, as if it were a wailing cub. This made the Plume Flame Eagle feel bad all of a sudden. The little brat really seemed to think of itself as its mother. Looking at the Plume Flame Eagle who was a bit overwhelmed, Funeral Biao couldn't help but feel a pang of amusement. But it didn't end there. Right at this moment, a system beep suddenly sounded in Funeral Biao's head. Ding! We've detected the imminent arrival of the furious demon Lord Salus. Please ask the host to choose a suitable host body for him, her. Chapter 591. The moment the system voice sounded in his head, the Morning Biao people were dumbfounded. I didn't expect the Raging Demon King to suddenly descend at this time, and there's a dire need for a sentinel as a parasite. But where would he find a host for it now? Just as Funeral Biao pondered what to do, apparently the system had already made the choice for him. Ding! Suitable parasite detected. The Raging Demon King descends. Parasitism begins. Next moment, the chaotic fire Qilin that had just been born was directly repatriated back to his imperial beast space, and Morning Biao's consciousness was similarly pulled in. Morning Biao only felt a trance pass. He was already in a space full of lava and chaotic air currents of the imperial beasts. Look at the surroundings. Morning Biao also muttered in disbelief. Is this the companion space of the chaotic fire Qilin? Just as Funeral Biao surveyed his surroundings, suddenly the sky in the imperial beast space began to change abruptly, only to see the original sky suddenly crack open in the middle of the sky. Morning Biao was shocked at the sight. Thought it was the sentinel space that had just recovered. The energy was still unstable, which is why the cracks appeared. Spinning around, he tried to run his spiritual energy to repair it, but the next second, Morning Biao then realized that he had made a mistake, because that opening in the sky wasn't a spatial rift at all. Instead, it was a huge eye. The moment he saw this eye, a sudden realization also came to Morning Biao's heart. In an instant, he realized this giant eye slowly opening in the air. It was none other than the body of the Raging Demon King Salus. Salus is surprisingly like Belfinger. Surprisingly, it's also a direct descent of the main body. Just the moment the giant eye fully opened, the chaotic fire Qilin that had previously been forcibly repatriated back to the Imperial Beast space. It was also instantly unconscious. It just floated right into mid-air. Seeing that Salas seemed to be preparing to lay his hands on the chaos fire Qilin, Morning Biao was instantly a bit offended. Pointing at the giant eye in the air, he questioned, "Salas, what the hell? This chaotic fire Qilin was my original companion Imperial Beast. It's so hard to resurrect it, and you're ready to do it to it without even asking me, isn't it? It's too much for me." But no matter how much Morning Biao roared, Salas simply ignored him. Seeing the situation, Morning Biao was angry in his heart though, but continued to ask in a tentative tone, "Wait for me for a few days. I will find you a satisfactory host. You first release the chaotic fire Qilin." This time, Salas was also finally reacting. Seeing the situation, Morning Biao also finally showed a hint of a smile. "That's right. From now on, they are all my Imperial Beasts. Killing each other is something that must not be done." But things went completely differently than Morning Biao had imagined. Only the pupils of the giant eyes of Salas' main body suddenly turned towards the morning puma above the ground. Immediately afterward a red and black energy beam coalesced in front of the pupil of the eye. Seeing this scene, how could Funeral Biao not know what Salas wanted to do? The heart screamed, "Fruity!" Next, a red and black energy beam then shot directly towards Funeral Biao. It was too late. Under threat of death, Funeral Biao did 6 or 7 backflips in a row. That's the only way to avoid Salas's attack. At this moment, Morning Biao was crouching on the ground and panting heavily, and the back, too, had long been drenched in sweat. "I also don't know if I'm tired from 6 or 7 backflips in a row. Still scared out of my mind because I just almost got killed." After coming back to his senses, Morning Biao was also enraged. He didn't realize that he had only said a few words. Salas actually tried to finish himself off. Chapter 592. One time, Morning Biao was also fuming. "I'm going to have my way with you today." At that instant, Funeral Biao began to frantically run the Nirvana Red Flame Calcine Spirit method, trying to forcefully manipulate Salas's essence with his psychic powers. Although this was the chaotic fire Qilin's Imperial Beast space, but it was also deep within his consciousness. There's no reason he can't maneuver. But halfway through running the Nirvana Red Flame Calcine Spirit method, Funeral Biao was dumbfounded. He didn't know what he was appearing to be. Surprisingly, the Nirvana Red Flame Calcine Spirit technique that was halfway through its operation was as if it had been forcefully blocked by something. It simply won't run in its entirety. Just as Morning Biao was puzzled, a warning from the system suddenly rang in his head. "Ding! Host's dangerous behavior detected. This system has been forcibly blocked. If the host again acts recklessly, it will not only cause the failure of the birth of the furious demon King Salas, at the same time, it will also kill the chaotic fire Qilin." When Funeral Biao heard the system warning in his head, froze again. "What the hell? I'm operating haphazardly? Is there a mistake?" The system didn't answer to Funeral Biao's question, and Salas didn't continue his attack on Death Puma. Instead, he continued to turn his gaze towards the chaotic fire Qilin. When it came down to it, Morning Biao also realized that something was wrong. It seems that he misunderstood something. Now that the system has warned us so, then one will wait and see what happens. Sure enough, there's no more Funeral Puma to mess with. Salas' movements became a few moments faster as well. See only. From the pupils of Salas' eyes suddenly shot out a tiny beam of light. It shone directly in the center of the chaotic fire Qilin's brow. Immediately afterward, Salas's originally massive giant eye body. It was also rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it directly disappeared into the center of the chaotic fire Qilin's brow, and a vertical scar appeared in the center of the chaotic fire Qilin's brow. Immediately after that, the vertical scar also suddenly opened. Rage Demon Lord Salas parasitized successfully. It became the third vertical eye of the chaotic fire Qilin. Next moment, a system beep also sounded in Morning Biao's head. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. Rage Lord Salas is born, and becomes symbiotic with the Chaos Fire Unicorn. Ding! Detected a benign mutation in the Chaos Fire Unicorn. Become a forbidden divine beast, the three-eyed Chaos Fire Unicorn." When Funeral Biao heard the series of system tones ringing in his head, there was also a pang of embarrassment. Sure enough, it was himself who misunderstood Salas. Its parasitism nearly made it a symbiotic relationship with the Chaos Fire Qilin. Not only did he not take over the Chaotic Fire Unicorn, it also made the Chaos Fire Qilin a forbidden divine beast, three-eyed Chaos Fire Qilin. Although the Chaotic Fire Qilin had an extra eye on its head, but it didn't make the slightest difference. However, just to be on the safe side, Funeral Biao still opened the forbidden eye to check it out. Name, Samurai Chaos Fire Unicorn Rage Demon King Salas. Status, symbiotic. Stage of development, early childhood. Racial bloodline, ancestral unicorn bloodline. Raging demon bloodline. Quality, forbidden, unique. Attribute, Fire Chaos. Talent, Chaos Flame. Effects, covered in the flames of chaos, able to go into elementalization. All attacks have a soul-burning effect. Talent, Eye of Fury, A.K.A. Saras Fury. Effect, can turn accumulated anger into chaotic robbing light that contains killing energy. Skill, Chaotic Flame Wave, releases a wave of flame containing the power of chaos, dealing huge damage to the enemies in front of you and with a certain probability of causing them to fall into a state of confusion. Kieran Raging Flame Roar, emits a deafening roar while releasing a powerful flame shockwave that deals ranged damage to surrounding enemies and adds a stun effect. Chaos Fire Rebirth, when life value falls below a certain limit, the Chaos Fire Unicorn is able to instantly recover a large amount of life value with the power of chaos and the power of flames, as well as boosting its attack and defense abilities for a short period of time. Evolutionary Route, None. Description, the three-eyed Chaos Fire Griffin is a forbidden creature that possesses the complete bloodline of both the Ancestral Griffin and the Raging Demon King, and is more like a symbiosis of destiny with its dual spiritual intelligence. When the Eye of Rage is closed, the three-eyed Chaos Fire Griffin is in charge, and when the Eye of Rage is open, the Rage Demon King Salus is in charge, and its body is flowing with Chaos Fire, which is a perfect combination of flames and chaos power. It possesses a strong body and amazing strength, capable of displaying unrivaled destructive power in battle. Chapter 593. At this time, the three-eyed chaotic fire Qilin had also steadily landed on the ground from its floating state. Morning Biao also gave a well-timed smirk at the sight, but there was no response from the three-eyed chaotic fire Qilin yet. The Eye of Fury in the center of his brow then suddenly opened. One moment. Control of the body of the three-eyed Chaos Fire Griffin was then taken over by Salus. At that moment, the originally clear eyes of the three-eyed chaotic fire Qilin, it instantly became filled with tyranny. Immediately afterward, Deathstroke Pyo's mind picked up a telepathic message from Salus. The general idea is that Funeral Pyo is not enough to make things happen. Almost let it play out with this unicorn cub. If you dare to get in the way next time, you will directly send Funeral Biao to the west with a shot of chaos robbery light. Originally, Morning Biao was still thinking of easing the relationship with Salus because of his previous misunderstanding of it. It didn't occur to him that this Salus was not giving him any face at all, although Funeral Biao figured it out afterward. It was also true that Salus had been forced to fire Chaos Jacklight at himself earlier. If the other side really wants to finish themselves off, how could you possibly avoid it yourself? But even though Morning Biao was in the wrong, Salus opened his mouth to finish him off. It also pissed off the shadowy body Death Puma, but it was good that Salus was done whining. Nor did he continue to make things difficult for Morning Biao. Instead, he looked up into the sky of the Imperial Beast space. Immediately after, another beam shot straight up into the sky from the Eye of Fury. Next moment, the entire Imperial Beast space also began to start slowly expanding. With more and more space, the energy contained within it was also becoming more and more pure. Eventually, when this Imperial Beast space they were in swelled to the same size as the other three Demon King spaces. Then it stopped. Same time, the system's beep sounded again in Morning Biao's head. Ding! Evolution complete. Companion Space, the Chaos Fire Qilin's Imperial Beast Space has successfully evolved into Companion Space, Fury Space. Companion Space, Fury Space LV1, reduces the consumption of spiritual energy for Imperial Beast skills and Imperial Beast techniques according to the host's physique. Enhances the physical and elemental attacks of all Imperial Beasts. When the description about the effect of the Rage Space appeared in front of Funeral Biao's eyes, he had only one thought now. That's playing hard to get fit. As long as one's physique was stronger, one could reduce the consumption of spiritual energy. That's what he needs most right now. Though the second effect of Fury Space is, again, awesome, but it's somewhat dwarfed by the first effect. The thought that I would never have to be deflated at the first sign of amplification like I used to be. Morning Biao's heart became overwhelmed. Even the threats and intimidations that Salus had made to him earlier were put behind him. And Salus, who had done all this, handed over control of his body to the three-eyed chaotic fire Qilin. Only after the third vertical eye was closed, the eyes of the three-eyed chaotic fire Qilin also became clear again. See Morning Biao here. The three-eyed chaotic fire Qilin also arrived in front of Morning Biao in a few small jumps, and jumped right on top of him. Morning Biao also felt that he had an innate closeness with this cute little guy in front of him. Immediately, another person also came to mind. Luo Xinyuan. Even if you have the help of those old dogs of the Luo family, so what? The so-called Hualin Pool is nothing more than a sliver of the ancestral Kieran's essence blood defeated. Now my three-eyed chaotic fire Qilin has a complete ancestral Qilin bloodline, plus the bloodline of the Fury Demon King. Really looking forward to our next meeting. Immediately after that, Morning Biao turned his gaze to the little one in his arms. Don't worry, I'll make sure you grow up well. Surprise the guys who used to get you killed. When I meet them next time, I won't just hit them hard in the face, but I'll also directly take their lives. Thinking about the cultivation of the three-eyed chaos unicorn, Morning Biao also directly opened its cultivation panel. Name, Samurai Chaos Fire Unicorn Rage Demon King Celis. Loyalty, 100, absolute loyalty of companion beasts. Personality, mildly irascible. Preferences, likes to run around in the flowers surrounded by flowers and likes to be quiet. Chapter 594. Mood, happy. Eating habits, omnivorous. Growing ingredients requirement, bone health grass. Method of production. Effects, enables better growth and development. Accelerates its growth and speeds up its passage through infancy. Health status, healthy, 100% combat strength. Bone building herb? Later on, I'll go ask the hall master where I can purchase materials. After figuring out what to do next, Morning Biao also exited the rage space. Consciousness returns. But the moment he opened his eyes, he was directly startled. Only a pair of big eyes were staring at him without blinking. Nangongya had come to his side at some point. Morning Biao also breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw the visitor. Spinning around, he rose from the ground. Your Highness, you scared me to death. Words, Nangongya also said without a trace of anger. You little heartless bastard. I saw you hadn't responded for so long, so I came down to check on you. You're good, but you're blaming me instead. Hearing Nangongya say that, Funeral Biao also smiled awkwardly. Spinning around, he hastily changed the subject. Right, Your Highness, may I ask you a question? May I ask where I can purchase Imperial Beast ingredients and materials within the academy? Hearing Funeral Biao say that, Nangongya also covered her mouth and giggled. Have you heard of the Four Saints' house? Heard that. Morning Biao nodded without the slightest hesitation, and Nangongya said directly, then don't. Since you've heard of the Four Saints Mansion, you must know that the Four Saints Mansion is the property of my Four Saints Academy, right? And the headquarters of the Four Holy Mansions is within the academy. So if you want to buy anything, you can just go there. After a moment's pause, Nangongya also continued, you might as well tell me what you want to buy. I'll have someone bring it to you directly. After thinking about it, Morning Biao replied, no need. I just want to buy some bone-building herbs. You show me the way. I'll just go by myself. Nangongya seemed to be a bit surprised as well, not expecting that Morning Biao would just want to buy this low-grade spirit herb. Just as Funeral Biao was about to leave, Nangongya called out, the bone-strengthening herb is only effective against some juvenile imperial beasts, so there's not much value. If you need it, I suggest you still go to the Four Sacred Forest Abyss outside the academy and pick some yourself. There's a lot of bone-building grass growing there, so there's no need to spend money. Instead of spending money to buy bone-strengthening grass, it would be better to save it for the usage time of the illusion cultivator. Words. Morning Biao also felt that what Nangongya said made sense, so after asking Nangongya about the direction of the Four Sacred Forest Abyss, then they were ready to head straight for it. Only before leaving, Nangongya still urged again and again not to go deeper into the Four Sacred Forest Abyss. He also took out a map that marked the range where he could move and handed it to Morning Biao. After Morning Biao left, Nangongya also suddenly thought, this kid is in such a hurry to find the bone-strengthening grass. He should have acquired a new imperial beast. The imperial beasts that can make him start breeding in such a hurry must not be of low quality. In the meantime, the Four Saints, Lin Yuan, Chu Wei was searching for something alone in the forest. The words were mumbled over and over again. I will tame you this time. Holy Seal Mantis. P.S. Help the book voted for the book friends. The book reaches the rank. The end of the month can participate in the red envelope activities. Book lovers who want to participate in this activity can advance plus buckle group 907323690. Starting in November. If the book, members of the golden list ranking, into the top 10, send 500 red packets. The first 3, send 100 red packets. The first, send 200 red packets. Also, after reaching the roster, individual red envelopes of 300, 200, 100, 50, and 20 will be given to book lovers who vote 1 to 5 for the month. Chapter 595. A wink. Morning Biao then followed Nangongya's instructions to the entrance of the Four Sacred Forest Abyss. At a glance, in and out of the place, coming and going of the imperial beasts. Basically, they were all trainees from the various halls of the Four Sacred Academy. Soon enough, Morning Biao's appearance caught the attention of the two, only to see that these two immediately greeted them with their asses in the air. Yo, you're here, boss. Why don't you notify us, so we can go to greet you? Morning Biao was also stunned. Spinning around, he moved towards turning his head towards the two. Soon, two faces piled with fawning smiles appeared in front of Morning Biao's eyes. According to the feedback from the young body side, the two people in front of them were none other than Zhang Stuff and Xia Shui Dao, who had voluntarily abstained from the qualifying battle at the Green Dragon Hall. However, These two people apparently recognize the yin body as the yang body. However, as a student of the Four Sacred Academy, his observation skills were naturally not bad. The duo immediately saw that this new chief of the Green Dragon Hall appeared to be wearing a different style of dress today than before, but they didn't think much of it. Ever since he had seen Shen Xuanyu's strength in the freshman qualifying battle, they are now thinking about how to embrace the thighs of this chief of the Green Dragon Palace. So they press on and don't care about anything else, catching a chance to brag about it. Something Zhang even opened his mouth directly. Oops. Boy. No way. Boss's outfit today is really wild and uninhibited, dashing and dusty, and his whole body reveals a kind of wild handsomeness. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshui Dao also picked up the conversation, then quipped. Yeah, boss's body today. This body is filled with a sense of power. It's full of masculinity, especially this hidden unicorn tattoo on the collar. TSK. It's so cool. It was also with the moment these words were uttered that the originally expressionless Morning Biao suddenly had an extremely ugly expression. A unicorn tattoo? Shouldn't the unicorn blood spell have been removed? How can there still be a unicorn tattoo? At that thought, Funeral Biao quickly looked down at his chest. Hurtingly, he realized that the unicorn tattoo was still intact and imprinted on his chest. Previously, due to the appearance of the three-eyed chaotic Qilin, Funeral Biao had gradually faded it into oblivion. But it didn't occur to me that the unicorn blood spell was still there. At this moment, Zhang Xiang and Xiaoshui Dao both noticed Morning Biao as well. The change of expression. Thought he had said something wrong and upset the other person. It became tense at once. Soon, Morning Biao also smoothed out his mind. Spinning around, he asked with a feigned puzzled look on his face. Who are you? I don't seem to recognize you guys. Words. Seeing that the other party had no intention of blaming the two of them, Something Zhang and Summer Waterway also took a long breath. Immediately, his face was once again filled with a fawning smile. Something Zhang also continued. Hey, you're a nobleman, boss. At the freshman qualifying battle in the Green Dragon Hall, because under your protection, the two of us managed to advance to the top 20 of the front rankings. In order to repay you for your kindness, this is why we took it upon ourselves to recognize you as our boss. Xia Shui Dao, who was on the side, also hastened to pick up the conversation, fearful of missing the opportunity to show loyalty. Yeah, whether you recognize us or not, you will always be the boss in our hearts. Look at the two guys in front of you who are doing their best to perform. Morning Biao also couldn't help but spit in his mind. I am also convinced that these two goods in order to climb with the young body, really open mouth. If it wasn't for the feedback from the young body, I would have almost believed it. God's Nima's protection. If the young body hadn't been too merciful, what would have happened to the two of you? However, despite this, Funeral Biao remained calm. Wait for the two to finish. It was only then that he spoke slowly. The Green Dragon Palace? Then you really have the wrong person. I'm the chief of this term's Vermilion Bird Hall. The man you're talking about would be my twin brother. This statement was made. Zhang Stuff and Summer Waterway just froze. What? Mistaken identity? Or twins? In order to make the two believe what they were saying, it was also to get the word out that the duo were twins. Morning Biao also took out the Vermilion Bird Palace identity plate engraved with the word chief. The moment the duo saw the identity plate, it was also completely convinced of Morning Biao's words. Seeing the situation, Morning Biao was also not wrong to waste time by tangling with these two people too much anymore. Turning around, he headed towards the Four Sacred Forest Abyss, but it didn't work out. These two are only countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yunhan was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Nyan Han, yes, but this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. He mainly used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Luo Xinyuan. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Huan Yunxiang crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile. Accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing. Not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alone. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Huan Yunxiang's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and makes money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jianmo was forced to marry for the old man Lusan Master, whom she had never met, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master of the night, for the soft little ancestor folded. Chapter 596. One is the chief of the Green Dragon Hall and the other is the chief of the Vermilion Bird Hall. What a model for my generation. Your father and your mother. I'm sure they're also the best of the best. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given birth to such heavenly children as the boss and the second master. The duo had thought that they should be able to kiss the right spot of ass this time. It didn't work out. Funeral Biao's next words were the ones that stuck in the two men's throats. I was abducted as a child and left for dead. I recognized my big brother not long ago, and I've heard from my older brother that our father is a scumbag. This statement was made. The two froze again. What a way to go out on a limb. I didn't realize that twice in a row I'd kissed the horse's ass on the hoof. This caused the duo, who often kissed people's asses, to develop a slight sense of frustration. And at this point, Morning Biao was really a bit annoyed. Coldly, he said to the duo, all I want to do now is take the imperial beast for a walk. If you two ever bother me again, I'll show you no mercy. I'm not going to be as merciful as my brother. Having said that, Morning Biao also continued to walk towards the four sacred forest abyss. Words. The two of them, Xiaoshui Dao and Zhang Feng, also looked at each other. In the end, it was the summer waterway that clenched its teeth and said, spell it out. Fight the bike to motorcycle. Bear with me when my best friend becomes my wife. And something Zhang also revealed a determined look. That's right, as long as we can hold on to the thighs of these two chiefs. In this session, the two of us will be able to walk across the room. The words are gone. The duo also caught up directly with Morning Biao's footsteps. Seeing that the two still dared to follow, Morning Biao's spiritual energy surged around his body. The Nirvana Red Flame Calcine Spirit method began to operate directly within his body. This scared the duo straight away. However, Zhang Stuff still braced himself and said, Heir, Master, we promise not to bother you, only to serve. Xiaoshui Dao also went out on a limb. Here at the Four Sacred Forest Abyss I'll say nothing, but you will. Later, if you slip the beast in the city, there has to be someone who comes to take care of cleaning up after a royal beast takes a dump, right? A person of your stature can't personally clean up the imperial beast's feces in the street, can he? These words, as soon as it came out, something Zhang was dumbfounded. Morning Biao was also speechless for a while. Still, in the end, it was all that was held back. Suit yourselves. Words. The two were in ecstasy. Hastily and honestly, he followed Morning Biao's side. Not a word more. Soon, the three of them then entered the Four Sacred Forest Abyss. As a few people went deeper, there are also fewer and fewer participants moving around. Finally, after finding a place full of bone-building grass, Morning Biao stopped in his tracks, summoned the three-eyed chaotic Qilin. When something Zhang and Summer Watercourse saw this little one that was clearly in its infancy, a pair of eyes looked straight up, but in order not to quarrel with Funeral Puma, the two also immediately came together and muttered in whispers, asterisk asterisk, this breath, a pure-blooded griffin, and it looks like it's a fae. A normal person would never see this kind of imperial beast in their entire life. Yeah, we made the right bet this time. The eldest master's a pure-blooded true dragon, and the second master also possesses a pure-blooded Qilin. These two brothers' talent and fortune are simply heaven-defying. Just as the two of them whispered and exchanged the shock in their hearts, Morning Biao had already taken the little unicorn for a stroll. The little unicorn. In particular, looked all happy, back and forth through the grass and flowers. Sometimes when they see a butterfly resting on a flower, they are curious to pounce on it. It's just like an innocent look. Soon, the little unicorn came to a blade of grass and first sniffed it with his nose. A strong longing then filled its entire body. In the next moment, the little Qilin also took a bite out of the grass in front of him. After chewing and swallowing, the little Qilin also felt a wave of relief through his body. And this kind of grass that the little Qilin had swallowed was exactly what they were aiming for this time when they entered the four-sacred forest abyss, the bone-strengthening grass. Morning Biao also didn't expect that without his prompting. This little Qilin had started swallowing the bone-strengthening grass by instinct. After a taste, the little unicorn also gave up playing. It began to frantically devour the bone-strengthening grass in front of it. Soon, the bone-strengthening grass in this area was devoured by the little Qilin. In the next moment, the little Qilin's body was also surrounded by a faint chaotic aura. The remaining three present were no strangers to this, because it was a sign of impending advancement. Chapter 597. As the three-eyed chaotic fire Qilin was completely enveloped by the chaotic fire formed by the chaotic qi, its size was also beginning to gradually expand. From the original tens of centimeters in body length, it grew until it was about 1.5 meters in body length before it stopped. This also declared that the three-eyed chaotic fire Qilin had officially entered the growth stage. For the growth rate of the little guy in front of him, Morning Biao was also quite satisfied. Just as he was about to leave the place, a female voice suddenly rang out from the forest off to the side. Get out of the way of the students in front of you. It's dangerous. Soon, the three of them also looked in the direction the voice came from. Only a huge praying mantis suddenly leapt out. It went straight towards the three-eyed chaos Qilin that had just stepped into its growth period. Just when the others thought that the three-eyed chaotic Qilin had perished. I don't know. The vertical eye at the center of the three-eyed chaotic Qilin's brow also suddenly opened. The next moment Salus took over control of the body straight away. Without saying anything, a chaotic robbery light was directly shot out directly. The giant mantis didn't seem to expect it either. This little guy in front of him who had obviously just stepped into the growth stage actually dared to take a shot at himself. So it was also caught off guard by the blow. Boom! The chaotic robbing light hit the giant mantis squarely. At that moment, the giant mantis also let out a heart-rending scream. The pained sacred seal mantis also hurriedly unfolded the 4 pairs of insect wings behind its back. Immediately, he reversed direction and dug in towards the jungle next to him. See this scene. Zhang Stuff and Xiaoshui Dao's entire body froze. That just seemed to be an awakening stage holy seal mantis. Surprisingly, he was beaten by a little guy that had just stepped into the growth stage and screamed miserably. Exactly, the holy seal mantis is too weak. Or is this little guy just too scary? It's not really surprising that the duo would have such thoughts. After all, the visual impact of this scene was too strong. A growth period surprisingly beat back an awakening period. It simply refreshed their view of the world. In fact, if we really wanted to talk about hard power, the three-eyed chaos Qilin at this moment would not be able to defeat the awakening stage holy seal mantis no matter what. It was just that the holy seal mantis was too gullible just now and didn't dodge. Took a hard hit of chaos robbing light. The penetrating and strangling power of the chaotic robbing light was simply too overbearing, coupled with the increase in the space of fury. It was only then that the holy seal mantis was hit and screamed. If it wasn't for the fact that the three-eyed chaotic Qilin was currently too weak, it was only feared that just this single strike of chaotic robber light would be able to directly strangle the sacred seal mantis. However, this also reflected the strength of the holy seal mantis from the side. This would have to be a normal metamorphosis stage spirit beast. Eating a chaos robbing light head-on would at least result in a serious injury. The sacred seal mantis, on the other hand, was only because of the chaotic qi. A great deal of pain was felt. The torso, however, had not suffered any substantial damage. This also made Funeral Biao take some interest in this holy seal mantis. So Morning Biao also subconsciously opened the forbidden eye. Name, Holy Seal Mantis. Stage of growth, Awakening 1. Racial bloodline, Sacred Mantis bloodline. Hidden bloodline, Flying Lion bloodline. Quality, Initial myth. Attributes, Wind/Light. Talent, Double Edge. Effect, increase the power of slashing attack by mantis twin blades by 30%. Skills, Blast Cutting. Holy Light Chop. Blast Light Shadow. Holy Seal Cutting. Evolutionary Route, Young Blade Mantis, Blast Mantis, Swift Light Mantis, Holy Seal Mantis Dash. Description, a powerful spirit beast that hides the bloodline of Fei Lian. Seeing this, Morning Biao also raised an eyebrow. He himself had only brought the three-eyed chaotic Qilin out to look for the bone-strengthening grass. I didn't expect to encounter a sacred seal mantis with Fei Lian's bloodline. At once, Morning Biao also had some thoughts about the sacred seal mantis. Just as Funeral Biao was considering whether or not to give chase. Chapter 598. The female voice from the forest before also sounded again. This time, however, it was with some anger. Didn't I tell you there was danger and to get out of the way? It's fine if you guys don't dodge. Why do you have to make a move to scare away my sacred seal mantis? A pretty-looking girl was seen coming out of the forest. This girl was none other than the freshman of the Green Dragon Hall during the qualifying battle, Shu Wei, who was watching the battle from the audience. However, when Shu Wei saw the face of Morning Biao, she suddenly froze. It's you! When Morning Biao sniffed, he just frowned. Do we know each other? Before Shu Wei could say anything, to the side, Stuffed Zhang and Summer Waterway also suddenly scurried out. Second Master, don't you even recognize her? This is senior sister Shu Wei, who finished 4th in the last Four Saints competition. For the touting of the duo in front of her, Shu Wei didn't feel it though. But if you can show off in front of the freshman chief in front of you, it's actually quite good. Just as Shu Wei was thinking so, who knows, Morning Biao suddenly lightly as a sentence. Oh, if it's okay, I'll go first. For a moment, Shu Wei also felt the contempt coming from the person in front of her. It was a bit of a shock, so he spoke up in a hurry. You scared off the spirit animal I was going after. You just want to leave? Morning Biao instantly raised an eyebrow. Or what? My imperial beasts have just advanced to adulthood. If I didn't possess some special means, I'm afraid that I would have become that holy seal mantis's ration by this time. If you hadn't driven that sacred seal mantis here, how would my imperial beast have encountered such danger? I'm lucky I didn't come after you. You have the nerve to come after me now? For a while, Shu Wei was also dumbfounded by Funeral Biao's dislike. How could he not have expected someone who appeared so honest in the freshman qualifying battle in the Green Dragon Hall? It's surprisingly awesome and private. And it wasn't until then that Shu Wei realized that the person in front of her seemed to have a very different style of dress than before. But Shu Wei didn't think twice about it. But when Shu Wei's gaze swept over the three-eyed chaotic Qilin, the pupils, however, shrunk violently. Surprisingly, it's a pure-blooded unicorn. Moreover, she was aware that the other party also possessed a pure-blooded dragon race. Even the well-informed Shu Wei could not help but be shocked at this moment. She was, however, hiding this surprise. Well, seeing that you can't talk your way out of it, the tone of his voice also eased up a lot. Well, then, let's leave aside the question of what was right and what was wrong. As a fellow student of the Green Dragon Hall, I, as your senior sister, now ask you to help me hunt down the sacred seal mantis together. That's not a problem, is it? Words. Instead, Morning Biao gave a meaningful smile. Spinning around, he said without leaving any room for error. If you say so, then I have even less to care about you, because I'm not even from the Green Dragon Palace. The words are gone. Morning Biao turned around and walked away. It didn't pay any attention to Shu Wei at all. Seeing this, Shu Wei was also furious. You have been in that you half a day. Froze. A complete sentence did not come out. She hadn't expected it from someone who seemed so honest. It was surprising that he would be so shameless as to threaten that he was not a member of the Green Dragon Palace in order to reject his request. This pissed Shu Wei off to no end. Seeing this, Zhang Stuff and Xia Shui Dao also reacted. This Shu Wei's senior sister should have recognized the wrong person just like the two of them. In order not to give his boss hate, the two also rushed forward and said to Shu Wei, Hokage, you should have recognized the wrong person. The one you're talking about should be our Green Dragon Hall's chief of this term, Chen Xianyu. And this one is Chen Xuanyu's long-lost twin brother, Chief Morning Biao of the Vermilion Bird Temple. Chapter 599. After what the duo of Zhang Stuff and Summer Waterway had told him, Shu Wei was also a bit incredulous, looking in the direction that Morning Biao left. Long time no words. Seeing that Shu Wei seemed to understand what the two of them meant, Zhang something and Xia Shui Dao, too, were not after saying hello to Shu Wei, chase after him in the direction that Funeral Biao had left. Seeing the two men follow them away, Shu Wei quickly recovered from her shock. It was also immediately obvious that something was wrong. Why is this guy heading in the direction the sacred seal mantis fled? It's hard to believe. He also has his heart set on the sacred seal mantis? No way. Even though he's that man's brother, I can't give the sacred seal mantis away. Think about it. Shu Wei also clenched her teeth and followed suit. And at that moment, Morning Biao made his way towards the direction where the sacred seal mantis had fled, and came to a huge bush forest. Morning Biao glanced around. The area was covered with swamps, and there were even some swamps with vegetation growing on top of them. If one is not careful, it is easy to fall directly into it, which is very dangerous. For insurance purposes, Morning Biao still pulled out the map for comparison. Soon, he realized that he had chased the sacred seal mantis long beyond the 4% of the area that had already been explored. In other words, one was now in the unknown region of the Four Sacred Forest Abyss. Just as Funeral Biao pondered whether to return the same way, an extremely fast figure also landed on top of a huge tree. Fix your eyes. It was none other than the Holy Seal Mantis that had previously taken a Chaos Jack Lightstrike from Little Qilin. Morning Biao also hurriedly made a sidestep and dug into the one-person high grass at his side. Spinning around, he gently plucked some of the blades of grass in front of him to observe the holy seal mantis. No way. Morning Biao. The reason why he is so cautious. All because the wind plus light attribute holy seal mantis is just too fast. If you can't completely restrict your opponent's movements, there is no way to successfully complete the domestication contract. Although the plume flame eagle was able to easily defeat the sacred seal mantis by using the southern brightness flame, but the Nanmingli fire was too overbearing, and in that case, it would be easy to kill the sacred seal mantis outright. If the capture is only practiced by the flesh alone, it might still be possible above the endless plains. But this place is full of all kinds of vegetation. Woodland. This was an advantage for the holy seal mantis, which was very good at rolling over in short distances. Even the plume flame eagle could hardly keep from suffering in such terrain. Just as Funeral Biao pondered how he could restrict the movements of the holy seal mantis, the sacred seal mantis also seemed to have rested enough. With a spread of his 4 insect wings, he was ready to leave the place. This could make Funeral Puma a little anxious. I hadn't thought of a good way to limit holy seal mantis myself. If it gets away just like that, it can be bad to keep up the chase. After all, it was long beyond the safe distance marked on the map. If they continued to catch up, they would most likely go deeper into the sacred forest abyss. Whatever dangers will be encountered then will be incalculable. Just as Morning Biao was considering whether to make a direct strike and gamble on the survival rate of the sacred seal mantis under the southern brightness flame, or is it time to just leave? Accidents happen, only to see the holy seal mantis strangely levitate in the air with a single jump. And what makes it weird is this. At the moment, the holy seal mantis looked terrified, but no matter how much they struggled, they were still floating in the air and couldn't move. This scene made Funeral Biao instantly alert as well, but just then, 3 silhouettes, however, suddenly scurried out, only to see that the one in the lead was none other than Zhu Wei, and following behind them were none other than Stuffed Zhang and Summer Waterway. Where did this second master run off to? Why are they gone in a puff of smoke? Who says it isn't? This is already beyond the area available to our trainees. If we keep chasing after them, there's no guarantee that we won't meet any danger. Just as the two of them were talking to each other, Zhu Wei, however, saw the sacred seal mantis floating in mid-air, unable to move at a glance. There was a double take. This holy seal mantis seems to be unable to move. Simply heavenly. I have to domesticate it in a hurry. After saying that, Zhu Wei also headed straight for the sacred seal mantis. At this moment, Zhang Stuff and Xia Shui Dao also saw the scene. However, they had no intention of following them, because they always felt there was something strange about it, so they just stood still and watched. Soon, Zhu Wei also arrived in front of the floating holy seal mantis. There was a slight frown, because when she came closer, countryside plus farming plus almighty plus wealthy plus single female main character and orphan, who is even too much for the dog, has gone all the way against the odds, just wanting to become the hope of the whole village, but accidentally became the richest man in the world. The reality of the subject matter of the era of the text. No system, slight golden finger, not cross, no harem, single female main, non-fast-paced nature of the atypical cool text. In the 80s, fatherless and motherless mountain boy Qin Beast, with his childhood friend's first cousin, started from scratch, drilling into the mountains and forests together to work hard, with superior courage and wisdom, step by step. The Western civilization has descended, and the city is infested with demons and devils. And Yun Han was originally a student at Spells High School, but he unintentionally acquired the Carry-On Treasure Pavilion, and successfully purchased a set of immortal level spells, and successfully purchased a void spell weapon, and successfully purchased a 9 transformation divine elixir, and as long as he had the money, he could buy everything he wanted. And goddess sister, Yun Shun, can you do me a favor tonight? Yun Han, yes. But this favor has to be paid for. It's only after she dies and goes back into the archives that she figures out that the script she took was a control group for the original book's female sidekick. The control group, who had never met her, wanted her to be an extreme cannon fodder, to not be secretly poisoned. He mainly used every trick in the book to finalize the setting. But, how did the quiet, nice man everyone talks about lean over red-faced? This novel is called Do You Call This Escape? The main character in it is Lu Xinyuan Zhaoli. This novel is the author's classic work, as a romance-style novel is naturally very interesting, the main content of which is living in the post-apocalyptic Wan Yunsheng crosses over to the newlywed wife of the great general of the Dongling country, and just after crossing over, she is faced with copying her family into exile, accidentally found that he just bought a cell phone to follow along with the crossing, not only has space but also can sell ancient cultural relics. She decisively emptied the general's house and her dead prime minister's old man's storehouse, so that he could copy the family copy alonely. Worried about being bullied and starved to death on the way to exile? Impossible. Ruan Yunqing's space has enough treasures for everyone to eat and die for the rest of their lives. Plus, with her system in hand, as long as she sells the artifacts and earns money, she can get whatever she wants. Strawbag 1000 Gold Jiango was forced to marry on behalf of the old man Lu Sancher, whom she had never met before, and held back for 3 years decided to green her husband. That night she slept with a beautiful demonic man, but who knows that it was her husband. In front of people he is Professor Yin, but after people he is really a teaching beast. The name of the adulterer on the top of the third master Lu night and night to eat the little pampered wife dry wipe. Broken addiction. One day she was finally overwhelmed by the fact that we will be struck by lightning. Lu Yenzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sleeping with my wife, natural and natural. The third master is a soft little ancestor of the night. Chapter 600. In just a moment, Chu Wei became a large white cocoon. Only one head was still leaking out. Seeing Chu Wei in danger, Zheng Thing and Xiaoshui Dao also summoned their imperial beasts and prepared to step forward to help. But immediately afterward, they saw a huge thing scurrying out from above a big tree on the side. It landed directly beside Chu Wei. When the two of them saw the true face of the behemoth, they were also startled. Then he shouted in unison, "I'll go, Rainforest Fate Weaver! I'll go, Rainforest Fate Weaver!" At this point, the two had completely dismissed the idea of going up to rescue Chu Wei. This Rainforest Fate Weaver was the overlord of the spider spirit beasts. With the strength of the two of them, going up would be a death sentence. At this time, Chu Wei also could not help but secretly say that she was really too careless. I didn't expect a fall for the Rainforest Life Weaver. She hadn't heard much about the trainees who had practiced in the Four Sacred Forest Abyss. Something about being ambushed by a Rainforest Life Weaver. But this was the first time she had ever met a Rainforest Life Weaver. I didn't expect to hit the jackpot the first time. The one in front of him, with such a large size, was clearly not a normal Rainforest Life Weaver. In all likelihood, this is a Spider Queen. Think about it. Chu Wei only felt a wave of despair, and at the same time, annoyed at his own carelessness. However, she still shouted at the duo of stuffed Zhang and Summer Waterway, "Hurry up and run! Leave me alone! This big guy, it's probably a Spider Queen." Hearing the word Queen Spider, something Zhang and Summer Waterway instantly realized something. He ran towards the back of the room without looking back, only to still shout at Chu Wei before leaving. "Wait, senior sister, we'll go back and call someone to save you." "Ah yes, get someone to rescue you." But the words fell. The two were also feeling the difference. It hadn't gotten more than a few steps. They only felt the dirt on the ground become loose and soft. Immediately afterward, both feet sank right in. Zheng Thing was shocked at the sight. "It's over. It's the swamp. We're stuck in a swamp." Xiaoshui Dao, who was on the side, also hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him, "Don't ever move. The more you struggle the faster you sink." Punishment Cane, old. When Vi saw this scene, she also let out a long sigh. "It's over. It looks like they're all going to die here." It seemed to confirm Chu Wei's words. Next moment, from above the surrounding trees, Rainforest Life Weavers, big or small, instantly poured out, dense at a glance. It wasn't until then that a few people actually confirmed their suspicions. They are intruding into the lair of the Rainforest Life Weaver. Looking around at the dense, large or small spiders, goosebumps rose all over Zhang Thing's body. At this moment, he was also in tears. "Ah, those spiders are disgusting. Geez, my name may be something Chang, but I don't like dirty things." Xiaoshui Dao, who was on the side, also immediately opened his mouth. "Stop howling. You're going to die, and you won't let me have some peace." But just then, Chu Wei, who heard something Zhang yelling, suddenly had her eyes light up. "Don't stop. Make him scream. If the voices aren't enough, let's all scream together." This statement was made. The duo trapped in the swamp also froze for a moment. "Why?" At those words, Chu Wei also hurriedly explained. "We followed that funeral puma here before. He should be around here by now, and even if he isn't, he can't be far from us. As the chief of the Vermilion Bird Hall, it's only natural to possess a fire-attributed imperial beast. These Rainforest Life Weavers are most afraid of fire. If we can recruit Funeral Puma, maybe we can be saved. It's our only hope of survival." After listening to Chu Wei's explanation, the two's eyes also lit up. The moment he did, he ripped out his voice and howled violently. "Second Master, help! If you don't come, there'll be no one left when you're slipping the royal beast. Cleaned up your feces for you." But no matter how much a few people shouted, Morning Gao didn't show up either. Instead, more and more Rainforest Life Weavers gathered around. The two also felt a wave of despair. Just when they thought they were going to be eaten up by the swarm of spiders, a loud and clear eagle cry suddenly sounded.